Online game plus SSS Level Talent plus Lone Wolf Adventure plus Decisive in Killing plus Lawless plus Non-Rebirth plus No Female Lead, No Sick Dying Sister. Feel free to watch the online game Divine Awakening exploding globally. Tired of grinding in games, I choose to be a thief this time, only to unexpectedly awaken the SSS Level Talent Infinite Potential, which allows designated skills to grow limitlessly. Thus, a thief with abnormal stealing abilities is born. I admit you are strong, but if I steal all your equipment before the battle starts, how will you respond? Moving bricks is impossible. I don't want to live honestly for the rest of my life. From now on, Joe, would rather die of thirst or hunger, and if I have to jump off here, I won't take the usual path. So this time, I've decided to be a thief and steal a piece of the sky. In a sparsely decorated rental room, Jo-chan sat on a chair, looking at a game helmet on the table, swearing an oath. The game helmet was the login device for the recently popular virtual game Divine Awakening, which was being promoted worldwide. Jo-chan had long been someone who lived off games. Yes, he was the so-called professional gold farmer, commonly known as a brick mover. He was lazy by nature and couldn't stand the constraints of a regular job. After entering society, he had spent some time as a cyber cafe master. Later, with the rise of virtual games, he gradually became a professional gold farmer. Although moving bricks was a bit more tiring than working, he felt comfortable in his heart, and after daily expenses, he could still save a little. As the long days of moving bricks passed, Jo-chan began to feel that his life was quite meaningless. When games turned into work, even the most fun games lost their charm. He gradually grew tired of this life. Just then, a groundbreaking online game, Divine Awakening, was released. The game was advertised as being developed jointly by various countries, with official participation in promotion and operation, boasting 100% realism and an unprecedented gaming experience. It didn't take long for the game's promotion to spark heated discussions worldwide. Recently, all the news media and live streaming platforms were buzzing about Divine Awakening. Jo-chan felt that this game had come at just the right time. He was planning to live freely from now on. What work? What moving bricks for gold? To hell with that. From now on, I will play games however I like. 1 minute left until the game officially opens. Get ready. Jo-chan glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 7:59 p.m. He got up, lay down on the bed, and put on the device. At exactly 8 p.m., Jo-chan felt a darkness before his eyes, as if his consciousness had detached from his body, traveling through a mysterious passage. Suddenly, light began to appear before him. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a majestic golden hall. Beneath his feet was a luxurious, soft red carpet, and golden pillars stood tall around him, with solemn and sacred music playing in his ears. What a real feeling! This game is indeed extraordinary. Jo-chan jumped up excitedly, feeling the realistic sensation beneath his feet. The following process was similar to other games, generating a game character and naming it. The initial character generated looked exactly like Jo-chan. He made some modifications to distinguish it from his real appearance, and the final game character looked a bit handsome, with a hint of mischief. Please name your game character. Absolutely not working, Joe. Jo-chan chose a game name that represented his aspirations. At that moment, a holy array appeared above the hall. Runes emerged within the array, radiating countless auspicious colors, with beams of light descending from above, surrounding Jo-chan. This was the Talent Awakening ceremony. Talent was a game setting mentioned on the Divine Awakening official website. It was categorized into 9 levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. By type, it could be divided into attack, defense, speed, support, and trait types. The official website mentioned that even the highest level talents would not show too strong an advantage in the early stages of the game and hoped players would not pay too much attention to it, even releasing some S-level and below talents for players to reference. Of course, players couldn't help but pay attention. Although high-level talents might not demonstrate invincible power in the initial phase, that could change later. For example, those who liked to play as mages would certainly hope to awaken a magic attack-type talent. Those who enjoy playing archers must surely hope to awaken a trait-based talent that increases their attack range. In response to this, the game offers 2 methods for talent awakening: Designated Awakening and Random Awakening. Designated Awakening allows players to specify a broad category of talent to awaken. The advantage of this method is that it maximizes the chances of obtaining the desired talent. However, the highest level of the talent obtained will not exceed S rank, and trait-based talents cannot be acquired. Random Awakening, on the other hand, results in completely random talent types and levels, with no patterns to speak of. This tests the player's ability to make choices. For example, if a player wants to play as a tank but ends up with a speed-based talent through Random Awakening, they must either give up on being a tank and switch to a class like Archer or Rogue, or abandon the talent. Therefore, if one does not want to take risks, choosing Designated Awakening is the safer option. Please choose a method for talent awakening. Option 1, Designated Awakening. Option 2, Random Awakening. A pleasant prompt sounded in his ears. Zhou Chen's choice was Random Awakening. Since he had decided to live freely, why think too much? Of course, it was time to take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Whether it was a bicycle or a motorcycle, it was all free, and he welcomed all. The awakening array above began to operate at an accelerated pace, and as the runes shone, a holy, ethereal beam of light descended from the sky. At that moment, Zhou Chen felt a certain potential within him being unearthed. Congratulations, you have awakened the SSS level trait-based talent, Infinite Potential. Ha! Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. No way? Did he really hit the jackpot? Hee. As expected, even the heavens support me in being a free spirit. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Chen revealed a look of delight. Check talent. The talent interface popped up. Infinite Potential Type, Trait-Based Talent Rank, SSS Level Effect 1. You can specify 10 active skills to gain infinite growth space, with no upper limit on skill level increases, and each time a skill level is raised, there is a 20% chance to trigger skill mutation, gaining additional benefits. Effect 2. For every 5 levels you increase your own level, you can specify to gain +1 skill with infinite growth. Effect 3. The cooldown time of skills with infinite growth is reduced by 50%, skill consumption is reduced by 80%, and the growth rate of skill proficiency becomes 10 times the original. Description: an SSS level talent. You cannot imagine how perverse it will be when the potential of skills is maximized. Wow, this seems quite interesting. Zhou Chen looked at the talent interface, and with years of gaming experience, he had already sensed the unusual nature of this talent. Indeed, as stated on the official website, even with his SSS level talent, it would be difficult to achieve invincibility in the early stages of the game. But after some contemplation, Zhou Chen already had a preliminary plan in mind. This talent gradually exposed the evil hidden within him. Hee, I can't wait to try out the effects of this talent, it's really exciting. In the hall, Zhou Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and his expression gradually became perverse. P.S. 1. The protagonist initially cannot achieve infinite invisibility, but later can. 2. Regarding the first dungeon, the intention was to break the monotony of constant fighting, so I wanted to write something different for variety, aiming for the fun of confrontation. The details may not have been well executed, but it's not as serious as some people say. The protagonist still rampages and laughs until the end in the dungeon. Please choose a profession. The awakening of his talent was complete, and the next step was to choose a profession. There was no need to hesitate. Zhou Chen had grown tired of the life of leveling up, fighting monsters, and exchanging equipment for money. Just the thought of fighting monsters made him feel nauseous. At that moment, he only wanted to enjoy the fun of the game. So, he chose a profession he had always liked but rarely played: thief. Congratulations, you have transitioned to a thief. You have gained the thief's initial skills: dagger mastery, leather armor proficiency, stealth, and theft. You have gained the thief's profession trait: secrets of strength and speed. Secrets of strength and speed type, profession trait effect, for every 10 points of agility, attack power +1. Dagger mastery type, thief profession weapon mastery rank, first rank effect, proficiently master the use of daggers, short knives, and short swords, with no sense of awkwardness. Leather armor proficiency type, thief profession armor proficiency rank, first rank effect, you are very suited to wear leather armor, which will make you feel incredibly agile. Stealth type, active skill rank, first rank LV1, 0 out of 100, effect, enter a stealth state with superb hiding techniques, becoming invisible for 10 seconds, movement speed +10%, and will break stealth after being attacked or dealing damage. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds, panel CD, actual CD 20 seconds after designated for unlimited growth, same below. Theft type, active skill rank, first rank LV1, 0 out of 100, effect, target an enemy with a 1% chance to steal a random item from them, cannot steal bound items. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Designate theft and stealth for unlimited growth. Designation successful, theft skill gains unlimited growth. Designation successful, stealth skill gains unlimited growth. Zhou Chen activated his talent, using 2 of the 10 slots. This was something he had thought of immediately upon gaining his talent. Normally, the level cap for first rank active skills is level 3. And each time the rank is increased, the level cap goes up by 1. Now, both the theft skill and the stealth skill had gained unlimited growth, with no restrictions on level increases. Zhou Chen was looking forward to what changes would occur when these 2 skills broke through their original level caps. At this point, the game character was completely established. Player, absolutely not working. Joe someone profession, thief level, 0 health, 100 mana, 100 attack power, 11 spell power, 10 physical defense, 10 magic defense, 10 movement speed, 10 hit, 5 dodge, 2 constitution, 10 strength, 10 intelligence, 10 stamina, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 10 talent, infinite potential, SSS, profession trait, secrets of strength and speed skills. Dagger mastery, leather armor proficiency, theft, first rank LV1, stealth, first rank LV1, in terms of attributes, strength corresponds to attack power, intelligence corresponds to spell power and mana, constitution corresponds to health, stamina corresponds to both defenses, and agility corresponds to speed, hit, and dodge. As for spirit, it is a special attribute, described on the official website as similar to a person's mental strength, and it also affects mana recovery speed and some skill effects. Zhou Chen's character panel could be said to be quite ordinary. He didn't mind too much, after all, he had obtained an SSS level talent, and he was already very satisfied, choosing to enter the game. A teleportation array appeared beneath his feet, and his figure began to disappear. After a whirlwind of sensations, Zhou Chen found himself in a vast square. You have arrived at your birthplace, Maple Leaf Town. The prompt in his ears informed Zhou Chen of his location. This is a small town with a slightly western style, and at first glance, the buildings outside the square appear quite exquisite. At this moment, white lights are flashing all around, and players from the Dragon Kingdom are arriving one after another. Wow, is this really a game? It feels too real. This graphics, this rendering, wow, that NPC is so beautiful, can I ask her out? No wonder it's so popular, the realism is incredible. The game warehouse I sold my kidney for is worth it. After arriving in Maple Leaf Town and observing the surroundings, the players are all amazed, curiously looking around. Of course, some quick-witted individuals have already started forming teams, eager to strategize for the game. Brothers from the Flying Sky Guild, gather here. Are there any brothers from the Overlord Guild born here? Everyone come to me, I'll take you to show off and fly. 10-year MMO veteran, sharp skills, rich strategy experience, looking for a long-term fixed team, as long as you have D-level talent or above. After a brief moment of surprise, the atmosphere in the square heated up, and players began to communicate with each other, preparing to strategize. Zhou Chen had no interest in forming a team, so he squeezed out of the crowd. At this moment, he noticed the flow of people heading towards the west side of the square. He followed and found a large bulletin board standing there. Welcome, adventurers from another world. The first line of the bulletin board was a welcome message signed by Mayor Slate. Below the welcome message, there was a long list of beginner tasks. The tasks were roughly divided into two types, unlimited attempts and limited attempts. The first task was the simplest unlimited type, to protect the peace of Maple Leaf Town by clearing out 30 monsters wandering outside the town. The limited tasks had level requirements and other conditions. This meant that it was first come, first served, whoever developed faster could grab the tasks first. Another one of those tempting grind routines, my liver is already hurting. Zhou Chen shook his head, I'll just play according to my own ideas. As long as I level up my stealing skills, I can just steal whatever I want. Why bother with tasks? Do tasks? Just gather more. Oh, this task is a bit interesting. Just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the task at the very bottom of the task list had no level requirement. It's known that tasks are arranged from easy to difficult, from top to bottom, so the level requirements increase as you go down. Why does this last task have no level requirement? Zhou Chen curiously browsed. Abnormality at Lonely Wind Cliff type, task description. The cliff at the top of Lonely Wind Mountain has been flashing with strange lights recently for unknown reasons. To ensure the safety of the town, any brave warrior who goes up to uncover the truth will be generously rewarded. Task issuer, Mayor Slate. Reward, 100 gold coins, 1 silver level set, unique reward. Once someone completes it, the tasks for others will automatically disappear. Requirements, none acceptable attempts, 1 per person while the last task has no level requirement, and it's issued personally by the mayor. If completed, it will definitely improve my favorability with him. What a great opportunity, brothers, hurry up and accept it. Immediately, players began to accept the task. The quick-witted ones even started opening the map to check the location of Lonely Wind Mountain. There's no way around it. In any game, obtaining early equipment is very difficult, let alone a complete silver level set. The temptation for players is too great. Zhou Chen was also curious about this task and accepted it. Then, he followed the flow of people outside the town. Brothers from the Overlord Guild, listen up, hurry and investigate the situation at Lonely Wind Mountain. Thieves group from the Flying Sky Guild, move out towards Lonely Wind Mountain, everyone else level up quickly. In an instant, Lonely Wind Mountain had become the focus of the players' attention. Jo-chan saw this scene, smiled lightly, and did not follow the trend. When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. With such good task rewards, how could it be simple? He planned to level up his skills while quietly observing the changes. Monsters are everywhere outside the town. There are irritable goblins, hungry wild wolves, and incredibly fierce Kuon. No, it's Chicken Brother. Their initial attributes are all higher than those of the players, making leveling up quite difficult, so players can only team up. Jo-chan quickly found a monster named Flowertail Chicken and rushed forward. Steal! He lunged forward, his right hand brushing against the colorful tail of the Flowertail Chicken. There was no choice. The first level skill of stealing has such a limitation. Not only is the success rate low, but you also have to touch the target to activate it. Steal failed, gained skill proficiency, 10, originally 1, talent effect increased to 10. The effect of infinite growth is really impressive. Jo-chan couldn't help but praise. At this rate, if he uses the skill 9 more times, stealing can be upgraded from LV1 to LV2. In God's Awakening, active skills need to be released to increase proficiency for leveling up, with each release adding 1 point of proficiency. However, the stealing skill is a bit special. Failing gives 1 point of proficiency, while succeeding gives 2 points. At this moment, the Flowertail Chicken, having been teased, reacted and turned around to peck at him. Stealth. Jo-chan activated stealth, entering an invisible state. The Flowertail Chicken immediately lost its target. Infinite Potential allows designated skills to reduce cooldown time by 50% and consumption by 80%. Therefore, when the stealth time ended, the stealing skill was ready again. Jo-chan used stealing once more. Failed. What are you doing? Oh no! In an instant, Jo-chan seemed to hear Chicken Brother's protest. After being teased twice in a row, the Chicken Brother was furious and launched a frenzied attack on him. -10 -9 Jo-chan dodged with all his might but still got hit twice. No way, is the damage from a level 1 wild monster this high? He could only keep fleeing. Look at that newbie. Ha, being chased by Chicken Brother. In that case, we'll gladly take this Flowertail Chicken. A nearby player team burst out laughing, rushing to surround the Flowertail Chicken and began a righteous group beating. Well, Jo-chan got his monster stolen. Although there were plenty of monsters outside the town, there were even more players, so stealing monsters was a normal occurrence. Jo-chan didn't complain. After all, he had planned to run away anyway. No, I need to find a weaker monster to practice my skills, otherwise, I can only team up. This game is extremely unfriendly to players in the early stages. Jo-chan looked around and then took action, observing his surroundings. Sure enough, he discovered something unusual. To the west of the town gate, in front of a small grove, a group of female players was leisurely leveling up, forming a stark contrast to the bustling scene near the town. Strange. Jo-chan's curiosity piqued, and he stealthily approached. Arriving at the small grove, he found that there were indeed only female players here. Not far away, 3 girls were struggling to deal with a very cute-looking monster. Jo-chan looked at the monster they were attacking. Bouncing Rabbit LV1, type, normal monster health, 200 attack power, 12 skill, bouncing impact description, a gentle creature that will not retaliate unless it feels life-threatening. The experience gained from killing it is very little, not recommended as a leveling target. It only fights back when it feels life-threatened? Then if I just steal and don't attack, they won't retaliate, right? With this thought, Jo-chan felt he had found a suitable target. Dude, you're not thinking of going after the bouncing rabbit, are you? Jo-chan's invisibility effect had ended, and a passing solo player was surprised to see him. Don't go, this thing is a total scam. Killing it only gives a little experience, and you need to kill several to make up for a bit of experience, and it drops nothing. Jo-chan chuckled. It's fine, I'm just not one to follow the usual path. With that, he walked towards the bouncing rabbit. How can you hit such a cute rabbit? Jo-chan said, throwing down a theft. Be gentle, be caressing. His right hand lightly brushed over the back of a munching bunny. Theft failed, gained skill proficiency, 10. The bunny shivered but did not turn around, momentarily stunned before continuing to eat. Good bunny, love you lots. Jo-chan was overjoyed at the sight. The subsequent events were simple. Jo-chan continuously used the skills of stealth and theft. The bouncy bunny was an extremely docile monster. As long as Jo-chan did not attack, they couldn't be bothered. With an 80% reduction in skill consumption, Jo-chan only needed 8 mana points for stealth and 4 mana points for theft. A level 1 player could fully restore their state by sitting cross-legged and resting for 2 or 3 minutes without being attacked. Therefore, Jo-chan hardly had to worry about mana consumption, huddling in this small place, practicing his skills to his heart's content. Stealth successful, gains skill proficiency, 10. Theft failed, gains skill proficiency, 10. Theft skill leveled up, reached LV2. In less than a minute, the theft skill leveled up, increasing the success rate by 2%. Soon, stealth leveled up as well, extending the invisibility time by 2 seconds. Zhou Chen gradually immersed himself in the joy of skill practice, enjoying it immensely. Wow, dude, you're really pathetic, right? Why not join our team? We're all solo players, no discrimination, better than you stubbornly grinding with the bouncy bunnies. Gradually, others around began to level up to 1 and noticed Zhou Chen, who was practicing skills alone in the small grove. Zhou Chen smiled off the taunts or good intentions of others, completely unconcerned. On average, he could gain 60 points of theft skill proficiency per minute. Of course, this was theoretical. In reality, it would be a bit slower due to the time needed to recover. Additionally, there were unexpected situations. Theft successful, you stole a basic mana potion ×1 from the bouncy bunny, gained skill proficiency, 20. The so-called unexpected situations occurred as the skill level increased, and with repeated use, theft sometimes resulted in a stroke of luck, successfully obtaining items. Successful theft would anger the docile bouncy bunnies, causing them to stop eating and turn to Zhou Chen. Of course, Zhou Chen was too lazy to engage with them, directly using stealth to make them lose their target. During this time, successful thefts became more frequent, but unfortunately, he was only stealing some junk trinkets. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later. Whoosh, whoosh, players around occasionally burst forth with the holy light of leveling up. Many had reached level 1, and a few had reached level 3, leaving the vicinity of the town. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's theft skill had surpassed the level limit of first-tier skills, reaching LV5. Practicing skills may not be as tiring as fighting monsters, but it seems a bit dull after a long time. Zhou Chen's heart began to stir, the spirit of mischief itching to act. He wanted to stir things up. Feels like I'm almost there, just hold on a bit longer, let's see if I can get theft to LV6 first. He suppressed his restlessness and continued practicing his skills. Bored, he opened the regional chat channel to see players in Maple Leaf Town chatting, which also served as intelligence gathering. Report, the location of Lonely Wind Mountain has been confirmed. Bad news, the president of the Overbearing Guild, Baki Wushwang, led a group of level 3 elites into the mountain. The rewards for the investigation task are likely out of reach for us solo players. Good news, brothers, good news. Baki Wushwang and his group were wiped out by the monsters on the mountain. Bad news, the Overbearing Guild and the Flying Sky Guild have teamed up to attack Lonely Wind Mountain. Here comes the good news, here comes the good news, brothers. The Flying Sky Guild and the Overbearing Guild teamed up, yet still couldn't storm Lonely Wind Cliff. We still have a chance. Damn, the bastards from Overbearing and Flying Sky actually blocked the base of the mountain, not allowing anyone to approach. It's simply inhumane. I didn't realize until I looked, and it really is surprising. The regional chat bar is filled with all sorts of messages, incredibly exciting. That quest is indeed not simple. Luckily, I didn't follow the crowd, or I would have wasted time for nothing. Discovering that no one had completed that strange quest, Zhou Chen felt a bit relieved. His hands didn't slow down at all, still practicing skills like crazy. After another 10 minutes, stealth reached LV3, triggering the infinite growth mutation effect, skill mutated. Theft reached LV6, triggering the infinite growth mutation effect, skill mutated. Suddenly, 2 notifications rang out in succession, causing Zhou Chen to pause for a moment, then he was overjoyed. 2 skills triggering the mutation upgrade effect at the same time made Zhou Chen greatly anticipate, and he immediately opened the skill bar to check. Stealth type, skill. Rank, first rank LV3, 0 out of 300. Effect 1, enter a stealth state with superb hiding techniques, becoming invisible for 16 seconds. Movement speed plus 16%, being attacked or making an attack will. Effect 2, critical hit damage plus 100%, skill mutation effect. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds, panel CD, actual CD 20 seconds, same below. Steal. Type, skill rank, first rank LV6, 0/600, effect, targeting an enemy, 12% chance to steal a random item from the target, cannot steal bound items. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. The stealing chance has reached 12%. Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. According to the previous skill upgrade pattern, the success rate for LV6 stealing should be 6%. It should be due to the skill mutation that the success rate has slightly increased. Very good, time to go out. Zhou Chen let out a breath, his eyes gleaming with mischief. After practicing skills for more than half an hour, it was time to test the effects. Of course, he had no interest in ordinary monsters. Since he was going out, he should find elite monsters or boss-level creatures to test his skills, right? Thus, Zhou Chen left the area of the bouncing rabbits and headed towards the vast wilderness outside the town. Wow, Brother Rabbit, you finally figured it out? Ha, look, that guy is still level 0? I'm dying of laughter, I said, fighting bouncing rabbits is useless. As soon as Zhou Chen stepped out, nearby solo players training laughed out loud. This nickname. Zhou Chen felt speechless. He had already noticed. While practicing skills that some well-meaning players mentioned him in the chat bar, giving him a bizarre nickname. A bunch of ignorant guys, you will soon know how perverted I am, haha. Zhou Chen perked up, not taking their teasing to heart, and left quietly. As he moved away from Maple Leaf Town, the monsters he encountered changed. From level 1 to level 2 and 3. Zhou Chen tried to avoid monsters, not attacking unless necessary, and if it came to it, he would activate stealth to evade. With stealth at LV3, these low-level monsters couldn't detect Zhou Chen's movements at all. 20 minutes later. You have entered the Maple Leaf Forest, please be careful. Zhou Chen stepped into a new leveling area. The map showed that the monsters here were around level 5. This Shadow Leopard boss belongs to our overbearing guild, which blind thing dares to come and cause trouble, I'll chop him up. This little boss was clearly discovered by us first, why are you stealing it? Just because I have more people. You got a problem with that? As soon as he entered the Maple Leaf Forest, Zhou Chen heard intense arguing not far away. Soon, skills began to flash ahead. What's going on? Zhou Chen's eyes immediately sparkled with mischief, sparkled with excitement, and he sneaked closer. In a clearing in the forest, he saw a group of players with IDs prefixed by overbearing surrounding a 10-person team of solo players. Soon, the solo players either died or fled, leaving only the members of the overbearing guild in the field. Fools, don't weigh your own identity and strength? Dare to challenge us overbearing? Under the command of a lewd young man named Overbearing Little Silver Gun, the overbearing guild members turned around in unison and focused fire on a robust black leopard. Zhou Chen hid in the back at a distance, and the overbearing members did not notice him. At this moment, he focused his gaze on the besieged black leopard. Mutated Shadow Leopard LV5 type, Black Iron level boss health, 18455/30,000 attack. Power 200 skills, Shadow Assault, Cheetah Strike, Frenzied Bite, Double Strike. Description: a mutated existence among the shadow leopards, more ferocious than ordinary shadow leopards. A level 5 little boss, with such high health and 200 attack power, if it hits me once, I'm done for. Fortunately, these guys are already engaged with the boss, which is a huge help for me. Zhou Chen crouched under a tree, using the surrounding grass and trees to conceal his figure, deep in thought. Many games have similar settings, where the success rate of chance-based skills increases when the target is weaker. His stealing skill is no exception. If these people can reduce the shadow leopard to low health, his chances of successfully stealing will definitely increase. As for whether he would be retaliated against after succeeding, what's there to be afraid of? He's playing the game for fun, for excitement, without fear. After a while, the battle between the domineering group and the boss reached a fever pitch. It must be said, the big guild members indeed have strength. They had a total of 27 people, each reaching level 3, seemingly equipped with 1 or 2 pieces of gear. The Backbone, Domineering Little Silver Spear, and several key members had even reached level 4. Under the command of Domineering Little Silver Spear, a dozen warriors and shield guards split into 2 groups, taking turns to use skills to tank and draw aggro, forming a defense line to prevent the boss from reaching the back. Swordsmen and thieves waited for opportunities to deal damage. Archers and mages provided ranged fire support. Priests continuously shielded and defended the front line. -1, -1, -12, -14 miss. Damage numbers kept popping up over the Shadow Leopard boss. Although each damage number was not high, low-level bosses also had a slow health recovery rate during battle. The domineering group employed a strategy of whittling down health, steadily reducing the boss's health. Time passed little by little. These tools are quite capable, I need to prepare to act. Zhou Chen noticed that the shadow leopard's health had entered a dangerous zone. He rubbed his hands, his eyes burning with excitement, ready to make a move. His stealth could now last for 16 seconds, and the actual cooldown time for his stealing skill was only 10 seconds, reduced by 50%. So, in stealth mode, he could attempt to steal twice. Of course, the premise was that he had to get as close as possible, he couldn't activate stealth while far from the boss, as that would waste some time. Fortunately, the domineering group was currently focused on the boss, and no one noticed someone quietly approaching from behind. Stealth. When he was still a bit away from the domineering guild members, Zhou Chen activated stealth and swaggered past their flank. The shadow leopard, engaged in fierce battle, flashed a wary look, seemingly sensing another enemy approaching. But the surrounding attacks left it no time to pay attention. Zhou Chen immediately closed in on the shadow leopard from behind. Steal. Failure. He he. At this moment, only these two words could represent Zhou Chen's mood as he retreated. A few steps. A 12% chance was still a bit low for the boss. After all, there was a level gap between him and the Shadow Leopard. And the latter was a Black Iron level boss. No problem, I still have one more chance to act. At this time, the Shadow Leopard had about 3% health left, and the domineering group would still have to work a bit to kill it. Moreover, the stealing action did not count as a real attack, so it wouldn't break Zhou Chen's stealth effect. 10 seconds rushed by. Zhou Chen moved forward again, extending his classic little hand, steal. Steal successful, gain skill proficiency, 20. You have obtained hidden equipment Shadow Blade ×1. Success! Zhou Chen was overjoyed. Taking advantage of the few seconds left of his invisibility, he quickly retreated and opened his backpack to check. A sharp black short knife caught his eye. Shadow Blade type, short knife grade, bronze level attribute. Attack power plus 140 additional effect, duration of any invisibility effect plus 30%. Additional skill, Shadow Kill, attack while in invisibility and kill the target, then re-enter the previous invisibility state for 8 seconds, can be stacked repeatedly. Required level, none. I hit the jackpot, this is an exceptional beginner weapon. Zhou Chen was ecstatic upon seeing the weapon's attribute. Description. Originally, a Black Iron level boss would not drop bronze level equipment. However, the game has a first kill mechanism, where the first kill can drop items beyond the boss's tier. Zhou Chen speculated that this little exceptional weapon was prepared as hidden equipment for the first kill. As a result, he had stolen it. He immediately equipped the Shadow Blade, and the invisibility state that was about to end was extended by 4 seconds due to the weapon's additional effect. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard boss was already on the brink of death. Everyone stop, let me kill it. Damn it, the killer gets 30% of the experience. Ha ha ha. At this time, the domineering player, Little Silver Spear, spoke up, and everyone else immediately halted. Little Silver Spear charged towards the boss with a rusty giant axe. What a great opportunity. Seeing this, Zhou Chen rushed up from behind the Shadow Leopard. He was already close, and with the 16% movement speed bonus from stealth, Zhou Chen arrived before Little Silver Spear. Little Silver Spear is going to have a good time this time. Although it's not the first kill of the Black Iron boss, there should still be some special rewards, right? A player from the domineering guild behind Little Silver Spear said enviously. Hearing this, Little Silver Spear showed a proud expression. Ever since he followed his boss, he had become more and more impressive. In front of everyone, Little Silver Spear raised his axe high and used the warrior's heavy strike skill to strike down at the wounded Shadow Leopard boss. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black blade appeared silently, piercing into the Shadow Leopard's body first. -144. Breaking Stealth Strike plus 100% damage, Zhou Chen struck in an instant, triggering the Breaking Stealth Strike effect, dealing high damage. The Shadow Leopard boss died instantly. You participated in killing the Black Iron level boss, mutated Shadow Leopard LV5, and delivered the final blow, gaining experience plus 1500, reputation plus 100. You completed a boss first kill, receiving a special reward, free attribute points plus 2. The Shadow Kill skill is activated, you re-enter invisibility. In an instant, the short knife appeared and then mysteriously vanished. The Shadow Leopard collapsed weakly. At that moment, Little Silver Spear's attack landed, but the Shadow Leopard had already died first. Everyone was stunned for a moment, it seemed they had seen a strange weapon. Immediately after, that weapon mysteriously disappeared, along with the boss's drops. What happened? Little Silver Spear was taken aback. What the hell, where's my boss? Did someone steal my huge boss? Who did it? His blood pressure skyrocketed. As an experienced gamer, after his anger subsided, he quickly figured everything out. There's a thief taking advantage of the chaos to steal the boss. Ranged group, quickly cover the attack, don't let him escape. Which bastard dares to act recklessly? Brothers, let's get him. Boom. Boom. The mages and archers of the domineering guild began attacking the area around where the Shadow Leopard had fallen. Idiot. Zhou Chen coldly smiled while in stealth. He went against the flow, blending in with the domineering players. After his successful theft while still in invisibility, they would never think to attack their own people first. Zhou Chen then immediately ran towards the woods at the back of the team, diving into the foliage before his invisibility wore off. Grass. Which son of a bitch is plotting against me? Come out if you have the guts. In an instant, Little Silver Gun was both confused and angry. If it was a thief, shouldn't they have revealed themselves after attacking? Why was there no sign of them? Could this game possibly have ghosts? Brother Silver Gun, that person definitely hasn't gone far. Let's split up and search, we will definitely find him, one of his subordinates reminded him. Right, everyone split up and search. Once you find anyone else, no matter who they are, take them down. The domineering little Silver Gun was clearly losing his mind. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from the other side of the woods, and another group of people charged out. Brothers, it's this bunch that stole our boss. The scum of the domineering guild. Do they think we casual players are easy to bully? From now on, we unite and take them down. It's turned out that the previously wiped out casual players had found more partners and returned to seek revenge. A bunch of useless trash. I don't have time to play with you right now, get lost. Little Silver Gun, in a fit of anger, didn't want to pay them any mind, but they weren't willing to let him off. You dog, are you scared now? Brothers, go for it, don't let them escape. The casual players attacked first. Instantly, the maple leaf forest was filled with the sounds of battle. Chaos erupted. Interesting, I'll join in. Jo-chan originally intended to leave, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and he changed his mind. He first checked the boss's drops. His backpack had gained 2 gold coins, a piece of equipment, and a few basic potions. Considering the first kill reward, a boss only dropped this little. The drop rate in this game was indeed touching. The other piece of equipment was Swift Shadow Boots grade, Black Iron level, plus 25 movement speed required level, LV5. The boots, unlike the hidden equipment Shadow Blade, had a level requirement, so Jo-chan couldn't use them for now. However, he had killed the Shadow Leopard boss and gained a lot of experience points from the Domineering Guild, and he had now leveled up to level 3. In the game Divine Awakening, every time you level up, attributes like strength, constitution, endurance, etc. all increase by +1, and you gain +5 free attribute points, along with an additional +100 to health and mana. Jo-chan allocated all 17 of his free attribute points to agility. Attribute panel player, absolutely not working. Jo summon profession, thief level, 3 health, 430 mana, for 30 attack power, 156 spell power, 13 physical defense, 13 magic defense, 13 movement speed, 30 hit, 15, 2 agility equals 1 hit, dodge, 6, 5 agility equals 1. Dodge, constitution, 13 strength, 13 intelligence, 13 endurance, 13 agility, 30 spirit, 13. Then, Jo-chan peered through the obstructing branches at the chaotic battlefield, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dare to call me a son of a bitch? Today, I'll teach you that speaking recklessly comes with a price. Stealth. Jo-chan's figure immediately vanished. With the effect of the Shadow Blade weapon, the stealth duration became 20 seconds. He effortlessly blended into the battlefield, specifically targeting the Domineering Guild players in poor condition. Steal. Failure. Kill. Whoosh. The blade flashed, triggering a critical hit. Damage doubled. What the hell happened? The attacked Domineering Guild player only saw a flash of the blade before realizing he had turned into white light, dying without knowing why. Jo-chan became invisible again. At this moment, he was like an invisible reaper, continuously harvesting lives. He was not worried at all that the others would discover his identity. Generally, even if a killer hides their ID, once they kill someone, the victim can still learn the killer's information. But the premise is that the victim must have seen the killer's trace and appearance before dying. In situations like Jo-chan's, where one kills a person while in a cloaked state, it does not expose one's own information. This is a characteristic of cloaking skills. You have been attacked by an unknown enemy and have died. You have been attacked by an unknown enemy and have died. Soon, one by one, the priests and mages of the Domineering Guild fell, and they died inexplicably. Silver Gun bro, the brothers say someone is sneaking up on us. Silver Gun little overlord received a message from a friend among his subordinates. Damn it, it must be that guy who stole my boss. Silver Gun little overlord gritted his teeth in hatred. What he didn't know was that Jo-chan, the instigator, had already come up behind him. Steal. Before killing, if the stealing skill was not on cooldown, Jo-chan would definitely give it a try, but unfortunately, the success rate was not high. However, this time, he heard a satisfying prompt. Steal successful, gain skill proficiency, 20. You have obtained leopard skin tunic ×1. Ha, serves you right for being so mouthy. Hearing the success prompt, Jo-chan felt very pleased. In an instant, Silver Gun, who was fighting, felt a chill on his upper body. What the hell? Where's my sexy leopard print coat? Did someone steal it? He was instantly dumbfounded. A wave of extreme nausea surged in his heart, and he was almost furious. Bastard, don't let me find out who you are, or I'll curse your ancestors. The scattered players surrounding Silver Gun felt confused. Is this guy sick or something? I don't know, seems like he was stimulated by something? They only saw Silver Gun suddenly take off his upper body equipment while fighting, looking like he had given up, which made them speed up their attacks. Due to Zhou Chen's interference, the mages and priests of the domineering guild suffered heavy casualties and were already showing signs of defeat. Right now, Silver Gun was in a frenzy, completely flustered, and his operations became distorted, quickly being reduced to low health. Die! A black short dagger appeared silently, piercing into Silver Gun's back. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, a fatal strike. Mission accomplished. Retreat. He no longer paid attention to the chaos around him and withdrew. It seems I was still too optimistic. I should go back and continue practicing skills. It would be best to trigger a mutation or two, otherwise it won't be effective. In the woods, Zhou Chen revealed himself, walking while pondering. According to the growth rate of his stealing skill proficiency, it shouldn't take too long. After all, his level had increased, and the success rate of stealing from the bouncing rabbits was quite high. Once successful, he would gain 20 points of proficiency. It's worth noting that upgrading the stealing skill to level 6 only required 600 points of proficiency. Determined, Zhou Chen headed towards the edge of the woods. At the same time, he opened his backpack to check the equipment he had stolen from Silver Gun. Leopard skin tunic rarity, black iron level, plus 100. Health required level, LV3, a pretty good defensive tunic. Zhou Chen equipped it. Now, even if he stood still, the bouncing rabbits couldn't harm him, making skill practice even more enjoyable. At this time, more players had entered the woods. The outskirts of the Maple Leaf Woods were mainly filled with level 5 monsters, and players at level 3 could team up to defeat them. Killing higher level monsters, even if it took some effort, was better than killing monsters of the same level because the level difference would increase the drop rate. Therefore, players gradually came here in groups to level up. Zhou Chen ignored any players he encountered and walked low-key. You bunch of useless trash, can't even kill this elite monster yet. Miss Sword Dance, we will be able to take it down soon. The final blow must be mine. As Zhou Chen was about to walk out of the Maple Leaf Woods, he saw a team of 10 people surrounding an elite monster. The elite monster was a level 5 Trey Ant. Elite monster? Zhou Chen was less than 10 meters away from that team and couldn't help but become interested. At this moment, a woman in the team finished casting her attack skill, withdrew to let the tank attract the fire, and happened to see Zhou Chen. What are you looking at? Where did this noob come from, trying to steal monsters, huh? The woman was a swordsman with the ID Hanafire Sword Dance, and she was quite beautiful. She seemed a bit displeased and scolded Zhou Chen angrily. Sword Dance was indeed very unhappy. She used to rely on her sister when playing games, but this time she decided to put in the effort herself, and the results were not satisfactory. At this moment, she vented her anger on Zhou Chen, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. It's a misunderstanding, I was just passing by. Zhou Chen spread his hands, showing a harmless smile, and turned to leave. You dare come here alone, just a clueless solo player, get lost, or we'll consider you a monster thief. At this time, a priest from the Hanafire Guild shot Zhou Chen a glare. Zhou Chen turned and walked away. But they didn't see the wicked smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth the moment he turned. Little girl, acting all high and mighty, huh? You think the whole world will pamper you? I'll show you some strength today. That's right, Zhou Chen was about to stir up trouble again. He pretended to leave but quietly returned. That group was focused on the elite monster and completely unaware of Zhou Chen hiding behind the bushes and maple trees. Just a little more, wait a bit longer. Zhou Chen secretly observed the monster's health, not daring to act rashly. At that moment, a regional announcement appeared. Domineering little silver gun, you sneaky thing, you've made it onto our domineering guild's kill list. You'd better pray I don't find out who you are. A semi-transparent announcement suddenly appeared before Zhou Chen. This was a regional announcement made by a player, which could be published by spending RMB or gold, and it would be displayed to all players within the Maple Leaf Town area. Incompetent rage, do you think I'm scared? Zhou Chen just sneered and didn't take it seriously. Other players inside and outside Maple Leaf Town were curious and chatted nonstop in the chat channel. Isn't domineering little Silver Gun quite arrogant? Did someone mess with him? I heard they were counterattacked by a group of solo players and all died. But what does he mean by sneaky? Leveling up in the early game was tough, and players often had to sit down to recover, so most would chat during this time. At this moment, another regional message appeared: Green Mountain still stands, domineering scum. Can't take a loss, huh? It was me leading the charge against you. Who the hell is sneaky? Do you think I'm as shameless as you? Green Mountain still stands was the solo player who successfully counter-killed Little Silver Gun after being oppressed earlier. At this moment, seeing Little Silver Gun accuse them of being sneaky, he immediately retaliated. Domineering Little Silver Gun angrily shot back, Green Mountain still stands, what are you? If it weren't for that sneaky guy interfering, how would I lose? To you? Ha ha ha, is this the nature of the domineering scum? Still not satisfied after being killed, really shameless. Both sides began to hurl insults at each other. The observing players became interested and gradually understood the situation. It seemed that during the previous battle between the two sides, a mysterious person had used some means to stealthily ambush the domineering members, leading to their annihilation. But now everyone believed that Little Silver Gun was just talking nonsense, fabricating a non-existent person to cover up his defeat. Some players who had no good feelings towards guilds took the opportunity to kick them while they were down, mocking the domineering guild members in the chat channel. Damn, why don't these people believe me? Shit, this game really has ghosts, I'm not lying. In Maple Leaf Town, the resurrected domineering Little Silver Gun looked at the chat channel's content, feeling even more depressed. He wished he could find that hidden ambusher and skin him alive. The members of the overbearing guild in Qingshanijio were still arguing, and Zhou Chen lost interest after a while, focusing on the present. Almost there, go. He saw the elite monster's health nearly depleted and immediately took action. Stealth. His figure vanished as Zhou Chen silently approached the elite monster. Miss Sword Dance, the monster is low on health. Great, everyone step back. Huahua's Sword Dance was completely unaware of someone approaching. With an expectant look, she stepped over the crowd, wielding a rusty iron sword to strike at the monster. Swish! A black blade of light suddenly appeared. Zhou Chen's shadow blade pierced the monster's body first. -243. The elite monster let out a scream and died on the spot. You participated in killing the Maple Forest Treant LV5 elite monster, experience +400, reputation +20. With a single strike, Zhou Chen achieved a kill, triggering the shadow blade effect, becoming invisible again, and quickly picking up the loot in one smooth motion. What happened? Huahua's Sword Dance swung her sword down, but before she could hit, the monster fell first, leaving her confused. Could it be that her talent was extraordinary and she had comprehended sword energy, so the monster was slain before her attack even landed? This absurd thought flashed through her mind, and she quickly realized someone stole the kill. What? No one here? No, there was indeed a flash of black light just now. Someone really stole the kill. The people around Sword Dance were both shocked and angry. Isn't the stealth state supposed to be lifted when attacking? Why can't we see the thief? This game must have hacks. Someone's cheating, report it quickly. How can we report if we don't know who is cheating? Otherwise, who are we reporting? They frantically attacked in a disorganized manner, trying to find the thief, but to no avail. Seeing this, Huahua's Sword Dance was furious and slapped a guild member across the face. A bunch of useless fools, this game can't possibly have hacks, that person must have used some special means. These people were all employees of her family business, and at this moment, they became the target of her anger. That little girl is really annoying, she needs to be taught a lesson. In stealth mode, Zhou Chen initially planned to leave immediately. But seeing Sword Dance's arrogant behavior, he changed his mind and quietly approached her from behind. Sword Dance was a swordsman, and she had inevitably taken damage during the battle with the Treant, now having less than a third of her health left. Zhou Chen didn't hold back, aiming for her back and thrusting hard. Right in the heart, sister. Ah! Sword Dance, who was venting her anger, was suddenly attacked, feeling a sharp pain in her chest, and she vanished in a flash of white light. Bastard, that person didn't leave, he killed Miss Sword Dance. Quick, attack, don't let him get away. What skills are you using on me? Are you crazy? The remaining members were caught off guard by the fact that the attacker was still there, hurriedly releasing their skills, and the scene became chaotic. Zhou Chen struck successfully and did not linger, quickly escaping the scene. Once he confirmed he was safe, he opened his backpack to check his loot. The drops from this little elite monster were naturally far inferior to a boss, only 15 silver coins, a piece of equipment, and 3 basic mana potions. The equipment was a belt, requiring LV5, which Zhou Chen couldn't use for now. By the way, this stealing kills feels quite interesting. Having stolen kills twice in a row from others made Zhou Chen a bit addicted.
At that moment, a semi-transparent area message appeared. Hua sword dance. Who attacked me? If you have the guts, come out and don't be a turtle.
This message immediately caught the attention of the players.
What's going on? Someone else was attacked? Members of the Hua Guild? This is a big guild. Who is so bold?
At this time, the overbearing Little Silver Gun, who originally didn't want to continue arguing with Qingshan Ijio, also noticed this announcement. He suddenly felt a strange sense of identification with Hua sword dance and followed up with an announcement. Overbearing Little
Silver Gun, did you see that?
I told you this game has ghosts, but you didn't believe me.
No way? Can someone really kill without anyone noticing? That's too terrifying.
Wow, it turns out Little Silver Gun wasn't lying.
Big Boss is amazing. The
tyrannical guild is asking for trouble. Even the big boss can't stand it. Indeed, one shouldn't be too arrogant.
Which big boss? Is it? Come out and say something. Your little brother worships you. In an instant, the players were incredibly curious about
the mysterious person they had never met, discussing it fervently in the chat channel, even developing a sense of awe. Unbeknownst to them, a topic about the mysterious invisible one began to spread in Maple Leaf Town.
Of course, no matter how they
speculated, Zhou Chen would not reveal himself, let them guess blindly. However, after what had just happened, he developed a bold idea and continued to wander nearby, hoping to pick up some scraps again.
The area near Maple Leaf Forest was home to
level 3 to level 4 monsters, and as long as players reached level 2 or above, they could level up in teams. If they encountered elite monsters, having a few more people could help them defeat it. But if it was a boss, only guild groups would likely have
the strength to kill it.
Therefore, there were quite a few players leveling up nearby.
Zhou Chen cautiously explored the surroundings, glancing hurriedly at any teams he encountered and then pretending to pass by. After some wandering and combining it with peeking at the chat channel in Maple Leaf Town, Zhou Chen gradually figured out the power distribution in the town. Currently, there were 3 well-known guilds in Maple Leaf Town: Flying Sky, Fireworks, and Tyranny. These 3 guilds were all famous from past online games.
In addition, there were the loose player group led by the Green Mountains Still Stand and other small groups.
From the tone of the players' conversations, it was clear that the 3 guilds occupying Maple Leaf Town were not good people.
Big guilds often oppressed casual players and monopolized leveling areas for their development, something Zhou Chen had encountered many times in his previous gaming experiences. He had no good feelings towards guild groups, and among the players leveling nearby, there were quite a few from these 3 guilds, so Zhou Chen prepared to target them. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Chen found his target. A group of players prefixed with Flying Sky was besieging a stout elite
snake monster. Business is here.
Zhou Chen grinned wickedly, activated stealth in the shadows, and swaggered over.
Then, what the hell, where's my monster? Someone's stealing the monster. No doubt about it, it must be that mysterious invisible one. Damn it, hurry and drag him out.
A familiar scene played out once again.
Zhou Chen struck successfully, went invisible again, and elegantly left, using the nearby bushes and lush trees for cover.
Brothers, something happened again. The mysterious big boss has struck again, this time targeting the Flying Sky Guild.
Damn mysterious person, are you crazy? Did I provoke you? F********. Soon, the chat channel became lively again. Zhou Chen's actions continued.
Report, the elite team of the Fireworks Guild was robbed of a level 5 small boss in Wild Boar Forest. People from the Tyranny Guild were robbed of a mutated bamboo leaf elite by the mysterious person in Snake Bamboo Forest. Mysterious person, you're seeking your own death.
Brothers, there are ghosts in the wild, everyone be careful when going out.
As Zhou Chen's actions continued, the leaders of several major guilds learned of the news and couldn't help but explode with rage, continuously issuing announcements threatening him. Overbearing and unmatched, I don't know who you are, but I advise you to come out and apologize. Join the Overbearing Guild, and on my account, the other guilds won't make things difficult for you. Blood Rose, overbearing and unmatched, how big is your face? This person must die. If they don't come out within 10 minutes, I will lead a search near the Maple Leaf Forest. You can't escape. Flying Little Prince, do you dare to stir up trouble on the head of the Tai Sui?
I'll give you a chance. Contact me immediately and hand over everything you stole as compensation. I will let you join the Flying Guild, otherwise, there will be no place for you in the game. Divine Awakening. Damn, the leaders of the 3 major guilds are speaking out. This mysterious guy has quite the influence. Is this person too arrogant? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Let's unite to resist him, we will definitely find his whereabouts.
Are you sick upstairs? So far, the mysterious guy has only targeted guild groups.
What's wrong with that? I support him, he will be my idol from now on. Mysterious guy, I love you, you are my idol.
The three major guilds issued threats in succession, but the person did not come out to respond.
Instead, the players almost
unanimously supported the threatened side, even referring to that person as mysterious guy, with a hint of admiration.
Ridiculous.
In a certain area of the wild, Zhou Chen looked at the continuously flashing regional announcement information in the
chat screen, his expression calm.
He didn't take the threats from the three major guilds to heart at all. As for the so-called admiration from the onlookers in the chat channel, he just chuckled and didn't take it seriously.
Zhou Chen was robbing
monsters for himself, not to vent their frustrations, nor was it out of a desire to help the weak. He didn't understand what these people were admiring.
He didn't attack the solo players simply because the benefits weren't enough. If the benefits were sufficient, no matter who it was, Zhou Chen would not hesitate to take action. Doing as he pleased was his life goal from now on.
At this moment, Zhou Chen had just finished robbing an elite monster and escaped with no one around.
After a frenzied looting, he had already leveled up to 5.
In his backpack, he stored nearly 2 sets of basic potions, one set containing 20 bottles, all of which were stolen. A small bottle of mana potion could restore 50 mana points at once, which was very important for Zhou Chen's upcoming hard training. In addition, there were more than 20 pieces of equipment and some materials dropped by monsters.
Most of the equipment was junk whiteboard, with a few being black iron level. Most players only had 1 or 2
pieces of junk equipment, while he had quite a few black iron equipment he had stolen in his backpack, and he was even holding a bronze level weapon. Indeed, plundering was the fastest way to get rich. The capitalist does not deceive me.
If I continue
like this, it will be dangerous. I should stop for now.
Zhou Chen counted up and was quite satisfied with the result, planning to take a break.
Those guild members had become a bit neurotic because of him and had started to team up to level up, gathering
more people together.
The more people there were, the riskier Zhou Chen's actions became. One careless move could lead to being hit by a randomly released skill, exposing his identity. For now, Zhou Chen picked out a few pieces of equipment suitable
for himself.
Sturdy wooden waistguard rarity, black iron level, plus 200 health requirement level, LV5 beast bone shoulder rarity, black iron level, plus 60 physical defense, plus 30 magic defense requirement level, LV5 silk pants rarity, black iron level, plus 80 physical defense, plus 40 magic defense requirement level, LV5. The equipment rarity in the game Divine Awakening is divided into common, whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, legendary, epic, and mythical.
The equipment
slots include weapons, shields, helmets, tops, shoulder pads, bottoms, belts, shoes, necklaces, rings, and bracelets, wrist guards. Of course, there may be some special equipment slots left for players to develop, including the top piece of equipment stolen from the domineering little silver gun and the swift shadow boots dropped from defeating the shadow leopard boss. Zhou Chen has currently gathered all the defensive equipment. After equipping everything, he allocated all his upgrade points to agility. Attributes: player, absolutely not working Zhou class, thief level, 5 health, 950 mana, 650 attack power, 159 spell power, 15 physical defense, 155 magical defense, 85 movement speed, 67 hit, 21 dodge, 8 constitution, 15 strength, 15 intelligence, 15 stamina, 15 agility, 42 spirit, 15. The attributes are still lacking. I need to find a way to develop. Closing the panel, Zhou Chen activated stealth and headed towards Maple Leaf Town. He still had a pile of useless equipment in his backpack that needed to be dealt with. Moreover, he was already level 5 and could go to the profession hall in Maple Leaf Town to purchase thief skills. Beneath a peak hundreds of meters high, the jungle stretched endlessly, with lush vegetation and unknown beast. Roars occasionally echoed through the mountains and fields. Boom! A loud rumble sounded, and a beast fell into a pool of blood under the attacks of numerous players. This was a level 7 black iron grade boss. Pick everything up, if there are warrior equipment, bring it to me. A burly young man with a square face stepped out of the crowd, giving orders indifferently. This young man was the president of the domineering guild, unmatched in presence, and his level had already reached 7. Brother Wushuang. The brothers have reported that many teams have been robbed by a mysterious person. From the location of his appearances, he shouldn't be high level. Should I take a group of people to drag that guy out? A player with the ID Domineering Journey asked beside the unmatched Wushuang. I'm quite curious why that guy can remain invisible after attacking, but right now, the situation at Solitary Wind Mountain is more important. Let him bounce around for a while. Saying this, Wushuang looked up at the distant peak. That was Solitary Wind Mountain, mentioned in the quest log. At that moment, a dazzling strange light flashed on the cliff. Wushuang had seen this situation many times before.
There was something on that mountain that occasionally
flickered with strange light. Not only was Wuxuan curious, but Blood Rose from the Fireworks Guild and the Flying Prince from the Flying Sky Guild also wanted to know. Unfortunately, no one knew to this day. When they first went up the mountain, they found that the monsters there were all high level, even just a little up from the foot of the mountain, level 7 or 8 monsters were everywhere. In the end, the three factions united to seal off the base of the mountain. They chose to level up nearby and would charge up when the time was right.
Have there been any movements from Flying Sky and Fireworks? Wuxuan asked.
Domineering Journey shook his head. No, just received news that they are also leveling up desperately, but clearly, we are a bit faster. Hearing this, a trace of pride flashed in Wuxuan's indifferent eyes. Very well, notify everyone. I want to form an elite team of 100. Let the others distribute the equipment and try to gather all the equipment for these 100 people, then follow me to kill up Solitary Wind Mountain.
Yes.
Wuxuan looked towards the direction of Solitary Wind Mountain, his eyes filled with battle intent. Sorry, everyone, but I need to take the lead.
Half an hour later. The chat channel in Maple Leaf Town suddenly exploded. Good news. Good news. Brothers.
The elite team of 100 from the Domineering Guild charged to the midslope of Solitary Wind Mountain and encountered a bronze grade boss, resulting in total annihilation.
Maple Leaf Town. Zhou-Chen returned to the outskirts of the small town.
The plains outside the town gate were still bustling. The player's birthplace was called the small town, but it was actually much larger than the town in reality.
Zhou-Chen estimated that
there were at least 50 to 60,000 players in Maple Leaf Town, and the number was still increasing.
The official website
mentioned that players could leave the small town and head to the main city once they reached level 15.
A main city could
accommodate at least over 1 million players. The relationship between the small towns and the main city was many to one, with multiple
small towns corresponding to one main city.
In reality, players in the same area had a high probability of being assigned to
the same small town under the same main city when entering the game. As for the specifics of the main city and what game content it had,
the official website did not say, and players would need to explore it themselves. According to Zhou-Chen's previous gaming strategy, he would choose to level up quickly to reach the main city. However, now his thoughts had changed. He planned to train his stealing skill to an astonishing level. Otherwise, he would not leave the mountains.
During his previous actions and along
the way, Zhou-Chen had not stopped practicing the two skills. Whenever he passed by monsters, he would definitely use stealing to
increase his proficiency.
When monsters got angry, he would activate stealth to make them lose their target, then voluntarily deactivate stealth, allowing the skill to cool down sooner and maximizing proficiency gain. So now both stealth and stealing had
leveled up. Stealth was currently at LV5 and stealing, due to its frequent use, had reached LV9.
Of course, this was still far from
Zhou-Chen's goal.
Upon entering the small town, Zhou-Chen first went to the weapon shop to sell the weapons he didn't need from
his backpack.
Next was the tailor shop, where he sold non-weapon equipment. Then he went to the pharmacy to sell materials like
monster drops, furs, beast bones, special blood, and organs. These NPCs are even more ruthless than capitalists in reality. In the small-town pharmacy, Zhou-Chen looked at the purchase interface in disbelief.
He originally thought that with so many items in his backpack, he could at least sell them for dozens of gold coins. In the end, after processing everything, he only got 12
gold coins and over 20 silver coins.
What left him speechless was that when he sold equipment at the weapon shop, he saw an apprentice skillfully take a rusty big knife from the equipment he sold, polish it, and then directly hang it on the shelf.
Zhou-Chen
curiously leaned over to take a look, nearly choking. The selling price was 5 times the purchase price.
Simply outrageous. Hee, it seems you all have a lot of money, huh?
Zhou-Chen sneered inwardly but kept a calm demeanor as he chatted with an old
man in front of him. The old man's name was represented by green text indicating a friendly NPC pharmacy owner Warenji. He wore a
long robe, had a white beard, and a kind expression, speaking in the most amiable tone. Adventurer, our store is having a big sale. Basic potions are only 50 copper coins per bottle, and all other potions are sold at an 80% discount, limited time for 3 days, first come, first served, so hurry if you want to buy. All products from our store are ancestral divine medicines, which
originally couldn't be sold.
Considering the urgent need for potions by adventurers, after much thought, I made a decision that
goes against my ancestors to fully support adventurers.
After hearing this, Zhou-Chen had to suppress the urge to tear him apart. After all, he had already seen enough at the weapon shop and was mentally prepared. He had observed others leveling up. The drop Rate for basic potions wasn't high, but killing 4 or 5 monsters would usually yield one.
For this thing, selling it for 50 copper coins a bottle, doesn't your conscience hurt? Or do you, like me, have no conscience at all? Complaining aside, Zhou Chen still paid. He wasn't going to fight with an NPC over such a small amount of money. Spending 12 gold coins and some scattered silver coins, Zhou Chen purchased over 800 bottles of basic mana potions and 250 bottles of basic poison. The poison was prepared for the rogue skill poisoning. The basic mana potion is for practicing skills, and its cooldown time is 1 minute. However, he has the effect of the unlimited potential talent, which can reduce the consumption of skills. These mana potions should significantly reduce the time spent recovering mana, allowing him to spend more time leveling up his skills. Adventurer, your potions are here, welcome to visit again. The pharmacy owner, Yurenji, collected the money, his eyes nearly squinting into a slit, and cheerfully packaged the potions for Zhou Chen. Don't worry, I will come again. Zhou Chen placed the potions in his backpack and gave the old man a meaningful smile. He silently noted the locations: weapon shop, tailor shop, pharmacy. After leaving the pharmacy, Zhou Chen's next destination was the profession hall. He opened the map and strolled along the road. The profession hall is near the center of the town, not far from the main square. However, the pharmacy is located to the west, and Zhou Chen had to cross several streets to reach the profession hall. On the way, he saw a special building. It was a tall church, with clean white walls, and the entire building was surrounded by iron railings. In front of the church door within the enclosure, monks were praying and chanting, their voices pure and ethereal, giving a sense of soul purification, causing many players to stop. Of course, while most people found it pleasant, Zhou Chen was not an ordinary person, so he only found it noisy. What are they singing? It's all a mess, really annoying. Just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, the church doors opened, and a middle-aged NPC and a priest-like figure walked out. This caught Zhou Chen's attention, and the surrounding players' eyes lit up. It's Mayor Slater. Finally seeing the mayor in person. Dear Mayor, I am ready to go through fire and water for the town, slay the evil dragon. Please give me a quest. A group of low-level players sparkled with excitement. In their eyes, the mayor was no longer a living person but a tool to fulfill their needs, and they all rushed forward. Unfortunately, they were thwarted. As the mayor appeared, the guards who had been waiting outside the church took action, intimidating the players attempting to rush in. NPC guards are not entities that can be easily provoked in any game. At least, not by the current players. So, these players could only watch eagerly, hoping to be that 1 in 10,000 genius who could catch the mayor's attention. Then they could receive the unique hidden quests. Like most protagonists in novels, gain unparalleled rewards, marry the rich and beautiful, and reach the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, neither they nor Zhou Chen had that luck. However, Zhou Chen was a bit luckier than them. He happened to be on the side of the church door, and the guards were focused on intimidating the players in front, not noticing Zhou Chen's presence. Of course, he didn't dare to get too close, but this distance was just right to hear the conversation between the mayor and the priest. Father Martin, I really want to behold the divine artifact with traces of the gods. I am willing to follow the guidance of the divine. You can test my devotion as you wish. Mr. Slater, it is my duty to guard the artifact. Its function is still unclear, and it must be treated with caution. Please do not put me in a difficult position. All right. Mayor Slater's voice clearly carried a sense of regret. It's a pity, I wanted to feel the greatness of the gods in advance. After saying that, he left under the protection of the guards. Many players, still unwilling to give up, chased after the mayor. Divine artifact? Zhou Chen felt as if he had obtained some incredible information, and he noted down in his little notebook again, location scouting +1, church. Maple Leaf Town's professional hall. After leaving the church, it wasn't long before Zhou Chen entered a magnificent hall. This place was divided into several areas based on professions, each with a professional mentor stationed. Zhou Chen went straight to the rogue area and saw a stunning woman in leather armor, possessing a devilish figure. She was the rogue mentor. Hello, I want to learn advanced rogue skills, Zhou Chen said as he approached. The rogue mentor sat lazily in her chair, glanced at Zhou Chen, and said, I have poisoning and backstab. Available for level 5, each for 5 gold coins, no bargaining, no credit. Zhou Chen took a deep breath. He realized a fact: all the NPCs in this game were swindlers. Goodness, I just have 10 gold coins left. If it weren't for a bit of robbing, I really wouldn't know how to gather enough money to buy the skill book. Zhou Chen thought to himself. If he was struggling, other players, even at level 5, probably wouldn't be able to learn skills right away.
Of course, wealthy players and guild groups were exceptions.
The wealthy could buy gold
From others, and guilds could gather resources in addition to purchasing gold. These issues wouldn't trouble them.
Indeed, ordinary people found it hard to get by in the game. Jochen silently paid, while mentally marking a location.
With the skill book in hand, he immediately
learned the skills.
You have learned the skill poisoning.
You have learned the skill backstab. Backstab type, active skill grade.
First order LV1, 0/100 effect, quickly sneak behind the target with agile movements to launch a surprise attack, dealing 100 plus 100% attack damage, with a 30% chance to crit, requires no more than 1 meter distance from the target.
Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poisoning.
Type, active skill grade, first order LV1, 0/100 effect, skillfully apply poison to the weapon, fully unleashing the poison's power for
1 minute, and can also expertly remove poison from the weapon.
Cost, poison materials.
Cooldown, 30 seconds. In an instant, the skill book
in his hand disappeared, and Jochen mastered 2 professional skills. He valued poisoning more, believing it had great potential for growth. In the game Divine Awakening, not everyone could easily apply poison to their weapons. It required professional skills, otherwise
the poison couldn't be fully utilized or maintained.
And rogues were precisely adept at this.
Thank you, mentor. I will be back, Jochen
said, flashing a harmless smile at the beautiful mentor before leaving. He returned outside the town, hit his ID and level, and quietly made his way to the bouncing rabbit area. This time, he entered a small grove.
There were also bouncing rabbits here, and the trees provided cover, making it more concealed. Basically, no one would notice him. Even if they did, they would probably just think he was a newbie practicing
his skills. Then, Jochen began his skill training. He first took out the basic poison. Basic poison type potion effect. When applied to a weapon, it adds an extra 10 poison damage, with a 10% chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 8 health points per second for
15 seconds. Poisoning. Consuming a portion of the poison, your weapon Shadow Blade now possesses the corresponding toxicity, lasting for 1 minute. Under the effect of his talent, the originally 30-second cooldown for the poisoning skill was reduced to 15 seconds. Moreover,
the talent's effect of reducing skill consumption also applied to the poisoning skill. Originally, the poison could only be used once. But now he could use it 5 times, needing only 1/5 of the dosage each time, with the effect unchanged. Once the poison was used up, the poisoning skill should undergo significant changes.
Continuing to practice skills. Stealth. Jochen entered stealth but immediately cancelled it, allowing the skill to cool down quickly. Steal. Backstab. Instant kill on the bouncing rabbit. For skills repeatedly used. Constantly improving proficiency.
For most people, doing the same thing over and over is uncomfortable.
But after what happened before,
Jochen had developed a strong interest in the rogue profession. He wanted to play creatively. So, he was now full of motivation, persisting
despite the monotony. Repeat, keep repeating.
Gradually, the mana potions and poisons in his backpack were consumed little by little.
Steal skill proficiency is full, reaching LV10. Stealth skill proficiency is full, reaching LV6, triggering skill mutation. Poisoning skill proficiency is full. Jochen was immersed in it.
At first, he was a bit concerned about the changes in skills after leveling up.
Later, he simply became too lazy to check. As long as the skills cooled down, he would use them, no matter what. Time passed little by little, and the skills occasionally leveled up.
Finally, Jochen could hardly stand it anymore, and his movements began to slow down.
However, he quickly found a way to alleviate the boredom, slow down his actions, and open the chat channel to see what the players were up to. Good news! Good news! The 3 major guilds have teamed up to attack Lonely Wind Mountain and encountered a bronze-level boss, the Silver Scale Giant Python
King, and the Forest Exploding Ape King along with their guards, suffering heavy casualties.
The big shot, the mountains remain.
Discovered a swamp to the west of Lonely Wind Mountain, where the monster drop rate is significantly higher.
Everyone hurry to occupy it.
If you encounter guild players monopolizing the area, directly contact the big shot, and let's unite to fight against the big guild.
The chat channel was still lively, with various messages and topics continuously flowing.
Among them, the topic of Lonely Wind Mountain was the most active, and no one had figured out what the situation
was up there yet.
After watching for a while, Jochen closed the chat screen and simply connected to the live streaming platform, practicing skills while distractedly checking various messages.
The chat channel in Maple Leaf Town could only see local news, and Jochen was now very curious about the situation in other small towns. Now, the game Divine Awakening was booming worldwide and major
Streaming platforms were almost dominated by this game's live rooms. Zhou Chen browsed through various live rooms and found that the level progress in other small towns was similar to that of Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, the layout of each small town was basically similar, and other small towns also had bulletin boards. However, not every small town had the same quests. So far, the quest abnormality of Lonely Windcliff was only available in Maple Leaf Town. This indicated that while there were many similarities among the various adventurer towns, there were also differences. After watching for a while, Zhou Chen closed the live streaming platform and began to focus on practicing skills again. Steel reached LV11, LV12. Stealth reached LV7, LV8. At first, when he heard the skill upgrade notifications, Zhou Chen would feel inexplicably excited, but now he had gotten used to it. After getting used to it, he gradually became numb. Whatever the notification, he just practiced until it was done. And so, he kept repeating the process, practicing skills, feeling bored, watching live streams, then practicing skills again. An infinite loop. Until a deep sense of fatigue hit him. Unknowingly, a day had passed. Zhou Chen logged off, hurriedly made instant noodles, and fell asleep right after eating. No matter how long he slept, he woke up and directly entered the game. During his skill practice, the players' levels had also been rising. When he entered the game for the second time, he opened the regional chat channel and found that among the top players, some had already reached level 10. Zhou Chen didn't think too much about it and didn't envy those who had quickly reached level 10. Personal levels are just a part of strength, not the whole. His skill levels were not something ordinary people could compare. 2. He continued to practice his skills. A new day began with hard training. Time passed little by little, and the poison in Zhou Chen's backpack was the first to run out. The mana potions continued to be consumed, leaving 400 bottles, 300 bottles. Stealing skill mutation. Backstab skill mutation. During this process, Zhou Chen occasionally heard prompts for skill mutations. Whenever he felt bored, he would open the chat channel to peek at the screen. Good news, brothers. The three major guilds have gathered again, this time getting close to the mountain top, but they encountered the violent slaughter of the silver-level boss, Flame Wing Tiger, on the mountain, suffering a total wipeout. Lonely Wind Mountain, 800 meters, the Tiger brother on the mountain is too much. What drives people to flock to that peak? What secrets are hidden there? A large documentary, The Temptation of the Mountain, continues to be broadcast for you. From the players, Zhou Chen learned that no one had conquered Lonely Wind Mountain yet. Moreover, there was actually a silver-level boss lurking on the mountain, so the three major guilds had no reason to complain about their defeat. However, it was likely that those people would not give up and would definitely try again. Forget it, continue practicing skills until the potions run out. Keep going. Zhou Chen nestled in a small grove in the bouncing rabbit area, accompanied by rabbits, and almost every rabbit had been caressed by him. Because of the increase in the stealing skill level, the success rate when using it on bouncing rabbits greatly increased, even leading to situations where he stole the rabbit's wealth, yet even when successful, he couldn't steal a single rabbit hair. But that didn't matter, he was after skill levels, not the things he stole. Thus, Zhou Chen seemed to fall into a trance, transforming into a ruthless skill-practicing machine, mercilessly tormenting the adorable bouncing rabbits. He didn't know how long it had been. Damn, that wolf ran into the woods, don't run. A player chased an injured wild wolf into this small grove. What the hell? This player witnessed an astonishing scene. On the ground lay some bouncing rabbit corpses that hadn't refreshed in time. In front of the corpses, a person with an evil expression, as if possessed, was reaching out to pet a bouncing rabbit that was grazing, as if petting a dog. The next second, the bouncing rabbit seemed startled, stood up to retaliate, but the only thing that appeared above that person's head was miss. Then that person seemed to be enraged, misstepped, spun around, moved behind the rabbit, and stabbed it, instantly killing it. God, what kind of pervert is this? Can't pet the rabbit, so he kills it, how terrifying. The player was so scared that he turned and ran. Brothers, there's a pervert in the small grove west of the town. That guy is obsessed with petting rabbits, and once the rabbit fights back, he kills it. I've lived so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying pervert. After escaping, this player immediately opened the chat screen and shared what had happened. Here we go again? What's going on in Maple Leaf Town? It feels like there are more strange occurrences here than in other towns. Instantly, players who liked to chat in the channel popped up again. Petting rabbits? Isn't that Rabbit Petter? Oh my god, it's only the second day of the game, and he's still petting rabbits. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? What a weirdo. I can't believe I was born in the same small town as such a big shot. Rabbit Petter, Mysterious Sky, and the still hidden secrets of Lonely Windcliff, Maple Leaf Town is truly a blessed place, a land of talented people. At this moment, Zhou Chen no longer wanted to pay attention to the chat channel or the platform livestream. He seemed to have entered the realm of a supreme grandmaster, completely immersed in it. Even the skill upgrade prompts and mutation prompts seemed to be unheard by him. His heart was completely still, merely repeating the dull and boring process over and over again. Until an unusual sound broke the silence, stirring his nerves. Theft successful, skill proficiency gained, 10. You have obtained rabbit fur times 1. Why does a successful theft only give 10 points of skill proficiency? Isn't it supposed to be 20 points? This strange prompt shattered Zhou Chen's state of mind. He suddenly came to his senses. How long had he been practicing? He opened his backpack and found that his mana potions were nearly depleted. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed, and now that he was back to reality, a wave of fatigue washed over him. This wasn't tiredness. The gameplay of the game Divine Awakening was akin to a dream, more comfortable than past games. An ordinary person could play for 10 hours straight without feeling tired. Zhou Chen's fatigue stemmed from a mental weariness towards something. Doing the same thing for too long would make anyone feel nauseous. It must be that my theft skill level is too high, so the proficiency gained from stealing low-level monsters like rabbits is greatly reduced. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement and eagerly summoned his skill bar to check. Theft. Type, active skill rank, first rank LV42, 220/4200, effect 1, activate on the target, 70% chance to steal 1 to 2 random items from the target, cannot steal bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 4 meters. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Stealth type, active skill rank, first rank LV35, 820/3500, effect 1, enter stealth state with exceptional skill, concealing one's shadow, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations, movement. Speed plus 80%, lasts 120 seconds, will be stealth after being attacked or dealing damage. Effect 2, a strike from stealth deals 1800 plus 150% attack damage. Effect 3, in stealth state, evasion plus 300. Cost, 40 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Backstab, type, active skill rank, first rank LV30, 210/3000, effect 1, instantly teleport behind the target to stab, dealing 1500 plus 150% attack damage, requires distance to the target not to exceed 2 meters. Effect 2, backstab has a 100% chance to crit. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Poisoning, type, active skill rank, first rank LV15, 500/1500, effect 1, apply poison to the weapon with exceptional skill, lasting 10 minutes. Can also professionally remove poison from the weapon. Effect 2, poison applied to the weapon through this method deals plus 30% damage. Cost, poison materials. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Awesome. It was worth all the time I spent practicing, incredible. After reviewing all the skills, Zhou Chen let out a sigh of relief, genuinely satisfied. All skills had undergone an indeterminate number of mutations, and their effects had qualitatively changed. The most satisfying thing for Zhou Chen was the stealing skill, which not only increased the stealing chance to 70% but also extended the distance from which he could initiate a theft. This meant he could steal without having to touch the target, making it incredibly convenient. Other skills enhanced Zhou Chen's survival and combat abilities. The most powerful among them was the backstab skill, which guaranteed a critical hit with 100% certainty, dealing significant single target damage. The only downside was that the poison skill was only at LV15 due to insufficient poison materials. This was the limit of the number of poisons, not Zhou Chen's limit. If I said this was the effect of a first-tier skill, people would probably think I'm crazy, Zhou Chen said, satisfied as he closed the skill panel. Next, it's time to cause some trouble. He squinted, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and slowly walked toward the edge of the forest. As he stepped out of the woods, his figure vanished. At that moment, Zhou Chen truly felt the change in the stealth skill. The concealment effect of the skill had become even more powerful. Zhou Chen walked silently, as if he were strolling on clouds. Ahead, many players were leveling up, and Zhou Chen passed silently in front of each one, with no one noticing his presence. It was as if he existed independently of the world. To Lonely Wind Mountain, Zhou Chen hurried on his way. In stealth mode, his movement speed increased by 80%, making it even easier for him to move. He crossed through the maple leaf forest, the wild boar forest, and other wild areas. About half an hour later, Zhou Chen passed through dense jungle, and ahead, a towering mountain appeared. The mountain was lush and vibrant, and at its peak, a steep cliff stood tall, known as Lonely Wind Cliff. Surrounding Lonely Wind Mountain were various leveling points around level 7, so it was easy to imagine
that the monsters on the mountain would be formidable.
Jo-chin stood and observed for a while, noticing that the casual players dared not get too close to the base of the mountain.
There, members of the 3 major guilds were dominating the
area, and anyone else discovered would be expelled. When Jo-chin arrived, he checked the chat channel and found that the members of the 3 major guilds had already regarded Lonely Wind Mountain as a leveling paradise.
They planned to
organize a team to rush up again when their strength was sufficient, aiming to kill the flame-winged tiger and secure the first kill of the silver-level boss. Of course, the area at the base of Lonely Wind Mountain was vast, so it was impossible for this group to guard every corner.
However, anyone who dared to approach would be killed if discovered.
After all, there were other leveling points nearby, so almost no casual players would recklessly charge in.
But I'm not just any
ordinary person, Jo-chin observed for a while, stepped out of the jungle, and began to stroll around the outskirts of Lonely Wind Mountain. Soon, he found a less populated direction, using the bushes for cover as he stealthily approached. Everyone be alert, don't let any fish slip through the net, the resources here are not for those casual players to enjoy.
Ahead, a guild team was leveling up while keeping watch. Stealth. Jo-chin activated stealth.
He emerged from the hidden bushes and with a surge in speed easily passed by the group. The stealth duration had increased to 120 seconds, which was incredibly convenient for him. While in stealth, he carefully checked the surroundings.
Once the stealth timer
dropped to 10 seconds, he immediately stopped and looked for a bush or a dense patch of grass to hide in.
When the stealth duration reset, he would move out again. With the talent effect, the cooldown for stealth was only 20 seconds. The guild
members, distracted by leveling and keeping watch, had no idea that a thief had slipped in. Thus, Jo-chin successfully bypassed the outer guild team's blockade and entered Lonely Wind Mountain. Below the mountain's waist were members of the 3 major guilds, above the waist were a few elite members leveling up. As long as he reached the mountain's waist, he would basically not be discovered. Jo-chin cautiously paid attention to the sounds around him, trying to use stealth
to make his way forward.
Breaking through the level limit, reaching level 35 in stealth can no longer be measured by common sense.
Jo-chin walked past an 8-level elite forest giant python that was hunting, and the creature didn't sense a thing.
Now, stealth was not just about hiding one's figure, smells and sounds were perfectly masked as well.
Soon, Jo-chin was nearing the mountainside.
A cave appeared ahead, and he saw a team enter it.
Spider's Lair. Jo-chin opened the
map and found that this was a leveling spot on Solitary Wind Mountain, primarily inhabited by spider-type monsters.
There should be poisonous spiders and such inside, right? In Jo-chin's impression, spider-type monsters were generally poisonous.
His basic poison had already run out, and without poison, his poisoning skills couldn't be utilized. Perhaps the monsters inside could drop some poisonous items.
Let's go in and take a look.
At that moment, there was no one around the
cave entrance, and Jo-chin immediately ran towards it.
He had only increased agility for his level ups, and although he was only level 5, his movement speed had already reached 67 points. Even without activating stealth, his speed was not slow, and he quickly entered the cave. The interior was spacious, dark, and damp, with a strange smell that was quite uncomfortable. After taking a few steps, he heard sounds of fighting ahead, so Jo-chin activated stealth and quickly moved forward. Along the way, he saw several guild teams working together to kill various spider-shaped monsters. Each monster was at least level 8, even if they weren't elite monsters, players needed to cooperate to defeat them. Therefore, there were relatively few capable players leveling up here. These players were spread out within the cave, far enough apart that Jo-chin could hide without difficulty.
After his stealth skill ended, Jo-chin hid for a while, then activated
stealth again, bypassing the leveling players and delving deeper inside. At the depths of this leveling spot, there should be a boss stationed, and since Jo-chin was here, he naturally wanted to take a look.
After a few minutes, several paths
appeared ahead, and Jo-chin casually chose one to walk down. As he went deeper, he saw almost no one.
Not long after, Jo-chin heard intense fighting sounds ahead.
He activated stealth and rushed forward until he reached the end. Here, the space was even larger, with unknown beast bones piled everywhere, entangled in strands of spider silk. In the center, a hideous and fierce giant spider, covered in patterned spots, was battling with a dozen players.
Venomous spotted spider.
LV10 type, Black Iron level boss health, 65754/80,000 attack power, 500 skills, venomous attack, blade strangulation, spider silk entanglement, venom attack, heavily net.
Jo-chin quickly glanced at the monster's information and then looked at the players, his eyes lighting up. Oh, isn't this a coincidence?
The one leading the fight against the monster was none other than the domineering little silver spear from the domineering guild.
Now, I have to make a move. Thank you all for drawing the fire for me, I'll gladly accept. Zhou Chen chuckled, and while his stealth was still active, he circled around from the side. When he was 4 meters away from the boss, he decisively stopped and reached out. Steal. The theft was successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained spider venom gland times 1. You have obtained black iron grade equipment times 1. A single strike, and I got 2 items, awesome. The evolved stealing skill did not disappoint Zhou Chen. At that moment, the venomous spotted spider suddenly froze. It felt that one of its venom glands was missing. For a creature like it, every venom gland was extremely important. Hiss. The venomous spotted spider let out an angry hiss, even quickening its attack rhythm. A white silk thread shot out from its mouth, ensnaring a shield guard and pulling him in front, using both mouth and legs to swiftly finish him off. Why does this monster seem angry? We're here to kill it, can it not be angry? The domineering little silver spear shot a look at his subordinate as if he were an idiot. Everyone, get your act together. After the monster uses its skills, that's our chance to strike, go. I have to say, the people from the domineering guild still had some strength, gradually stabilizing their formation, but it seemed a bit precarious to take down the boss. Zhou Chen took the opportunity to retreat, hiding in a pile of beast bones at the side and back before his stealth ended. He wouldn't act again until his stealth was restored, so he opened his backpack to check his gains. Spider venom gland type, medicinal material grade, basic effect 1 can be used as a material for potion making. Effect 2, apply the venom from the gland to a weapon, adding an extra 50 points of poison damage, with a 20% chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 20 health points per second for 20 seconds. Venomous Fong necklace grade, black iron attribute, strength plus 50, hit plus 50 additional effect, attack adds 50 points of poison damage. Required level, LV10. Sure enough, I stole the poison material directly, huh. Zhou Chen was secretly delighted. With poison, the poison application skill could take effect, significantly increasing his combat power. Soon, footsteps were heard outside, and more than a dozen players rushed in. It turned out to be reinforcements called by the domineering little silver spear. With this group joining, the situation changed immediately, and the boss's health began to steadily decline. Zhou Chen didn't care. In his eyes, this boss had already become his mobile property. Even if these people ultimately killed it, how much loot they could get was still uncertain. Because Zhou Chen didn't plan to steal just once and leave. After 20 seconds, the stealth skill was restored, and Zhou Chen moved again. Everyone was nervously focused on the boss, completely unaware that another person was present. Zhou Chen, relying on his superb stealth skills, quickly circled to the back of the boss. He used the boss's body as cover, so basically no attacks would hit him. Then he stretched out his little hand. Steal. The theft was successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained spider venom gland times 1. You have obtained black iron grade equipment times 1. Ha, I stole 2 items again in one go. To hell with struggling. I'm just taking shortcuts, I'm not following the usual path, it feels great. At this moment, Zhou Chen was laughing wildly inside. Especially when he thought about how hard the little silver spear and his group were working to take down the boss. Little did they know he had already gotten ahead and easily snatched their loot. After the successful theft, Zhou Chen did not immediately hide. After his previous attempts, he understood that even if the boss was provoked, it wouldn't notice his presence, so he confidently hid behind. Anyway, the stealth skill lasted for 120 seconds, during which he could use stealing multiple times. Because the cooldown for stealing was only 10 seconds. Soon, Zhou Chen acted again. Steal. Success. Success. Failure. Success. Hiss. Continuously losing important items, the venomous spotted spider was almost driven mad, and its attributes began to decline. But with its intelligence, it couldn't understand what was happening and could only vent its anger on those attacking it. People occasionally died in the domineering faction, but the boss's health was also decreasing. Thus, Zhou Chen began to repeat his sneaky operations, stealthily stealing, then hiding away to happily count his gains before continuing to steal. One by one, the venom glands were stolen, along with equipment, low-level potions, and even gold coins. That poor boss had truly become his mobile property. Zhou Chen estimated that even if someone really killed it, there wouldn't be much profit left. He didn't know how long had passed. Okay, bro was here to collect money again. The stealth skill was restored, and Zhou Chen walked out from the pile of bones. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely, not like a thief but more like someone coming to withdraw money from a bank. That poor boss had clearly turned into a moving ATM. The same scene played out again. Zhou Chen approached the
Boss from behind in stealth mode, revealing a brilliant smile, and reached out his small hand.
Time to get rich. Theft successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained spotted venom gland times 1. It seems like I've stolen something interesting?
Zhou Chen's heart stirred, and he was about to open his backpack to check.
Suddenly, the venomous spotted spider let out a piercing roar. The sound was sharp, the sound waves vibrating, seemingly containing endless resentment and grievance. What the hell? What's going on? Not only was Zhou Chen startled, but the others, including the domineering little silver spear, were also taken aback, their movements halting in alarm. Zhou Chen became alert, quickly retreating a few steps to observe the boss. He saw that part of the bright spots on the boss's abdomen had disappeared, and its ferocious aura surged, yet it gave off a feeling of dying struggle. It seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Could it be? Zhou Chen immediately opened his backpack to check the special venom gland. Spotted venom gland, type, herb grade, low-level effect 1, can be used as a material for making potions. Effect 2, apply the venom from the gland to a weapon, granting an additional 300 points of poison damage, with a 50% chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 100 health points per second for 60 seconds. Oh my! I've stolen its lifeline. Zhou Chen finally understood why this boss was going crazy. It was like a man who had his kidney stolen, who wouldn't be furious. Warning: the venomous spotted spider has fallen into a strong emotional rage, has lost its rationality, and is more aggressive. Please be careful. At that moment, a hurried game prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Don't panic, it's just a dying struggle, hold steady. All warriors and shield bearers charge to the front, priests focus all energy on the front line, don't worry about the others. The experienced little silver spear thought he could control the situation and loudly commanded. Zhou Chen, for safety's sake, dared not steal again and hurriedly circled back, preparing to hide in the corner of the bone pile to observe. Just as he moved, the boss unleashed its power. Its head rose high, and a white liquid continuously gathered in its mouth. Before it suddenly spewed it out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of white threads flew out from its mouth, rapidly intertwining in the air, forming a massive spider web that descended. The boss activated its skill, Heavenly Net. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk flew towards Zhou Chen. The boss did not notice him, it was merely an unintentional attack. Zhou Chen's expression changed, and he sidestepped to evade. Fortunately, he was in stealth mode, greatly increasing his speed. Narrowly avoiding the attack, and then quickly hiding in a pile of bones in the corner. Next, he peeked through the gaps in the beast bones. He saw that the enormous spider web had enveloped everyone, rendering them immobile. What a powerful skill! Zhou Chen thought to himself, relieved that he had dodged in time. At this moment, the venomous spotted spider, having used its skill, had lost most of its spotted patterns. Its aura appeared weak and feeble, as if a skill, Heavenly Net, had taken a heavy toll on it. Then, it charged angrily towards the trapped individuals. The members of the overbearing guild, bound and unable to escape, were helpless. Moreover, the spider's silk was laced with venom. When struck, their health continuously drained, and they suffered negative status effects. The slaughter began. The furious venomous spotted spider used its sharp blade-like legs to kill all members, including the overbearing silver spear, one by one. Damn, why didn't you use this skill earlier? Silver Spear cursed angrily before dying. Had he known this boss was so fierce, he definitely wouldn't have been careless and would have waited for more people to join before attacking. What an opportunity! Only Zhou Chen remained in the arena. After using the Heavenly Net, the boss seemed to have expended a lot of energy, its aura significantly weakened, and it had only a few thousand health points left. Poison. Zhou Chen immediately took out a spider venom gland and cut it open, applying the venom to the blade. At this moment, the boss had not yet managed to escape combat status and had not regained much health. Excellent, the advantage is mine. Zhou Chen charged out, quickly closing in from behind. The venomous spotted spider clearly froze for a moment, it did not expect there to be others. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to step into the stealing range. Before making a move, he naturally had to enrich himself as per custom. Steal. You have obtained hidden equipment. Spider silk ring times 1. Oh, you actually have a stash? Zhou Chen was surprised, he thought this boss had already been drained of all its wealth. Hiss. The boss seemed to understand something and it became furious, lunging at Zhou Chen. The sharp blade-like legs slashed towards him. How dare you? As my ATM, how can you hide things? You must be properly educated. Zhou Chen grinned wickedly. He remained calm, and as the attack came, he flickered and appeared behind the boss. Backstab. The shadow blade, coated with poison, glimmered black with blue, exuding a deadly aura. The blade flashed. Put. minus 2476, critical hit, minus 5, poison damage. A large critical hit number popped up above the boss's head. The backstab hit, 100% critical. In comparison, the toxin damage, reduced by the boss's poison resistance, seemed painfully glaring. As expected of a poison user, full poison resistance. Zhou Chen teased. The near-death boss turned around in anger, shooting a strand of spider silk at him. Stealth. Zhou Chen's figure vanished. The boss immediately lost its target, and fear was clearly visible in its eyes. An invisible enemy is often the most terrifying. It took a few steps back and suddenly ran outside. Can you escape? Zhou Chen followed closely in stealth mode. After 15 seconds, the backstab skill ended, and Zhou Chen struck again. Strike of breaking stealth. Minus 1398 minus 5. This hit immediately revealed his form. The boss suddenly turned its head and shot spider silk at him. But the same scene played out again. Zhou Chen mysteriously flashed to its backstab. Minus 2476 fatal blow. Boom! With a resounding thud, the boss's body collapsed weakly to the ground. You have killed the Black Iron level boss. Venom is spotted. Spider LV10, experience plus 35,000, reputation plus 300. You have completed a boss first kill and received a special reward, free attribute points plus 3. In an instant, several beams of upgrade light flashed around Zhou Chen. Since all the players who had previously participated in attacking the boss were dead, the system determined that Zhou Chen had single-handedly killed the boss. He enjoyed all the experience alone, and because it was a level-up kill, the experience surged, allowing him to level up to level 10 in one go. Awesome, hahaha. Zhou Chen felt refreshed. Leveling up is that simple. He picked up the boss's drops and quickly found a dark corner to hide behind the rocks in the cave. Sure enough, not long after, footsteps echoed in the cave. There was some movement here just now. I wonder what happened. A group of players from the Flying Sky Guild rushed over. When they saw the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned. A boss? What a pity. It was killed. The group wandered around the boss's corpse, confirming there were no benefits to be gained, and could only leave in disappointment. Zhou Chen did not come out immediately. He opened his backpack to count his spoils. This time, he harvested more than a dozen spider venom glands and a powerful venom gland. In addition, there were some level 10 equipment, several of which were of black iron quality, along with 15 gold coins, some silver coins, and several basic potions. A huge profit. Just in time, he had reached level 10 and could change his equipment. Zhou Chen went through the equipment, selecting suitable ones to equip, including Shadow Robe grade, Black Iron attributes, Health plus 500, Physical defense plus 100 additional effect, Damage plus 20% when attacking from a position unseen by the target. Required level LV10 Shadow Bracers grade, Black Iron attributes, Strength plus 50, Hit plus 50 additional effect, Ignores defense plus 50 when attacking from a position unseen by the target. Required level LV10 Silk Thread Ring grade, Black Iron attributes, Strength plus 30, Hit plus 30 additional skill, Silk Thread, fires a 20-meter-long tough silk thread with strong stickiness, can be freely controlled to contract or extend, and will firmly stick to the target. The silk can exist for up to 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Required level LV10. These three pieces were very suitable for thieves. Among them, the silk thread ring was the most unique. Zhou Chen equipped all the gear. Of course, he did not forget the venom tooth necklace he had stolen earlier, that was also a good piece of equipment. Current attributes player, absolutely not working. Zhou class, thief level, 10 health, 1900 mana, 1200 attack power, 297 spell power, 20 physical defense, 260 spell defense, 90 movement speed, 100 hit, 168 dodge, 15 constitution, 20 strength, 150 intelligence, 20 stamina, 20 agility, 75 spirit, 20. He tried to use the silk thread skill. Whoosh! A silk thread shot out from the ring, sticking to the rock wall above his head. Retract! With a thought, the silk thread immediately contracted, pulling him upward. No wonder it's a hidden boss equipment, it's really useful. Zhou Chen looked down from above. If someone passed by at that moment, they probably wouldn't expect that someone was hiding above them. Now we are truly thieves who can walk on walls, huh? Extend! Zhou Chen controlled the silk thread to extend, and he slowly descended again, quite convenient. He observed his surroundings. Not far away, there were shadows moving, but this should be the deepest part of the cave, and there probably weren't any other bosses around. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen entered stealth mode and quietly left. On the way, Zhou Chen encountered a group of people rushing back. They were the domineering ones. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the cave. Bastard, who stole my boss while I was away? To be honest, it was me. Zhou Chen smirked wickedly while sneaking away. After exiting the cave, Zhou Chen quickly rushed into the forest to hide. Now, he was in the mid-mountain area. Why can't those guilds get up there? This area is so vast, can't they sneak in even if they can't go up openly? Zhou Chen found this question hard to understand. Couldn't they send someone to sneak in? For example, letting a thief stealthily enter the mountaintop area, even if the monsters were dense, surely not every corner would be heavily guarded. Of course, other thieves' stealth levels weren't as high as his, so they might not be able to evade monsters of a higher level. Could this be the reason why these people still hadn't figured out the situation? Maybe it's not as simple as I thought. I should go up and take a look. He activated stealth and moved upward. Along the way, even the ordinary monsters he encountered were around level 10. As he delved deeper, he could clearly sense that the number of guild members was gradually decreasing. Those who could come here to level up were the top players in Maple Leaf Town, so naturally, there weren't many. While stealthily making his way, Zhou Chen carefully hid, deliberately avoiding detection, and no team discovered him, nor did he engage in conflict with wild monsters. He quietly infiltrated. Before he knew it, he could no longer see anyone else. As he approached the mountaintop area, he slowed his pace. He had heard that a powerful silver boss was entrenched here. The Flying Sky, Overlord, and Firework skills had all been wiped out by this boss, so he dared not underestimate it. Tip: you are about to enter the mountaintop area of Lonely Wind Mountain, where the silver-level boss, Flame Wing Tiger, does not allow humans to approach. Once discovered, other monsters will come to attack, and it will also alert the Flame Wing Tiger. Please be careful. The prompt in his ear made Zhou Chen realize, no wonder no one can rush to the foot of Lonely Wind Cliff. It turned out that the Flame Wing Tiger was so troublesome that it didn't give players a chance. After all, ordinary thieves' stealth couldn't fool the monsters here, not even a level 3 stealth. Moreover, aside from Zhou Chen, it was questionable whether any other thief had even trained their stealth to level 3. Interesting, I want to see what's up there. Zhou Chen concealed his figure and began to move. Other thieves might not be able to hide, but he was not an ordinary thief. He was confident that even the Flame Wing Tiger wouldn't notice anything before he made his move. Upon officially entering the mountaintop area, Zhou Chen was taken aback. The monsters here exhibited a discipline different from those below. They moved and patrolled within their territories, and even if they encountered each other at the edges, they wouldn't fight. There were even goblin patrols specifically responsible for inspecting the various wild areas, led entirely by level 13 elite goblins. Indeed, the mountain is ruled by the tiger. Zhou Chen marveled inwardly. It was clear that the discipline exhibited by the monsters was related to the presence of the Flame Wing Tiger. Faced with such vigilance, Zhou Chen had to be extremely cautious. Once his stealth ended, he wouldn't dare to hide in the bushes or trees, as the risk of being discovered was very high. He had another method, which was the spider silk ring he had just obtained. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk shot out, sticking to a large tree, pulling Zhou Chen up into the tree, using it as cover to avoid the monsters below. Then, he just needed to hide in the tree and wait for his stealth skill to recover before acting again. From his observations along the way, there were very few flying monsters on the mountain, so hiding in the tree was more discreet than hiding below it. Thus, Zhou Chen carefully approached the mountaintop using both stealth and spider silk skills. Finally, a steep cliff appeared in his view. That was Lonely Wind Cliff. Zhou Chen hid in a lush tree, carefully curling his body and using the branches and leaves for cover. Through the foliage, he saw from a distance a terrifying figure lurking at the foot of Lonely Wind Cliff. It was a tiger over a meter tall, with wings sprouting from its back, its fur golden, and a faint red flame aura swirling around its body, exuding an imposing presence. It lounged lazily at the foot of the cliff, surrounded by several fierce-looking tiger-like guards, clearly not to be trifled with. Those people didn't lose unfairly. Due to the distance, Zhou Chen couldn't see the boss's information, but he could feel its power. It was definitely not something he could handle at this moment. Moreover, there were guards on alert around the Flame Wing Tiger, and Zhou Chen didn't want to find himself in a dangerous situation surrounded by burly men. After observing for a while, he concealed his figure, quickly descended the tree, and ran towards the side of the Lonely Wind Cliff, maximizing his chances of avoiding the Flame Wing Tiger. With the map guiding him, his direction would not deviate. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen safely arrived at the side of the Lonely Wind Cliff. This area was close to the back of Lonely Wind Mountain, where the slope was steep. A careless fall would certainly lead to death. Even here, there might still be small monsters patrolling, so he had to hurry. Whoosh! Zhou Chen shot out a thread of spider silk, sticking it to a protruding rock on the cliff. Retract! The spider silk contracted. Instantly, Zhou Chen's body rose rapidly. Suddenly, a dim-witted goblin walked over from not far.
away, moving back and forth at Zhou Chen's original position, checking around.
Zhou Chen's heart raced for a moment.
At this moment, he was pressed against the cliff wall, relying on the stickiness of the spider silk, his
whole body hanging in the air.
The goblin looked around a few times, not finding the intruder, then lifted its head to gaze up at the cliff wall.
Stealth!
Fortunately, stealth restored at that moment, and Zhou Chen vanished. The goblin only saw a thread of spider silk swaying in the wind, losing interest and moving on to patrol elsewhere.
Exciting, I like it.
Zhou Chen hung in the air, the biting cold wind brushing against his face. At this moment, any misstep would mean a shattering fall, and the thrill was indeed at its peak. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, this incredibly real sense of crisis made him exceptionally excited, revealing a wicked smile.
In the cold wind.
Indeed, games are more fun when they are thrilling. After a while, the spider silk skill cooled down. Zhou Chen gripped the spider silk tightly with his left hand, using the control ring to cut the silk.
Then raised his right hand to shoot a new thread of spider silk.
This time, it connected directly to the top of the cliff. The previous maneuver was repeated, and Zhou Chen's body continued to approach the cliff top.
8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. Ha!
As he got closer, Zhou Chen grabbed the spider silk with both hands, pushed off forcefully from the protruding rock on the cliff with his feet, and climbed up the lonely wind cliff.
This is...
On the cliff of solitary wind, there was a small clearing.
Zhou Chen's eyes lit up at the scene before him.
About 7 or 8 meters ahead, a beam of light hovered in the air, with faint energy fluctuations emanating from it, occasionally flashing with strange colors that illuminated the distance. This should be the reason why the cliff of solitary wind emitted unusual glows.
In addition, beneath the light gate lay a treasure chest, entirely golden, a striking golden chest. Congratulations!
You are the first to reach the cliff of solitary wind. Please explore, and you can hand over the anomaly of the cliff of solitary wind quest to Mayor Slater to receive quest rewards.
Nice! Zhou Chen felt great joy in his heart.
This trip not only allowed him to complete a quest and obtain a set of silver-grade equipment, but also a golden chest with an unknown reward.
How exhilarating! Zhou Chen carefully observed the area, confirming that there were no monsters before he jogged over.
The golden chest shimmered with a noble luster, incredibly tempting. However, Zhou Chen did not open the chest immediately. Instead, he looked towards the light gate floating behind the chest.
Suddenly, information appeared around the light gate.
Gate of Good and Evil, type instance required level, none required number of people, 1/1 team entry ticket, Crystal of Good and Evil, can be obtained from monsters within Maple Leaf Town.
The higher the monster's level and rank, the greater the drop rate.
Rewards, equipment for levels 10 to 20, substantial experience points, money, and a completion chest.
Description: inside the Gate of Good and Evil, every choice you make is a contest between good and evil, which will also affect the final outcome. So it's a wild instance.
Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least it indicated that there was no danger here, and he could confidently open the chest. Just as he was about to act, a game prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have discovered the wild instance located on the cliff of solitary wind.
This is the first instance in the game, and you receive a special reward, free attribute points plus 10.
Not bad, I earned 10 free attribute points.
Zhou Chen was delighted, suddenly recalling a key point.
Up to this point in the game, although he had heard announcements about the first kills of Black Iron and Bronze bosses, there seemed to be no announcements regarding the first completion of an instance.
Now he understood the reason. The instance was located in this place. Who could discover it?
Other adventurers in the town had not received any news about this either, and it
seemed that certain triggering conditions needed to be met for the instance to appear.
For now, Zhou Chen decided to focus on the treasure chest. Lucky chest, rank, gold effect, open the chest to randomly obtain 1 to 2 treasures, with a 98% chance of obtaining items that match the chest's rank and a 2% chance of obtaining items that exceed the chest's rank.
Description: if you encounter a lucky chest, it means you are a lucky person.
Indeed, it's a gold-grade chest.
Zhou Chen
looked at the chest, feeling quite excited, and an audacious thought crossed his mind. Could he use theft on the chest? If so, wouldn't he be able to continuously steal items from it? After all, chests are generally connected to pools of unknown treasures.
Steal. He immediately tried. Invalid operation. The theft skill cannot be applied to the lucky chest.
Alright, I was thinking too much. Despite the failed attempt, Zhou Chen was still very happy. After all, it was a free chest, so it was all profit.
Open. He chose to open the chest.
As the chest slowly opened, radiant light spilled out. You have opened the gold grade chest and obtained skill book, 5th rank, times 1, skill book, 4th rank, times 1.
5th rank skill book? Ha, I hit the 2% chance too, how nice. The reason he said this was that gold grade should correspond to 4th rank skills. Obtaining a 5th rank skill indicated that he had drawn an item that exceeded the chest's rank. Zhou Chen happily opened his backpack and saw 2 skill books glowing faintly inside. Skill book, True Sight Skill Preview, type, passive skill rank, tier 4 effect 1, both eyes possess the power of true sight, allowing the user to see hidden targets and units, see in the dark, and double their vision range. Effect 2, some hidden information about certain objects will be revealed to your eyes. Learning requirements, none. Skill book, Clone Technique Skill Preview, type, active skill rank, tier 5 LV1, 0 out of 500, effect 1, condenses mana to create a clone identical to oneself, lasting 180 seconds, can actively make the clone disappear. Effect 2, the clone has 50% of the main body's attributes, shares vision with that main body, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, the clone cannot use the clone technique. Cost, 800 mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes, calculated from the moment the clone disappears. Learning requirements, none. Seeing the introduction of the True Sight skill, Zhou Chen's heart was calm. However, upon seeing the clone technique, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This skill is a godsend for me. He realized this immediately. For others, using the clone technique merely meant adding an output unit during its duration. Its effect was even less than 1 + 1 is equal to 2, as the clone only had 50% of the main body's attributes. But he was different. Because he had the stealing skill. Now with a clone, he could directly send the clone to steal while hiding in the shadows, with no danger at all. It was simply exhilarating. Moreover, since the clone could use other skills, it meant the clone could help him practice skill proficiency. Wasn't that amazing? And he could also allow the clone technique to achieve infinite growth. If the number of clones increased in the future, he could directly create a bunch of clones to surround an enemy. One theft, and that person would probably be completely cleaned out. Clearly, for Zhou Chen, the clone technique had immense potential. Learn. Zhou Chen excitedly learned both skills. Clone technique. He attempted to condense a clone. A surge of mana split from his body, quickly forming a shadow that instantly transformed into Zhou Chen's likeness. It's like having a twin brother. Zhou Chen examined it and tried to control the clone. The feeling was strange. He could see the situation in front of him, switch to the clone's perspective, and manage both his and the clone's views simultaneously. It was like dual threading. At first, Zhou Chen felt a bit unaccustomed, causing the clone to act awkwardly and appear not very smart. Fortunately, he quickly adapted. The clone had a simple autonomous action mode. If he deliberately commanded it, it would become more agile, indistinguishable from a real person. As long as he grasped a few techniques, controlling it was not difficult. Disappear. With a thought, the clone immediately transformed into a swirl of mana and dissipated. Go find the town mayor to turn in the quest. A full set of silver gear is quite exciting. Zhou Chen was satisfied and prepared to leave. As for the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon, although he was eager to explore it, he had no dungeon key and could only give up. After all, he had figured out what the strange light on the cliff was about and could just report it to the mayor. The mayor was probably worried about something strange happening on the mountain, which was why he issued such a quest. What's this? Just as he turned around, Zhou Chen noticed a slightly different strange grass among the weeds at his feet, which surprisingly revealed special information. It should be noted that there were many shrubs and weeds in this game, but he had never seen one that displayed special information. Could it be? That's right, I now have the passive effect of the Eye of True Sight, allowing me to see some hidden information. It turned out that his Eye of True Sight skill was in effect. Zhou Chen bent down to take a closer look. Snake Saliva Grass Type, Spiritual Herb Grade, Beginner Effect 1, can be used as a material for potion making. Effect 2 contains deadly poison, can be extracted with professional techniques to be used as poison. So it's a poisonous plant. I'll pick it first, it might be useful. After all, he had a poison application skill, so when he saw something like this, he naturally picked it first. It seemed he would have to pay more attention to his surroundings. With the True Sight skill, he might discover more rare herbs. Zhou Chen moved around a bit on the cliff and indeed found several more snake saliva grasses, packing them all away. Then, he used the spider's silk ring to quietly return to the foot of the cliff. Once down, Zhou Chen immediately entered stealth and slipped into the forest. Now, he needed to return to Maple Leaf Town to collect the quest reward from the mayor. As he approached the foot of the mountain, he heard waves of noise coming from below. What's going on? Zhou Chen flew up to a large tree and looked down. At some point, a dense crowd had gathered at the foot of the mountain, engaged in a fierce melee, fighting fiercely. Why are these people fighting? Curious, Zhou Chen quickly opened the chat screen. Brothers, the situation for Qingshan is not good. Everyone hurry to support. I've been unhappy with the Ba Dao and Huahua guilds for a long time. Today I'm going to fight them to the end. I'm going to support Qingshan. Damn it, yesterday I was driven out of the wild boar forest by those flying bastards. Today I'm going to take back my territory. Brothers, take me with you. Zhou Chen flipped through the records and understood the reason. It turned out that Qingshan was taking advantage of the Ba Dao and other guilds plotting at Lonely Wind Mountain, leading a large number of casual players to develop safely in the swamps to the west. He probably didn't like those guilds and might want a piece of the pie. So he rallied the casual players to deal with the three major guilds, demanding a share of the resources in the wild areas of Lonely Wind Mountain and to participate in the hunt for the flame-winged tiger. However, the three well-known guilds in Maple Leaf Town were not so easy to deal with, and the factions began to clash. Zhou Chen figured out the situation and felt bored. Let them make a fuss. He wouldn't participate in something that brought no benefits. At that moment, he chose a less crowded direction, avoiding the chaos, and stealthily made his way. After returning to Maple Leaf Town, he headed straight for the mayor's house. Hello, I'm here to report a quest to the mayor. Zhou Chen explained to the guards at the mayor's residence, and they led him into the reception room, where he met Mayor Slater. Adventurer, hello. Slater greeted Zhou Chen in a lukewarm manner. May I ask if you have investigated the abnormal situation at Lonely Wind Cliff? Yes, it actually. Zhou Chen recounted the situation. Of course, he wouldn't mention the encounter with the golden treasure chest. So it's just an entrance to a wild dungeon. Slater visibly breathed a sigh of relief. An entrance to a dungeon wouldn't pose a threat to the safety of the town. He thanked Zhou Chen. Adventurer, thank you for your hard work. Here is what you deserve. You have completed the quest Abnormality at Lonely Wind Cliff, gained experience plus 10,000, gold times 100, silver grade defense set times 1. Instantly, Zhou Chen's backpack gained 100 gold and 2 pieces of equipment. The experience bar reached halfway. That's right, just halfway. After reaching level 10, the experience required for leveling up changed qualitatively, going from level 10 to 11 required 20,000 experience points. Completing this quest wouldn't even allow Zhou Chen to level up. He opened his backpack to check the equipment. Maple Leaf Guardian Helmet Type, one of the Maple Leaf Guardian set grade, silver attributes, double defense plus 200, evasion plus 50 additional effect, after being attacked, defense plus 2%, can stack up to 10 times. Required level, LV10 Maple Guardian. Pants type, part of the Maple Guardian set rarity, silver level attributes, physical defense plus 240, magic defense plus 180, constitution plus 30 additional effect, 5% chance to restore 500 health points when attacked. Required level, LV10 Maple Guardian set, 2-piece set, attributes, health plus 1000 additional skill, Guardian's power, releases a defensive barrier with a radius of 2 meters, capable of resisting a total damage value of 5000, cooldown time of 4 minutes. Overall, the 2 pieces of equipment are quite good. But why are there only 2 pieces? Mayor, is this set only 2 pieces? Zhou Chen was a bit speechless. He thought there would be at least 5 pieces. Even if it was a bit less, there should be at least 3 pieces. But it turned out to be just 2 parts, far from his expectations. This is silver level equipment, having 2 pieces is already quite good. Slater smirked. Mayor, I exerted a tremendous effort to reach Lonely Wind Mountain. Adventurer, I am busy with official duties. If there is nothing else, please feel free. Alright, so that's how we're playing it? Zhou Chen squinted, chuckling to himself. We'll see about that. He turned to leave. Originally, he planned to make a big move in the town after completing the task at Lonely Wind Mountain. But he didn't expect to gain the skill of Shadow Clone. With Shadow Clone, the efficiency of skill training would greatly increase, so he decided to be cautious and delay his actions for a while. Now, he was preparing to visit the pharmacy to buy some basic mana potions. He also needed to stop by the profession hall. Now that he had reached level 10, he could learn level 10 profession skills. Just thinking about dealing with the old thief at the pharmacy made Zhou Chen's liver tremble. That old man was too shady. However, it didn't matter, he would get his money back sooner or later. At the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain, the chaotic battle gradually calmed down. With continuous casualties on all sides, the 3 major guilds finally realized that they had underestimated Qingshan Ejiozai and the resentment of those independent players towards guilds. Originally, the likes of Ba Chi Wu Shuang thought the battle would end quickly, and this farce would conclude with their absolute suppression of the independent players. After all, they had done this too many times in past games. But not long after the battle began, independent players and small groups continued to arrive to join Qingshan Ejiozai's camp. Among these people, some harbored deep hatred for the major guilds, while others were purely hot-blooded and eager for chaos. There were also many who
genuinely recognized Qing Shan Ijiozai and wanted to team up with him. In short, things exceeded expectations, and continuing to fight would only lead to mutual exhaustion.
Stop. There's no point in continuing this fight.
Soon, the leaders of the four factions almost simultaneously proposed negotiations. Blood Rose, Ba Chi Wu Shuang, and the Flying Sky Guild's Flying Sky.
Prince and Princess stepped forward to discuss with Qing Shan Ijiozai. So, what do you want? Flying Sky Prince spoke first.
He was a mage, dressed in a white robe, with handsome features. His sister beside him was a beautiful girl. The two were a perfect match, clearly from an extraordinary background in reality.
Simple.
Qing Shan Ijiozai replied in a loud voice, Our independent alliance will have the freedom to level up in Lonely Wind Mountain and its surroundings without your interference, and as for the siege of the Flame Wing Tiger, we want our share
of the loot. You must be dreaming.
Ba Chi Wu Shuang disdainfully surveyed the independent players before him. He, who was usually domineering, had no intention of accepting such terms. They had plotted for Lonely Wind Mountain for so long, and countless lives had been lost to gather information. They were on the verge of reaping rewards, so why should they share?
If you don't agree, then we'll fight until you do.
Just as the two negotiating parties were at a standoff, the Blood Rose, who had been silent, noticed something, her expression changing dramatically.
Strange, why has the task about Lonely Wind Mountain disappeared from my taskbar? Sister, you're not joking, are you?
Her younger sister, Fireflower Sword Dance, exclaimed in surprise.
The
information in Blood Rose's words was so significant that everyone immediately set aside the negotiations to check their taskbars.
My task has disappeared too. It was the abnormality of Lonely Wind Mountain task that anyone could take. My task has disappeared too. What is going on?
The leaders of the factions, who had been bargaining, were now all shocked.
The sudden
disappearance of the tasks could only mean one thing: someone had taken advantage of their struggle and rushed to Lonely Wind Cliff, completing the task first.
This was simply unbelievable. This is impossible.
The Flying Little Prince said with a face full of reluctance. The Flame Wing Tiger at the mountain top won't allow anyone to approach Lonely Wind Cliff.
At this stage, it's impossible for anyone to kill that boss alone. How did that person complete the task?
But the task has really disappeared, the Flying Little Princess said, unable to hide her surprise.
Could it be that boss has already been killed? No way.
Blood Rose shook her head. That's a silver level boss. No one in this game has triggered a silver level boss's first kill announcement yet.
It must still be alive. Who on earth is it? We can't get up there.
How did he
do it?
Dominant Unmatched's face darkened, looking very irritable. Being outpaced by someone made him, who usually held himself in high regard, extremely frustrated. He had regarded Lonely Wind Mountain as his own, but
someone else had gotten there first. What had he and Blood Rose and the others been working for all this time?
At this moment, Dominant Unmatched felt like a clown.
It must be that sneaky guy. Fireworks Sword Dance suddenly thought of someone. That mysterious guy who had ambushed her. Are you talking about the mysterious guy?
Dominant Unmatched's companion, the overbearing little silver spear, suddenly remembered.
It's quite possible.
That guy's invisibility is really strange. Who knows how it differs from stealth?
Could it be that he relied on invisibility to get up there?
He had dealt with the mysterious guy before, and the opponent's invisibility technique was indeed very peculiar. But the monsters on Lonely Wind Mountain are so densely packed and at such a high level.
Won't that guy's invisibility be seen through? The Flying Little Prince still couldn't make sense of it.
Even if he could sneak in, he would still have to climb Lonely Wind Cliff after reaching the top, and the Flame Wing Tiger and its large group of minions wouldn't allow that.
Forget it, the task on Lonely Wind Mountain
has already disappeared. There's no point in getting tangled up. But the silver boss is still there, and we can't miss out on the first kill reward. At this moment, Blood Rose displayed her strong woman qualities. She looked at the still-standing Green Mountain and was the first to express her opinion. I agree to let you join. The loot from the Flame Wing Tiger will be split evenly, and as for who gets the first kill, it's up to each person's ability.
Hey, are you serious?
Seeing Blood Rose agree, Dominant Unmatched was not having it. He was used to being arrogant and couldn't tolerate the threat from a casual player. But then, the Flying Little Prince also expressed his opinion. I agree with Blood Rose. Other towns have likely already started strategizing against the silver boss.
If we hesitate any longer, the losses will only increase. Seeing Blood Rose and the
Little Prince both agree, Dominant Unmatched immediately lost his temper and accepted in silence. Because there really was no time left. Dominant, Unmatched and the others had already reached level 12, with a few top players under them reaching level 10 and the mid-level personnel around level 7 or 8. The three parties combined were already qualified to challenge the Flame-Winged Tiger again. In fact, if it weren't for the sudden attack from the still-standing Green Mountain, Dominant, Unmatched and the others would have started their actions long ago. Thus, the four parties reached a consensus, began to regroup and prepare to strategize against the boss.
Maple Leaf Town. Zhou Chen walked out of the profession hall with a dark face.
Just a moment ago, he had gone in to purchase a level 10 rogue skill book Phantom Dash.
It cost him 20 gold coins. Calling these NPCs black-hearted is an understatement.
Zhou Chen complained in his heart as he took out the skill book and
learned it.
You have learned the skill Phantom Dash. Phantom Dash, type, active skill grade, 2nd tier LV1 effect 1-10 meters in any direction at a phantom-like speed, cutting through targets along the way, dealing 600 plus 140% attack damage. The higher your movement speed, the faster the dash. Effect 2. 10% chance to cause the target's wound to tear, losing 100 health points per second for 10 seconds.
Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. This is a displacement plus
attack skill, quite useful for rogues. Zhou Chen immediately bound this skill and talent, allowing it to achieve infinite growth, and then went to the pharmacy. Adventurer, take care, remember to come often. When he walked out with a dark face, the pharmacy owner, Warenji, even personally saw him to the door.
Because Zhou Chen had bought a large number of basic mana potions and a lot of poison.
Counting the cost of purchasing skill books, he had less than 10 gold coins left. This unscrupulous pharmacy merchant sold a bottle of basic mana potion for 2 silver coins, and Zhou Chen truly felt ashamed.
I'm just afraid that when
I come next time, you'll collapse.
Zhou Chen coldly smiled and left directly. Next time I return to the town, if I don't turn it upside down, I won't call myself Zhou. Suddenly, a regional announcement appeared.
Qingshan Izhou, brothers of the scattered players, I have reached a consensus with the 3 guilds of Badeo, Wawa, and Feitian to jointly tackle the Flame-Winged Tiger. Brothers interested can come participate, the rewards depend on your abilities.
Big news. Qingshan Dullo is forcefully intervening, teaming up with the 3 major guilds to tackle the Flame-Winged Tiger.
Brothers, go support them.
Immediately, players wandering in the town sprang into action. Did those guys really agree to Qingshan Izhou's request to attack Gufeng Mountain together? Zhou Chen was somewhat
surprised. He thought those people would fight to the death, but he didn't expect them to reach a consensus so quickly.
Yes, I completed the task at Gufeng
Mountain, they must have noticed.
But Zhou Chen quickly figured out the key. It was probably because he completed the task that those people felt a sense of crisis.
No, I must hurry over, that tiger is my moving asset, and no one else can touch it. Originally planning to practice skills, Zhou Chen immediately changed his mind, activated stealth, and headed for Gufeng Mountain. On the way, he took the opportunity to connect to the live streaming platform to see the situation
in other towns. Sure enough, other towns have also started tackling silver-level bosses.
After watching for a while, Zhou Chen closed the livestream.
If he
guessed correctly, after defeating the silver boss, dungeons would start appearing in the game, and there would be another wave of competition for the first
clear of the dungeons.
As Zhou Chen passed through the jungle at the foot of the mountain, he saw a crowd surging in the distance, with even more people rushing
out from various positions in the jungle, heading that way.
And in the mountaintop area, the sounds of battle were boiling. The scattered player group led by Qingshan Izhou, along with the people from the 3 guilds of Badeo, Huahua, and Feitian, were divided into 4 streams of people, fiercely battling the monsters
on the mountain.
Among them, the elite teams led by Qingshan Izhou, Badeo Wushuan, Blood Rose, and Feitian Little Prince were advancing the fastest, while the others were slightly slower, gradually killing their way to Gufeng Cliff.
No one can touch my asset. Zhou Chen chose a direction with relatively fewer people and climbed the mountain from the side.
He activated stealth and soon surpassed countless people, reaching the mountainside.
The monsters on the mountain
were too dense, especially with the overwhelming momentum attracting countless monsters. Many scattered players who wanted to join in were stopped.
Even some of
the elites from the 4 main groups, who were the main fighting force, were temporarily hindered by monsters and separated from their teams.
It wasn't that
Badeo Wushuang and the others didn't want to clear the way, but the closer they got to the mountaintop, the denser the monsters became.
Once they stopped, more monsters would come attacking, entangling them endlessly.
This situation became even more pronounced as they entered the mountaintop area, especially near Gufeng
Cliff. Upon reaching the mountaintop area, Zhou Chen still used the old method, combining stealth with the spider silk skill, smoothly heading towards Gufeng Cliff. Finally, Jochen stopped about 200 meters from Gufeng Cliff. Ahead, the roars of beasts and the shouts of players intertwined into a chorus. Whoosh! Jochen launched a thread while in stealth mode, leaping gently onto a nearby large tree, parting the branches that obstructed his view. He beheld the battle scene ahead. It was quite intense. The flame-winged tiger, along with its 8 bronze-level tiger guards and numerous goblins, silver-scaled snake monsters, and forest apes were all in action. Jochen spotted a tall blue-skinned goblin, its body wrapped in frost, casually waving its hand to unleash ice spikes, freezing the warriors and shield guards in front into ice sculptures or slowing them down with frost. That was the bronze-level boss Frost Goblin. There was also a giant snake, its waist thicker than a barrel, with its head held high, shooting out silver poison needles that left those hit in a poisoned state, leading to consecutive deaths. That was the bronze-level boss Silver-Scaled Snake King. One by one, the boss monsters responded to the call of the flame-winged tiger, attacking the players frantically alongside the 8 tiger guards. The players were divided into 4 groups, with Qingshan leading the largest group of casual players, around 500 in total. The combined forces of the Ba Dao, Huahua, and Fei Tian guilds numbered only about 1,000. Of course, these 3 guilds had more members. They had simply selected high-level players to tackle the boss. They coordinated their commands by rank, and the teamwork among the various squads was orderly. Although the monsters' assault was fierce, they were repeatedly held back, with continuous fire support from behind. In contrast, Qingshan Ijo's side had many temporary participants, leading to less familiar coordination and a noticeably higher casualty rate. However, overall, the frequency of monster deaths was higher, because within these groups, many had already learned skills at level 5 or even level 10, significantly enhancing their strength. Especially for the priests, the level 5 and 10 skills included small group healing, shields, and enhanced defense, allowing them to perform far beyond their previous capabilities. In terms of output, the mages became even more ferocious after learning new skills. Therefore, despite the fierce momentum of the monsters, the players showed no signs of fear. Roar! At that moment, a roar filled with authority and intimidation came from behind the monsters. A figure soared into the air. The flame-winged tiger had launched its attack. It flew into the sky, flames swirling around it, resembling a mass of fire clouds. Immediately, a scorching pillar of fire fell from the sky, sweeping through the crowd ahead. Priests, watch out, shouted Ba Chi Wu Shuang and others in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Healing skills and defensive light shields landed on the front shield guards. At the same time, the shield guards raised their shields high, casting defensive skills to hold firm. Boom! The flames exploded. The monsters on the ground seized the opportunity to attack, and some frontline players fell immediately. Attack! In an instant, red fireballs, blue wind blades, and azure energy arrows shot into the air, dazzling to behold. -17, -15. -16. Boom, boom, boom. The flame-winged tiger was bombarded with concentrated attacks, forced to land on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Chen also saw the attributes of the flame-winged tiger clearly. Flame-winged tiger, LV15 rank, silver level boss health, 280,000. Attack power, 1,540 spell power, 1,510 skills, fire element attack, pillar of flames, fireball barrage, wind fireblade, low altitude. Flight, flametail whip, wind fire impact, frenzy description, the king of lonely wind mountain, despising living beings stepping into its territory. Once the flame-winged tiger entered the battlefield, it unleashed wind fireblade and fireball. The red flames, combined with the raging wind slicing through the battlefield, fireballs exploding. Boom! The players were forced to retreat. Elite meat shields, step forward. Entangle the flame-winged tiger. With several shouts, well-equipped shield guards and warriors surged out from the 4 camps. These people were assembled before the likes of the overbearing and others launched their attack. They were the elite meat shields from various factions, and their only task was to entangle the flame-winged tiger. Otherwise, with the flame-winged tiger rampaging, no matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. The elite meat shield group launched their assault, working in tandem with the dedicated priest group, just managing to block the flame-winged tiger. The remaining players took the opportunity to attack the 8 tiger guards and the frost goblins, the bronze-level bosses. Dealing with the smaller monsters was futile. As long as the flame-winged tiger was alive, other small monsters would continuously emerge from all directions to provide support. However, once the bronze-level bosses were defeated, they wouldn't respawn for a short time, allowing the players to focus on taking down the flame-winged tiger.
Indeed, as the actions of the flame-winged tiger were restricted, the situation began to stabilize.
Not bad, it's time for me to act.
At this point, Zhou Chen finally confirmed it was safe. Now that the flame-winged tiger and other monsters were being besieged, he didn't need to hide so far away and could move closer to create some chaos.
Zhou Chen climbed down from the tree and stealthily made his way.
Finally, he stopped about 20 meters away from the player camp, still choosing to hide in the trees with spider silk to ensure he wouldn't be attacked by passing monsters. Then, a surge of energy erupted from his body, twisting into a human form shadow clone technique.
Go, do your job.
Zhou Chen controlled the clone to shoot out a strand of spider silk swinging far out, and as soon as it landed, it ran towards the camp of the Green Mountain still stands successfully
blending in.
Because the camp of the Green Mountain still stands was filled with many solo players, they didn't reject outsiders
at all.
Throughout the battle, people had been rushing up from the mountainside to join in, so no one suspected Zhou Chen. Thus, Zhou Chen's clone mixed into the crowd and charged to the front line. The clone could only exist for 3 minutes, and Zhou Chen's goal was to use this time to get close to the flame-winged tiger and steal its items.
As for why he didn't go himself? That's obvious, it
was too dangerous. Right now on the battlefield, players were in cooperative mode, where players' attacks would only affect monsters and wouldn't cause friendly fire. But with so many monsters, various attacks were flying around. If he got hit, Zhou Chen's stealth would be revealed, and death would likely await him. However, using a clone to execute the plan eliminated that concern. The clone could die without him caring. Moreover, the stealing skill wasn't an attack skill, unlike other skills whose effects were related to personal attributes. Even if the clone had only half the attributes of the main body, it wouldn't affect the success rate of stealing. Given the current situation, using a clone to steal from the boss was simply perfect. The Green Mountain still stands in the overbearing, and others never imagined that, unbeknownst to them, an unimaginable presence had infiltrated the player's base. When the clone reached the front line, half of its duration remained. Stealth. The clone activated stealth. Since there were many rogues in the area, no one suspected his stealth. Soon, Zhou Chen saw glowing circles scattered across the ground ahead. Those were traps set by the hunters to assist the meat shields in resisting the monsters' charges. Additionally, many rogue players of the same profession as Zhou Chen had also entered stealth, waiting for the right moment to attack. Under the effect of Zhou Chen's true sight, he could see all the hidden rogues and traps on the ground. Thus, Zhou Chen easily passed through the front line, brushing past many hidden rogues without alarming anyone. In the battlefield, swordsmen, warriors, shield guards, and rogues were fiercely battling the monsters. Zhou Chen ignored them entirely, carefully avoiding areas with many monsters and players, heading towards a golden-red flame figure. That was precisely where the flame-winged tiger was located. At this moment, there were 10 seconds left of his stealth. Finally, with just a few seconds left in stealth, Zhou Chen broke through to the back of the flame-winged tiger. He stood still 4 meters away, taking advantage of the opponent being entangled by numerous melee fighters, and reached out with his small hand. Who said you can't touch a tiger's butt? I just like to touch. Steal. Failure. I actually failed? Zhou Chen was taken aback. To be honest, ever since his stealing level broke through the 40-level barrier, he had rarely encountered situations where he couldn't steal. Indeed, it was a silver-level boss, the tier bonus was no joke. Just at the moment of failure, the body of the flame-wing tiger suddenly trembled and unexpectedly turned its head. Zhou Chen met its golden pupils, feeling a chill run down his spine. It can see me? No, it should just be relying on instinct. Whoosh! While Zhou Chen was pondering, he saw the tiger's tail whip around, transforming into a fiery long whip that struck with incredible speed. Disappear! Zhou Chen decisively cancelled his clone. After all, the duration of the clone was almost up, and there was no need to keep it. Bang! The fiery long whip missed Zhou Chen, and instead hit a nearby unfortunate swordsman, instantly killing him. Phew! In the distance, Zhou Chen, hiding in a tree, let out a sigh of relief. A silver-level boss should not be underestimated. However, I'm in the dark, and you're in the light. How many times can you withstand my theft? With an evil smile, Zhou Chen quietly waited for the next opportunity to strike. There was no choice. The cooldown time for the clone technique was long, reaching up to 10 minutes. Of course, due to his talent effect, the cooldown time for the clone skill was reduced to 5 minutes, but it was still a bit long. However, Zhou Chen had plenty of time. At this moment, the players had not yet focused their fire on the flame-winged tiger and were still in the process of exterminating the bronze-level boss.
At this rate, it would take at least half an hour to clear it. Even after the bronze level boss was defeated, the Flame Winged Tiger would still be difficult to kill. The classes that could effectively and consistently deal damage in the field were mainly archers and mages. There were only about 700 of these two classes, and they also had to split some of their numbers to attack the small monsters to relieve the pressure on others. After a round of concentrated fire, they could probably only take away 2,000 to 3,000 health points from the boss. After that, both mages and archers would have to enter skill cooldown. Warriors and shield guards mainly played a restraining role, with their output almost negligible. Swordsmen and thieves needed to wait for the right moment to deal damage, otherwise, being hit by the boss would likely mean death, greatly limiting their attacking ability. Even if things went smoothly, after defeating the bronze level boss, it would still take at least another hour to wear down the Flame Winged Tiger. So Zhou Chen was in no hurry at all. He even connected to the live streaming platform while waiting for the clone skill to recover, checking the situation in other towns. Wushan Town, the Starry Night Guild, is leading the attack on the Corpse Poison Lich boss in the Wushan dungeon. Come and watch. Qingshuan Town, the Manhwa Pavilion Guild is leading the siege on the silver level boss, the Blue Winged Demon Wolf. Come and watch. As soon as he entered the Douyu platform, Zhou Chen saw various live stream titles related to strategies for defeating bosses. He chose a live stream room to enter. This was a live stream under the Starry Night Guild, currently broadcasting the scene of the guild leader, Starry Night Pearl, teaming up with other small guilds to attack the boss. The live stream was also equipped with commentary showing the game footage on the main screen, while on the side, a man and a woman were passionately discussing game-related content. The man was one of the leaders of the Starry Night Guild, Starry Night Liu Guan. The woman was a contracted streamer on the Douyu platform. And she was very beautiful. Because the game Divine Awakening was so popular, Douyu had specially trained several streamers and, taking advantage of the major guild strategies against bosses, had these streamers parachute into various guild livestreams to increase their popularity. When Zhou Chen entered, the female streamer was just asking Starry Night Liuhua for this strategy. It seems that the Starry Night Guild has made ample preparations and should be very confident, right? Starry Night Fire, yes. This time we must take down the Corpse Poison Lich, as it relates to the first clear of the dungeon. Female streamer, dungeon? The game hasn't had any dungeons appear yet. Does Starry Night already know the clues to the dungeon? Starry Night Fire, that's right. If our analysis is correct, defeating the Corpse Poison Lich will grant us the key to enter the depths of the Wushan Tomb dungeon. At that time, I welcome all friends to the livestream to witness Starry Night achieving the first clear of the dungeon. Female streamer, that's really exciting. As an established guild, it seems Starry Night is going to showcase their skills in Divine Awakening this time. Zhou Chen watched for a while, then exited the livestream and entered another one. The content in other livestreams was similar, either showing or broadcasting strategies for defeating bosses, or discussions related to it. It was already the third day since the game opened. Each town had coincidentally discovered traces of the dungeon and began intense competitive racing. Whoever kills the silver level boss first not only gets the silver level first kill but also gets to enter the dungeon ahead of others, potentially achieving the first clear of the dungeon. Since no one has cleared the dungeon yet, this first clear will definitely be the global first clear, and its value is unimaginable. Soon, Zhou Chen disconnected from the platform, his expression becoming serious. Clone technique. Mana surged, transforming into a clone. Go. The same scene played out again. The clone stealthily blended into the crowd. With the experience from the last time, Zhou Chen controlled the clone to move more flexibly. This time, he spent only 2 minutes getting the clone past numerous obstacles, arriving near the Flame Winged Tiger. Just in time, the cooldown for stealth was over, and Zhou Chen mixed in with the players, activated stealth, and quickly approached the back of the boss. Ah, this sexy tiger, but I can't resist touching it a few times. It would be a waste not to. Tiger brother. I'm here to see you again. Zhou Chen reached out his small hand and activated theft. Theft successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained hidden equipment Flame Battle Blade, gold level, ×1. I stole it. That's more like it, my theft has a 70% success rate. Zhou Chen was overjoyed. This time, he actually got a gold level equipment. It was simply too exhilarating. Roar. The Flame Winged Tiger, currently in battle, suddenly roared, its eyes filled with intense anger. It had been stolen from a damn little thief took advantage of the chaos to steal its belongings. Boom. The Flame Winged Tiger's wings flashed, and fiery wind blades ravaged, forcing back the people in front. Its tail shot up high, suddenly whipping down, transforming into a 20-meter-long fiery whip, sweeping towards the back.
Tiger brother, calm down, the torment has just begun, it wouldn't be fun if you break down now.
Zhou Chen had anticipated this, immediately lying on the ground, just dodging this attack, thinking to himself how fun it was. Bang bang bang.
The fiery whip missed him, but several meat shields behind him were not so lucky, all hit in the chest.
Crying out in pain.
That powerful attack carried a burning effect. If it weren't for the shield cast by the priest on them,
they would have been in danger.
Fortunately, there were multiple batches of meat shields responsible for entangling the flame wing tiger, and personnel from all 4 camps had been sent to participate, so they quickly replaced the team to continue the fight. After the flame wing tiger struck, it turned its head and spat fireballs from its mouth.
The anger in its eyes did not fade.
Although the person who attacked from the shadows was unseen as a powerful silver boss, its instincts told it that the guy was still alive.
Damn it!
The flame wing tiger could only vent its anger wildly. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, crouched on the ground, carefully dodging, waiting for his stealing skill to
recover before recklessly approaching again. Steal. Failed. No problem, there's always the next time.
As he made his move again, the flame wing tiger immediately sensed it, its body engulfed in flames from rage.
That damn
little thief was indeed still there. Unfortunately, it was entangled by someone and couldn't see the thief's figure, leaving it with no way to deal with the situation.
Don't you think this boss is angrier? A player vaguely felt something was off.
Of course, if a bunch of robbers came to your house, would you be calm? But soon, his doubts were dismissed by his companions.
Indeed, if it were them being attacked, they would definitely be furious. Thus, apart from the flame wing tiger, no one noticed Zhou Chen's presence.
10 seconds later, he made his move again.
Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained equipment times 1. You have obtained gold times 1. Ha ha ha, succeeded again.
And I even stole 2 items, too bad the other was just gold, otherwise it would have been a huge profit. 3 minutes were about to pass, and Zhou Chen chose to let his clone disappear. So comfortable. On the other side, Zhou Chen's main body was grinning widely. I was just a bit lazy, wanting to make some small money to support my family, who knew I would get a golden grade.
Equipment? You know, how embarrassing is that? Counting the gains. Zhou Chen happily opened his backpack to check.
The first thing that caught his eye was a short dagger that sparkled with a golden flame sheen.
Flame.
Battle blade, type, short dagger, weapon, grade, golden attributes, attack power plus 500, attack speed plus 30% additional effect, attack deals an extra 300 points of fire damage. Additional skill, flame slash, condenses the power of flames to slash out an 80-meter flame blade, dealing 3000 plus 180% attack power fire damage to the target hit, cooldown time 120 seconds. Required level, LV 15. What the hell?
Awesome. Awesome plus 500. Attack power, plus fire damage and an area attack skill, hahaha, who else?
At this moment, old Zhou was simply over the moon. Unfortunately, this weapon required level 15 to use. He then looked at the other piece of equipment, Lone Wind King's Waistguard, grade, silver attributes, health plus 1300, agility plus 30 additional effect, when fighting alone, damage dealt plus 10%. Required level, LV 15. Not bad, I'll replace the original belt and weapon when I reach level 15.
Zhou Chen was very satisfied.
Next, he just had to wait for the clone skill to recover.
Time gradually passed.
The battlefield situation changed a bit. The Frost Goblin boss, which had been casting spells, finally fell first under the player's attacks. The player's pressure was significantly reduced. At this moment, Zhou Chen's clone skill cooled down again.
Clone technique.
The clone moved out.
Again, continuing to steal. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained a basic health potion times 1. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20.
You have obtained item Flame Tiger Fur times 1.
Roar. The Flame Wing Tiger was furious. Calm down, Tiger brother, I'll dare next time. Zhou Chen grinned while dodging attacks. Steal failed, skill proficiency plus 10. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained equipment times 1, gold times 1.
Hold on, Tiger brother, we still need you to help us get rich, you can't go down.
Thus, Zhou Chen relied on his clones, using numerous players as a distraction, tirelessly executing wave after wave of theft.
Each time, he made his clone disappear while in stealth mode, so no one ever noticed that a thief frequently appeared around the boss to steal. Finally, with a cry of despair, the last bronze level Tiger Guard fell. The players were ready to launch a killing spree against the blazing winged tiger. At this moment, one of Zhou Chen's clones, still in stealth mode, reached out towards the blazing winged tiger.
Ahem, tiger brother, we're bothering you again, really sorry. Steal activated. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained hidden equipment, meteor fire boots, golden level, ×1. Another hidden item? That's 2 now. This is good stuff specifically prepared for the boss first kill. Awesome. Zhou Chen was overjoyed.
The blazing winged tiger, engaged in battle, suddenly trembled.
Roar the next second, an
incredibly furious roar filled the mountains and forests. Tip: the blazing winged tiger has been strongly stimulated, unleashing hidden potential, becoming more aggressive. Please be careful.
What the hell? What's going on?
The players were all a bit confused upon hearing this tip. They saw the blazing winged tiger soar into the air, its body engulfed in flames, resembling a small sun. The next second, wind and fire converged, transforming into a thicker fire pillar that swept across the field.
Quick, dodge.
At that moment, the commanders of each team shouted frantically.
Clearly, the boss's attack this time was fiercer than before. Retreat. The elite meat shields, well trained, immediately took action.
But the fire pillar was faster.
Boom. -2332 -2291.
Wherever the fire pillar passed, both meat shields and squishy players were instantly killed.
This included Zhou Chen's clone.
The players were in a panic, and in an instant, countless casualties occurred. However, after the fire pillar rampaged through, with the Green Mountain still standing and the 3 guild leaders directing, the players reorganized their offensive and charged back in. This time, without the obstruction of numerous bronze-level bosses, the blazing winged tiger took hit after hit. Countless arrows and spells intertwined in the air, forming a dazzling net that descended, continuously bombarding it. -13, -16, -18. Although each attack's damage was not high, the sheer number of attacks made the boss's health visibly
decrease. Brothers, keep it up. This tiger is nothing to fear.
Seeing this, the players' confidence surged, and they worked even harder. The blazing winged tiger rampaged through the crowd but could never escape a entanglement of numerous shield guards, warriors, swordsmen, and thief players. Additionally, many hunters were constantly laying traps around, and as soon as the blazing winged tiger stepped on one, it would be slowed
down or trapped.
Even though the control time was short, it caused quite a bit of trouble. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the players killed it. It was just a matter of how many would be sacrificed. With so many people, strength really is great. Even such an impressive boss is helpless.
From a distance, Zhou Chen, hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but sigh.
He then withdrew his gaze and opened his backpack. A pair of shining boots caught his eye, with sparks flickering on them, looking fantastic. Meteor fire boots rarity, gold level attributes, movement speed plus 200, evasion plus 150, agility plus 40 additional effect, fire resistance plus 300. Reduces 300 points of fire elemental damage. Additional skill, meteor fire, fly to any position within 100 meters like a flaming meteor, cooldown time 3 minutes.
Required level, LV15. Wow, let's go. This equipment actually
comes with a super powerful displacement skill, and as a thief, he couldn't be happier. Brother who is awesome, brother who is mighty, brother who is generous.
Zhou Chen was simply ecstatic.
Next, he continued to lurk, constantly
sending out clones to steal.
He wasn't sure if it was because the boss was in an abnormal state, but his success rate for stealing noticeably dropped.
Moreover, as a silver-level boss, Zhou Chen surprisingly started stealing bronze-level items from it, or just potions, gold coins, and such. This guy, could he be getting poor from my stealing? Zhou Chen couldn't help but think. However, overall, he was very satisfied. Didn't he see that group of people fighting desperately, and so far they hadn't gained anything? He was already profiting immensely.
So, Zhou Chen maintained a relaxed mindset and slowly sent out his clones to act. As time passed, the health of the flame
winged tiger dwindled.
He didn't know how long had passed.
Suddenly, Zhou Chen heard a prompt, steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20.
You have obtained a special item flame core ×1.
Zhou Chen immediately perked up.
Suddenly, flames surged ahead, and the flame-winged tiger roared to the sky.
What the hell? Zhou Chen vaguely felt it was related to him. He quickly opened his backpack to check.
Flame core type, intermediate material effect. Contains rich fire elemental energy, with various uses in potion making, alchemy, and power sources.
I see, this thing must be quite important to it, so it's really angry. Zhou Chen realized. Immediately after, a prompt sound rang out, confirming his guess. Notice, the flame-winged tiger has lost its mind due to extreme anger, activating its berserk skill. For the next 3 minutes, its attributes will surge, after which it will fall into a weakened state. Please be careful. What the hell, the boss is berserk. Brothers, hold on. If we survive this wave, victory will be ours. Seeing the boss go berserk, the players were both scared and excited. After all, it was a silver level boss, and the first kill could very likely drop high tier equipment, which means gold equipment. But the flame-winged tiger proved with its actions that the players were a bit too early in their excitement. It flew into the air, flapping its wings, and a barrage of wind and fire blades swept out in all directions. This time, the boss's attacks were fiercer, with increased range and intensity. Boom! The fiery wind blades sliced through, and even though the priests desperately cast protection, dozens of tanks instantly perished. Following that, 5 pillars of fire, a fiery whip, and numerous fireballs rained down from the sky. Retreat! Avoid its sharp edge first. It's too fierce. Instantly, the player camp was filled with flickering flames, surging heat waves, and the light of death flashing continuously. This is really scary. Zhou Chen hid behind, munching on popcorn, relishing the chaos. However, although the boss was fierce, its skill cooldown was quite long. After a round of berserk bombardment, the total number of players had almost decreased by a third. Next was the players' counterattack round. The mages raised their staffs, recited incantations, and unleashed spells. Every archer drew their bow, with armor-piercing arrows, shock arrows, and chain arrows following one after another. Boom! Boom! The figure of the flame-winged tiger charging forward was suddenly met with resistance. Moreover, in its enraged state, its defense decreased, allowing the player's damage output to soar. Brothers, charge! The players' eyes sparkled with excitement. Swordsmen, thieves, and even hunters rushed in recklessly, taking the place of some fallen meat shields to hold the boss at bay. In an instant, the sounds of battle filled the air. 3 minutes were about to pass. The flame-winged tiger's skills recovered partially, and it launched a counterattack once again. This time, nearly a quarter of the players were lost. But the boss had entered a weakened state. Its breath was labored. Its speed greatly reduced, and it could no longer fly. Moreover, its health was below 50,000. The players felt victory was within reach. Brothers, charge! The first kill is mine. Whoever has the ability, take it. I'm going in first. Instantly, the players' morale soared. The flame-winged tiger roared in retaliation, and every time its flame-covered claws fell, someone would die. But anyone could see that it was merely the boss's dying struggle. No matter how fierce it had been before, it was now about to become fish on the chopping block. At this moment, Zhou Chen, who had been holding back, suddenly sharpened his gaze. He no longer released clones, but focused entirely, ready to strike at any moment. He had his eyes set on this boss' first kill. Soon, the boss's health dropped to around 20,000. Action! Zhou Chen quickly appeared, charging towards the back of the crowd. Clone technique. One body and one clone rushed towards the dominance and flying sky guilds. Based on Zhou Chen's observations, these two guilds had the most surviving priests and mages, so he would take them out first. Dude, are you lost? As Zhou Chen rushed over, a player from the Dominance Guild questioned in confusion. He thought Zhou Chen was from the Qingshan Yiji side and had taken a wrong turn. Guilds were not random groups. Their members' names were not hidden and had specific prefixes. Facing the man's question, Zhou Chen said nothing and directly responded with action. A flash of the blade. Swoosh! The player died instantly. First blood. Zhou Chen charged towards the enemy. Damn, this bastard is attacking us. Someone's causing trouble, stop him. Screams erupted from the back of the Dominance Guild. Phantom Flash. Zhou Chen transformed into a phantom, instantly dashing out 10 meters. Along the way, he left a trail of black blade light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blade cut through where the phantom passed, striking those fragile mages and priests. -987 -440 poison damage. -991 -440. In an instant, a series of damage numbers popped up, and the attacked players fell one after another. Zhou Chen's blade was coated with the deadly poison of the spotted toxin gland, lasting for 10 minutes. Combined with his skills and attack power, killing the fragile ones was too easy. At this moment, there was also a commotion from the Flying Sky Guild, clearly indicating that the clones were starting to cause them trouble. What's going on? The imposing figure stood at the front of the guild crowd, sensing the commotion behind him, and asked in a deep voice. Boss, someone is ambushing us, they must be planning to steal the boss. The arrogant little silver spear shouted from the side, it's that damned mysterious guy. You take people to eliminate him right away, this is a critical moment, we absolutely cannot let him disturb us. Yes. The arrogant little silver spear hurriedly led people to the back. At this moment, Zhou Chen struck down more than a dozen fragile players in an instant, causing the surrounding players to be terrified and frantically trying to escape. Bastard! A tank player was the first to arrive, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, launching a shield guard's punishment towards Zhou Chen. This was a control and damage skill of the shield guard. Once hit, there was a chance to be stunned. But just as the shield guard's hammer came down, Zhou Chen strangely vanished. Backstab. Zhou Chen appeared behind him and delivered a backstab. Minus 4120, backstab critical hit, minus 440. Poison damage. The backstab was a guaranteed critical hit. Coupled with the effects of Zhou Chen's equipment, this strike dealt terrifying damage, instantly killing that shield guard. My god! A gasp arose from the crowd, clearly shocked by Zhou Chen's damage. Who are you, and why are you attacking us? No, he is that mysterious guy. It can't be wrong. This guy has finally shown himself. Mysterious guy. At this moment, the arrogant little silver spear rushed over with his people in a panic. So you are that despicable, treacherous little man. The arrogant little silver spear glared fiercely at Zhou Chen. Surround him. Zhou Chen coldly smiled at the words and suddenly disappeared. Be careful, he has gone invisible. Don't panic. The arrogant little silver spear shouted, mages, activate magic eyes, archers, fire. Reconnaissance arrows. Magic eyes and reconnaissance arrows were both first-tier revealing skills that mages and archers could learn upon reaching level 10. Instantly, beams of light in the form of arrows and the bizarre magic eyes made of mana appeared in the sky. I see. You, huh? Just as the little silver spear and the others thought the mysterious guy would undoubtedly be exposed under the revealing skills, reality slapped them hard. The opponent did not reveal himself. Zhou Chen's stealth had undergone multiple upgrades, long surpassing the scope of first-tier skills. The magic eyes and reconnaissance arrows were completely ineffective against him. This is not scientific. The arrogant little silver spear was dumbfounded. Those who were about to release control skills, as well as the ranged players who were regaining their composure to cast spells and shoot arrows, were also confused. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, only to see a priest turn into white light and die. They only caught a glimpse of a black blade flash, but did not see the attacker. It was Zhou Chen who, taking advantage of the confusion, had already slipped into the group of priests and was slaughtering them. Every strike of his could trigger a critical hit, dealing massive damage. Not only priests, mages, and archers, but also some self-righteous rogues who had activated stealth to wait for an opportunity were also exposed by Zhou Chen's true sight and were killed one after another. After each instant kill of a fragile player, the shadow kill effect activated, allowing Zhou Chen to remain invisible, leaving these people with no way to deal with him. Everyone pay attention. Once the mysterious guy makes a move, attack in that direction. We have a cooperative mode. There won't be any friendly fire. In this critical moment, the arrogant little silver spear ordered loudly. Immediately, spells and arrows flew towards the place where their teammate had died. But Zhou Chen had already anticipated this. After each kill, he immediately changed position while remaining invisible. He had maxed out agility, and under stealth, his speed was unmatched. Their random attacks couldn't touch him at all. At this moment, the clone on the flying side also entered stealth, harassing the ranged players like a gorilla. With Zhou Chen's interference, the domineering rear suffered heavy casualties and fell into chaos, leading to a lack of firepower in the attack on the boss. The flame-winged tiger took the opportunity to retaliate fiercely, and the situation suddenly became unpredictable. Dominance unmatched. What are you doing? Flying sky and domineering, are you playing tricks at this time? Noticing the anomaly, blood rose. And Green Mountain were still questioning through friend messages. Dominance unmatched. It's that mysterious guy, he's harassing us. Flying Sky Prince, that guy is so disgusting, always invisible. I really don't know how he does it. It's him. Blood Rose's expression turned cold, decisively saying, forget about him, quickly concentrate our forces to kill the boss. Easier said than done. That guy can take down a meat shield in an instant. We've been losing people here. Instantly, the entire situation began to spiral out of control. Especially on the domineering side, chaos reigned, making it impossible to stabilize the situation through command. In the midst of the chaos, domineering's little silver gun was killed by Zhou Chen. The rear of domineering was completely in disarray. Everyone was in danger. Zhou Chen, while killing, gradually approached the front. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Let's take down dominance unmatched first, and then you can see how you play. With this thought, Zhou Chen slipped forward in stealth mode. In this chaotic situation, another advantage of the shadow kill skill became apparent. The duration of the stealth skill had long passed, but the effect of shadow kill granted additional Invisibility time. Even if an accident occurred now causing Zhou Chen to become visible, he could immediately activate stealth again. Not fearing exposure. For the rogue class, Shadow Kill was simply a divine skill. Seeing the chaos behind, Dominance Unmatched could not
organize an effective attack and could only angrily abandon the boss, retreating with a group of elite members.
As a result, they ran right into Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen immediately circled behind him and delivered a backstab. Dominance Unmatched suddenly felt a chill in his back. Die! Zhou Chen declared like the Grim Reaper. Minus 3988 minus 440 backstab hit plus 100% critical, even with all his top-notch gear. Dominance Unmatched could only fall in resentment. Zhou Chen vanished again. The boss is dead. That mysterious guy is so disgusting. Damn, who's going to command? Amidst the panic, there was another change ahead. Due to the lack of firepower from the domineering side, the flame-winged tiger found an opportunity and crashed into the front line with a wind-fire impact, charging into the domineering crowd. Instantly, flames surged, and countless casualties ensued. Now this is lively. Zhou Chen laughed heartily, quickly retreating to the outskirts. He continued to hunt down squishy players, taking one down with each strike, enjoying himself immensely. Quick, catch up to the boss. During the chaos in the domineering guild, Blood Rose and Green Mountain were still holding on, attacking the boss. Seeing that the boss had only a little over 10,000 health left, they hurriedly brought people to chase after it. On the Flying Sky Guild's side, as Zhou Chen's clone's duration ended, they reorganized their offensive and rushed over. Good timing. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen abandoned the domineering side and slipped into the Flying Sky Guild's ranks. In the crowd, Flying Sky Prince and his sister, Flying Sky Princess, were completely unaware of the danger approaching. Flying Sky Prince raised a beautifully crafted silver staff, preparing to cast a spell. Beside him, his sister, Flying Sky Princess, was releasing arrows. Suddenly, a black blade flashed by. Swoosh! Flying Sky Prince's health bar instantly vanished and he turned into a white light. Ah! Flying Sky Princess and those around her were startled, and they immediately understood that the guy had struck again. Run! Damn, forget the boss, that mysterious guy is really disgusting. The Flying Sky Guild was thrown into chaos without a leader. A large group of people fell into disarray. Zhou Chen, amidst the chaos, approached Flying Sky Princess from behind. Sister, your little neck is so fair and tender, it must be cut. With a wicked smile, Zhou Chen's blade sliced across the little beauty's throat. Dead. The Flying Princess also transformed into white light and vanished. Without a leader, the Flying Sky Guild fell into chaos. The flame-winged tiger suddenly realized that the enemy's offensive had greatly diminished. It fought back desperately, and the players' camp gradually fell into chaos, with the light of death flickering continuously in the arena. Seeing this, Zhou Chen changed direction again, circling towards the position where Qing Shan Yijio was still fighting with the Fireworks Guild. Sister, the Flying Little Prince and his sister are dead. 2. In the Fireworks camp, Fireworks Sword Dance said anxiously. She was friends with the Flying Little Princess and had already learned this news. Mysterious brother is such a bastard, he wants to throw us into chaos and fish in troubled waters. At this moment, Blood Rose furrowed her brows, looking at the flame-winged tiger that was still slaughtering in the arena, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Without the firepower cooperation of Ba Dao and Flying Tian, the boss's remaining health was not decreasing at all. Sister! Just as Blood Rose hesitated, her younger sister suddenly let out a scream, killed by a sneak attack. Mysterious brother, you are going too far. Our 3 guilds will never let you go. Blood Rose, usually composed, was now thrown off balance. After playing the game for so long, it was the first time she felt so disgusted. She simply couldn't bear it. But the response to her was still the silent flash of blades, sending her back to Maple Leaf Town. The Fireworks Guild also fell into chaos. What a waste! Noticing the commotion in the Fireworks Guild, Qing Shan Yijio immediately understood the reason. He sighed deeply and said to those around him, "We can't kill this boss today, we need to leave quickly." "Boss, you can't be joking." A player who had great faith in him exclaimed in surprise. "Mysterious brother is too tricky. He has killed Ba Chi Wu Shuang and others, I am definitely his next target. If I don't leave now, I will die." After saying this, he decisively left. Those who followed him hesitated for a few seconds, and a considerable number made the same choice. Qing Shan Yijio not only left but also issued a regional announcement. Qing Shan Yijio, mysterious brother, great means, I admire you. I don't want the boss anymore, please let me go, I would be very grateful. As soon as this announcement was sent out, it triggered a chain reaction. Many who still held fantasies about the boss lost heart and turned to flee. Even someone like Qing Shan. Ijio gave up. What were they still struggling for? This guy is really decisive. No wonder he can compete with the 3 guilds. He has some skills. Zhou Chen, who was preparing to assassinate Qing Shan Ijio, showed an appreciative expression. He changed his mind and turned to assassinate those players who were still stubbornly trying to compete with him for the boss. With the players in disarray, some dead and some fleeing, over 300 people remained unwilling to leave, still foolishly entangled with the boss. The remaining survivors dared not approach, keeping their distance, fearing they would be stabbed to death by mysterious brother. Zhou Chen continued his actions, like the Grim Reaper wandering the battlefield, each strike taking a life. Damn, I'm scared. Mysterious brother, you're amazing, I'm done playing. I admit defeat, retreat. After a while, another group of people was scared out of their wits, abandoning their unrealistic fantasies and fleeing as well. Roar. Perhaps the sudden turn of events gave the flame-winged tiger a glimmer of hope. It had rarely used skills after falling into a weakened state, but now it exerted all its strength to flap its wings, releasing 3 pillars of flame. In an instant, flames surged and white light shone. Zhou Chen, too close to hunt players, was caught by a gust of wind as a fire pillar struck, slowing him down as the flames rushed toward him. Guardian power. Zhou Chen's body suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, forming a barrier that protected him entirely. This was the skill added by the Maple Leaf Guardian set Guardian Power, which could withstand 5,000 points of damage. What the hell? The players who were far away, while resisting the surrounding monsters, looked towards the bottom of the lonely wind cliff. They saw 3 pillars of fire engulfing many people. And they couldn't help but be shocked. Is that mysterious guy dead too? Soon, the flames dissipated. In the arena, the flame-winged tiger had lost all its momentum, the flames swirling around its body reduced to mere sparks, as if it were exhausted. And within 100 meters around there wasn't a single living person. Only a strange light shield remained. That was the glow of the guardian power. Zhou Chen was not dead. I have to say, the boss's spell damage was indeed terrifying, but it only took down over 4,000 shield points, and the guardian power's barrier had not shattered. However, due to the attack collision, Zhou Chen's invisibility had now disappeared. That's him, the mysterious guy. What a crafty one, hiding so deep. Players from a distance quickly activated their recording functions, seizing the opportunity to capture the mysterious guy's figure. Is this all that's left? What the hell, I'm outta here. Time to run. At this moment, the players who had narrowly avoided being swept by the pillar of flames were completely terrified and began to flee. There was no choice, the boss's counterattack had just killed over 100 people, and the remaining few were not enough for the mysterious guy to kill, let alone hope to defeat the boss. If they didn't run now, they would truly be foolish. What a great opportunity. Zhou Chen's eyes sharpened. Right now, everyone was forced to retreat, leaving combat status. The surrounding minions had also been wiped out in the previous battle. Now, if he could kill the boss, he would be able to absorb all the experience points. Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel excited as he charged at the flame-winged tiger. The flame-winged tiger's eyes were filled with unwillingness as it raised its paw to swipe at the approaching Zhou Chen. Whoosh! A gust of wind pressure surged. Even in its weakened state, this boss's attack power was still formidable. A phantom flashed. Zhou Chen transformed into a phantom as he charged forward, not only dodging the strike but also slicing along the side of the boss. -558 -390 poison damage, reduced due to boss resistance, the first strike in their exchange seemed trivial. After all, the boss still had around 10,000 health points left. But he didn't mind, because the blade had already cut into the boss, inflicting poison. Even with the resistance reducing damage, the venom from the spotted poison gland would cause the boss to lose 50 health points per second. Over 60 seconds, that would amount to 3,000 points of damage. And Zhou Chen had other means of attack. Immediately, the boss, feeling pain, turned around and lunged at him. Backstab. Zhou Chen dodged and leaped behind the flame-winged tiger, stabbing down with his knife. -3,774 -390. The boss's defense was greatly reduced in its weakened state, and Zhou Chen's strike, combined with a 100% critical hit, dealt terrifying damage. Then, he lightly leaped, entering stealth in mid-air. The boss could only attack randomly, unable to hit him. This mysterious guy is amazing. He has the flame-winged tiger completely under control by himself. This is outrageous, we fought so hard. And in the end, will he take the victory spoils?
In the distance, players who had started recording were all bitterly smiling, not expecting the mysterious guy to be this strong. At this moment, Zhou Chen remained firmly beside the boss in stealth, ensuring that it wouldn't attack him. Now, he just needed to wait for the backstab cooldown, then execute a combo of breaking stealth and backstab, and this boss would surely die.
Suddenly, a series of area announcements appeared before him. Overbearing and unmatched, absolutely not working for Zhou. If you dare touch the Flame Wing Tiger, I will definitely ruin you, whether in reality or in the game. Blood Rose, no matter how strong you are, you're just one person. Our 3 guilds working together will definitely make you regret it.
Be smart and hold the Flame Wing Tiger. When we arrive, there will
still be room for negotiation.
Flying Little Prince, name your price, leave the boss to me, and we'll settle our grudges.
However, the people
from the Dominance Alliance learned about the situation through their own members left on site, and each of them hurriedly issued announcements
threatening him. As for how they knew Zhou Chen's ID?
That was because Zhou Chen had openly killed from the start, and the people he killed naturally learned his ID.
Ridiculous to the extreme. Zhou Chen didn't take their threats seriously at all. Soon, the cooldown for his backstab was over.
Zhou Chen circled to the front of the boss and stabbed down at its eyes.
Critical strike.
Before the boss could react, he swiftly
leaped onto its back. Backstab. Fatal strike. Boom.
At that moment, the boss's body crashed down heavily, followed by a series of notifications. You killed the silver level boss Flame Wing Tiger LV15, experience plus 200,000, reputation plus 1,000. You were the first to complete the silver level boss first kill. Receiving a special reward, free attribute points plus 20, beginner mysterious treasure chest times 1. You were the first to reach level 15, ranking first on the server's level leaderboard. At the moment the boss fell, a glow of upgrade appeared around Zhou Chen, flashing continuously. He absorbed all the experience points alone, unexpectedly leveling up 5 times in a row, becoming the first person on the server. So comfortable.
He laughed heartily. What he didn't expect
was that the Flame Wing Tiger hadn't been completely looted by him. A small pile of loot was left on the ground, and he immediately picked it up.
You were the
first to complete the silver level boss first kill, triggering a server-wide announcement.
Do you want to hide your name? Don't hide. Zhou Chen decisively made his choice.
After such a commotion, his appearance and ID had surely been noticed, so hiding was meaningless. Besides, with his current strength, did he
need to hide?
It's dead, the boss is really dead.
I'm about to explode with laughter. Everyone fought so hard, and in the end, he got the spoils, haha.
Boss Qingshan and those guild leaders are probably going crazy.
Someone come hit me a couple of times, is this real? As the boss fell and announcements rang out, players reacted
differently, some were envious, some jealous, and others curious. After all, this Zhou person appeared too suddenly, no one had ever heard of him in previous games.
At this moment,
players who were recording the events simultaneously connected to the forum to post.
Explosive. The top forces of Maple Leaf Town gathered to besiege the Flame Wing Tiger, ultimately
allowing a thief to secure the first kill. The 3 major guilds turned into clowns.
Who is this Zhou person who never works? The strongest dark horse of Maple Leaf Town. Wushan Town, Wushan Dungeon.
The president of the Starry Night Guild, Starry Night Pearl, led over 1,000 players to besiege the silver-level boss Corpse Poison Lich.
The battle was nearing its end as the boss's health entered a critical state.
In Clear Spring Town, the Manhwa Pavilion Guild was joining forces with other small guilds to besiege the Blue-Winged Demon Wolf, which was also approaching its conclusion. Similar scenes unfolded in other towns, all waiting to see who
would succeed first. Suddenly, a game announcement echoed throughout the server. Announcement: congratulations to Maple Leaf Town player Joe, who never works, for being the first to complete the silver level boss first kill, receiving a special reward. Announcement: congratulations to player Joe, who never works, for being the first to reach level 15, ranking first in levels. Announcement: the level leaderboard is now open, and the server chat channel is available. These 3 announcements were like a bolt from the blue, shocking players in all towns. What?
In the Wushan dungeon, Starry Night Pearl's beautiful face was filled with astonishment.
Someone actually beat her to it?
She had made so many preparations
and expended a lot of effort, only to fail. Moreover, the announcement mentioned an individual, not a team. Could it be that one person completed the boss first kill? How could that be possible? Impossible. There must be a problem with this.
At this moment, Starry Night Pearl's mindset exploded.
At the same time, the newly opened server chat channel also erupted. Who is Zhou? Can one person really take down a silver boss first kill? Damn, over 1,000 people here are struggling. Why does he get to do it? Can the officials explain this? Cheating, it's definitely cheating. So shameful, I strongly demand the officials ban Joe's account. People from Maple Leaf Town, come out and give an explanation. Below the lonely wind cliff. Ah, these people's mindset is exploding, it's so enjoyable to watch. Joe Chun heard the game announcement and curiously opened the server chat channel and indeed saw the expected scene. Of course, he had no interest in stepping forward to explain anything. Moreover, it is estimated that players from Maple Leaf Town will soon post the specific situation on forums or online platforms, so he doesn't need to step in, nor does he care to explain. At that moment, Joe Chen opened his backpack to check his gains. This tiger is indeed wealthy, it even has good stuff. Seeing the contents of his backpack, Joe Chen was delighted again. In addition to the golden grade equipment and silver equipment he had previously stolen, the boss dropped 2 more pieces of silver gear in 2 skill books upon death, along with a good amount of gold coins and potions. Joe Chen took stock. The Blazing Wing Tiger had contributed a total of 2 pieces of golden equipment, 6 pieces of silver equipment, and 8 pieces of bronze equipment, making him incredibly rich. Unfortunately, the 2 skill books were the Blazing Wing Tiger's Blade of Wind and Fire, Tier 3, and Fireball Barrage, Tier 2, both of which were mage skills that he couldn't use. Additionally, there was an incredibly gorgeous rainbow treasure chest and a black and white crystal in his backpack. Evil and good crystal type dungeon ticket effect. After activation, you can enter the dungeon gate of good and evil to accept the trial. Usage 2 halves. The treasure chest was a special reward for the first kill of the boss, and the strange crystal was, as expected, the key to enter the dungeon gate of good and evil. Killing the Blazing Wing Tiger was so exhausting, I probably won't be able to achieve the first clear of the dungeon alone. Perhaps I can use this key to do something. Joe Chen thought of an idea, deciding not to use the key for now, but to select suitable equipment instead. He was already level 15, and the equipment obtained from the Blazing Wing Tiger could be used. Finally, in addition to the Blazing Battle Blade, Meteor Fire Boots, and the Silver Grade Wind King's Waistguard, Joe Chen selected 3 more pieces of equipment: Flamefire Shoulder Guards Grade, Silver Attributes, Defense plus 250, Stamina plus 55 additional effect, Fire Resistance plus 100 required level. LV15 Flamefire Bracelet Grade, Silver Attributes, Strength plus 80, Hit plus 80 additional effect, Fire Resistance plus 100 required level. LV15 Flamefire Ring Grade, Silver Attributes, Strength plus 75, Hit plus 70 additional effect, 20% chance to inflict fire burn when attacking, dealing 500 points of fire damage. Required level LV15. The remaining equipment was not suitable for a thief, so Joe Chen planned to dispose of it. Of course, he would definitely not sell the Spider Silk Ring and Shadow Blade, he would keep them as backups. He equipped all the gear, and his current attributes were Player Absolutely Not Working Joe Certain Class, Thief Level, 15 Health, 4850 Mana, 1750 Attack Power, 750 Spell Power, 25 Physical Defense, 870 Magic Defense. For 40 movement speed, 405 hit, 303 dodge, 241 attack speed bonus, 30% constitution, 55 strength, 230 intelligence, 25 stamina, 80 agility, 205 spirit, 25 talent, infinite potential, SSS grade, skills, secrets of strength and speed, thief class trait, short blade mastery, steel, tier 1 LV 42, stealth, tier 1 LV 35, backstab, tier 1 LV 30, poisoning, tier 1 LV 15, phantom flash, tier 2 LV 1, true sight, tier 4, clone technique, tier 5 LV 1. Equipment skills: Spider Silk, Blazing Slash, Meteor Fire, Guardian Power, set skill. At this moment, players in the distance were in an uproar, seemingly incredibly curious about Joe Chen. Of course, they might also be envious of Joe Chen's gains. However, Joe Chen's displayed strength was too astonishing, and none of them dared to approach recklessly. Joe Chen ignored them, opened his backpack, and selected the beginner's mysterious treasure chest. Mystery treasure chest, grade, beginner effect. An incredibly mysterious treasure chest. The corresponding treasure pool is unimaginable, but you can only obtain 1 item. The higher the grade of the chest, the greater the chance of receiving a precious item. Description: I am the epitome of mystery. Open the chest. In an instant, a burst of dazzling light flashed. Congratulations! You have opened a Spring of Wisdom ×1 from the beginner mystery treasure chest. The chest disappeared, replaced by a transparent crystal bottle filled with light blue water. Spring of Wisdom. Grade, epic effect. Drinking the spring water can randomly enhance 1 characteristic, passive, or skill of your current profession. Valid uses 1/1. Epic level item. Joe Chen looked at the item interface in front of him, a bit surprised. The treasure pool of this mysterious chest was indeed impressive, even containing epic level items. Unfortunately, it wasn't equipment, otherwise, he would have made a fortune. Zhou Chen drank the spring water. Instantly, an incredibly cool and comfortable sensation washed over him. He felt refreshed all over, and soon a prompt sound came to his ears. You have consumed the wisdom spring water, your class trait essence of strength and speed has been enhanced. Essence of strength and speed type thief class trait effect for every 2 points of agility, attack power +1. This is great. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. In an instant, he felt his attributes change rapidly and his attack power increased slightly. As expected of an epic level item, the effect was truly nice, but unfortunately, it could only be used once. However, this would greatly help Zhou Chen. He originally wanted to play a full agility thief but was worried about insufficient damage. Now that his class trait was enhanced, even if he focused entirely on agility in the future, with some decent equipment, his damage would definitely not fall behind. At that moment, Zhou Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, many players were reluctant to leave. As the chaos subsided, monsters began to wander down from the lonely wind cliff. Seeing this, Zhou Chen activated stealth and slipped down the mountain. At the same time, he opened the regional chat channel and spent some gold to post an announcement. Absolutely not working, Zhou. There will be an auction at the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain. If you want to know what good stuff the Blazing Wing Tiger dropped, come and see. After saying this, Zhou Chen smirked, as if he could see a pile of gold coins and cash flying towards him. Damn, he's actually going to auction at the foot of the mountain? Awesome, he's really stepping on the faces of the 3 major guilds. So arrogant, I want to see how he dies. I'm going too. Thus, people hurried down the mountain. Even other players training nearby abandoned their leveling to join the excitement. This bastard is too arrogant. In the wild area outside Lonely Wind Mountain, the domineering Wuxuan was rushing along, nearly exploding with anger upon seeing the announcement. That was originally his thing. How dare this bastard swagger in and auction it off? This was the first time he had been so underestimated. Did they really think he was heir? Notify everyone, gather at the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain. We cannot let this show go. Wuxuan ordered in a deep voice. On the other side, Blood Rose also led the revived guild members to Lonely Wind Mountain. Hearing the announcement, her expression turned cold. Sister, I know. Blood Rose said with a stern face, that guy is really audacious. Previously, we only brought elite members to rush up the mountain. Now I'm having everyone gather there, and Wuxuan and the others will definitely do the same. I want to see how he responds. The human sea tactic is terrifying in any game. Just as Blood Rose said, the Flying Sky siblings made the same arrangements. Lonely Wind Mountain had clearly become the focus of the players from Maple Leaf Town. At the foot of the mountain, when Zhou Chen appeared, nearly 1,000 people had already gathered here. Many of them were those who had previously come with Qing Shan Yijiu to tackle the boss. Since Zhou Chen hadn't attacked them, most of them were still alive, along with those who had come over to join the excitement after hearing the commotion. The mysterious guy is here. When a strange figure suddenly appeared, everyone perked up. Don't act rashly, Qing Shan Yijiu said to the people around him, then walked over to Zhou Chen with a few others. Mysterious guy, I admire you. I've really opened my eyes. I didn't expect everyone to struggle for so long, only to end up as your backdrop. He spoke first, indicating he meant no harm. Wow, he is that mysterious guy, impressive. He just single-handedly subdued the Flame Wing Tiger, and I still can't figure out why? Aren't we all playing the same game? At this moment, the onlookers began to scrutinize Zhou Chen. Yeah, he doesn't look much better than me, so why am I not as powerful as him? A confident young man patted his own head, clearly unconvinced. Suddenly, someone screamed, oh my god, he is that Lu Tu-go? It's him. It has to be him. I won't mistake it. I didn't recognize him from afar, but now that I see, clearly, he is definitely Lu Tu-gu. What? Lu Tu-gu and the mysterious guy are the same person? This news caused another stir. So they are the same person. Could it be that the mysterious guy's strength is related to Lu Tu? But I can't understand, isn't that behavior just pure perversion? You don't get it, this is a game, not reality. Maybe Lu Tu can boost combat power? Shocking. Lu Tu-gu practiced hard with rabbits and became the legendary strongman, the mysterious guy. Among the crowd, there were some clever ones who immediately made bizarre connections. Spread the word, quickly book the area of the bouncing rabbits, we must seize this opportunity. Whether we can play with the young models every day depends on this. Soon, someone relayed the message to the chat channel. Forget it, I'm going back to find some rabbits to have a go. Others hurriedly left, ready to take action. The news that
the mysterious guy and Lu Tu-gu were the same person was too stimulating for most people.
Ahem. Zhou Chen cleared his throat. Twice, interrupting everyone. What Lu Tu-gu, mysterious guy, don't define me without my consent. I am who I am, a different kind of firework. He smiled confidently. You guys torturing rabbits is useless, my tricks you can't learn. As expected of the mysterious guy, truly unfathomable.
Xing Shanijiu timely supported Zhou Chen and got to the point. Since you want to hold an auction,
can you showcase the auction items? No problem. Zhou Chen shared the excess items dropped by the flame-winged tiger as well as his previous gains in an infographic.
Among them were quite a few items dropped from defeating the likes of Blood Rose and Baki.
Wushuang.
Zhou Chen directly put them up for sale. He was that frugal, never wasting anything.
Wow! Gasps arose from the crowd. How many things did he get from the boss?
Third-tier skill book. There's actually a third-tier skill book if I can get my hands on
it. My combat power will increase dramatically. Instantly, the players showed their eager eyes.
Mysterious guy, don't you have any
gold-level equipment?
Although Qing Shanijiu found the silver equipment Zhou Chen revealed very tempting, it clearly wasn't enough
to shock him. Bad luck, didn't drop any gold-level equipment.
Zhou Chen shrugged, lying through his teeth.
He had no interest in revealing his trump cards. However, I did drop something interesting.
Saying this, Zhou Chen shared the information about the
Crystal of Good and Evil with Qing Shanijiu. Dungeon key.
Qing Shanijiu's eyes sharpened and he immediately said seriously, big
shot, please take me with you.
Before Zhou Chen could respond, a violent tremor suddenly came from afar.
3 streams of people rushed out from the jungle, surging down the mountain.
The 3 major guilds had gathered.
I want to see who dares to buy my stuff.
The spoils of the flame-winged tiger belong to the 3 major guilds. Who dares to mess around, die.
Even before they arrived, the voices of Blood Rose and Baki Wushuang could be heard. Not good, the big guild members are coming back. So many people? They've all gathered. The onlookers were startled and quickly made way.
Zhou Chen squinted and surveyed the scene.
Goodness, at least 2,000 people had come. However,
he was not the least bit flustered. As the crowd drew near, with an imposing wave of his hand, the members of the 3 families split into 3 groups, occupying the outskirts at the foot of the mountain.
Then, a group of
people walked over with cold expressions.
Welcome to my auction. Freshly minted boss equipment at a discounted price, fair to
all, available for a limited time at 20% off.
Facing the icy stares, Zhou Chen asked leisurely, everyone, did you bring money? I'll take you down, that's mine, how dare you sell it?
The arrogant and domineering figure lost all reason the moment he saw Zhou Chen's calm demeanor.
This person was simply too detestable.
He charged forward fiercely, swinging his blade, the edge
cutting through the chilling wind, striking down swiftly. This was a warrior's skilled wind chase slash.
The fierce blade wind approached, but Zhou Chen merely sidestepped lightly, easily dodging it.
He was a bit surprised himself. A movement speed of 405 was indeed impressive.
At that moment, he realized just how fast he was, and the arrogant figure couldn't even touch him.
So fast.
The little prince of the sky had been silent, but now he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
I remember. You said you were going to take me down, right?
As the words fell, Zhou Chen charged at the arrogant figure with a cold smile.
Watch out, boss. Attack. The domineering little silver spear anxiously ordered. Immediately, dozens of ranged attacks flew towards Zhou Chen. You arrogant dogs, are you out of your minds? Some nearby players cursed loudly and hurriedly retreated.
However, Zhou Chen rushed forward swiftly, and by the time the enemy's attacks arrived, he was already close
to the arrogant figure. Backstab. Whoosh.
Zhou Chen instantly flashed behind the opponent, leaving the arrogant figure looking bewildered ahead.
Where did that guy go? Put. In the next moment, the flame blade pierced the arrogant figure's back. Instant kill. What the hell? The arrogant figure didn't even know how he died. Such high damage.
The Green Mountain still gasped in shock.
How can you have such high output?
Blood Rose could hardly believe it. Although surprised, her resolve
remained unshaken. You are indeed strong.
If you had come to find me from the start, I would have welcomed you to join, starting with 1 million annual salary.
It's a pity you're too arrogant. Pay the price for your actions.
As she spoke, Blood
Rose and the others tactically retreated.
In an instant, the rear army moved in unison. Mages raised their staffs, and archers gathered energy to form arrows.
Trash, our boss said he wants to kill you back to level 0. The domineering side was the first to lose their composure. Long before the arrogant figure attacked, Little Silver Spear had already prepared to support. But Zhou Chen instantaneously killed the arrogant figure, and he couldn't save him. Now he could only attack first. Seeing this, Zhou Chen fully unleashed his movement technique and charged towards them. Phantom Flash. Zhou Chen transformed into a blur. This skill was related to his movement speed. The higher the speed, the faster the burst of movement. Whoosh! Minus 1722. Minus 300, fire damage, minus 1721 minus 300. Ah! Onlookers only saw a blurry shadow pass by Little Silver Spear and the others, instantly unleashing a series of damage, and Little Silver Spear and the others vanished into white light. Awesome, my mysterious brother! This instant kill of several opponents immediately captivated the watching players. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Immediately after, energy surged violently in the sky, and the guild army's attacks were about to descend. Meteor fire. Flames surged from Zhou Chen's feet. He rode the fire clouds, instantly flying 100 meters, charging straight into the enemy's formation. What? This unbelievable scene caused Blood Rose and the others to change their expressions drastically. Flying 100 meters in an instant, are you even human? Quick, attack! The frontline shield guards and warriors reacted, shields and great swords all aimed at Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen was faster than them. He held his blade back, flames roaring on. The blade, flowing fire dazzling and eye-catching. Flame slash. With a single swing, golden firelight illuminated. In an instant, the flames reflected in everyone's eyes. Boom! An 80-meter flame light swept through the crowd as Zhou Chen swung. Wherever the flames passed, they devoured all life. In the crowd, white light flashed continuously, and enemies fell one after another. Including Blood Rose, Flying Little Prince, and other high-ranking members of the guild, nearly 200. People turned to ashes with Zhou Chen's strike. On the ground, a large area was left charred, with flames still burning. At this moment, the area beneath Lonely Wind Mountain fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, motionless. The other guild members who were supposed to encircle them seemed frozen, their eyes filled with terror. The scene was silent for a moment. Until Zhou Chen pointed his blade forward and coldly said, "Who else is unconvinced? Step forward." His voice echoed across the area. No one dared to respond. Finally, the Green Mountain still waited for people to come to their senses. Hiss! They all gasped in shock. Astonishing! Incredible! One strike cremated 200 people? Simply terrifying. My god, what kind of skill is this? So cool, so awesome. I'm so jealous. Why isn't such a powerful and flashy skill mine? If I were this handsome, I wouldn't have enough girls to chase. He didn't have this combat power when he fought the Blazing Winged Tiger. He must have gained something from the boss. Joe, from now on, you are my idol. Not even Jesus could persuade me otherwise. After the shock, a chorus of exclamations and various voices of envy and jealousy followed. At this moment, the figure wielding the flaming blade appeared to them like a deity descending from the heavens. What the hell? I don't want to fight this monster. I don't want to lose levels. Retreat! Retreat! Can't afford to provoke. Everyone, I'm leaving first as a sign of respect. The remaining guild members who had not died were terrified by Zhou Chen's strike. No one wanted to lose levels for nothing. If there was a real hope of defeating the opponent, they would follow orders to attack. But the opponent was strong to the point of despair. Knowing it was a death sentence to charge in, that wasn't reckless, it was foolish. Zhou Chen's fiery slash had left these people with psychological scars. They were in disarray, desperately fleeing. What are you running for? I'm not a devil. Zhou Chen did not pursue. He had important matters to attend to and couldn't care less about little Kalami. He sheathed his weapon and issued another area announcement. Absolutely not working, Zhou. Sorry, there was a little unexpected situation just now. The auction continues, and this auction will feature a dungeon key. Friendly reminder, the first dungeon, Gate of Good and Evil, in Maple Leaf Town is right on Lonely Wind Cliff. Obtaining the key allows entry, first come, first served. By the way, dominant and unmatched Blood Rose, and the little ones wanting to ascend, you can come and participate. I'm not a demon, not that stingy. So the dungeon has already appeared, and the dungeon key has been obtained by the mysterious guy. I'm convinced. How much more does Joe have hidden? Simply unfathomable. After the announcement was made, players were once again shocked and discussions erupted. Boss, that's a dungeon key, are you sure you want to sell it? Qingshan Ijo's tone became more polite, fearing Zhou Chen might accidentally kill him with a twitch. Yes, take advantage of the heat and make a profit. Zhou Chen casually replied. Qingshan Ijo. couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He was an experienced gamer with his own team and had accumulated quite a bit over the years, but he certainly couldn't compete with the big guilds. So, this dungeon key was probably out of his reach. Maple Leaf Town. Blood Rose and others met in the town square, each silent. In their contest with Joe, they had lost utterly. Not only had they lost face, but they had also died twice, dropping their levels to 10. At this moment, everyone looked grim. Suddenly, the announcement rang out. That guy has a dungeon key, and he's going to auction it? The Flying Prince was surprised to see the announcement. Then he reacted, this is an opportunity. Shameless lowlife, he stole our stuff and is openly asking us to buy it back? Dominant Unmatched's face turned green with anger. The victor takes all, we underestimated his strength. However, Blood Rose was different from him, and she generously admitted the truth. There was even a hint of jealousy in her tone. I really can't understand how a lone player like him could have such strength. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Despite the glamorous appearance of Dominant Unmatched and the others, they each knew their true level. It wasn't that they were weak, but rather that external help played a significant role. As soon as they entered the game, they had dedicated personnel to assist with leveling up, and their subordinates gathered resources to quickly equip them, allowing them to comfortably level up in a safe environment, something ordinary players couldn't achieve. But what right did that Joe guy have to do this? Despite Dominant Unmatched's bravado, he felt uneasy inside. That backstab dealt an absurd amount of damage. So, are we going to his auction or not? The Flying Princess asked gloomily. She believed she hadn't offended that Joe guy, yet he had killed her twice. Do you know how devastating 2-level drops are for a 17-year-old beauty? The boys she had encountered before had always catered to her. She had never been bullied like this. That Joe was simply inhuman. I'll go to the auction, Blood Rose said, preparing to leave. Hey, are you really going? Dominant Unmatched was almost numb. Don't tell me you haven't heard of the game's secrets, why pretend? Blood Rose left without looking back, taking her people with her. As expected, you all know. Dominant Unmatched exchanged a glance with the Flying Prince, both understanding the answer in each other's eyes. I'm leaving first, you can decide slowly. The Flying Prince also resigned himself. In fact, they weren't clear about the so-called game secrets either. But as second-generation rich kids in the top tier of the Dragon Kingdom's wealthy circle, they had each learned a piece of news from their families. That is, the game Divine Awakening, claimed to be developed jointly by various countries, had incredible effects and could potentially influence the future landscape of the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. In fact, their entry into the game was also supported by their family businesses. Although they felt unhappy, Dominant Unmatched had to concede. Because the first dungeon was crucial. If his family found out he messed things up, he wouldn't have a good outcome. I'll remember you, don't let me find you in reality. Taking a deep breath, Dominant Unmatched left with a cold gaze, heading towards Lonely Wind Mountain. At the foot of Lonely Wind Mountain, the auction had already begun. Zhou Chen displayed information on numerous pieces of equipment and others placed bids, with the highest bidder winning. Zhou Chen didn't expect to greatly underestimate everyone's desire for equipment. After all the black iron and bronze gear was auctioned off, he surprisingly earned nearly 1,000 gold coins. Of course, at this stage, no player would have that much money. These gold coins were contributed by groups of people pooling their funds to participate in the bidding, which then flowed into Zhou Chen's hands. The game had not yet opened the RMB to gain currency exchange function, so the current gold price was very high, even reaching 1 to 300. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In fact, his previous choice to play as a rogue was somewhat of a laid-back, cynical attitude. Who would have thought that the world is unpredictable? He now realized that if he wanted to make money, it didn't seem that difficult. If he wanted, he could exchange the gold coins in his hand for cash right now, enough for him to live comfortably for several years. Of course, he wouldn't do that. Because, unknowingly, his mindset had changed. When he had no money, he always lived frugally, yearning to get rich. Now that he had the ability to make money, he suddenly realized that money didn't seem to attract him as much anymore. It seemed that deep down, he craved something else. Compared to wealth, he was more looking forward to the upcoming gaming life. Boss, we have very few gold coins left. At this moment, Qingshan Ijo interrupted Zhou Chen's thoughts. There was no choice, at this stage, the gold coins were insufficient. Then let's bid with RMB, Zhou Chen said without hesitation. Although the game did not have a function to exchange RMB for game currency, players could still trade with each other using RMB. Moreover, it was very convenient, players just needed to recharge their corresponding game accounts, and during the transaction, they could transfer directly through the game account.
There was no need to provide bank cards to each other, and there
was no worry about being found out about their real information.
Thinking about the income that was about to come in, Zhou Chen's heart was already calm. Indeed, for him, the most important thing was to live freely, to live happily. Of course, making money was still necessary. No one would complain about having too much money. After all, both life and games required spending. However, that was no longer the main goal. Zhou Chen's next objective was to explore the game to the fullest.
The auction continued.
Zhou Chen pushed a piece of equipment signature in front of him, showing it to everyone. Level 15 silver equipment, flame armor, with impressive defense and health.
Starting price, 10,000. He said lightly. No one questioned it. At this stage, level 15 silver equipment was definitely worth that price.
I'll bid 20,000.
Qingshan Yizhou immediately raised the price.
I'll bid 25,000.
28,000.
As the silver equipment came up, the atmosphere became heated. The first piece of silver equipment sold for 32,000. The second sold for 30,000. Then the third, fourth. When all the silver equipment was sold out, Zhou Chen realized that his account had over 200,000.
At this moment, a regional announcement appeared, interrupting the auction.
Blood rose. Zhou, I admit defeat, let's clear the grudges, I want the dungeon key, price to be discussed. Flying Little Prince, you're impressive, keep the dungeon key, I'll be there soon.
Unmatched dominance. I'm not short on money, I must have the dungeon key.
Announcements kept appearing, and everyone was a bit surprised.
Really? 3 guilds back down so quickly? Flying Little Prince is one thing,
but unmatched dominance and Blood Rose are well-known figures in the gaming world.
I can hardly believe it.
I've broadened my horizons, I've played games for so many years, and this is the
first time I've seen a solo player bully guilds in return, and even stepping on 3 guilds.
Just as the players were feeling surprised, hurried footsteps sounded from a distance, and it was unmatched
dominance and others returning again.
However, this time, they brought very few people. Moreover, there was no longer that aggressive, domineering posture.
On the contrary, it even gave a deliberately low-key feeling. Boss Zhou is too awesome.
Seeing this scene, someone behind Qingshan Yizhou laughed. Qingshan Yizhou nodded, deeply agreeing, this is no longer just slapping faces, this is directly
riding on their heads.
As he saw the few people walking over with anxious expressions, Zhou Chen did not mock them but just smiled wickedly. Welcome.
This time, you brought money, right?
Got it, got it. Faced with the same question, this time, the answer from the domineering figure was completely different. He forced a smile, but it looked more ghastly than a ghost. This scene almost made Qingshan Yizhou laugh to death while waiting
for someone.
Why didn't you just do it this way from the start?
Why pretend to be cool? Is the dungeon key really in your hands? Can you show it? Asked the flying prince.
Realizing he might have been a bit too eager, he quickly added, big shot, it was
a misunderstanding before. As long as you sell me the dungeon key, the Flying Guild will be your forever friend.
The domineering figure twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking this kid really has no shame. But he could only tell himself that a true man can bend and stretch, and then stated, the misunderstanding from before is in the past. As long as you sell me the dungeon key, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. No rush, I still have 2 skill books that haven't been auctioned yet. Saying this, Zhou Chen revealed the information card of the skill book.
Tier 3 skill.
The flying prince's eyes lit up, and it's a mage skill, I'll offer 100,000.
I'll offer 150,000. Blood Rose quickly followed with a bid. You're not even a
mage, what do you want that for? The prince said unhappily.
Blood Rose smiled sweetly, I don't need it, but my subordinates can use it.
Thus, a fierce bidding war began. It must be said that the scale of a big guild is not something a small group can compare to. When the domineering figure and others arrived to participate, basically, there was no room for others. In the end, the Tier 3 skilled Blade of Wind and Fire was bought by the prince for 250,000.
The Tier 2 skill Fireball Barrage was taken
by Blood Rose for 160,000. This was still the 3 guilds giving each other face, otherwise, the competition would have continued, and the price would have likely been even higher. Therefore, Zhou Chen suddenly earned a whopping 410,000. At this moment, his inner thoughts were, these damn rich people. Indeed, seeing these people flaunt their wealth without a care in the world, Zhou Chen felt displeased. Just wait until I play you all to death.
Seeing this, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity
and shared the information about the Crystal of Good and Evil.
Crystal of Good and Evil can enter the Gate of Good and Evil? It really is a dungeon key.
Now, Blood Rose and the others finally confirmed it.
The auction starts now, starting at 200,000. Zhou Chen urged, not giving them a chance to think carefully. I'm busy, if you wanna buy, hurry up. Wow, starting directly at 200,000. I'm stunned, is money really this easy to earn? I can't understand the big shots methods, but I'm deeply shocked. The onlooking players were envious. You should know that the crystal of good and evil is just an entry ticket. What the situation inside the dungeon is, and whether it can even be cleared, is still a question. But Blood Rose and the others still hesitated not to raise the price. 250,000. 270,000. 300,000. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the price of this item skyrocketed at an unbelievable speed. Damn, it seems I've completely lost my chance. Xingshan Egyo couldn't help but feel a bit regretful upon seeing this scene. With his financial resources, how could he compare to these ultimate rich second-generation heirs? The first dungeon was destined to have nothing to do with him. Soon, the bidding price soared to the 600,000 stage. Hey, we can't just let him fleece us like this. Fortunately, the domineering figure reacted and secretly opened a friend communication to discuss with Blood Rose and the prince. That's right, we almost got fooled in a moment of excitement. The dungeon can be entered as a team, there's no need for us to compete, we can just team up and go in together. This person is an anomaly, we need to act a bit more like it and not let him see that we've discussed it, or else it will cause trouble again. Then let the prince bid. The three quickly reached a consensus. I'll offer 700,000, you two, give me some face, the prince suddenly said. The overbearing and Blood Rose pretended to hesitate. Zhou Chen looked at the three of them, feigning ignorance, and smiled. Since that's the case, the price is settled. Alright, big boss. The little prince beamed with joy and directly applied for a transfer, unceremoniously sending 700,000 to Zhou Chen's game account. Then, he whispered, big boss, shouldn't you give me the dungeon key now? The key for you? Why? Zhou Chen winked at him, seemingly not understanding what the other meant. Instantly, the onlookers perked up. What's going on? Is Big Boss Zhou going to go back on his word? No way. If that's the case, Big Boss Zhou's reputation in the game would be completely ruined, no different from a rat crossing the street. Come on, man. The little prince couldn't help but feel angry. We're all respectable people here. You wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? How could that be? Zhou Chen smiled. Since I've taken the money, of course, I'll let you into the dungeon. 700,000 for a spot, hurry and join my team. Saying this, Zhou Chen sent a team invitation. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The overbearing Blood Rose, the little prince, and their members behind them all froze, their brains feeling like they had crashed. What the hell? In the end, it was the overbearing who spoke first. Are you kidding me? 700,000 just to buy a team member spot? Do you think we're fools? Wow. The onlookers understood and immediately erupted in noise. Wow, Big Boss Zhou is way too shady. 700,000 for a spot is definitely not ordinary shady. In my opinion, he's just daydreaming, they can't possibly agree to that. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Zhou Chen looked innocently at the overbearing and the others. Who told you I was selling the dungeon key? I never said that, I've always planned to sell team member spots. Otherwise, how would I get in myself? Hiss. Looking at Zhou Chen's serious expression, Blood Rose and the little prince couldn't help but gasp. Selling a team member spot for 700,000. Even they, a group of rich second-generation kids, found it hard to accept. This was clearly being treated like pigs to be slaughtered. They initially thought he was an anomaly, but it turned out he was simply a devil. A rich second-generation kid deeply influenced by capitalists. Have to learn from you. At that moment, both Blood Rose and the little prince had similar thoughts. Damn your ancestors, you dare to play us. The overbearing felt a rush of blood to his head, his eyes blazing with fire. Who's playing you? You. Just didn't understand, is that my fault? Zhou Chen's gaze turned cold, flames swirling in his hand, the blade already in his grasp. He said coldly, 700,000 for a spot, buy it if you want, if not, get lost, I'm not serving you. For a moment, the atmosphere turned chilly. Zhou Chen sneered inwardly, he wasn't in a hurry at all. To be honest, if he could make this money, he would, but if not, it didn't matter much, it wasn't important. However, torturing these few people was very important. Especially torturing the overbearing, it was simply delightful. Even if these people didn't agree, so what? After all, the dungeon key could be used twice, he could go in himself to see the situation. If he couldn't beat the boss, he could sneak, and not getting the first clear of the dungeon wasn't a big deal, he would be happy no matter what. But the overbearing trio was different. If they didn't hurry up now, they would likely fall behind the other guilds in the town. This was obviously hard for them. Who Always prided themselves on being superior. This person is too bad.
The flying princess hid behind her brother, peeking at Zhou-Chen with a bit of fear. Fire Dance stood behind Blood Rose, gritting her teeth in anger, but had no way to retaliate. In the end, it was Blood Rose who made the first decisive move, quickly communicating with the other two through the friend chat.
Agree to him.
Even though it's annoying, but 700,000 is just a drop in the bucket compared to the first clear of the dungeon.
Are you really willing to let him control you like this? Dominance Unmatched was practically ready to roar. What else can I do? The little prince replied irritably, you all need to give an account to your family, right? If you don't achieve results, you won't have a good outcome. Anyway, I've already paid, you two figure it out. Damn it, I will definitely drag him out and torture him to death.
Dominance Unmatched made a fierce statement, but it also meant compromise. Thus, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Blood Rose was the first to agree. As you said, 700,000 for one spot, I want 3.
What the hell? No way? You can actually agree to this? The players were stunned.
Immediately after, the little prince spoke up, I'll add 700,000, give my sister
a spot. What the hell? The players were already numb.
Then Dominance Unmatched, with a dark face, said, I also want 3 spots.
Boss.
The overbearing little silver gun and another high-ranking member of the overbearing guild were completely dumbfounded. The players were utterly
desensitized.
In just this moment, that person earned 5.6 million by selling dungeon spots.
5.6 million. How many people could never earn that much money in their lifetime?
Just now, right in front of their eyes, this person effortlessly made money while standing.
This is outrageous. I can't go on living. It's unfair. Why is he so lucky? I refuse to accept this, I'm not satisfied. Whoa, I feel like life has lost its meaning.
At this moment, a strong sense of envy and jealousy filled the area, almost becoming tangible.
Awesome, I'm impressed.
Qingshan still here witnessed the whole process.
He was in awe, giving Zhou-Chen a thumbs up repeatedly.
Compared to this person in front of him, he, the so-called seasoned gamer, felt like a joke. All those years of gaming seemed wasted.
You flatter me. Zhou-Chen appeared calm on the surface,
but inside he was secretly delighted. Blood Rose has transferred you 2.1 million RMB. Flying Little Prince has transferred you 700,000 RMB. Soon, he heard the notification of earnings being credited.
Thank you for your patronage, now, let's form the team.
Zhou-Chen grouped these people into the team one by one. Then, he realized one thing, there was
still one person missing.
In the game, a team can have a maximum of 10 people. Currently, there were 9 people, leaving one spot.
Without thinking, Zhou-Chen looked at Qingshan still here and casually said, there's one spot left, it's yours, come in. Me?
Qingshan still here was startled, pointing at himself, boss, I don't have that much money. In fact, he had the money, but he didn't think it was worth it. After all, he wasn't a rich second generation.
I just like you, it's free. Zhou-Chen sent a team invitation. Ha! Thank you, boss. After the shock, Qingshan still here was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. He had already given up, but unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Luck really couldn't be stopped. And this scene fell into the eyes of Dominance Unmatched and the other two, instantly feeling an imbalance in their hearts. We all spent money, why does he get it for free? Dominance Unmatched couldn't hold back and voiced his dissatisfaction. Zhou-Chen immediately retorted, I'm willing. Do you have a problem with that?
Thus, the 10-person team was formed. Besides the Blood Rose sisters, the Flying Little Prince siblings, Dominance Unmatched, Zhou-Chen, and Qingshan still here, there was also a high-ranking member of the Fireworks Guild, Fireworks Qingyu, as well as the overbearing Little Silver Gun and another high-ranking member of the Overbearing Guild, Overbearing Jingtu.
The gate of good and evil is at Lonely Wind Cliff, hurry and meet me there.
After speaking, Zhou-Chen temporarily left the team, activated stealth, and his speed surged to over 700 as he dashed up the mountain. He had no interest in traveling with this group, so he took the lead. Fortunately, he had already become invisible, otherwise, seeing his current speed would have scared everyone to death.
Zhou-Chen ascended the mountain 3 times,
his strength greatly increased, and he was familiar with the path, moving smoothly and unobstructed, being the first to reach the summit and return to the Cliff of Solitude.
Members of the dominant force
Guild were nearby, leveling up and waiting, and soon the 9 of them set off together.
At the Cliff of Solitude.
Your current game account has 6,248,000 renminbi.
Would you like to withdraw to your linked bank card?
After thinking for a moment, Zhou-Chen withdrew only 300,000 to that long empty and lonely bank card. He planned to buy a gaming pod to make his gaming experience more comfortable, leaving the rest of the
money untouched. It wasn't that he wanted to be a miser, but he was afraid that withdrawing too much at once would attract attention. Who knows if the dominant force people would use bank statements to trace him? Better to be cautious. Comfortable. He sat at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the scenery below and in the distance, feeling pleased. Uncertain how much time had passed, blood rose and the others arrived at the foot of the cliff and began to climb. Why does this damn dungeon have to be located here? It's such a hassle to climb. Dominant force complained while climbing. Ever since encountering Zhou Chen, he had suffered continuous losses, and now everything displeased him. Probably randomly generated. Let's hurry up. The little prince chimed in. After a while, Zhou Chen stood up and put on the spider silk ring. Whoosh! A strand of spider silk flew out, accurately landing on the fastest climber, Qingshan Egyo. What's going on? Come here. Zhou Chen exerted force, and the spider silk rapidly retracted. Wow! Qingshan! Egyo instantly experienced the feeling of flying into the sky. When he was pulled up, he lay on the ground, still in shock. But he quickly regained his composure. Wow, this is kind of awesome, big guy. No. Wonder you knew the dungeon was here first. It turns out you have this amazing skill to help you. Impressive. At this moment, Blood Rose also noticed this and shouted, "Pull me up, thank you." The girls were not good at climbing, and they were moving very slowly. Zhou Chen replied indifferently, 60 seconds. After a minute. Whoosh! The spider silk flew out, pulling Blood Rose up. She was quite calm, looking around as soon as she arrived, quickly attracted by the light portal of the dungeon. Then, one by one, Zhou Chen pulled everyone up. Finally, only the members of the Dominant Force Guild were left. Hey, why aren't you pulling us up? Dominant Force waited for a while, not seeing the spider silk come down, feeling a bit displeased. Zhou Chen looked down coldly and replied, 50,000 each. Ha! Dominant Force was stunned. Why? Do they get to go for free, and I have to pay? Because you're ugly. Zhou Chen answered without hesitation. I curse your ancestors. Dominant Force cursed inwardly. But in reality, his response was, you're impressive, I'll pay. 3 minutes later, everyone gathered. Zhou Chen stood in front of the light portal, took out the crystal of good and evil, and chose to use it. The crystal emitted a beam of light that shot into the portal. You have opened the door of good and evil. Would you like to enter? Enter. In an instant, everyone was sucked inside. You have entered the door of good and evil and will face a choice. Your choice will alter your justice value or evil value. The scene changed, and everyone heard a prompt. Then, they saw a large river in front of them, with a bridge connecting to the other side. Hint, please. Carry an axe across the river to trigger the plot. Including Zhou Chen, everyone found a rusty axe in their hands. What kind of dungeon is this? Why isn't there a single monster? Dominant Force looked around. And then at the axe in his hand, puzzled. It is a bit strange. Blood Rose nodded, looking at Zhou Chen. What do you think? Cross the river. At this moment, Zhou Chen had no thoughts, only able to follow the prompt. The others had no choice but to follow. When they reached the middle, Zhou Chen's axe suddenly flew out of his hand uncontrollably and fell into the river. Not just him, all the axes of the others automatically flew up, flapping and splashing into the water. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Boom! Immediately after, a column of water rose from the river. Prompt, please answer the river god's question within 10 minutes. A kind-looking old man stood atop the water column, holding a golden axe in one hand and a silver axe in the other, smiling as he asked, Young man, did you drop this golden axe or this silver axe? Wang Defa? Seeing this scene, everyone's brains almost crashed. To be honest, after playing games for so many years, it was the first time they encountered such a speechless dungeon. Could it be that all the dungeons in this game are so bizarre? I know. The flying princess jumped up excitedly, waving her hands to attract everyone's attention. This is a story I heard when I was young, about a woodcutter who accidentally dropped his axe into the river. The river god appeared and let him choose between a golden axe and a silver axe. Because the woodcutter was honest, he only asked for his original axe and earned the river god's appreciation, who then gave him both the golden and silver axes. The flying princess concluded seriously, this is a story about honesty, teaching people to be honest and not to be blinded by greed and lie. Come on, we've all heard this old story before. Huahua Jianwu rolled her eyes at the princess. The key is, who would use such a familiar story to test people? It's too simple, there must be a catch. I see. The flying princess felt that what she said made some sense. Blood Rose frowned, remaining silent as she secretly observed Zhou Chen. At this moment, Zhou Chen said nothing, staring at the kind-faced river god and the golden and silver axes in his hands. He felt something was off. Anyone would know that at this moment they should answer honestly, but should it really be like that? Zhou Chen had a rebellious nature. He always felt that this old man had ulterior motives. Everyone. Just as the others hesitated, the overbearing unmatched confidently said, "Have you remembered that this dungeon is called the Gate of Good and Evil? The situation before us clearly tests our honesty, which echoes the theme of good and evil. I think there's no need to be suspicious, as long as we show the virtues of humanity. I believe that's the core test of the dungeon." Before the others could react, the overbearing Silver Spear immediately echoed, as expected of the boss, "The analysis is spot on. The boss is awesome, the boss is strong, what the boss says makes sense." Another member of the overbearing guild, Overbearing Journey, also gave a thumbs up. "Now that you mention it, there is some truth to that." The flying little prince stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Young man, did you drop the golden axe or the silver axe?" At this moment, the river god asked the crowd again. His voice was ethereal and distant, echoing in the area, as if it had a peculiar magic that made people feel at ease. "Old man, I dropped neither the golden axe nor the silver axe." Overbearing Unmatched answered first, "It was a rusty axe, have you seen it?" "Good, good, good." The river god revealed a satisfied smile, looking at Overbearing Unmatched with appreciation. "You are an honest person." After saying that, a shadow flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of Overbearing Unmatched, which was the previously lost rusty axe. Boom! A beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky, entering Overbearing Unmatched's body. Tip: player Overbearing Unmatched has gained the river god's recognition, justice value plus 100, received the blessing of justice, damage and defense plus 10%, lasting until the end of the dungeon. Ha ha ha. I told you it was like this, and you didn't believe me? Overbearing Unmatched laughed heartily, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if everyone was drunk while he was sober. He really got it right. Hua Jianwu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, it seems we overcomplicated things." "It seems so." Seeing this, Blood Rose also relaxed her vigilance a bit. "Everyone, the dungeon mechanism is probably like this. If we uphold qualities like kindness and justice, we will receive corresponding rewards. This seems to be a way to increase the clearance rate, or even to clear it quickly." Overbearing Unmatched was pleased with his insight. "It makes sense. Perhaps using the mechanism for a quick clear will lead to a decrease in the final rewards of the dungeon, but we can seize the global first clear. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks." Blood Rose analyzed. Upon hearing this, everyone was intrigued. To be fair, were the likes of Dominant and others really kind and honest people? But as long as there were enough benefits, they didn't mind pretending to be good people. So, one by one, they stepped forward, obediently answering the river god's questions, and all received the blessing of justice. "Big guy, what do you think?" Qingshan Ijio also wanted to go answer, but he still asked Zhou Chen for his opinion. After all, it was Zhou Chen who brought him in, and Qingshan Ijio felt he owed him a favor. Zhou Chen still looked puzzled and ignored everyone. There was no choice. Qingshan Ijio had to make his own decision, stepped up to answer the river god's question, and also received the blessing of justice. In the end, only Zhou Chen remained unanswered. "Hey, why are you hesitating?" Everyone was waiting for Zhou Chen, making him seem so important, which annoyed Dominant. If he hadn't made a decisive choice earlier, everyone might have made a wrong judgment, leading to problems. "Young man, did you drop a golden axe or a silver axe?" The river god looked at the only one who hadn't answered, Zhou Chen, and asked again. Zhou Chen was also looking at him, his eyes playful. "Zhou, are you not going to answer the question?" Fire Sword Dance began to get annoyed. "Get this clear. We are not obligated to accommodate you, don't waste everyone's time. Stop being so wishy-washy, can't you be straightforward like a man?" The overbearing little silver gun urged impatiently. "I had some concerns before, but it seems that the dungeon mechanism should be as Dominant said, so don't hesitate." Blood Rose advised. It's time to make a decision." Zhou Chen suddenly smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression. His gaze suddenly turned cold as he shouted at the river god, "Old thing, didn't I drop both the golden axe and the silver axe? You know the answer. Are you trying to swallow my treasures? Hurry up and return them." Instantly, Blood Rose and the others were startled, speechless in shock. Hint: player absolutely not working. Zhou made an evil response, evil value plus 100. A team prompt sounded. "Are you fucking crazy?" Dominant couldn't take it anymore. He didn't care whether Zhou Chen wanted to be a good or bad person, but don't obstruct him from getting the first clear of the dungeon. Zhou Chen chuckled. "Can you fix it? You're looking for death." Dominant couldn't control his anger, lunging forward and throwing a punch at Zhou Chen. but his attack passed right through Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun disdainfully said, "Idiot, you want to ignore the rules and attack a teammate? Are you crazy? The crazy one is you." Fire Sword Dance angrily questioned. "Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Zhou, you're really a disaster. Do you want to get us killed?" The Flying Sky siblings were equally furious. "Why? Blood." Rose looked at Zhou Chen in confusion, feeling speechless. Zhou Chen ignored these people and looked at the river god. At this moment, the originally kind-faced river god had a stern expression, his body trembling with anger as he said, "Evil, evil. You are an evil person." Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the golden and silver axes flew uncontrollably towards Zhou Chen, entering his body. Zhou Chen immediately sensed that 2 items had appeared in his backpack. Hint, you triggered a hidden condition. Obtaining the special items for the Gate of Good and Evil, Golden Axe ×1, Silver Axe ×1. Golden Axe, type, dungeon exclusive item effect, damage plus 100%, effective only within the dungeon. Silver Axe, type, dungeon exclusive item effect, defense plus 100%, effective only within the dungeon. What a good thing, but it's a pity it can only be used here. Zhou Chen was delighted, but then he saw the river god let out a series of roars. Ah, ah, ah. His face twisted, and streams of black evil energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into a tall, humanoid monster with dark blue skin. The name above its head read Corrupted River God, and it was in red font, representing danger. Tip: the river god has been corrupted by evil stimuli. Defeated within 10 minutes to receive the highest reward, otherwise you will receive the basic reward. Damn! Seeing this monster, Qingshan Yijiu instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Shit, the river god has turned dark. Baki Wushwang's expression darkened as he pointed at the river god and asked Zhou Chen, "You bastard, are you satisfied now?" Zhou Chen glanced at the items in his backpack and replied, "I'm very satisfied, is that a problem? This guy is a troublemaker." Ba Dao Xiaoying Chang and Ba Dao Zheng too cursed loudly. "There's no time to argue." Blood Rose suddenly shouted. Boom! The river god began to attack. With a single palm strike, streams of water coalesced into a giant hand and smashed down. Everyone hurriedly dodged. A phantom flashed. Zhou Chen had long been prepared, using his skill not to attack, but to dash to the opposite bank. Ignoring the rumbling behind him, he was the first to reach the shore. Before long, everyone desperately escaped to the bank. The river god seemed to have lost its sanity, still attacking the bridge even though the crowd was gone. Zhou Chen's gaze fell on the river god. Corrupted River God LV-15 type, Special Monster Health, 250,000 attack power, 1,400 spell power, 1,420 skills? Goodness! I can't even see the skills. Huahua Guild's shield guard Huahua Qingyu was taken aback by the River God's attributes. He looked at Zhou Chen, clearly dissatisfied. If he had been a moment slower, he would have probably fallen into the water. "Are you doing this on purpose to annoy us?" he asked angrily. Laughable, everyone should judge based on their own abilities. What right do you have to demand that I answer according to your preferences? You? Huahua Qingyu was momentarily speechless. You're just making excuses. Facts prove that doing as I say is the best. Baki Wushwang glared at Zhou Chen. You idiot, on what basis do you think you're right? How much do you know about this dungeon to make such a judgment? Zhou Chen sneered, in my view, my approach is the correct one. Dungeons should have difficulty in monsters, it's abnormal if they don't, right? Isn't the current situation just confirming my guess? This? Everyone felt he was speaking nonsense, but for a moment, they really couldn't refute it? Baki Wushwang was stunned for a moment and angrily said, putting the dungeon aside, can't you be a little kinder? Can't you be a little more moral? In that situation. Just now, a normal person should have answered honestly. He. Hearing this, Zhou Chen almost laughed himself to death. Kind? Moral? You rich people have done all sorts of things after entering the game, don't you have any self-awareness? You've done so many bad things, yet you demand that I be kind? Fuck off, I choose to enjoy a wicked life. You deserve to die. Baki Wushwan was furious and slashed at Zhou Chen, but the attack missed again. Boss, we're on the same team, we can't hurt him, Xiaoyin Chang reminded. Boom! At that moment, a commotion came from the river, interrupting everyone's argument. The bridge collapsed as the river god destroyed it, filled with rage as it approached them. Wherever it passed, turbulent water flowed around it. Holy shit, the river god is coming to kill us. Run! Everyone hurriedly rushed forward. But they hadn't run far when they encountered an invisible barrier. The Rules of this dungeon did not allow them to stray too far from the riverbank. Evildoers. Boom!
A surge of water roared beneath the river god's feet as it leaped across the river towards Zhou Chen.
The speed was incredible.
Then, it punched towards Zhou Chen with water gathering in front of its fist, the attack range expanding dramatically.
Zhou Chen leaped to the side.
Although the river god was fast, his speed was not slow either.
Boom! The river god's attack landed, sending a wave of water rippling out. Zhou Chen flipped
in the air, using his hand to support himself, landing steadily, and a battle blade appeared in his hand, slashing forward.
Bang!
The blade collided with the water waves. He trembled all over, his tiger's mouth quivering.
Such strong power. Zhou Chen stepped down,
firmly stabilizing his stance, and the blade in his hand ignited with flames.
Fiery slash. Boom!
The flaming blade slashed down from
the sky.
The river god roared, and suddenly a curtain of water appeared before him. The fiery blade collided with the water curtain,
instantly creating a mist.
Water and fire could not coexist, each restraining the other, while the flames evaporated the water flow. Their power was also diminishing. But the fiery blade still broke through the water curtain, its residual force striking down.
Minus 2,448. Minus 600, weapon with fire damage, golden axe doubles, minus 100, poison damage, boom.
The river god was struck back several steps by a single blow.
I have a golden axe that increases damage by 100%, yet I only dealt this much damage, I'm afraid I can't kill it.
Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. Even though the previous fiery slash was partially blocked by a defensive skill, the result was still not what he expected.
Ha, look, the river god is only targeting him.
Deserved it, this is karma.
Seeing this scene, Baki Wuxuan and the
others felt a sense of relief. Huahua Sword Dance suddenly thought, let the river god kill him, that way, we can get rid of this bastard.
Makes sense. The little prince siblings agreed.
They entered the dungeon in a team format, and no one could leave the team, as leaving voluntarily would result in being sent out of the dungeon. But if killed by a monster and without a priest to resurrect, they would naturally be sent out.
Big shot, you're confused this time. Xingshanijiu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh.
The strength displayed by the river god was too strong, no one believed Zhou Chen could escape. The river god steadied itself and roared as
it chased after Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen decisively fled along the riverbank.
The river god suddenly pointed a finger and runes appeared. Zhou Chen found himself surrounded by a magical array, and a strong energy wave surged towards him.
Meteor fire. In an instant, Zhou Chen flew 100 meters.
Moreover, the direction was across the river, directly crossing the surface to the other side.
Whoosh!
Whoosh, whoosh! Almost at the moment he left, countless water arrows shot up from the ground he had just occupied, a terrifying sight.
What a pity, didn't hit him.
No worries, the river god won't let him go. Sure enough, the river god did not give up the chase.
After missing its attack,
it charged into the river, stepping on the waves, quickly reaching the other side and rushing towards Zhou
Chen.
At the same time, a whirlpool gathered above its head, transforming into a water column attacking Zhou Chen.
Phantom flash.
Zhou Chen used a skill to dodge, his steps moving quickly as he approached the river god, executing a backstab skill from behind.
Backstab.
Minus 6,246 minus 600 minus 100. Seeing this damage, Zhou Chen decisively leaped back, avoiding the river god's counterattack while entering stealth.
He gave up on killing this guy. A backstab with plus 100% damage increase couldn't even break 10,000 output, he definitely couldn't
kill it within 10 minutes. After all, he wasn't like the river god, with robust health and defense, and he had no idea about the opponent's skills. The river god could make many mistakes, but a single mistake on his part would be dangerous. The most annoying thing was that the river god's healing speed was very fast, perhaps related to its control over water powers, recovering over 100 points per second. Zhou Chen found it difficult to kill it alone, especially with a time limit. At that moment, he entered stealth, and the river god lost its target, randomly releasing water wave attacks.
Zhou Chen took the opportunity to hide behind it and initiated a theft. Theft failed. No worries, try again. Theft succeeded. You have obtained a basic mana potion, silver coin ×1. No way?
You call yourself the river god, yet you're this poor? Zhou Chen was unwilling and continued to steal.
Theft succeeded. You have obtained silver coin ×1. I don't believe it. Keep going. Theft succeeded.
The other party is empty-handed, you have not obtained any items.
Wang Defa? Zhou Chen expressed shock. What kind of river god are you? You might as well change your name to the god of poverty. Damn it, this guy is sneaking around, and the river god can't find him. On the opposite bank, seeing that the river god failed to kill Zhou Chen, Baki Wuxuan felt a wave of disappointment. Isn't stealth a first-tier skill? The little prince said, speechless. Logically, even a bronze level boss of the same level could pick up on it, yet a monster of the river god's caliber can't see through it. That's just not scientific. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Previously, when they were surrounding the flame-winged tiger, they were thwarted by Zhou Chen's interference, which was due to the opponent's ability to vanish and reappear at will, leaving them utterly frustrated. But this time, they were surprised to find that only 2 minutes had passed when Zhou Chen's figure reappeared. Oh, he has shown himself. Strange, wasn't he able to stay invisible before? The river god must have used some means. Ba Dao Xiaoyin Chang laughed. Let him be arrogant, this time he's kicked a hard board, right? As he spoke, the river god discovered Zhou Chen's trace and hurled a punch at him. Instantly, countless streams of water surged forth, transforming into a dense barrage of water arrows. Phantom flash. Zhou Chen dashed backward, his feet never stopping as he sprinted along the riverbank. He had maxed out his agility and wore golden level shoes, so his speed was slightly superior to the river god's. But this time, the attack was simply too dense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Chen only dodged a portion of the water arrows, and the remaining attacks surrounded him. Ha ha ha, he's doomed. Just when others thought Zhou Chen was certain to die, a silvery light surged from his body, protecting him. Equipment set skill, Guardian's power. Bang, bang, bang. The water arrows struck, and the silvery shield cracked. A shield that could withstand 5,000 points of damage was rapidly shattered. However, that little time was enough for Zhou Chen. He seized the opportunity to break out of the attack range. You all seem to really want me dead, huh? Zhou Chen glanced at the opposite bank while running, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Soon, the river god chased after him again. Zhou Chen dodged left and right, relying on his high movement speed to evade, trying to avoid a direct confrontation. After a while, Zhou Chen reappeared from stealth, and the river god immediately activated that massive area skill. The place where Zhou Chen stood revealed a water pattern magic array. Meteor fire. The same scene played out again. Zhou Chen instantly flew 100 meters, crossing the river surface, avoiding the terrifying barrage of water arrows. But this time, he was heading straight towards Baki Wuxuan and the others. In fact, this was Zhou Chen's plan all along. Don't you want me dead? Let's see who dies first. He's trying to lead the disaster to us. Scatter. The river god wants to kill him, we shouldn't confront him head-on. Instantly, everyone dispersed, trying to avoid moving together. Why do you run away when you see me? It's so heartbreaking. Zhou Chen grinned wickedly, sprinting towards Baki Wuxuan. Don't come over here. Baki Wuxuan was sweating profusely from fear. At this moment, the river god roared as he charged through the waves, closely following Zhou Chen. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen had already reached Baki Wuxuan's side. Damn, stay away from me. Baki Wuxuan was a warrior, and even though his equipment was decent, he couldn't match Zhou Chen's speed. As a full agility rogue and couldn't shake him off. In response to Baki Wuxuan's anger, Zhou Chen replied, hee hee. At that moment, Baki Wuxuan wished he could swallow him whole. As they spoke, the river god caught up, raising a hand, and a massive water ball appeared in the air, crashing down. Phantom flash. Zhou Chen decisively dodged. Boom! The water ball smashed into the ground, creating a large pit, while water arrows surged and shot out in all directions. Zhou Chen swiftly evaded, suffering almost no damage. Baki Wuxuan, however, was not so lucky. When the water ball fell, he used a warrior's small displacement skill, Fearless Charge, to avoid being directly hit. But the dense water arrows splashing around were difficult for him to dodge with his speed and agility. Buzz! At a critical moment, a holy light descended, providing protection. It was Blood Rose who intervened. She was the only priest in the team and well-equipped. A series of skills were unleashed: shields, defense boosts, healing, just enough to save the life of the domineering figure. Zhou Chen still wanted to continue causing trouble for him, but the river god chased after him, forcing him to reluctantly activate stealth and leave. Thus, the river god lost his target. The others, seeing this, hurriedly fled. In this way, Zhou Chen used stealth and displacement skills to evade the river god's pursuit while looking for opportunities to divert the trouble. Finally, as time passed, a scream echoed out.
A poor soul was unfortunate enough to be caught in the battle between the river god and Zhou Chen, becoming the first sacrifice. It was Huahua Guild's shield warrior, Huahua Qingyu. You troublemaker. Huahua's sword dance gritted her silver teeth in anger. Little girl. You need some education. Seeing this, Zhou Chen immediately ran towards her. Help! Huahua's sword dance's face turned pale with fear. Suddenly, the river god's body came to a halt. Zhou Chen was startled and immediately stopped, observing cautiously. He saw the evil aura on the river god gradually dissipate, returning to its original form. Evil person, do not let me see you again. With that, the old man vanished into the river, leaving everyone in a daze. Hint, the river god has regained sanity, this level is over. Hint, failed to defeat the corrupted river god, basic rewards granted for this level. Hint, the entrance to the next level has appeared. Boom! A light gate suddenly appeared behind the crowd. Is it over? Finally safe, I almost got killed by this guy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, beams of light automatically appeared in front of each person, revealing floating treasure chests. Completion treasure chest, type dungeon stage treasure chest effect, rewards based on completion. Performance, the better the performance, the higher the chance of obtaining rare items. Wow, treasure chests. Open them quickly. Hint, player. Huahua's sword dance received a black iron level equipment ×1, 10,000 experience points. Hint, player Qingshani Jiuzai received a first tier skill book ×1, 10,000 experience points. Haha, I got a level 10 silver equipment. Dominating Unmatched suddenly laughed, showing everyone a silver spear. This equipment was far better than the bronze level dagger he was currently using. Speechless, the stuff I got is so trash, just a few potions. Me too, only the experience points are decent. Besides dominating Unmatched, the others didn't get anything good. At this time, Zhou Chen opened his treasure chest. Hint, player absolutely not working. Someone received a second tier skill book ×1, 10,000 experience points. What? Hearing this team prompt, everyone except Qingshani Jiuzai had a subtle change in attitude. Why him? This troublemaker actually got a second tier skill book, it's unfair. Facing the doubts, Zhou Chen replied with a clear conscience, is it strange? The treasure chests determine rewards based on completion performance, which means my performance was better than yours. Blood Rose thought about it and realized it was true. Zhou Chen had been entangled with the river god for a full 10 minutes, and in terms of performance, he was indeed much stronger than them. Don't be fooled by him. Dominating Unmatched angrily said, this level's mode didn't require any force, we just needed to answer the river god's questions. According to the mechanism, we didn't need to fight and waste time at all. The fact that I can obtain silver equipment must be related to me being the first to answer the river god's question, that's the best proof. He pointed at Zhou Chen and scolded, this guy messed everything up. Completely disrupted the completion mode, and even caused a corrupted river god to appear, almost leading to our team's annihilation. As soon as these words were spoken, Blood Rose and the others felt it made sense. Not necessarily, right? Aoyama said quietly, I think Brother Zhou's analysis isn't impossible. You're the one he brought in, of course you're going to speak for him. Huahua Jianwu shot a fierce glare at Aoyama. At this point, their group had developed a deep dissatisfaction with Zhou Chen. It wasn't just because of past grievances, they viewed Zhou Chen's actions as obstructing the team's attempt to clear the dungeon first. I thought you were just an idiot, but I didn't expect you to be so naive. Zhou Chen ignored their anger and said to the domineering Wushuang, think with your pig brain, honestly answer one question and you can gain huge benefits. Do you really think something like that would just fall from the sky? Believe it or not, I'll just make my judgments based on my own instincts. If you have the ability, kill me, if not, shut up. With that, Zhou Chen walked towards the entrance of the next level, fully embracing his own way. This person is definitely a disaster. Huahua's sword dance coldly snorted at Zhou Chen's back. Running into this guy is truly bad luck. Blood Rose shook her head, no longer wanting to try to understand Zhou Chen. It was evident that this person was too much of an outlier, to put it bluntly, he was just a troublemaker. But at the moment, everyone was helpless against him and could only follow along, hoping that this guy could accumulate some good karma in the next challenge. Taking advantage of the break before the next challenge, Zhou Chen opened his backpack to check the skill book he had obtained from the treasure chest. Skill book. Flowing Wind, skill preview, type, active skill rank, second tier LV1, 0 out of 200, effect, channel the power of flowing wind throughout the body, increasing speed by plus 20%, lasting 120 seconds. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Learning requirements: melee professions such as warrior, swordsman, thief, etc.
Description: I am a very fast man, abbreviated as fast man. Hey, not bad. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. At first glance, this skill seemed quite ordinary, only increasing speed by 20%. But Zhou Chen saw its potential. As long as it could achieve infinite growth, it would definitely be a great help to him. Because this speed skill not only increased movement speed but also attack speed and casting speed simultaneously. Very clever. Zhou Chen clicked to learn it and allowed the skill to gain infinite growth. Just as he finished, everyone had already arrived at the entrance to the next challenge. I'll go first. Fearing that Zhou Chen would cause trouble if he entered first, the domineering silver gun shouted loudly and rushed in. Right, we'll go in first, you last. Several people rushed forward, eager to enter ahead. Alas, I kindly reminded you that human hearts are treacherous and not to be careless, yet you have so disregarded my good intentions. Truly, this world is not worth it. Zhou Chen lamented, appearing quite heartbroken, as if he were disappointed in their lack of caution. He wasn't in a hurry and just watched as these people entered first. Big guy, do you have some key information that you're going against the grain? Qingshan asked opportunistically. Zhou Chen shook his head. No, I just trust my instincts. Alright, you're impressive. Qingshan was both amused and bewildered. He thought Zhou Chen had some strategy, but it turned out he was just acting randomly. The two finally entered together. In front of them, a flash of light illuminated their surroundings, and their vision cleared. At that moment, everyone found themselves on a main road in a small village. At first glance, the village seemed unremarkable, with houses scattered about, very peaceful. But the air was thick with a strong smell of blood. Look! Blood Rose walked to a house and pointed at the door inside, her face pale. Everyone rushed over to take a look, and inside were indeed numerous corpses. They followed the street and found that almost every house in the village contained bodies. It seemed that before their arrival, this place had experienced a bloody massacre. That's terrifying. The flying princess couldn't help but feel scared. Hint, in the second challenge, you have obtained the dungeon-specific item Life Guardian Potion ×1. Hint, please head to the well at the back. A prompt from the dungeon echoed in the team. Everyone discovered a potion had appeared in their backpacks. Life Guardian Potion type, dungeon-specific item effect 1, abnormal resistance plus 1000, effective only within the dungeon. Effect 2, maximum health plus 2000, health recovery speed plus 100%, effective only within the dungeon. Wow, this potion is so strong. The flying princess exclaimed. Getting a potion right upon entry, I've never seen such a strange dungeon before. The domineering silver gun scratched his head, a bit confused. Help, help! A cry for help came from a distance. Are there survivors? Let's go check it out. Blood Rose and the others hurriedly followed the sound. Here we go again? Is this never ending? Seeing the scene before him and recalling the earlier prompt from the instance, Zhou Chen had a vague suspicion. Now, he was almost certain that this instance was filled with dark humor. Boss, let's go take a look too, Qingshan Ijio said, ready to set off. Whatever, I'm not in a hurry. Compared to the others, Zhou Chen was in no rush at all. He walked at the back, looking left and right, deep in thought. Shui Mei and the others followed the sound and arrived at the well located behind the village. In contrast to the front, the back of the village was in disarray, seemingly showing signs of a struggle. The cries for help were coming from the well. They pulled out a bucket from the well and found a wounded girl curled up inside, her clothes stained with blood. Thank you, wow. As soon as the girl came up, she burst into tears, her sobs filled with sadness and fear. She began to recount her story. Just a moment ago, a demon had come to the village, killing wildly. Her parents were killed by the demon while trying to protect her, and she herself was injured and fled into the well to hide. She thought she would be killed, but it seemed a brave warrior had arrived, and the demon fought fiercely with the warrior. Later, the sounds of battle gradually faded, and both the warrior and the demon were nowhere to be found. I was so scared that I didn't make a sound the whole time, but then the pain from my wound became unbearable. So pitiful, the flying princess said, her eyes starting to redden. Don't be afraid, sister, I will definitely protect you. The mighty Unmatched, with a powerful presence, naturally supported the girl, his gaze lingering on her tear-streaked, innocent face, a bit inappropriate. Zhou Chen watched quietly, saying nothing. At that moment, the instance prompt sounded again. Prompt, the girl's injured body retains the power of the demon and needs the Life Guardian Potion to suppress it. Ah! At this time, the girl showed a pained expression and collapsed into the arms of the mighty Unmatched. Looking incredibly weak and pitiful. Not good, we must save her. The mighty Unmatched was the first to pull out the potion and fed it to the girl. Prompt, player. Mighty Unmatched's justice value plus 300, received the blessing of justice, damage and defense plus 30%. Hearing this prompt, the mighty Unmatched became even more convinced that his guess was correct. As long as they displayed qualities of justice and kindness, they could gain benefits, effectively reducing the difficulty of the instance. Thank you, you are a good person. The girl, with tears in her eyes, expressed her immense gratitude, but I still feel very uncomfortable. It must be the dosage that's not enough. The mighty Unmatched looked at the others, a bit smug, and said, everyone, it's obvious that this level tests our kindness. Quickly take out the potions to save her, we can definitely clear this. That makes sense. With the prompt triggered by the mighty Unmatched as proof, the flying prince couldn't help but believe and echoed. Jo-chan suddenly interjected, you believe this idiot's words? What do you mean? The mighty Unmatched was quite displeased by this remark. What I mean is simple, so far, this instance has not been testing good and evil, but intelligence. Jo-chan pointed at the mighty Unmatched's head and laughed, clearly, your intelligence is severely lacking. You're talking nonsense. The mighty Unmatched certainly wouldn't admit to his lack of intelligence. This is the second level, obviously, my analysis has no problems, it's you who keeps obstructing us. Don't reason with this cold-blooded beast, save the person first. Right, as long as we contribute the potions, we can gain a 30% damage and defense boost and combined with the previous levels. Blessing of Justice, that's 40%. It will definitely be useful in the final level. The Flying Siblings, Fireworks Sword Dance, Mighty Little Silver Gun, and Mighty Journey all took out potions one after another to give to the girl, while not forgetting to belittle Jo-chan. Jo-chan just smiled. Cold-blooded? Maybe, but at least he hadn't been as domineering as these people since entering the game, bullying the casual players. These people are actually not much better than him. Bad people are always like this, strict with others but lenient with themselves. Although they are not great, it doesn't stop them from using moral righteousness to criticize others at certain times. After all, for bad people, moral righteousness is a tool to restrain others, unrelated to themselves. When doing bad things, they set it aside, and when needed, they pick it up to use as a weapon. This is the logic of bad people, and it aligns well with the behavior of this group. Xingshan looked at Jo-chan, hesitated for a moment, and decided to go along with the crowd. Even the more cautious Blood Rose firmly agreed with the domineering approach. This time, without any hesitation. Thank you all, I feel much better. The girl said gratefully. But that evil power seems to still be out of control, I'm so scared. Her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Jo-chan. It seems like the medicine still needs a bit more effect. Hey, Joe, can you be a good person for once? The domineering little silver gun urged, it's obvious that this level just needs your bottle of potion, contribute it to save people, let everyone pass, and don't disgust us anymore. Save people? Jo-chan remained unmoved, why would I give such a powerful potion to save a stranger instead of keeping it for myself? Are you a cold-blooded animal? Fire Sword Dance condemned, look how pitiful she is, even if it's just a game, shouldn't you have a bit of compassion? You're so heartless. The Flying Princess glared at Jo-chan angrily. Yes, I have no compassion, but you all do. Jo-chan shrugged and scoffed, so the big guild's leveling up is definitely not out of greed or bullying the weak, but rather to prevent ordinary players from getting addicted to the game and help others quit their internet addiction, right? He gave a thumbs up to this group, shocking, the big guild's leveling up, the reason behind it is heartwarming. You should know when to stop. Blood Rose finally couldn't hold back any longer. Putting aside our actions, just based on the current situation, isn't it true that we need to save someone? To clear the level? Exactly, the situation is so obvious, and you dog, are dragging us down. Dominance took the opportunity to stomp hard on Jo-chan. Obvious situation? Jo-chan looked at him as if he were an idiot. He didn't want to explain any further and turned to the girl, saying, I have 2 points of doubt. If you can answer them, I wouldn't mind contributing a potion to save your life. First, most of the people here died inside the house or near the door, and there are no signs of struggle at the place of death. I dare to speculate that some kind of evil force put them into a state similar to sleep and killed them while they were dreaming. You said you were protected by your parents and managed to escape, but logically, your parents and you shouldn't have been able to resist. How do you explain that? Second, you also said you fled to the bottom of the well after being injured. Given your injuries, there should be quite a bit of blood nearby, right? But there isn't even a trace of blood by the well. How do you explain that? After Jo-chan finished speaking, the scene fell silent for a moment. I don't know.
The girl curled up weakly in Dominance's arms, sobbing softly. I woke up to the screams of my family while I was asleep and ran here.
Hey, isn't it shameful to make things difficult for a girl?
Dominance, whether genuinely swayed by the girl in his arms or simply annoyed by Jo-chan, was increasingly acting like a good person.
Jo-chan retorted. Compared to gentlemanly conduct, being low on IQ is more shameful, right? Your mother. Since meeting Jo-chan, Dominance's speech had become filled with maternal references.
Blood. Rose interjected. This child mentioned that a hero came to drive away the demons.
Perhaps the traces of battle destroyed the blood she shed. To be honest, Blood Rose didn't really care
about the girl's life or death, but if helping her could avoid a fight, she naturally wanted to clear this level quickly. It's also possible that she hid in the well, which worsened her injuries, and she didn't bleed much before.
Princess Flying added. What you all said is possible. Jo-chan nodded, but my doubts are also reasonable.
So, I won't save her.
At that
moment, the pain on the girl's face suddenly intensified.
She pleaded with Jo-chan, adventurer, please save me. I want to take revenge for my family, I can't die yet. Are you even human? It's just a bottle of medicine. Is it really that stingy?
Fireworks Sword Dance scolded. She also felt that Dominance was right, since saving someone could clear the level, there was no
need to mess around.
Of course, part of the reason was simply that she was annoyed with Jo-chan.
The girl pleaded again, I don't want to die. Please save me, and I will repay you. Jo-chan still shook his head.
The girl's eyes suddenly filled with resentment. If you don't save me, I will turn into a vengeful spirit after I die and will never let you go.
I can't stand this anymore. Dominance was furious. You're wasting our time.
Right now, every town is racing against time to be the first to clear the level.
Every second we delay increases the chance of missing out on the first clear of the dungeon. Do you know that? Dominance voiced everyone's thoughts. Even Ching Shan Egyo advised, big guy, are you being too suspicious? Jo-chan
remained unmoved, his attitude still firm. Leaving one living person among a pile of dead bodies makes no sense at all.
If she can't answer my doubts, I absolutely won't save her. I do things according to my own heart.
I don't believe that choosing to uphold justice and kindness can lead to a quick clear.
Believe it or not.
The girl, upon hearing this, was unsure whether it was the so-called demonic power acting up or if she was simply stimulated, as her eyes suddenly filled with blood. Is it because they are all dead and I am still alive that I should
die, so it seems reasonable?
Jo-chan replied without changing his expression. From an objective and rigorous perspective, indeed.
Hint, player absolutely not working. Jo refuses to save the girl. Evil value plus 300. Ah!
The girl suddenly cried out in pain, blood streaming from her eyes, an incredibly horrifying sight.
Demon! The imposing Baki Wushwang was so
frightened that he pushed her away, no longer caring about gentlemanly demeanor.
Boom!
A vengeful aura erupted from the girl's body, twisting and rolling, transforming into a ghostly figure.
Vengeful Spirit LV-15 type, Special Monster Health, 280000 attack power, 1640 spell power? Skills? Oh my god, she's dead. She really turned into a vengeful spirit. Jo, you did this.
If you had saved her, we could have cleared the level. The crowd scattered in fear.
Jo-chan acted the fastest. He had already consumed that bottle of Life Guardian potion when the girl showed signs of abnormality. He didn't forget to retort, how do you know saving her would let us clear the level?
I see she was already possessed by a vengeful spirit. Once she's
done tricking us for our potion, she'll strike. You still dare to argue?
The dungeon mechanism allows us to choose whether to fight or not. The previous river god level has already proven
that we can clear it without fighting. You troublemaker just have to argue. It's infuriating.
Blood Rose and the others were about to explode with anger.
No need to say, this level would have to enter battle mode again. Disgusting. Die, all of you die.
The vengeful spirit still vaguely resembled the girl, but her face was pale and her expression twisted.
Suddenly, her mouth opened wide, in an extremely exaggerated manner. Ah! Immediately after, a heart-wrenching wail echoed.
At the same time, a wave of sound quickly spread out.
Boom! -888, -996, -942. Everyone was hit. Even Jo-chan couldn't evade.
But he only lost health, while several others fell into a dazed state. This was clearly a group attack and area control skill.
Fortunately, Jo-chan had taken the Life Guardian potion,
increasing his resistance to abnormalities, and he did not fall into a negative state.
Shut up!
In a critical moment, Jo-chan used Phantom Flash, rushing forward like the wind.
The blade flashed, cutting across the vengeful spirit's throat, interrupting her attack on the spot. The vengeful spirit roared in anger, her two pale arms entwined with black mist transformed into phantoms, attacking him repeatedly. Zhou Chen, however, directly flashed behind her. Backstab. -6840 -600 -100 with a successful strike, Zhou Chen did not hesitate and immediately retreated. The vengeful spirit roared and flew at him. Flowing wind. Zhou Chen felt a current of wind coursing through his body, his speed increasing, constantly repositioning while blocking with his blade. On the other side, Blood Rose leaned on her staff, a wave of holy light enveloping everyone, clearing their abnormal states. Then she cast healing, defense enhancement, and damage enhancement one after another. Wind and fire blade. Whoosh! A fiery wind blade shot through the air, striking the vengeful spirit. -2075 The flying little prince, a formidable mage, had made his move. Not just him. Others also attacked. The domineering Jingtu, as a shield warrior, charged forward with the imposing Baki Wushuang, a warrior. It wasn't that these people were kind-hearted, but Zhou Chen had previously drawn the darkened river god to them, leaving a psychological shadow. To prevent a repeat of that situation, they had no choice but to counterattack together. After all, losing one more person would make it even harder to clear the final level. These people still have some brains. Seeing this, Zhou Chen also joined in, using his speed advantage to constantly maneuver around the vengeful spirit, waiting for the right moment to strike. The evil spirit's attack methods are flexible and varied, with strange skill combinations and high attack power. However, it is weak in strength, and under the combined efforts of everyone, the situation gradually stabilized. Suddenly, the evil spirit turned and transformed into a cloud of black mist, flying towards the outskirts of the village. Hint: the vengeful evil spirit has chosen to flee. Please vote to decide, pursue or let it go? Hint: choosing to pursue carries risks, but success can increase rewards. Choosing to let it go will grant the rewards for this level and move on to the next. Hearing this hint, everyone was overjoyed. Haha, we made it through, the evil spirit is running away. Let it go. Let it go. They all wanted to avoid further entanglement with this strange monster. Hint: player absolutely not working. Someone chooses to pursue. Someone. A group of people gritted their teeth in unison. Fortunately, only Zhou Chen chose to pursue, so the majority ruled, and the team cleared the level. The voting ended, and a copy treasure chest appeared in front of everyone, while the evil spirit completely vanished. What benefit is there in deliberately increasing the difficulty of the dungeon for you? The domineering and unmatched one didn't even look at the treasure chest and angrily asked Zhou Chen, if we can't clear the level, can you? It really doesn't benefit me at all. Zhou Chen revealed a harmless smile, but as the saying goes, seeing you make money is more uncomfortable than me losing money. Just thinking about you clearing the level smoothly makes me feel uneasy, dear. I curse your ancestors. Zhou Chen, hee hee. Stop. Blood Rose interrupted the two, arguing is pointless, the guilds from other towns must also be doing their best to clear the dungeon, and we need to hurry. Dominating Aura took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his anger, and sullenly went to open the treasure chest. You are making enemies for yourself, it's truly unwise. Blood Rose said to Zhou Chen with a serious face. As if you all will let me off in the future. You. Blood. Rose was at a loss for words, snorted coldly, and turned to open her own treasure chest. I got a level 15 silver equipment and 20,000 experience points. Dominating Aura was the first to open a chest, and the result made him very satisfied. Although he had been disgusted by that guy since entering the dungeon, his luck seemed quite good. I only got experience points, how unfortunate. I got a first-tier skill book. I leveled up, it doesn't matter. Everyone except Zhou Chen leveled up. Of course, Dominating Aura and the others had died at Zhou Chen's hands before, so they were only level 11 at this point. Only Zhou Chen, having reached level 15, needed a whopping 50,000 experience points to level up and did not level up this time. Zhou Chen's luck was also not good, he didn't get anything great. So the group gathered and prepared to enter the third stage. I hope some people can accumulate some good karma for themselves. Before entering, Dominating Aura said sarcastically. I sincerely hope some people can pay for their intelligence. It proved to be pointless to attack Zhou Chen with words. Dominating Aura realized this, darkened his face, and was the first to enter. The others followed. A flash of light appeared before them. When things returned to normal, everyone found themselves in a huge underground palace. The palace was vast, dark, and eerie, with gems embedded above that emitted light for illumination. Below were massive black stone pillars, each spaced far apart, adorned with many grotesque monster carvings. A chilling and terrifying atmosphere enveloped them. Demon, die. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. At the end of the palace, light flickered, and energy waves surged strongly, as if someone was fighting. Hint: final stage, hero versus demon. Hero? Demon? The flying princess was taken aback and unconsciously looked at Zhou Chen. Could it be the hero and demon that girl mentioned before? It must be. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Dominating Aura agreed, glaring at Zhou Chen. The others' gazes also fell on Zhou Chen. Zhou, look at the mess you've caused. It turns out you're just being neurotic. That girl was telling the truth, and you nearly caused us to wipe out twice. Except for Qingshan, who was still there, the group all complained about Zhou Chen. They had been tormented by Zhou Chen along the way, and now that it was proven they were right, it felt like a release of pent-up frustration. Faced with their accusations, Zhou Chen was not angry. He smiled lightly and said, "Damn idiot. Forget it, there's no reasoning with someone like him." Blood Rose waved her hand, signaling everyone to calm down. It's the final stage, let's hurry and see how to clear it. The group immediately took action and headed toward the end of the palace. Zhou Chen followed leisurely behind. Interesting. He found it very amusing. What other surprises could this dungeon hold? Before long, they arrived at the battlefield. They saw a tall young man fighting a humanoid demon. The young man was handsome, with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in armor, wielding a giant sword, with swift slashes, occasionally releasing sword energy to strike. The demon he was fighting was incredibly ugly, with a red horn on its head and covered in black fur, looking terrifying. It really is a hero and a demon. This demon must be the one that terrorized the village before. The imposing figures of Baki Wushwang and the others looked righteous and resolute. Only Zhou Chen's gaze was indifferent, unmoved. Do you know this demon has harmed villages? At that moment, the hero noticed their arrival, quickly stepping back, pleasantly surprised. Great! Adventurers have arrived. You must be here to hunt down this wicked demon, right? Exactly. Baki Wushwang and the others hurriedly replied. Now, they were increasingly certain that their earlier judgment was correct. It has nothing to do with me. No need to say more, that was Zhou Chen's response. The others instantly felt their anger surge. Blood Rose hurriedly blocked the line of sight between the hero and Zhou Chen, sincerely saying, "Hero, do you need our assistance?" Of course, I was worried I couldn't defeat this demon, thank you. Tip: the hero invites you to lend him a hand, do you agree? I agree. I agree. Zhou Chen, get lost. Everyone. Boom. Boom. Rays of light burst forth from everyone. Tip: player Baki Wushwang chooses to join the hero's camp, justice value plus 600, gains Justice Blessing, damage, defense plus 60%, lasts until the end of the dungeon. Tip: player Huahua Jianwu chooses to join the hero's camp. The prompts continued one after another. Ha, this feels great. Baki Wushwang suddenly felt excited. With the previous Justice Blessing, my damage and defense have doubled. Me too. They all felt their strength greatly enhanced. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Tip: your justice value has reached 1000, triggering selflessness for others. You automatically contribute 90% of your attributes to the hero. Entering a weakened state, cannot recover, lasts until the end of the dungeon. What? This prompt echoed in each of their ears, sending chills down their spines. Immediately, rays of light flew from their bodies, automatically entering the hero's body. Such powerful strength, adventurers, thank you so much. The hero's body was instantly filled with a powerful force. Everyone, I will not let your contributions go to waste. He roared and charged at the demon. What the hell, what's going on? The group, who had just felt joy, were now dumbfounded. All their attributes, including health and mana, were reduced to only 10% of the original, and they couldn't recover. What kind of selflessness for others nonsense is this? It's disgusting. The little prince of the sky wanted to cry but had no tears. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. At that moment, a loud, reckless laugh rang out among the crowd. Blood Rose and the others, hearing that piercing laughter, had expressions that turned extremely ugly. Zhou Chen was laughing so hard he was shaking, but it seemed he was trying hard to hold back. I'm sorry, it's just too funny. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, hee hee. Damn, I can't keep pretending. You idiots are killing me. Zhou Chen realized he couldn't hold it in any longer and gleefully said, sorry, I know I shouldn't laugh, but I just can't help it. I told you to be careful, but you didn't listen, now look at you. He laughed joyfully. You're really asking for a beating. Huahua Jianwu glared at him in disgust. Everyone, don't panic, our strength has all gone to the hero, he will definitely be able to defeat the demon. Blood Rose hurriedly reassured everyone. Boom! As she spoke, a loud rumble sounded. The hero, with great might, knocked the demon to the ground. The demon screamed and leaped up, sprouting a pair of flesh wings from its back, no longer fighting the hero but trying its best to evade and escape. Then, while dodging, it glanced back at the crowd, filled with deep meaning. Tip: the demon invites you to join in dealing with the hero. Do you accept? Tip: the demon invites the player. Absolutely no work. Show someone to deal with the hero together. 2 prompts suddenly sounded. The first belonged to Zhou Chen's personal prompt, and the second was a team prompt. Everyone turned pale with fear upon hearing it. Interesting. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, Zhou Chen grinned wickedly and made his decision. I join. Hint: player absolutely not working. Zhou joins the demon faction. Evil value plus 600. Hint: players from different factions can attack each other. Please be careful. Damn, run. Ba Qi Wushuang was so scared that he fled for his life. The others quickly scattered. Now they were all in a weakened state. How could they possibly be a match for that guy? What a scam, this damn dungeon. At that moment, everyone felt deeply speechless. It's too late to regret now. A phantom flashed. Whoosh! Zhou Chen transformed into a shadow and charged towards Ba Qi Wushuang and his 2 guild members. Fearless charge. Ba Qi Wushuang cast his skill, but instead of attacking Zhou Chen, he attempted to evade. Swoosh! 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 Blades flashed, blood splattered, and 3 figures fell. Triple kill. Zhou Chen's phantom flashed. In conjunction with his own speed, it was simply too fast, and Ba Qi Wushuang and his companions couldn't dodge at all. Next, Zhou Chen rushed towards the nearest Huahua sisters. With Huahua Jianwu and Shui Mei Gui in their current state, he caught up in just a few seconds. You trashy, despicable little man, you will definitely face retribution. Seeing no way to escape, Huahua Jianwu could only vent all her anger into curses. If there is really retribution, it should be you dying first, Zhou Chen replied coldly, raising his knife and taking down Huahua Jianwu in an instant. Brave sir, please save us. Shui Mei Gui's face turned pale with anxiety. Adventurers, please give me a little more time, I will not let you down. The brave one was over there fighting the demon with great enthusiasm, completely ignoring Shui Mei Gui's words. Thus, Shui Mei Gui was also killed. Next were the Fei Tian siblings. Finally, only Qing Shan Egyo Zai remained. Impressive, I really kneel to you. Xing Shan Egyo Zai had not run away from the beginning to the end. He quietly watched Zhou Chen slaughter inside. Had I known it would be like this, I should have made the same choice as you. Sigh. I was led astray by them. His tone was filled with regret. In that case, you can go in peace, Zhou Chen said as he approached with his knife. Xing Shan Egyo Zai calmly replied, it's free anyway, I won't lose anything. Good luck, big shot. The blade flashed. Thus, only Zhou Chen remained in the arena. Adventurer, please come and help me kill this detestable brave one. The demon was overjoyed to see the other adventurers dead, hoping Zhou Chen would assist him. Sorry, I just twisted my back with all that action, I need to rest for a bit. You all continue, Zhou Chen flatly refused. He found a stone pillar nearby to lean against, adopting a posture as if he were watching a show. Demon. Brave. Adventurer, help me kill him, I will definitely not treat you poorly, please come over. The demon continued to tempt. Zhou Chen remained unmoved. After a while, the fight between the man and the demon suddenly stopped. Their movements were remarkably in sync. Hint, you have killed all players from the Justice faction and your evil value has reached 1000, achieving hidden conditions, entering the ultimate mode of the dungeon, true evil. Oh, not pretending anymore? Zhou Chen said. With a hint of regret, what a pity, I wanted to wear down your strength a bit more. At this moment, both the demon and the brave one looked at Zhou Chen, their eyes cold. You truly are an anomaly, the demon whispered, his tone chilling. It's a pity I couldn't deceive you, but with only you left, what can you change, the brave one said. Both the man and the demon wore sinister smiles, as if they had Zhou Chen completely figured out. The next second, however, their expressions stiffened. The human across from them was not the least bit flustered. In fact, he was still smiling. That's right, Zhou Chen was not only smiling, but he was smiling even more wickedly than they were. You two are indeed in cahoots. Zhou Chen stared at the person and the demon. I was just guessing, but I didn't expect it to be the truth. No, it's not just you two, the river god before, and that vengeful spirit, they're in on it too, right? From the expressions of the person and the demon across from him, Zhou Chen received a confirming answer. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. First, let the river god confuse those few idiots with boring questions, then use the village tragedy to further reinforce the trap. Finally, the hero and the demon appear together, making them firmly believe in their own judgment, joining the hero's camp, and the justice value naturally reaches the condition of sacrificing oneself for others. That bunch of fools was played to death by you. Zhou Chen couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, impressive. There's one thing you got wrong, the demon suddenly spoke. What is it? It's not we, but I. Boom! A wave of dark energy surged from the demon. Immediately, the hero transformed into a beam of light and entered the demon's body. At the same time, a teleportation array appeared behind the demon, and two figures walked out from within. It was indeed the river god and the vengeful spirit. They, like the hero, transformed into flowing light and entered the demon's body. In the blink of an eye, dark energy surged around the demon, and his appearance changed drastically. Soon, he revealed his true form, which was a human dressed in a black robe. Source of evil, Dark Grand Sorcerer, LV20 type, ultimate boss of the Gate of Good End. Evil health, 650000. Attack power? Spell power? Skills? Description: an evil entity within the Gate of Good and Evil, fond of deception and playing with people's hearts. Tip: the Gate of Good and Evil has entered ultimate mode, the final boss. Source of evil, Dark Grand Sorcerer, has appeared. Tip: if the Dark Grand Sorcerer is not defeated, the Gate of Good and Evil will remain in ultimate mode until cleared. Interesting. Zhou Chen looked at the final boss with a playful gaze. You are an interesting person. The Dark Grand Sorcerer, looking gaunt, held a skeletal staff and smiled eerily. If possible, let's be friends, and you can leave. Zhou Chen sneered. You lowly creature, do you think you deserve to be my friend? Seeking death. The Grand Sorcerer pointed his staff, and thunder rumbled above the dungeon. A phantom flashed. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chen darted forward as soon as the Grand Sorcerer made a move. Boom! A strange dark purple lightning struck down, creating a large pit where Zhou Chen had been. Flowing wind. Zhou Chen accelerated himself, quickly closing in. At the same time, the blade in his hand swirled with flames. Fiery slash. Boom! A flame blade burst forth, dazzling in the dark dungeon, like a rainbow across the sky. Dark barrier. The Grand Sorcerer was engulfed in dark energy, his robe moving without wind. He raised a hand, and streams of black energy danced, forming a semi-transparent black barrier. Boom! Zhou Chen's fiery slash struck it, leaving cracks on the black barrier, but it did not shatter. Useless, you are not my match. As the flames dissipated, the Grand Sorcerer was startled. Where did that person go? You have stolen 1 gold coin and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. What? The Dark Grand Sorcerer instantly flew into a rage. That person could actually steal his things? He immediately turned around and indeed saw that the opponent had stealthily circled behind him while the flame blade was attacking. Dark hand. The Grand Sorcerer reached for Zhou Chen, and black energy in the air condensed into a giant hand reaching down. But Zhou Chen suddenly vanished. Backstab. Bang! He appeared behind the Grand Sorcerer again, delivering a backstab that shook the barrier. But it still did not break. The Grand Sorcerer immediately turned back, purple magical fire igniting on the skeletal staff, and a flame shot towards Zhou Chen. Flames appeared beneath Zhou Chen's feet. Shooting star. Whoosh! He immediately flew away. However, he controlled the distance, only dodging the opponent's attack without rushing out 100 meters at once. Then, he maneuvered a few times and launched another attempt to steal. Steal failed. Alright, you have some skills. Zhou Chen had to admit the opponent was formidable. Now, there were very few monsters that could make his theft fail, and this great mage was indeed the ultimate boss of the dungeon. Outside the Gate of Good and Evil, on the lonely wind cliff. That bastard has really screwed us over. Blood Rose and the others, all eliminated, gathered at the entrance of the dungeon, their expressions cold. Fortunately, this is a dungeon, dying won't cause them to lose levels, otherwise, they would be at a huge loss. He's the only one left. I doubt he can clear the dungeon. Let's hope so. Blood Rose looked displeased and suddenly remembered something. Quick, get on the forum and streaming platform to see the strategy situation of other towns. Right, I hope they aren't doing well either. I really don't want to give the first clear rewards to someone else. At that moment, the group hurriedly connected to the forum and streaming platform to check the situation in other towns. Upon seeing the news, they were all stunned. The Manhwa Pavilion Guild was completely wiped out in the dungeon Earth Dragon's Lair. The Xingye Guild is struggling in the dungeon Witch's Tomb, with no hope of clearing it. The Yulong Guild has announced a halt to their dungeon strategy efforts and is focusing on leveling up. Divine Awakening is too harsh. The initial dungeon difficulty is too high, and there hasn't been a first clear yet. One piece of news after another appeared before them, leaving the group both shocked and delighted. They had thought their failure in the dungeon was due to that Joe person messing around. Now it seemed, it might not be that simple. Although the initial dungeons of all towns had different modes, the difficulty was surprisingly high, which was quite consistent. They still had a chance. Fortunately, the situation in other towns isn't optimistic either. Baki Wushwang breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly laughed. So that guy definitely can't clear it alone, right? Serves him right for screwing us over. Thinking of this, Baki Wushwang felt somewhat vindicated. He was really disgusted by Zhou Chen. Blood Rose said, someone on the forum analyzed that at least all team members need to reach level 15, and the main attackers must be equipped with at least 3 pieces of silver gear, including weapons, to have a chance of clearing it, and that's just a chance. The difficulty of this game's initial dungeon is simply insane. Remembering their earlier experiences, the flying little prince couldn't help but complain. Blood Rose comforted him, in the end, it's still our guild group's being too impatient. From now on, let's not worry about anything else, focus on leveling up, and challenge it again. When we're strong enough. What about the dungeon key? Try to find bosses to kill while leveling, it will drop eventually. Right. At that moment, the group reached a consensus. They no longer dwelled on their previous failure and quickly left. Is the big shot still not coming out? Xingshan still hadn't continued cooperating with Baki Wushwang and the others. After waiting for a while without seeing Zhou Chen come out, he left alone as well. Inside the gate of good and evil. Damn little thief. In the dark and vast dungeon, the Dark Grand Mage's furious curses echoed. He was a noble Grand Mage, yet he had been repeatedly stolen from by a little thief? Why was such a low-level skill effective against him? This was unscientific. Corrosive Rain. The Dark Grand Mage, no longer calm, unleashed a powerful skill with resentment. Zhou Chen immediately saw a large area of dark clouds enveloping the surrounding area, and black water arrows shot down from above. Guardian's power. The meteor skill was still on cooldown, and the opponent's attack range was too large for him to dodge, he could only defend. The black rain of arrows struck the protective barrier, immediately producing a series of corrosive sounds. The barrier was about to shatter. The Dark Grand Mage's eyes glinted with coldness, as if he could see Zhou Chen's corpse. Come forth, my clone. An energy fluctuation appeared beside Zhou Chen, transforming into a clone. Immediately, the clone raised its right hand, and a protective barrier reappeared. That's right, the clone activated a set skill. Although Zhou Chen had used it once, the clone could independently use the equipment skill without conflict with the main body and did not share cooldowns, so the clone could use it again. Clone skill, the Dark Sorcerer was taken aback. The clone skill was a rather rare type among many spells. It wasn't that clones were necessarily powerful, but they were indeed scarce, and among them, the ability to independently use skills was even rarer. A hint of jealousy flickered in the sorcerer's eyes. Although he could also create clones, it relied on the special rules of the Gate of Good and Evil. It was not his own ability and he could not control them freely. At that moment, Zhou Chen stood within the protective barrier of the clone, moving together with it, quickly rushing out of the attack range of the corrosive rain. One person and one clone charged towards the opponent simultaneously. Flame Slash. The clone unleashed another equipped skill. Shadow Flash. The Dark Sorcerer transformed into a shadow, swiftly dodging as the fiery slash came down. Just as he stopped, the clone dashed in front of him. Like a shooting star, executing a backstab skill. Bang! The dark barrier shook violently, and at the same time, the clone reached out a small hand. Steal. Success! You have obtained a bronze level equipment ×1. You little thief, you are utterly detestable. The Dark Sorcerer was on the verge of losing his sanity. Did this person take him for a moving treasure trove? Stealing his things at every turn? He had never suffered such humiliation. He swung his skeletal staff, black flames swirling around it, and angrily smashed it towards the clone. Phantom Flash. The clone nimbly dodged. Zhou Chen's main body took this opportunity to circle behind the sorcerer and executed a backstab skill. Crash. Finally, that hard dark barrier shattered inch by inch. Steal. Failure. No matter, attack first. Although he didn't succeed in stealing, Zhou Chen's movements were not slow at all, and the flame battle blade thrust towards the opponent's neck. Get lost. Boom. An incredibly strong dark power suddenly erupted from the sorcerer's body, rippling like waves. Zhou Chen's main body, along with the clone preparing to attack from the side, were all blown away. -1800 -2600 Zhou Chen and the clone were pushed back nearly 20 meters, suffering high damage. Stealth. Seeing this, Zhou Chen and the clone simultaneously activated stealth. Magic Eye. Noticing the opponent had gone invisible, the dark sorcerer quickly cast a revealing skill. A magic eye, larger than a grinding wheel, appeared in the void, constantly peering around. The aura of the magic eye released by the sorcerer was stronger than anything Zhou Chen had seen, clearly at max level. However, Zhou Chen did not expose himself. What? The sorcerer was stunned. What kind of human thief was this? His stealing could bypass the dark barrier, and now even the magic eye skill couldn't reveal him? As the ultimate boss of the Gate of Good and Evil, the sorcerer had a certain level of intelligence, but at this moment, he felt deep confusion. Taking advantage of his daze, Zhou Chen and the clone stealthily approached. You are the first to experience my dual theft with the clone. I hope you can withstand it. Zhou Chen grinned wickedly and activated the stealing skill simultaneously with the clone. You have obtained Intermediate Mana Potion ×1. You have obtained Gold ×1. TCH, consider yourself lucky. The two thefts yielded only trash items, which was disappointing. Meanwhile, the sorcerer felt two invisible hands brushing over him in the void. He was stolen from again. With no power to resist, no way out, and no dignity. You have completely enraged me. The sorcerer roared, and a black aura flew out from his robe. Lullaby of death. Instantly, a strange evil shadow appeared behind him, opening its mouth to emit a bizarre song, the sound waves sweeping in all directions. Boom! Zhou Chen and the clone were swept by the sound waves. Miss. -3400 Zhou Chen, in a stealth state, had an evasion bonus of +300, and with his own evasion, he miraculously dodged this attack. But the clone was not so lucky. It was not only hit by the sound wave and revealed but was also instantly killed. Zhou Chen remained still. 10 seconds quickly passed. He stealthily approached the Grand Mage again and cast his theft once more. Success! You have obtained Hidden Item Skill Book, Deathmark ×1. Skill Book Deathmark Skill Preview. Type, Active Skill Rank, Tier 5 LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, adds a layer of Deathmark to attacks, lasting 120 seconds. After attacking, the mark transfers to the target. Only one target can be affected during area attacks. Effect 2, any damage dealt to the target will be recorded by the mark. Upon manual detonation or when the time ends, the mark will explode, dealing the total recorded damage at once. Cost, 1000 mana. Cooldown, 150 seconds, calculated from the moment the mark disappears. Learning requirement, LV15. This skill is a godly single target attack. Zhou Chen was overjoyed, finally stealing a treasure. He immediately learned the skill and granted it infinite growth. My skill book. At the same time, the Grand Mage wailed loudly. At that moment, he was on the verge of collapse. In front of that little thief, he had no rights at all. Destroy it all, let it all be destroyed. The Grand Mage went completely mad, waving his staff and randomly using skills. Rain of Corruption. Magic Thunder Surge. Black Fire Assault. One large-scale skill after another smashed towards the surroundings, each skill covering dozens of meters. But Zhou Chen was too cunning. As soon as he stole and entered cooldown, he immediately left, never staying within the attack range. Under stealth, his speed surged by 80%, and with the invisibility effect, no matter how mad the Grand Mage got, he couldn't touch him. During this time, Zhou Chen stole vigorously. Steal. Success. Failure. Success. The stealth duration was 120 seconds, and the cooldown for stealing was only 10 seconds. So during stealth, Zhou Chen could theoretically steal 12 times. Of course, this was just theoretical. To avoid attacks, Zhou Chen's actual number of attempts couldn't reach that many. Moreover, unfortunately, he didn't manage to steal anything good during this time. Last chance. As the stealth time was about to run out, Zhou Chen carefully circled behind the Grand Mage. He stood 4 meters away and made a classic little hand stretch. Steal successful. You have obtained Hidden Item Skill Book Life Devour ×1. Oh. Zhou Chen was stunned, then immediately ecstatic. Stole again. How exhilarating. Skill Book Life Devour Skill Preview. Type, Active Skill Rank, Tier 5 LV1, 0/500. Effect 1, Attacks Carry of Life Devour. Effect, dealing additional damage equal to 10% of the user's maximum health. During area attacks, this damage is halved.
Effect 2. If this attack kills the target, it devours 1% of the target's health, permanently increasing the user's health limit by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum of plus 50,000 health. Cost 800 mana. Cooldown 150 seconds. Learning requirement LV15. Restricted class Melee. Wow, this is so powerful. After reading the skill description, Zhou Chen was overjoyed. As long as he learned this skill, not only could he increase his damage, but his survival ability would also skyrocket. Human, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. At this moment, the Dark Grand Mage had completely lost his sanity. His skilled Death Lullaby had finally cooled down. In an instant, the evil shadow reappeared, and the unavoidable sound wave struck again. Boom! Zhou Chen was hit and revealed himself, falling into a sleep state. It's turned out this was also a control skill. Shadow Flash. The Grand Mage, as a ranged class, now flashed in front of the revealed Zhou Chen. I wish I could eat you alive. He swung his staff, engulfed in black flames, and smashed it wildly towards Zhou Chen's head. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Zhou Chen's health plummeted. Goodness, forcing an old mage to become a melee maniac, this brother can brag about it for a year. Before dying, Zhou Chen felt no sadness at all. Instead, he found the old mage in front of him, who had lost his mind, a bit pitiful. You have been killed by the source of evil, Dark Mage. Dungeon clearance failed. You are about to leave the gate of good and evil, the secondary items. Golden Axe and Silver Axe will still exist until the dungeon is cleared. 2 game notifications rang in his ears. Zhou Chen's body transformed into white light and disappeared. When he came to his senses, he had returned to Lonely Wind Cliff. In front of him floated the entrance to the gate of good and evil. Comfortable. Seeing the scenery outside Maple Leaf Town again, Zhou Chen felt no displeasure from failing the dungeon clearance. On the contrary, he stretched lazily, looking thoroughly pleased. This trip was a huge profit. He had turned a dungeon key into an exorbitant price. Now he had truly achieved financial freedom, and his gains in the game were equally immense. Awesome! After a moment of joy, Zhou Chen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It was already the end of the 3rd day in the game, approaching the 4th day. He hadn't rested for a whole day. According to his original plan, he intended to use his avatar to practice skills again and then stir up some trouble in town. Unexpectedly, he had ended up with a dungeon key, which delayed him until now. At this moment, Zhou Chen was not in a hurry. He chose to log off and went straight to sleep. This sleep was incredibly sweet. When he woke up, 7 or 8 hours had passed. The game Divine Awakening wouldn't make players feel overly fatigued. Sleeping for so long was purely due to Zhou Chen's laziness. He ordered takeout, leisurely placed it on the table to enjoy, and opened his old computer to check the forum situation. Upon looking, it was astonishing. He had become a celebrity. On the forum, there were sections for various novice towns. He clicked into the dedicated section for Maple Leaf Town, where almost all the pin posts were about him. Absolutely not working, Joe. One-person toys with 3 major guilds. Top teams of Maple Leaf Town gather to strategize against the Silver Boss, only to have victories snatched away by a thief. What mysterious brother, what rabbit brother? He is the hacking brother. One person suppresses the Flame-Winged Tiger. A dungeon slot sells for 700,000? Zhou is simply inhuman. Who exactly is Zhou? Could he be an official plant? There were many posts related to Zhou Chen, almost comparable to various guilds and other popular game content. Of course, Zhou Chen didn't care. He casually browsed and found that the topic about the dungeon had actually decreased. There was still no first clear appearance. It seemed players had understood that the starting dungeons of each town were a test from the game for players, not so easy to clear. Of course, once cleared, triggering the first clear would yield rewards that were definitely not to be underestimated. Therefore, all major guilds were now working hard to level up, just to seize the first dungeon first clear. So the dungeons in other towns are this difficult too. It seems no one will attempt to challenge them in the short term. After watching for a while, Zhou Chen exited the Maple Leaf Town discussion section. Then, he clicked into the international section. To be honest, it was Zhou Chen's first time seeing a game forum with an international section. It seemed to be specially launched by various countries to allow global players to communicate freely. This was also a reason why Divine Awakening could become a global hit, not only because of its high simulation quality but also due to the support from various countries' officials. Zhou Chen entered mainly out of curiosity about the progress in other countries. The international forum is equally lively, with players from various countries freely posting and exchanging ideas. Is the game Divine Awakening really just a game? Why do so many countries take it so seriously? Zhou Chen casually browses while eating takeout, suddenly noticing a post that stands out.
Other posts are clearly discussing game content just from their titles, but this one is discussing the game itself? However, Joe Chen feels a stir in his heart. He recalls that he indeed felt something unusual about Divine Awakening. The game feels a bit too real. Previously, when interacting with those NPCs, he even thought he was communicating with a real GM. Seeing this post now, Joe Chen can't help but feel curious and clicks on it. The poster is a player from the Northern Bear country. He shares some of his observations. Long before Divine Awakening officially opened, he had heard about the game through special channels and believed it to be extraordinary. The evidence is that after the game opened, this player learned through his intelligence network that various countries had sent people into the game to develop. As for the Northern Bear country, he knows that the government not only strongly supported several established guilds but even selected elites from the military to join these guilds, spending a large amount of money just to get these guilds ahead of others. Besides the Northern Bear country, countries like Mika, Sakura, Asan, Kimchi, and the Sun Never Sets also show similar signs. The most exaggerated is Nika. They directly sent a special forces team in to establish a new guild. Additionally, the established guild Heavenly Guild in Mika reportedly received substantial financial support from the Mika government, developing rapidly, even moving their headquarters to the Pentagon. The most outrageous part is that Mika's top leader, Special Commander Tobacop, personally entered the game. In the post, this player also shared a screenshot taken by a passerby of Tobacop in the game. It shows a foreign uncle with a big smile, ID understanding brother Tobacop, who didn't even bother to disguise himself. All signs indicate that the game Divine Awakening is far from simple. Below the post, players express their opinions. Some say the poster is overly neurotic, chasing shadows. Others believe his analysis makes sense, but it's merely that the game might have economic implications, which is why countries are paying attention. As for other aspects, it's clear the poster is overinterpreting. What's so strange about this game? Joe Chen ponders. After reading the post, he has a gut feeling that this player's suspicions might be correct. He has always trusted his instincts. However, the information he has is too limited to draw any conclusions for now. This only makes Joe Chen more excited. Now, his upcoming gaming life should be more interesting. After a while, Joe Chen shuts down his computer, tidies up, and steps out for the first time in a while. A few hours later, Joe Chen watches as a beautifully crafted gaming pod is moved into his new residence. That's right, he went out and rented a slightly larger apartment with a better environment than the small, shabby place he lived in before, and he bought a beautiful gaming pod. Additionally, he stocked up on plenty of bread, instant noodles, canned food, and other supplies. The fridge is also stuffed with food, ensuring he can dive into the game without needing to go out frequently. With everything sorted, Joe Chen lies down in the gaming pod and logs into the world of Divine Awakening. A flash of light, and he appears on the Cliff of Solitude. Phew, this world is definitely more interesting. Joe Chen breathes in the mountain breeze, feeling incredibly refreshed. He walks to the edge of the cliff and notices players scattered across the Cliff of Solitude. Now that players have improved their skills, more and more people are teaming up to climb the mountain, and those guild groups can no longer stop them. After all, they are now solely focused on leveling up and have no time for trouble. Of course, most players can only level up below the mountainside, with only a few able to enter the mountaintop area. By the way, has my level been surpassed? Joe Chen remembered that he had previously ranked first on the leaderboard. He opened the leaderboard and saw a virtual light screen appear before him. Dragon Country Region Level Ranking, first. Absolutely not working. Joe Someone, LV15 second, Iron Horse Ice River, LV14 third, Starry Night Pearl, LV13 fourth, My Heart is Eternal, LV13. These people really put in the effort, they must have been playing since yesterday. Joe Chen sighed, I need to step up my game too. He closed the leaderboard, activated stealth, put on the spider silk ring, and easily descended from the lonely wind cliff. Then, he wandered in the mountaintop area, looking for a deserted spot to level up. To be precise, it was to practice skills. The ordinary monsters in the mountaintop area were at least level 13, with health points generally above 10,000. Of course, this was nothing to Joe Chen. He casually found a swaying patrolling goblin. Clone technique. Joe Chen immediately conjured a clone. Phantom Flash. Backstab plus Deathmark. Joe Chen and his clone simultaneously executed their attack skills. Before the goblin could comprehend the situation, its health dropped into a dangerous zone. At the same time, 2 layers of black marks filled with the aura of death appeared on its body, shaped like black skulls symbolizing death. As the Goblin angrily swung its iron rod to counterattack. Zhou Chen and his clone both went into stealth. Under stealth, Zhou Chen didn't rush to attack but instead used poisoning, flowing wind, and steel skills simultaneously with his clone. Thus, the skill proficiency increased at double speed. At this moment, as long as Zhou Chen detonated the 2 layers of death marks, the monster would surely be killed. But Zhou Chen only detonated 1 layer, leaving the monster with low health. He immediately executed a break stealth strike and added extra damage from Life Devour. Put. -1802 break stealth. Strike -300 weapons fire damage -100 poison damage -485 Life Devour extra damage a whale echoed, and the patrolling goblin died without knowing why. You killed patrolling goblin LV13 experience. +80. Life Devour activated, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +120. Nice. Zhou Chen felt incredibly satisfied. He was now level 15, and the experience gained from killing monsters here was not much, unless he targeted elite monsters or bosses. But experience was not his goal, practicing skills here was just right, and he was too lazy to look for other places. By the way, Life Devour can be added to any attack, I should do it this way. Soon, a figure was seen swiftly darting through the forest. Zhou Chen used his movement technique, stabbing every monster he encountered, then immediately fleeing. The attacked monsters could only squeal and chase after him. After a while, he had attracted dozens of monsters. Then, he conjured a clone again. 1 person and 1 clone simultaneously unleashed Flame Slash. 2 flames of blade light swept across the field. Boom! Boom! The attracted monsters were heavily injured. Zhou Chen and his clone weaved among them, reducing all these monsters to nearly the same low health state. After 120 seconds, the duration of the clone had not yet ended, but Flame Slash had already cooled down. Flame Slash. Life Devour. Once again, 2 flames of blade light swept across, this time with the added damage of Life Devour. Boom! The monsters that had been drawn in fell to the ground, and Zhou Chen's health surged wildly. You killed the wandering goblin LV13, experience +80. Life Devour activated, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +120. You killed the Azure-scaled Python LV13, experience +85. Life Devour activated, devouring 1% of the target's health, your health limit permanently +125. A series of notifications came in. Awesome! Zhou Chen felt incredibly pleased. At this rate, reaching 50,000 health points would be a piece of cake. By then, the damage added by Life Devour would reach at least 10,000, and if added to a group attack, it could also yield 5,000 output, not bad. Keep training. Just as Zhou Chen expected, with the help of the clone skill, the upgrade speed of each skill was much faster than before. The only downside was that the progress of the clone technique itself was very slow. There was no way around it, Zhou Chen had to use the clone to practice other skills unlike stealth, which could be cancelled immediately after casting, allowing the skill to enter cooldown for a quicker recast. Moreover, high-level skills required much more proficiency to upgrade than first-level skills. For first-level skills, the proficiency required to upgrade from LV1 is 100, and for each level up, the required proficiency increases by 100. For second-level skills, the proficiency required to upgrade from LV1 is 200, and for each level up, it increases by 200. And so on. Therefore, the clone technique, a 5th-level skill, had the slowest progress among all skills. Thus, Zhou Chen opened ascetic mode alone in a remote area at the mountain top, immersing himself in the pleasure of skill training. Moonlight Town, Dark Canyon. This was a leveling area for around level 15, and currently, there weren't many players leveling here. Even among guild groups, only elite teams with top-notch equipment could come. At this moment, in the central area of the canyon, rarely visited by people, a 10-member team was besieging a level 15 bronze-level boss. The team consisted of both men and women, all above level 12, with a reasonable class composition, including shield guards, warriors, mages, archers, and priests. This team was the core members of the rising new guild in Moonlight Town, the Dragon Control Guild. Each of them moved decisively, focused, and coordinated seamlessly, without any hesitation, firmly suppressing the boss with just 10 people. Soon, the boss crashed to the ground. Let's see if there's any silver equipment drop, first kill, hope for some good luck. Upon seeing this, a middle-aged man said. His ID was Iron Horse Ice River, the president of the Dragon Control Guild. Boss, a silver greatsword dropped. Really? Iron Horse Ice River was overjoyed and hurried over to check, gripping the greatsword in his hand. Sure enough, it's a level 15 weapon, now we have a better chance of clearing the Dark Night Forest dungeon. Iron Horse Ice River showed excitement. Boss, that dungeon is too difficult.
A nearby team member couldn't
help but complain. If it weren't difficult, why hasn't anyone cleared the starting dungeon until now?
Iron Horse Ice River said seriously, everyone,
get your spirits up, we are soldiers. Yes. Hearing this, everyone replied in unison.
That's right, these people were all from the Dragon Kingdom.
Military.
They were ordered to enter the game and actively develop. As for why the higher-ups wanted them to do this, even Iron Horse Ice River didn't.
No.
He only knew that countries around the world had made similar arrangements, competing fiercely for game progress.
Besides these official personnel, many financial conglomerates were also training game teams or collaborating with major guilds, investing large amounts of money into this game. Now, the forces embedded in the game were all eyeing the first dungeon clear, actively preparing. Unknowingly, time passed to the next day. Zhou Chen tirelessly cultivated in the lonely Wind Mountain.
Compared to the last time, his patience had greatly increased. With the game pod, it was indeed much more
comfortable to play.
Moreover, this time he had a clone to help, making skill practice faster.
Occasionally opening the regional and server-wide chat
channels to peek, or connecting to live streaming platforms and forums to catch up on gossip, significantly reduced the sense of monotony.
Out of poison?
At one moment, Zhou Chen habitually reached into his backpack for poison, only to realize it was all used up.
He let out a light breath, feeling a bit mentally fatigued.
Let's check the skill changes. If possible, I'll go cause some trouble. If not, I'll practice more.
Zhou Chen opened the skill bar and began to check one by one.
Steel type, active skill rank, first rank LV54, 40/5400, effect 1, launch an attack on the target, with an 85% chance to steal 1 to 3 random items from the target, can steal bound items.
Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 10 meters. Effect 3, if the stolen item is
stackable, like gold coins, potions, etc., the quantity stolen is randomly increased, counted as one item. Cost, 20 mana cooldown, 20 seconds stealth. Type, active skill rank, first rank LV44, 130/4400, effect 1, enter a stealth state with exceptional skill, concealing one's shadow, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations. Movement speed plus 110%, lasts 180 seconds, will be stealth after being attacked or dealing damage.
Effect 2, a strike from stealth. Deals 3000 plus 160% attack damage. Effect 3, in stealth state, evasion plus 1000. Cost, 40 mana cooldown, 40 seconds backstab. Type, active skill rank, first
rank LV40, 30/4000, effect 1, instantly flash behind the target to stab, dealing 3500 plus 180% attack damage, requires distance to the target not to
exceed 5 meters. Effect 2, backstab strike plus 120% critical hit rate. Effect 3, backstab critical hit damage plus 30%. Cost, 50 mana cooldown, 30 seconds poison. Application type, active skill rank, first rank LV33, 150/3300, effect 1, apply poison to the weapon with superb technique, lasting 28 minutes. Can also professionally remove poison from the weapon. Effect 2, poison damage plus 48%. Effect 3, poison carries a 30% reduction in healing effects. Cost,
poison materials cooldown, 30 seconds. Flowing wind type, active skill rank, second rank LV12, 30/2400, effect 1, channel the power of flowing wind throughout the body, increasing 3 speeds by plus 42%, lasts 120 seconds. Effect, evasion plus 500. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Phantom dash type, active skill rank, second rank LV15, 10/3000, effect 1, dash 40 meters in any direction with phantom-like speed, cutting through targets along the way. Dealing 1500 plus 150% attack damage. The higher the movement speed, the faster the dash. Effect 2, 30% chance to cause the target's wounds to tear, losing 200 health per second, lasts 30 seconds. Effect 3, during the dash, can choose to generate another phantom aside from the main body. The phantom deals 80% of the main body's damage, disappearing after the dash ends. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Deathmark type, active skill rank, 5th rank. LV8, 70/4000, effect 1, attach a layer of death mark to the attack, lasting 160 seconds. After the attack, the mark will transfer to the target. In group attacks, it can only affect one target. Effect 2, any damage dealt to the target will be recorded by the mark. Upon active detonation or when the time ends, the mark will explode with the total recorded damage at once. Consumption, 800 mana points. Cooldown, 150 seconds, calculated from the moment the
Mark disappears. Life Devour type. Active skill rank. Tier 5 LV7 80/3500. Effect 1. Attacks will carry a Life Devour effect, dealing additional damage equal to 15% of the user's maximum health. When attacking multiple targets, this damage is halved. Effect 2. If this attack kills the target, devour 5% of the target's health, permanently increasing the user's maximum health by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum of plus 55,000 health, already capped. Consumption, 800 mana points cooldown, 150 seconds clone technique type, active skill rank, tier 5 LV3, 20/1500, effect 1, condenses mana to create a clone identical to oneself, lasting for 200 seconds, can actively make the clone disappear. Effect 2, the clone possesses 60% of the user's attributes, shares vision with the user, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills of the user. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by the clone can be controlled by the user. Effect 4, the clone cannot use the clone technique. Consumption, 800 mana points cooldown, 10 minutes woohoo? Take off. Zhou Chen was quite satisfied. Overall, the skill upgrades were quite good. Especially the stealing skill. Perhaps because the stealing probability reached a certain threshold, the increase in stealing probability began to slow down. But now he could steal items in stacked quantities, treating them as a single item, which was very convenient. Most importantly, the effect Zhou Chen wanted the most finally appeared. He could now steal bound items. It seems this is an additional effect produced by the skill mutation. The infinite growth brought by infinite potential is truly amazing. Additionally, the maximum health limit that can be stacked by Life Devour also increases with skill upgrades, another surprise. During the process of practicing skills, Zhou Chen also leveled up, and although he was delayed by skill practice, he reached level 16. In this process, the effect of Life Devour had long been capped, and his health surged by tens of thousands, now totaling 59,960 health points. He has truly turned himself into a blood cow rogue. Hey, is there someone here? Suddenly, the branches shook and a player walked over, seeing Zhou Chen's back. In the next moment, Zhou Chen vanished without a trace. Where did he go? You must have seen it wrong. There aren't many people who can come here to level up now. A companion followed behind, urging, take advantage of the fact that those guilds are too busy to pay attention. Hurry up and level up. The monster drop rate here is much higher than below. I clearly saw someone. The player, a mage, immediately cast a magic eye skill, but saw nothing. Under the effect of stealth, Zhou Chen activated Flowing Wind. His movement speed surged by 152%, breaking 1,000. He darted through the forest like a whirlwind, but due to the stealth effect, he didn't alert any monsters. He headed straight for Maple Leaf Town. Of course, he wasn't going through the town to the main city. He wasn't in a hurry. First, he would take care of some matters, then attempt to challenge the Dark Grand Mage. After that, he would consider going to the main city. After all, no one had successfully cleared the dungeon since its launch. It would be impossible for Zhou Chen not to be tempted. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw many players leveling up. Look, that's Big Brother Zhou. It really is him, my idol. Big Brother Zhou, do you need a little brother? I promise I won't let you down. Zhou Chen couldn't maintain his stealth state for long, and just as it ended, he was recognized by the players leveling down the mountain. He didn't give them a chance to get close, activating Flowing Wind and quickly leaving. Wow, Big Brother is so fast. He can't be a full agility rogue, can he? With full agility points and that strong attack power, am I playing the same game as Big Brother? A group of noob players were envious. Not spending too much time, Zhou Chen returned to Maple Leaf Town, heading straight for the apothecary. In front of the apothecary, the unique smell of herbs wafted as usual. At the same time, there were noisy voices. What? Old man, have you gone crazy thinking about money? You sell basic mana potions for 50 copper coins each? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Buy if you want. If not, get lost. Zhou Chen saw several casual players cursing as they walked out. So greedy, I've used up all the game coins I painstakingly saved. Speechless, how can a mage play without potions in the early stages? The potions in this game are way too expensive. A few players walked past Zhou Chen, looking like they were about to cry. Zhou Chen grinned wickedly and didn't enter the apothecary. He turned and ducked into a shadowy corner under a house on the street, pretending to rest. There were rarely any players around, and seeing no one, Zhou Chen immediately conjured a clone. Stealth. The clone used stealth to disappear and rushed toward the apothecary at top speed. Entering, Zhou Chen, through the clone's perspective, saw the apothecary owner, Wu Renji, happily sipping Tea at the counter.
Since the adventurers arrived, business has been getting better and better, the potions are in high demand.
Perhaps I can raise the prices a bit?
The old man muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with interest.
Goodness, you're even greedier than I am, how can that be? Zhou Chen revealed an evil smile, crossing the counter to the rows of medicine cabinets. These cabinets
couldn't be opened by just anyone, they had mana patterns on them, and only the apothecary owner, Wu Renji, could open them.
But Zhou Chen didn't need to open them.
He just needed to stretch out his hand.
Steal. Success. You have obtained Resurrection Potion. ×1.
Resurrection Potion rarity, rare effect, automatically resurrect once within 30 minutes of death, restoring 50% health and mana.
Only effective on targets below level 40, cooldown time 1 hour. It's actually a resurrection potion, how delightful. Zhou Chen laughed wildly, starting off with a bang.
Old man Wu had no idea that a fire was breaking out behind him and continued to enjoy his
tea, waiting for customers to arrive.
You have obtained green scale snake gallbladder ×8.
You have obtained 12 lotus roots.
Time passed, and Zhou Chen was having a great time stealing, his backpack filled with many potions and herbal materials.
Whenever the stealth was about to end, Zhou Chen
made his clone disappear. Once the skill was restored, he continued to send in his clone, vigorously plundering from Wu Renji.
At one moment, Wu Renji, who was enjoying
his tea, habitually checked the medicines. As the manager of the pharmacy, he had a virtual list of medicines that he could browse at any time. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his eyes widened.
Strange?
He noticed that many herbs were missing.
Am I getting old and confused? Wu Renji thought he was hallucinating. But after a while, he was horrified. Why has my stuff inexplicably decreased? This time, he saw it clearly. He hadn't sold anything, yet the quantity of medicines had inexplicably
decreased, which was incredibly strange.
However, Zhou Chen's actions continued. Stealing. You have obtained 5 intermediate speed potions. Damn it! Wu Renji
was so angry he jumped up and hurried to the medicine cabinet.
Zhou Chen watched with delight.
The old man opened the cabinets that Zhou Chen had visited one by one. And he was immediately shocked.
Ah, my lifeblood! He looked around and shouted, who is opposing me? Come out!
Zhou Chen ignored him, he just wanted to stretch
out his hand. I steal. I steal again. I steal again and again. Damn little thief. Wu Renji seemed to go mad. He took out a staff and immediately cast a magic eye skill. Oh, you're not just a pharmacist, but also practice magic? Not bad. Zhou Chen remained unhurried.
After Wu Renji finished casting a skill, he stared intently, but unfortunately, there was nothing in front of him.
No manifestation? He couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing the medicines disappear inexplicably, he immediately thought someone had come to steal while invisible. But the manifestation skill didn't work. Could he have made a mistake? Just as he was puzzled, Zhou Chen's stealing skill was restored again.
This old man is quite clever, he probably won't keep good things in plain sight, it should be on him, let me try. With that thought, Zhou Chen gently reached out towards Wu Renji.
You have obtained 1 powerful resilience potion. What? Wu Renji suddenly trembled, then roared, my treasure!
Bastard, who stole my stuff?
Come out! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The old man clearly lost his mind, waving his staff to unleash ice spikes, attacking wildly.
Zhou Chen easily dodged.
Wu Renji's attacks flew past, destroying several cabinets, but he didn't care about that anymore.
This guy is reacting so strongly, could it be? Zhou Chen immediately opened his backpack to check. Powerful resilience potion type, reusable potion grade, special effect 1, immune to sleep, hallucination, confinement, dizziness, and other abnormal states for 60 seconds. Effect 2, abnormal resistance plus 1000, resilience plus 1000 for 60 seconds.
Charge times, May 5th, 1 charge.
Recovers every hour. What a good thing! Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, overjoyed.
This potion not only had powerful effects but was also a rechargeable type that could be used repeatedly. No wonder this old man went crazy, he had stolen the old man's ancestral treasure.
Good for you, old man, daring to hoard, hand over everything. Good. After 10 seconds, Zhou Chen reached out again. You have obtained 12-century-old blood ginseng. You have obtained 11 fragrant ghost orchids. I can't take it anymore. Wu Renji finally broke down. He gave up on finding the other party and ran towards the door. Want to leave? No way. Zhou Chen, seeing this scene,
threw his clone, immediately made the clone disappear as the stealth time was about to end. Outside, he immediately entered stealth mode.
It's haunted. There's a ghost in Maple Leaf Town, someone come save me. As soon as he stepped outside, Warenji shouted loudly, running frantically. Zhou Chen followed him with a sly smile. Why is old Wu acting so crazy? Ever since the adventurers arrived, his business has been booming. He was still laughing yesterday, so why is he like this today? Wu Renji's mad appearance attracted the attention of the NPCs. On the street. Hey, this town is haunted, there really are ghosts. Seeing others like they were a lifeline, Wu Renji grabbed someone at random and cried out, I don't know which damned ghost keeps stealing my things, I just can't find him. Ha! The people around were taken aback. Did a thief break into your house? That's not a thief. The old man said angrily, that's a robber, that damn thing. At this moment, Zhou Chen had already followed behind Wu Renji. There were a few people between him and Wu Renji, but it didn't matter, he could steal from a distance. I stretched out my little hand. You have obtained skill book, Pharmacology Mastery ×1 You have obtained skill book, Alchemy. I stole 2 skill books. Wu Renji, who was complaining to others, trembled all over. The next second, he let out a wail like a slaughtered pig, that damned robber. He's still here. There must be ghosts, it's definitely not a human. The old man was completely mad, looking left and right, his beard shaking with anger. Old Wu, calm down. The other NPCs, not understanding, were still trying to persuade him. I can't calm down. He just stole my things again. Ha! This time, everyone was startled. In broad daylight, that person was so bold? Tell me, are you that thief? The irrational Wu Renji suspected everyone, grabbing a young man and questioning him. I'm your father, you greedy old man, what's wrong with you? Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Zhou Chen's heart sank, and he quickly moved to the side of the street. Everyone turned to look, and it turned out to be a patrol squad from the town passing by. Zhou Chen also took a look. There were 20 people in the patrol squad, and the leader had the words Patrol Captain Cohen on his head. Captain Cohen. You're just in time. Wu Renji rushed over with a mournful face and recounted his experience. Is that so? Cohen was shocked, anger flashing in his eyes. There can't be such bold residents in this town, it must be those adventurers who just arrived, relying on the power of heaven and earth to act recklessly. Cohen immediately took out a spirit talisman, infused it with magic, and the talisman burst into light, flying into the air. Reveal. In an instant, the light of the talisman spread, transforming into a light circle that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. This was a disposable item called a revealing talisman, specifically designed to counter invisibility skills, more effective than magic eye or scout arrow. At that moment, Cohen and his subordinates spread out, keeping a close watch on the surroundings. Since Wu Renji said someone had just attacked him, the other party should not have had time to leave. However, they saw nothing. There were only the guards and a dozen nearby people, and no one was seen moving. What's going on? Cohen couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the revealing talisman failed? That shouldn't be. The scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Seeing this, Zhou Chen relaxed and quietly moved over for another theft. You have obtained intermediate life potion ×12. Ah. He made a move again. Wu Renji seemed to be on the verge of collapse, shouting, it's haunted, Maple Leaf Town is haunted. Bold rogue. Captain Cohen's face turned ashen, quickly ordering, quick, protect old Wu. The guards immediately acted, surrounding Wu Renji. Although Cohen was angry, he was helpless at the moment and could only say to Wu Renji, I'll take you to see the captain, please ask him to take action. Hurry up. Hurry up. Wu Renji urged repeatedly, truly wishing he could grow wings and fly away. A group of people hurriedly left. It's time to look for the next victim. Zhou Chen chuckled, not pursuing further, and quickly left while his stealth was still active. Soon, he appeared near the weapon shop. There were quite a few NPCs and players moving around. He stopped in a shadowy corner more than 20 meters away from the weapon shop. After looking around and confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he immediately released a clone. The clone activated stealth and rushed towards the weapon shop. Before long, Zhou Chen heard a game notification. You have obtained a bronze level equipment ×1. At the same time, angry roars erupted from inside the weapon shop. Boss, there's a thief. What? A loud voice rang out, damn it, which blind thief dares to cause trouble in my shop? Close the door and beat the dog. Bang! The door of the weapon shop immediately slammed shut. Not me, buddy. I haven't even gone out yet. A few players who were selecting equipment inside were stunned. What's going on? NPCs imprisoning players? Is Divine Awakening that kind of game? Thinking of this, several players were startled, feeling a tightness in their lower backs.
Zhou Chen didn't care about them, he sprang into action, using his theft skill on the weapon display.
Case. Damn little thief, quickly use your reveal skill. The shop was thrown into chaos.
However, it was of no use, they couldn't find Zhou Chen's clone. Soon, Zhou Chen set his sights on the weapon shop owner and stole from him. You have obtained a gold level equipment execution greatsword ×1.
Evil thief, you're seeking death.
The weapon shop owner, furious, drew a sharp sword and slashed with sword energy.
But Zhou Chen didn't need
to get close to him to activate theft, so the owner's attack was in vain.
Steal again.
You have obtained a silver level equipment patrol guardian shield ×1.
You have obtained a gold level equipment crystal staff ×1. Damn it!
You bunch of useless fools, help me!
The owner was frantic. But we can't see that person.
The shop assistants were at a loss.
Forget it, just attack.
That person must be here, I don't believe he can stay
invisible forever. Right, everyone attack.
Thus, chaos erupted in the shop. The few unfortunate players trapped inside were mistaken for thieves, and the owner indiscriminately hacked them to death. Zhou Chen's clone remained
unharmed.
He was in the dark while they were in the light. Dodging their attacks was quite simple.
3 minutes were about to pass. Zhou Chen reluctantly dismissed the clone. With the weapon shop's door closed, he couldn't
send another clone inside. This was also the reason he didn't act invisibly with the clone, fearing being caught in the door. However, the haul was still quite good. He had stolen over a dozen weapons from the weapon shop owner, 5 of which were gold level.
The next destination, the tailor shop.
A little over 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen arrived near the tailor shop. Soon, screams erupted from inside the shop.
Heavens, there's a thief! Quick!
Close the door, don't let him escape.
The same scene played out again. You have obtained a bronze level equipment platinum copper pauldrons ×1.
You have obtained a silver level equipment crocodile skin belt ×1.
One notification after another rang in Zhou Chen's ears.
He hid outside, feeling quite pleased.
You have obtained a functional equipment Sumeru backpack ×1.
Suddenly, a different notification sounded.
Ha! Zhou Chen was startled. Functional equipment?
It was the first time he had heard this term.
He immediately opened his backpack to check.
Sumeru backpack, type, functional equipment grade, diamond level effect 1, contains a space of 1000 cubic meters for storing items. Effect 2, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death.
Level requirement, none. Meanwhile, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from inside the tailor shop.
This is a real treasure.
Zhou Chen looked at the Shumi backpack with wild joy.
Players have limited personal backpack space, only 100 slots. He was worried about not having enough space, but now the problem was solved.
No need to say, this
thing must have been stolen from the tailor shop owner.
At that moment, Zhou Chen put all his belongings into the Shumi backpack.
Next stop, the profession hall. On the way, Zhou Chen passed by the church. This time, he didn't hear the annoying chanting, but saw many NPCs gathered outside the church, and even quite a few people moving around inside the fence. Among them were some players watching the excitement.
What's going on? Zhou Chen leaned over and casually asked a spirited
young man for information.
Hello, may I ask why everyone is gathered here?
The NPC replied, Adventurer, I heard that under the strong request of Mayor Slater and the townsfolk, Father Martin decided to hold an exhibition to showcase an
item excavated from the ruins. Ruins?
Zhou Chen felt like he had heard something significant. The spirited young man was clearly a chatterbox, and seeing Zhou Chen's interest, he started talking nonstop.
Zhou Chen understood what was going on from him.
Outside Maple Leaf Town, beyond the solitary Wind Mountain and other wild areas, there are many unexplored dangerous zones.
Among them is a place suspected to be an ancient battlefield. It is said that this could very well be
where gods and demons fought in the past, leaving behind many ancient traces. Not long ago, Father Martin led a team to explore the ruins and ultimately brought back an item suspected to be a divine artifact. It is said that the item is heavily contaminated, and its function is still unclear, so the father did not report it and is trying to find out its origin. Today, under the strong request of the mayor and others, Father Martin finally agreed to display the divine artifact. Preparations are being made in the church, and soon, the father will take out the item for everyone to admire, and important figures like the mayor will be present. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's heart suddenly raced. He was planning to take action against the mayor. The mayor is someone who can casually offer a silver level set as a quest reward, so he must have good stuff on him.
And that Father Martin. Right, and that unknown divine artifact. None of them can be missed. Heaven is helping me. Zhou Chen noted this in his heart and quickly left.
Now, he had to visit the profession hall.
A little over 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen arrived outside the profession hall. As usual, he found a corner with no one around to hide and released his clone. The clone sneaked in and quickly rushed into the hall. Inside the hall, a voluptuous and languid female thief instructor was dealing with the boring teasing of other instructors. Zhou Chen walked over and stole from her. You have obtained silver level equipment Plum Blossom Dart ×1. You have obtained skill book, Flying Flowers and Plucking Leaves ×1. Nice, very valuable. Zhou Chen was overjoyed. In an instant, the female instructor, who was chatting with others, trembled. Who dares to take advantage of me? She suddenly turned around and slapped the warrior instructor sitting behind her. Slap. With a crisp sound, the warrior instructor received a solid slap. He looked bewildered and said, "Sister, what are you doing? I didn't offend you." "No, it's not you." The thief instructor realized. She understood that she wasn't being taken advantage of, but rather that someone had stolen her things. And that person had stolen her treasured high-level skill book. That was a skill she hadn't even learned yet. There's a thief. Just now, a thief stole my things. The female thief instructor was almost driven mad with anger. She looked around but didn't see any enemies. Now, everyone looked at each other and finally burst into laughter. Thief sister, you made a big joke. You're the thief instructor, which blind thief would dare to steal from you? Exactly, and daring to cause trouble in the professional hall, aren't you just asking for trouble? A group of mentors felt that the rogue girl was joking with them. I'm serious. The rogue female mentor stomped her feet anxiously, used the magic eye quickly. At that moment, Zhou Chen struck again. You have obtained silver level equipment Battle Mentor Leather Armor Top ×1. You have obtained silver level equipment Battle Mentor Leather Armor Pants ×1. You have obtained silver level equipment Battle Mentor Leather Armor Belt ×1. Oh no, it seems like something's off. Hearing the prompts, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile. This time he directly stole 3 pieces of equipment, all of which were originally worn by the rogue female mentor. Instantly, the rogue female mentor who was talking to someone felt a chill on her body. She was left with only the novice clothing provided by the system for female players, her stunning figure fully revealed. Ah! The female mentor screamed in shock. What the hell, girl, what are you doing? Everyone was taken aback. Rogue girl, so that's what you meant? The warrior mentor was dumbfounded, so that hit just now was to remind me, huh? I was confused, let's go find a room now. He. Enough of that. The female mentor's face was filled with shame and anger. There really is a thief, I'm not joking. No, something's wrong. The priest mentor felt something was off and urged, quick, use the revealing skill. Joking aside, the others also sensed the abnormality and became serious. Magic Eye. Scout Arrow. The mage mentor and the archer mentor took action. The scout arrow illuminated the hall, and the magic eye soared into the sky. However, the entire hall, apart from them, revealed no one else. There's no one here. The refined-looking mage mentor said in confusion. Impossible, there must be someone. The rogue mentor put on other equipment, drew her blade, and immediately entered. Stealth. As soon as that person appeared, she would make them pay. Seeing this, the others also became tense, each drawing their weapons. Want to take a shot at me? Dream on. Zhou Chen grinned wickedly, turning to focus on the priest mentor. Steal. Ah! Another scream filled with misunderstanding echoed in the hall. The priest girl also fell victim, following in the rogue mentor's footsteps. Ah, priest girl, you too? Everyone was startled, only the warrior mentor's eyes sparkled. You die. The priest girl was furious. Something's not right, a master is here to trouble us. The hunter mentor said solemnly, quickly setting up several traps around. The hunter's traps were a great means to target rogues. Once set, they would enter a state similar to invisibility, and if a rogue stepped on them, they would be revealed. But this was useless against Zhou Chen, as under the true sight eye, the hunter's traps were nothing to him. Close the door, I want to see how long he can hide. So, the door closed. But inside, angry curses could still be heard from time to time. Under his invisibility, Zhou Chen, with his skills ready, randomly selected a lucky mentor and reached out. Of course, he still focused on stealing from the rogue mentor. After all, since they shared the same profession, the items stolen were more likely to suit him. As the stealth was about to end, Zhou Chen finally released his clone and let this group go. Comfortable. He stepped out from his hiding spot and stretched lazily. Next, let's go check out the church and see what that so-called divine object really is. Zhou Chen entered stealth and headed towards the church in the small town. The town church. When Zhou Chen returned, there were obviously more people here. At this moment, the church doors were open, and the open space inside the walls was crowded with many NPC residents who had come to join the excitement.
Zhou Chen stood outside the railing of the wall and saw that a platform had been set up about 10 meters in front of the church door, presumably to display a divine object.
What is that? Zhou Chen noticed that in front of the crowd, several distinctive figures were already seated, seemingly filled with anticipation.
The leading figure was none other than the town mayor, Slater. Next to him sat another person, whose name was Captain of the Guard Charles. Zhou Chen had heard the apothecary owner, Warenji, mention this person before. He should be quite a formidable character, not to be underestimated. Seeing this, he did not act rashly. The divine object had not yet appeared, and if he were to attack the mayor and the others, it could very likely cause a riot, which would not be worth the risk. With this in mind, Zhou Chen decided to leave for now and wait until the divine object appeared before taking action. Just as he turned around, he saw a group of people rushing over. It was none other than the apothecary owner he had stolen from, along with the tailor shop owner and the weapon shop owner. Even a few of the professional mentors were angrily heading towards the church. Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. These people surely did not know he was the culprit, so there was no need to panic. He brushed past them. He quickly found a secluded corner, hid behind a building, and sent out a clone to gather information. The clone entered stealth mode, activated the flowing wind, and its speed increased dramatically, soon rushing over to investigate near the mayor and the others.
What? You say there are rampant thieves?
The mayor had just finished listening to Warenji and the others' complaints. Mayor, that's not just rampant, Warenji said with a mournful face, that's simply lawless.
An affront to heaven.
Yes, that person is too arrogant.
The group chimed in.
The mayor's expression fluctuated, then he seemed to think of something. Thieves in stealth must eventually reveal themselves. Didn't you close the
doors? Could it be that he managed to escape?
That person is too strange, he hasn't shown himself at all. We have no idea what methods he used, so we came to find you.
Such a thing exists?
Upon hearing this, Captain Charles, the
guard next to the mayor, was taken aback.
It should be known that the mentors in the professional hall were not weak, and both the mage mentor and the archer mentor had skills to reveal themselves. Could they really let the other
party escape?
It seemed that person was not simple at all.
Yes, this is the first time we've encountered such a bizarre situation.
The tailor shop owner looked pained. That person even stole my bound equipment, the Sumaru
backpack. It's bound equipment, and I really don't know how he managed to steal it. He's simply a beast.
Mayor, you must take charge for us. That's right, that person is too strange. We request the mayor to use his authority to
ensure he is caught.
Mayor Slater was quite surprised upon hearing this. He pondered for a moment and said, everyone, rest assured, I will not sit idly by. But now is not the time. After Father Martin showcases the divine object, I will return to my residence to use my authority, and that thief won't escape. The group felt quite displeased with the mayor's words and wanted to urge him, but he remained unmoved. They had no choice but to wait and see the so-called divine object. On the other side, Zhou Chen dismissed the clone, deep in thought.
From their tone, it seems the mayor has special authority that could lead to me? Is that true? I haven't shown my true face from beginning to end. Can they really catch me? Zhou Chen found it a bit unbelievable.
However, regardless of whether what they said was true or not, he could not escape. It was ridiculous. With the treasure about to appear, how could he, as a thief, just leave? It would be better to delete his account. At present, the divine object has yet to appear, and Zhou Chen seizes the opportunity to count his gains. He knows he has stolen quite a few good things, but due to the urgency of his actions, he hasn't stopped to take a good look.
Now, it's time for the exciting settlement phase. Zhou Chen immerses his consciousness into the space of the Shumi backpack. This feeling is wonderful, as if he has entered a strange space where he can move around freely and inspect.
The first thing that catches his eye is a large pile of potions and spiritual herb materials.
Zhou Chen separates the items and counts them one by one. Upon seeing them,
he can hardly contain his laughter. He never expected that the old man Wu had hidden so many good things. Centennial blood ginseng type, spiritual herb grade, special effect 1 used as a pharmaceutical material.
Effect 2 can be consumed directly, permanently increases health limit by 500, limited uses 10/10.
7 fragrance orchid type, spiritual herb grade, special effect 1 used as a pharmaceutical material.
Effect 2 can be consumed directly, permanently. Increases mana limit by 500, limited uses 10/10.
Wind chasing grass type, spiritual herb grade, special effect 1 used as a pharmaceutical material. Effect 2 can be consumed directly, permanently increases agility attribute by 10, limited uses 10/10. Blood sunflower type, spiritual herb grade, special effect 1 used as a pharmaceutical material.
Effect 2 can be consumed directly, permanently increases strength attribute by 10, limited uses 10/10. Skill book, Mastery of Pharmacology Skill Preview. Type, Passive Skill Grade. 7th Effect 1, Master most characteristics of spiritual herbs and grasses, familiar with many potion formulas. Effect 2, Mastering this skill allows learning pharmaceutical arts without changing to the pharmacist profession. Learning requirements, None. Skill book, Pharmaceutical Arts Skill Preview. Type, Active Skill Grade. 5th LV1 0/500. Effect 1, can create potions based on formulas. Effect 2, when creating potions of the same grade as the skill, success rate plus 30%. Consumption, spiritual herb materials cooldown, 30 seconds. Learning requirements, pharmacist profession. If mastery of pharmacology is mastered, no need to change to pharmacist. I never expected this old man to have such high-level skill books, and even spiritual herbs that directly increase attributes. At that moment, Zhou Chen happily learned the 2 skill books. You have learned the skill Mastery of Pharmacology. You have learned the skill Pharmaceutical Arts. Then, he took out those spiritual herbs that could permanently increase attributes, taking the maximum usable quantity of each and consuming them all. You consume Centennial Blood Ginseng times 10, health limit plus 5,000. You consumed 7 Fragrance Orchid times 10, mana limit plus 5,000. You consumed Wind Chasing Grass times 10, agility attribute plus 100. You consumed Blood Sunflower times 10, strength attribute plus 100. Zhou Chen felt a warm sensation in his body, as if energy was surging continuously, and his attributes were rising rapidly. This feels great. He felt incredibly pleased. This is not over yet. He counted again the gains from the profession hall, mainly skill books and some equipment. The equipment of those people was of a higher level than his, so he couldn't use it, but the skill books made him very excited. Especially the 2 skill books, Falling Flowers and Plucking Leaves, and Weak Point Break from the Rogue Female Mentor. Weak Point Break. Type, Passive Skill Rank, Tier 4 Effect, when attacking the target's weak points such as the throat, heart, eyes, etc., damage plus 50%. Learning requirement, LV20 Class Restriction. Rogue Description, as a rogue, you must be adept at discovering the enemy's weaknesses and delivering a fatal blow. Falling Flowers and Plucking Leaves. Type, Active Skill Rank, Tier 6 LV1, 0/600. Effect 1, Master Level Throwing Weapon Techniques, anything that can be thrown from your hand can be used as a throwing weapon. Effect 2, can launch up to 5 throwing weapons at once, range 1,000 meters. Effect 3, when throwing weapons are launched, they come with 3,000 points of hit rate, dealing 20,000 plus 250% attack damage. Cost, 800 mana cooldown, 60 seconds. Learning requirement, LV30. 1,000 Agility Class Restriction. Rogue Description, this is a master level throwing technique. Once learned, Falling Flowers and Plucking Leaves can also harm others. The active skill Falling Flowers and Plucking Leaves, which is Tier 6, not only requires level 30 but also needs 1,000 agility as a prerequisite to learn. This was the first time Zhou Chen had seen such a situation. He even suspected that the rogue female mentor might not have mastered this skill. Of course, he couldn't learn it for now and could only toss the skill books into his storage bag to learn later. Next, he counted the equipment he had stolen from the weapon shop and the tailor shop. Inside the space, a large pile of equipment shone with various glimmers, quite pleasing to the eye. Zhou Chen only picked out those of silver grade or above, having no interest in anything below silver. In the end, he selected a few pieces of golden equipment to equip himself. They were Lone Walker's Robe Rank, Golden Attributes, Health plus 1800, Defense plus 500, Strength plus 80 additional effect, when fighting alone, damage plus 20%. Required level, LV15 Brutal Bloodthirst Shoulder Pads. Rank, Golden Attributes, Physical Defense plus 420, Magic Defense plus 400, Stamina plus 75 additional effect, 20% chance to absorb 800 health points when attacking. Required level, LV15 Lone Walker's Belt Rank, Golden Attributes, Health plus 2100, Agility plus 88 additional effect, when fighting alone, damage taken minus 20%. Required level, LV15 Ethereal Stone Pendant Type, Necklace Rank, Golden Attributes, Strength plus 150, Spirit plus 120, Hit Rate plus 300 additional effect, chance of falling into sleep, dizziness, hallucination, and other mental abnormal states minus 40%. Required level, LV15. Although there was a lot of equipment, he had to consider whether it suited him. In the end, Zhou Chen only chose these 4 pieces. The Ethereal Stone Pendant satisfied him the most, as it not only reduced the chance of entering mental abnormal states but also increased his spirit by 120 points. Spirit is a particularly special attribute. It can enhance mana recovery speed and can also provide bonuses to certain class skills such as priest skills. Moreover, the higher the spirit, the stronger the resistance to mental negative effects. Most importantly, it can enhance
Mental reaction awareness, allowing players to maintain high-speed thinking even in more complex situations. For example, after Zhou Chen activated stealth and the flow of wind, his speed surged, and sprinting at full force tested his brain's ability to respond to changes in the surrounding environment. Since he didn't add points to spirit when leveling up, his spirit points were not high, so this was just the right opportunity to make up for that shortcoming. At this moment, Zhou Chen equipped all 4 pieces of gear. Attribute panel player, absolutely no work. Show someone reputation, 1500 class, thief level, 16 health, 67060 mana, 6860 attack power, 1526 spell power, 26 physical defense, 1461 magic defense, 1111 movement speed, 569 hit, 634 dodge, 273 attack speed bonus, 30% constitution, 56 strength, 511 intelligence, 26 stamina, 101 agility, 369 spirit, 146 all set. Next, Zhou Chen occasionally sent out clones to stealthily observe the movements over there, waiting for the right moment. Soon, a commotion arose at the church entrance. Father Martin. Finally here, is that the suspected divine artifact? Zhou Chen heard the crowd buzzing. Clone technique. Stealth. Flowing wind. He was already prepared and immediately sprang into action. The clone, under stealth, swiftly approached the large iron gate connected to the church's surrounding wall and rushed in. The crowd was densely packed near the church entrance, with at least 200 to 300 people gathered. Zhou Chen avoided the crowd and circled around to the church entrance from the inside of the wall. Soon, he reached the side of the church, pressing against the elegant white wall, moving closer to the front door. About 7 or 8 meters from the entrance, on a platform in front of the crowd, lay an object wrapped in golden silk. Zhou Chen couldn't see it clearly, but he noticed light emanating from within. On the platform, 4 church attendants stood guard at the corners, while below was Father Martin, dressed in clerical robes. Ladies and gentlemen, what is about to be presented to you is a mysterious object discovered from the ancient battlefield ruins. Father Martin said proudly to the crowd, raising his hand slightly. The people on the platform immediately unveiled the golden silk. At that moment, everyone, including Zhou Chen and Mayor Slate, held their breath. What came into view was a pale golden barrier shield, within which stood a pair of strange wings. The wings were nearly the height of an adult. Completely black, stained with dark brown blood, exuding an ominous aura that instilled fear in those who beheld it. Wow! Is this the legendary angel's wings? Impossible, angel's wings should be filled with a holy aura. These are clearly the wings of a demon, so terrifying. As the strange wings were revealed, the crowd was filled with astonishment, staring in disbelief. Players mingling among the NPCs had their eyes shining, with such an unexpected appearance. Could there be a hidden quest for them? Indeed, this is no ordinary object. A hint of greed flashed in Mayor Slate's eyes, quickly masked. Everyone need not speculate wildly. Father Martin signaled for silence. This object has been heavily tainted by evil, and its true nature is still unknown. However, based on my research of ancient texts, it is highly likely that this is the legendary angel's wings. Really? The crowd became a bit excited. Father Martin smiled. I can't say for certain, but the possibility is quite high. All we need to do is cleanse the pollution, confirm its true nature as a divine artifact, and then present it to the Holy Order. The Order will not treat us poorly. At that time, the entire town will undergo tremendous changes due to the Order's favor. As he spoke passionately, Father Martin couldn't help but open his arms, his expression filled with longing. Awesome! Father, go for it, please. The people were inspired by the priest's words, their emotions stirred. Because the Holy Order mentioned by Father Martin was a powerful force renowned across the continent, steeped in legend. Its founders claimed to have received revelations from the ancient gods, spreading the faith of the gods among mortals, immensely powerful. Even the heavenly empire to which Maple Leaf Town belonged had to concede to the Holy Order. If Father Martin could indeed gain the favor of the Order for the town, one could imagine the immense benefits it would bring to everyone. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. Among the crowd, Mayor Slate remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was sneering. Handing over the item to the Holy Order? He didn't believe such nonsense. Slate was very interested in this item. He wanted to keep it for himself. He believed Father Martin felt the same way. However, the value of this item had yet to be determined, and the priest dared not act rashly. In fact, the two had already been secretly competing. Father Martin was forced to showcase the divine object today, a scheme orchestrated by the mayor. He incited the townspeople, stirring their curiosity, and the priest, to avoid inciting public anger, had no choice but to reveal the mysterious wings. The current situation was that neither side could do anything to the other. Father Martin deliberately suppressed the matter, not reporting it to his affiliated order, and was hesitant about whether to keep it for
himself. Because once he took action, Slate would definitely report it to the main city, and he would surely be wanted by the order. Similarly, the mayor would not report it to the main city either. Once reported, he was unsure whether the main city's forces could overpower the orders, but he was certain it would have nothing to do with him. In the crowd, the priest and the mayor exchanged a glance, both smirking inwardly, understanding each other without words. So this thing has such a big background. From the discussions among the people, Zhou Chen had gleaned some information. So, I must steal it today. At that moment, Zhou Chen cautiously passed by the church entrance, circling to the back of the display stand. The priest was rummaging through ancient texts, explaining to the people the legendary angel wings he believed might correspond to the divine object. No one else had any idea that a thief would dare to come and cause trouble right under their noses. Soon, Zhou Chen arrived at the back of the display stand, keeping a distance, and gently reached out. Steal. Failure. I actually failed. He was a bit surprised. His theft success rate had reached 85%, and even when targeting someone of a higher level and status, it shouldn't have been that far off. Could it be? Zhou Chen looked at the faint golden barrier surrounding the wings, a bad premonition rising in his heart. At that moment, he focused his vision, and under the true sight, information appeared beside the barrier. Light's Guardian, type. Defensive barrier effect, absorbs damage, weakens certain special attack effects. It can weaken the effects of certain special means? Does my theft count as well? Zhou Chen thought it was indeed possible. Otherwise, Father Martin wouldn't dare to display this item so openly. Try again. 10 seconds passed, and Zhou Chen reached out once more. Still a failure. Not good. His heart sank. Ha! At that moment, in front of the crowd, Mayor Slate, staring at the black wings in thought, showed a look of confusion. Was it his illusion? He seemed to have seen the barrier surrounding the mysterious wings fluctuate slightly. It was a very faint fluctuation, hardly noticeable unless one had been watching closely. As the mayor, Slate understood quite a bit. The barrier before him was called Light's Guardian, a technique derived from the order, passed down from the lineage of the God of Light, possessing powerful defensive capabilities and significantly weakening certain special attacks. Just based on Martin's status as a low-level holy priest in the order, he shouldn't have been able to cast it. He must have used a barrier scroll. According to reason, with this layer of barrier guarding, let alone the wind blowing, even a strong impact shouldn't cause the barrier to tremble at all. Am I seeing things? Slater felt very confused. At this moment, Martin took the opportunity to boast and desperately painted a bright future for the townsfolk, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Others also did not notice. After a while, Slater saw the barrier ripple slightly again. It was so subtle that he wasn't even sure if he was hallucinating. Damn, is it this hard? Behind the stage, Zhou Chen looked at the Light Guardian barrier, feeling quite frustrated. Since coming down from the mountain, how had I, Zhou, ever felt so defeated? It was simply a great humiliation. If I can't steal from you, I'll take it out on others. Thus, Zhou Chen fixed his fierce gaze on Father Martin and the mayor. But he did not act. Immediately, as 3 minutes were about to pass, he could only. The clone technique required a 5-minute cooldown, and Zhou Chen patiently waited. On the other side, the mayor was unsure of what was happening, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the pair of wings. I really am getting old. After a while with no movement, he finally confirmed that he had been overthinking it. Little did he know, the lack of movement was simply because that little thief had temporarily held back. Father, how can we purify the filth and reveal the true form of this divine object? Finally, someone asked the core question. It is currently unclear. Father Martin's tone carried a hint of regret, however, since this object was obtained from the ruins, perhaps we can approach it from that angle. I plan to visit the ruins again soon, focusing on the area where the divine object was discovered. There may be clues. In the crowd, Yurenji suddenly stood up and said, Father Martin, I know of a potion that might be able to clear the pollution. Really? Now, Yurenji immediately became the center of attention. He was quite pleased, straightening his back, exuding the demeanor of an esteemed old doctor, and smiled. Everyone, there is a potion called Jade Dew Cleansing liquid that specifically targets evil and filth. Using it to cleanse these wings will surely eliminate the pollution. Upon hearing this, the crowd became excited. Jade Dew Cleansing liquid? Father Martin appeared somewhat excited and asked, do you have any? No. Yurenji shook his head, I only know the formula.
It's a legendary level potion, and with my 5th tier alchemy skills, the success rate is not high. I can only say it's worth a try.
He added, the premise is that you can gather enough materials, and if you want me to take action, it will cost extra. No problem. Before Martin could respond, Mayor Slater stated. Later, you make a list, and I will send someone to collect it. We can also issue a task to the adventurers to gather materials. Great. With the mayor's help, and the assistance of adventurers, I believe it will work. That's right, adventurers can be resurrected if they die. They can definitely delve into the wild areas and find suitable materials. People seemed to see hope. And among the crowd, a few players who had been drawn in by chance also became excited. There was indeed a quest here. At this moment, Zhou Chen's clone moved again. With the experience from the last time, this time he skillfully circled to the front and walked to the side of the stage. Everyone seems quite happy, huh? Come, let's liven things up. With a wicked smile, Zhou Chen gently reached out towards Mayor Slater from 10 meters away. Steal. You have obtained lucky dice times 3. You have obtained dark gold level equipment peak skill bracelet times 1. Just as Mayor Slater was engaging in a pretense with Father Martin. In front of the crowd, he suddenly trembled. The next second, he instinctively roared, "Bold rogue, you dare to steal my things." As the mayor's voice rang out, the scene fell into silence. Zhou Chen didn't care about them, after all, he was there in spirit, not afraid of being caught, and he opened his backpack to check his gains on the spot. Lucky dice type, special item grade, legendary. Effect 1, when the dice are used, a number between 1 and 6 will be rolled, granting a luck bonus of the rolled number times 10% for 10 minutes. Effect 2, the luck bonus will stack with the original probability in any activity related to chance, but can only take effect once during the duration. Usage count, 1/1. Peak skill bracelet type, one of the peak skill set grade, dark gold attribute. None additional effect, when releasing a skill, the proficiency gained is +1. Required level, none legendary items and dark gold. Equipment. But what the hell is this equipment? This was the first time Zhou Chen had seen such strange gear. It didn't add any attributes, only skill proficiency. How could that be dark gold? Wait. He suddenly realized. This bracelet was specifically designed for practicing skills. Once the skills reached max level, he could switch to other equipment since the bracelet didn't add any attributes. This piece of equipment was quite useful for him. His skills could level up infinitely, and he could use this bracelet continuously, taking it out while practicing skills to double his efficiency. Even though it only increased skill proficiency by a little, his infinite growth could make the proficiency increase tenfold. With this bracelet equipped, using a skill would grant at least +20 proficiency. If it was theft, once successful, it would be 40 proficiency. What a good item, no wonder the mayor is so wealthy. Realizing the key point, Zhou Chen felt ecstatic. Mayor? At this moment, Captain Charles of the Guards, along with Yurenji and the professional mentors, reacted. Their expressions changed dramatically. Mayor, have you also been robbed? Yurenji asked, trembling. Slither did not respond. He looked around with a sharp gaze and coldly said, "You have some guts, you really don't know when to die." This was tantamount to answering everyone's questions. Oh my god, that thief is here. How outrageous, daring to target even the mayor. Damn beast. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, looking around, feeling that everyone was suspicious. The professional mentors drew their weapons, ready to beat up anyone they found. Is there a thief? Is it true? Quickly. Use the revealing skill to drag him out. People were startled to learn there was a thief, and for a moment, the scene showed signs of getting out of control. Father Martin was taken aback, hurriedly jumping onto the platform, vigilantly looking around. Such a brazen thief, daring to commit evil in front of me. Captain Charles felt humiliated. No thief had ever dared to be so rampant. In front of him, even the thief mentors in the professional hall wouldn't have the guts. Buzz. He summoned a peculiar token inscribed with runes, which flew into the air and burst into brilliance. It's Captain Charles's revealing token. This is a more powerful item than the revealing talisman. Let's see how that despicable thief hides. Quick, block the entrance, don't let him escape. As Charles took action, people spontaneously ran to the large iron gate, standing guard and looking around vigilantly. Zhou Chen also curiously looked at the token in the air. Could this thing break his stealth? Now his stealth had reached level 44, and he felt it could at least match a 4th tier skill, even a 5th tier skill, but he didn't know what tier the revealing token's effect was. Soon, the answer was revealed. No invisible units appeared. What? Everyone had thought they could drag the thief out. But they were left dumbfounded. What happened? Why didn't we see that person? Charles was incredulous. Even the revealing token doesn't work? Slither was also surprised. The most common stealth technique used by thieves is sneaking, but that is just a first-tier skill. The effect of the manifestation order is slightly better than a third-tier manifestation skill. Why did it not work? Charles couldn't understand. Wait, being invisible all the time and the manifestation skill is ineffective, why does it feel like? I've seen this before. At that moment, a player in the arena muttered to himself. Most players were busy leveling up and not in the town, but some were drawn over. The scene before them felt strangely familiar. Hee, you can't blame me for this. Seeing this, Zhou Chen felt completely at ease. He opened his backpack and quickly chose to use the lucky dice. This thing can increase the success rate, surely it can enhance the success rate of the stealing skill, perhaps he could steal those mysterious wings. As soon as he chose to use it, a dice that only he could see appeared above his head, spinning continuously. Not good. The mayor suddenly thought of something and shouted angrily, that person might be after the divine object, quickly send it to my mansion. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly. You wish. The church can activate a stronger defensive barrier, there's no need to send it to you. Hurry up and move it back. Father Martin realized the seriousness of the situation and flatly rejected the mayor's proposal. The divine object was protected by the barrier and could not be stored in a space like a backpack. The priest feared that the thief would steal it and dared not remove the barrier, so he ordered several servants to hold the light barrier and quickly run towards the church entrance. Not good. Zhou Chen was in a panic upon seeing this. You used lucky dice, rolled a 6, gaining a 60% luck rate. Bonus. Heaven helps me. Zhou Chen was overjoyed. With a 60% success rate bonus, combined with his own 85% success rate for stealing, it had already reached 145%. Even if it was weakened, it shouldn't fail, right? Go! Zhou Chen dashed forward. Those few people carrying the divine object were about to reach the church entrance. Zhou Chen reached out and activated the stealing skill. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You obtained polluted mysterious wings times 1. Nice! Zhou Chen was extremely excited. He quickly slipped away. He immediately dismissed his clone. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's main body quickly ran towards the town square. There was a teleportation array there, and now that he had leveled up and completely offended these people, it was better to run to the main city first. At the moment he set off, he heard furious shouts coming from the direction of the church. Impossible. The divine object. My divine object. My angel wings. Father Martin's heart-wrenching roar echoed around. His voice was filled with rage. Not good, the divine object has been stolen. God, how did that person do it? At that moment, outside the church, the crowd was in an uproar and the scene was almost out of control. Everyone felt it was unbelievable and filled with anger. That was a treasure belonging to their town, and it was stolen just like that. He can even ignore the protective barrier? What kind of method is this? Seeing the divine object stolen, the mayor was frightened. What kind of person has such ability? Logically speaking, such a level of existence shouldn't suddenly appear in the town. If it were an outsider, as the mayor, he couldn't have received no news at all. Could it be those adventurers? But the adventurers had only arrived a few days ago. Who would have such strong means? At that moment, the mayor felt his mind was not enough. Slither, quickly use your authority. Father Martin rushed in front of the mayor, his eyes red as he roared, seal the teleportation array. As long as that person doesn't leave using the teleportation array, we can definitely catch him. Okay. Slither also knew the urgency of the situation and immediately used the mayor's authority. A virtual light screen appeared in front of him, which only he could see, and he quickly began to operate it. Soon, an announcement echoed throughout Maple Leaf Town. Regional announcement: the mayor of Maple Leaf Town has closed the teleportation array. No one can leave through the teleportation array without permission. This news left the players inside and outside the town stunned. What's going on with the teleportation array? Is the town mayor crazy? Why block the teleportation array? Do I have to walk to the main city after reaching level 15? These NPCs are getting too arrogant. It's one thing to sell things at high prices, but now they've closed the teleportation array to trap us. Brothers, there's something wrong with this game. I was buying stuff at the weapon shop, and those NPCs suddenly closed the door, poking at me for no reason, and now my backside is still aching. The Official team of Divine Awakening needs to give us an explanation. Damn it, this is so disrespectful to players. In an instant, the players reacted strongly. After years of gaming, who had ever encountered such an outrageous situation? Someone immediately relayed the news to the server-wide chat channel and even posted it on the forum to protest. The teleportation array is blocked? Zhou Chen was nearing the town square when he suddenly heard this news, and his footsteps immediately halted. I miscalculated. He pondered for a moment. With the teleportation array closed, they will definitely try to drag me out next. Although I'm not sure if they have the means, I must leave the town just to be safe. With that thought, Zhou Chen entered stealth mode, activated the wind of flow, and dashed toward the entrance of Maple Leaf Town like a gust of wind. He took the opportunity to check the mysterious wings. Up close, Zhou Chen saw more details. The wings were pitch black, covered in an unknown sticky liquid mixed with blood, emitting a nauseating stench that was almost unbearable to look at. Polluted mysterious wings type? Grade? Attributes? Description: a pair of severely polluted wings. Perhaps they can reveal their original form if the filth is cleansed. As expected of something named mysterious, a whole bunch of question marks, truly enigmatic. He grumbled, but Zhou Chen had no regrets. Although the function of this item was unclear, it was clearly not an ordinary object, and he couldn't let it slip away. Meanwhile, the mayor used his authority to block the teleportation array and ordered Charles quickly organize the guards to patrol the town day and night. If any suspicious individuals are found, take them down immediately. Yes, Charles responded and left. Slider, you must use the surveillance device to find that person as quickly as possible, Father Martin said with a reluctant expression. The surveillance device he mentioned was a treasure unique to the adventurers' town, a peculiar tool born from the power of the world due to the arrival of adventurers. This device only worked in the adventurers' town and was managed by each town's mayor. Yes, we cannot let this villain escape. I want to go too. I want to see what that little thief looks like, the shop owners and professional mentors all demanded. Slider felt a bit displeased. He had intended to handle this matter alone. If he caught the person, the item would naturally belong to him. But seeing everyone's anger, he could only agree. The surveillance device is in my residence, follow me. Soon, they arrived at the mayor's house and entered the study. This was Slider's private area, containing many important devices exclusive to the mayor, and the surveillance device was one of them. As the name suggests, this device could record everything that happened in the town over a period of time. Quickly, a crystal-like sphere appeared before everyone. Under the mayor's operation, the crystal emitted a faint glow, displaying a scene. Slider gently adjusted it, switching the view to the church, and the time was set back to not long ago. Under the surveillance device, nothing could escape detection. Even if someone was invisible, they would still appear in the footage. Soon, everyone's expressions turned cold. Little thief, we found you. I should be safe for now. Zhou Chen escaped from Maple Leaf Town and ran toward the wilderness. It was much safer there than near the town. As for what to do next, he would figure it out later. For now, he just couldn't be caught. At least, he didn't think he was strong enough to confront all the NPCs in the town. Just as he entered the wild area near the town, unexpected area announcements rang out one after another. Area announcement: Mayor Slater of Maple Leaf Town has issued a bounty on player absolutely no work show. Task content: player absolutely no work show has committed numerous heinous acts in the town, a disgrace to adventurers. Anyone who kills or captures him and brings him back to the town can receive a reward from Mayor Slater: 3 dark gold level equipment, a large amount of experience points, and 100,000 gold coins. Hint: tracking function activated. A tracking mark has appeared on the target, cannot log off, cannot hide the mark through invisibility or other means. Every 10 minutes, the tracker will automatically inform all players and townsfolk of the target's location for 2 hours. Hint: while the tracking mark exists, if anyone discovers the target, the guards will be automatically notified. If the guards arrive and capture the target, the discoverer will receive a generous reward. Please actively participate in the hunt. Effective immediately, the teleportation array in Maple Leaf Town is not open to player absolutely no work show, while other players can use it normally. What? This time, Zhou Chen was suddenly shocked. A red tracking mark immediately appeared on his body, impossible to erase. Even if he went invisible, the mark would still expose his location. The mayor actually has this kind of ability to put a bounty on me. At that moment, Zhou Chen seemed to see countless NPCs crazily chasing after him, along with many players joining forces to hunt him down. The scene was brutal, and the outlook was grim. Just thinking about the possibility of facing the entire town's pursuit made Jochin truly super excited. Yes, he felt exhilarated, his blood boiling. An unparalleled thrill surged uncontrollably within him. His body felt as if electric currents were flowing through it, exhilarating him to the point of ecstasy. Yes, this is it. Jochin kept moving, fleeing at high speed, yet wearing an inscrutable wicked smile on his face. Whoosh whoosh as he sprinted, the wild wind rushed towards him, combining with his current situation to make him feel incredibly stimulated. So this is my true inner thought, this is the thrilling life I've always yearned 4. I absolutely love this game. After the announcement, the players in the town were momentarily speechless. But a few seconds later, a torrent of discussions erupted. What did I just hear? A bounty task? 100,000 gold coins reward? Am I dreaming? Someone slapped me. Oh my god, what on earth happened? The players were truly bewildered. First, they suddenly heard that the teleportation array was closed. Then came the bounty task announcement, specifically targeting Joe. Especially the bounty task, the rewards were simply unbelievable: dark gold level equipment, unknown experience points, and 100,000 gold coins. What on earth did Joe do to incur such wrath from the NPCs? Why go to such lengths to hunt him down? For a moment, the players were bombarded by this news, deeply shocked. Soon, someone recounted what had happened in the town in the chat channel. Goodness, I can't believe it. He dared to steal from the mayor, but how did he manage that? Aren't a thief's stealing skills supposed to be pretty trash? Not just the mayor, he also visited the weapon shop, the pharmacy, and the tailor shop. I heard he even stole an important item from the town. I'm impressed. I've been playing games for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone so audacious. It's simply outrageous. The players finally figured out the ins and outs of the situation. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was truly lawless. They had long known that Joe was bold, but they never expected him to be this outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that the events had actually occurred, they would never believe that someone could be so audacious. Awesome. It's simply explosive. I admire him. I've always thought those NPCs were rolling in wealth, but I didn't have the guts to do it. I didn't expect him to actually dare. After the shock, some players expressed their admiration for Zhou Chun. Admiration. He's simply my idol. But I still have to ask, who's teaming up with me to take him down? Brothers, it's time to act. Let's hunt down Zhou. The target is worth 100,000 gold coins, plus dark gold level equipment. Whether we can enjoy daily benefits depends on this wave. Evil deeds should be met with retribution. Brothers, let's get moving. A 10-year online gaming team is looking for partners to complete tasks. Whoever catches Joe will share the rewards. Admiration aside, when players thought of the incredibly rich rewards, they chose profit wholeheartedly. In an instant, the entire town was in an uproar, with players in various wild areas stopping their leveling and starting to search everywhere. Lonely Wind Mountain, Blood Rose, Unmatched Dominance, and others were gathered together leveling up. The flame-winged tiger in the mountaintop area had not respawned yet, so monsters were not gathering like before, making their leveling very convenient. They had already reached level 13. Suddenly, announcements rang out one after another. This group took several seconds to digest the content of the announcements. This guy is definitely a madman. Unmatched Dominance was the first to speak. Now, he felt that losing to that guy was not unjust. How could a normal person compete with a madman? It's simply against the heavens. He actually dared to attack an NPC. Should I say he's awesome or that he's brainless? The flying little prince was astonished. This is a good thing. The NPC is so powerful, they will definitely catch him. If he dares to attack the town mayor, it probably won't be as simple as being killed back. To level 0. Right, that guy is too annoying. This time, we must make him pay. Upon hearing the news, Fireworks Sword, Dance and the little princess were overjoyed. They didn't expect the NPC to take action against that person. It truly vented their anger. This is an opportunity. Bloodrose pondered for 2 seconds and said, let's not get involved, it will delay our leveling, but we can instruct our subordinates to do it. This time, he must pay the price. Good idea. If all goes well, we can level up to 15 and get the first clear of the dungeon while the detestable Joe gets caught by the NPC and killed back to level 0. It's simply perfect. Well said. At another part of Lonely Wind Mountain, upon hearing the announcement, Ching Shan said to those around him, listen, don't go looking for trouble with Big Brother Zhou. Are you serious? A player with the ID Song Tianbuyu clearly disagreed. He's indeed powerful, but this time he's definitely going to fall. The town's guards and many players are joining forces to hunt him down. Once caught, his character will definitely be ruined. Qing Shan did not immediately refute but scanned the crowd. Including himself, there were more than 80 people here. Some were members of his studio, coincidentally arriving in the same town as him. The rest were those who recognized him after entering the game. Song Tian Buyu was one of them, who had always been his right-hand man but now seemed a bit rebellious. Qing Shan seriously said to him, "If you trust me, stay. Don't ask why. I see you're scared out of your wits by that guy." Song Tianbuyu sneered coldly and turned to the others. "Cowards lose for a lifetime. Just the 100,000 gold coins is a huge sum. If you want to compete, come with me. If you want to stick with this coward, stay." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other. In the end, a dozen or so stood up and followed him away. Maple Leaf Forest. Tracking hint: wanted target absolutely not working. Joe has appeared in Maple Leaf Forest at coordinates 897,942. When Zhou Chen escaped here, the monitoring device's first report sounded. The next moment, he vaguely heard various noisy sounds coming from afar, as if people were constantly running. "They're coming." Zhou Chen immediately entered stealth mode. The red tracking mark indeed did not disappear due to stealth, it still existed. "Look! That's the wanted mark. Brothers, he's here." As Zhou Chen burst out of the maple forest, he ran into a group of scattered players, who immediately sent messages in the regional channel. "Hold him down, we're coming soon. Everyone leveling nearby, go around to encircle him, block him. Once the NPC guards arrive, he's definitely dead." Players communicated in the chat channel. Zhou Chen didn't want to pay attention to those people, but unexpectedly, they spread out and firmly blocked his path. Looking for death. A phantom flashed. Zhou Chen dashed forward rapidly, and another phantom swept by as well. Two red blades of light flashed by. -3,820 -3,056 Ah. These players only felt a blurry shadow pass by, and were instantly attacked by Zhou Chen's main body and the phantom, dying in an instant. At the same time, dense footsteps came from behind and ahead, the ground even trembled slightly. Kill. Catch Joe, get rich. Players continuously rushed out of the maple forest, shouting excitedly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people charged out of the forest, chasing after the red figure ahead. And in front of Zhou Chen, even more people were surrounding him, estimated to be 700 or 800. The Overbearing Guild is here to support. The Flying Sky Guild is here to support. The Fireworks Guild is here to support. The main force of the players ahead was clearly led by the three major guilds, clearly aiming to take revenge. Of course, besides them, there were many players driven by profit, including the hurriedly arriving Heaven Doesn't Speak and others. Entangle him, attack. Brothers, switch to cooperative mode, don't hurt our own. Suddenly, fireballs flew through the sky, wind blades howled, and countless energy arrows shot towards Zhou Chen. Boom! Boom! -1 miss. -8 -10 miss. -1 after a round of bombardment, the damage dealt left these people in despair. Zhou Chen's lost health was even less than 1,000. What the hell? Is his body that tough? And his health bar is so thick. Damn, he must have put on some top-notch equipment stolen from the NPC. I'm so jealous, we can't let him go now. The players' envy and jealousy erupted completely at that moment. A bunch of trash. Zhou Chen sneered inwardly, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to confront the people ahead. Shield guards, prepare to control. Warriors, charge. Ranged group, attack. Among the crowd, the overbearing little silver spear loudly commanded those sent to intercept Zhou Chen. Seeing this, Zhou Chen disregarded them and charged forward rapidly, and as the distance closed, he immediately drew his blade. Flame slash. A fiery blade of light swept horizontally through the crowd for 80 meters. Boom! Flames surged, white light flickered, and those hit by the blade instantly died. Zhou Chen's strike killed over 300 people. This beast is really fierce. Don't be afraid, his skill is on cooldown, just block him, the guards are coming soon. That's right, as long as the guards catch him, we'll also get rewards. The remaining players rushed up, trying to block Zhou Chen. Shadow clone technique. Zhou Chen conjured a clone. What the hell, there are two Zhou Chen? Someone exclaimed. It should be some kind of confusion technique, the one with the red mark is the real one, don't panic. But as soon as the words fell, they were dumbfounded. They saw that the clone also raised its blade, flames surging on it. In an instant, another flame slash swept over. What the hell? Boom! The flame light slashed through. And the remaining people were almost wiped out. The person chasing from behind couldn't help but be startled. Not a buddy? You can use such an awesome skill twice?
No wonder you're someone who dares to take action against NPCs, you're truly outrageous.
Thief, stop.
Just as Zhou Chen broke through the blockade ahead, a furious shout came from behind. It's Captain Charles of the Guards, someone exclaimed from the back. A figure was seen riding a large canine beast, swiftly crossing over the players and chasing after Zhou Chen. The newcomer was indeed Captain Charles of the Guards. He had a battle pet and mount, the Crimson Tooth Spirit Dog, which allowed him to reach a base movement speed of 1000 while riding, and he could move even faster when using skills, thus he was the first to pursue.
Zhou Chen
certainly wouldn't foolishly stop, instead, he stomped down hard, and flames erupted.
Fire meteor.
Zhou Chen instantly flew 100 meters, leaving behind a clone to block Charles.
A clone?
As Charles approached, he was surprised to see the clone, then immediately scoffed, a mere low-tier clone.
Whoosh! The clone executed a phantom dash, transforming into two figures to attack him. Charles's pupils constricted instantly. So fast. Swoosh!
Minus 1185, minus 948, minus 6720. Before Charles could react, he was already hit. This strike had the additional damage of Life Devour, making it explosively powerful.
How could you have such damage?
Charles was taken aback. The adventurers had only arrived a few days ago, how could this person possess
such strength?
He was a level 30 swordsman equipped with golden gear, and yet this opponent could inflict such damage on him, he could hardly believe it. At that moment, Charles dared not
underestimate him any longer.
He immediately dismounted and drew his long sword. A sharp sword aura slashed toward Zhou Chen's clone.
Swish! The clone executed a backstab, performing a
strange curved displacement, appearing behind Charles to deliver a backstab attack.
Boom!
A surge of sword energy erupted from Charles.
The clone's backstab failed to land. Star chasing. Slash!
Charles turned around, slashing out a beam of sword light, like a meteor streaking across the sky.
Minus 7,882. The clone was heavily injured by the strike. Not dead?
Charles was even more
astonished, attacking while shouting, "Who on earth are you? How can you have such strength?"
At this moment, the players rushed forward. They ignored the clone and Charles, continuing
to chase after Zhou Chen's main body, determined to catch him.
The clone charged at Charles again. Its purpose was simple, to hold him back as long as possible, giving the main body a
chance to escape.
Charles wielded his long sword, surrounding the clone with waves of sword energy. The clone, however, reached out a hand and activated theft. Charles's long sword vanished
without warning. What? He was dumbfounded. This person could actually steal the weapon he was using? What kind of trick was this? What kind of monster are you? At that moment, the
normally composed captain of the guards was furious. The long sword was taken, but as an experienced swordsman, he still executed his sword techniques.
Boom! Boom! Minus 3,248, minus 2,997, minus 2,925.
The sword energy slashed down, and the clone was repeatedly injured, but it successfully restrained Charles. Not good, with that group of adventurers, it's impossible for them to catch him.
I must pursue.
Charles retrieved another weapon, but he couldn't help feeling anxious. The clone seemed to see through his thoughts and attacked recklessly.
10 seconds later, the clone executed another theft.
This time, Captain Charles's guard uniform suddenly disappeared.
Thief!
The usually steady captain of the guards exploded with rage.
Boom!
Suddenly, a golden lightning
bolt descended from the sky, striking the unsuspecting clone.
Minus 27,444. A high damage number appeared, and the clone was instantly left with low health. Charles thrust his sword forward. In the moment of death, the clone coldly smiled, death mark, explode.
Boom! A black mark on Charles suddenly erupted with powerful energy. Minus 8,853. The sudden burst of damage caught Charles
off guard, nearly causing his attack to fail. He killed the clone with a single sword strike, but his face revealed a look of shock.
The attack from the clone before its death was indeed strange. Charles, Mayor Slater, Father Martin, and the professional mentors rode in on horseback. "Are you alright?" the mayor asked. "That person was actually able to hurt you?" As he spoke, one of the mentors, a priest, cast a healing spell on Charles.
"That adventurer should not be underestimated," Charles said seriously. "What we just killed was only his clone."
What? Everyone was taken aback. Father Martin's expression turned icy.
He had just successfully ambushed, thinking the opponent was nothing special, only to find out it was just a clone. This person is indeed dangerous, we must capture him and throw him into prison, never to be released.
Everyone immediately set off in pursuit.
Of course, behind them, a large number of guards were also rushing over, but they were not as fast. Tracking hint, the target absolutely not working. Joe has appeared at the coordinates, 741,988, below Lonely Wind Mountain.
Please proceed to capture. After chasing for a while, the hint sounded again.
Not good. If he crosses Lonely Wind Mountain and continues running, he will enter those unknown dangerous areas,
Slater said anxiously. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim.
Most of the areas near Adventurers Town had already been explored by them, and they were well aware of the
monsters and their levels in the wild zones.
However, there were still vast areas outside the town that remained unexplored. Among them was a region suspected to be an ancient battlefield, from which Father Martin had brought back the mysterious wings. That place was very dangerous, and even they would not easily enter. On the other side, Zhou Chen was running for his life. As soon as his skills, stealth and flowing wind, were available again, he would use them immediately. At the same time, he took out the agility potion and intermediate speed potion he had
stolen from the apothecary and consumed them.
The agility potion would give him an additional 100 agility for 10 minutes. The speed potion would increase his movement speed by 30% for 5
minutes. Zhou Chen didn't hold back and gulped them down, running like mad.
As he passed in front of Lonely Wind Mountain, many players rushed over to ambush him.
Unfortunately, in the face of his formidable attributes, these people were like children.
None could stand against him, and he was like a god slaying gods and a Buddha slaying Buddhas. His movement speed was too fast, aided by skills like Fire Meteor, and although the players were united, they ultimately failed to stop him. After leaving Lonely Wind Mountain, Zhou Chen ran for a while longer and suddenly
noticed a large area of darkness on the map. According to the hint, he had left the range of Adventurers Town and entered an unknown dangerous zone.
The characteristic of a dangerous area was its unknown nature. The surrounding situation could not be seen clearly on the map.
Only when he personally entered certain locations would he receive some relevant hints and leave traces on the map.
This was akin to exploring and perfecting the map himself. Hint, you have entered the misty swamp, where a toxic gas permeates, your health is decreasing by -50 per second. Hint, you have entered the forgotten wilderness, where lonely souls and wild ghosts wander, please be careful.
Hints sounded one after another. Zhou Chen didn't care and just kept running.
He couldn't remember how many wild zones he had passed through, he just kept moving through. Along the way, he even encountered monsters over level 20. Those monsters were very aggressive. Fortunately, his health was high, and it didn't matter if he took a few hits, as long as he created a bit of distance, he could shake off the monsters. Plus, with the help of his stealth skill, he didn't encounter too much trouble along the way. On the contrary, Charles and the others, because they were numerous and a large target, faced continuous monster blockades.
After entering the unknown area, wasting a lot of time.
If it weren't for the tracker reminding them of Zhou Chen's location every 10 minutes, they would have difficulty even grasping
the direction to pursue. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious.
The tracking from the device only lasts for 2 hours. Once the time is up, they would have to wait 2 days to use the
tracker again.
Moreover, when using the tracking function, the target must be within a known area, otherwise, the tracker cannot place a tracking mark on them.
If they can't capture that
person this time, things could get a bit troublesome. Tip, you have entered the Hanli Plain, a place that was once the battleground of ancient gods and demons, with remnants of divine
and demonic traces, full of danger.
Please be careful. When Zhou Chen stumbled into an unknown area again, he heard a distinctly different prompt and instinctively stopped in his tracks.
Hanli Plain, an ancient battlefield? Zhou Chen looked around warily. A faint aura of slaughter permeated the air.
The cold wind howled, the ground was covered in white frost, and the sky was dim, with occasional snowflakes drifting down.
Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed.
A rumbling sound followed from a distance.
Zhou Chen immediately entered stealth and left his spot.
He saw several tall figures rushing towards him. They were 3 grotesque, hideous canine creatures taller than humans, with blood-red bodies and bristling fur on their backs, sending chills down one's spine.
Blood Prison Demon Dog LV? Health? Attack power? Skills?
Description: a species mutated under the influence of ancient divine blood.
Extremely ferocious. A monster whose level I can't see?
Zhou Chen crouched under a dirt slope to observe, startled by the creatures. He couldn't see the health, attack power, or skills of these monsters, indicating their formidable strength. This place is very dangerous, he thought to himself. At that moment, a few demon dogs sniffed the air carefully, not detecting anything unusual, their eyes filled with confusion. Just now, they had clearly sensed the presence of a living being.
Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. His stealth was indeed effective, even these dangerous demon dogs couldn't track him by smell. The few monsters left, shaking their heads in disappointment. Zhou Chen began to move around cautiously,
walking slowly and not daring to be careless. Soon, he made some discoveries. First, the monsters in this area were of a high level, and their levels were mostly invisible, making it feel very dangerous. Second, relative to the vast plain, the number of monsters was relatively low. At least so far, Zhou Chen had not seen a large number of gregarious creatures in this outer area. He explored at will, occasionally encountering collapsed strange buildings, long turned to ruins. There were also giant deep pits scattered across the plain, with dark brown soil inside, exuding a faint, unpleasant smell of blood. Zhou Chen even saw many tall, incomplete skeletons. Everything silently told the tale of an unimaginable battle that had occurred here long ago. Hint, time is up, the tracking mark on you has disappeared. Finally gone. Zhou Chen, who had been cautious and alert, let out a sigh of relief. Having a tracking mark on him had kept him on edge, unable to relax. Since the mark still existed after entering stealth, he didn't dare to approach monsters for fear they would see the mark and come after him. Anyway, I can't leave through the teleportation array now, so I might as well explore here. With that thought, Zhou Chen took a deep breath and headed deeper into the plain. Along the way, he occasionally released clones to randomly use skills to gain proficiency while he remained on guard. This was the benefit of having clones, they could practice skills in his stead. At the boundary of Hanli Plain, a group of people arrived, looking exhausted. They were the mayor and his party, who had come to pursue. Due to various disturbances along the way, everyone was somewhat fatigued. Last hint, he has entered Hanli Plain. This guy is really audacious, Charles said, looking at the endless plain filled with a murderous aura, his expression wary. That bastard has a very powerful invisibility skill, which is why he dared to step into this place, the rogue female mentor said resentfully, but the monsters in Hanli Plain are quite strong, his stealth may not be able to fool high-level monsters. By the way, should we still pursue? The priest mentor asked, looking at the distant scenery, a bit scared. That person is an adventurer, if he dies, he can be resurrected, but we don't have that chance. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Especially among the several mentors, who had been chasing all the way, they actually felt weary. That thief, while despicable, wasn't at a level that warranted risking their lives to hunt him down, right? With that thought, several mentors began to feel hesitant. Several of you, please lend me a hand, and I won't treat you unfairly. The town mayor sensed the thoughts of a few people and tried hard to persuade them. Moreover, the target has offended Old Wu and others. If we catch him, you will also be grateful. You all take your time discussing this, I'll take my leave first. Father Martin did not hesitate at all and headed deeper into the cold glass plains. After some contemplation, the few mentors ultimately shook their heads. Forget it, this place is too dangerous. We don't need to risk our lives, let's just consider it as being bitten by a dog. I admit defeat. The warrior mentor was the first to express his stance and left directly. The other mentors hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not pursue. Damn little thief, don't let me run into you again. The thief mentor glared fiercely in that direction, leaving with great reluctance. Charles, accompany me for a trip. Only the town mayor and Charles remained, and the mayor could only look at him helplessly. I can only accompany you for 2 hours. After all, he was his direct superior, so Charles had to give him some face. He first took out a communication order, instructing the guards to return, and then entered the cold glass plains with the mayor to search. Somewhere in the cold glass plains. Boom! A loud rumble sounded, accompanied by flying dirt and stones. Zhou Chen clumsily got up from the ground, quickly released a clone, and immediately fled. The clone pounced on an ugly humanoid creature. It was a monster called Icebound Corpse Raider, and Zhou Chen could not see its level or skills. He only saw the description stating that it was a human mutated under the influence of divine and demonic auras, feeding on decaying corpses. Zhou Chen attempted to approach it to steal. As a result, after the creature was hit by a theft attempt, it seemed to vaguely sense his presence and ferociously attacked. Zhou Chen unfortunately got caught in an AoE attack, revealing his true form. He let a clone entangle with it while he took the opportunity to use a blood bottle and escape. In fact, along the way, Zhou Chen had encountered quite a few monsters that could sense his presence. However, those monsters only had a vague awareness. If Zhou Chen did not actively attempt to steal and chose to bypass them, there was basically no danger. But he simply could not control himself.
After all, the monsters here were all peculiar species similar to mutated creatures, and it would indeed be a pity not to steal from them when he saw them. He had experienced similar situations many times already. Unfortunately, he had not managed to steal anything good. Although the monsters were peculiar, they did not seem to have much valuable loot on them. Oh, what's that? Not long after escaping danger, Jo-chan saw a canyon appear ahead. He vaguely noticed strange figures moving at the canyon entrance. He waited for a while, and when his clone technique cooled down, he immediately walked over. Upon reaching the canyon entrance, he activated stealth and quietly approached. Tip: you have discovered Demon Ant Canyon, please be careful. The game prompt sounded at the right moment. The cold glass plains area was vast, with many small regions, and Jo-chan had become accustomed to it. He cautiously approached and finally saw what those figures moving near the canyon were. They were bizarre ants the size of crocodiles. Self-destructing demon ant LV? Health? Attack? Power? Skills? Description: an ancient biological relic. Its bloodline has faded over time, but it still possesses self-destruct capabilities. Its intelligence is low, and it should not be provoked, as they will truly risk their lives. A monster that can self-destruct? Jo-chan felt a surge of curiosity. It was indeed his first time encountering such a peculiar creature. This place was truly extraordinary. After some thought, Jo-chan wandered around the nearby canyon and found a patch of overgrown earth. He hid beneath the mound, using the grass to conceal his body, and then released a clone. You go play with them. The clone activated stealth and rushed towards the canyon entrance. Under stealth, even the clone moved at a speed of over 600, and it didn't take long to reach the entrance. At that moment, several self-destructing magic ants nearby were foraging. They swayed their black antennae, seemingly to assess their surroundings. Jo-chan approached, and the magic ants did not notice him, continuing their search for food. Fortunately, my stealth can mask my scent. Jo-chan felt reassured as he entered the canyon. The canyon was long and narrow. He saw many magic ants dispersing inside, moving dead leaves or decaying food they had found from who knows where towards the end. Seeing this, Jo-chan moved a bit closer and found that the magic ants still couldn't detect his presence. So, he targeted one of the magic ants to steal. Success! You have obtained a piece of rotten meat ×1. You have obtained 17 copper coins. Is this too poor? Jo-chan felt speechless. Just then, one of the foraging self-destructing magic ants suddenly went berserk. It violently shook its black antennae and lunged towards the direction of the clone. As expected, as long as I use stealing, these sensitive creatures can detect my presence. It seems my stealth needs to be upgraded. Jo-chan understood. After all, the monster levels here were so high that he couldn't even see them. Under level suppression, anything could happen. In the canyon, facing the attack of the magic ants, the clone immediately dodged. But the self-destructing magic ant's body surged with a powerful force and exploded. Boom! It self-destructed. -100,000. The terrifying damage instantly killed the clone. Ha! Jo-chan was taken aback. No way? It self-destructed at the slightest provocation without even a chance to test? And that output 100,000 damage? Are you serious? This monster is really bizarre. After a round of testing, Jo-chan felt a bit disappointed. Ever since entering the Hanli Plains, it seemed he hadn't encountered any normal monsters. Moreover, the monsters here seemed quite poor. He rarely stole any equipment, and there were even fewer coins. Jo-chan felt that his adventurous spirit was almost extinguished, and he wanted to leave. After all, the tracking mark had disappeared, and there was no need for him to stay here. As for whether he would encounter pursuers on the way back, he wasn't afraid. Without the tracking mark, as long as he was a bit careful, that group shouldn't be able to catch him. Wait! Just as he was about to get up and leave, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ants, being social creatures, should have a leader, right? Like a queen ant or something? At least, that's how he remembered it. It's not surprising that the little ones are poor. The leader should have some resources, right? Returning empty-handed is not my style. With that thought, Jo-chan's heart stirred again. He changed his mind, directly using his main body, invisibly rushing towards the canyon. This time, Jo-chan ignored the magic ants near the entrance and went straight through. The magic ants in the canyon were foraging, and some were transporting the food they had found to a certain place at the end. Jo-chan guessed that this food was likely meant for the magic ant's nest. This further confirmed his idea that there must be a ruler-like presence within this magic ant colony, probably hidden in the nest. Jo-chan moved cautiously, following the trail of the magic ants transporting food, slowly trailing behind.
Along the way, he constantly observed the terrain, mentally noting places that could serve as cover. There was no choice, the canyon was long and narrow, and his stealth time was insufficient to support him. As the stealth was about to end, Zhou Chen had already chosen a pre-hidden position and hid under a cover.
After 20 seconds, Zhou Chen moved out again.
There were numerous magic ants transporting food in the canyon, and he easily found his target and followed.
In this way,
Zhou Chen continued to move in the canyon where the magic ants roamed. After several repetitions, he finally saw a deep cave entrance. The entrance was beneath the mountain on one side of the
canyon, with magic ants coming in and out from time to time. Sure enough, there is a nest.
Confirming his destination, Zhou Chen looked around and saw that there were no magic ants a few hundred
meters to the left of the cave entrance.
He rushed over and, before the stealth ended, hid under a large rock covered with vegetation, surrounded by weeds and bushes, feeling quite safe.
Shadow clone technique.
Once hidden, Zhou Chen released a clone, letting it stealthily rush towards the magic ant nest. He had no idea what the situation was inside, so it was certainly the
wisest choice to leave it to the clone.
Then, he switched to the clone's perspective. The clone rushed into the cave under stealth. The cave was quite spacious, with unknown crystals on the
stone walls emitting light, and it was not dark inside.
Zhou Chen followed his gaze deeper into the cave and saw a massive figure standing over 100 meters away, with magic ants transporting
food beneath that figure. Boss?
Zhou Chen's heart stirred, and he followed closely. As he got closer, he finally saw the true appearance of the figure.
It was a tall humanoid monster. Its
upper body was no different from a human with red skin, but its lower body was a gray-brown ant body, with a bulging abdomen supported by several thick ant legs.
Beneath its body lay a dense
cluster of ant eggs, which the magic ants were constantly sorting and separating.
Some magic ants climbed onto the abdomen, delivering food into the queen ant's mouth. Death Ant Queen LV. Rank? Health? Attack power? Skills? Description: the ruler of the self-exploding magic ant tribe, responsible for laying the entire tribe unable to move due to the heavy abdomen, controlling the entire tribe to collect food for survival. It really is a boss. Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy. Although he didn't know what rank the boss was, it didn't matter, he would just steal it.
At that moment, Zhou Chen swaggered over.
When he was about 20 meters away from the
queen ant, which had been eating, it suddenly raised its head and looked forward. Its eyes were filled with confusion, and its expression turned fierce.
Can it sense my presence?
But it shouldn't have figured out my exact location. Let me get a little closer.
Zhou Chen was not surprised by the vigilance of such a high-level creature, and he approached again.
However, the queen ant let out an angry screech, its abdomen swelling and lifting, suddenly launching a barrage of ant eggs.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ant egg shot out, exploding ahead, and red explosive energy poured out.
Minus 200,000. Zhou Chen's clone didn't even have time to react and was directly blown to bits. What the hell?
Outside the cave, Zhou Chen was quite surprised. This boss had a wide attack range and high vigilance. It was a bit tricky. The boundary of the cold glass plane.
Boom! The ground trembled continuously.
A towering figure of flame was seen, wielding a fiery whip, relentlessly chasing a shadow. Each attack of the fiery whip left a long, charred crack on the ground.
Terrifying to behold.
The shadow fled desperately, eventually bursting out of the cold glass plane and sprinting forward.
Only then did the fiery figure relent and stop the pursuit. This cursed place actually has a fire demon.
Father Martin was in a sorry state, his expression cold.
He couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the cold glass plane, hesitating. You didn't find him either? At that moment, a voice rang out. Mayor Slade appeared behind Martin, holding a magnificent staff.
As for Charles, he had long since left, leaving only Martin unwillingly waiting here.
No, it seems you didn't either. Martin replied irritably.
Seeing this, Slate felt relieved.
Martin
hadn't caught that person, and he still had a chance.
He turned to leave. Hey, why don't we cooperate and continue searching? Not interested. Slate flatly refused. Upon reflection, that person couldn't possibly hide forever unless he was unwilling to develop in the main city.
The town was too far from the main city, one had to use the teleportation array in the town to reach it, and he would return sooner or later.
Once Slade left, Martin, though unwilling, also left helplessly.
In the cold glass plane, the Ant Demon Canyon. When Zhou Chen's clone technique was restored, he had already devised a strategy.
The same scene played out again. He released a clone and stealthily rushed in.
This time, Zhou Chen took a few steps, suddenly releasing flames beneath his feet, and soared into the air fiery meteor.
He flew over 100 meters.
The Death Ant Queen sensed something was wrong and hurriedly launched ant eggs to attack, but it was too late. Zhou Chen had entered the stealing range, and before the ant eggs could explode, he gently reached out towards the queen in midair. Steal. Failure. Boom. The explosion roared, and the clone was blown to bits again. Didn't steal anything. Zhou Chen was not surprised. The opponent was an unknown level, unknown rank boss, so failure was normal. Anyway, he could continue once his clone was ready again. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen executed the same operation again. A loud bang echoed in the cave, and the clone was blown up again. Still a failure. No worries, I'm a patient person, let's see how many times you can endure. Soon, the clone charged into the cave. For the third time. At this moment, Zhou Chen noticed that a swarm of magic ants had surrounded the ant queen. However, it was of no use. Zhou Chen was there to steal, not to kill the boss, so surrounding the boss meant nothing to him. Fiery meteor. Zhou Chen rode the fire cloud towards the ant queen. Whoosh! Whoosh! The magic ants surrounding the ant queen jumped into the air at her command, their bodies radiating blood-red energy. That was a sign of self-detonation. Unfortunately, their movements were still a step too slow. Zhou Chen entered the stealing range first and activated the stealing skill. Boom! The self-detonation sounded. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have obtained hidden item skill book, super self-detonation technique ×1. I got it. Zhou Chen was overjoyed, and it's a hidden item prepared for the first kill, awesome. Just as he was about to check his haul, a piercing, furious roar suddenly echoed from the magic ant cave. Instantly, the entire canyon shook. What the hell? Zhou Chen was startled. He cautiously peeked out and saw that a swarm of magic ants in the distance seemed to be summoned, rushing over rapidly. Soon, the cave entrance was surrounded by dense magic ants. Not only that, but more magic ants began to wave their antennae and conduct a carpet search around the entrance. Not good, I need to leave. Zhou Chen felt a surge of anxiety. These magic ants were not to be trifled with, they could self-detonate at any moment, causing tremendous damage, and he couldn't afford to die now. Once dead, one will be resurrected in Maple Leaf Town. It can be imagined that a large number of NPC guards must be stationed around the resurrection point in the town. If he goes back, he will definitely be overwhelmed. Stealth. Flowing wind. Speed potion. Zhou Chen entered stealth, combining it with flowing wind and the speed potion. His movement speed skyrocketed to 1604 points. Whoosh! With a swift dash, he was already 20 meters away. Those who didn't know would think he used a skill, but it was just a forward rush. At this speed, Zhou Chen quickly ran towards the entrance of the canyon. Along the way, he constantly saw demon ants responding to the call, searching the surroundings. Zhou Chen was terrified. If any one of them discovered him, a self-detonation would mean his end. Fortunately, his speed was much faster than these demon ants. Just as his stealth was about to end, he broke through the encirclement of the demon ants, quickly found a cover, and curled up to hide. Luckily, no demon ants managed to search this way in time. After 20 seconds, Zhou Chen entered stealth again and sprinted with all his might. It was a thrilling journey without any danger. Phew, that was exhilarating. Once he emerged, Zhou Chen distanced himself from the entrance. When he confirmed that there were no monsters around, he opened his backpack. A skill book shimmering with colors caught his eye. Zhou Chen's breath quickened. This color indicated that the skill book was at least tier 7. Zhou Chen had previously obtained a tier 7 skill, which was the pharmacology mastery he stole from the old man in the pharmacy. But that was a secondary skill, which was dispensable for someone who didn't practice secondary professions. This skill book should be an active type, right? He immediately checked skill book super self-detonation, skill preview, type, active skill tier, 7LV1 0/700, effect 1, detonate. One's own life energy, causing an explosion with a diameter of 1000 meters, dealing 100% of one's maximum health as true damage to targets within the explosion range, resulting in one's own death. Effect 2, for every 100,000 maximum health, explosion range plus 10%, up to a maximum of plus 100%. Cost, life cooldown, none learning requirement, maximum health must reach 50,000. Description, life and death are taken lightly, if you don't agree, let's fight to the death. No way, how is it this skill? Previously, due to unexpected circumstances, Zhou Chen didn't realize what he had stolen at first. Now, looking at it, he felt both amused and exasperated. It must be said that this skill was indeed powerful, both in attack range and damage. The problem is, this is a mutually destructive method, using it once means dying once. Who can afford that? A bizarre skill from a bizarre creature, wait? Zhou Chen suddenly realized something. No, he is someone who possesses the clone technique.
He certainly doesn't need to self-detonate at every turn, but the clone can. If the clone dies, it doesn't matter. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Not only did he think of the use of the clone technique, but a series of ideas also emerged. Goodness, I'm truly amazed. Dark Sorcerer, I'm coming to catch up with you soon, ha ha. Once the thought arose, Zhou Chen couldn't help but get excited. He first learned the super self-destruction technique. The requirement for learning it was to have a maximum health value of 50,000, which was naturally no problem for Zhou Chen. After mastering the skill, he activated Stealth and Flowing Wind, sprinting at full speed towards the outskirts of Hanli Plain. It was time to leave. He wondered if that group of NPCs had blocked his path. If they dared, Zhou Chen would let them taste the flavor of self-destruction. Roar! Just as he was on his way, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the distant sky. The sound was far-reaching, subtly filled with supreme majesty. Was that a dragon's roar? Zhou Chen's heart stirred as he looked in that direction. In any game, dragons were generally a powerful race, one of the symbols of might. Was there a dragon over there? Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled. But after a moment's thought, he restrained his impulse. Earlier, while on the road, he had opened the chat channel to check and connected to the live streaming platform to gather information. Nowadays, more and more people were leveling up to level 15. In fact, quite a few had already reached level 16. These high-level players had begun to attempt dungeon raids again. Although they still ended in failure, he believed they would gradually understand the mechanics of the dungeon better. If he delayed any longer, he might really miss out on the first clear of the dungeon. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen dismissed the idea of taking risks and continued to run. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of Hanli Plain, seeing no one around. He pressed on, encountering not a single person apart from monsters. It seemed that group had given up. However, the mayor's bounty task had no time limit, so he still had to be cautious. Otherwise, if those players discovered him, someone would likely run to inform the NPC. An hour later, Zhou Chen returned to the wild area outside the adventurer's town. He moved stealthily, hiding whenever his stealth was on cooldown, avoiding contact with others. Before long, he entered Solitary Wind Mountain, heading towards Solitary Wind Cliff. There were now more players in the mountaintop area than before. Utilizing stealth, Zhou Chen reached the base of Solitary Wind Cliff without alarming anyone, circled to the side, equipped the spider silk ring, and easily climbed up the cliff. He quickly walked to the Gate of Good and Evil and chose to use the Crystal of Good and Evil. My dear Archmage, I'm here to find you. Zhou Chen transformed into a beam of light and slipped into the light gate. Upon entering the dungeon, he found himself in the same underground palace. Since no one had cleared the dungeon, the Gate of Good and Evil remained in ultimate mode, with the Dark Archmage stationed in the center of the palace. It's you! As soon as Zhou Chen appeared, the Dark Archmage could no longer sit still. He certainly remembered this person. Hey, did you miss me? Zhou Chen grinned wickedly. He immediately opened his backpack, used a powerful resilience potion and a resurrection potion, and coated his weapon with poison. You will die. The Archmage, frightened, hurriedly cast a spell. An eerie shadow appeared behind the Archmage, releasing sound waves. Death lullaby. The sound waves surged towards him. Zhou Chen not only did not evade but instead used meteor fire, quickly closing in. Boom! Minus 2,312. Zhou Chen took the hit but did not fall into a sleep state. The powerful resilience potion could immunize him from negative states for 60 seconds, and his ethereal stone necklace also reduced the chance of falling into mental negative states. The Archmage's skill level should not be low, but he could not control Zhou Chen. Clone technique. As he landed, Zhou Chen conjured a clone, and both bodies surged with flowing wind. Flowing wind. The phantom flashed. The main body and the clone transformed into 4 phantoms, attacking the Archmage. This speed? The Archmage's eyes narrowed, and he immediately transformed into a shadow to dodge to the side, but he was still caught up. The speed of the phantom's dash was incredibly astonishing. The 4 figures attacked simultaneously. Dark barrier. Crack. Crack. The barrier shook violently. Zhou Chen and the clone flashed behind the Archmage, delivering a backstab attack. The dark barrier shattered like a mirror, and 2 attacks struck the Grand Mage simultaneously. This backstab dealt by Zhou Chen and his clone added both the deathmark and life devour. Minus 17,004 backstab damage, minus 22,800 life devour damage, minus 600, minus 888, minus 9,796 clones backstab damage, minus 13,680 clones life devour damage. A series of damage numbers exploded. Ah! The Grand Mage felt a sharp pain and was horrified to discover that he had 2 layers of death marks on him. Under the effect of the dungeon-specific item Golden Axe, all damage dealt by Zhou Chen was doubled. Dark Energy Eruption. Boom! Black mana erupted from the Grand Mage like ripples, pushing Zhou Chen and his clone away. Flame Slash. Zhou Chen and his clone simultaneously unleashed Fiery Blades. The Grand Mage's displacement skill had not yet cooled down, leaving him with no way to evade, and he took 2 solid hits. -6,916 -4,896. He retreated while casting spells, black mana slithering like a venomous snake atop his staff. Erosion Rain. Arrows rained down from the sky. Magic Thunder Surge. Black Fire Assault. Immediately, the ground ignited with black flames, and thunder erupted from the void. Zhou Chen and his clone were heavily injured but simultaneously revealed a strange smile. Blood-red patterns emerged on their bodies, as if a powerful force was about to explode from within. I admit your spells are exquisite and truly formidable, but if I were to just die right now, how would you respond? They lunged forward simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Both bodies exploded at once. 2 waves of intense blood-colored energy swept through the underground palace like a storm, leaving the Grand Mage with no way to escape. The surging life energy even devoured the black flames on the ground. The Grand Mage could only wail amidst a violent explosion. -134,120 -80,472. 2 high damage numbers appeared above the Grand Mage's head. The explosion came quickly and left just as fast. The Grand Mage was severely injured, retreating repeatedly, his face filled with pain as he looked around. Where is that guy? Is he dead? Just moments ago, he had clearly seen that person and his clone self-destruct simultaneously. What a madman! He raised his staff and cast a healing spell on himself, recovering 1% of his health per second for 50 seconds. At that moment, a red light gathered not far away, revealing Zhou Chen's figure. He had resurrected. Death Mark, detonate. As soon as he appeared, Zhou Chen launched his final strike. Stop. At that moment, the Grand Mage truly felt the shadow of death. Boom! Boom! The 2 death marks on him burst forth with black light, and the black energy symbolizing death surged out, instantly engulfing him. -364,656 -220,488. At that moment, Zhou Chen showcased a skill called the health bar vanishing technique. The Grand Mage's health bar was emptied at an unbelievable speed, turning into a corpse amidst the black energy. I can only say, simple and straightforward. Zhou Chen revealed an evil smile. Immediately, a series of notifications rang out. You have independently cleared the dungeon gate of Good and Evil, earning experience plus 300,000, reputation plus 1,500, gold times 1,000, equipment times 8, clear treasure chest, golden level times 1. This is the first clear of the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon, earning first clear. Rewards: the clear treasure chest has been upgraded from golden level to dark gold level. This is the first global dungeon clear. You receive the global first clear reward, intermediate mysterious treasure chest times 1. Accompanied by the notifications, the light of leveling up immediately erupted from Zhou Chen's body. This was not the end. Following the personal notifications, the server-wide and world announcements soon followed. Moonlight Town. In the instant's dark night forest. At this moment, the president of the Dragon Guild, Iron Horse Ice River, is leading the guild members in a full-scale assault on the boss. The entire team has reached level 15, and Iron Horse Ice River himself has even reached level 16. A few hours ago, he had just reached level 15, but neither he nor the other team members had adequate equipment. Therefore, they spent time equipping each member of the team with a complete set of silver gear. Now, with the change in level and equipment, the situation has indeed improved significantly when facing the boss again. The front line of the team can finally withstand the boss's damage, and with the priest's defensive enhancements and healing skills, they can steadily hold their ground, ensuring the safety of the backline's output. Wind. Chase Slash. -2,612. With a loud shout, Iron Horse Ice River swung his heavy sword fiercely at the boss Headless Knight, landing a critical hit. As a warrior, being able to maintain tankiness while also dealing such damage is due to Iron Horse Ice River's A-grade talent Blood Attack, which has the effect, for every 10 points of maximum health increased, his attack power increases by 1, with a cap of 10,000. With this talent, he only invests points in Constitution when leveling up, and all his equipment adds Constitution points. Coupled with the warrior's class characteristics, he not only has a robust health pool but also deals significant damage. The captain's blood attack is really well suited to the warrior class, a team member behind him exclaimed. Brothers, let's push harder. In about an hour, this boss should go down. Iron Horse Ice River encouraged while attacking. Captain, I just took a peek at the live streaming platform and other towns aren't progressing as fast as we are, a young team member flattered. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. For this moment, they had hardly rested since entering the game, fighting continuously. Now, they were finally close to reaping the rewards. At the same time, in Wushan Town, Xingchuan Town, many towns in the Dragon Country region were hastening their pace, striving to clear the instance. This phenomenon was not limited to the Dragon Country region, other regions were the same. In the North Bear Country region, in a gloomy graveyard, the president of the famous Glory Guild in North Bear Country, Laps, was commanding the entire team to attack the instance boss Undead General. Everyone, hurry up! Other countries are also progressing, and we cannot be careless, a burly man beside Laps urged. Hearing this prompt, Laps, who nominally held the title of president, felt no dissatisfaction but instead ordered to quicken the attack pace. This burly man beside him was a military personnel from North Bear Country. Long before the game opened, Laps' guild had secretly received military support, gaining not only substantial funding but also many soldiers joining. This left him astonished, making him dare not slack off, while also realizing that the game Divine Awakening was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. At the same time, in the Mika Country region, the supreme leader of Mika Country, Tebcup, personally led the team, battling alongside members of the veteran guild Heaven in the instance. Of course, Tebcup played more of a supervisory role, with the battle command primarily led by the president of the Heaven Guild, Yamada. Just as I predicted, Tebcup nodded at the battlefield, speaking in a confident tone. Everyone switched to a full set of silver gear, and let Yamada, who has an S-grade attack talent, equip a gold-level longbow. The progress is indeed ahead of the game. Yamada thought to himself, isn't that stating the obvious? But he still smiled flatteringly and said, everything is within your plan, Your Excellency. We will definitely secure the first clear of the instance. Tebcup displayed a signature reliable smile. Of course, no one understands the game Divine Awakening better than I do. In Sakurajima District, Matsushita Town, the famous Sakura Island Gaming Guild, the Sakura Guild, led by its president Sakuraji Chiharu, is currently strategizing to defeat the dungeon boss with elite members. Surprisingly, besides Sakuraji Chiharu and the other 9, there is also a female NPC dressed in monk robes present. The NPC occasionally casts powerful damage and defense skills, with remarkably obvious effects. Since the attack began, the entire team has shown no signs of danger, which is simply incredible. At this moment, the boss's health has dropped to around 10%, truly entering a critical phase. The president is truly wise and powerful, managing to persuade this hidden cult NPC from the town's church to join the dungeon. What a great help! One team member couldn't help but flatter. Hearing this, Sakuraji Chiharu revealed a smug smile. The initial dungeon's restrictions were not significant, and when he connected with this NPC, he thought of this possibility, not expecting it to actually succeed. The first clear of the dungeon in Divine Awakening belongs to our Sakura Guild. No other guild should even think about it. I will lead you all to conquer the Dragon Kingdom and dominate the world in Divine Awakening, Sakuraji Chiharu declared boldly. Thinking of the secret rumors he had heard about the game, ambition shone in his eyes, and his heart surged with excitement. The president is mighty. The Sakura Guild will prosper. A group of guild members was deeply inspired. Their spirits lifted. President, I just checked the forum and live streaming platforms. Our guild's progress is far ahead. A clever member quickly shared the information he had gathered. Yoshi. Sakuraji Chiharu felt even prouder. Keep it up, clear the dungeon, and I won't treat you all poorly. One for all. The Sakura Guild is the strongest, the president is the strongest. The Sakura Guild will lead Sakura Island to become the strongest in the world. The group seemed to reach a climax. Suddenly, a world announcement rang out, shocking the entire world. World announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player absolutely not working Josuman for clearing the dungeon gates of Good and Evil, achieving the first global dungeon clear, and receiving a special reward. At that moment, Sakuraji Chiharu and the others froze as if hit by a paralysis spell, their faces showing disbelief. What the hell, did I just hear that? The Dragon Kingdom cleared it first? This is impossible. Why is it the Dragon Kingdom? I can't accept this. Due to the intense shock, the group actually slowed their attack pace, giving the boss a chance to counterattack, and the situation spiraled out of control. Baka Yoru. You useless bunch, let the Dragon Kingdom, get ahead, I want you to commit seppuku to atone.
Just moments ago calm and composed, Sakuraji Chiharu now looked like a different person, his face twisted with jealousy.
He was so close. To have this snatched away, how could he sleep in the coming days? At the same time, in the Mika Kingdom region, Tebakapo's smile instantly vanished, left dumbfounded.
In the North Bear Kingdom region, Lapsus was about
to give orders.
But as the announcement came, his mind went blank, and he stood there with his mouth agape, unable to speak.
In countries like
Kimchi Nation and India, at that moment, the entire world was stunned by the sudden announcement. In the Dragon Kingdom region,
I can't accept this. On Gufeng Mountain, Baki Wuxuan roared to the sky.
They had been killed by Zhou Chen twice, causing their levels to lag behind. And they were actually out of the running for the first dungeon clear. But they were also thinking of taking a step back and clearing the
dungeon before heading to the main city.
Just moments ago, everyone had reached level 15 and had already obtained the dungeon entry tickets. Ready to act, when the news of the dungeon being cleared came. And the one who cleared it was the person they hated the most.
Baki Wuxuan truly felt numb.
Blood Rose and the others also wore cold expressions, unable to utter a word. In Moonlight Town, in the Dark Night Forest.
Is it this person again?
Iron Horse and the team were deeply affected, utterly shocked. Leader, are you sure there's no problem with this
game? A member said in disbelief. How could anyone be faster than us? And to clear it alone? I can't accept this.
Forget it, let's just
kill the boss first.
Iron Horse took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restless emotions, stabilizing the rhythm of the entire team.
Meanwhile, in Wushan Town, it's him again. What right does he have? He's clearly alone, why is he always ahead of me?
Starry Night Pearl looked at the boss in the dungeon with 20% health left, her inner joy completely vanished, even feeling so angry she wanted to hit someone.
Is it him again? Who exactly is this show someone?
It's one thing to solo a silver level boss, but now he can clear a dungeon
by himself?
There's definitely something fishy going on. I need to report this. Joe, someone is cheating.
As the announcement of Zhou Chen clearing the dungeon echoed, the entire chat channel of the Dragon Country region exploded. The regional chat channel of Maple Leaf Town was equally restless. Isn't Joe someone wanted? How dare he sneak back and even clear the dungeon? What a chance! Everyone hurry and catch him.
Forget it, that guy is not human at all. I don't want to die again. Whoever wants to go can go.
He won't be able to act so arrogantly for long. He can't teleport to the main city right now. Soon others will surpass him. Brothers, let's level up and head to the main city.
Unlike last time, this time some people felt intimidated and didn't follow the trend to chase Zhou Chen. Last time, players had deeply realized the extent of that
guy's extraordinary abilities.
Now that he returned to clear the dungeon, one could only imagine how strong he had become. Of course, not blocking him was one thing, but some still chose to run to the mayor's mansion to report.
Meanwhile, the international forum suddenly became lively.
Players from countries like Kimchi Country, Mika Country, Northern Bear Country, and Sakura Country flooded into the international area, posting protests, questioning, and expressing strong dissatisfaction. Dragon Country players are cheating. They wouldn't even dare to eat cow dung. How could they possibly achieve the first clear of the dungeon? Dragon Country people are thieves, stealing everything from our Kimchi Country. Now they even want to
steal the first clear of the dungeon.
Despicable Dragon Country people, actually using such means to snatch away the first clear of our Sakura Empire's dungeon.
Oh. Why can that Dragon Country person clear the dungeon alone? This is definitely suspicious. This is not democracy, this is not scientific, this is not freedom.
We strongly demand a reasonable explanation from the Dragon Country region.
Faced with various doubts, the Dragon Country players were also confused. They didn't know what was going on.
But being confused didn't mean they could tolerate the shameless remarks from these foreign players.
Come at me. Brothers, let the keyboard war begin.
Immediately, a wave of insults surged on the international forum, incredibly
heated. On the lonely wind cliff,
a figure slipped out from the gate of good and evil. It was the instigator of all the commotion, Zhou Chen. As soon as he appeared, he entered stealth, donned the spider silk ring, and headed downwards.
He didn't
open the dungeon completion treasure chest or the mysterious treasure chest. There was no way. He was currently in a wanted state, and any announcement would definitely cause a stir.
So he had to hurry and escape, otherwise those NPCs would
catch wind of it and probably pursue him relentlessly.
Sure enough, there was a commotion on the mountain.
Zhou Chen passed by several teams that had come in response to the news while in stealth. After running for a while, he created a clone, sending it off in another direction while he revealed himself.
He's here.
Chase.
Show someone you are guilty of great crimes, quickly kneel and accept your punishment. Soon, the clone attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Chen took the opportunity to escape down the mountain. Fortunately, those NPCs hadn't arrived. It was unclear whether they were too late or hadn't received the news. Zhou Chen didn't dare to slack off. Using all his speed potions and the wind of movement, he rushed towards an unknown area. He ran all the way and finally returned to the vicinity of the boundary of the cold glass plains. Only here did he dare to stop, finding a hidden thicket to conceal himself. Once he confirmed it was safe, Zhou Chen let out a long sigh of relief, revealing a look of joy. Now, it was time for the exciting part of counting his gains. First was his level. He cleared the dungeon alone, monopolizing all the completion experience, gaining 300,000 experience points and leveling up 4 times to reach level 20. Then there were the 5 pieces of equipment he obtained during the completion, all gleaming with a golden hue. Most importantly, there was also a dark gold level completion treasure chest in his backpack, alone with a mid-level mysterious treasure chest filled with colorful flowing light. Clearing treasure chest rarity, dark gold effect, opened the chest to randomly obtain 1 to 2 treasures, with a 98% chance of receiving items that match the chest's rarity, and a 2% chance of receiving items that exceed the chest's rarity. Description: a reward for those who clear the dungeon. Mysterious treasure chest rarity, intermediate effect, an incredibly mysterious chest, the corresponding treasure pool is unimaginable, but only 1 item can be obtained. The higher the chest's rarity, the greater the chance of obtaining precious items. Description: I am the epitome of mystery. 2 chests, 1 dark gold, guaranteed to yield dark gold items, the other entirely based on luck. Zhou Chen had previously killed the silver level boss, the flame winged tiger, and received a mysterious treasure chest upon achieving the first clear of the silver level. However, that was a beginner level, this one is intermediate. After some thought, Zhou Chen decided to open the dungeon clearing treasure chest. Open. The dungeon chest slowly opened, revealing a faint glow. You have opened the clearing treasure chest and obtained the skill book? Disguise ×1. No items exceeding the chest's rarity were obtained. Zhou Chen felt a bit disappointed. Indeed, a person's luck is limited. He looked at the skill book that appeared in his hand, and when he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Skill book disguise skill preview. Type: active skill rarity, level 6 LV1 0/600. Effect: change your appearance, voice, clothing, body shape, scent, name, and other information at will, lasting for 60 minutes. Once you add someone as a friend or communicate with them, your real name will be revealed. Consumption: 1000 mana cooldown, 10 minutes learning requirement, LV20. Description: the you in my eyes may not be the true you. This skill must be very useful. Zhou Chen held the skill book, deep in thought. Indeed, disguise is not an offensive skill. But with this skill, one can imagine how much more convenient it would be for him in the game in the future. For example, if he encounters others now, Zhou Chen can directly change his appearance. Would he still be afraid of being recognized? As long as he is careful not to add friends while in disguise, this skill book is simply a divine skill for him as a lone wolf. Learn. Zhou Chen learned disguise and designated it for unlimited growth. Disguise. He tried to use it. Suddenly, his entire figure, appearance, and clothing twisted and changed, and he transformed into the likeness of Mayor Slate. So amazing. Zhou Chen looked down at himself, finding it very interesting. Charles, you incompetent fool, you still haven't managed to capture Zhou. Zhou Chen spoke in the mayor's tone. That voice, that demeanor, that tone, was no different from the mayor himself. This disguise skill completely turned him into another person, not to mention others. Even he couldn't distinguish himself. He even suspected that if he appeared in town looking like this, apart from Slate himself, no one would recognize him as an imposter. Simply incredible. Nice. Zhou Chen happily. He still had an intermediate mysterious treasure chest to open. The last beginner mysterious treasure chest had enhanced his class traits. This time, the intermediate mysterious treasure chest should not disappoint him, right? Just as Zhou Chen was filled with anticipation and about to open the mysterious treasure chest. Wait. He suddenly stopped. How could I forget about this? Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. He had been on guard against being hunted down, yet he forgot that he had such a good item. He opened his backpack and took out something. It was a peculiar die, the lucky die he had stolen from Mayor Slater. He had stolen a total of 3, used 1 to increase his success rate, and successfully stole that pair of mysterious wings. Now, there were still 2 left. Now that he was about to open the mysterious treasure chest, it was just the right time to use it. Zhou Chen immediately threw the die. The goddess of luck is smiling. A screen appeared above his head that only he could see. The die spun for a while and slowly stopped, landing on the number 5. 5 points, which gives a 50% luck bonus, not bad. Zhou Chen could fully accept this result. Thus, only one lucky die remained in his backpack, which he could use again in the future. At this moment, he chose to open the intermediate mysterious treasure chest. You are opening the intermediate mysterious treasure chest. Luck bonus, your chance of obtaining precious items from the treasure chest is increased. Congratulations! You have obtained Primordial Lotus ×1 from the intermediate mysterious treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared. In Zhou Chen's hand appeared a strange lotus flower. The lotus radiated a holy glow, its petals a mix of clear and white, unfolding layer by layer, enveloping the lotus seed pod. A wave of fragrance entered Zhou Chen's nose, making him feel as if his entire body and mind had been purified. He felt a strong curiosity and checked the information about this item. Primordial Lotus, type Ancient Spirit, item grade Mythical, level 9 stars, effect 1 after consumption, talent grade +1. Effect 2, if the talent grade reaches the highest level, it cannot be upgraded, but will enhance the talent effect. Description: a rare treasure that appeared in ancient times, now nearly extinct. Heaven and earth treasure? Zhou Chen looked at the blue lotus in his hand, hardly able to believe. Wow, this is like hitting the jackpot. No wonder it's called a mysterious treasure chest with a massive pool of treasures. It can even produce such a heavenly item. Impressive. Of course, having a rich reward pool is one thing, but being able to obtain this item should still be credited to the luck dice bonus. After all, a large reward pool not only means many treasures but also many worthless items, and whether one can obtain precious items ultimately depends on luck. My talent is already at the highest SSS level, and even if I consume it, it won't increase the grade, but it can be used to enhance the talent effect. Zhou Chen, filled with excitement, chose to consume the primordial lotus. Instantly, he felt an indescribable power growing and flowing within him. It felt as if he had been sublimated from body to soul. You have consumed primordial lotus, your talent infinite potential has been enhanced. That refreshing feeling came quickly and left just as fast. Zhou Chen came back to his senses, still a bit reluctant, and opened the talent interface to check. Infinite potential, type, trait, talent grade, SSS level, effect 1, can designate 10 active skills to gain infinite growth space. With no upper limit on skill level increases, and each time a skill level is increased, there is a 20% chance for the skill to mutate, gaining additional benefits. Effect 2, for every 3 levels you increase, you can designate 1 additional skill to gain infinite growth. Effect 3, the cooldown time of skills that have gained infinite growth is reduced by 50%, skill consumption is reduced by 80%, and the speed of skill proficiency growth becomes 10 times the original. Effect 4. You can designate 1 skill that has already gained infinite growth to transform into super infinite growth, with the proficiency growth speed of that skill becoming 100 times the original. Description: an SSS level talent, you cannot imagine how perverse it will be to unleash the full potential of skills to the extreme. Indeed powerful. Zhou Chen looked at the new talent information, his eyes shining. First, the number of skills that could be designated had increased. Most importantly, there was an additional talent effect that allowed designated skills to gain super unlimited growth, with proficiency increasing at a rate 100 times faster than before. Zhou Chen immediately thought of the shadow clone technique. Among all the skills he possessed, the potential of the shadow clone technique was undoubtedly the greatest. Moreover, due to its long cooldown time, its growth rate was the slowest. Seizing this opportunity for super unlimited growth, Zhou Chen unhesitatingly assigned it to the shadow clone technique. After doing all this, Zhou Chen checked the equipment obtained from the dungeon. He remembered there were a few pieces of golden gear. It was time to update his equipment. Opening his backpack, 8 pieces of gear with a gleaming mix of gold and silver appeared before him. Zhou Chen scanned through them and picked out the equipment he liked. Dark Fallen Helmet grade, gold attributes, dual defense plus 700, evasion plus 300, strength plus 100 additional effect, when in darkness or in a stealth state, evasion plus 800. Required level, LV20 Dark Fallen Pants grade, gold attributes, physical defense plus 800, magic defense plus 520, constitution plus 120 additional effect, damage from dark magic. Attacks reduced by 30%. Required level, LV20 Echo of Dark Whispers type, ring grade, gold attributes, strength plus 250, intelligence plus 220, spirit plus 280, hit plus 200 additional skill, lullaby of death, condenses dark whispers into enchanting sound. Waves, dealing 4000 plus 180% spell power damage to targets within a 300 meter diameter, with a 50% chance to put the target to sleep, cooldown time 180 seconds. Required level, LV20 Dark Energy Bracelet grade, gold attributes, strength plus 300.
Intelligence plus 210, Spirit plus 300, Hit plus 240. Additional skill, Dark Barrier, releases dark power to create a 5-meter defensive barrier, absorbing total damage equal to 2000 times its own level, cooldown time 180 seconds. Required level, LV20. Jochen felt that the equipment obtained from the dungeon leaned towards magic types, possibly because the final boss was a mage. Fortunately, there were still 4 pieces of equipment that suited him well. Especially the bracelet and ring, one with a group damage plus chance control skill, and the other with a shield-type defense skill, which would be very useful for killing and looting in the future. Jochen equipped all the gear, and his overall attributes increased slightly. Of course, now that he was level 20, he naturally had to learn the passive skill Weak Point Break that he had stolen from the rogue mentor, which would greatly help his output. Next, Jochen practiced his skills in the dangerous area near the cold glass plains. There was no choice, he was still wanted, and the teleportation array in Maple Leaf Town had blocked him. For now, he was trapped here. However, Jochen was not anxious, there were plenty of suitable leveling spots in the unknown areas of Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, the mysterious cold glass plains still awaited exploration, and he believed that with a little more time, he could suppress that group of NPCs. By then, who would dare to stop him? For now, he would first use the Peak skill Bracelet in Super Unlimited Growth to practice some skills. With the Peak skill bracelet, if Jochen succeeded in stealing once, he could gain 40 proficiency points. Casting the Shadow Clone technique would yield 200 proficiency points. Jochen left the boundary of the cold glass plain and arrived at the nearest leveling point, the Forgotten Wilderness. This time, he decided to focus on the Shadow Clone technique, a skill he had a particular fondness for. The sky was dim, and a cold wind howled. In the distance, Jochen saw eerie, phantom-like monsters wandering across the wasteland. Wilderness Ghost LV22 type, normal monster. Health 38860. Attack power 1020. Skills, Physical Attack Weakening, Phantom Assault, Wailing Lament, Ghost Binding. Description: the vengeful spirits of beings that died tragically here long ago. As Jochen approached, one of the ghosts floated over. As it moved, it uttered strange murmurs, and with its disheveled appearance, it was indeed quite frightening. How dare you come out and scare people? Looking so ugly, you deserve a beating. Of course, this thing could only scare ordinary people. To Jochen, it was just unsightly. Shadow Clone. Jochen conjured a clone. Steal. Before the ghost could reach them, Jochen and his clone let it experience a wave of double prosperity massage. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 40. You gain 3 silver coins. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 40. You gain 3 basic mana potions. Unfortunately, this normal monster had little loot. However, the proficiency increase notifications were indeed pleasing to the ears. Immediately, both Jochen and his clone activated the wind flow, using Phantom Flash to transform into 4 phantoms to attack. Sizzle. The ghost was forced back 2 steps, 2 death marks appearing on its body. It transformed into a ghostly shadow and seeped into the ground, attacking Jochen's main body in the form of a black shadow. But Jochen and his clone vanished simultaneously. The ghost could only reveal its true form, looking bewildered and dazed in place. In stealth mode, Jochen and his clone did not attack immediately. They simultaneously used poisoning to add toxicity to their weapons. After poisoning ended, both Jochen and his clone took out herbs and used pharmacy. Pharmacy successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You gained 1 basic life potion. Pharmacy successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You gain 1 basic mana potion. As for where the materials for making potions came from, Jochen said the shopkeeper, Warenji, had the most say. He had robbed a large amount of spiritual herb materials and various potions from the old man, which were now piled up in his sumaru bag. Jochen had his reasons for practicing pharmacy. The contaminated mysterious wings he stole needed some means to remove the pollution before revealing their true form. He had learned the 7th tier passive skill Pharmacology Mastery, which recorded a potion recipe called Jade Dew Purifying Liquid. According to the recipe description, this potion had the effect of purifying filth and evil. It was a legendary level potion and his current success rate in potion making was not high. Moreover, he had not gathered all the recipe materials. For now, Jochen practiced his pharmacy skills to prepare for the future. After finishing the potion making, both Jochen and his clone's appearances changed simultaneously. Disguise. The change in appearance was immediately undone to allow the skill to cool down quickly. Then, they could launch an attack. Backstab. Life Devour. Death Mark, Detonate. Boom. The ghost was instantly engulfed by the damage from the 2 layers.
of death marks, dying immediately. Go over there and self-destruct. Zhou Chen pointed, and the clone, in wind flow state, pounced on several nearby wandering ghosts. Immediately, a blood-colored energy appeared on its surface. Boom! The clone self-destructed. Minus 41,064. Minus 41,064. Minus 41,064. You killed Wilderness Ghost LV22, experience plus 520. You killed Wilderness Ghost LV22, experience plus 520. The more than 30 ghosts wandering nearby were all instantly killed. Next, as the clone technique entered cooldown, Zhou Chen slowly practiced on his own, waiting for the skill to recover. This was planned from the very beginning. After the clone was formed, he would unleash a wave of skills and then immediately dismiss it, no longer maintaining it until the duration ended as he had before. The purpose of this was to maximize the speed of upgrading the clone technique. For several consecutive days, Zhou Chen acted alone in the wilderness. Whenever he felt tired, he would log off to rest. Besides that, he leisurely stayed in the game to practice skills. It must be said that the super self-detonation technique combined with the clone technique was truly a weapon for killing enemies. When the clone self-detonated, all monsters within a 1,000-meter radius would suffer. Even if Zhou Chen did not deliberately grind levels, his leveling speed did not lag at all. Now he was already level 24, still ranked first on the leaderboard, unshakable. Sometimes he would connect to forums and live streaming platforms to check on player movements. Through these two channels, Zhou Chen learned that many players had already reached the level 2 main city. Moreover, there were quite a few explosive news items. For example, a certain guild was the first to discover a hidden dungeon, and some expert obtained a special profession through a hidden quest. A bunch of news was dazzling. Among them, a forum post caught Zhou Chen's attention. The Holy Order sincerely invites players to join, become a believer of the gods, and obtain a special profession. A post caught Zhou Chen's attention. The Holy Order. Zhou Chen pondered. He quickly remembered that when he used the clone to steal the polluted mysterious wings, he had heard someone mention it. It seemed that Father Martin was a member of the Holy Order. Zhou Chen recalled the conversation he had seen between the priest and the mayor in the town, as well as the later incident where the mayor urged the townsfolk to ask the priest to display the mysterious wings. It seemed that both the priest and the mayor had their own schemes. Martin was a member of the order, and logically, he should have reported the discovery of such a suspected ancient divine artifact. But he didn't, perhaps harboring greedy thoughts, just not fully certain of the item's value, afraid to act rashly. The mayor, Slate, probably had his own calculations as well. The two were secretly competing, and unexpectedly, in the end, Zhou Chen intercepted the opportunity. Zhou Chen felt that this was likely the case. It seems this holy order is not simple. With this thought, he clicked into the post to check it out. This post contained a lot of information. First, players could reach the level 2 main city through the town. These main cities belonged to the Tianyu Empire. This was the only empire within the Dragon Country region with formidable strength. But the Holy Order was stronger than the empire. Players had learned a lot of information through their interactions with various guild branches in the main cities. It was said that the Holy Order had a long history, founded by ancient powerhouses who had received divine revelations. Historically, the Order had fought fiercely against dark forces that threatened the continent, assisting the Empire and humanity through multiple crises. Now, they were dedicated to befriending adventurers. Currently, the Order's branches had opened to the public. Players could enter various halls to admire the statues of the gods and pray sincerely. According to the Order, praying could not only grant random buff gains and experience bonuses but also had a certain chance of attracting the attention of the deities, soaring to great heights. In addition, the Order frequently issued various tasks with extremely generous rewards. The post specifically mentioned that many members of the Overbearing Guild had already joined the Order, and the guild leader, Overbearing Invincible, had even gained the favor of a high-ranking holy priest within the Order, rapidly increasing in strength. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chen realized that the poster was from the Overbearing Guild, specifically promoting their guild leader. What kind of ridiculous order is this? It has a whiff of charlatanism, perfectly matching with that Blood Rose gang. Zhou Chen quickly finished reading the post and did not take it seriously. He was unclear about how capable this order was, nor did he know what benefits Overbearing Invincible and others had gained during this time. He only knows that those who block me will face your collapse. As time passed, the clones around Zhou Chen were no longer just one, but had turned into 2. This was the result of the skill mutation as the level of the clone technique increased. Zhou Chen secretly rejoiced and continued to practice. 2 days later. The proficiency of the stealing skill is full, the skill upgrades, triggering mutation. The proficiency of the clone technique is full, the skill upgrades, triggering mutation. The proficiency of the stealth skill is full, a series of prompts came in. In the wasteland, Zhou Chen stopped his movements. Let's call it a day, it's time to prepare for some action. He let out a sigh, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. After practicing for several days, the monotony had reached its limit, and he truly couldn't bear it anymore. At this point, he had already reached level 27. The combination of self-explosion technique with various skills had indeed accelerated his leveling speed. Of course, compared to levels, he was more looking forward to the changes in skills. He opened the skill panel to check, stealing type, active. Skill rank, first rank LV80 120/8000, effect 1, launch an attack on the target, with a 95% chance to steal 1 to 8 random items from the target, including bound items. Effect 2, skill. Activation distance plus 25 meters. Effect 3, if the stolen item is a stackable item such as gold coins, potions, etc., it significantly increases the quantity stolen, counting as 1 item. Effect 4, 5% chance to steal unconventional items such as attributes, skills, etc. Cost, 20 mana cooldown, 20 seconds stealth type, active skill rank, first rank LV65. 80/6500, effect 1, enter a stealth state with peak techniques, concealing one's shadow, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations, movement speed plus 152%, lasting 300 seconds, will be cancelled upon being attacked or dealing damage. Effect 2, a critical strike from stealth deals 18,000 plus 200% attack power damage, with a 50% chance to crit. Effect 3, in stealth state. Evasion plus 3000. Cost, 40 mana cooldown, 40 seconds backstab type, active skill rank, first rank LV62, 210/6200, effect 1, instantly flash to the target's back to attack, dealing 30,000 plus 300% attack power damage, requires the distance to the target to be no more than 8 meters. Effect 2, backstab critical strike plus 150% critical rate. Effect 3, backstab critical strike damage plus 60%. Cost, 50 mana cooldown, 30 seconds poisoning type, active skill rank, first rank LV50, 40/5000, effect 1, expertly apply poison to the weapon, lasting 62 minutes, can also professionally remove poison from the weapon. Effect 2, poison damage plus 82%. Effect 3, poison also reduces healing effects by 50%. Cost, poison materials cooldown. 30 seconds flowing wind type, active skill rank, second rank LV35, 420/7000, effect 1, channel the power of flowing wind throughout the body, increasing speed by plus 88%, lasting 300 seconds. Effect 2, evasion plus 1500, cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Phantom dash type, active skill rank, second rank LV43, 40/8600, effect 1, dash 300 meters in any direction. With phantom-like speed, cutting through targets along the way, dealing 4,000 plus 180% attack power damage, the higher the movement speed, the faster the dash. Effect 2, 50% chance to cause the target's wounds to tear, losing 400 health points per second, lasting 60 seconds. Effect 3, during the dash, in addition to the main body, can choose to generate 2 phantoms, which deal 100% damage, and the phantoms disappear after the dash ends. Cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Deathmark type, active skill rank, level 5 LV28, 230/14000, effect 1, adds a layer of death mark to attacks, lasting 280 seconds. After attacking, the mark transfers to the target. In group attacks, it only affects one target. Effect 2, any damage dealt to the target will be recorded by the mark. Upon active detonation or when the time ends, the mark will deal 120% of the total recorded damage. Cost, 800 mana cooldown, 150 seconds. Life Devour type, active skill rank, level 5 LV27, 120/13500, effect 1, attacks include a Life Devour effect, dealing additional damage equal to 35% of the user's health. In group attacks, this damage is halved. Effect 2, if this attack kills the target, it devours 10% of the target's health, permanently increasing the user's health limit by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum of plus 80,000 health, already maxed. Cost, 800 mana cooldown, 150 seconds. Super self-detonation type, active skill rank, level 7 LV15, 410/10500. Effect 1, detonates one's life energy, causing an explosion with a diameter of 1750 meters, dealing 100% of the user's maximum health as true damage to targets within the explosion range, resulting in the user's death. Effect 2. For every 100,000 health limit, the explosion range increases by 10%. Effect 3. The explosion range can be freely controlled, not exceeding the limit. Cost, life cooldown, none disguise technique type, active skill rank, level 6 LV19 280/11400. Effect 1. Can change one's appearance, voice, clothing, height, name, and red name status at will, lasting 110 minutes. Effect 2. While disguised, adding friends or trading with others will not reveal the real name. After removing the disguise, the user will appear offline in the other party's friend list. Cost, 1000 mana cooldown, 10 minutes. Pharmacy technique type, active skill rank, level 5 LV34 90/17000. Effect 1. Can create potions based on formulas. Effect 2. When creating potions of the same rank as the skill, success rate plus 90%. Effect 3. When creating potions that exceed the skill rank, success rate plus 30%. Cost, herbal materials cooldown, 30 seconds. Clone technique type, active skill rank, level 5 LV44 20/22000. Effect 1. Condenses mana to create 5 identical clones. Lasting 500 seconds, can actively dismiss the clones. Effect 2. Clones possess 100% of the main body's attributes, share vision with the main body, and can independently use equipment, skills and other skills of the main body. Effect 3. All controllable skills released by clones can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4. Clones cannot use clone technique. Cost, 800 mana cooldown, 10 minutes. 5 clones? After reading the skill, Zhou Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He doesn't always check skills when he hears about mutations. After all, he has quite a few skills now, and checking every time can be a bit tedious. But he never expected that the last mutation of steel and clone technique would be so powerful. During skill mutations, either a certain attribute value of the skill slightly increases, or a new skill effect is added. And in the last mutation, steel surprisingly added a super strong effect that allows stealing unconventional items. In the future, he could even steal attributes and skills. The last mutation of clone technique was even more surprising, with the number of clones skyrocketing to 5. When the clones are activated, Zhou Chen's stealing ability and combat power will both surge. Sure enough, handing the opportunity for super infinite growth to the clone technique was the right choice. Zhou Chen satisfiedly closed the skill panel. He summoned the function interface and selected the level leaderboard. To check. On the leaderboard, he was still the number 1. The second place was a person named Wanyue Gongzi, who was at level 25. The levels of the others were not bad either. However, compared to the past, there had been significant changes in the rankings below the first place, almost a complete reshuffle. Zhou Chen speculated that it was likely due to these players reaching the main city, where the resources were certainly far superior to those in the small town. Various opportunities, combined with many players likely having their talents gradually coming into play as their levels increased, allowed them to catch up. Closing the level leaderboard, Zhou Chen opened the equipment leaderboard. This list had actually been activated when he reached level 20, but due to the shocking announcement of the first clear of the dungeon, it had been temporarily overlooked by players. Zhou Chen opened the list. The first place was a dark gold level weapon, owned by the second-ranked Wanyue Gongzi. His dark gold level peak skill bracelet was in second place. The third and fourth places were taken by his gold level ring Echo of Dark Whispers and gold level dark energy bracelet. The rest of the top 10 were all gold level equipment. Zhou Chen estimated that he must have been in first place when the list first opened. However, as players flooded into the main city and began to enjoy its abundant resources, it was naturally difficult to maintain that first place. Of course, when the list opened, the names and equipment attributes of the owners were hidden by default, only showing the equipment names and grades. Only those who wanted to be famous would disclose their information, and Zhou Chen certainly had no interest in that. To be first place with dark gold level equipment, it seems the resource development progress in the main city isn't that fast yet, but I need to hurry up, I can't stay stuck here. Letting out a light breath, Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed sharply. In the next moment, his figure vanished as he activated the Wind of Flow. Whoosh! At this moment, his speed reached an astonishing 1800 plus, rapidly heading towards the Hanli Plain. The nearby wild areas had no good resources, he hadn't even seen a single gold level boss until now. But the Hanli Plain was different. Zhou Chen planned to enter it next to improve himself and then return to the small town. While walking, his body suddenly split into 5 streams of light, transforming into 5 figures. Clone technique. Even while on the road, Zhou Chen did not forget to practice his skills, he could just leave it to the clones. As soon as the 5 clones appeared, they immediately unleashed all the skills they could use. Finally, the 5 clones charged in different directions and self-destructed. Boom! You killed Wild Ghost LV22, experience plus 400. You killed Wild Iron Bull LV23. Experience plus 520. For sound waves rang out, and the affected monsters all perished, instantly bringing in a wave of experience. Nice. Zhou Chen chuckled. Leveling up while on the road, that's how carefree it is. He rushed back to the Hanli Plain. This time, Zhou Chen's stealth went undetected by any monsters. He casually found a few monsters to test. No matter how he tried to steal, those monsters could only rage helplessly, unable to see his trace at all. Zhou Chen was completely at ease. He returned to the Demon Ant Canyon based on his previous impressions. To his surprise, the Death Ant Queen had not yet emerged from the shadow of being stolen from before. There was still a group of demon ants guarding the entrance of its lair, giving no chance for any intruders to enter. Forget it, these demon ants are quite poor, they probably don't have much left, so I'll check other places. Zhou Chen left the canyon and wandered around. During this time, he saw quite a few collapsed ancient ruin sites, but unfortunately, he gained no benefits from them. As time passed, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. But he had not given up yet. He recalled the roar of the dragon he had heard that day, unwilling to waste any more time, and began to search for the past based on a rough impression. Dragons have always been powerful beings. If there really was a dragon here, he would surely gain immense benefits from it. In the depths of the cold glass plains, Zhou Chen had been searching for most of the day, but found nothing. Roar! Just as he began to doubt whether he had gone the wrong way, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Zhou Chen instinctively activated his stealth, making himself disappear without a trace. Immediately, he sensed a massive shadow rushing by, accompanied by a strong wind pressure. Zhou Chen was astonished and looked up. He saw a black dragon silhouette spreading its wings, flying across the dim sky. It was enormous, with wings spanning over 200 meters, and 2 blood hellhounds were caught beneath its feet, with no chance of resistance. There really is a dragon. Zhou Chen's eyes sharpened. The dragon felt incredibly powerful to him. But he did not hesitate and quickly pursued the direction in which the dragon flew. Even at full speed, he still could not compare to the dragon's shadow in the sky. But it didn't matter, he had already confirmed the tracking direction, and this fat dragon couldn't escape. Zhou Chen continued to chase. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some wandering monsters, all of which could not see through Zhou Chen's stealth. When his stealth was cooling down, Zhou Chen would stop and try to avoid detection, needing only 20 seconds to activate it again. Tip: you have entered the Cataclysm Dragon Domain, a highly dangerous area within the cold glass plains. Please be careful. An hour later, a prompt sound rang in Zhou Chen's ears. Dragon Domain? It seems this is where the dragon lives. I need to be cautious. Zhou Chen steadied himself. The terrain of the Cataclysm Dragon Domain was somewhat unusual. The ground was marked with char traces from flames mixed with blood, presenting an ominous dark brown color. In the distance, there were faint, chaotic energy fluctuations, accompanied by tremors and the sounds of beastly roars. Soon, Zhou Chen saw a monster rushing towards him. He quickly entered stealth to observe. It was a dinosaur-like monster, about 10 meters tall, with scales shining like cold iron, flames swirling on its back, and its dragon mouth opening and closing, revealing blade-like sharp teeth. Flameback Earth Dragon LV? Type: Dragon Beast, Common Monster, Health? Description: one of the dragon beasts in the Cataclysm Dragon Domain, possessing a faint dragon bloodline, inherently violent and bloodthirsty. I'm already level 27, yet I still can't see the levels of these monsters. This is ridiculous, Zhou Chen complained, quickly approaching. As expected, the Earth Dragon was completely unaware of his presence. When Zhou Chen was about 20 meters away, he immediately reached out. Steal successful. You have obtained silver coins ×2. Are the monsters here really that poor? He was speechless. Since he entered the cold glass plains last time, his biggest gain had been stealing the super self-destruct technique. This was strongly inconsistent with his expectations. I don't believe it doesn't matter if the common monsters are poor, the dragon I just saw feels extraordinary, I must find it. Zhou Chen turned and headed deeper into the dragon domain. Along the way, he encountered more dragon beasts mixed with dragon bloodlines. Each one felt difficult to deal with. Zhou Chen had a clear purpose. He was not interested in these dragon beasts, so he created multiple clones to spread out and search. After some effort, he arrived outside a massive valley. According to his clone searches, the dragon should be inside. He observed stealthily and vaguely saw that the valley was spacious, with no dragon beasts moving at the entrance or nearby. An unsettling aura emanated from within. Zhou Chen took a deep breath.
He had a premonition that this dragon was a true dragon, not the hybrid dragon beasts he had
seen after entering the dragon domain.
He dared not be careless around such an existence. At that moment, he moved away from the valley and found a thicket of bushes
and weeds to hide in a kilometer away. Clone technique. With a wave of magical energy, 5 clones appeared. You all, go to work, Zhou Chen commanded. All 5 clones
activated stealth and the wind movement technique, rapidly speeding towards the valley like the wind.
The duration of the clone technique has now reached 500 seconds. Enough for them to go in and explore. Soon, 5 clones burst into the valley.
As expected, there were no dragon beasts moving inside.
The clones slightly dispersed and
soon discovered a massive nest entrance at the end.
The closer they got to the nest, the more the suffocating sense of unease became apparent.
Several clones charged
in fearlessly.
From the outside, the nest appeared dark. In reality, the interior was incredibly spacious, with the ground and stone walls embedded with various glowing ores, providing high visibility. Of course, Zhou Chen had the true sight, so low visibility had no effect on him.
The clones charged ahead until they entered a vast stone hall.
In the center of the hall, the ground was covered with treasures like gems and gold coins, and a gigantic black dragon was lying on top of them.
It had its
eyes tightly closed, and beside it lay many bloodied beast bones, as if it had just finished eating and was sleeping contentedly.
Shadow Evil Dragon Morgus LV. Type? Status, Juvenile Life Value? Description: the ruler of the Cataclysm Dragon Domain, a descendant of the ancient dragon clan of Shadow Evil Dragons, a terrifying existence. It's really here. Zhou Chen remained calm and cautiously controlled the 5 clones to approach. Just as he took a few steps,
the previously sleeping Shadow Evil Dragon suddenly opened its eyes.
Zhou Chen's heart sank, and he decisively ordered the 5 clones to use Phantom Flash. In an instant, the 5 clones had rushed into the range to execute a theft. Steal. Failure. Failure. Success. You have obtained gold coins times 210. After 4 consecutive failures, the last attempt succeeded. Roar. The evil dragon
was furious, opening its mouth to unleash dragon flames.
Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the hall. Zhou Chen's 5 clones were instantly obliterated, without any power to resist. No way?
1,000 meters away in the valley, Zhou Chen learned everything
through the vision of the clones just before their demise, hardly able to believe it. His theft success rate had reached 95%, almost indistinguishable from 100%. Yet, out of 5 attempts, only 1 succeeded?
He couldn't imagine how high the opponent's level and rank were to suppress him to such an extent.
However, Zhou Chen was even more excited. This was what made it challenging. The stronger you are, the greater the possibility of possessing precious treasures. What does one failure matter? I have plenty of patience. Zhou Chen quietly waited for the skill cooldown. Meanwhile, inside the nest, after the Shadow Evil Dragon exhaled its dragon breath, there were no corpses left on the ground.
It looked around in confusion, not noticing anything unusual.
But it had indeed sensed that something had been stolen from it. Why were there no bodies? After being alert for a while and seeing no one appear, it went back to sleep. After all, it had only lost a bit of gold coins, which it didn't care about. That little thief was probably burned to ashes by its dragon flames. 5 minutes later, Zhou Chen created 5 more free laborers. They activated stealth and flowing wind, charging fearlessly towards the valley. This time, they were familiar with the route and quickly arrived outside the nest. Then, they charged in. As they approached the hall where the evil dragon resided, the 5 clones decisively used Phantom Flash to rush inside. Whoosh! Whoosh! The distance instantly closed to the range for theft. The evil dragon vaguely sensed something was off and instinctively opened its eyes, but it was too late. 5 small hands brushed against it through the void. Failure! Failure! A series of prompts came in, and Zhou Chen joyfully received 5 consecutive failures. Are you kidding me? Roar! 2 dissatisfied voices echoed simultaneously. Zhou Chen was unhappy because of the failed theft, and he deeply realized what kind of existence he was provoking. The Shadow Evil Dragon was filled with rage. As a proud member of the Dragon Clan, it had been toyed with by humans repeatedly. Instantly, the flames in the Great Hall surged, even extending to the entrance of the lair. But this time, it still saw no corpses. It stood up and checked its lair inside and out, feeling even more puzzled. What the hell, no one here? Was that just my imagination? Shaking its head, the dragon's laziness kicked in and it lay back down to sleep. I don't believe in evil. If I don't snatch food from the dragon's mouth today, I won't call myself Joe Boppy. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen's temper flared, his gaze turned cold, and his 5 loyal little brothers appeared once again. Go! With a command, the 5 most hard-working laborers in history rushed towards the lair of the evil dragon with a speed that even a 1,000-mile horse couldn't match. Soon, they entered again. The operation was the same when they were not far from the evil dragon's nest. The 5 avatars dashed forward in a flash, instantly launching a theft. Failure! Failure! Success! You have obtained diamond-grade equipment breath of cataclysm shoulder pads ×1. Finally succeeded. Zhou Chen was invigorated. After so many attempts, it was not easy to succeed just once. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from the direction of the dragon's lair. Zhou Chen sensed the connection with his avatars vanish. Through the perspective of the avatar just before its death, he saw the raging black flames. No need to say, the few loyal laborers had already perished. At this moment, the flames in the dragon's lair boiled, and the black flames even surged out of the cave entrance, showing just how furious the shadow dragon was. Immediately, a dragon's shadow burst out of the lair, flying back and forth over the valley, constantly scanning below. Boom! Boom! Black flames, dark purple lightning, and fierce hurricanes wreaked havoc throughout the valley. The earth cracked, and the sky roared. The shadow dragon unleashed its fury. So scary. Zhou Chen chuckled, decisively activating stealth and fleeing far away. Don't get it wrong, he wasn't giving up. Just from the commotion caused by the dragon's attack, it was clear that the attack range was extremely wide, so it was better to keep a safe distance to avoid being accidentally harmed. He ran wildly, only daring to stop when he was about 4 to 5 kilometers away from the dragon's valley. At this distance, the dragon should not be able to detect him. Only then did he feel safe enough to open his backpack and check his gains. Upon looking, he was speechless. The stolen equipment was diamond grade, which he had already known. However, this equipment actually required level 70 to wear? What a scam! In other words, that dragon is at least a level 70 diamond tier boss? Goodness, it really is a fat sheet. I must take a few more cuts. Although it was a bit regrettable that the stolen equipment couldn't be used for now, Zhou Chen was even more excited. Besides the equipment, the dragon should have other treasures. It was at least a diamond tier boss, surely there were special items or something? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. In the dragon's valley. After venting its anger and smashing its courtyard to pieces, the shadow dragon finally calmed down. Its gaze swept below, still not finding any suspicious corpses. As a high-level boss, its intelligence was not low, but the current situation was completely beyond its understanding. What the hell was annoying it? Had it died or not? After a round of turmoil, it felt weary. The previous attack was so swift and terrifying, if the opponent hadn't left, they should have died. Ultimately, it descended and returned to its lair. But it didn't know that the torment was just beginning. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen returned the same way, and when he was 2 kilometers from the valley, the avatar reappeared. This time, it was far away, taking a bit longer to rush into the valley. But the remaining duration of the avatar technique was completely sufficient. The same scene played out again. The 5 avatars rushed into the lair. Dragon brother, I'm here to visit you again. Steal. Failure. Failure. Success. You have obtained growth type equipment dragon's tooth ×1. Stole it again. So refreshing. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen laughed wildly. As expected, in the next moment, all the avatars were annihilated. The angry roar came again. Stealth. Flowing wind. Zhou Chen immediately activated his state skill and desperately ran away. He didn't care whether the shadow dragon's attack could reach him or if it could detect his trace, he just wanted to retreat first. As he set off, a deafening roar erupted behind him. Zhou Chen glanced back hurriedly while running, his eyelids twitching. He saw the shadowy evil dragon soaring into the sky, its wings spread wide as it flew back and forth above the valley. Mystical patterns surged across its body, and terrifying skills were unleashed one after another. Boom! Dark purple lightning, filled with an evil aura, rained down continuously from the sky. Additionally, various magical patterns appeared in the sky, from which dense black beams of light descended, wreaking havoc on the ground. The intense attacks devastated the valley, leaving only the evil dragon's lair unscathed. The earth cracked, with dense fissures spreading outward from the valley. It was like a doomsday disaster. Calm down, dragon brother. Zhou Chen acted quickly, unaffected by the shockwaves, and while running, he couldn't help but chuckle. The torment has just begun, it's still too early to collapse, this is just the beginning. You must hold on. Ha ha ha. He ran far away with a sly grin, only stopping when he felt safe. I just got a hint that I stole a growth-type equipment, just hearing that feels extraordinary. He eagerly opened his backpack. A uniquely shaped short dagger caught his eye. The dagger was black with red accents. The red a blood-like deep crimson, and the hilt was a menacing dragon's mouth, intimidating to behold. Evil Dragon's Tooth type, growth type, bound equipment grade, ordinary, 0/100000. Attributes, attack power plus 500, spell power plus 300, attack speed plus 30%, critical hit rate plus 10%. Additional skill, Evil Dragon's Fury, effect 1, releases a slashing attack filled with the Evil Dragon's power, dealing 5000 plus 150% attack power damage to targets within a 100m x 100m area. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description, a weapon forged from the tooth of the shadowy evil dragon, possessing growth characteristics, rare in the world. Hint, growth type equipment can increase growth value by consuming other equipment. When growth value is full, the equipment grade is upgraded. Hint, each grade upgrade requires plus 100,000 growth value. Hint, growth value acquisition. Rules, consume ordinary equipment, gain growth value equals equipment level. For each equipment grade upgrade, the obtainable growth value is doubled. An equipment that can continuously grow and improve. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled. As he stared at the weapon information, just being ordinary grade already has such attributes, indicating high base values and growth potential. If nurtured, it could be incredible. Dragon Brother is mighty, Dragon Brother is grand. Compared to Dragon Brother, that certain Tiger Brother is really too weak. Zhou Chen held the weapon tightly, unable to part with it. I have quite a few pieces of equipment in my backpack that I haven't dealt with, just right to feed it. He had previously stolen a lot of equipment from the weapon shop, tailor shop, and professional mentor hall. Plus, with the gains from leveling up these past few days, his backpack was filled with nearly 200 pieces of unused equipment, ranging from whiteboard to gold. He then opened his backpack and selected a large pile of equipment. Without considering the value of these items, he decided to use them all to feed the evil dragon's tooth. Prompt, do you want to consume the selected equipment to enhance the growth value of evil dragon's tooth? Consume. Zhou Chen didn't blink. Selling all this equipment could earn him a fortune. But now, money no longer satisfied Zhou Chen. He needed a stronger thrill to feel enjoyment. Consumed a level 20 black iron equipment, Evil Dragon's Tooth, growth value plus 40. Consumed a level 20 gold equipment, Evil Dragon's Tooth, growth value plus 320. While waiting for his clone technique to recover, Zhou Chen leisurely consumed equipment to feed the Evil Dragon's Tooth. Okay, time to stir up some trouble. A few minutes later, he closed his backpack and retraced his steps. As for fearing the evil dragon's retaliation? Nonsense, even if it were just a little dragon, he would dare to touch it, let alone the creator god of this game. After running quickly for a few minutes, Zhou Chen encountered a horrific scene. The land ravaged by the evil dragon was a sight to behold, scorched and cracked, with dragon beast corpses scattered about. In a fit of rage, the shadow evil dragon attacked wildly, and these dragon beasts died without even understanding what was happening. So terrifying. Zhou Chen was shocked, but thankfully he was fast. Of course, being surprised didn't mean he would hold back. Today, not only would he snatch food from the dragon's mouth, but he also needed to make his dragon brother bleed a little. Ha! There's actually equipment. Zhou Chen unexpectedly discovered that many of the dead dragon beasts had equipment left beside their corpses. He immediately picked them up. The monsters in the cold glass region were peculiar, particularly poor or particularly rich. For example, the Shadow Evil Dragon and the Death Queen he encountered last time were representatives of the rich. Meanwhile, these dragon beasts were the representatives of the poor. Zhou Chen picked up dozens of pieces of equipment, but not a single one exceeded silver level, mostly black iron and bronze equipment. He urgently needed equipment to feed the evil dragon's tooth, accepting everything and tossing it all into his backpack. Before long, he arrived about a kilometer from the Dragon Nest Valley. With the help of the true side-eye, Zhou Chen could see the general situation over there. The entire valley was almost completely destroyed, resembling a cataclysm, with the shadow of the evil dragon's lair remaining intact. Ha, loud thunder but little rain, show me how you blew up your own lair? Zhou Chen sneered coldly and released 5 clones again. He turned and ran, while the clones rushed towards the dragon's lair. By the time the clones reached the lair, he was almost at a safe position. The same scene played out again, the clones rushed in to attempt stealing. Failure. Failure. Another 5 consecutive failures. As expected, this dragon was no joke. Roar. As expected, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the dragon's lair, and strange black flames burst forth. However, this time, it was unclear whether the evil dragon felt overwhelmed or simply didn't want to move since it had suffered no losses. It surprisingly did not rush out to wreak havoc. Seeing this, Jo-chan cautiously returned, sneaking around to the side to pick up the equipment left by the dragon beasts on the ground. 5 minutes later, Jo-chan transformed into 5 workers again, continuing to seek wealth. Failure. Failure. 5 consecutive failures. What the hell? Jo-chan was speechless. What tier and level of monster was this shadow evil dragon? After all this time, he had only obtained 2 items. No worries, I've got plenty of patience. Jo-chan perked up. During this time, he carefully cleaned up the area ravaged by the evil dragon's attacks, and his backpack was filled with over 100 pieces of equipment, feeling great. 5 minutes later, the 5 workers went out again. As usual, Jo-chan ran away first to ensure his own safety. Soon, he heard the prompts: stealing failed. Stealing failed. Stealing succeeded. You have obtained Shadow Evil Dragon Morgus's summoning scroll ×1. You have gained agility attribute points ×100. The prompt sounded, and Jo-chan was taken aback. He had stolen it. Moreover, the 5% chance of stealing unconventional items was triggered, and he had stolen 100 agility attribute points. Awesome! Jo-chan laughed heartily and ran even harder. In the dragon's lair, the moment the theft was activated, the evil dragon immediately sensed it, instantly obliterating 5 of its avatars and letting out a furious roar. That damned little thief not only stole its belongings but even took away a bit of its attributes. Although that little bit of attribute was insignificant to it, it was unbearable. It was a tremendous humiliation. Roar! Jo-chan heard the angry dragon roars coming from behind. Damn it, I gotta run. He sprinted for his life. This time, the shadow evil dragon went even crazier. It flew in the air blindly, releasing various skills. The disaster dragon domain was truly a calamity. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sounds echoed behind him. Jo-chan ran wildly until he felt the commotion die down before daring to stop. He found a spot without monsters lurking, dashed into the bushes, and checked his haul. Inside his backpack lay a scroll, on which a strange scene of the black evil dragon roaming appeared. Summoning Scroll of the Shadow Evil Dragon Mogus. Type: Summoning Item, one-time use. Effect 1, summons an avatar of the Shadow Evil Dragon Smog for support. The avatar has only half the strength of the Shadow Evil Dragon's main body and lasts for 30 minutes. Effect 2, allows the Evil Dragon avatar to merge with oneself, temporarily, gaining the avatar's attribute bonuses. Description: what does it feel like to have a dragon as a bodyguard? Use it to find out. So it's not summoning that dragon, but the avatar. That surprised me. Jo-chan looked at the scroll and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of an idea. If he returned to Maple Leaf Town and directly summoned the evil dragon avatar, who could stop him? Those NPCs would probably be scared silly. If used well, he could force them to submit and let him go. Of course, it wasn't time to leave yet. Just thinking about the dragon brother all alone in its nest without anyone to keep it company made him feel guilty. As a young man of the 21st century, deeply influenced by 9 years of compulsory education, who has always liked helping old ladies cross the street, returning lost items, and holding lofty ideals, aiming to dedicate his life to building the motherland, how could he bear to leave Dragon Brother behind? Taking care of the lowly old dragon is everyone's responsibility. I, Joe, am willing to take the lead. After a while, there was no more movement from that side. Jo-chan acted again, activating stealth and heading toward the dragon's lair. Stepping into the 5-kilometer range of the dragon's lair, he saw the ground in disarray. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the Shadow Evil Dragon's attacks fell on him. Thankfully, he had dodged quickly. Jo-chan picked up another haul along the way, once again collecting a batch of equipment. Shadow Clone Technique. When he reached a suitable location, Jo-chan used the same trick again, summoning 5 avatars to rush toward the dragon's lair while he ran back. Closed for business? Not long after, Jo-chan discovered a problem through the perspective of his avatars. The Shadow Evil Dragon somehow managed to move a pile of earth and stones to block its cave entrance. Moreover, Jo-chan could sense streams of black energy circulating among the soil and stones, which seemed unusual. He attempted to attack. Fiery Slash. Life Devour. Clang. -1/-1 miss. The massive stone wrapped in black energy remained unmoved, emitting damage that was hard to look at. Such strong defensive capabilities. Jo-chan pondered for a moment, first sending 3 clones away, while the remaining 2 clones approached the cave entrance.
One of the clones manifested red energy patterns, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura. Boom! The clone self-destructed. The damage from the super self-detonation technique was real damage, and indeed it blew a large hole in the cave entrance. The remaining clone decisively drilled into the hole. Boom! Another loud sound erupted as the accumulated soil and stones were blasted away, creating a small gap. However, Zhou Chen's other 3 clones did not rush in immediately. Sure enough, the moment the gap appeared, black flames surged out. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen had anticipated this, and the remaining 3 clones were unharmed. Roar! A dragon shadow flew out from the cave entrance, its eyes filled with rage, surveying the surroundings. Meteor fire. Phantom flash. The 3 clones, who had been waiting, immediately activated their sprint skills, charging fearlessly from the side of the dragon's lair. Steal. Failure. Failure. Success. You have obtained the growth type equipment Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots ×1. Wow, 1 for the collection. Zhou Chen was overjoyed while fleeing. He had stolen again and acquired another growth type equipment. Brother Dragon, I'm really crying. Without needing to guess, a thunderous roar came from behind. Zhou Chen was already accustomed to it, ignoring everything and running for his life. His speed was already fast, and since the shadow evil dragon couldn't see him, it was just attacking randomly. This time he managed to escape smoothly again. Upon reaching a safe area, Zhou Chen hid and eagerly checked the newly acquired equipment. Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots, type, growth type, bound equipment grade, normal, 0/1000000, attributes, movement speed plus 500, evasion plus 500, agility plus 100 additional skill, Dragon Shadow. Disappearance, effect 1, movement like a swimming dragon, making movement speed and evasion plus 80%, lasting 300 seconds, cooldown time 180 seconds. Effect 2, during the duration, can activate Shadow Dragon Flash 3 times, each leap covering 300 meters, with a 50% reduced chance of being controlled while leaping. Required level, non-status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description, boots made from mixed evil dragon scales, with endless uses. Just as I thought, it's amazing. Zhou Chen revealed a satisfied grin. This equipment, currently at the normal level, could already increase movement speed by 500 and agility by 100. It also came with an acceleration and displacement skill, Dragon Shadow Disappearance, completely outclassing the Meteor Fire Boots. Zhou Chen immediately equipped it, allowing the Meteor Fire Boots to retire gloriously. He instantly felt his movement speed and agility increase, his body becoming lighter and more agile. If he activated Stealth and Flowing Wind, combined with Dragon Shadow Disappearance, he would be incredibly fast. Next, Zhou Chen waited patiently. This time, the Shadow Evil Dragon had clearly reached the brink of losing its sanity, venting its fury for nearly 20 minutes before it finally calmed down. When the commotion in the distance ceased, Zhou Chen cautiously peeked out. Wow, that's terrifying. Looking far ahead, he saw the ground had been blasted open with deep pits and cracks were forming almost like ravines, crisscrossing everywhere. He carefully walked over and saw that in the deep pits and ground fissures, black flames and eerie dark purple lightning flickered from time to time. It was evident how terrifying the evil dragon's rage had been. Of course, this still couldn't scare me, Zhou Chen. He felt incredibly determined, taking a deep breath. Stealth. Flowing Wind. Dragon Shadow Disappearance. With the 3 acceleration skills activated, an indescribable lightness filled his entire body. Whoosh! He charged out with all his might, and before the sound of breaking air could be heard, he was already 100 meters away. This wasn't just displacement, it was a full-speed sprint. So refreshing. Zhou Chen laughed heartily. Shadow Dragon Flash. Boom! In an instant, he transformed into a shadow of a black dragon, wings spread wide, majestic and extraordinary, flying 300 meters in a flash. The dragon's shadow soared with great momentum, yet the sound was concealed by the stealth effect, not alarming any monsters. Of course, due to the chaotic attacks of the evil dragon, there were hardly any monsters left nearby. Those that hadn't fled had almost all become corpses. Sigh, I truly am a wicked man. As he moved, Zhou Chen saw many charred monster corpses along the way. Although he felt a deep sense of guilt, it did not stop him from picking up the equipment left on the ground. Soon, he arrived 2 kilometers away from the dragon's lair and split into 5 clones. Dragon bro, if you're not a brother, you're still a dragon bro, you're just too charming, I really can't bear to leave you. The 5 clones ventured forth, while Zhou Chen slyly ran back. A few clones rushed into a valley where the appearance was unrecognizable. This time, the entrance to the dragon's lair was not blocked by a boulder. Just when Zhou Chen thought the dragon had given up on healing, several clones rushed into the nest. Dragon Shadow, Shadow Dragon Flash.
The clones simultaneously used the newly acquired teleportation skill, charging into the evil dragon's den. Steal. As soon as they entered, they launched the theft without hesitation. Failure. Failure. 5 consecutive failures. Roar. The evil dragon unleashed a breath of fire, annihilating the clones. What? Zhou Chen was taken aback. Not because of the failed theft, but because before the clones disappeared, he witnessed an unexpected scene. The evil dragon was enveloped in a faint black transparent barrier, as if it knew he would come, waiting coldly. Can that barrier block my theft? Zhou Chen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the opponent to have this trick. The evil dragon only used it now, suggesting it was a skill that couldn't be easily employed. He just didn't know how long it could last. If it lasted indefinitely, he wouldn't have that much time to waste. After all, he still had to go to the main city. This time, the evil dragon did not rush out to vent its anger. Clearly, it was prepared to stay hidden inside the barrier. First, let's collect the equipment, and I'll try again later. Seeing the evil dragon not coming out, Zhou Chen stopped running and began searching for the equipment left on the ground. A few minutes later, he released the clones again to try. Failure. Failure. Another 5 consecutive failures. The clones were predictably killed. I don't believe it. Zhou Chen's temper flared. A few minutes later, he tried again. Failure. Keep going. Still failure. Try again. Another failure. Time and again, he fought and failed. But it was always failure. An hour passed. During this time, Zhou Chen's theft had not succeeded even once. Inside the dragon's lair, accompanied by a roar, the evil dragon unleashed flames again to eliminate the intruder. Through the perspective of the clones, Zhou Chen saw the evil dragon's gaze. It was filled with disdain, contempt, and pride. You lowly insect, why don't you jump around for this dragon to see? Zhou Chen seemed to hear the dragon's mockery. From the dragon's gaze, he almost confirmed his suspicion. The duration of the barrier was likely beyond imagination, so the evil dragon was now fearless. Hee, you're a bit early to pop the champagne, my dear dragon bro. In the distance, Zhou Chen grinned wickedly, and suddenly a peculiar object appeared in his hand. It was a uniquely shaped die. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen's 5 avatars arrived again at the entrance of the dragon's lair. One of the avatars took out the lucky dice and tossed it gently. The goddess of luck is smiling. The dice spun around and, when it stopped, the final number was 6. This meant that the success rate of Zhou Chen's avatar for the next theft would be plus 60%. Go! In the distance, Zhou Chen's main body confidently commanded. Boom! Boom! The 5 avatars, in a state of stealth and acceleration, transformed into black dragon shadows, sprinting continuously, flying in an instant to the lair of the evil dragon. Steal. Failure. Failure. Success. The avatar that used the lucky dice indeed succeeded in one strike. You have obtained skill book, Evil Heart Demon Flame ×1. You have obtained Bloodline Crystal, Shadow Evil Dragon ×1. 2 prompts came in succession, and Zhou Chen had stolen 2 items this time. Hooray! It was worth using a lucky dice. He was overjoyed and immediately activated Stealth, Flowing Wind, and Dragon Shadow to escape. According to custom, that evil dragon would surely go mad. Zhou Chen did not want to be killed. He ran desperately without even checking his loot. Surprisingly, he ran far away without hearing the dragon's furious roar. He felt puzzled but did not dare to be careless, still using all his means to escape. At this moment, the dragon's lair was terrifyingly quiet. The shadow evil dragon lay motionless on the ground, its head raised high, mouth slightly open, and its 2 large eyes unmoving. It was hard to imagine a dragon displaying such a facial expression. It resembled a human suddenly suffering intense mental stimulation, leading to a stiff face and being unable to speak. The strangest thing was that its breath had obviously weakened, as if it had suffered a significant injury. At a certain moment, the evil dragon's eyelids twitched, its mouth suddenly opened wide, and its expression became incredibly ferocious. Roar! A powerful dragon roar filled with resentment, humiliation, and anger echoed throughout the land. The sound wave lasted a full 10 seconds. The entire dragon lair trembled violently, as if a world-destroying force was about to erupt. Crackle! Inside the stone chamber, the evil dragon's eyes were filled with blood red. It suddenly stood up, shattering the barrier, and black dragon flames and light waves erupted from its body. Boom! The entire dragon lair suddenly exploded. The evil dragon broke through its own lair amidst the flying sand and gravel, soaring into the sky, looking down at the earth. Destroy! Destroy! Everything! Buzz! A spell pattern appeared on the ground below. In the next moment, a breath of destruction swept across the land. The ground, centered around the dragon's lair, turned into a swamp filled with evil filth, rapidly spreading in all directions. In the swamp, dark green poisonous gas floated, black evil fire surged, and thunder rumbled, incredibly terrifying. Boom! The swamp continued to devour everything in its path, and the dragon beasts caught in the aftermath were all trapped within, unable to escape, quickly turning into dry bones. Damn! Zhou Chen glanced back hurriedly while running, feeling his scalp tingle, and ran even faster. Behind him, the swamp domain kept swallowing everything. Zhou Chen did not dare to look back again, urging himself to keep running. Fortunately, his acceleration skills had a long duration, and the commotion behind him was like the end of the world, but it ultimately did not touch him. Zhou Chen ran wildly, bursting out of the disaster dragon domain. At this point, his acceleration skill was about to end. The noise behind him finally began to weaken. But Zhou Chen did not dare to be careless and continue to run wildly. It was only when he sensed that the momentum behind him was gradually dissipating that he dared to stop. I almost ran my legs off. He let out a sigh of relief and cautiously looked back. In the distance, the dragon domain was vaguely turning into a swamp area with poisonous gas spreading within and black fire flickering from time to time. Any monsters that did not escape in time were deeply trapped, bound by the swamp, attacked by poisonous gas and black fire, and struck by thunder, dying in despair. Above the dragon domain, the evil dragon flew back and forth, continuously releasing skills. Soon, it burst out of the dragon domain and continued its bombardment. Run! Zhou Chen was so scared that he retreated far away, hiding and observing secretly. The evil dragon rampaged for a while, then suddenly lowered its body. At that moment, its aura was weak, seemingly severely injured. Then, it flew up again, but not towards the dragon's nest. Instead, it flew towards other areas of the cold glass plains. What's going on? Zhou Chen was taken aback. No way, are you leaving? Don't you want your home anymore? No matter how he calculated, he never expected this dragon would run away. And that was exactly the case. The shadow evil dragon truly admitted defeat. It decided to abandon its lair and live elsewhere. This cursed place it never wanted to return to in its lifetime. Hey, don't go. Zhou Chen panicked. You're a dignified Dragon Clan powerhouse, how can you give in so easily? Please hold on a little longer, okay? I haven't stolen enough yet. Hey! He instinctively chased in that direction. Swallow, no, Dragon Bro, you can't leave. How will I live without you? Zhou Chen watched as the dragon transformed from a black dot in his sight to disappearing completely, filled with intense reluctance. Watching his moving property fly away, how could he not feel heartbroken? Unfortunately, the shadow evil dragon couldn't hear him, otherwise it would definitely have breathed a mouthful of dragon flame at him, along with a line, "Don't mess with me." Reluctance aside, Zhou Chen chased a few times but decisively stopped. That dragon was too fast, he couldn't catch up. Earlier, he could track it because he was sure it had come out to hunt and would return to its lair, so he could find it in that direction. Now, who knows where this dragon would go to build its nest? Moreover, if it suddenly turned back, he might be in danger. As the evil dragon left, Zhou Chen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He looked around, found a concealed spot to hide, and checked the treasures he had just stolen. Opening his backpack, a blood-red crystal and a shimmering skill book came into view. Bloodline Crystal Shadow. Evil Dragon Type, Bloodline Treasure Rank, 7 stars effect, fuse with the Bloodline Crystal to gain the corresponding Bloodline Power. Bloodline Power Preview, Effect 1, for each level up, Health plus 10,000, Abnormal Resistance, Toughness plus 1,000. Effect 2. Unknown, insufficient level to preview. Description, a crystal condensed from the essence of the Shadow Evil Dragon's bloodline. Its value is immeasurable. Tip, bloodline effects will be enhanced and unlocked as levels increase. In that moment, Zhou Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. What the hell? He could hardly believe it, so awesome. 7-star bloodline power. After fusion, each level can actually increase so many attributes? I'm going to soar. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. There was no way, the bloodline power of the Shadow Evil Dragon was too impressive. According to the description of the bloodline crystal, once fused, Zhou Chen's health would skyrocket by 270,000. Moreover, his abnormal resistance and toughness would also surge by 27,000 points. Based on the current game progress, with such a high resistance boost, absolutely no player could control him. Not even that bunch of NPCs in Maple Leaf Town. No wonder that dragon went crazy. Zhou Chen now realized that the evil dragon's reaction was not exaggerated at all.
Stealing its bloodline was akin to taking a man's lifeline. It was no wonder it went mad.
No
wonder the shadow evil dragon would rather abandon its lair than run away. After all, if someone stole its bloodline again, it would
definitely be unable to bear it. Of course, that dragon actually overestimated Zhou Chen.
Being able to steal the bloodline was probably not just a matter of lucky dice, there must have been an element of luck involved as well.
In any case, it was a huge profit.
Zhou Chen calmed his excited heart slightly and checked another reward skill book, Evil Heart Demon Flame. Upon seeing it, he was once again shocked. He never expected this to be a 9th tier skill book.
Zhou Chen thought he would at most receive
a 7th or 8th tier skill book, so this was completely unexpected. It seemed that the dragon's rank and level were even higher than he had imagined, otherwise it wouldn't possess such a high tier skill. Moreover, this skill was exclusive to the Shadow Evil Dragon clan, requiring the bloodline power of the Shadow Evil Dragon as support, and a level of 40 to learn it.
The bloodline power was not a problem, Zhou Chen could obtain it immediately.
However, he had not yet reached the required level, so he could only toss the skill book into his shumi bag for later. At that moment, Zhou Chen selected the bloodline crystal.
Fusion.
Buzz. The bloodline crystal immediately reacted, becoming incredibly hot and emitting a blood red
aura.
Soon, it transformed into a stream of blood-colored light and drilled into Zhou Chen's body. In an instant, Zhou Chen felt his blood boiling, surging like a dragon.
Roar!
A black dragon's shadow soared through his mind, and his aura surged
dramatically.
You are fusing the Shadow Evil Dragon bloodline. Health, abnormal resistance, and toughness are continuously increasing. As the prompt sounded in his ears, Zhou Chen could feel his attributes changing drastically.
Fusion complete. You have obtained the Shadow Evil Dragon bloodline.
Before long, everything returned to calm. Zhou Chen couldn't help but examine himself. To see more details, he summoned his character interface.
He noticed changes in his physique and appearance.
From his facial features, he still looked like his past self, but the details were significantly different. His facial lines were more defined, outlining an extraordinary temperament, with a high nose bridge, thin lips pressed lightly, and eyes that conveyed depth. He appeared taller, his muscles became firm, and his figure elongated with great aesthetic appeal, resembling a charming rogue. Not bad, with this look, I could easily charm a young girl. Zhou Chen was quite
satisfied.
Of course, the changes in appearance were actually of little importance. The most crucial aspect was the change in attributes. Zhou Chen was currently level 27, and after fusing the bloodline power, his health increased by 270,000.
And his abnormal resistance and toughness by 27,000. He was practically a humanoid boss. To everyone in Maple Leaf Town, I hope you won't be too surprised when you see me again. Zhou Chen recalled being chased by Slater and others, smiling wickedly. However, he did not return immediately. He looked back and saw that with the evil dragon's departure, the terrifying swamp domain was gradually disappearing. The skill range released by the evil dragon during its frenzy was absurdly large, affecting many monsters, and he could go collect some equipment. Shadow clone technique.
At that moment, Zhou Chen created 5 clones and quickly ran towards the dragon domain. Once close, the main body and the clones spread out, picking
up equipment as they saw it.
After more than 20 minutes, the eerie swamp completely vanished. During this time, Zhou Chen and his clones frantically collected equipment, and counting the previous haul, he obtained over 600 pieces
of equipment of varying quality.
Of course, he did not keep any of this equipment, he fed it all to the evil dragon's tooth. It's been so long without returning, it seems the dragon really has given up its lair. After a while, Zhou Chen looked up at the direction the evil dragon had left, seeing no signs of movement. At this point, he felt mostly at ease. Now, the equipment left on the ground had almost all been picked up by him and his clones, and it was time to take the next step.
Head to the evil dragon's lair.
Dragons, as creatures, mostly like to collect treasures, and there might be good things inside the evil dragon's lair. Zhou Chen had long wanted to explore the dragon's nest, but he had been afraid of the evil dragon suddenly turning back, which was why he had not acted. Then, he transformed into a shadow and sped towards the dragon's lair. Because of the evil dragon's rampage, the dragon domain was now lifeless, and Zhou Chen made his way unobstructed to the original valley. The valley was almost unrecognizable, and Zhou Chen ran through the cracked ground and collapsed earth and stones. Soon, he came across the dragon's nest, which had also turned into ruins. On the ground lay glowing ores and sparkling gold coins. Zhou Chen picked up the ores and coins, only to find that the ores were merely materials, far from his expectations. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up and slowly explored the ruins. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Chen found nothing of value.
What is this?
Just as he felt disappointed, he saw something strange. It was a metal door, covered in flowing magical runes, quietly standing amidst the ruins. The space behind the door was shrouded in gray, seemingly
pulsating with some peculiar power. Zhou Chen cautiously approached. When he reached the door, his gaze fell upon it, and information automatically appeared. Evil Dragon's Treasure Vault description, a special space used by the Shadow Evil Dragon to store collectibles. Sure enough, there's something here. Zhou Chen was overjoyed. Of course, what dragon doesn't like to collect treasures? Clone technique. 5 clones appeared, ready to attack the door. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Zhou Chen, holding the Evil Dragon's tooth, unleashed the equipment skill. The dragon's head on the weapon's hilt glowed with a black sheen, as if it had come to life. In an instant, black gas surged from the blade and a dragon shadow emerged. With a flash of the blade, a black dragon shadow flew out, transforming into endless blade light, fiercely slashing down. The 5 clones also unleashed the wrath of the evil dragon. Boom! Boom! The violent sounds of impact echoed throughout the area. Then, with a flicker of illusion, Deathmark, Backstab, and Life Devour were unleashed in succession. It is worth mentioning that Backstab could not hit behind the door, resulting in reduced damage. But it didn't matter after finishing this combo. Zhou Chen decisively ordered the clones to use self-destruct. The 5 clones simultaneously flickered with blood-red life energy and all self-destructed. Boom! The metal door shook violently. Zhou Chen's life value had reached over 350,000, and the self-destruct could deal more than 350,000 real damage. The simultaneous self-destruction of the 5 clones was like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. But that wasn't the end. Zhou Chen immediately activated the Deathmark, and 6 layers of Deathmark erupted simultaneously. The entire door shook violently, revealing cracks and even small gaps. It can be done. Zhou Chen felt a surge of confidence. Especially through that tiny gap, he could vaguely see shimmering lights inside. What did this indicate? Treasures, treasures indeed. His eyes sparkled, and he patiently continued to bombard the door. Time passed little by little. Boom! At a certain moment, accompanied by a loud bang, the door shattered, and the treasure vault opened to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was incredibly excited but restrained himself, not rushing in immediately. It was still unknown whether there was danger inside. Although he was greedy, he would not lose his caution. For the sake of profit. He looked carefully and saw that inside the door was a spacious hall, with golden dragon pillars standing majestically. On the ground lay a large number of equipment of various colors, along with scattered gold coins. Zhou Chen observed for a while and found no danger. However, he still did not enter immediately. Clone technique. It wasn't until the clone technique was off cooldown that Zhou Chen released a clone to go in first. Several clones entered, wandering around and jumping haphazardly among the piles of equipment and gold coins. It seems there's no danger. After multiple attempts, the clones did not trigger any traps, and Zhou Chen confirmed it was safe to step inside. Wow, this dragon is really wealthy, isn't it? Upon officially entering, Zhou Chen finally saw the full extent of the treasure vault and exclaimed in surprise. Inside, he could see more equipment piled on the ground than he had expected. 2,000 pieces? 3,000 pieces? Zhou Chen felt it was impossible to estimate. As for the gold coins, he couldn't even begin to count, as there were just so many. He and his clones spread out to take a look. Level 50 golden chest piece? Level 60 dark gold leggings? And diamond grade equipment? Damn, the levels of these items are way too high. Zhou Chen rummaged through the items, shifting from surprise to speechlessness. The equipment levels were too high for him to use. Moreover, there were too many items. His storage bag definitely wouldn't hold them all. Did he have to use them all to feed 2 pieces of growth equipment? Forget it, indecision isn't my style. Since I can't use them, I might as well feed them all. After some thought, Zhou Chen made his decision. Just right, the 2 pieces of growth type equipment needed to upgrade and required a large amount of equipment. Although it felt a bit wasteful, Zhou Chen believed that when he grew to a higher level, he would definitely have stronger equipment, so there was no need to feel regret. For now, using these items to upgrade the Evil Dragon's Tooth and the Evil Dragon's Fury Boots to enhance his combat power was more practical. With that thought, Zhou Chen and his clones spread out, tossing any equipment they found into their bags and choosing to feed them. Of course, he didn't overlook the gold coins either. Consumed a level 50 golden equipment Evil Dragon's Tooth growth value plus 800. Consumed a level 55 dark gold equipment Evil Dragon's Fury Boots growth value plus 1760.
One piece of equipment after another disappeared under Zhou Chen's actions, and the growth values of the two pieces skyrocketed at a terrifying speed.
Although there were many items in the vault, they couldn't withstand Zhou Chen's frenzied consumption.
The equipment and gold coins on the ground vanished like magic.
Evil Dragon's Tooth growth value is full, promoted to Black Iron grade. Evil Dragon's Fury Boots growth value is full, promoted to Black Iron grade. Awesome, keep going. Zhou Chen and his clones plundered even more vigorously. After an unknown amount of time, the last piece of equipment disappeared before Zhou Chen's eyes. He deliberately opened his bag to check, and saw that the number of gold coins was a staggering 1,042,845. Although he had mentally prepared for it, the amount still surprised Zhou Chen. Over 1 million gold coins, the Shadow Evil Dragon was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Now, aside from the peak technique bracelet he had intentionally left behind in the previously used Silk Ring, Shadow Blade, Flame Battle Blade, and Meteor Fire Boots, there were no extra pieces of equipment left in his bag. Let's see what changes have occurred with the two pieces of equipment. Zhou Chen turned his attention to the two growth type items. Evil Dragon's Tooth type, growth type, bound equipment grade, dark gold, 820/500000. Attributes, attack power plus 12,000, spell power plus 8,000, attack speed plus 150%, critical rate plus 40%, critical damage plus 20%. Additional effect, when attacking, absorb 20% of the damage to restore own health. Additional skill, Evil Dragon's Wrath, effect 1, release a slash filled with the power of the Evil Dragon, dealing 55,000 plus 400% attack power damage to targets within a 1000 m times 1000 m range, cooldown time 120 seconds. Effect 2, you can consume your own health points to enhance the power of this skill. 1 health point equals 1 attack power. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded. Does not drop upon death. Description, a weapon forged from the dragon teeth shed by the Shadow Evil Dragon, possessing growth characteristics. Extremely rare. Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots type, growth type, bound equipment grade, dark gold, 1060/500000. Attributes, movement speed plus 1000, evasion plus 2000, agility plus 550, constitution plus 550. Additional skill, Dragon Shadow Evasion, effect 1, movement like a swimming dragon, increasing movement speed and evasion by 150%, lasting 300 seconds, cooldown time 180 seconds, instant cooldown, calculated from the start of skill use. Effect 2, during the duration, you can activate Shadow Dragon Flash 3 times, each time instantly leaping 1200 meters, with a 75% reduced chance of being controlled while leaping. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description, boots made with mixed Evil Dragon scales, with endless uses. Such high attributes, and Evil Dragon's Fury adds another effect, consuming health to increase attack. How thrilling. I like it. Zhou Chen played with the weapon in his hand, reluctant to part with it. It was worth consuming. So much equipment to cultivate. After multiple upgrades, the two pieces of equipment, combined with the effect of the dragon bloodline, greatly changed his attributes. Player, absolutely not working. Zhou Someone reputation, 3000 profession, thief level, 27 health points, 359760. Mana points, 8070 attack power, 13866 spell power, 8467 physical defense, 2532 magic defense, 1962 movement speed, 2025 hit, 1248 evasion, 2508. Attack speed bonus, 150% critical hit rate, 40% critical damage bonus, 20% abnormal resistance, 27,000 resilience, 27,000 constitution, 707. Strength, 1017 intelligence, 467 stamina, 112 agility, 1045 spirit, 733. With these attributes, I just want to ask, who else is there? Zhou Chen looked at the attribute panel, smiling wickedly. He and his clone spread out, searching carefully, only to find that all the equipment and gold had been completely looted. In this vast treasury, there were only equipment and gold, not a single special item, which was somewhat surprising. But thinking about it, if there were valuable items, that dragon would definitely keep them on itself. Why would it store them in the treasury? In any case, this trip to the cold glass abyss was incredibly fruitful, far exceeding Zhou Chen's expectations. Now, it was time to return to Maple Leaf Town and meet the group of people, hoping they wouldn't be too surprised. Dawn City. This is the secondary main city, corresponding to many adventurer towns like Maple Leaf Town. The city covers a vast area, with the 4 city gates towering over 100 meters. The city walls constructed from precious ores mixed with refined metals, reinforced with defensive spells, incredibly sturdy. In the eastern
district of the city, near the edge of the central area, there stands a magnificent and exquisite white palace complex, distinctly different from the surrounding buildings. Within the palace group, on the intersecting grand avenues, one can often see statues of angels and divine maidens standing tall, available for passing NPCs and players to admire or pay homage to. Holy-clad monks and nuns hold the classics of their order, either preaching to others or singing devoutly before the divine statues. Their voices are moving, ethereal and distant, making this area resemble a paradise on earth, contrasting sharply with the outside world. Here lies the renowned Holy Order branch stationed in Dawn City. Main Hall of the branch. The formidable Baki Wushwang, accompanied by the Little Silver Spear and the domineering Journey, the Blood Rose Sisters, with their firework green feathers, and the Flying Sky siblings stepped into the Grand Hall. Jaeger monk, we have returned from our mission, fulfilling our duty. They respectfully spoke to an old man. The old man, dressed in a simple long robe, had his back to the crowd and was bowing devoutly to a tall statue. The statue was the image of the god of light, revered throughout the continent. Hearing their words, the old man turned around. He looked at Blood Rose and the others with an appreciative gaze, his name above him reading, High Priest Yeg. Not bad. Faster than I expected. Yeg smiled gently and settled the task rewards with Blood Rose and the others. You have completed Yeg's task. Promote. The doctrine, receiving task rewards, experience plus 150,000, gold plus 500, reputation plus 1,000, guild contribution plus 500. You have completed Yeg's task. Aid the believers, receiving task rewards, experience plus 200,000, gold plus 2,000, reputation plus 2,000, guild contribution plus 1,000. You have completed Yeg's task. Expand the followers, receiving task rewards, experience plus 400,000, gold plus 20,000, reputation plus 5,000, guild contribution plus 20,000. Congratulations, you have completed all of Yeg's tasks, passed the trial, and obtained the qualification to change to the divine envoy profession. The notification sound rang continuously in the ears of Baki Wushwang and the others. Your devotion has been felt by my god. Congratulations, you have officially passed the trial and become divine envoys. Yeg produced a long cross from his hand, radiating a holy light. He waved it gently, and a light curtain enveloped everyone. It's finally here. Baki Wushwang and the others showed joy. After arriving in the main city, their development went quite smoothly, and it wasn't long before they caught the attention of the guild. The Holy Guild did not belong to the imperial forces of Dawn City. Their relationship with the Empire was subtle and somewhat discordant, but both sides wanted to get closer to adventurers. When Baki Wushwang and the others first contacted the guild, they were immediately noticed by Yeg. In the development of the Holy Guild, spreading the doctrine and recruiting believers were of utmost importance. Among the tasks they completed, the expand the followers task required each person to recruit 10,000 adventurers to join the guild. Yeg did not expect them to complete it so quickly, let alone accomplish other tasks simultaneously. Yeg was overjoyed and bestowed the Divine Envoy profession upon them. Congratulations! You have passed the Divine Envoy profession transfer trial and become a Divine Warrior. Congratulations, you have passed the Divine Envoy profession transfer trial and become a Divine Archer. One notification after another rang out. As the light faded, the appearances of Baki Wushwang and the others changed. Each of them was surrounded by a faint holy aura, exuding a somewhat transcendent quality. Divine Warrior upgrade once grants plus 3 to all attributes, plus 10 free attribute points. My attributes are being corrected and supplemented. Baki Wushwang felt the change within himself, overjoyed. And there are additional profession skills. Wow, this is a 5th tier skill. Me too. The Divine Envoy profession is so powerful. Everyone opened their panels and skill bars, feeling satisfied. The rewards aren't over yet. Seeing this, High Priest Yeg was quite pleased, lightly gesturing with his right hand. Whoosh whoosh. Multiple streams of light appeared before Blood Rose and the others. As they focused their eyes, their hearts raced. What lay before them were profession-specific weapons. Mr. Yeg, this is. The little prince looked at the crystal longbow radiating diamond brilliance in front of him, asking excitedly. No need to doubt, these are the weapons prepared for you, one for each person. Yeg revealed a mysterious smile. These are all diamond-grade weapons. Diamond level? The imposing figure of Baki Wushwang widened his eyes, staring intently at the battle knife floating before him. Exactly. Yege waved his hand, and the weapons flew into everyone's hands. It's a level 25 diamond equipment, just perfect. Ha ha ha. My longbow has 4000 attack power and increases accuracy, it's so friendly to me as an archer.
Faced with the sudden acquisition of diamond-level weapons, Baki Wushwang and Blood Rose were overjoyed. At first, they hesitated upon learning that the guild was secretly competing with the Imperial forces. Now, all hesitation had been cast aside. The guild was definitely a stronger backing than the Empire. Not to mention, the diamond weapons they had just received were a huge surprise. At the current stage of the game, let alone diamond-level equipment, even dark gold-level equipment was hard to come by. After reaching gold level, the chance of a boss dropping higher-tier equipment upon first kill significantly decreased. So far, only Manhwa Pavilion's young master Wanyue had successfully obtained dark gold-level equipment from a gold-level boss after completing the first kill. Others, including them, had killed various types of gold-level bosses but had not triggered higher-tier item drops, highlighting just how precious dark gold-level equipment was. And diamond-level equipment above that was simply unimaginable in value, not to mention they had also obtained the divine profession. Yage, if the guild has any tasks in the future, we will never decline. The prosperity of the guild is closely related to our future, Mr. Yage, we will never let you down. Baki Wushwang and Blood Rose both bowed slightly to Yage. This was not mere pretense. Through multiple interactions with Yage, Baki Wushwang and the others had confirmed that this game was a real world. As for why this world was presented in the form of a game, how it came to be, they were still unclear. But it was certain that one day in the future, when the game and reality merged, they would gain unparalleled power due to the attributes in the game merging with themselves. Therefore, they must firmly hold on to the great backing of the Holy Guild. No need for that. Yage waved his hand lightly. Blood Rose and Baki Wushwang immediately sensed a wave of magical energy brushing past, causing them to straighten up. Yage smiled and said, with your potential, your status in the guild will not be beneath mine in the future. Great things await. The group exchanged pleasantries with Yage, gradually calming their excited hearts. Little did they know, Yage was secretly delighted. Since getting to know this group, the benefits Yage had gained far outweighed what he had given. As a high-ranking holy priest in the guild, being assigned to guard this secondary main city naturally came with tasks. Not to mention, just the expansion of followers had been quite a headache for him. Unexpectedly, this issue was a trivial matter for Baki Wushwang and the others. With a single command, numerous guild members joined, successfully helping Yage meet the expansion quota. In comparison, the benefits Yage granted to these people were not that valuable. For example, the diamond-level weapons he had just given had a lot of water in them. They were not obtained from monsters but were forged in the guild's weapon shop. Since they were forged, there would naturally be variations in quality for various reasons. What Yage gifted were actually of lower quality, just slightly better than dark gold-level equipment. Of course, Yage could not say these things, he merely pretended to be inscrutable while watching these people rejoice. By the way, let's see if our equipment made the rankings. Yes, this is diamond-level equipment. We probably took the top spots. Baki Wushwang thought proudly. Don't celebrate too early. That guy Wanyue has caught the eye of Divine Wish Priest Lord Krull, and he might have already obtained more powerful equipment, Blood Rose reminded. Upon hearing the name Wanyue, everyone couldn't help but show envy. Young Master Wanyue, the president of the Manhwa Pavilion Guild. According to Yigu, Wanyue possesses a light-type talent highly compatible with the God of Light, and has been personally nurtured by Priest Krull stationed at the branch, having not appeared in public for some time. Yet, on the level leaderboard, Wanyue surpassed everyone with a level of 29. It's fine, we don't need to compare with Wanyue. First place is out of reach, but second and third are still good. The Flying Princess was still very happy. Everyone happily opened the equipment leaderboard. Then, they were all taken aback. What's wrong with you all? Yigo asked, confused. What is going on? Dominance Unmatched stared incredulously at the leaderboard on the virtual screen. Damn, why is the first place an item of dark gold level? Evil Dragon's Tooth? What the hell is this? How did it take first place? He voiced everyone's doubts. The second place too. Blood Rose couldn't hide her surprise. The Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots, dark gold level? We have diamond level equipment, why are we losing to dark gold level? This was too unscientific. Diamond level equipment actually lost to dark gold level equipment. Who on earth possessed these two strange pieces of equipment that outclassed them? A huge doubt filled everyone's hearts, and the originally joyful mood cooled down a bit. Dark gold level equipment? This is impossible. Yiga shook his head. Did you all misread it? Yiga thought something was off. Even if the diamond level equipment he sent out was subpar, it shouldn't lose to dark gold level equipment. Lord Yiga. Could it be that Lord Krull gifted Manhwa special equipment? Blood Rose asked. The only person who could surpass them, besides Manhwa, was someone she couldn't think of. Yiga pondered for a moment. It's possible. Lord Krull's authority in the guild is above mine. Perhaps he has such means. Normally, dark gold level equipment shouldn't surpass the equipment I gifted you, but our holy guild has deep foundations, so if such a thing happened, it wouldn't be too strange. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit more balanced. Everyone, the divine profession is just the beginning. Don't think the guild's cultivation ends here, Yiga said with a smile. Of course, we have unwavering faith in the guild's power. Blood Rose chimed in at the right moment. By the way, is it really that guy Manhwa? The little prince still had some doubts, though mostly envy. Even if it's not him, it might be other guild branches from the main city gifting it to players. Dominance Unmatched said without hesitation. He had his reasons for thinking this. At the current stage, no one could kill a diamond level boss, so it's clear that diamond level equipment could only be obtained through NPCs. And the only ones capable of offering diamond level equipment as quest rewards were likely the Holy Guild. As for the Imperial forces? If the Lord's office had such generous rewards, would they still turn to the guild? Anyway, it can't be that Joe guy. Fireworks Sword Dance suddenly mentioned someone, her tone quite displeased. Don't mention that guy, he lost first place to Manhwa. Ha, just thinking about it makes me laugh. I heard that guy offended the NPCs of Maple Leaf Town, and the teleportation array has already blocked him. He might never reach the main city. He brought this upon himself. Remembering Zhou Chen, Blood Rose's gaze turned cold. Just a jumping clown, Dominance Unmatched sneered. He must have lucked into a talent that fits the rogue profession, which is why he got ahead. But these advantages have begun to fade with his reckless actions. If he doesn't come to the main city after a while, there will be no place for him here. I will make him collapse. I'm just afraid that by then he will realize he's fallen too far behind and will simply hide in the adventurer's town for the rest of his life. Hua hua. Jianwu said coldly, after all, he's just a low-level thief, probably a loser in reality too. The others disparaged Zhou Chen. Thinking about the possibility that guy might be stuck in the adventurer's town for a lifetime made them feel incredibly pleased. When the powerful and arrogant were still gloating over Zhou Chen's predicament, they had no idea that Zhou Chen had already returned to Maple Leaf Town. Moreover, he walked in with great swagger, not alarming anyone. At this moment, he had completely changed his appearance. Through disguise techniques, Zhou Chen had transformed into a middle-aged man exuding a hint of nobility, dressed like a warrior player. Named Bosley, all meals included. The upgraded disguise technique worked quite well, at least the heavily armed guards stationed at the town gate did not recognize him. If I can fool the NPCs, I wonder if I can fool the teleportation array? Zhou Chen suddenly felt curious. Initially, the town mayor seemed to have used his authority to impose a personal blockade on the teleportation array, preventing him from using it. Now that he had changed his appearance, could he deceive the teleportation array? With that thought, Zhou Chen leisurely made his way to the town square. Along the way, he indeed saw guards patrolling everywhere in the town, on high alert. Of course, none of these guards recognized Zhou Chen's true identity. He arrived at the town's grand square without any hindrance. At the very center of the square was a teleportation array with a diameter of 100 meters. Surrounding it were 8 resurrection points encircling the teleportation array. The square was still lively, but the number of people using the teleportation array was few, as only those who reached level 15 could enter. Zhou Chen crossed over the resurrection points and entered the teleportation array, where a few people were preparing to leave. Prompt: do you want to consume 1 gold coin to activate the teleportation array and head to the secondary main city Dawn City? I'll give you a gold coin. Zhou Chen generously paid. The teleportation array shimmered, revealing magical patterns. However, after 2 seconds, it did not activate. What's going on? The person in front of Zhou Chen was confused. I spent my gold coin, why isn't this teleportation array working? Just as they were puzzled, a wave of magical energy surged from the teleportation array. Boom! A shockwave swept through. Zhou Chen felt an inexplicable force hit him and his face uncontrollably changed back to its original appearance. Prompt: you have been detected by Maple Leaf Town's surveillance device, forcibly restoring your original appearance. Prompt: the surveillance device has locked onto you, leaving a tracking mark. If you do not leave the range of Maple Leaf Town, you cannot change your appearance. Buzz. In the next second, a massive image of a device appeared in the sky above Maple Leaf Town, seemingly a monitor overlooking below. Area announcement: all townsfolk and players please note, the wanted target absolutely not working Joe has appeared at the town's teleportation array, please proceed to capture him. So this teleportation array is connected to that surveillance device, no wonder it forced me to restore my true appearance, Joe Chen realized. Look, he is that Joe. Strange, isn't he wanted? How can he walk in here? No wonder the teleportation array didn't activate, it turns out he was here. Go, kill him. The few players in the teleportation array, blinded by rage, drew their weapons and charged at Joe Chen. Not only them, but other players in the square also came to their senses and turned to look this way. Then, they saw Joe Chen transform into 3 phantoms rushing towards those players. Swish! Swish! The flash of blades passed and several weaklings were instantly killed by Zhou Chun. This beast is killing again, so ruthless. Block him. The NPC will be here soon, I remember doing this will also yield rewards. Zhou Chen displayed his immense power, but it did not intimidate this group. Zhou, you have committed many crimes, wait for your death. The players who were killed immediately resurrected from the nearby resurrection points. They, along with other players, unleashed their skills, attempting to kill Zhou Chen. Noisy! Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the dark whisper ring erupted with a chilling evil aura. Buzz! Behind Zhou Chen, dark light surged, the space seemed to twist and a strange shadow emerged, opening its mouth to emit a mournful sound wave. Death lullaby. Boom! Sound waves swept across a radius of 300 meters. -18,844 -18,974. One high damage after another jumped among the crowd. Accompanied by a flash of white light, those affected by the skill were all instantly killed. In an instant, the surrounding resurrection points were overcrowded, and as soon as they revived, they were pushed out. If you don't want to die, get lost. Zhou Chen struck and withdrew, no longer paying attention to these noobs. Run! Oh my, he didn't even go to the main city, why is his power so terrifying? It's simply monstrous. Zhou Chen reappeared, his strength rising even further, scaring these delusional players. As the players fled in panic, outside the square, silver armor shimmered, and the sound of hooves echoed. It was the town guards who arrived first, spreading out to surround the square. Zhou Chen casually glanced and estimated that over 500 guards had arrived, and from the noise, it seemed they were still increasing. Evil thief! Captain Charles led a group of guards charging at Zhou Chen. He raised his long sword, and the guards behind him raised their long spears in unison. This person is vicious, do not be careless, use the combined technique. Boom! Boom! All the guards erupted with dazzling golden light, and a strong wave of magical energy spread across the square, making hearts race. The so-called combined technique does not serve to stack attacks but can concentrate attacks to the maximum extent. The benefit of this skill is that when facing a powerful opponent with strong defenses, if an individual cannot break through, they can use this skill to successfully penetrate defenses and deal massive damage in one strike. Zhou Chen suddenly appeared, recalling the audacity of this man, and Charles did not dare to be careless, launching a heavy attack right away. Wow! Is this the power of NPC guards? So scary! Haha, Zhou is doomed this time, let's see how he runs. The onlooking players were both shocked and delighted. Once Zhou was captured, they, the discoverers, would also receive rewards. Of course, the reward was just one of the reasons for their excitement. The most important thing was witnessing a master fall from grace was far more interesting than witnessing the birth of a myth. Golden Divine Spear. The soldiers all drew their spears. Golden energy burst forth, condensing into a dazzling, thick light spear heavily thrown down. The moment the spear was launched, its might was overwhelming, accompanied by a surging pressure of wind. Zhou Chen suddenly felt the surrounding void filled with pressure, his body inexplicably becoming a bit heavier. But his gaze remained calm as he gripped the tooth of the evil dragon, a blood-red aura emerging from the blade, and he slashed down. This strike, with the additional damage of Life Devour, had an attack power exceeding 100,000. Boom! The tooth of the evil dragon struck the golden light spear. Crack! Zhou Chen staggered back several steps, his health plummeting by 40,000. The golden light spear, however, shattered inch by inch. What? This scene left Charles and the others, as well as the players hiding in the distance, in shock. Whoosh whoosh at the same time, other guards attacked from behind Zhou Chen. He activated the dark barrier from his equipment, stabilizing his body, and unleashed the flowing wind, propelling himself like an arrow towards Charles. Charles immediately swung his long sword, streams of sword energy falling like starlight, attacking Zhou Chen. A phantom flashed. Zhou Chen transformed into his main body and 2 phantoms, disregarding everything, braving the opponent's attacks head-on. Bang! Charles was struck by the immense force, knocking down the guards behind him, flying out like a cannonball. Captain! The guards watched in horror. In their minds, the powerful captain was actually suppressed in just 1 round? Charles stood up awkwardly, looking at the opponent in disbelief. How long had it been and his strength had reached this level? Was the growth potential of adventurers this terrifying? From the power and speed displayed by the opponent just now, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Charles's heart suddenly sank. If you don't want to die, take your people and leave. It's best to evacuate the nearby residence. Facing the restanding Charles, Zhou Chen did not strike hard. He showed no signs of wanting to escape. Instead, he strolled back to the center of the square, as if waiting for someone. This guy is really arrogant. What are you envious of? No matter how powerful he is, he can't leave the town. Someone will take care of him. The onlooking players felt a sense of imbalance as Zhou Chen displayed his might, causing Captain Charles to hesitate for a moment. After all, the opponent was an adventurer. If he died, he could be resurrected. They did not have that privilege. If they died, it was truly the end. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, Charles was unwilling and did not wish for his subordinates to go to their deaths. Let's disperse and evacuate the nearby residence. After thinking for a while, he said decisively. Captain. His subordinate Cohen was taken aback. No more nonsense, execute. Charles ordered in a deep voice. Soon, the guards began to retreat. They did not leave completely. While evacuating the residence, they subtly formed a surrounding position. Zhou Chen saw this and did not care. They were just ants. If he wanted, he could directly unleash a bombardment in the town. Who could stop him? How many of these people could survive? But he would not do that, as he had other purposes. Just as Zhou Chen was on alert, he snorted coldly and suddenly kicked backward. Bang! The ambusher was caught off guard, hit in the abdomen by Zhou Chen's kick, and her attack was interrupted as she stumbled backward. At the same time, her figure was revealed. It was the rogue female instructor from the profession hall. Zhou Chen turned and charged swiftly. What incredible speed! The rogue instructor was astonished. This person's speed was clearly several levels faster than last time. Just as she steadied herself, Zhou Chen was already closing in. Backstab! Zhou Chen executed a bizarre curved displacement, flexibly flashing behind her. Backstab hit. Bang! Zhou Chen did not use a weapon directly. Instead, he used his foot to deliver a backstab, kicking her in the back. Ah! The rogue instructor cried out in embarrassment, her body immediately losing balance as she flew forward, rolling far away. Although he did not attack with a weapon directly, the weapon's added attack power still took effect. As the rogue instructor flew out, her health bar lit up, clearly reduced by a large chunk. You bastard! Little thief, today you can't escape. The crowd parted, and a group of formidable individuals rushed into the square. It was the other profession instructors. Moreover, this time, they were all present, not a single one missing. Be careful, he's very strong. The rogue instructor stood up from the ground, watching Zhou Chen warily. Today we will reclaim our territory no matter what. The warrior instructor swung his large axe, exuding a powerful aura. Sister priest, buff us. Guardian. Light. Song of courage. Praise of life. The priest instructor waved her staff lightly, and instantly, dazzling light radiated. Damage, defense, health limit enhancements, shields, and acceleration group buffs were all released. Feeling the change in their strength, the warrior instructor roared excitedly and was the first to charge forward. Bloodthirsty battle intent. He erupted with a blood-red aura, increasing his speed, attack power, and resistance. At the same time, the swordsman instructor attacked from the flank. With agile movements, before he arrived, the sword energy was already present. The shield guard instructor raised his shield and initiated a charge. The summoning instructor waved his staff, and 2 large golden-level summoned beasts descended, charging towards Zhou Chen. The other instructors also released their skills. I will only give you one chance to strike. Facing the attacks, Zhou Chen's gaze was indifferent, and a black aura emerged from the blade in his hand. A dragon's might suddenly emanated, causing hearts to race. On the blade, blood-red light swirled. After one strike, still not knowing to retreat, die. With that, Jo-chan slashed down with his knife. The blade flashed and a sinister aura filled the air. Boom! A massive black dragon shadow flew out, transforming into endless blade light, enveloping the area. Within the black blade light, chaotic crimson energy mixed in. Evil Dragon's Fury Plus. Life Devour. The attack power of Evil Dragon's Fury had already reached over 110,000, while Life Devour was over 120,000. Even when Life Devour was applied to multiple targets, the damage was only half. This combined attack still reached 170,000. In an instant, the mentor's head had their shields shattered. The warrior mentor was knocked over by the blade light. The swordsman mentor's sword energy was ruthlessly shredded. Two summoned beasts let out wails, unable to advance. Boom! Boom! The blade energy rampaged, crushing everything. Some players nearby were instantly killed. Soon, the blade energy dissipated. A few mentors who attempted to engage Jo-chan in close combat lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The mage mentor, the priest mentor, and others showed pain on their faces, half kneeling and propping themselves up with their weapons, their eyes filled with astonishment. This strike from the opponent had sent all their health into a dangerous zone. What kind of power is this? Is this person really one of the adventurers who just arrived? The priest's sister suddenly felt that the so-called mentors should be serving this guy. It seemed more reasonable. If you don't leave, you'll die. After one strike, Jo-chan said coldly. I'm sorry for the interruption. The warrior mentor no longer dared to speak harshly. He quickly got up, grabbed the rogue mentor, and ran. Hey, are you really that spineless? Running makes you a coward. Not running means death. Which do you choose? Faced with the rogue sister's questioning, the warrior mentor felt no shame at all. Not only to the rogue mentor, he ran a few steps, grabbed the priest sister's waist with his other hand, and hugged her tightly. While fleeing, brazenly taking advantage. Your skills are exceptional, I admire you, farewell. The swordsman mentor sheathed his sword, turned gracefully, and then ran faster than anyone. The green mountains remain, the waters flow long, we may meet again in the future. The shield guard mentor, finding the shield too cumbersome, directly threw it aside and fled for his life. In the blink of an eye, all the mentors were defeated. What the hell is going on? Are you still the professional mentors I remember? You promised to guide my path. You promised to be the beacon of my life. Is this it? You are professional mentors, idols of adventurers. How can you flee in the face of danger? Everything happened too quickly, leaving the players dumbfounded. After playing the game for so long, it was the first time they saw someone beat down professional mentors. It was truly a sight to behold. Evil scoundrel, do not resist. Just as the players were astonished, a loud shout rang out from outside the square. The town mayor, Slight, appeared out of nowhere, holding a staff that was continuously spewing flames. Red clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, churning violently and exuding intense heat. Boom! A red meteor flew out from within, radiating a destructive aura as it fell. 5th tier spell, Heavenly Fire. Meteor. This was a spell that could be cast instantly or chanted for release. Choosing to chant could enhance its power. Once fully chanted and released, its power and attack range far exceeded that of spells of the same tier. This was also the reason why Slight had been present but did not act immediately. The meteor fell from the sky, its heavy might pressing down. This move came suddenly, and Jo-chan had no time to dodge. He charged forward, and 5 clones immediately appeared beside him. Buzz! Buzz! The 5 clones simultaneously activated Dark Barrier, and Jo-chan, positioned in the middle, enjoyed the benefit of 5 layers of shields. Stat! Boom! The heavenly fire meteor fell, flames surging, and flowing fire rushed like waves. Crackle! The barriers released by the clones shattered inch by inch. But Jo-chan was safe and sound, with only a few clones losing several thousand health points each. What? Slater was shocked. He never expected that his long-prepared trump card would be ineffective against the opponent. Old man, I've been waiting for you. Jo-chan was not surprised but rather pleased to see the mayor appear. Flowing wind. Stealth. His speed surged. Not good. Slater's eyelids twitched violently, a shield of light appearing around him as he waved his staff. Ice Blade, Hurricane, Fireball, and other spell attacks surged forward one after another. Holy Judgment Sword. In an instant, Slater struck, and Father Martin also appeared outside the square to provide support. A golden holy sword shadow emerged in the sky, exuding an impressive and sacred aura. On the ground, within a 1,000-meter radius around Zhou Chen, a golden domain was formed. This was the skill Holy Judgment. Sword, inherited from the lineage of the God of Light, capable of turning an area into a domain. Enemies trapped within would be immobilized and severely injured by the holy sword descending from the sky. However, Zhou Chen only felt a slight hindrance to his speed and was not controlled. Now he possessed 27,000 points of abnormal resistance and toughness, and having used a powerful toughness potion. The moment he saw Slater, how could he be easily controlled? Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen and his clones transformed into black dragon shadows. In the state of Shadow Dragon Flash, the chance of being controlled was reduced by 75% and combined with his resistance. Zhou Chen and his clones moved freely. Whoosh! Whoosh! 6 dragon shadows flew rapidly, the holy sword in the sky struck down. But missed. Impossible! Father Martin shouted in shock. The Holy Judgment Sword was a 6th-tier skill, and he did not master this skill. Instead, he used a long-preserved attack scroll, yet it could not affect Zhou Chen? But he had no time to think. Boom! Zhou Chen! And the dragon shadows formed by his clones flashed 3 times, instantly catching up to the mayor and Martin. Wrath of the Evil Dragon! 5 clones simultaneously slashed down with their blades. In an instant, the clones collectively lost 50,000 health points to increase the skill's damage. Roar! The black dragon shadow suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blade light, covering the surrounding area. Rumble! Martin and Slater had nowhere to escape, engulfed by the attack of the wrath of the evil dragon. Ah! Stop! Both cried out in agony. The blade energy rampaged, devastating everything in its path, and the affected houses suffered severe damage. Damn! 5 clones? Simultaneously unleashing 5 ultimate moves? This is outrageous. Why is this beast so strong? Not good. The mayor won't die at his hands, will he? Players and numerous NPCs were terrified by the scene before them. Alright, I won't think about getting revenge on him anymore. In the distance, the reluctant rogue mentor who had secretly returned left this remark and decisively fled. As the blade energy dissipated, the area affected by the wrath of the evil dragon had turned into ruins. If Charles had not evacuated the residents, who knows how many would have died in this wave. In the arena, Father Martin swayed, looking at Zhou Chen in disbelief. He was covered in blood, his body trembling, gripping a uniquely shaped long cross, clearly suffering severe injuries. Slater was in worse shape, lying on the ground, struggling to get up. This was still the result of the two using various defensive measures to resist, showing how terrifying Zhou Chen's attack had been. Zhou Chen and his clones pressed the attack. 2 clones used Phantom Flash, transforming into 6 phantoms rushing towards Slater. Zhou Chen, meanwhile, attacked Martin with 3 clones. You can't kill me. Slater struggled to rise, preparing to cast a skill to heal. Bang! Bang! The phantoms came, knocking him away, and he rolled awkwardly on the ground. Gate of Repentance. Seeing Zhou Chen charging, Martin felt a chill run down his spine. The cross swinging like a long spear. A massive crystal light gate appeared out of thin air, blocking the path between him and Zhou Chen. Phantom Flash. Zhou Chen and his clones attacked together. 12 phantoms appeared simultaneously, dazzling the eyes, and the light gate shook violently, exploding with a thunderous crash. Backstab. Zhou Chen attacked from the front, while 3 clones executed a backstab, using strange displacement to arrive behind Martin. Golden light surged beneath Martin's feet as he activated his displacement skill, fleeing rapidly like a streak of light from the encirclement. Yet, Zhou Chen and the clones raised their hands simultaneously, and the rings in their hands flashed with black light. Lullaby of Death. This was a skill attached to a golden level ring, not particularly high in rank, but with 5 skills unleashed together, it should have some effect, right? Sure enough, Martin, who had escaped the encirclement, suddenly halted, falling into a state of sleep. In the next second, Zhou Chen and the 3 clones pounced on him, delivering a flurry of blows, and Martin experienced the overwhelming sensation of being surrounded by strong men. Stop! I don't want that thing anymore, let me go. Martin was continuously attacked, his health plummeting. Of course, Zhou Chen didn't care about him, attacking while stealing. Theft successful. You have obtained Holy Prayer Master's Tunic ×1. You have obtained Church Curing ×1. You have obtained Gold Coins ×152. You have obtained Functional Equipment Light Guardian Amulet ×1. Light Guardian Amulet type, functional equipment, no need to wear, rank, Dark Gold level effect 1. With a thought, the amulet can release a barrier of light, resisting a total damage value of 200,000, cooldown time 5 minutes, currently in cooldown. Effect 2, Anomaly Resistance. Plus 3,000. Requirement 1,000 Spirit Attribute not add. Zhou Chen accepted it with a smile.
Meanwhile, Slater was not doing much better. He was knocked back by 2 clones. Before he could struggle to get up, the 2 clones approached like phantoms, one on the left and one on the right, firmly grabbing his arms and restraining him.
Let's talk it out. If you kill me, you'll be wanted by the Empire.
Zhou Chen's clone sneered coldly, old man.
Slap. The left clone slapped him, wanted, huh? Slap.
The right clone also slapped him.
Threatening, huh?
I'm the mayor, you can't treat me like this.
We're hitting you.
The 2 clones slapped him wildly.
Slater experienced the ultimate sensation of being toyed with. You are so bold. Slap. Don't go too far. Slap. The more dissatisfied he was, the more the 2 clones enjoyed themselves. Oh my god, what am I seeing? The dignified mayor being beaten up by a player? You're not our
Mapletown's mayor, I can't bear the shame.
So brutal, I can't accept it.
Players watched as the mayor was treated like a chick.
Held down by Zhou Chen's clones, feeling their perception twisted, exclaiming they couldn't accept it. Was this still the esteemed old mayor in their eyes?
Just as they felt envy and jealousy, 2 regional announcements rang out in succession. Regional announcement. Mapletown Mayor Slater has cancelled the wanted mission for player absolutely not working Joe someone.
Regional announcement, the teleportation array in Mapletown has been reopened for player absolutely not working Joe someone. I'm done for. Who just said he would be stuck in the small town forever? Step up, I won't kill you. Once the announcement was made, players were completely numb.
Now, if Joe someone caused any commotion, they wouldn't find it strange. It was as if they weren't playing the same
game.
On Slater's side, he wore a forced smile and said to the clone, I have already cancelled the wanted mission and teleportation.
Restrictions, the main city is rich in resources and has great prospects, you wouldn't consider it? I haven't had enough fun. Slap.
The left clone slapped him.
Slap.
The right clone followed seamlessly.
What do you want me to do to make you stop? Slater was on the verge of tears. Say, who am I? You are a respected adventurer. Slater answered against his conscience. Slap. The clone slapped him again. Get lost, I won't be a pushover anymore. I'll give you one more chance, who am I? Slater, not wanting to be tormented
any longer, replied with a mournful face, you are my grandfather, and I am your grandson.
Grandpa, quickly use your divine powers.
On Zhou Chen's side, Father Martin's numerous skills were on cooldown, and he seized the opportunity to unleash a brutal beating, causing Martin's
health to plummet.
What shocked Martin was that not only was the opponent's damage high, but he could also use powerful poison.
Martin frequently found
himself poisoned, suffering a 50% reduction in healing effects, which greatly hindered his recovery skills and caused him immense trouble.
He began to feel fear. Kill me, and the church won't let you go. Since you've already got the item, why go to such extremes? Martin threatened, not wanting to continue the fight. Zhou Chen did not stop his assault, responding leisurely, tell me, how do you cleanse the pollution from that item? Don't tell me. You don't know. Although there was a formula for cleansing evil pollution in pharmacology mastery, who knew how effective it would be? Zhou Chen
felt that since Martin had found the item, he should have researched this matter.
If I tell you, will you let me go? Zhou Chen replied instantly. Sure.
Hearing this, Martin hurriedly said, the church has Holy Spirit spring water. If you can obtain it, it can definitely cleanse the pollution
and restore that item to its original form. Do you have any? If I had it, would I still be in distress back then? Martin was getting anxious. Why are you still not stopping? Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, his aura menacing. You believe what I say? If you don't die, who will? Letting Martin go?
Nonsense, Zhou Chen would never do such a foolish thing. The value of that mysterious feather was immeasurable, and since Zhou Chen had stolen it, the two had already formed an irreconcilable grudge. He didn't care about anyone else, it was only Martin who had to die. Get away. Feeling the threat to his life, Martin was furious. A spirit talisman flew out from his body, unleashing its power and knocking Zhou Chen and his clone away. His mobility was restored at that moment, and he quickly buffed himself with various enhancements and fled for his life. Can you escape? Zhou Chen and his clone entered stealth mode. In a flash of illusion, after a sprint, he and his clones easily reached behind Martin and launched a backstab. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from Martin's body, transforming him into a golden man. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out.
-1.
Zhou Chen's attack hit him, only dealing a tiny amount of damage.
What the hell is this?
This was the first time Zhou Chen had encountered such a situation.
Seizing the opportunity, Martin ran wildly.
He used a skill scroll to unleash a skill called Holy Light Body, gaining powerful defense.
But time was limited.
The Holy Light Body skill scroll was quite precious. He had only managed to obtain one after years of service in the church. If he couldn't escape before the time ran out, he would undoubtedly die.
At that
moment, Martin ignored the attacks behind him and fled towards the town's exit.
Deathmark explode. A deathmark appeared on Martin and a black aura erupted. -35,412 -35,412.
The deathmark dealt damage, but Martin did not die.
I want to see if you can withstand true damage.
Seeing this, Zhou Chen stopped. But 3 clones used Shadow Dragon Flash to pursue. They reached Martin's side, their blood-red aura surging.
Martin felt 3 powerful forces brewing, which instilled a strong sense of fear in him. Boom boom.
The clones self-destructed, and the 3 explosive energies transformed into a blood-red vortex, sweeping through the surrounding area. The true damage instantly shattered Martin's defenses, and in his terror, he turned into a corpse. You have killed the lower-level Holy Priest Martin LV38, experience plus 200,000. Reputation plus 3,000. You maliciously killed player a wildcat, sin value plus 1. You maliciously killed player Bug 2, sin value plus 1. You maliciously killed player behind the scenes cook, sin value plus 1. You maliciously killed player Heavenly Base 1, sin value plus 1. You maliciously killed player Abel IV, sin value plus 1. You maliciously killed player Gue Wangdu, sin value plus 1.
Zhou Chen's name instantly turned blood red.
This wave was not just about killing Martin.
Zhou Chen had deliberately suppressed the attack range
of the super self-destruct technique, yet it still inevitably affected others.
After the explosion, a large area turned into ruins, and
all the players who had been moving within it were blown to pieces. Fortunately, Charles had evacuated the residence in time, so no NPCs lost
their lives.
Of course, if any NPCs had died, Zhou Chen wouldn't have cared. He had warned Charles, and if the other party didn't take it seriously, he couldn't be blamed. Anyway, he wouldn't have any psychological burden.
Wang Defa? What is this? A nuclear explosion?
At this moment, players in the square, as well as those hiding behind Zhou Chen, gasped in shock.
Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? This attack range, this damage? Am I playing the same game as him? This is beyond powerful, it's simply apocalyptic. Everyone is in the adventurer's town. Where did he get this heaven-defying skill?
At this moment, a multitude of questions were thrown out by the players, but no one could
answer them.
Some even shouted that he was cheating and clamored to report him. You. Mayor Slater was grabbed by 2 clones, unable
to move, his whole body trembling involuntarily, unable to speak. My god? What has this person done? He killed Martin. Does he know what this means? Zhou Chen certainly knew the consequences, but he wouldn't hesitate because of it.
He quickly walked over, checked around, picked up all the items dropped by Martin, and then returned. Along the way, the guards and players instinctively kept their distance from him.
They looked at Zhou Chen as if he were a harbinger of death. You are insane. When Zhou Chen stood in front of the mayor, the latter's eyes were filled with undisguised fear. Do you know what you've done?
Martin is dead, I can't help you hide this, the Holy Church will definitely punish
you. Shut up. Zhou Chen snorted coldly. Slap.
The left clone immediately slapped Slater.
No. I was wrong, okay? Slater quickly changed his tone. This old man wouldn't be honest without a beating. Let them disperse. Zhou Chen said in a commanding tone.
Charles, disperse.
Everyone. Slater ordered loudly.
Hearing this, Charles separated from the guards and drove away the crowd near the square.
After a while, the
number of people around decreased, and no one dared to approach Zhou Chen and the mayor's position.
Boss, do you have any further instructions? Slater forced a smile. If there's nothing else, I humbly send you to the main city. How much do you know about the Holy Church? Zhou Chen asked. Slater then revealed everything he knew, not daring to hide anything. However, he didn't know much because he wasn't a member
of the church. In short, the Holy Church was very powerful. Even the Tanyu Empire found it difficult to contain, only able to secretly compete
with it.
Now that adventurers have descended, there are probably already church members stationed in the main city, so you must be careful.
Slater tried to put on a sincere expression. You don't need to worry about that, I don't buy this. Joe Chen grabbed Slater. Shouldn't we have a good talk about your bounty on me? Have you thought about how to compensate? Boss, just say it. Slater didn't dare to refute. Heh, let's start with 100 lucky dice. By the way, get me the other parts of the peak skill set. Joe Chen made a bold demand. Slater was so scared he almost cried. Grandpa, you might as well kill me. I spent most of my life collecting 3 lucky dice. Do you think that's common stuff? As for the outfit you mentioned, I got it from a treasure. Cough, I obtained it by chance, I don't know where. The rest is. Joe Chen keenly sensed something was off and coldly smiled. So, your life isn't worth much, huh? Slater trembled. The next moment, Joe Chen heard a prompt. Slater offers you 500,000 gold coins. Do you accept? Your life is worth 500,000? Boss, you don't really think the mayor can just requisition the town's property at will, do you? Slater was speechless. I'm not as wealthy as you think. Alright. 500,000 isn't bad. Joe Chen accepted, and the gold coins surged upward. Then, he gave Slater a meaningful smile. Now, I want to visit your home. You should be very welcoming, right? Upon hearing this, Slater's heart raced uncontrollably, internally wailing, don't come over. The mayor's residence. In front of a huge metal door. This is the treasury of the mayor's residence, where various task rewards prepared by the Tianyu Empire for adventurers are stored. It is also the destination of Joe Chen's journey. He has stolen from Slater multiple times, and the other party has nothing of value on him. Slater's explanation is that he is afraid Joe Chen will steal. So he didn't bring any treasures before dealing with him. As a result, Joe Chen gave him a good beating, and the old man finally revealed the existence of the treasury. It is said that the peak skill bracelet was also taken from the treasury, but he is unclear about the location of other items. However, Joe Chen feels that he must enter personally and check it out. Boss, this won't do. If you take the treasury's items, how will I explain it to the Empire? In front of the treasury door, Slater pleaded with terrified expression. He regretted it deeply. Had he known this would happen, even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't have dared to provoke this plague god. My dear mayor, it's rare for me to visit your home. You wouldn't want to disappoint your guest, would you? Joe Chen created 5 clones, and immediately 2 of them grabbed Slater, making him experience the joy of being at the mercy of others once again. Absolutely not. If the Empire finds out about this, they will never let it go. What are you afraid of? Joe Chen completely disregarded the Empire he mentioned. If they come to ask for accountability, just push all the blame onto me. By the way, if the Holy Order comes to investigate Martin's cause of death, you don't need to hide it. It can't be concealed anyway. And how much can I take? My backpack has only 100 slots. I'll just pick some valuable items and leave. Upon hearing this, Slater's eyelids twitched violently. You want to take 100? I absolutely won't agree. Joe Chen's gaze turned cold. Old man, I think you're mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you. As he spoke, Joe Chen's clone suddenly radiated magical energy. Either you open the treasury and let me take some items and leave, or I'll have my clone self-destruct and destroy your residence. There are many residents nearby, right? If my clones spread out and self-destruct, how many people do you think will die? Slater was terrified. Maniac. If you dare, there will be no place for you in the Empire. Joe Chen smiled wickedly, pretending to be mad. Then I couldn't ask for more. Joe, do things as I please, there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't agree, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. 3, 2. Madman, you madman. I'll open the door for you, just take the items and get out. In the end, Slater cursed and compromised. The clones released him, and the old man cursed as he activated the permissions, slowly opening the treasury door. Go in. 2 clones escorted Slater inside, and Joe Chen followed closely. Goodness, you really are wealthy. Inside the treasury, equipment, potions, skill books, and other items were piled high. Most of it was equipment, which was exactly what Joe Chen needed. Because he needed equipment to feed the evil dragons. Tooth and the evil dragon's fury boots. As agreed, you can only take 100. Slater's words suddenly stopped and he began to tremble uncontrollably. He remembered something. The Sumaru backpack. You have a Sumaru backpack, he exclaimed. The tailor shop owner had complained to him about this before, but he hadn't taken it to heart. Now, looking back, it was too late. Sure enough, wherever Joe Chen passed, equipment, items, and many other things disappeared before him, being stored in the Sumaru backpack. Damn. It. Stop. Slater's heart-wrenching voice echoed in the treasury. Regretting now? It's too late, you made me very unhappy, so I must take everything to make up for my mood. Zhou Chen grinned, completely ignoring the old man's shouts. Equipment? Take it. Potions? Take them. Skill books? The mages? Whatever, take it all. Wow, old man, you actually have such good stuff here? Zhou Chen saw a medicine box, opened it, and was immediately attracted by the medicines inside. Spirit pill type, medicine grade, rare. Effect after consumption, permanent plus 100 to spirit attribute, limited uses 10/10. Description: a medicine made from various rare spiritual herbs as the main ingredients. Not bad, directly plus 100 spirit attribute, just what I needed. Zhou Chen consumed it on the spot and his spirit attribute surged by 100. He looked around the place where he found the spirit pill and found 4 more spirit pills and 4 blood essence pills that also provided plus 100 to physique. He consumed them all. You consumed spirit pill times 4 spirit attribute plus 400. You consumed blood essence pill times 4 physique attribute plus 400. Awesome. Zhou Chen had a look of enjoyment. With his spirit value skyrocketing by hundreds, he immediately felt the light guardian amulet in his backpack activate, granting him plus 3000 to abnormal resistance, feeling great. Old man, do you have any more of these special medicines? I'm not asking for much, just 1,000 pieces will do. Zhou Chen asked. 1,000 pieces? Slater widened his eyes. Do you think this is food? There are none left. What? Are you inviting me to dinner? How embarrassing. You devil, you will definitely go to hell. Slater closed his eyes directly, choosing not to see. Zhou Chen was delighted to have no one bothering him and, along with his 3 clones, frantically looted. He didn't care for the equipment, and while looting, he fed 2 pieces of growth equipment, feeling great. Soon, everything in the treasury was plundered. Zhou Chen left with Slater. However, when he came out, a line of golden words appeared above Zhou Chen's head, Justice Adventurer. Its effect came from a title equipment, which was the only thing Zhou Chen liked among many pieces of equipment. Justice Adventurer type, title grade, golden attribute, all attribute points plus 200, critical hit plus 20% additional effect, easier to gain NPC favor. Additional skill, righteousness, with righteousness, attack power plus 30%. Damage to evil targets plus 40%, lasts 120 seconds, cooldown time 120 seconds. Description: this is a title that can only be awarded to adventurers filled with a sense of justice. This title on your head is truly a huge irony. Slater felt disgusted when he saw the title mark above Zhou Chen's head. Zhou Chen was in a great mood and didn't mind, instead showing a harmless smile. Hee hee. I can't take it anymore. Slater instantly broke down. Please, just get lost. Leave my house. I never want to see you again in this lifetime. This old man was completely played with. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen felt delighted and left contentedly. He had just walked a short distance when the mayor ordered someone to put up a sign at his doorstep. It read, "Adventurers and dogs are not allowed inside." Small town church. Martin was dead, and the people inside the church had fled in fear upon receiving the news. Zhou Chen entered, using the key he obtained from Martin to loot every room. Compared to the mayor, Martin was indeed a bit shabby. After some rummaging, Zhou Chen only found dozens of pieces of equipment, all of which he used to feed. Additionally, there were a few items that he was quite satisfied with. Space gem type, spatial item grade, legendary effect, can be used to expand the volume of certain special spaces. The more consumed, the larger the expansion. Description: a special gem with spatial energy. Do you want to consume 3 space gems to expand the space of the Shumi backpack? Consume. Expansion successful, your Shumi backpack increases by 1500 cubic meters of internal space. OJBK. Everything is settled. Zhou Chen stretched comfortably and left gracefully. Finally, leaving the adventurer's town, he hoped that the main city would be more interesting. Soon, Zhou Chen appeared in the town's teleportation array. As he was about to depart, thinking of everything that had happened during this time, Zhou Chen felt great joy and was inspired to compose a poem. Quietly I left, just as I quietly came. I waved my sleeve, not leaving a single cloud behind. Dawn City. The Resurrection Square in the city center is many times larger than that of Maple Leaf Town. Nowadays, there are countless players reaching level 15, and the number of players in the city has surged as the first stop for adventurers arriving from the small town to the main city. The central square is naturally bustling with people, and vendors are setting up stalls at the edge of the square, creating a lively atmosphere. The teleportation array in the square occasionally lights up, and players emerge from it. As expected of the main city, its grandeur is unmatched by the adventurer's small town. Zhou Chen appeared in the teleportation array and looked around. He saw shops lining the square streets, crisscrossing, and it was quite prosperous. So, there should be quite a few wealthy people, right? This is very important for him, Zhou Chen. Of course, Zhou Chen did not appear in his original form. He used disguise techniques to change his appearance, looking like a middle-aged warrior with a bit of a paunch. His ID was not hidden either, named Bosley, all meals included. It wouldn't be long before news of him plundering the treasure vault of Maple Leaf Town and killing Martin would reach the Lord's Mansion and the Holy Church's branch. So he had to be careful. As long as he was in the city, he should avoid acting in his true form as much as possible. First, let's take a look around and see the market situation. Zhou Chen took a step forward, walked out of the large square, and strolled around. When he was in Maple Leaf Town, he had taken the time to gather some information about the main city through forums and live streaming platforms. But to know the specific situation, he had to investigate it himself. Outside the square, there were grocery stores, pharmacies, and equipment shops, everything one could need. There were even casinos, hotels, brothels, and various entertainment venues. In this game, besides potions, there was also a food system. Of course, players had game privileges and rarely felt hungry. Even if they did feel hunger, using a mana potion or a red potion could alleviate it. But it had to be admitted that the food in the game tasted better. As Zhou Chen walked down the street, smelling the delicious aromas wafting from hotels and tea houses, he felt his taste buds being tantalized. But he didn't go in, he just followed the map and wandered around the city. Whenever his disguise was about to wear off, he would enter stealth mode to avoid being noticed by others. Once the stealth time was up, his disguise would quickly recover, and he would change his appearance again to continue moving. What the hell, the equipment sold in the city is even more expensive than in the small town? In a certain equipment shop, Zhou Chen looked speechlessly at the equipment displayed in the showcase. A level 25 silver equipment could sell for 800 gold coins? At this stage, even if he killed a level 25 bronze boss, whether he could drop 100 gold coins was still a question. By this calculation, even if he spent all his 1.5 million gold coins, he wouldn't be able to buy much equipment. Goodness. Adventurers can respawn infinitely and farm gold continuously, so you can do this, right? Dear adventurer, our store's products are absolutely high quality and low price. If you were to buy the same grade and level equipment at the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, it would be at least 30% more expensive. Just as Zhou Chen was internally complaining, the NPC shop assistant in the equipment store seemed to see through his thoughts, displaying a professional smile and speaking with great skill. Of course, there was one thing the assistant didn't mention. Although the items sold by the Chamber of Commerce were expensive, their quality was indeed better than those in ordinary shops. Tianyu Chamber of Commerce? Hearing this term, Zhou Chen's heart stirred. He had seen this place on the map but hadn't learned more information. What kind of place is the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce? You might as well tell me. As Zhou Chen spoke, a golden light flashed above his head, disappearing in an instant. That was the effect of the title Just Adventurer. So it turns out to be a respected adventurer. My apologies. The assistant, who had been a bit impatient, immediately changed his attitude and respectfully began to introduce Zhou Chen. It turned out that the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce was a force supported by the Empire, present in every main city, primarily dealing in equipment, potions, manufacturing, and other businesses. The variety of goods inside is vast, including spell scrolls from the elf race, crafts and top-tier equipment from the dwarf race, and even skill scrolls from the guild have appeared here, making it truly a one-stop shop. In addition to selling, the guild also purchases various items, allowing players to sell their unwanted items to the guild. Sometimes, if a special treasure appears, the guild will even hold a large auction. Goodness! How wealthy must a major guild backed by the Empire be? I must go take a look. Zhou Chen couldn't wait to leave. He first went to a nearby grocery store to buy some consumables like return scrolls, then opened the map. As a secondary main city, Dawn City is vast and has many areas. Besides the large teleportation array in the Resurrection Square, each area is equipped with smaller teleportation arrays. Tianyu Guild is located in the central area, and after a teleportation, Zhou Chen followed the map's guidance and soon arrived at his destination. What he saw before him was a magnificent and grand palace. There were no heavily armed guards at the entrance. Instead, several half-blood elf girls in sexy uniforms served as greeters, welcoming the guests coming in and out. Inside, it was bustling with people. There were even some ordinary players who, although they had no money to buy anything, lingered nearby just to catch a glimpse of those half-blood elf girls. They really know how to do business, Zhou Chen couldn't help but praise inwardly. Even before entering the guild, he already sensed he wouldn't be disappointed. Zhou Chen stepped into the grand hall.
The Tianyu Guild is divided into 9 levels, with the value of items increasing as one goes higher.
Zhou Chen
saw that it was divided into multiple exhibition areas, categorized into equipment, skill books, skill scrolls, potions, potion materials, equipment,
materials, and more.
Each category corresponds to an exhibition area, with items displayed in showcases where their information can be seen.
But they cannot be taken.
Through the true sight eye, Zhou Chen noticed that hidden spell runes were concealed within the showcases for protection. After observing for a while, he directly revealed his Justice Adventurer title.
Honored Adventurer, your presence is a great honor for us, a goblin supervisor exclaimed in surprise and hurried over.
Adventurer, I am one of the supervisors on the first floor, Taylor.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
His tone was quite polite.
Hello, you can call me Mr. Li, Zhou Chen replied. Goblins are a shrewd and business-savvy race, so it's not surprising to see them in the guild. Taylor appeared before Zhou Chen, astonished by his identity. The title of Justice Adventurer is not something every adventurer can obtain. This guest before him must be extraordinary. As an imperial force, the Tianyu Guild not only focuses on business development and creating wealth for the empire but also on forming connections with heroes and befriending the strong, which is of utmost importance. This not only benefits the guild's development but also the empire. Especially now that adventurers have descended and the Holy Guild has begun to take action, continuously recruiting adventurers, the empire cannot fall behind. At this moment, Taylor enthusiastically
accompanied Zhou Chen, introducing him to the products and relevant information about the guild.
Zhou Chen took mental notes. Mr. Li, this is our guild's Black Diamond VIP card. Soon, Taylor handed Zhou Chen a black card featuring the appearance of the guild's palace. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases at the guild, and some facilities will be open to you for free.
Thank you,
Zhou Chen naturally accepted without hesitation. Taylor felt secretly pleased. The Black Diamond VIP card can only be given out by supervisors and above. If Zhou Chen
develops a fondness for the guild because of this, establishes a relationship with the guild, and even further connects with the empire, then Taylor, who played a role in recognizing his potential, would surely benefit. I need a quiet potion workshop, please arrange that for me.
Of course, this is Mr. Li's first time spending here, and as a sign of respect, we won't charge any fees.
Taylor readily agreed and immediately sent
someone to make arrangements. Before hanging up, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, are you satisfied with our chamber's services? Zhou Chen replied instantly, no complaints at all, coming here feels like coming home, everyone is talented and speaks so nicely, I absolutely love it. This is truly the highest praise I've ever heard, you're welcome to visit often. Absolutely. Taylor sent Zhou Chen to the reserved pharmacy workshop. As soon as Zhou Chen left, Taylor's enthusiastic demeanor vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating gaze. A promising adventurer. Adventurers have unlimited resurrection privileges. Once he grows, if utilized properly, the value he creates will be immeasurable. The bait has been cast, hopefully, this time we catch a big fish. The pharmacy workshop is a special building that can increase the success rate of potion making, with a rental fee of 100 gold coins per hour. High-level potions must be crafted with professional tools, and Zhou Chen had only made some low-level potions before when practicing alchemy. The tools can certainly be purchased, but since he was here, he decided to experience the fun of the workshop. He looked over the equipment laid out before him, and with his skills in alchemy and pharmacology mastery, he quickly understood how to proceed. The goal this time was to concoct a poison. The healing reduction effect of the poison was quite appealing, it would be very useful against bosses with strong healing or numerous healing skills. He got to work. Soon, a notification sound chimed in. Alchemy successful, you have crafted a rare level potion Deadly Powder ×1, skill proficiency plus 100. Crafting high-level potions indeed yields more proficiency. Zhou Chen paused and picked up the poison to examine it. Deadly Powder, type Potion Poison, grade, rare effect 1, apply to a weapon to add an additional 10,000 poison damage, with a 50% chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 1,000 health per second for 180 seconds. Effect 2, the poison target has a 20% chance to enter a toxin paralysis state for 10 seconds. This deadly powder was primarily made from rare-level materials, combined with low-level ingredients like spider venom and snake saliva. However, its toxicity was clearly superior to other natural poisons of the same rarity, as it had been artificially refined. Zhou Chen was very satisfied and spent some more time continuing to craft. Before long, he left the workshop and returned to the first floor's merchandise area, where he purchased some alchemy tools and a certain number of hidden weapons, plum blossom darts, before departing. Mr. Li, I look forward to your next visit. Before leaving, Taylor saw Zhou Chen and made sure to say a few words. Zhou Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I will be back." After leaving the Tianyu Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Chen went through several teleports and arrived at the east gate of Dawn City. Outside, the city was quite lively. Players were gathered in groups, even more bustling than when they were outside Maple Leaf Town. The population of the main city far surpassed that of the Adventurers' Town, and the area near the east gate was truly overcrowded. Zhou Chen activated stealth and rushed through the wild areas between levels 15 and 20, where the situation improved. After walking for a while, when he saw no one around, he removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance. However, he did not immediately go level up. Instead, he opened his friend list. Of course, there was no one in the list. He was truly a solitary person. Zhou Chen clicked on the search function, entered the name Qingshan Jiuzai, and sent a friend request. Not wanting to be disturbed, Zhou Chen had long since turned off the "Allow Strangers to Send Friend Requests" feature. Unless he actively applied, no one could add him as a friend. As soon as he sent the request, a response came in just 2 seconds later. Am I mistaken? You, the big shot, actually took the initiative to contact me? By the way, how's it going on your side? Have you found a way to get to the main city? Qingshan Jiuzai sent a friend message. Zhou Chen, I beat up the NPCs in Maple Leaf Town, and they let me into the main city. What the hell? Just as expected of you, big shot. If someone else had said such a thing, Qingshan Jiuzai would have definitely thought they were crazy. But it was Zhou Chen who spoke. Despite his surprise, he still believed it without a doubt. Are you doing well? Zhou Chen asked. Not bad. I originally wanted to start my own guild, but some situations made me change my mind. I've now joined the Dragon Guild. Oh? Why? Zhou Chen couldn't help but be curious. In his impression, this guy didn't seem like the type to easily follow others. To be honest, the Dragon Guild is actually a guild established by the military of the Dragon Kingdom. Qingshan Jiuzai said with a bit of excitement. Military personnel? Zhou Chen was a bit taken aback. When he read the analysis of that foreign post, he had already guessed that the Dragon Kingdom's officials would send people into the game, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Qingshan Jiuzai continued to explain. It turned out that shortly after he arrived in the main city, he met the president of the Dragon Guild, Iron Horse Ice River, who sincerely invited him to join. Qingshan Jiuzai also had his own intelligence network and knew that the Dragon Guild style was different from that of the overbearing and fireworks guilds. He learned that they were military personnel and immediately joined with pleasure. For him, being able to connect with the military was a great honor, something he could not ask for. Big guy, this game even has military personnel involved, which shows it's not simple at all. Have you considered it? This is serving the country, a matter of glory for your family. And with your strength, they will definitely give you satisfactory treatment. Qingshan Jiuzai suggested. Not interested, Zhou Chen directly refused. Don't refuse so quickly. How about I let the president talk to you personally? Sure, tell him, and I'll apply to add him as a friend right away. Adding a friend, Zhou Chen didn't mind. Originally, he wanted to find Qingshan Jiuzai to discuss purchasing equipment. Zhou Chen now had over 1.5 million gold coins and several million RMB. He planned to buy some equipment to feed his growth equipment. The equipment sold in the NPC shop was too expensive for him, so he thought of buying from players. He could accept both gold coin transactions and RMB transactions. This way, he could acquire while killing monsters to drop equipment, which could appropriately speed up the feeding process. He just didn't expect Qingshan Jiuzai to actually join the Dragon Guild, so there was no need to talk to him anymore. Soon, Zhou Chen added Iron Horse Ice River as a friend. Mr. Zhou, I've long admired your name, Iron Horse Ice River. Spoke first. I believe you've guessed my thoughts. To emphasize, if you are willing to join, the position of vice president is yours, and no one can restrict your freedom. You can set your own salary, I guarantee it with my character. Zhou Chen said, no need. I know what kind of person I am best. If I really join, you will definitely regret it. You really know how to joke. Iron Horse Ice River thought he was politely refusing. I killed the holy priest of Adventurers Town, he was from the Holy Church.
I also looted the mayor's treasury. I estimate that Dawn City will issue a warrant for me soon.
Ah. Iron Horse Ice River instantly felt a cold sweat break out. Not a buddy? How could you say such terrifying things so casually? Noticing the reaction on the other side, Jo-Chen smiled and said, "Got it? I'm not rejecting you, I'm doing this for your own good." You are really scary. Even though Iron Horse Ice River was a soldier, he felt a bit horrified at this moment. He had been in the main city for a while. Nowadays, the factions players interacted with the most were the Tianyu Empire and the Holy Church. Both of these were quite terrifying. As a result, this person had offended them all. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to join earlier, otherwise, Iron Horse Ice River wouldn't know how to handle it. "So, big guy, what do you need me for?" "Simple, to talk business." At this moment, Jo-Chen stated his purpose. "I want to buy equipment from you, just silver equipment from level 15 to 20, at 300 gold pieces each." The Dragon Guild, backed by the military of the Dragon Kingdom, certainly had no issues with manpower or finances, making it more efficient for them to help collect equipment than to do it himself. "You're not joking, are you?" Tai Ma Bing-He asked in surprise. "Someone like you still needs such low-level equipment? Moreover, looking at the entire player base, there isn't much silver equipment circulating." Jo-Chen replied, "I believe that with the manpower and intelligence network of the Dragon Guild, this shouldn't be a problem. And after level 30, players can use the teleportation array to connect main cities. Considering your manpower in other main cities, getting some silver equipment shouldn't be too difficult?" Tai Ma Bing-He said, "Even so, selling equipment right now is still not worth it, unless you agree to one condition." "Go ahead and say it." Tai Ma Bing-He then stated his condition. It turned out that although there were many guilds in the game now, no player had truly established a guild yet. Each guild analyzed that the guild token should drop from dark gold level bosses. The problem lay here. Dark gold level bosses were a completely different existence compared to gold level bosses. So far, no guild had managed to defeat one. These guilds had memorized the known locations of dark gold level bosses, keeping it to themselves, waiting for the right moment to strike. Moreover, Tai Ma Bing-He learned from the Lord's Mansion that when defeating a dark gold level boss, no NPCs could participate, only the player's own strength could trigger the rules to drop a guild token. Defeating a dark gold level boss would yield a guild token. Clearly, this was another test the game presented to the players. "You want me to help you kill a dark gold level boss to be the first to establish a guild?" "Exactly." Tai Ma Bing-He said, "We have already pinpointed the location of a dark gold level boss. If you're willing, you can act at any time." "Hee, you have a good plan." Jo-Chen chuckled lightly, "But since this is business, it's normal for you to ask for a lot, so I won't hold it against you. If you want my help, that's fine. If the token really drops, you can take it, but all other loot belongs to me. Additionally, you must provide me with 10,000 pieces of silver equipment above level 20 for free. If you can't accept that, then there's no need to reply." With that, Jo-Chen ended the friend communication. This guy. In a certain leveling area, Tai Ma Bing-He smiled wryly. "Boss, what did that guy say?" a young man with the ID dragon war spirit asked. "Xing Shan said he has the strength to help us take down the dark gold level boss. I trust his judgment, but the conditions that guy offered are not simple." "What, 10,000 pieces of silver gear?" The guild members leveling with him nearly dropped their jaws. "Boss, is this guy getting too full of himself? He just cleared a dungeon first, acting like we're desperate for him." Dragon War Spirit protested on the spot. "What a pipe dream, but I'm curious, what does he need so much equipment for? Who cares? Odd people have odd things. Anyway, the boss won't agree." Tai Ma Bing-He observed his subordinates' reactions and said solemnly, "Do you all think you're very impressive? Do you know that guy caused a ruckus in Maple Leaf Town, killing NPCs to the point they didn't dare to issue a bounty on him? Is such strength not worth mentioning in your eyes?" Everyone was startled by this. Killing NPCs? Are you kidding? They wouldn't even dare to think about such things. The consequences were not something to be taken lightly. Is it true? That guy dares to kill NPCs? Rather than whether he dares or not, shouldn't we be asking where he got that strength? A member exclaimed in horror. Not to mention before, even now, if he changed into a new set of gear and returned to the town to cause trouble, he would likely be subdued by the guards. Moreover, among the guards, there were squad leaders and captains, and the town also had the mayor and special powerful mentors. Thinking of this, everyone fell into silence, even the Dragon War Soul stopped speaking. "Xingshan, what do you think?" Iron Horse Ice River looked at the silent Xingshan still here. Xingshan still here said, "Based on my understanding of him, it's worth a try." "Then contact him for me." Iron Horse Ice River decisively made a decision. If it failed, it would only mean losing a boss position for the other party to know. On the contrary, if successful, the benefits for them would be immeasurable. Compared to that, the cost was completely acceptable. On the other side, Zhou Chen was preparing to find a suitable place to level up. A message from Qingshan still here came. Considering for so long? Wasting my time.
Go tell him, add another condition, help me find the whereabouts of 3 legendary level spirit herbs. If you can't find them, add another 3,000 pieces of level 20 silver gear.
Zhou Chen immediately raised the price.
Qingshan still here smiled wryly and relayed the message.
This person is simply arrogant. Dragon.
Warsoul didn't speak, but another young man with the ID Battlefield Conqueror was completely furious.
Shut up. Iron Horse Ice River spoke coldly. Battlefield Conqueror could only suppress his displeasure. Soon, Zhou Chen received a positive response from Qingshan still here.
Very well, the 3 spirit herbs I need to find are 7-color lotus, ice jade flower, and qinglan.
Grass. You should have someone who can change jobs to an alchemist, right?
Let him create the spirit herb blueprint and find them based on the blueprint.
Zhou Chen stated the 3 main herbs
needed to refine Yulu Qingling liquid. As for the auxiliary herbs, he had plenty. As long as he found the main herbs, he would attempt to refine it, and if successful, he might see the true form of those mysterious wings.
No problem.
Qingshan still here immediately took the opportunity. Boss, we are currently located at the Twilight Forest outside the East Gate, coordinates 789,862. Just right, I'm in the wild area by the East Gate, I'll head over right away. With the deal settled, Zhou Chen abandoned his plan to level up alone, opened the map, and stealthily made his way. Just as he was leaving the outskirts of the East Gate, the Holy Church branch. In the main hall, Yeg looked at the few people in front of him, listening to their account. Gradually, his expression turned cold. A reckless fool. You dare to kill a holy priest of my church? The few people in front of him were the church members who had escaped from the church in Maple Leaf Town and had explained the situation to Yeg. Yeg was both shocked and angry. Shocked that Martin had discovered something that resembled a divine object. Angry that Martin had concealed it, and the object had already been stolen by that adventurer. To offend the Holy Church, even if you are an adventurer, you will pay a heavy price. After Yeg said this, he left the main hall with a stern face. Almost at the same time, the Lord's mansion. Morgan, the Lord of Dawn City, looked at a report placed on the table, deep in thought. The report came from Maple Leaf Town under the jurisdiction of Dawn City, and its contents were explosive. Robbing the treasury. Even daring to kill members of the Holy Church? Morgan's fingers lightly tapped the table, seemingly pondering. Interesting. Twilight Forest. Is he not here yet? Iron Horse and Ice River had already waited for 20 minutes. In reality, there were not many who could make him wait like this. But he was not impatient, his breath steady. It was just that his subordinates were obviously a bit displeased. Sorry to keep you waiting. A voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Chen appeared before everyone without warning. Boss Shou. Qingshan Egyo jolted and quickly greeted him. You? Dragon Warsoul looked at the figure a few meters ahead, astonished. He had seen thieves stealth before, but he had never seen anyone move so silently, without a single flaw. He dared not underestimate him any longer. You're just in time. Compared to the others, Iron Horse and Ice River remained calm. He walked towards Zhou Chen, revealing his ID. Mr. Zhou, we finally meet. You truly live up to your reputation. Let's skip the pleasantries. Zhou Chen said indifferently, as agreed, I will help you kill the boss, and within half a month, you will bring me what I want. The equipment is manageable, but those spirit herbs are a bit tricky. Of course, if I can't get them, I will compensate as agreed. Both of them disliked small talk, so they reached an agreement and moved towards their destination. According to Iron Horse and Ice River, that boss was located in the Nightmare Swamp, 3 wild zones away from here. They traveled along the way. After a dozen minutes, Iron Horse and Ice River suddenly frowned. Not good, others have discovered that boss. His words startled everyone. Since discovering that boss, they had been sending thief players to keep watch in turns. If someone approached, Iron Horse and Ice River would naturally receive the news immediately. Have those people already started their strategy? Zhou Chen asked. Iron Horse and Ice River shook his head, his expression strange. They are 2 groups of people, it seems they are at a standoff. Neither wanting to give way to the other. Then we need to hurry over, if they join forces, it will be troublesome. Dragon Warsoul couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhou Chen said, tell me the exact location of the boss, I'll go ahead.
Your speed is just too slow. You wish. The young man named Battle on the battlefield felt displeased. Let me tell you in advance, what if you team up with those people? Besides, do you really think you can kill the boss by yourself? His voice was sharp, his tone aggressive, as if he had long held grievances. Mr. Zhou. Iron Horse and Ice River thought it was bad. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Chen appeared behind Battle on the battlefield in an incredibly strange manner. And delivered a backstab. Minus 296,142, backstab plus weak point break, Accompanied by a scream, everyone saw a terrifying damage number pop up above Battle on the battlefield's head, instantly killed. Who else has doubts? Zhou Chen asked. Coldly. Boss Zhou, don't misunderstand. Qing Shan Yizhou hurriedly acted as a peacemaker. Mr. Zhou, it's my fault for not keeping my subordinates in check, causing you trouble. Iron Horse and Ice River took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. Of course, he was not angry because Zhou Chen killed his subordinate, but because Battle on the battlefield was too arrogant. Relying on his family background to enter the Dragon's Might team, he had always been unruly, and once this matter passed, he would not let it go easily. The boss is near the coordinates 4087-3208 in the Nightmare Swamp. Iron Horse and Ice River then revealed the location. I'll go ahead. Zhou Chen's figure immediately vanished. Stealth, Flowing Wind. Dragon Shadow Disappearance, Shadow Dragon Flash. With full speed, after 3 consecutive displacements, Zhou Chen was already thousands of meters away. If it weren't for the stealth hiding his tracks, it would probably have dropped everyone's jaws. Boss, you just told him like that. What if he really teams up with those people to trick us? Dragon War Soul was a bit worried. Iron Horse and Ice River smiled bitterly. Let's take a gamble. If we win, we profit immensely. If we lose, it's no loss, since there won't be just one Dark Gold level boss. And even if he doesn't keep his word, you are not allowed to complain. At least in this game, we can't afford to provoke him. Iron Horse and Ice River said this with a serious expression. The others understood. Having witnessed the methods of the person just now, unless one was a pampered second generation from the battlefield, no one would be foolish enough to act rashly. And given Iron Horse and Ice River's temperament, to prevent any further mistakes from the battlefield, there would likely be some education afterward. On the other side, Zhou Chen burst into action, his movement speed reaching an astonishing 9,900 plus, almost hitting 10,000. He quickly dashed out of the Twilight Forest. A few minutes later, he passed through another wild area. In the depths of the Nightmare Marsh, the two sides faced each other. Each side had a modest number of people, about 5 to 600 in scale. However, the levels of the members were quite impressive, all above level 20. And 1,000 meters away from both sides, a tall humanoid monster could be seen lying on a wetland piled with bones. Starry Night Pearl. I discovered this boss first, how about doing me a favor? There's no point in continuing this standoff. If you're interested, we can cooperate, but the guild token must belong to me, and the rest of the drops will be split evenly. A handsome young man from one side spoke loudly. He was the president of the Eternal Guild, I Heart Eternal. Upon hearing this, the president of the Starry Night Guild, Starry Night Pearl, replied firmly, you can't take down this boss alone. Since it's a cooperation, the guild token should be contested by luck, and whoever lands the final blow gets it, otherwise, no one benefits. As soon as she finished speaking, I Heart Eternal clearly looked displeased. A mere vase, what right? Do you have to act so high and mighty? If you don't scram, I'll make you regret it. Splitting the loot with you is already giving you face. Members of I Heart Eternal's guild, many of whom had fiery tempers, immediately started throwing insults. Because of Starry Night Pearl, the Starry Night Guild had a majority of female members, who naturally were not willing to back down. Rude, stinky man. Our guild leader's current level ranks higher than all of you, what right do you have to shout here? The two sides had been at a standoff for a long time, unable to reach an agreement, and tensions were rising, showing signs of erupting. Stop arguing, you won't get a share anyway. A voice suddenly rang out. I Heart Eternal and Starry Night Pearl were both startled. They saw a figure appear 20 meters away from both sides. It was Zhou Chen, who had rushed over. A thief? Which guild are you from? Zhou Chen's appearance shifted the focus of the two groups, which had been filled with hostility. Now that both sides were in a heated dispute, the arrival of a third party could complicate matters, especially if this thief had a guild backing him. I have no guild, I'm just here to steal the boss. I'll say it again, this boss has nothing to do with you. Get lost quickly, or I'll repeat it a third time, I don't have that kind of patience. I Heart Eternal and Starry Night Pearl had never been threatened by someone acting alone since entering the game. They were about to explode. Wait! Starry Night Pearl suddenly had a jolt, staring intently at Zhou Chen. You are that Zhou someone.
Hearing this, I Heart Eternal, who was about to unleash a harsh retort, suddenly froze.
Is it that person Joe? Is it the Joe who has caused quite a stir multiple times? Upon hearing the name Joe, both sides reacted. Soon, someone exclaimed, "Damn, it really is him. I've seen this guy on the forum, be careful, he's very ruthless. He toyed with the 3 major guilds and caused chaos in Maple Town, and reportedly even dared to steal from the mayor, simply lawless." At that moment, various skill lights appeared in the crowd. The priests were the first to cast shields, defense enhancements, and other buffs. Joe's notorious reputation was evident. Wasn't he trapped in the adventurer's town? How did he get out? At this moment, both Xingye Mingju and Washin Yongheng shared the same doubt. They had heard about the events in Maple Town that had stirred up the forum. For a while later, they heard that the person was trapped in the town and, busy with matters in the main city, they stopped paying attention. They never expected this guy to actually come to the main city. How did he manage that? Mr. Zhou, since you've escaped, you must be eager for some excitement, right? Xingye Mingju signaled, and immediately a beautiful woman with fair skin and a voluptuous figure stepped forward, looking at Zhou Chen with clear intent. Interested in joining the Xingye Guild? The salary is negotiable. And there are plenty of beautiful women. After Xingye Mingju finished speaking, Washin Yongheng's eyelids twitched. Although he had just dismissed Xingye Mingju, he had never underestimated her. The Xingye Guild was powerful, and there were indeed many beauties in the guild. If he were a free agent, he would definitely be attracted. Mr. Zhou, what achievements can you make working with women? Why not come to my side? I'll give you the position of vice president. Washin Yongheng quickly expressed his stance. With both sides in a standoff, a third-party powerhouse suddenly appeared. If he didn't pull them in, he feared he would suffer losses. Sigh. Being a good person is indeed troublesome, being a bad person is much more comfortable. Seeing this, Zhou Chen sighed helplessly, revealing the evil dragon's tooth in his hand. I've given you a chance, since you don't want it, then die here. After saying that, he swung his knife down. Stop. Be careful. Washin Yongheng and Xingye Mingju both exclaimed in anger. This person was not playing by the rules. He changed his face in an instant. A flash of blade light. In the moment he struck, Zhou Chen's health plummeted by 100,000, consuming health to enhance his skill power. Roar! A black dragon shadow suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blade light, covering a 1,000-meter radius. Evil dragon's fury plus life devour. Boom! Boom! The terrifying blade light mixed with blood-colored energy shredded all the shield lights in the crowd. White light flickered, countless casualties. At the same time, green numbers representing health recovery continuously appeared above Zhou Chen's head, restoring his health to full. The evil dragon's tooth had a built-in 20% lifesteal effect. Those attacked by evil dragon's fury would provide him with health, feeling great. After the black blade light ravaged the area, only a few people survived. They were the top tanks from both guilds, the main defensive force for tackling the boss. At this moment, disbelief appeared in everyone's eyes. Just now, they had exhausted all means, relying on the priest's healing and defensive shields to barely survive. Even so, they were left with only a sliver of health. Huh, what's this? Just as Zhou Chen was about to deliver the finishing blow, he noticed a black shadow in the crowd. It was a figure shrouded in black aura, attempting to escape. Interesting. Zhou Chen used Shadow Flash to chase after it. Lullaby of Death. As he rushed forward, a sinister shadow emerged behind him, the sound waves spreading, killing all the lucky surviving tanks. Boom! That shadow was also hit by the sound waves but was not controlled, continuing to flee. Dragon Shadow Disappearance, Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen transformed into a demon dragon, leaping forward, quickly catching up. Backstab. A shield with a resistance value of nearly 200,000 emerged from the head of that shadow. Such a thick shield, Zhou Chen said, slightly surprised. The black light covering the shadow diminished as the person was struck and flew out, rolling once before quickly standing up. A somewhat heroic female face appeared before Zhou Chen's eyes. The boss is yours, why are you still chasing me? Xingye Mingju was both shocked and angry. She was shocked by the opponent's strength. The means this person had just displayed were simply a dimensional strike against current players. If she hadn't used a Knight's Guardian's scroll to protect herself, she would have likely met a tragic end. She was angry that this person was relentless in pursuing her. Your methods are quite interesting, why not share them? If I'm satisfied, I might consider letting you go, Zhou Chen said with a wicked smile. He had a gut feeling that this woman was not simple and couldn't just let her go. It's just a scroll, what's so strange about it?
Xingyi Mingzhu said, transforming into a shadow and fleeing rapidly.
Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen leaped again to catch up. Boom! At the moment the demon dragon transformation ended, he kicked the opponent's back.
The president of the Starry Night Guild, a figure adored by many male players on the forum, was now rolling on the
ground in a sorry state. You bully too much. Nonsense, I've clearly been holding back, Zhou Chen immediately denied while reaching out his hand. Theft successful.
You have obtained Nightmare Cult Outer Member Badge ×1.
You have obtained gold coins ×12. What?
Xingyi Mingzhu was taken aback. Bastard, give me back my stuff.
Zhou Chen certainly wouldn't return it. He quickly checked
what he had obtained.
Nightmare Cult? Sounds like an organization. Tell me, what is it? Enough, give me back my things immediately.
Xingyi Mingzhu was completely enraged. You are indeed powerful, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly.
To be honest, the Nightmare Cult is not something you can provoke.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. What you just said only excites
me more. So far, Zhou Chen only knew of the game forces being the Tianyu Empire and the Holy Church.
The sudden emergence of a nightmare
cult piqued his curiosity, and he pressed, tell me everything you know about the Nightmare Cult, or I won't hesitate to kill you. Boom! A strange black aura suddenly erupted from Xingyi Mingzhu's body. I didn't want to fight you.
As she spoke, her body
rapidly transformed. Night Demoness form. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have become a different person. She became taller,
exuding an enchanting and sinister aura, and the weapon in her hand transformed into a crescent-shaped blade.
At the same time, she
consumed another Knight's Guardian scroll to protect herself.
Hidden profession? Zhou Chen became even more interested. If I guess correctly, this is related to that Nightmare Cult, right? Go to hell. Moonlight Impact. Xingyi Mingzhu struck the Moon Blade.
In her hand unleashed a dark purple blow, swiftly slashing towards Zhou Chen.
This was her hidden profession's exclusive skill. Night Demoness, characterized by displacement and attack. Moreover, her attack speed would surge at the moment of striking, making it hard to defend against. Clang! However, Zhou Chen's evil dragon tooth accurately blocked her weapon. With the Wind of Flow activated,
Zhou Chen's attack speed increased again, and combined with his weapon's attack speed, it was even faster than her skill attack. At the same time, Zhou Chen attempted to steal again. You have had gold coins ×23 stolen. You have had a piece of golden grade
equipment stolen. Damn it!
Xingyi Mingzhu gritted her teeth upon hearing the prompt.
She quickly retreated, throwing out a scroll, Knight's Barrier. Boom!
Darkness descended, and a black barrier enveloped a radius of 2,000 meters.
You are trapped. In the Night Barrier, all attributes -30%, stealth and other invisibility skills will be weakened. The barrier cannot be broken. You cannot leave, please be careful.
When Zhou Chen received the notification, the woman's figure also disappeared into the barrier. The Starry Night Pearl possesses a talent called Nightwalker type, Dark System Talent Rank, S Effect 1. When in a dark environment, can choose to merge into the darkness, attack power +100%, will be exposed after attacking or being attacked.
Can re-merge into the darkness if not attacked within 1 second. Effect 2, Dark System Skill Strength +100%.
Effect 3, Damage to Light System Targets +50%. It is precisely because of the Nightwalker talent that she was noticed by the Dark Knight sect and became the Dark Knight Witch. This talent is a perfect match with the Dark Knight sect's Night Barrier.
Within the Night Barrier, the attributes of Dark Knight sect members greatly increase, and as the Dark Knight Witch, she receives even more attribute boosts. Moreover, within this barrier, she can easily merge into the darkness and act.
At that moment, she silently killed towards Zhou Chen.
Interesting.
However, Zhou Chen's body transformed into 5 streams of light, becoming 5 clones and then
disappeared along with the main body. What? The Starry Night Pearl was dumbfounded. 5, no, 6 Zhou Chen? What the hell is this? What surprised the Starry Night Pearl even more was that she found herself unable to perceive the opponent's location. Within
the Night Barrier, the effects of the enemy's invisibility skills are weakened. At the same time, it grants her the ability to sense invisible targets. Yet at this moment, she knew nothing of Zhou Chen's position. There was no trace of the enemy in her perception connected to the barrier. The opponent's invisibility method was simply incredible. Zhou Chen was also a bit surprised.
After entering stealth, he can only see a blurry, semi-transparent shadow in his field of vision. Moreover, it was very unstable, flickering in and out of view, the position erratic. His true sight, I couldn't fully see the opponent. This was the
first time he encountered such a situation, indicating that the Dark Knight sect was unusual. At this moment, the blurry shadow
quickly fled. Trying to trap me in the barrier and then run away?
Zhou Chen sneered, pursuing with one person and 5 clones using Shadow Dragon Flash. In the next second, that blurry shadow reappeared, and Zhou Chen and his clones immediately reached
out. Beautiful lady, have you ever experienced the thrill of being surrounded by big men? The theft was successful. You have
obtained the skill scroll Knight's Guardian ×1.
You have obtained golden level equipment ×1.
You have obtained silver level
equipment ×1. Ah! You shameless!
The Starry Night Pearl screamed.
That person actually managed to steal the equipment she was wearing. Such words can be easily misunderstood. I only rob for wealth, not for beauty, okay? Zhou Chen laughed wickedly, relentlessly pursuing. Dark Moon Slash. The Starry Night Pearl released a wide-range slash with resentment. The phantom flashed. Zhou Chen and his clones dodged with incredible agility. Stop!
I'll tell you everything.
After one strike, the opponents still did not reveal themselves, and the Starry Night Pearl directly chose to surrender. The Dark Knight sect is a dark force opposed to the Holy Order.
I was noticed by them because my talent fits the Dark Knight Witch profession, and I received many benefits.
If you are willing, I can recommend you to join, and the boss will also give you this. Are you satisfied now? She blurted it all
out, clearly terrified of the big men.
So it's also a cult organization. Boring, you can rest easy now. Upon hearing her words,
Zhou Chen lost interest.
In the next second, the 5 clones all drew their blades. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Boom 5. Dragon shadows suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blade light. The Starry Night Pearl desperately dodged but could not escape. The range of the blade light was vast, and with 5 strikes coming at once, where could she flee? Bang!
The protective power of the Starry Night Pearl's Knight's Guardian was shattered.
You are not human. Just before dying, the Starry Night
Pearl could only curse out this one sentence. The blade light ravaged through, not only killing her but also violently impacting
the night barrier. Boom! Boom! The barrier shook violently, cracks appearing. What is that?
The members of the Dragon Guild,
who had hurriedly arrived, were taken aback when they saw the barrier in the distance. Look at the ground, someone exclaimed.
The ground was littered with equipment.
Heads up! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Several thieves appeared simultaneously.
They were the ones
Iron Horse had stationed to monitor this area, and they spoke in shock. Those 2 groups were all killed by Mr. Zhou, and the equipment
was left by them. That barrier seems to be a loose end. Mr. Zhou hasn't come out yet. Hiss! Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock.
Even Iron Horse was a bit unsettled.
He killed everyone?
The Dragon Guild members felt their minds were racing. According to Iron Horse and the equipment left on the ground, there were probably around 1,000 people here, and each
one was of a high level. Yet, they all died at his hands. Wow, that's really impressive.
Dragon War Soul's eyes sparkled.
As a
soldier, he naturally admired the strong.
Although Zhou was unruly, he was at least from the Dragon Kingdom, and even though he
didn't like the guy, he was glad to have such a strong person in his country.
At least in this game, we can't provoke him. At
this moment, everyone recalled what the president had said.
They would never forget it again. Inside the barrier. Self-destruct. With Zhou Chen's command, 5 clones self-destructed simultaneously. With a thunderous roar, the barrier began to tremble. Death. Mark, detonate. 5 death marks appeared above the barrier. Those were left by Zhou Chen when he killed the Star Night Pearl. With the wrath of the evil dragon. Boom! Boom!
As the 5 marks detonated, one side of the barrier shattered, and Zhou Chen stepped out from within. It was unclear whether it was due to the death of the Star Night Pearl or Zhou Chen's destruction, but as he walked out, the barrier slowly dissolved.
Mr. Zhou!
The members of the Dragon Guild rushed forward. Upon seeing the deep red name tag above Zhou Chen's head, everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
He was truly a god of death. They deeply recognized this, all with expressions of awe.
You arrived just in time. Help me pick up the equipment on the ground.
Zhou Chen
issued orders directly, as if it were the most natural thing.
No problem, I guarantee not a single piece will be missed, and it will all be delivered to you.
Iron Horse waved his hand, and immediately someone took action.
Let's go meet that boss.
Zhou Chen looked in another direction, where a tall figure could be seen at the edge of his vision.
Just bring a few people over, the
others should keep their distance.
If needed, we can send more. With that, Zhou Chen took the lead. Iron Horse followed along with Dragon War Soul and Green Mountain Still. On the way, Zhou Chen checked the items he had stolen from the Star Night Pearl. Nightmare Cult Outer Member Badge Type, Special Item Effect, Proof of Identity as an outer member of the Nightmare Cult. Skill. Scroll Knight's Guardian Rank, Level 7 Effect, using the scroll can release the Knight's Guardian skill once. Skill Effect. Preview, Knight's Guardian Type, Active Skill Rank, Level 7 LV1 0/700, Effect 1, gain the protection of the power of the Knight, capable of withstanding a total damage value of 500,000, lasting until the shield disappears. Effect 2, can choose to distribute the shield value to allied units. This skill scroll is quite powerful, but unfortunately, it can only be used once. Zhou Chen felt a bit regretful. Wait. Just then, a light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly thought of an idea. This thing isn't a treasure chest, it shouldn't be protected by game powers. What would happen if he used theft on it? Could he steal the corresponding skill from the scroll? With this thought, his eyes lit up as he held the skill scroll and activated theft. Successful theft, skill proficiency plus 20. You did not obtain any items. Successful, but got nothing? Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. It means he can use the theft skill on skill scrolls, but he needs to trigger the chance of stealing unconventional items to gain something. Shadow Clone Technique. Zhou Chen created 5 clones. What the hell? 6 show bosses? This scene startled the Dragon War Soul behind him. Don't be surprised, this is Zhou Boss's Shadow Clone Technique, it's quite famous in our Maple Leaf Town. Qingshan was explaining. In time, but he was also puzzled. Wasn't it 2 clones before? Now it has become 5? A boss is a boss, completely incomprehensible. At that moment, the 5 clones attempted to steal from the skill scroll. Nothing was obtained. It's fine, there will be opportunities. Zhou Chen first put away the skill scroll. At this time, the group stepped into the boss's territory. Due to the previous battle noise, the boss had already become alert. It held a thick iron rod, glaring at the intruders who entered its domain. Zhou Chen possessed the eye of true sight, with excellent vision, and was the first to see the opponent's information. Swamp Lord Ogre Kane LV30 Type, Dark Gold Level Boss Health, 6,884,700 Attack Power, 6,482 Spell Power, 5,794 Skills, Earth. Split Slash, Critical Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Ice Spike, Frenzied Charge, Evil Corruption, Rage Power, Life Recovery, Self-Heal, Damage Reduction, Damage Enhancement, Defense Enhancement. Description: a monster with a faint giant bloodline, the overlord of this area. Is this health serious? Although Zhou Chen had never seen a golden level boss of the same level, he could infer that health would not exceed 2 million. Goodness, a dark gold level directly skyrocketed to nearly 7 million? Besides health, the resistances of dark gold level bosses are certainly much higher than those of golden level, and they have more skills, even including life recovery and self-heal. Its healing ability is probably very strong. You all stay back, I'll have a go with it. The others immediately stopped in their tracks. Zhou Chen took out the poison deadly powder and completed the poisoning. Once poisoned, it can apply a 50% healing reduction effect on the target. Even considering the boss's resistance would weaken this effect, it wouldn't be too far off. Roar! As Zhou Chen got closer, the boss immediately became furious. An airy halo appeared on the ground, spreading out at high speed. Ogre Kane releases Evil Corruption, you lose 50,000 health. Ogre Kane releases Evil Corruption, your clone loses 50,000 health. Ogre Kane's health limit has increased accordingly, please be careful. Ogre Kane releases Rage Power, Attack Power, and Movement Speed plus 40%, lasts 60 seconds. No side effects, please be careful. Zhou Chen saw the health bar above the monster's head surge, its breath becoming more frantic. It charged forward, crushing the skeletons on the ground, raising the iron rod high, shimmering with magical light. In the next moment, the temperature in Zhou Chen's area plummeted, the ground roared, and ice spikes burst forth from the earth. Whoosh! Zhou Chen had already activated Dragon Shadow Disappearance and Flowing Wind, using Phantom Flash to dash forward. Ice spikes continuously emerged behind him, exuding cold air, but could never reach him. Even without stealth, Zhou Chen's movement speed at this moment was over 7,400. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. This boss's skill range is so wide? Behind, the Dragon War Soul couldn't help but exclaim. It was unimaginable. What would happen if they sent a large group to raid, and the boss released this skill into a pile of fragile ranged characters? At that moment, Zhou Chen and his clones had already reached in front of the ogre. 6 thefts were executed. You have gained gold times 218. You have gained a golden level equipment times 1. You have Gained intermediate mana potions times 15.
The harvest was decent, but unfortunately, they were all common items. The ogre sensed that something had been stolen from it, and was momentarily stunned. Then it erupted in fury. The iron rod in its hand radiated golden light, and a surge of mana pulsed as it swung it fiercely. Earth Splitter!
Boom! A massive blade of light swept across. Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen and his clones transformed into magic dragons, nimbly leaping behind the ogre. Justice is righteous. Attack buff activated.
In an instant, his entire demeanor changed, resembling a celestial being descending to earth, radiating righteousness.
If he
were to pose as a con artist in this guise, he would surely deceive anyone.
Phantom Flash. Backstab.
18 figures appeared simultaneously, attacking at once. Minus 23,317 main body phantom flash damage, minus 160,668 main body backstab damage, minus 23,317 phantom damage, minus 23,317 minus 6,000 poison damage, minus 23,317
clone main body phantom flash damage, minus 160,668 clone backstab damage. This combination attack directly took away over 1.1 million health from the boss.
At the same time, 6 death marks were planted, and the boss was also poisoned, losing health every second, while its healing speed was sharply reduced due to the healing reduction effect.
The terrifying
damage made the ogre feel a life-threatening danger, and a faint green light surged within its body.
Skill, Life Recovery Spell. 826164. It regained 820,000 health in one breath, even while under healing reduction. No wonder no one has been able to kill a dark gold level boss until now. Although surprised, Zhou Chen's movements did not slow down as he quickly retreated. The boss regained some health, swinging its iron rod fiercely behind it.
The pressure of the wind rushed in, but Zhou Chen dodged
in advance and was not hit.
He and his clones raised their hands simultaneously, and the dark whisper ring shone with brilliance.
Death Lullaby. 6 evil shadows appeared, releasing sound waves.
The ogre boss clearly had a high intelligence. Upon seeing this, it actually dodged
before the evil shadows could fully manifest. It
executed a furious charge, instantly escaping the range of the sound wave attack.
Indeed, it has a displacement skill. Zhou Chen understood in his heart. He was
confident in the attack range of the Wrath of the Evil Dragon, but he would not underestimate his opponent.
Since you used a displacement skill, I can confidently unleash my ultimate move. Whoosh!
He and his clones transformed into magic dragons, quickly closing in. At the same time, black dragons surged from the evil dragons.
Phone. 6 blades of light flashed, and the black dragon charged out. Wrath of the Evil Dragon.
In an instant of striking, Zhou Chen consumed 200,000 health to enhance the power, while several clones consumed 340,000.
6 massive dragon shadows flew toward the boss, transforming into endless blades of light. The heavens and the
earth were covered in a tapestry of black and blood-red light, truly apocalyptic.
Boom! Boom!
Minus 256,528 minus 368,528 minus 368,528 minus 737,056, critical hit.
As the blade struck, the ogre's furious wails echoed.
This wave of attack caused it to lose 2 million health.
As the blade light dissipated, the ogre was drenched in blood, its health plummeting.
It roared in anger, swinging its iron rod with all its might, transforming into a whirlwind of blade energy, 50 meters in diameter, rapidly sweeping toward
Zhou Chen. Skill, Whirlwind Slash. This is a skill of warriors, but the way this ogre executed it seemed to receive some kind of enhancement, greatly increasing its range. Zhou Chen and his clones disappeared at that moment. Stealth.
The ogre immediately lost its attack target and spun around wildly.
Zhou Chen remained true to his
purpose, seizing the opportunity to execute a theft with his clones.
You have gained intermediate life potions times 13. You have gained golden level equipment times 1.
You have acquired the skill Life Recovery Technique.
Oh! The chance to steal unconventional items has finally been triggered. Zhou Chen was overjoyed.
He opened his skill bar and indeed found that he had gained a new skill.
Life Recovery Spell Type, Active Skill Rank, Level 6 LV1, 0 out of 600. Effect, restores 20% health to self or allied units. Cost, 1500 mana cooldown, 160 seconds, not bad, I've got a life-saving skill, how delightful. Zhou Chen and his clone immediately tried to cast it while invisible and their health instantly recovered significantly.
The ogre spun around in confusion, failing to hit Zhou Chen, and stopped, looking shocked. It realized it had lost a skill.
Not an item, but a skill. This bizarre situation left a not-so-bright ogre boss baffled, causing it to attack randomly. Zhou Chen remained hidden, and as time passed, he continued to steal with his clone. Roar! Feeling that something had been stolen from it again, the ogre was furious and began to rage. Another 10 seconds passed, and Zhou Chen and his clone attempted to steal again. Unfortunately, they didn't get anything good. The ogre boss started to feel scared. It attacked randomly a few times and actually abandoned its lair, fleeing. In a panic, a dignified dark gold level boss chose to back down. Want to escape? Chase after it. The 5 clones immediately pursued and activated self-detonation. Deathmark, explode. Zhou Chen unleashed his final trump card. And the ogre boss was engulfed by dark energy, crashing to the ground and dropping a pile of items. You have killed the dark gold level boss Swamp Lord Ogre Kane LV30, gaining experience plus 400,000, reputation plus 4,000. A flash of light signaled his level up. Zhou Chen reached level 28. You have completed the first kill of a dark gold level boss, receiving an additional reward, free attribute points plus 30, reputation plus 4,000, diamond level lucky chest times 1. Server. Announcement: congratulations to player absolutely not working Zhou for completing the first kill of a dark gold level boss and receiving a special reward. This time it's not a mysterious chest, but a diamond level chest? Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. He thought he would get another mysterious chest. It seems not every first kill rewards a mysterious chest, it might depend on luck. He then sent his clone to collect all the boss drops. At that moment, members of the Dragon Riding Guild rushed over in a panic. Mr. Zhou, your strength is truly terrifying, Iron Horse Ice River sincerely admired. Impressive, impressive. Dragon War Soul also expressed his respect. Then they asked the most critical question: did the boss drop a guild token? Let me check. Zhou Chen opened his backpack. There were quite a few spoils from the boss, and at a glance, he was immediately attracted by a shiny token. Level 2 Guild. Token type, Guild Item Effect. Using this token, you can establish a level 2 guild, with a member limit of 100,000, and gain a guild base. Note, the guild token can only be used in the area surrounding the main city. Got it. Zhou Chen shared the information about this item. The level 2 guild token must be due to the first kill of the boss that it was upgraded a rank. Great. Iron Horse Ice River was overjoyed. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my promise. As agreed, I can give you the guild token, but your people spoke disrespectfully and almost delayed my business. How should we address that? Iron Horse Ice River had already seen that Zhou Chen was not easy to deal with, thought for a moment, and said, I originally thought it was a level 1 guild token, but I didn't expect it to be level 2. In that case, I can provide you with more equipment. Within a month, I will collect 20,000 pieces of silver equipment for you, and I will also do my best to find those 3 types of herbs you need. If I can't find them, I will give you appropriate compensation. Okay. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with this outcome. To be honest, providing 20,000 pieces of silver equipment in a month is quite difficult. However, with the manpower of the Dragon Emperor Guild, they should be able to manage it if they grit their teeth. If they really can't accomplish it completely, Zhou Chen won't be at a loss. After all, he has no interest in being the leader of a guild. The guild token is of no use to him, and it's just right to exchange it for equipment. However, the matter isn't over yet. Zhou Chen changed his tone and said, but I have one last condition: the guild must be established by me. If I'm not mistaken, the first person to establish a guild should receive a special reward, and once the guild is established, I will transfer it to you. You can accept it if you want, if not, I won't force you. No problem, I accept. Zhou Chen didn't expect that Iron Horse Ice River would agree without the slightest hesitation. This guy is quite a character, very decisive. The two sides reached an agreement. Iron Horse Ice River ordered his men to give all the equipment they had previously picked up to Zhou Chen. He explained to Zhou Chen that he wanted to set the guild base near the east gate, and then he and his subordinates used the return scroll to go back. This was because Zhou Chen wanted them to go ahead. On one hand, Zhou Chen wanted to count his gains. On the other hand, once he returned to the city, he would have to use disguise techniques to ensure his safety, and he didn't want anyone to know that he could disguise himself just yet. Once this group left, Zhou Chen immediately took out the diamond-level treasure chest. Lucky treasure chest grade, diamond effect. Open the chest to randomly obtain 1 to 2 treasures, with a 98% chance of obtaining items of the same grade as the chest and a 2% chance of obtaining items of a higher grade. Description: if you encounter a lucky treasure chest, it means you are a lucky person. The joyful moment of opening the chest has arrived. Zhou Chen pressed down with both hands to open the chest. A burst of colorful light flashed by. You have opened The diamond level lucky treasure chest and obtained skill book, Body of Dominance ×1. Body of Dominance skill? Isn't this a melee god skill?
As an experienced gamer, Zhou Chen was certainly familiar with such skills.
Skill book.
Body of Dominance skill preview. Type, active skill grade, level 7 LV1 0/700. Effect 1. Enter the Body of Dominance state, removing and immunizing against control effects such as slow, stun, confinement, freeze, paralysis, and
silence, lasting for 120 seconds. Effect 2. During the duration, abnormal resistance plus 3000, tenacity plus 3000.
Cost, 1500 mana cooldown, 180 seconds, instant cooldown, learning requirement, melee profession, 1000 strength attribute. Description, a classic book recording a certain skill.
As expected, it's a control removal skill requiring 1000 points of strength attribute? No problem. Zhou Chen's current strength attribute has already exceeded 1000, so learning this skill is no issue at all.
He learned the skill book and designated Body of Dominance and Life Recovery Technique for unlimited growth. There are still quite a few pieces of equipment dropped by bosses in his backpack, but unfortunately,
they can only be worn at level 30.
Zhou Chen decided to help Iron Horse Ice River establish the guild and then find a place to level up and practice skills. At least he wanted to reach level 30 first and change his equipment.
Near the east gate of Dawn City,
Iron Horse and Ice River had been waiting for quite a while.
I'm here. Zhou Chen, while in stealth,
removed his disguise and revealed his true self.
Truly elusive, praised Dragon Warsoul. No time to waste, let's establish the guild.
Iron Horse and Ice River pointed to the ground beneath them. This place is quite suitable for our base.
Zhou Chen, of course,
was not concerned about these details. He took out the guild token and chose to use it.
Do you want to consume a level 2 guild token to establish a level 2 guild? Consume. Please name the guild. Dragon Guild. Naming successful. You have consumed a level 2 guild token to establish the Dragon Guild.
At that moment, the guild token in Zhou Chen's hand disappeared.
Congratulations.
You have established your first guild and received a special reward, reputation plus 50,000, intermediate mysterious treasure chest ×1.
As expected, there are special rewards and intermediate mysterious treasure chest. How delightful.
At that moment, the ground rumbled, magical runes appeared, transporting everyone away, leaving only Zhou Chen behind.
What's going on? Not only Iron Horse and Ice River, but even the nearby pedestrians were expelled.
A guild base appeared out of thin air, with Zhou Chen standing right in
the center.
He also discovered that he had gained a guild-exclusive buff, which increased his attack power and spell intensity, as
well as monster killing experience and drop rate bonuses. Look, what is that?
The suddenly appearing guild base puzzled the nearby
players. That should be the guild base, right?
Iron Horse and Ice River were equally surprised.
At the same time, a world announcement rang out. World announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Country region player absolutely not working Zhou for establishing the first guild, Dragon Guild, receiving a special reward. The announcement echoed, shocking the entire world. Wow, someone established a guild? Dragon Guild?
It's not an old guild, yet it managed to be the first to establish a guild.
In an instant, the
chat channel in the Dragon Country region became lively, with players discussing the Dragon Guild.
Let's go over there. Outside the
east gate of Dawn City, Iron Horse and Ice River led the group toward the base. As they approached, they saw the guild base surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a large metal door covered in magical patterns standing in front. From the outside, 8 tall
arrow towers stood at the 8 directions of the base, likely for defense. Mr. Zhou, are you inside? Iron Horse and Ice River contacted Zhou Chen.
Inside, Zhou Chen immediately used his president privileges to grant access.
Everyone entered, looking around curiously, moving about restlessly. Zhou Chen was also quite curious, wandering around the base.
The guild base was not a guild residence. The facilities were relatively simple. The most important building was the guild hall, which housed a massive core crystal that randomly refreshed a large number of tasks daily for members to take, with generous rewards. Additionally, the base was equipped with buildings like an equipment shop, a pharmacy, and a grocery store, which refreshed a certain number of goods daily that could be exchanged for gold coins or guild contributions, with prices definitely cheaper than those sold outside.
With his president privileges, Zhou Chen walked around and basically grasped the information about the guild. Boring, being a president is indeed troublesome.
Losing interest, he opened his backpack and chose to open the mysterious treasure chest.
This time there are no lucky dice. I can only rely on luck.
A burst of colorful light flashed. You opened an intermediate mysterious treasure chest and obtained skill book.
Eye of Insight ×1. The treasure chest disappeared, and a skill book shimmering with rainbow hues appeared in Zhou Chen's backpack. Skill book, Eye of Insight skill preview, type, passive skill rank, 9th tier effect 1, vision is greatly enhanced, allowing sight in darkness, revealing invisible targets and various hidden information. Effect 2, with a single thought, one can gain a 360-degree field of vision, enhanced to a range of 200 meters multiplied by one's level. Effect 3, see-through illusions, immune to mental control effects such as hallucinations, charms, and sleep. If within a manifested illusion, one can glimpse its weaknesses. Learning requirements, none. Description, a record of a certain skill in an ancient text. Tip, the Eye of Insight is an upgraded version of the Eye of True Sight, automatically replacing the Eye of True Sight upon learning. It's a more advanced version of the Eye of True Sight at the 9th tier. Unfortunately, it's not an attack type skill, but it's acceptable. Zhou Chen felt he could manage. Now, he had Bodhi to deal with general control skills. For mental control skills, he had Eye of Insight to counter. Perfect. He returned to the small square of the base and called for Iron Horse Ice River. As agreed, I will transfer the guild to you now. Thank you. Iron Horse Ice River said gratefully. The two quickly completed the handover. Once the transfer was complete, Zhou Chen immediately felt he had lost the authority of the guild leader. We finally established a guild. I didn't expect we would be a step ahead.
Iron Horse Ice River became the leader and immediately officially brought everyone into the guild, and the group
looked pleased. It should be noted that there are many large guilds in Dawn City.
Domineering, Fireworks, Flying Sky, Eternity, and
Starry Night are all in Dawn City. And then there's the Moonlight Pavilion. The leader of the Moonlight Pavilion, Young Master
Moonwatch, was the first to achieve a golden level first kill, but for some reason, he has been unusually low-key and mysterious lately.
Iron Horse Ice River thought he wouldn't catch up to those competitors.
Unexpectedly, with Zhou Chen's help, he was a step ahead
of everyone in owning a guild.
The unpredictability of life is truly marvelous.
At that moment, he seized the opportunity and immediately spent money to post a regional announcement in Dawn City. Iron Horse Ice River. Friends, I am Iron Horse Ice River, the leader of the Dragon's Might Guild, and I sincerely invite all aspiring individuals to join the Dragon's Might Guild. This guild is currently
the only level 2 guild in the game, capable of accommodating 100,000 members.
Welcome to join. You're quite clever, Zhou Chen said with a smile.
Clearly, with the world announcement just passed, inviting strong players now could maximize the current hype.
Mr. Zhou, now that the guild is established, are you really not considering joining us? No way. Iron Horse Ice River had to give up the invitation and added, by the way, since you just arrived in Dawn City, have you been to the Tower of Sin? Zhou Chen couldn't help but be curious. I haven't been there. Is there something special about that place? It's not too special, I suppose, Iron Horse Ice River explained. It's a dungeon that was discovered just the day before yesterday.
Unlike regular dungeons, it has levels. And you must clear it at the highest difficulty to truly complete it, so no one has achieved the first clear yet.
Mr. Zhou, do you really need equipment?
Dragon's Might War Soul interjected at the right moment. The Tower of Sin has a characteristic, entering as a team significantly increases the number of monsters and equipment drops.
Why not take us along? We just want the final completion. Chest, and all the loot that drops along the way will be yours. I see.
Zhou Chen became interested. Let's go, lead the way. He had originally planned to practice skills, but since he discovered a dungeon, he might as well go for a first clear.
By the way, I don't want to see that noisy brat again,
Zhou Chen added, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal.
Don't worry, big guy, I guarantee he won't appear in front of you again.
Before the group set off, Iron Horse Ice River immediately made arrangements using the
friend communication.
It was mentioned before that the affairs of the game Divine Awakening are of utmost importance, even if waging war is some second-generation player, he cannot be allowed to run wild, and this is a perfect opportunity to make him leave. Outside the west gate of Dawn City, the fiery desert,
an epic dark gold level dungeon fire dragon boss was besieged.
Blood Rose, Unmatched Dominance, and the Little Prince each led elite teams, surrounding it with nearly 1,000 players.
After changing
into the gear provided by Yigo and utilizing the skills of the Divine Guardian class, the strength of Unmatched Dominance and the others was vastly improved. With the team's control and output, they had encountered almost no danger from the start of
the attack. The dungeon fire dragon unleashed a fire area attack skill. Guardian Light. Holy Healing Wind.
Blood Rose promptly cast a group shield and healing skill on the frontline shield bearers and warriors.
The Divine Guardian class is a version that evolves from basic classes. In addition to gaining new skills, their original skills remain and are enhanced by twofold. Blood Rose herself possessed the S-level talent Blessing of the Living, which increased the strength of all buff skills by 100%. With her protection, the Dungeon Fire Dragon failed to kill a single frontliner. Immediately, two incredibly thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the boss and dealing massive damage while also paralyzing it. Your spell combo is truly impressive. Once triggered, Blood Rose praised the Little Prince during the battle. The Little Prince's previous attack had only one bolt of lightning, but his A-level talent spell combo had a certain chance to trigger a second hit. Once activated, it meant double the damage. Immortal Battle Soul. As soon as the boss attacked, Unmatched Dominance eagerly unleashed a 5th-tier skill. His body was enveloped by a phantom battle soul clad in armor and wielding a large blade. In this state, he would gain a significant amount of shield value, and his attack range would increase due to the towering figure of the battle soul. At this moment, Unmatched Dominance's health was very low, which was intentional. His A-level talent Fury of Power could enhance his attack power, resistance, and toughness as his health decreased. With the Immortal Battle Soul protection and Blood Rose's shield skill, Unmatched Dominance charged fiercely into melee combat with the boss, each strike taking away over 3,000 health points from the opponent. The dominant Little Silver Spear, Dominant Journey, and Firework Green Feather benefited from their fortune and also obtained the Divine Guardian class, quickly following suit to entangle the boss. The boss's health continued to decline, and the situation looked very promising. Yigu has really been a great help, the Little Prince said gratefully upon seeing this. Unfortunately, the game rules do not allow them to intervene directly, otherwise, they wouldn't drop the guild token. It's okay, we use 2 scrolls, which has greatly accelerated our progress. No one should be able to compete with us, Firework Sword Dance said. Before leaving, Yigo had given them 2 skill scrolls. According to him, the external support from the 2 scrolls would not trigger a rule backlash and would not count as NPC participation, greatly speeding up their progress. Demon Sealing Slash. Up ahead, Unmatched Dominance, full of vigor, slashed out a blood-colored blade light. Minus 37,445 A. High damage number popped up, instantly astonishing everyone. Ah, that feels great. Unmatched Dominance experienced the exhilarating feeling of battle, satisfied with his output, sweeping away the past gloom. Indeed, without that annoying Joe person hindering him, things would only get better. Server announcement: congratulations to player absolutely not working Joe for completing the Dark Gold level boss first kill and receiving a special reward. Ha! Just as Unmatched Dominance was feeling triumphant, he suddenly heard this news, and his expression froze. The others were also taken aback. Joe? Wasn't that guy trapped in Maple Leaf Town? How could he steal the Dark Gold level first kill? Damn, it's him again. After a brief shock, Unmatched Dominance was filled with rage. Sorry, it's still me. At this moment, the domineering figure seemed to see that guy's infuriating face. I've come to the main city, and I can't compare to him? Why is that? Is Maple Leaf Town richer in resources than the main city? He was on the verge of losing control. Calm down, let's kill the boss first. Blood Rose advised in time. Is that true? He can kill a Dark Gold boss in Adventurer's Town? Isn't there not even a gold boss there? Fire Dance and the Little Princess both found it hard to understand. Fortunately, the group's strength was enough to suppress the boss, and there was no chaos due to unexpected events. Adventurer's Town shouldn't even have a gold boss. Could it be that guy was chased by NPCs and escaped to some extremely remote area just to happen upon a Dark Gold boss? The little prince speculated while casting spells. He might have just gotten lucky to kill the boss, but the resources in the town are ultimately limited. After a while, he will definitely fall behind us. I hope so. The domineering figure felt numb, even his attacks on monsters had lost some strength. He truly had a psychological shadow regarding that certain someone. Ever since encountering that guy, he, who once dominated the game, had suffered repeated losses. He clearly had a large guild but couldn't even suppress a solo player, experiencing a huge sense of defeat for the first time in his life. Don't forget, the priest Yeg said that the guild token can only be used within the main city area. The flying little princess suddenly laughed. In other words, even if that guy kills the Dark Gold boss first, he can't establish a guild. Let him hold the guild token and stare blankly. Now that you mention it, that's true. It will drive him crazy. Fire Dance felt much better upon hearing this. As they spoke, the group repeatedly attacked and killed the bloodied cave flame dragon. A guild token dropped. The domineering figure was the first to check the loot, holding up a guild token and shaking it in front of everyone.
According to their agreement, he would be the first to establish the guild. Because it was he who first got close to the church, benefiting everyone greatly.
Thinking of the benefits of being the first
to establish a guild, the domineering figure felt much better.
Yes, that guy is stuck in the town anyway, why bother with him?
Even if he drops a guild token, he can't use it. No matter how cunning he is, he still has to establish the guild after him.
Right? Let's go, we'll establish the guild near the main city. The domineering figure waved his hand, ready to take out the return scroll. Just then, a world announcement echoed throughout the game. World announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Country. District player absolutely not working Joe someone for establishing the first guild, Dragon's Might Guild, and receiving a special reward. The group, which was originally in high spirits, instantly froze. No way? Why? Isn't he stuck in the town? How can he establish a guild?
This time, not to mention the domineering figure, even the usually calm Blood Rose felt her brain short-circuiting.
The domineering figure was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath. Damn! An angry roar erupted from
the flame desert.
What on earth is this Joe someone? He's simply a lingering ghost.
At this moment, the domineering figure felt a deep sense of helplessness.
He didn't even want to think about why that person could establish a guild anymore. In a word, he felt numb.
Buzz. Calm down, the communication jade talisman is reacting, it's the priest YEG looking for us. Blood Rose took out a jade talisman glowing with light runes, floating in front of everyone. The jade talisman surged with magical
power, revealing YEG's figure. Priest YEG, sorry, we didn't establish the guild first.
No worries. YEG interrupted Blood Rose, speaking in a deep voice, there's something I need you to do, regarding an adventurer who claims to be Zhou someone. Outside the southern gate of Dawnlight City, Zhou Chen was traveling with Taima Binghe and others, making their way through the wilderness.
Until they finally saw a tall ancient tower.
The tower was pitch black, exuding an oppressive feeling that was unfathomable.
As they approached, they could even faintly hear the terrifying sounds of slaughter coming from within. Tower of Sin type, instance entry ticket.
Non-entry limit, once a day required level, LV20 rewards, equipment for levels 20 to 40, a large amount of experience points, money,
items, and a completion treasure chest. Description: an ancient tower that holds many evil criminals, their hands stained with blood.
Trapped inside and unable to escape, only serving as a sharpening stone for the brave. This was the destination for Zhou Chen and his
companions, the Tower of Sin.
Beside the light gate on the first floor of the ancient tower stood a crystal stone tablet with golden characters
floating above it.
It displayed the real-time completion rankings of the Tower of Sin, listing rankings based on difficulty, speed, and the number of monsters killed as comprehensive references. No one should have completed it yet, Taima Binghe said as he leaned in to take a look. Yesterday, they had attempted a run and ended up being completely wiped out on the 6th floor under nightmare difficulty. Our ranking has already dropped out of the top 10, Yulong Zhanhan pointed at the crystal tablet. Right now, the first place is a team led by Within Reach of Heaven, who actually opened hell difficulty and made it to the 4th floor.
Indeed, Manhwa Pavilion
is not simple. Taima Binghe gazed at the rankings, deep in thought.
Within Reach of Heaven was the vice president of Manhwa Pavilion.
It was said that their guild leader was even stronger, but had mysteriously disappeared recently. Otherwise, if Within Reach of Heaven teamed up with their guild leader, they would likely secure the first completion of the Tower of Sin. This was the first special instance in the game with difficulty selection, and the first completion reward would definitely be substantial.
Mr. Zhou, are you implying? Taima Binghe turned to look at Zhou Chen.
Speechless, this scroll skill is so hard to steal, Zhou Chen said, feeling a bit frustrated.
Since
establishing the guild, he had been trying to steal the skill from the Guardian of the Night scroll but had never succeeded.
It seemed that
this scroll was relatively special compared to monsters, making the theft much more difficult.
Are you asking me what difficulty to choose? Zhou Chen temporarily stopped his attempts to steal the scroll skill. Do I even need to ask?
I came here for the first completion of the instance.
Of course, hell difficulty. Are you sure you want to be so reckless? Shouldn't we first try nightmare difficulty to gauge the situation?
The Tower of Sin only appears to have 9 floors from the outside, but once you choose hell difficulty, a hidden 10th floor will appear.
Yulong
Zhanhan added, moreover, the strength of monsters on the same floor varies greatly under different difficulties, they are extremely fierce. Although they had all witnessed Zhou Chen's strength, they felt it was necessary to explain clearly to him about the Tower of Sin, which should
not be underestimated. What are you worrying about? Zhou Chen grinned mischievously, isn't there a possibility that I might be the fiercest one?
With that, he formed a team including Taima Binghe, Yulong Zhanhan, and the other 7 members of the Yulong Guild.
This instance could
only be entered once a day, and with a team, the number of monsters would increase significantly, as would the equipment drops.
Zhou Chen certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity and would bring as many as he could. The group arrived at the entrance of the first floor of the instance, and Zhou Chen chose to enter. Please select instance difficulty.
4 options popped up before him: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell.
Zhou Chen decisively clicked on the hell difficulty option. A flash of light and everyone disappeared. Just as Zhou Chen and the others entered the tower, a passing player in the distance showed a look of surprise and immediately opened friend communication. Brother Silver Gun, I've found Zhou Chen's whereabouts.
I'm not mistaken, I have the enhanced vision talent. Although I'm far away, I can see clearly. It's definitely him. You have entered the hell difficulty Tower of Sin, currently on the first floor. Please be careful.
Everyone pay attention. Nightmare level monsters are extremely aggressive, and hell level ones are definitely more dangerous. Just as he steadied himself, Iron Horse Ice River shouted. Zhou Chen was observing his surroundings. The first layer was an area resembling a coliseum, quite vast. Ahead, humanoid monsters sensed the movement and all turned to look. Some even went invisible.
Zhou Chen quickly scanned the area and found that these monsters were all humanoid, with various
professions, numbering no less than 100. He casually picked a monster to check its attributes. Evil Swordsman LV20, type, special monster.
Health, 387500 attack power, 2778 physical defense, 3874 magical defense, 3512 skills, //cross/ sword chi surge, sword chi eruption. Damage enhancement, speed enhancement. The Eye of Insight was indeed a higher version of the True Sight, and Zhou Chen discovered he could see more.
Monster attributes now.
Be careful, there are quite a few thieves sneaking over.
Zhou Chen could see any invisible units, but these people probably didn't have that ability, so he warned them.
After saying that, he applied poison to his weapon, and 5 streams of light flashed by,
transforming into clones. Phantom Flash. 18 figures charged forward, moving at breakneck speed. Swoosh. Swoosh. The blades slashed through, blood splattering.
Taking advantage of their stealth, the first thieves to rush and became visible under the attacks of Zhou Chen and his clones.
Iron Horse, Ice River and the others hurriedly dodged, huddling together for defense. Faced with hell level difficulty, they naturally wouldn't show off.
Everything was left to the big boss, and they just needed to do their part as support.
Zhou Chen plunged into the crowd, and immediately swordsmen
and warriors rushed to kill him. Behind them, mages raised their staffs, skill bars appearing above their heads.
Death Lullaby. Boom! A strange sound wave swept through, instantly putting many enemies into a sleep state, interrupting their attacks. In the next moment, 6 black evil dragons appeared in an invincible form, transforming into endless blade light. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Life Devour. Boom! Minus 171,673 minus 377,680. Critical hit. You have killed Evil Swordsman LV20, experience plus 8,400. A series of prompts rang out.
Under the combined efforts of 6, all the enemies fell, and a large pile of equipment exploded beside each corpse.
Ha! Wait, is that it?
Except for Iron Horse Ice River, Dragon Warsoul, and Green Mountain still stands, the other members of the Dragon Guild were
all stunned. The hell-level difficulty dungeon that no one had cleared until now, and the first layer was like this?
You guys were far away before, so you didn't know how fierce he was when fighting the Dark Gold level boss. This isn't even his full strength.
Green Mountain still stands laughed.
Oh, there's still a fish that slipped through the net? Zhou Chen thought it was over, but noticed a person among the corpses, covered in blood, propping himself up with a sword.
Boss, there's a strong guardian on each layer, be careful. Iron Horse Ice River shouted loudly.
Zhou Chen focused and saw that it was a level 20 gold level boss, likely the guardian of the first layer. Although it wasn't dead, it was
already severely injured from the 6 evil dragons' bombardment.
Zhou Chen waved his hand, and several clones approached using Shadow Dragon Flash, quickly finishing it off.
Boom!
A beam of light descended from above the first layer, transforming into an entrance to the second layer.
After each layer, there will be 3 minutes to rest. Once the time is up, you will automatically enter the next layer. Iron Horse Ice River came over to explain to Zhou Chen. 3 minutes? No need, 2 minutes is enough. The cooldown time for Evil Dragon's Tooth is 120 seconds. Once it's ready, he would immediately rush up to quickly eliminate the enemies while the clones were still active. Zhou Chen and his clones separated to pick up equipment. Of course, during this time, he didn't forget to use the Knight's Guardian scroll to steal, but there were no results. As the 2 minutes were up, Zhou Chen and the others immediately entered the second layer.
Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a team's ranking on the Crystal Monument rapidly climbed.
You see, someone has started the hell level difficulty again. A player noticed this. Is it that Zhou person's team? Wait, is it that Zhou person?
Upon seeing the name of the team leader, a player
immediately exclaimed. Are you talking about that Zhou person? Wasn't he trapped in Adventurer's Town? You're out of the loop.
I just checked the forum, he caused a big scene.
Again, beating up the NPCs in Maple Town and forcing the mayor to lift a bounty and teleportation ban. Damn. That's ruthless?
Instantly, players gathered around.
Zhou's
reputation was notorious, although he had only just arrived at the main city for some reasons, no one dared to doubt his strength.
Everyone was curious about how far he would go. Boss, we found him.
On the other side, the domineering little silver gun ended the communication with a friend and said to the unmatched domineering. That guy is with the Dragon Emperor Guild and has entered the Tower of Sin.
Very good.
Upon hearing this, the unmatched domineering spirit lifted.
Let's see how he dies this time.
Beside him, the fireworks sword dance said with resentment.
That's right, this group wanted to take action against Zhou Chen. This time, they were well prepared. Because behind them, there were 4 holy priests of the guild.
To be honest, when the unmatched domineering and Bloodrose learned from Yigu about Zhou Chen's actions in Maple Leaf Town, they both felt their scalps go numb, causing a ruckus in Maple Leaf Town, defeating the captain of the guard, Charles, single-handedly beating numerous professional mentors, brutally assaulting the mayor, killing Father Martin, and
robbing the mayor's treasury. If it weren't for Yigu personally saying it, they would never have believed it. It was simply too crazy. Absolutely lawless.
Even though they had received the guild's training, they now dared not compete with that guy. But it was strange that he was so arrogant as to dare to kill Martin, who was a member of the guild. Now, Brother Yigu personally assigned 4 already awakened lower holy priests equipped with guild gear to strike, which would surely bring Zhou to justice. They had also just learned from Yigu that after reaching a certain level, one would undergo awakening.
Completing the awakening would elevate their strength to a new level. Moreover, these 4 holy priests had guild equipment and skill scrolls to assist
them, so Zhou would definitely not escape this time. What surprised the unmatched domineering a bit was that Yigu did not personally take action.
Nor did he send mid-level holy priests.
His explanation was that he was afraid of displeasing the Lord's Mansion. Now the guild and the Lord's Mansion were both trying to win over adventurers, and the Lord's Mansion was looking for excuses to restrict the guild's actions, so Yigu had to be cautious.
However,
the unmatched domineering felt that with the 4 holy priests acting together, this operation could not go wrong. The guild had specialized means to deal with adventurers, and once they caught Zhou, it wouldn't be as simple as just killing him. Thinking of this, his heart filled with anticipation.
Tower of Sin. Zhou Chen and the others were charging through at an extremely fierce pace.
In the second layer, as soon as they rushed in, Zhou Chen and his doppelgangers unleashed the evil Dragon's Tooth plus Life Devour.
The entire second layer space seemed to collapse.
The level 25 Guardian, the golden level boss Dark Alliance follower, was instantly left with low health.
Zhou Chen and his doppelgangers charged up to deliver a full body attack, and the opponent was done for.
In the third layer, the attributes of the monsters rose another level. As soon as Zhou Chen and his doppelgangers entered, they immediately consumed health to increase
the damage of evil Dragon's Fury.
The 5 doppelgangers consumed 300,000, while Zhou Chen consumed 200,000.
Evil Dragon's Fury plus Life Devour unleashed again.
The guardian of the third layer was named Fallen.
Aslan, a level 30 golden level boss, described as having once been a holy priest of the sacred guild before falling into evil.
He had many means and had killed countless adventurers at difficulties below hell
level.
Unfortunately, in the face of Zhou Chen's absolute power, he was just a little brother.
6 massive attacks fell, even resulting in critical hits. Fallen Aslan's numerous defensive measures were ruthlessly
shattered, with no way to evade, turning into a corpse. In just about 7 minutes, Zhou Chen and the others charged into the 4th layer.
Wow, his speed is too fast.
Outside the dungeon, a group of players had gathered in front of the ranking monument. They watched as Zhou's ranking soared to 2nd place, feeling their scalps go numb.
4th layer. The Tower of Sin allowed many people or multiple teams to independently clear the dungeon simultaneously.
At this moment in the 4th layer, a young man was surrounded by floating illusory runes, continuously bombarding a fiery monster with the cooperation of his teammates.
The young
man was handsome, and with every gesture, the runes spun gracefully, looking quite dashing. The ID displayed above his head was a stone's throw from heaven, the vice president of the Manhwa Pavilion.
A stone's
Throw from Heaven possessed the exorcism talent, which could significantly enhance damage against any evil entities such as darkness and undead, and could easily master the secrets of talismans. It was for this reason that he was granted the hidden class exorcist, which could only be obtained with the exorcism talent by the Holy Order. This was a profession that primarily used talismans and magic arrays, quite powerful. At that moment, he released a control magic array, successfully trapping the level 4 guardian boss Burner Snoke, while causing the opponent to continuously lose health within the array. Burner Snoke LV35. Type: Special Monster, Gold Level Boss Health, 3,665,000 Attack Power, 4,100 Physical Defense, 5,412 Magical Defense, 4,448 Skills, Defense Enhancement, Damage Enhancement, Fire Shield, Magic Fire Whip, Meteor. Fire, Domain of Evil Fire, Fire Resistance Ring, Instant Flash, Damage Reduction, Self-Heal. Description: The Guardian of the 4th level, possessing a faint bloodline of the Hellfire Demon and evil and powerful. Existence. When a stone's throw from heaven entered, Burner Snoke was surrounded by 10 flame guardians, which had now been eliminated by him and his teammates. Next, they just needed to slowly whittle down Burner Snoke's health. The hell level difficulty is indeed terrifying. Even if we get through this level, we will probably stop at the 5th level, a stone's throw from heaven said with a hint of regret. Brother Tianya, reaching the 5th level is already impressive. I estimate this ranking won't be surpassed for a while, someone said. That's right. When the president comes out of the order, Dawn City will be ours, the surrounding members laughed. Hearing this, a stone's throw from heaven couldn't help but show a bit of pride. As the saying goes, one is not as good as the best, but better than the worst, he couldn't compare to the president, who was his cousin Manhwa, but how many in Dawn City could match him? No, it should be said, how many in the current game could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? While attacking, he habitually opened the team's exclusive dungeon information interface to check the rankings. Unlike outside, every team entering the Tower of Sin could check the rankings at any time through the dungeon information interface. Upon seeing this, a stone's throw from heaven trembled slightly. Joe someone? No way, how did this guy come to the main city? Damn, his team reached the 4th level? In less than 8 minutes, they reached the same level as me? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, in another independent dungeon space on the 4th level, compared to a stone's throw from heaven's leisurely pace, Zhou Chen's side was simple and brutal. As soon as he entered the 4th level, Zhou Chen used his old tricks, unleashing the combined attack of Evil Dragon's Fury and Life Devour. Then, all his clones charged in with Phantom Flash and Shadow Dragon Flash. Burner Snoke roared and released Fire Resistance Ring, but before the attack arrived, all of Zhou Chen's clones self-destructed. The duration of the clone technique was about to end. If not now, then when? Boom! Boom! Minus 366,760 minus 806,872, critical hit, minus 366,760. In the 4th level space, Crimson Energy rampaged and surged. Burner Snoke didn't even have time to see who was attacking before he was left with low health. Deathmark, explode. Boom! Zhou Chen detonated the Deathmark, delivering a fatal blow. Damn, that was incredible. Seeing the boss fall, Xingshan was still in awe. I feel like I'm flying through the levels, just zooming up, hahaha. Zhou Chen remained calm, walking over to collect all the boss drops. By now, his backpack was stuffed with hundreds of pieces of equipment. In this hell level team mode, the drop rate was indeed high. Almost every monster had drops, especially the guardians of each level, with astonishing drop rates. Moreover, he has quite a wealth of experience, and he only needs a bit more to reach level 29. After the battle, the clone technique is on cooldown. So this time, Zhou Chen is not in a hurry to enter, he waits for the 3-minute recovery time to pass. This way, when he enters the 5th layer, the clone technique will be ready again in just 2 minutes. It will be another massacre. During the wait, Zhou Chen certainly won't be idle, he successfully uses the Guardian of the Night Scroll. Steal successful, skill proficiency plus 20. You have acquired the skilled Guardian of the Night. At a certain moment, the success notification sounds, catching Zhou Chen, who is used to failure, off guard. Goodness, I finally managed to steal it. Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This skill scroll was truly difficult to steal, but he succeeded. He opened the skill bar and indeed saw an additional skill. Knight's Guardian type, active skill rank, 7th rank LV1 0/700, effect 1, gain the power of the knight to protect oneself, capable of withstanding a total damage value of 500,000, lasting until the shield disappears. Effect 2, can choose to distribute the shield value to allied units. Consumption, 1500 mana cooldown, 180 seconds. I can steal the skills sealed in the scrolls.
I feel like I'm becoming more and more abnormal. Zhou Chen designated Knight's Guardian for infinite growth, feeling secretly pleased. Speaking of which, can the skills corresponding to skill books be stolen? As soon as he thought of it, he immediately took out a mage skill book. Steal. Failed. Hint, this target does not meet the conditions for stealing. I can't steal it. Zhou Chen felt a bit regretful. It made sense, after all, skill books essentially record the methods to learn skills. Unlike skill scrolls, which directly seal the skills within, he naturally couldn't steal them. However, just because it can't be done now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. What if one day something strange happens with stealing? After a while, Zhou Chen and the others entered the 5th layer. As the levels increased, the number of monsters clearly decreased, but their attributes became stronger. At least Zhou Chen's combined attack of Evil Dragon's Fury plus Life Devour could no longer instantly kill the boss stationed there. However, he still had the death mark. Once the 6 paths of death mark erupted, it was incredibly terrifying. In the first 5 layers, Zhou Chen charged forward with his sword. He activated the Dark Barrier and Knight's Guardian, combined with the Light Blessing Amulet and Life Recovery spell, relying on his agile movement to attract the attention of the boss and most of the small monsters. This maximized the safety of Taima and Binghe and the others. With these items, the drop rate was at least 2 to 3 times higher, and Zhou Chen wouldn't let them die easily. 2 minutes later, Zhou Chen's clone technique recovered, and the same scene played out again. The evil dragon roared, Phantom swirled, Life Devour merged into the attack, and the death mark erupted with a black aura. After a series of combos, the boss of the 5th layer fell in hatred. Zhou Chen leveled up to 29 and stepped into the 6th layer. In the 6th layer, dark gold level bosses began to appear. Zhou Chen's clearing speed noticeably slowed down. But it only took a bit more time, he still cleared it smoothly. In the 7th layer, Zhou Chen and his clones tested the waters, forcing the boss to use its displacement skill. Then, the clones all consumed 350,000 health to increase damage and unleashed the combined attack of Evil Dragon's Fury plus Life Devour again. After the combined attack, the clones self-destructed, shaking the entire 7th layer. The boss had nowhere to escape and suffered heavy damage, entering a dangerous health state. Zhou Chen engaged in a fierce battle with it, ultimately detonating the death mark from the 6th layer, and the boss of the 7th layer also fell in hatred. 8th layer. In this layer, there were no small monsters, only one dark gold level boss. Frost Snow Siren LV32 type, special monster, dark gold level boss health, 7,448,000 attack power, 3,874 spell power, 6,321 physical defense, 6,890 magical defense, 7,244 skills, Wind Flash, Ice Wind Roar, Frozen Breath, Ice Pillar, Ice Armor, Multiple Ice Blades, Ice Shield, Cold Wind Eruption. Defense Enhancement, Damage Reduction, Self-Healing. Description: a monster that controls the power of ice and snow, be careful not to get frozen by her. Seeing this, Zhou Chen's expression became more serious. From the attributes, the Frost Snow Siren, as a dark gold level boss, was not much different from the dark gold level ogre he had killed before. But the types were different. This one was clearly a mage, and the attack range would definitely be large, so he had to be careful. Be careful, everyone. Zhou Chen finished speaking, activated the Flowing Wind and Dragon Shadow state. And 3 layers of shields emerged, Knight's Guardian, Dark Barrier, and Light's Blessing, as he charged towards the boss. Whoosh! His speed was incredibly fast, like an arrow released from a bow. The female demon immediately opened her mouth wide, preparing to unleash her icy breath. Shadow Dragon. Flash! Zhou Chen transformed into a magic dragon, closing in instantly while connecting with a backstab. Thud! The blade pierced precisely into the demon's back, interrupting her spellcasting immediately. The female demon let out a painful wail, her voice piercingly shrill. Boom! A gust of cold wind erupted from her body, knocking Zhou Chen back. Immediately, a deep blue frost armor and a cold shield appeared on the female demon. She unleashed a magical blow from her hands, and the skill's casting bar above her head quickly completed, releasing an area attack skill. Icy Wind Roar. The cold wind mixed with snow roared towards him. Zhou Chen, transformed into a magic dragon, dodged twice to avoid the attack and moved to the side of the female demon. Phantom Flash. Bang bang bang. The attack struck the demon's ice armor and shield, causing her to stagger back repeatedly. Death Lullaby. Zhou Chen suddenly used a control skill. However, the female demon merely felt a moment of dizziness and quickly regained her clarity. The control skill from the golden grade equipment was indeed insufficient against a dark gold grade boss. Whoosh!
The cold wind howled beneath the demon's feet, using
the displacement skill wind flash to create distance. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh at this.
Taking advantage of her displacement cooldown,
Zhou Chen immediately pursued, the blade flashing as he unleashed his ultimate move. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Life Devour plus Death Mark. At the same time, Zhou Chen consumed 100,000 health points to increase damage. Boom! The Black Evil Dragon transformed into endless blade light, rampaging fiercely. Minus 336,908 critical hit.
The female demon's defensive ice armor and protective cold air were shattered by the blade light, causing her great pain.
Zhou Chen entered stealth, first casting life recovery on himself while approaching the female demon and observing.
He saw the female demon's hands moving in succession, weaving magical ripples into a mysterious pattern.
Boom!
A pillar of ice light suddenly formed, unleashing endless ice and snow, and cold wind in all directions.
Retreat! Zhou Chen quickly retreated.
But the speed of the wind and snow was incredibly fast, and the range was
beyond expectation. Not good.
Iron Horse and Ice River and others also hurried to escape.
But even Zhou Chen was relentlessly pursued, let alone them.
Instantly, someone in the field was killed, and Iron Horse and Ice River, as well as Green Mountain still there, were frozen in a critically
low health state.
This was still the result of the priest urgently casting a protective skill before dying.
Boom!
The icy snow howled and chased after.
Zhou Chen finally catching up. The dark barrier shattered first. The light's blessing shield followed suit and broke.
Only the power of Night's
Guardian remained strong.
At the same time, waves of cold air penetrated through the shield, invading Zhou Chen.
Hiss hiss hiss. The ice rapidly condensed on Zhou Chen, trying to turn him into an ice sculpture. Berserk body. Buzz. A red glow appeared around Zhou Chen's body outline. In the berserk
state, he gently shook, and the ice covering him was immediately shattered.
Then, he unfolded his movement and continued to retreat until the opponent's
skills could no longer reach him. Soon, the icy light pillar disappeared.
It's my turn.
Zhou Chen suddenly smiled wickedly. Have you ever tried
the feeling of being surrounded by big men?
As he spoke, Zhou Chen created 5 clones.
The clone skill had already recovered. Righteous and majestic.
Zhou Chen and the clones activated their damage buff, and the 5 clones immediately attacked with Shadow Dragon Flash.
Zhou Chen chose this moment to activate the death mark.
The female demon was just about to retreat when the death mark exploded, interrupting her action.
In an instant, 5 evil dragons surged out, transforming into endless blade light. Above and below, black blades flew chaotically, mixed with blood-colored energy. Boom! Boom! The female demon's defensive skills had not yet recovered, and her health plummeted.
She repeatedly unleashed ice blades in snowstorm area.
Skills.
Unfortunately, the range of these skills cannot compare to the pillar of ice from earlier.
Zhou Chen and his clones moved nimbly, aided
by their displacement skills, making it difficult for her to hit them. Even when occasionally struck, with the Guardian of the Night skill for defense,
she couldn't stir up any waves.
If she accidentally got frozen, it was no big deal. Once the Berserk body was activated, with super strength maxed out, he and his 5 clones unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Ice Demon Girl. During this time, Zhou Chen and his clones worked hard to steal.
Unfortunately, they didn't manage to steal any special items.
Soon, the 6 paths of Deathmark erupted, and the Ice Snow Demon turned into a corpse.
9th level. This level also only has a boss.
It is a humanoid monster with scales resembling black crystals on its surface, with vertical pupils in its eyes, giving it a somewhat half-human, half-snake feel, but without a snake tail. Petrified Siren LV35 type, special monster, dark gold level boss, health, 8,630,000 attack power, 5,238 spell power, 7,344 physical defense, 8,744 magic defense. 8,410 skills, Petrification Attack, Petrification Ray, Spike Forest, Petrified Skin, Earth Shield, Earthgate, Quicksand, Falling Boulder, Instant Flash, Defense Enhancement, Damage Reduction.
Self-heal.
Description: possessing a faint bloodline of the Medusa clan among the, it has petrification abilities and is extremely dangerous.
The Petrified Siren's aggression is at its peak.
As soon as Zhou Chen and the others appear, she points a finger. A silver streak of light shoots towards them.
Without a word, Zhou Chen immediately dodges with his clone using Phantom Flash. Damn!
As he dodges, the Dragon War soul behind him suffers misfortune, caught off guard and petrified on the spot, instantly killed.
Big guy, it's up to you.
Iron Horse and Ice River quickly disperse,
trying to stay as far away as possible.
Zhou Chen and his clones first cast life recovery spells, each recovering over 70,000 health.
Righteous Justice. Flowing Wind. Dragon Shadow Disappearance. With numerous buff skills activated, Zhou Chen and his clones charged in with killing intent. Boom! The siren releases the quicksand skill. The area within 100 meters of Zhou Chen turns into quicksand. This kind of skill cannot be escaped using ordinary displacement skills. Because ordinary displacement skills require stepping on the ground, and as soon as one steps, they immediately sink into the quicksand, interrupting the displacement. However, Zhou Chen has an extraordinary displacement skill. Shadow Dragon Flash. In an instant, he and his clone transform into a demon dragon, flying directly towards the siren. The siren hurriedly moves and releases the Spike Forest skill. As soon as Zhou Chen lands, a spell pattern appears beneath his feet, and stone spikes bursting with magical light emerge. Phantom Flash. He and his clone rush past before the stone spikes can fully rise. Boom! The siren releases the Earthgate skill, and a massive door made of earth magic appears out of thin air. Bang bang! Under the attack of 18 phantoms, the stone door shatters. Zhou Chen and his clone execute a backstab, appearing like ghosts behind the siren. However, the siren uses an instant flash to escape at high speed, creating distance. Zhou Chen waits for this opportunity. He and his clone pursue, and black dragons appear on their blades. In the next moment, 6 black dragon shadows fly out. Fury of the Evil Dragon plus Life Devour plus Death Mark. The remaining health of the 5 clones is low, consuming 100,000 health to increase damage. To be safe, Zhou Chen also only consumes 100,000 health. The siren, seeing no way to escape, petrifies her skin, surrounded by a yellow earthy aura. Boom! Minus 45,662 minus 100,456, critical hit, minus 45,662. The siren's defensive skills are gradually shattered by the black light, but she also successfully reduces a significant amount of damage. However, it doesn't matter, the death mark has already been planted. Moreover, the siren has also entered a poison state. The deadly scatter poison can deal 1000 toxin damage per second, lasting 180 seconds. Although the duration and damage may be reduced due to the boss's resistance, it won't be too far off, mainly, the reduction in healing effects can greatly hinder high-level boss's health recovery. Immediately, the 5 clones rush around the siren with Shadow Dragon Flash. The siren panics on the spot. Surrounded by 5 strong men, who wouldn't panic? Steal. The 5 clones simultaneously attempt to steal, but unfortunately, they don't manage to steal any valuable items. Since you won't give me face, don't blame me for self-destructing. Boom boom minus 366,760 minus 806,872, critical hit, minus 366,760. The female demon's health is plummeting. This health bar disappearing act is always so mesmerizing, no matter how many times I see it. Zhou Chen chuckled, lightly snapping his fingers. Art is an explosion. Boom! 6 death marks detonated simultaneously. Minus 48,662 minus 415,422 minus 855,534. After a series of combos, the petrified female demon's health dropped by nearly 5 million. Zhou Chen chuckled, his figure vanishing. He activated stealth, extending the cooldown of his clone technique. Once the clone technique was ready, another wave of skills would surely kill this boss. Unable to see Zhou Chen, the female demon immediately vented her fury on Iron Horse and Green Mountain. After a struggle, the two ultimately fell. As mere accessories, making it this far was already impressive. Zhou Chen was too lazy to save them. Once the stealth duration ended, the female demon seemed to realize something and attacked Zhou Chen recklessly. But this was destined to be futile. With Zhou Chen's speed, if he simply avoided her, it would be difficult for her to hit him. Although the female demon's attacks carried a petrification effect, with a certain chance to petrify the target, releasing a petrification beam had a much higher probability of doing so. But Zhou Chen had invincibility. Sometimes, if he accidentally got hit and petrified, he would activate his invincibility, combined with a powerful resilience potion and his high resistances, instantly entering a super state. He could go wherever he wanted, and no one could stop him, not even the female demon nor the goddess. Soon, Zhou Chen successfully dragged it out until the clone technique was ready again. 5 clones reappeared, sounding the horn for a counterattack. Boom boom, accompanied by a series of roars, a wave of crimson energy swept through. Deathmark, explode. 6 streams of death energy instantly engulfed the petrified female demon, a certain kill. In an instant, a massive wave of experience surged in, filling Zhou Chen's experience bar and leveling him up to level 30. You have reached level 30. The Shadow Evil Dragon bloodline effect has been enhanced. As the prompt sounded, Zhou Chen clearly felt his attributes changing dramatically. Bloodline Shadow Evil Dragon rank 7 stars.
Effect 1, for each level gained, health plus 20,000, abnormal resistance, and resilience plus 2,000.
Effect 2, unknown. Note, bloodline effects will be enhanced and unlocked as levels increase. No new
bloodline effects unlocked, but the health and resistance gained from leveling up doubled. Nice.
Zhou Chen closed the interface and walked over to collect all the boss drops. As expected of a dark gold level boss, the drops were indeed generous, with skill books and equipment aplenty. Unfortunately, the skills were mage skills, which suited the boss's identity but were unusable for him, a bit of a pity. However, now that he reached level 30, he could change equipment. He could also learn new skills. Especially the skill Flying Flowers and Plucking Leaves, which Zhou Chen had been looking forward to for a long time. He took out the Flying Flowers and Plucking Leaves skill book. This skill required 1000 agility as a learning condition, which Zhou Chen had long since met, so it was no problem. You have learned the skill Flying Flowers and Plucking Leaves. Additionally, there was another rogue skill book, Chisel Strike. This was something he had casually purchased at the Imperial Chamber of Commerce for 3,000 gold coins, and he learned it right away. You have learned the skill Chisel Strike. Chisel Strike type, active skill rank, 4-star LV1, 0 out of 400. Effect 1, use clever techniques to effectively attack with short blades, dealing 4,000 plus 200% attack damage. Effect 2, 40% chance to stun the target for 3 seconds, the target may be freed from the stun upon taking damage. Cost 500 mana cooldown, 50 seconds. 2 new skills were added, and Zhou Chen designated them all for unlimited growth. Taking advantage of the remaining downtime, Zhou Chen quickly opened his backpack to select suitable equipment. Previously, after helping the Iron Horse Ice River defeat the ogre boss and entering the Tower of Sin, Zhou Chen had quite a bit of dark gold equipment. After some deliberation, he selected 3 pieces of equipment: Cursed Tunic of the Petrifying Siren Grade, dark gold attributes, health plus 24,000, dual defense plus 3,800, abnormal resistance plus 2,000. Strength plus 400, Constitution plus 350, critical hit avoidance plus 10% additional effect. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to petrify the target for 5 seconds. Additional skill, Earth Shield, harnesses the power of earth elements to protect oneself, absorbing a total damage value of 300,000 plus 300% physical defense, cooldown time 120 seconds. Required level, LV30 Ogre's Power Pauldron's Grade, Dark gold attributes: physical defense plus 2,500, magic defense plus 2,200, resilience plus 1,500, stamina plus 300, strength plus 400, and 10 additional effect, single target attack damage plus 20%. Additional skill, Fury of Power. Increases own attack and movement speed by 40%, no side effects, lasts for 60 seconds, cooldown time 120 seconds, instant cooldown. Required level, LV30 Frost Whisper Belt Grade, dark gold attributes. Health plus 28,000, physical defense plus 1,400, magic defense plus 1,500, abnormal resistance plus 1,200, resilience plus 800, agility plus 350 additional effect. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to freeze the target for 5 seconds. Additional skill, Ice Shield, harnesses the power of ice to protect oneself, absorbing a total damage value of 200,000 plus 300% magic defense, cooldown time 120 seconds. Required level, LV30. Bloody Will of the Sinister Thug type, bracelet grade, dark gold attributes, strength plus 800, spirit plus 1,200, hit rate plus 1,500, mana plus 3,000, cooldown reduction plus 10% additional effect, for each enemy unit killed, abnormal resistance and resilience plus 100, up to a maximum of 10,000, lasting until the end of the battle. Required level, LV30 level 30 dark gold equipment, the attributes are much stronger than the ones I wore before. After equipping the items, Zhou Chen immediately felt his attributes surge again. Just as the rest period ended, a flash of light occurred, and Zhou Chen was automatically transported to the hidden 10th level. "Sir, I've been waiting for you until the flowers wilted, Zhou Chen?" As soon as he entered, a sweet and alluring voice reached Zhou Chen's ears. The voice was extremely enchanting and seductive, stirring one's imagination. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Chen was a man of integrity who only cared about money, he would have almost fallen for it. Outside the Tower of Sin, a large crowd had gathered in front of the Ranking Crystal Monument. "Look, he has entered the 10th level, the hidden 10th level," someone exclaimed as the ranking monument changed. "So, he single-handedly killed the boss of the 9th level? That's insane, no wonder he's the infamous Zhou." The players were filled with envy. "Mr. Zhou is truly terrifying, it's a good thing we didn't fall out with him back then, or the consequences would be unimaginable." Yu Long, Zansol secretly glanced at Timebing, greatly admiring the president's judgment.
Although they were eliminated early in this dungeon journey, they still received rewards corresponding to the levels they reached upon leaving, so it wasn't a total
loss. Does this person possess a high-level talent that rivals my cousin? How can he be this strong?
In front of the crystal monument, Zakitianya gazed at the name in first place, feeling both astonished and jealous.
He had led his team to
spend considerable effort to pass the 4th level, then struggled to get through the 5th level, and finally was eliminated in the 6th level before even lasting 3 minutes. This was still thanks to the support of his team.
According to
Timebing, Joe had done it all alone, with the Yulong Guild merely acting as a tool to increase drop rates. He truly didn't know how he managed it.
The overbearing guild is conducting business. Outsiders leave quickly. Just as Zakitianya was feeling frustrated, a brazen voice rang out.
Baki Wushwan, Shuemegue, and several holy priests arrived. Each of the 3 guilds brought a group of around 100 elite members to start driving away the bystanders.
You overbearing dogs, are you out of your minds? What business do you have here? Someone expressed their dissatisfaction on the spot. Kill him,
Baki Wushwang said calmly. The player was instantly taken down by numerous skills. Adventurers, we have been ordered to apprehend
the villain Zhou. To avoid any misunderstandings, please leave quickly, an NPC named Lower Holy Priest Dip explained to the crowd. Here to catch Mr. Zhou?
Timebing was immediately startled.
They are here to catch Zhou? Oh, you probably don't know yet?
There's a related post in the Mapletown section of the forum. Joe caused a ruckus in Mapletown and even killed a member of the guild. They're probably here for that.
Damn, as expected of him, truly ruthless. Brothers, you. Chat, my wife is checking the house, I'm logging off. After understanding the situation, a large wave of people hurriedly left.
Almost only members of the Yulong Guild, Mingyue Pavilion Guild, and the Overbearing Guild remained.
A few stubborn individuals still refused to leave, wanting to watch the excitement. Aren't you leaving? Do you want to die? Baki Zayawiyinki shouted at the people in front of the ranking monument. You aren't even worthy to talk to me. Zakitianya dismissed.
Zayawiyinki, looking at Baki Wushwang, I didn't expect to run into you here. I happen to dislike Joe, count me in.
It's you. Baki Wushwang and Shuemegue finally noticed Zakitianya.
They were all individuals favored by the guild and had met at
the guild's branch. Seeing this, Shuemegue looked at Timebing.
You really are in cahoots with Zhou. However, I'll give the Yulong Guild some face, so leave quickly, or bear the consequences. Timebing ignored her and looked at the several
holy priests. Aren't you afraid the Lord's office will blame you for targeting an adventurer like this?
As he spoke, he revealed his profession emblem, Sky Warrior. The Sky Series professions are imperial professions granted to players by the
imperial officials.
This indicated that Timebing had some connection with the Lord's office.
You needn't worry about that.
The leading holy priest, an NPC named Mayan, said coldly, that person looted the treasury of the adventurer's town. The Lord's office has no reason to stop us from capturing him.
You can stay if you want, just don't regret it later.
With that, Mayan waved his hand and threw out a scroll.
Boom!
The scroll transformed into golden light, soaring into the sky and casting a light curtain that enveloped a large area around, in the Tower of Sin. As Zhou Qin stepped into the 10th level, he heard a woman's voice full of temptation. To his surprise, he found himself in a peach blossom forest.
Petals were falling all around, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, resembling a fairyland.
Young master, I have been waiting for you for a long time.
A woman appeared in the forest, her figure graceful, her beauty unparalleled, as if a fairy from a painting
had stepped out, walking towards Zhou Qin step by step. With every frown and smile, she exuded enchanting charm, especially her pair of phoenix eyes filled with affection, evoking endless imagination upon meeting his gaze.
Young master, I get lost. Zhou Qin slapped her away.
Women will only slow down my path to wealth. Zhou Qin's eyes sharpened, a golden light flashing across, exuding unmatched power.
Insightful eye. Crack.
The beautiful scene before him shattered like a mirror,
revealing the true 10th level. Where were the beautiful women and peach blossoms?
In the spacious yet slightly dim environment of the 10th level, a monster was cautiously approaching from 100 meters away.
Seeing Zhou Qin suddenly break
free from control, it was momentarily stunned.
Zhou Qin immediately focused on it. The creature was a monster with a human body and a fox tail.
Spirit Charm Fox Demon LV40 rank, Special Monster Diamond Boss Health 14,430,000 Attack Power.
6,112 spell power, 9,410 physical defense, 11,542 magic defense, 14,520 skills, illusion eye, shadow fire, fireball barrage, meteor fire, fire resistance ring, flowing fire spin, fox fire shield, evil shadow claw, instant flash, damage reduction. Self-healing, critical hit immunity, life enhancement, life recovery boost, life recovery spell. Description: the spirit charm fox is skilled in enchanting hearts and is extremely dangerous. A diamond level boss? No wonder it's the hidden 10th level. This is truly unexpected. Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised to see the boss's rank. This boss not only had high attributes but also possessed bizarre mental control skills. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably have fallen victim, dying without knowing how. Mental control is quite strange, and skills like body dominance that break control are ineffective against it. Unfortunately, it encountered Zhou Chen. For Zhou Chen, who possessed the insightful eye, the fox demons, mental control was ineffective. Perhaps not expecting Zhou Chen to suddenly awaken, the fox demon's eyes were filled with confusion as it stared intently at Zhou Chen, not daring to act rashly. Boss, Ba Dao, Hua Hua, and Fei Tian's 3 groups are blocking you outside the dungeon with the Holy Church's people. You need to be careful. At this moment, Tai Ma Bing he sent a communication. I know. Zhou Chen replied calmly, ending the communication. Father Martin had mentioned that there was Holy Spirit spring water in the church, used to greatly enhance the success rate of wing creation. Zhou Chen had offended the Holy Church, and sooner or later he would confront them. Since they had come, it was a good opportunity to test their strength. If they were strong, he would naturally avoid their sharpness and hide for a while. This was the wild, not the main city. With his abilities, escaping wouldn't be difficult. But if they weren't as formidable as he thought. With that thought, Zhou Chen transformed into 3 and charged at the fox demon. First, he would slay it and clear the dungeon. If there were good equipment in the clearance rewards, he could change into it and then meet those guys. Perfect. Bold fox demon, dare to tempt me? Bring all your wealth to atone. Taking advantage of the opponent's uncertainty, Zhou Chen dashed forward with a flicker of an illusion. In midair, he reached out with a small hand. You have gained gold coins times 244. You have gained a golden grade equipment times 1. The fox demon, seeing 3 illusions approaching, instantly turned fierce, and a ring of flames erupted from its body. Resist fire ring. Minus 26,058. The opponent was indeed a diamond level boss. Zhou Chen's magic defense had reached over 8,700, yet he still lost 26,000 health points. But he only retreated a few meters before stopping. The fire ring should theoretically push the opponent at least 20 meters away. However, Zhou Chen's resilience came into play. The higher the resilience, the shorter the control time, and it was also harder to be knocked back or pushed away. Zhou Chen's high resistance and resilience completely caught the fox demon off guard. Backstab. At that moment, Zhou Chen used a strange displacement to flash behind it, the evil dragon's fang stabbing towards its back. Backstab hit plus life devour plus weakness break. In an instant, a foxfire shield appeared behind the fox demon. Crack. Minus 31,115, weakness break, minus 8,000, poison damage, backstab plus life devour, with extremely high single target attack power, barely shattered the shield, causing negligible damage. Fortunately, the poison took effect, and the fox demon was now poisoned. It instantly flashed forward, then turned back, clawing at Zhou Chen. Evil Shadow Claw. A dark purple beast claw filled with a dangerous aura struck down from the air. Shadow Dragon Flash. With the flowing wind plus dragon shadow disappearance state, Zhou Chen transformed into a magic dragon, moving at an incredible speed. Before the diamond level boss could react, Zhou Chen had already flown to her side, stabbing towards her abdomen. Chisel. Strike plus weakness break. Boom. The fox demon instinctively released fireballs swirling around her, clearly the skill flowing fire spin. Zhou Chen disregarded it, enduring the fire attack, and stabbed down, successfully stunning the fox demon. In an instant, the fox demon lost her ability to resist, and the fireballs swirling around her disappeared. Zhou Chen immediately activated Righteous Fury and Fury of Power. The evil dragon's fang erupted with black evil energy, a dragon shadow roaring out, transforming into endless blade light. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Death Mark. With this strike, Zhou Chen consumed 200,000 health points to increase damage. Boom. Minus 318,620 critical hit, plus 63,724 lifesteal effect. The pain from the attack broke the fox demon free from her stun state. Flames flickered beneath her feet as she used the displacement skill Flickering Fire to escape. Zhou Chen rushed after her, and at the same time, 5 throwing darts appeared in his left hand. Plum Blossom Dart Type, Hidden. Weapon Grade, Golden Level Attribute, Attack Power plus 1000 additional effect, automatically returns after being thrown. Usage Requirement, LV30, Mastery of Hidden Weapon Skills. This was a hidden weapon. Purchased at the Trading Guild, usable only by those who understood hidden weapon techniques. At that moment, Jo-chin threw the plum blossom darts using the flying flowers, plucking leaves technique. Whoosh! 5 black streaks of light pursued at extreme speed. As soon as the fox demon stood still, the darts attacked, leaving no chance to dodge. Minus 47,873 minus 71,809, weakness break, minus 95,746, critical hit. The fox demon suffered multiple attacks and hurriedly used a life recovery spell to regain some health. At the same time, flames surged around her, preparing to unleash the large-scale skill Heavenly Fire Meteor. Death Mark, detonate. At that moment, Jo-chin detonated the Death Mark, the sudden attack interrupting her spellcasting. Immediately after, Jo-chin closed in with Shadow Dragon Flash, relentlessly pursuing the fox demon, slashing and stabbing with his blade, not giving her a moment to breathe. To deal with a magic-type target, one must attack with full force while they lack displacement skills, not allowing them the chance to cast spells. Although the opponent's defense value was very high, Jo-chin's attack power was enough to break through it. Coupled with poison damage, a single normal attack could deal around 10,000 damage. Continuous attacks refreshed the poison status on the fox demon, greatly reducing her healing effectiveness and hindering her recovery. During this time, Jo-chin was busy stealing. You have gained gold times 173. You have gained a golden level equipment times 1. You have gained advanced life potions times 8. You have gained agility attribute points times 15. Hearing this prompt, Jo-chin's eyes narrowed. Nice, I've stolen attribute points again. The fox demon was greatly stimulated and suddenly swiped down with a claw, revealing a dark purple beast claw. Earth shield. A yellowish aura surrounded Jo-chin. Bang! The shield shattered, and Jo-chin was knocked back a few steps. The fox demon's displacement finally recovered, immediately creating distance, while a strange gleam flashed in her eyes. Skill, Illusory Eye. An invisible wave descended before Jo-chin. It seemed like some unseen attack was trying to invade his mind. A golden light flickered in Jo-chin's eyes, and his mind became clear. Insightful Eye, unafraid of mental attacks. At this moment, the fox demon was clearly flustered. Mental control was an extremely powerful means of control at the current stage of the game. Because ordinary invulnerability and purification only targeted general control and could not dispel mental control. This was also the fox demon's strongest trump card as a diamond-level boss. However, this trump card had failed twice in a row. It seems that you can serve as the guardian of the 10th layer because you possess mental control. How unfortunate, I am your nemesis. Jo-chin smiled, and 5 streams of light flew out from his body. After a fierce battle, the clone technique had cooled down. Justice is righteous. Power of fury. Take my full-bodied blow. Whoosh! Jo-chin's main body charged at the fox demon, while the 5 clones split apart like shadow dragons, approaching from different angles. The fox demon was surrounded. Roar! The clones wielded their blades. The black evil dragon roared, transforming into endless blade light. Evil dragon's fury plus life devour plus death mark. In an instant, the 5 clones simultaneously consumed 300,000 health points to increase damage. Boom! Boom! The sky and the ground were filled with blade light, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Minus 563,822 minus 563,822. Terrifying damage numbers kept popping up. After the blade light passed, before the opponent could catch their breath, 20 flying darts came rushing in. Whoosh! Whoosh! The darts were extremely fast, and the fox demon couldn't dodge in time, taking almost all of them. Just as she wanted to escape, a chill suddenly emerged, and her body began to freeze. The freezing effect from Jo-chin's equipment took effect. Seeing this, both he and the 5 clones were incredibly excited and immediately began a righteous beating. Phantom Flash. Backstab. Strike. Steal. With mental control ineffective, the fox demon faced the assault of 6, having almost no advantage, and could only endure the blows as her health rapidly dropped. As the time for the death mark was about to end, Jo-chin decisively ordered the clones to self-destruct. Boom boom! 5 blood red lights shot into the sky, the self-destruct energy burst forth, shaking the space of the 10th layer. Immediately after, the death mark detonated. 20114222-20974491. The fox demon truly had a critical hit avoidance bonus. With 5 death marks detonating simultaneously, there was not a single critical hit. However, the fox demon was already at low health. Moreover, due to the poison, her healing speed was greatly restricted. This is good. Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy upon seeing this. Given the opponent's remaining health and healing situation, as long as he was willing, he alone could kill her. However, Zhou Chen did not strike immediately, he just attacked from time to hinder her healing. In terms of displacement, every time Zhou Chen used Dragon Shadow Misdirection, he had 3 super strong displacements. In terms of speed, Longing Mi Zone had already surpassed the opponent as soon as it started, not to mention he also had the flowing wind. He would occasionally enter stealth, making theft even more convenient, and the fox demon had no way to deal with him. As long as Zhou Chen waited for the cooldown of the clone technique to finish, it would be the fox demon's death. Nell. At that time, he would go out with the cooldown clone technique ready and just happen to meet the people from the Holy Church. In the meantime, he would tease the little fox. I steal. I steal again. I steal in all directions and positions. Just asking if you're angry. Faced with Zhou Chen's continuous harassment of stealth plus displacement plus theft, the fox demon was almost on the verge of collapse. In front of this pervert, she, as a diamond-level boss, felt utterly powerless. Theft successful, you have obtained the skill Illusory Eye. At a certain moment, a different notification suddenly rang out. Woohoo! Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing the prompt. The chance to steal unconventional items has been triggered again, awesome. Seems I've stolen her illusion skill? Let's take a look. He entered stealth mode and opened the skill bar. A strange eye-shaped skill icon appeared before him. Illusion Eye type, active skill rank, level 7 LV1, 0/700, effect 1, releases invisible mental power from the eye, causing a mental shock to one enemy within the field of vision. Effect 2, the target has a 90% chance of falling into an illusion, losing the ability to attack or resist for 60 seconds, the lower the target's mental points, the longer the duration in the illusion. Effect 3, the target in the illusion has a 40% chance of becoming the caster's puppet, executing simple commands given by the caster for 60 seconds. Cost, 1000 mana cooldown, 300 seconds instant cooldown. What an interesting skill with a chance to control others. After reading the skill description, Zhou Chen immediately thought of something, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. He first designated Illusion Eye for infinite growth. At this point, there was still one slot left for infinite growth. Then, in stealth mode, he emitted an invisible wave from his eyes, targeting the fox demon, who was tense and anxious due to not seeing the enemy. Illusion Eye. Using a fox's skill against a fox, I'm truly a genius. Boom! The fox demon was already panicking due to her skill inexplicably disappearing, her mental state fragile and tense. This sudden mental attack caught her off guard. Spirit Charm Fox. Demon suffers mental shock, becoming your puppet for 60 seconds. Not bad, a hit to the soul, triggering the puppet chance. Zhou Chen revealed his true form. Watching the fox demon with amusement. He noticed her eyes were slightly vacant, and she showed no reaction upon seeing him. Come here, Zhou Chen commanded. The fox demon obediently walked in front of him. You're really obedient. Zhou Chen found it incredibly amusing. Since he started playing games, he had never encountered something so entertaining, and his playful spirit surged. Get down, act cute. Upon hearing this, the fox demon knelt down with a thud. However, she clearly couldn't understand what acting cute meant in human terms, her movements feeling a bit clumsy. Really silly, can't even act cute, what use are you? Zhou Chen took the opportunity to attack and steal. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to steal anything good. After 60 seconds, the fox demon regained her senses. She immediately recalled what had happened earlier, and in a fit of rage, she charged at Zhou Chen recklessly. Zhou Chen activated all skill buffs and slowly played with horror. Once the important skills were off cooldown, he lost interest in playing and quickened his attack pace. Flying flowers and plucking leaves, backstab, phantom. Flash, Wrath of the Evil Dragon, Deathmark. One powerful skill after another rained down, causing the fox demon's health to plummet. Finally, with a mournful cry, the spirit charm fox demon was killed by Zhou Chen, turning into a corpse. Prompt sounds rang out in succession. You have killed the diamond level boss. Spirit Charm Fox Demon LV40, experience plus 600,000. The Spirit Charm Fox Demon is a special monster in the dungeon. This kill does not trigger the first kill. Reward. Your team has cleared the dungeon Tower of Sin, Hell level. You receive the clearance reward, Lucky Chest, Diamond level, ×1. Your team has completed the first clear of the Tower of Sin dungeon. You receive an additional reward, Lucky Chest, Diamond level, ×1. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You Will be sent out in 1 minute, or you can leave at any time. The fox demon dropped a small pile of items, and 2 diamond-level chests floated in front of him. Zhou Chen approached and collected everything into his backpack, counting his gains. Time was pressing, so he immediately opened the chests. You opened the diamond level chest and obtained diamond level equipment bloodied helmet of the sinful thug ×1. You opened a diamond level treasure chest and obtained a diamond level equipment lucky blessing necklace ×1. Your luck isn't very good, you didn't trigger the chance for higher tier items and only received 2 pieces of diamond level equipment. Zhou Chen checked the drops from the fox demon again and found a diamond level lower garment. The experience gained from this dungeon monster feels much less than that of the same level boss outside, but the drop rate is decent. The attributes of the 3 diamond level equipment are Bloodthirsty Helmet. Of the Sinful Thug tier, diamond level attributes: Physical Defense plus 5500, Magic Defense plus 5600, Toughness plus 2000, Evasion plus 1800, Critical Hit Avoidance Rate plus 20%, Strength plus 640, Constitution plus 600. Additional skill: Sinful Bloodthirst. For every target killed, automatically absorb 50% of their health as shield value, stacking up to a maximum of 1 million shield value. When released, the shield has a diameter of 10 meters, controllable range, and lasts until the shield value reaches 0 with no cooldown time. Required level: LV30 Lucky Blessing Necklace tier, diamond level attributes: Strength plus 1200, Spirit plus 1500, Hit rate plus 2400, Mana plus 5000, cooldown reduction plus 15% additional effect, experience and drop rate from killing monsters plus 10%. Required level: LV30 Foxfire Flowing Light Lower Garment tier, diamond level attributes: Dual Defense plus 4000, Abnormal Resistance plus 2000, Stamina plus 700, Constitution plus 640. Additional effect: when attacked, there is a 30% chance to trigger Flowing Fire Spin to attack the enemy can be turned off. Required level: LV30. After equipping all 3 pieces of equipment, Zhou Chen's attributes have changed significantly compared to when he was in Adventurer's Town. Player: absolutely not working. Zhou Someone Reputation: 60,000. Profession: Thief. Level: 30 Health, 759920. Mana, 16300. Attack Power, 17092. Spell Power, 8460. Physical Defense, 17743. Magic Defense, 17373. Movement Speed, 2564. Hit Rate, 5576. Evasion, 5115. Attack Speed Bonus, 150% Critical Hit Rate, 60% Critical Damage Bonus, 20% Critical Hit Avoidance Rate, 20% Cooldown Reduction, 25% Abnormal Resistance. 68200 Toughness, 64300 Constitution, 2880 Strength, 4040 Intelligence, 460 Stamina, 1240 Agility, 1581 Spirit, 3716 with over 700,000 health. Combined with my skills, I want to see how those people plan to kill me? After changing equipment, a beam of light descended from the sky. The dungeon teleportation opened, and Zhou Chen's figure slowly disappeared outside the Tower of Sin. He really cleared it. As the completion time on the ranking stone tablet froze, everyone was incredibly shocked. This person must have an S-level or higher extraordinary talent. Looking at the first place frozen on the ranking tablet, Ji Tianya felt immense jealousy. The members of the Dragon Emperor Guild appeared worried. Although Zhou Chen successfully cleared the dungeon, the Holy Church had set up a barrier waiting for him to come out. Could he handle it? Boss, our people can't enter the barrier range. Long Zhanhan informed Taima Bingyi through a friend message. As expected, we will do our best. Whatever happens later, we must firmly stand by Mr. Zhou's side, Taima Bingyi instructed. With Zhou Chen clearing the dungeon, the few waiting holy priests couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Even if they worked together, it would take some time to clear a hell-level difficulty dungeon in a secondary main city. The fact that he could clear it alone shows his extraordinary ability. This person indeed has the capital to be arrogant. What a pity. One of the 4 holy priests named Robin spoke up. So what? The holy priest Mayan is the commander of this operation, he said. Coldly, we are fully prepared, he won't escape. As he spoke, a streak of light flew out from the Tower of Sin. Here it comes. The imposing figure fixed his gaze on the light. Sure enough, the light descended, revealing a figure he loathed immensely. Mr. Zhou, be careful. Iron Horse, Ice River, and the 9 others immediately rushed to Zhou Chen's side on high alert. This area has been covered by the light domain barrier. Unless the barrier disappears, you cannot log out, return to the city, or perform any operations. The barrier has a manifestation effect, and death will respawn you at the original location. As soon as he emerged, Zhou Chen heard the prompt. You guys should stay back, being near me is just asking for death. With that, he stepped past everyone. Is Big Brother Joe going to confront them head on? Isn't that a bit reckless? Brothers, let's keep our distance and record this. The Holy Church is making its first move against the infamous show. This is explosive news. A few curious onlookers remained, quickly retreating to the edge of the barrier to watch from afar. This light domain barrier covered an area of 3,000 meters. They didn't need to be so close, and with the game's recording feature, they could still see the battle. Seeing Zhou Chen appear, Holy Priest Mayan stepped forward and shouted, "Evil thief, why did you kill my church's holy priest without reason? Where is the divine artifact you stole? Hand over the item and surrender. Return with us to the church to receive divine punishment, and you may still have a chance to turn back." Before Zhou Chen could respond, the imposing figure shouted, "Lord Mayan, this thief is vicious, there's no need to waste words with him. Let's kill him back to level 0. With that, he was engulfed in a surge of golden light, becoming a golden figure, clearly using the exclusive skill of the divine warrior, indestructible battle. Soul. Burn blood. He consumed 80% of his health to form a robust blood-colored shield and charged towards Zhou Chen first. Blood Rose immediately released a buff skill, and the Flying Sky siblings also launched their attacks. Shadow Clone Technique. Zhou Chen created a clone, quickly activating stealth and flowing wind. Dragon Shadow Disappearance, Shadow Dragon Flash. In an instant, he transformed into a magic dragon, darting from the side and evading countless attacks. Foolish, how can mere stealth contend with the manifestation of the domain of light? What? Upon seeing Zhou Chen activate stealth, Mayan and the others initially wanted to laugh, but suddenly froze. The opponent did not manifest. What was going on? It should be known that the domain of light is a 7th tier skill, and one of the top tier existences among the 7th tier. Although its main function is to block enemies, the inherent manifestation effect should definitely reach the strength expected of a 7th tier skill. How could it not make that person manifest? Damn. The domain of light can't make him manifest. Ba Chi Wu Shuang, Blood Rose, and the little prince were all astonished. They naturally knew that Zhou Chen's stealth was unusual, but after witnessing the power of the church, they were full of confidence, thinking the opponent would be suppressed by the church's means, only to find it completely exceeded their expectations. If your means are only this, it would be quite disappointing. Under stealth, Zhou Chen's speed surged. His current mental attributes were very high, and even while maintaining high-speed movement, he would not lose control of his surroundings. Whoosh! He and his clone shot forward like arrows, rapidly closing in on the several holy priests. The group was astonished that the domain of light could not make Zhou Chen manifest. Zhou Chen and his clone targeted the only female holy priest among the 4, Aina, and simultaneously cast theft. Devotee of the gods, have you ever experienced the joy of being surrounded by big men? Theft X6. You have obtained Refined Holy Priest Exclusive Upper Garment X1. You have obtained Refined Holy Priest Exclusive Lower Garment X1. You have obtained Gold X428. Ah! In an instant, Holy Priest Aina felt quite cool and instinctively let out a scream that could be misunderstood. What the hell, what's going on? Divine Awakening is actually this kind of game? Players watching the recording from a distance were dumbfounded. Just watching the excitement, and they even get benefits? It must be the work of Big Brother Zhou. He can steal from the mayor, so it's not surprising he can steal these people's equipment. Wow, this is so exhilarating. By the way, this NPC is so hot, please continue, Big Brother. I'm cheering for you. Players had never seen such an exciting scene before. They were incredibly exhilarated, watching with great enthusiasm. Noticing Ayane's abnormality, Mayan, Deep, and Robin were all surprised. That little thief stole my equipped gear. Aina hurriedly changed into other equipment, angrily saying, "That's bound equipment, he can steal it, what a strange method." Everyone attacked together, we can definitely force him out. Mayan first revealed the Holy Priest's unique long crossweapon, preparing to cast a spell. Holy Priests are dual practitioners of physical and magical skills, but their skill forms are relatively inclined towards magic. The 4 of them each mastered many large area skills. That person was now trapped in the barrier. If they all attacked together, combined with the attacks from Blood Rose and the others, how many times could he dodge? As long as he was hit, there was no way he wouldn't show himself. Immediately, the 4 of them simultaneously unleashed their magical brilliance. At this moment, Zhou Chen and his clone, in their invisible state, had unusual fluctuations in their eyes. The next second, 6 illusion eye skills were aimed at the 4 holy priests, as well as Ba Chi Wu Shuang and the little prince, all launched simultaneously. Boom! and invisible. Mental waves swept through. These 6 attacks came extremely quickly, formless and shadowless, making them impossible to defend against. The 6 bodies trembled simultaneously. Mental attack? The holy priest named Mayan seemed to possess relatively deep strength, his body only trembled slightly, showing a look of surprise, but he did not fall into the illusion. His colleague Deep also did not fall into the illusion. However, Ina, Robin, Ba Chi Wu Shuang, and the little prince all fell victim. Among them, Robin merely fell into the illusion and stopped attacking, while Ina, Ba Chi Wu Shuang, and the little prince triggered the puppet chants and were immediately controlled by Zhou Chen. The unmatched dominance in the little prince becoming puppets didn't surprise Zhou Chen. After all, neither of them had much ability. But the fact that the holy priestess Ina would also become a puppet caught him off guard. Perhaps the earlier move full of big men had stimulated Ina too strongly, causing her to lose her composure for a moment. Attack! Zhou Chen ordered an assault while he and his clone retreated. Old man, were you enjoying the show just now? The holy priestess Ina's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, but her tone turned fierce. Die! The long cross in her hand burst forth with golden light, swelling in the wind and heavily smashed down towards the nearby Main. Crazy, what are you doing? Main quickly used a shield skill to defend, frightened and pulling back. Be careful, she's being controlled by a mental skill. Deep also hurriedly dodged, preparing to use his abilities to rescue. Boom! 2 dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking him hard on the head. You guys? Deep was left covered in dirt and ash. The one attacking him was the adventurer cultivated by the church, the flying little prince. It wasn't over yet. Unmatched dominance appeared behind him in an indestructible battle soul form. Priestess Ina is mine, how dare you compete with me? I'll kill you. Unmatched dominance roared, delivering a demon ceiling slash. Boom! Caught off guard, Deep was immediately knocked to the ground, rolling far away. What's going on? Blood Rose and the members of Mingyue Pavilion were at a loss at this scene. What's happening? Why did the NPCs start fighting among themselves? Weren't they here to kill Big Brother Joe? The observing players were equally confused. First, the beautiful holy priestess suddenly gave a wave of benefits, and then there was an NPC infighting? Mr. Joe actually has such means, truly surprising. Taima Binghe and others were incredibly astonished and admired him even more. As the enemies fell into chaos, Zhou Chen and his clone took the opportunity to steal like crazy. He first set his sights on Blood Rose. Ah! Blood Rose let out a sharp scream, stepping into the footsteps of Holy Priestess Ina. What are you panicking for? The torment has just begun. Zhou Chen struck successfully and immediately retreated, turning his attention to fireworks sword dance and the little princess. One time each, don't fight or snatch, everyone gets a share, okay? After 8 seconds, 6 little hands reached out simultaneously. Bastard! Fireworks sword dance scolded in embarrassment and anger. Despicable little man. The little princess was also unable to escape. What the hell? The benefits from the big boss are still coming. Oh my, I always thought Firework would have a super hot figure and now I finally got to see it. Following the big boss, the benefits keep coming. Thank you, big boss, you will always be my idol. As the exciting scenes continued to unfold, the players were thrilled, cheering and reveling in the excitement. And Zhou Chen's actions continued, playing music and dancing. Ah! My weapon! Main, who was fully focused on defending against Ina's attacks, suddenly realized that the weapon in his hand had disappeared. Bastard, my pants! Holy Priest Deep was furious. Under the large-scale magical bombardment from Ina and the little prince, countless elites from the 3 guilds suffered casualties. What drove them to despair was that after dying, they directly resurrected on the spot, unable to escape at all. The scene was momentarily chaotic, and Zhou Chen took advantage of the confusion, stealing to his heart's content. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Holy Priest Main was indeed much stronger than the others. After the initial flurry, he steadied himself and withdrew. Deep, go block them. After he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Robin, who was trapped in an illusion and motionless. Deep took the order and charged forward. Gate of Repentance. Divine Will Crystal Barrier. 2 massive defensive light barriers blocked the path of Ina and the others. Main seized the opportunity to reach Robin's side and slapped him. Damn it, stop sleeping. He was so angry that he cursed. The 4 of them attacked a single adventurer, but instead, they fell into chaos first, which would be utterly embarrassing if it got out. Slap! Slap! Main kept slapping furiously.
After all, as a holy priest, his mental strength and resistance to abnormalities were not low. After being attacked, Robin struggled for a moment in his eyes and managed to break free from the illusion.
Damn little thief. Once he regained
his senses, he immediately understood what had happened.
Quick, stop Ina.
Yes. Robin hurriedly slipped away to hold off with Eat.
Main took
the opportunity to pull out a scroll, transforming it into a longsword filled with the aura of light.
7th tier skill, Sword of Repentance.
The Sword of Repentance transformed from the scroll in Main's hand, when used against enemies, has a certain chance to put them into a state of control, forcing them to repent. When used on allies, it can dispel control effects, especially against mental attacks.
The only drawback
is that it belongs to the melee type, with a short attack range. At that moment, taking advantage of Ina and the others dealing with Robin and Deep, Main accelerated and launched a surprise attack from behind.
Whoosh! His movements were clean and swift, striking the 3
controlled individuals with 3 consecutive swords.
Ha! What happened? It seems I was controlled by that despicable little man.
The few finally regained their sanity.
No time for nonsense.
Everyone use area attacks, quickly force him to reveal himself. Main was clearly serious, his face twisted in rage, and he was the first to unleash his skill. The others immediately complied.
But Zhou
Chen, hidden in the shadows while they were in the light, would not let them strike first.
With righteous indignation. Power of fury.
With the 2 attack buffs activated, 1 person plus 5 clones attack simultaneously, striking first.
Roar! 6 black evil dragons
suddenly surged forth, transforming into endless blades of light, covering all enemies.
Breaking the hidden strike plus fury of the evil dragon.
Plus life devour plus death mark. This strike consumed 400,000 of Zhou Chen's life points, while the clones consumed 600,000 life points to
enhance their attack power.
In an instant, the heavens and the earth were filled with endless blades of light and blood-red brilliance.
What?
The sudden large-scale coverage attack caught Main and the others off guard.
The intense pressure made even the few holy priests
feel their hearts race.
Light's blessing amulet. Guardian's light. Divine will crystal wall.
Indestructible holy shield. The few who were about to unleash attack skills all instinctively followed their inner instincts and quickly switched to various defensive measures.
In the blink of an eye,
shields of protective light and brilliance rose among them.
Boom! Boom!
The blades of light clashed violently
with the opposing defensive brilliance.
Just the fury of the evil dragon released by Zhou Chen had an attack power exceeding 800,000. The skills released by the clones had attack powers over 1,000,000, and under the combined assault of 6 people, the damage was unimaginable. Under the fierce bombardment, the protective brilliance was gradually shattered. Blood rose, dominance unmatched, and others all fell to this wave of attacks, losing levels without any power to resist.
Zhou Chen's health was also fully restored due to the deaths of these people.
Minus 984,565 minus 935,212. As the defensive skills shattered, the health of the holy priests plummeted, and they hurriedly cast skills
to recover health.
You actually have this kind of strength?
Main shouted in disbelief.
Zhou Chen ignored his question, dispersing the clones and releasing throwing darts along with his main body.
Whoosh whoosh!
The sound of breaking air rang out. The technique of plucking flowers and leaves was incredibly exquisite, and the hidden weapons arrived in an instant.
Don't be arrogant!
Main threw out a scroll.
Light's protection, absolute defense.
Buzz! A massive holy radiance transformed into a heavenly curtain enveloping everyone.
Ding! Ding!
Zhou Chen's throwing dart struck it but could not budge it in the slightest.
This is a top-tier 8th level area defense skill.
And you think you can break through? Main waved his hand. Everyone, attack together and bring this villain to justice.
Damn little
thief, let's see where you can run this time. A group of people took advantage of Zhou Chen's stealth not yet recovering and attacked all at once.
Heavenly Fire Meteor.
Wrath of Winter. Light's Punishment. Holy Judgment Spear. Holy Judgment Sky Sword. One after another. Super large area skills bombarded over. Zhou Chen and the clones immediately dodged using Shadow Dragon Flash.
Boom!
Flames roared. Snowstorms howled. Golden light spears and majestic holy swords descended with immense might upon this area.
Zhou Chen skillfully dodged.
Among the numerous attacks, the Shadow Dragon Flash combined with his superb movement speed made it hard for anyone to see his actions. However, the enemy's attacks were too dense.
Boom!
In the end, Zhou Chen and his avatars were still affected by several large-scale spells.
Earth Shield. Night Guardian. Evil blood. Zhou Chen immediately activated his defensive skills, and several powerful shields appeared, one after another, stacking on top of each other. The evil blood shield, in particular, was the most eye-catching. Because Zhou Chen had just killed too many enemies, this shield had already absorbed enough life force to withstand 1 million damage. Even so, these shields were still shattering one by one under the intense bombardment. Boom! Waves of magical light raged, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The enemy's attacks also carried various control effects. In an instant, ice, imprisonment, dizziness, and other negative effects attempted to erode Zhou Chen. He's been controlled. The invincible Baki was overjoyed at this sight. This damned Zhou person must be completely unable to turn the tide today. Not good, the boss is in trouble. At the edge of the barrier, the members of the Dragon Guild suddenly became tense. But at that moment, a layer of red light appeared around Zhou Chen's body. Invincible body. Crackle. He shook violently, shattering the layers of ice that had frozen him, and the other control effects lost their power. Do you think hiding in your shell will keep you safe? Amidst the flying ice shards, Zhou Chen's right hand was clenched as if the Grim Reaper was issuing a decree. Death mark, detonate. Inside the absolute defense barrier, the lower-level Holy Priest Deepu was marked by 3 death marks and was instantly killed. You have killed the lower-level Holy Priest Deepu LV-48, experience plus 420,000, reputation plus 18,000. That's right, Zhou Chen's death marks had not completely dispersed. As the saying goes, it's better to break one finger than to injure all. 10. Concentrated attacks are naturally easier to kill the target. Deepu. Seeing his comrade die, Main roared in anger. He had sensed that there were special hidden tricks on Deepu and Robin earlier, and he had tried to dispel them, but it was in vain. Immediately after, the 3 death marks on Robin also exploded. Ah! A scream, and Robin was also killed. Evil scoundrel, your sins are unforgivable. Main and Ina and the others attacked fiercely. Facing the dense attacks, Zhou Chen remained calm and dodged with all his might. At the same time, the 5 avatars cast skills on the main body. Life recovery spell. With this wave of healing, the main body's health was instantly restored to full. Go! Zhou Chen commanded, and the avatars rushed forward recklessly towards the turtle shell-like barrier. The enemies' attacks came wave after wave, and the avatar's health dropped rapidly. Self-destruct. Zhou Chen decisively ordered. Boom! Boom! The 5 avatars self-destructed simultaneously. Blood-red pillars of light shot into the sky, and violent energy surged outward, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. When the bombing ended, the absolute defense barrier began to show cracks. What the hell? Is this the self-destruct technique mentioned on the forum? Damn, seeing it with my own eyes is truly shocking, incredible. In the distance, players were filled with excitement. What holy order, in front of Boss Zhou, is utterly weak. The might of the avatar's self-destruction not only frightened Blood Rose and the others, but even Main and Ina felt fear. This adventurer cannot be left alive. Main was sweating profusely. He realized he had seriously underestimated the opponent's strength. If this person could not be used by the order, he would surely become a disaster. Fortunately, Priest Jaeger did not let his guard down. He had given himself a powerful trump card. A flash of light appeared in Main's hand, and a distinctly different scroll appeared. 9th tier skill? Ina was shocked by the energy fluctuations from the scroll. That's right. Main said solemnly, when Priest Jaeger handed this to me, I thought he was making a big deal out of nothing. Thankfully, I didn't refuse. After saying that, the scroll in his hand transformed into a colorful light, bursting out of the barrier and spreading throughout the entire domain of light, with no one able to avoid it. 9th tier skill, Pure Land of Humanity. The brilliant light suddenly surged, transforming into a massive light curtain that filled the entire realm of light. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were in a paradise on earth. As far as the eye could see, exotic flowers and strange grasses were everywhere, rare birds and beasts coexisted harmoniously, creating a scene of natural tranquility. People felt a profound sense of peace and serenity within, an ethereal emptiness that made them forget all their worries and sorrows, wanting only to immerse themselves in nature and return to simplicity. At this moment, they reached a state of no self. The physical body seemed to lose its meaning, leaving only the soul merging with the entire Pure Land, immersed in an ethereal and self-forgetting spiritual enjoyment. The Pure Land of the human world is actually this skill, exclaimed the Holy Priestess Ina as the players fell into mental control. A 9th tier skill is not the most top tier skill in the order.
However, a 9th tier mental control skill is quite significant. Because mental control skills are rare, those that can reach the 9th tier are even fewer. There's no time to lose, let's act together and quickly take him down. Main took out a pair of metallic shackles adorned with numerous light runes. This is the prisoner's shackles, which can only be put on the target when they have lost their power to resist. Once the target is shackled, all abilities will be sealed, and they will be unable to log off. Moreover, as their health decreases, they will enter an irrecoverable weakened state. The lower the health, the more severe the weakened state. As long as this shackles is placed on a certain someone, and then they are severely injured while under mental control, they will be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. At that moment, the two rushed out of the defensive light shield towards Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, in the pure land of the human world, the mental attacks intensified. Enter the pure land of the human world, listen to the teachings of the gods, and from now on transcend the mundane, free from the troubles of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, living freely and unrestrained. Countless angelic and divine figures appeared in the sky, continuously chanting. Their voices were ethereal and distant, like deities whispering in one's ear, making it impossible to resist immersion. Can you please shut up? You sing worse than crying. Suddenly, amidst this atmosphere that made one want to worship, a harsh voice rang out. It must be said that the opponent's attack method was indeed strange. Even someone as strong as Zhou Chen was slightly affected. But that was all. Eye of insight, break. Just as the mental attack intensified, Zhou Chen's eyes shone with golden light, piercing through the illusion. Crack! The beautiful scene before him shattered like a mirror. He immediately broke free from the mental interference. What? Main and Ina, who had just rushed to Zhou Chen's side, were taken aback. They saw Zhou Chen's eyes filled with golden radiance, exuding immense power, showing no signs of being under mental control at all. Backstab! Zhou Chen flashed behind Main and executed a backstab skill. Buzz! A golden shield appeared behind Main, barely blocking Zhou Chen's attack. He quickly turned around and slashed with his sword. Zhou Chen defended with his blade and retreated a few steps. Just as Ina was about to cast a spell, Zhou Chen waved his hand, and a dart shot out, arriving in an instant. Ah! Caught off guard, Ina was hit by the dart. Just as she felt the pain, an invisible wave emanated from Zhou Chen's eyes. Illusionary eye. Boom! Ina felt a jolt in her head and became Zhou Chen's puppet. Unaware of the situation, Main unleashed a golden sword energy towards Zhou Chen. Stealth! Zhou Chen entered stealth and dashed away. Boom! Main's sword energy, along with the ranged attacks from Blood Rose and others, all missed. That old man just sneaked a peek at your figure, hurry, and hit him. Zhou Chen commanded while in stealth. Old man, did you enjoy the view just now? Ina's cross surged in the wind and heavily smashed towards Main. Ah! Caught off guard by Ina's sudden attack, Main let out a scream. Damn it, she's been controlled again. Main wanted to use the Sword of Confession to attack Ina and break the mental control. But Zhou Chen already knew the effect of the blade in his hand and was naturally on guard, ordering Ina to respond carefully, making it difficult for Main to find an opportunity. During this time, Zhou Chen was stealing with all his might. You have obtained Dark Gold level equipment ×1. You have obtained gold coins ×477. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically, and the cult side fell into crisis. What should we do? The monks of Main are in danger, the little prince said anxiously within the absolute defense barrier. I heard Monk Main say that he just used a 9th tier mental attack skill, yet he couldn't do anything to Zhou. Incredible. The look in Ji Qi Tianya's eyes revealed a hint of fear. To be honest, he felt a bit regretful. Although he had confidence in the strength of the cult and his cousin's abilities, the cult was currently restrained by the Empire, and he didn't know when his cousin would return. What if Zhou sought revenge on Manhwa Pavilion? Not good. Zhou is now in stealth, definitely stalling for time. Once his strange clone technique recovers, Monk Main and Monk Ina will probably not be his match. What should we do? Should we escape? I don't want to lose levels again. The problem is that we can't leave as long as the light domain is not lifted. The group suddenly became a bit flustered. Fortunately, Main was stronger than Ina and held on for 60 seconds, finally freeing Ina from mental control. Ina's head throbbed as she recalled everything. Forget it. Let's leave first. But we haven't caught him yet. Go! Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Main's roar. The two rushed towards Blood Rose and the others. No one is getting away. Zhou Chen appeared and struck. Justice is righteous. Power of fury. He immediately
activated the attack buff. Following that, the Flowing Wind, Dragon Shadow Disappearance, Knight's Guardian, Earth Shield, and Ice Shield were all activated. Berserk Body. Once the Berserk Body was activated, Zhou Chen's super strength was fully charged as he charged at the two. A phantom flashed. Boom! The fleeing duo was hit by Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen first targeted the weaker Ina, using Shadow Dragon Flash to appear behind her. Strike! A hit landed. And Ina was stunned. Beside her, Main thrust his sword. Zhou Chen executed a backstab, turning to attack him from behind. At that moment, countless attacks descended from the sky. It was the long-range support from Blood Rose and the others. Boom! Boom! Zhou Chen disregarded everything, relying on multiple shields to withstand the damage, tightly entangling the two. Ina, you have been manipulated by him multiple times, so your faith in my god must be weak, and your sin is not small. Suddenly, Main struck Ina from behind, sending her flying towards Zhou Chen while he transformed into a stream of light to escape. You! Ina was caught off guard, filled with shock and anger. Get lost! Zhou Chen kicked the woman to the ground, leave her to me. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly echoed, and the evil dragon's tooth burst forth with black light. The blade flashed, and the black dragon appeared. The wrath of the evil dragon. Boom! The blade energy struck, hindering Main's movements. He gritted his teeth and continued to flee with all his might. Clone technique. After the wrath of the evil dragon, Zhou Chen's clone technique finally recovered. For clones chased after Main, while Zhou Chen's main body focused on Ina. He didn't want to let either of them escape. Main fled with all his strength, his eyes fixed only on that defensive barrier. As long as he could escape into that absolute defense, he would have a chance to survive. But just as he was about to rush into that absolute defense, a despairing sound of breaking air rang out. It was the clones pursuing him with Shadow Dragon Flash. Boom! Four mental attacks struck down together. Main saw that he was about to rush into the defensive barrier, but his body suddenly stopped. In an instant, his head throbbed violently, as if some external force was trying to control his mind. With just a moment's delay, four black dragon shadows burst forth, transforming into endless blades of light. The wrath of the evil dragon plus life devouring. The clones simultaneously consumed 300,000 health points to enhance their attack power. A violent roar erupted, drowning out Main's wails, as he was torn apart by the blade light, dying a horrific death. Ah! Inside the protective barrier, upon witnessing this scene, the flying princess let out a sharp scream. The others were equally horrified. A dignified holy priest, utterly powerless against someone like Zhou. Just as Main died, Zhou Chen and his clones joined forces to slay Ina. The upgrade light burst forth, and Zhou Chen leveled up to 31. By killing the NPC. The skill of the Pure Land of Humanity just ended. At this moment, the players regained their senses and beheld a shocking sight. The battlefield was in ruins, and all four holy priests had turned into corpses. The Holy Order's operation against Zhou Chen ended in complete failure. What just happened? I don't know, I think I had a beautiful dream. Strange, can you dream in the game? Faced with the situation before them, the players were momentarily at a loss. We were all under the mental control of the old man from the church. How impressive, he held me for so long. Now that you mention it, I remember, but wasn't Brother Joe not controlled? Need I say? He's a big shot. Damn, while I was dozing off, he took out those two holy priests, really terrifying. Soon, the players understood everything, their hearts filled with shock. Could Brother Joe be the one rumored to have awakened an SSS level talent? The people sent by the Holy Church are all powerful, yet they were still taken down by him. How will the Holy Church react after this? Will Brother Joe retaliate against them? It's really exciting. Thinking of various situations, the players couldn't help but get excited. Big news, the Holy Church attempted to capture Brother Joe, but suffered a counterattack. Some had already started uploading videos to forums and media platforms. Zhou Chen didn't care about their thoughts, he and his avatar quickly collected the drops from the holy priests and headed straight for Blood Rose and the others. He's coming. The little prince looked tense. How could he not be tense? The duration of the field of light barrier was extremely long. If Zhou broke that absolute defense shield, they would be continuously killed by the opponent and respawn here infinitely, possibly being killed down to level 0. The absolute defense should still hold, right? Blood Rose looked up and saw that the shield was already covered in cracks, her heart immediately tightening. However, as Zhou Chen passed by, he merely cast a cold glance at them and the shield and ignored them. After this battle, Zhou Chen's understanding of the Holy Church deepened further. In this battle, the Eye of Insight and the Illusion Eye skills played a crucial role.
The Eye of Insight made him immune to the opponent's 9th level mental
attack skills. The Illusion Eye skill caught the opponent off guard.
The church's power was only partially revealed, yet it forced him to go all out, indicating its formidable strength.
This place wasn't far from the main city. Who knows if the church had any backup?
If more people came, he would be in trouble. Moreover, besides the Holy Church, there was also a city lord's mansion that might take action against him.
He had to leave quickly. As for Blood Rose and her group of ants,
he had plenty of time to deal with them, no rush. Zhou Chen rushed to the edge of the field of light and began attacking one side of the barrier.
Let's go help Mr. Zhou break this shell, Iron Horse Ice River ordered. Boss, our damage might be quite embarrassing,
Dragon War Soul said with a bitter smile.
Iron Horse Ice River showed a sly smile. You don't understand, do you? We're mainly showing an attitude, the actual effect doesn't matter.
Dragon War Soul was taken aback. I see, that's clever.
Hee, let's go.
The group immediately chased after him. They were already in the same team as Zhou Chen, so they weren't afraid of being accidentally
harmed.
At the same time, Iron Horse Ice River called a group of guild players waiting outside the barrier to attack from the outside.
Zhou Chen coordinated from the inside. After 2 waves of avatar skill combos, one side of
the field of light barrier shattered with a loud bang.
The matters I entrusted to you must not be neglected, otherwise, the consequences will be severe.
Leaving this sentence, Zhou Chen entered stealth and quickly left.
That day, the game forum was completely ignited. Zhou Chen appears in Dawn City. The Holy Church suffers a slap in the face. One person angrily kills 4 holy priests. Zhou Chen suspected to be an SSS Level Talent holder. Friends in Dawn City, beware, the notorious Zhou Chen has appeared, do not provoke him.
One by one, posts related to Zhou Chen appeared, and the heat continued for a long time before gradually calming down.
In the game world. Outside Dawnlight City, in a remote wilderness far from the main city. Boom! Boom!
Accompanied by several loud explosions, blood-red pillars of light shot into the sky, and violent energy swept through, resembling an apocalyptic disaster. You have killed a jungle raptor LV-35, experience points plus 2000. You have killed an ironback warbear LV-35, experience points plus 2400. All the monsters affected within the explosion range died.
Whoosh! With a series of notification sounds, a glow of upgrade appeared around Zhou Chen.
Several days had passed since the last battle with the Holy Church. For days, Zhou Chen had not returned to the main city nor appeared in the nearby wilderness. He was training alone in a remote area far from the main city, leveling up and honing his skills. With numerous methods at his disposal,
leveling up was not a challenge for him at all.
Even though his skill training had slowed his leveling speed, Zhou Chen had now reached level 34, ranking
first on the leaderboard. However, he had long hidden his information on the leaderboard.
Now, he had offended quite a few people.
Just dealing with the
Holy Church was a bit tricky. There was also a lord's mansion that had been silent for a while, and he had no idea what they were up to.
He had to be cautious and try to keep his information hidden.
In addition to leveling up and practicing skills, Zhou Chen had been doing other things these days. For instance, he changed his appearance daily to grind the Tower of Sin. It was unclear whether it was due to his level increase or the fact that he was entering solo, but the drop rate in the Tower of Sin had noticeably decreased.
That sly fox never gave him diamond level equipment. Moreover, the treasure chests from clearing levels only yielded dark gold level items, which was a stark contrast to the rich rewards he received during his first clear, leaving him disappointed. Additionally, he often had a clone use disguise techniques to change its appearance and return to the main city to select suitable equipment for purchase among the player stalls.
After all, he had no shortage of gold coins in RMB, keeping them was useless, so it was
better to exchange them for equipment.
Besides purchasing, Zhou Chen also sold equipment, limited to gold level, to exchange for more silver level gear for
feeding. As for those dark gold level items that were not suitable for him,
after much thought, he ultimately decided to use them for feeding instead
of selling.
At this stage, dark gold level equipment was still precious, and selling it to others felt like nurturing enemies for himself, which he
did not want to do. There was also one thing that surprised Zhou Chen.
Yesterday, Iron Horse Ice River contacted him, delivering the first batch of silver equipment, totaling 3,000 pieces.
Zhou Chen did not expect them to act so quickly.
However, upon reflection, it made sense.
Members of the Dragon
Riding Guild could accept guild tasks daily, and with the guild buff's drop rate bonus, their recent progress had been quite good.
Additionally, with
players reaching level 30 in opening intercity communication, members from other main cities must have also collected some equipment to send over, which
is why Zhou Chen received the down payments so quickly. After this period of feeding, along with the growth points obtained from raiding the mayor's treasury, the Evil Dragon's Tooth and the Evil Dragon's Fury Boots successfully upgraded to diamond level. Evil Dragon's Tooth type, growth type, bound. Equipment grade, diamond level 140/600000. Attributes, attack power plus 25,000, spell power plus 20,000, attack speed plus 200%, critical hit rate plus 60%, critical hit damage plus 30% additional effect. When attacking, absorb 25% of the damage to restore your own health. Additional skill, Evil Dragon's Fury, effect. 1. Release a slash filled with the power of the Evil Dragon, dealing 150,000 plus 500% attack power damage to targets within a 2000 m x 2000 m range. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Effect 2. Can consume your own health to enhance this skill's power. 1 health point equals 1.5 attack power. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded, no drops upon death. Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots type, growth type, bound. Equipment grade, diamond level 242/600000. Attributes, movement speed plus 2000, evasion plus 4000, critical hit immunity plus 20%, agility plus 1000, constitution plus 1000, spirit plus 1000. Additional skill, dragon. Shadow Mirage, effect 1, movement like a swimming dragon, movement speed and evasion plus 200%, lasts 300 seconds, cooldown time 180 seconds, instant. Cooldown. Effect 2, during the duration, can trigger Shadow Dragon Leap 5 times, each leap 1,500 meters, control chance minus 90% while leaping. Required level, none. Status, bound, cannot be traded, no drops upon death. These two pieces of equipment have an absurdly high growth potential. Zhou Chen looked at the equipment information, overjoyed. Comparing it to the other two diamond level pieces he owned, they were completely incomparable to these two growth type pieces. If diamond level is this powerful, what would it be like if it grew to mythic level? Just thinking about it makes one excited. In addition to the levels and upgradable equipment, Zhou Chen's skill levels have not fallen behind. Over the past few days, aside from occasionally sending a clone to the main city to handle equipment matters, he has mostly been practicing skills with both his clone and his main body. Some skills have shown surprising effects due to mutations. Steel type, active skill rank, first. Rank LV 132, 80/13200. Effect 1, launch an attack on the target with a 120% chance to steal 1 to 15 random items from the target, including bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 80 meters. Effect 3, if the stolen item is stackable such as gold coins, potions, etc., the quantity stolen is significantly increased, counted as one item. Effect 4, 10% chance to steal unconventional items, such as attributes, skills, etc., with the option to integrate the unconventional items into oneself or discard them. Cost: 20 mana. Cooldown 20 seconds. Stealth type, active skill rank, first rank LV 94, 120/9400. Effect 1, enter a stealth state. With extraordinary skill, concealing one's shadow, scent, sound, and energy fluctuations, movement speed plus 240%, lasts for 600 seconds. Attacking a target will break stealth. Effect 2, a strike from stealth deals 50,000 plus 500% attack damage, with a 100% critical hit. Effect 3, in stealth, evasion plus 12,000. Effect 4, if hit while in stealth, if no actual damage is dealt, stealth will not be broken. Effect 5, instant cooldown. Cooldown time starts from skill activation. Cost: 40 mana. Cooldown 40 seconds. Backstab type, active skill rank, first rank LV 98, 70/9800. Effect 1, instantly flash to the target's back to attack, dealing 60,000 plus 550% attack damage, must be within 15 meters of the target. Effect 2, backstab has a plus 190% critical hit rate. Effect 3, backstab critical damage plus 90%. Effect 4, backstab ignores defense plus 5,000. Cost: 50 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Poisoning type, active skill rank, first rank LV 82, 20/8200. Effect 1, apply poison to a weapon, lasting for 120 minutes, can also remove poison from the weapon. Effect 2, poison damage plus 130%. Effect 3, poison includes an 80% reduction in healing effects. Effect 4, duration of poisoning on the target plus 20%. Cost: poison materials. Cooldown 30 seconds. Flowing wind type, active skill rank, second rank LV 55, 50/11000. Effect 1, channel the power of flowing wind throughout the body, increasing speed plus 140%, lasts for 400 seconds. Effect 2, evasion plus 7,500. Effect 3, in the state of flowing wind, can launch 3 wind dashes, each traveling 500 meters. Cost: 100 mana. Cooldown 60 Seconds Phantom Dash Type, Active Skill Rank, Second Rank LV73 160/14600, Effect 1, Dash in any direction at phantom-like speed. For 1,200 meters, cutting through targets along the way, dealing 40,000 plus 300% attack damage. Effect 2, 80% chance to cause the target's wounds to tear, triggering blood burst, dealing 60,000 bleeding damage at once. Effect 3, during the dash, can choose to create 3 phantoms aside from the main body, with phantoms dealing 100% damage. Phantoms disappear after the attack ends. Effect 4. For every 1000 points of movement speed, cutting damage plus 10%, capped at plus 100%. Cost 50 mana. Cooldown 40 seconds. Strike type. Active skill rank, 4th rank LV52, 60/20800. Effect 1. Use clever techniques to effectively attack with short blades, dealing 30,000 plus 350% attack damage. Effect 2, 90% chance to stun the target for 30 seconds. Effect 3, when the target is stunned, both defenses minus 3,000. Cost 500 mana. Cooldown 50 seconds. Death mark type, active skill rank, 5th rank LV50, 180/25,000. Effect 1. Attach a layer of death mark during the attack, lasting 400 seconds. When the attack hits, the mark transfers to the target. Only one target can be affected during group attacks. Effect 2. Any damage dealt to the target will be recorded by the mark. Upon manual detonation or when the time ends, the mark will deal 130% of the total recorded damage. Effect 3. You have true sight over the target marked by death mark, allowing you to track them even if they are invisible. Cost 800 mana. Cooldown 150 seconds. Life. Devour type, active skill rank, 5th rank LV48, 90/24,000. Effect 1. Attach a life devour effect during the attack, dealing additional damage equal to 60% of your own health. This damage is halved during group attacks. Effect 2. If this attack kills the target, devour 20% of the target's health, permanently increasing your own health limit by the corresponding amount, up to a maximum of plus 185,000 health limit, already maxed. Cost 800 mana. Cooldown 150 seconds. Flying flowers and plucking leaves type, active skill rank, 6th rank LV40, 220/24,000. Effect 1. Master level hidden weapon techniques, anything that can be thrown from your hand can be used as a hidden weapon. Effect 2. Fire up to 10 hidden weapons at once, with a range of 3,200 meters. Effect 3. Each hidden weapon has a built-in 7,000 accuracy, dealing 40,000 plus 400% attack damage. Effect 4. Hidden weapons have penetration. Each target passed through reduces damage by 20%. Cost 800 mana. Cooldown 60 seconds. Super self-detonation technique type, active skill rank, 7th rank LV28, 380/19600. Effect 1. Detonate your own life energy, causing an explosion with a diameter of 2,400 meters. Dealing 120% of your maximum health as true damage to targets within the explosion range, resulting in your own death. Effect 2. 4. Every 100,000 health limit, the explosion range increases by 10%, up to a maximum of plus 100%. Effect 3. You can freely control the explosion range, not exceeding the limit. Effect 4. For every 1 million health, explosion damage increases by 10%, up to a maximum of plus 100%. Cost, life cooldown, none. Phantom eye type, active skill rank, 7th rank LV25, 230/17500. Effect 1. Release invisible mental power from your eyes, causing a mental shock to one enemy within your field of vision. Effect 2. The target has a 125% chance to fall into an illusion, losing the ability to attack or resist for 140 seconds. The lower the target's mental points, the longer the time in the illusion. Effect 3. The target in the illusion has a 60% chance to become the caster's puppet, executing simple commands given by the caster for 140 seconds. Effect 4. You can launch a mental attack on targets in the illusion or being controlled, dealing 30,000 plus 180% mental attribute damage. Cost, 1,000 mana. Cooldown 300 seconds. Instant cooldown, life recovery. Technique type, active skill rank, 6th rank LV42, 20/25200. Effect 1. Restore 50% health to yourself or an allied unit at once. Effect 2. Additional continuous healing effect, restoring 5,000 health points per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Effect 3. Additional negative damage reduction effect, negative damage taken minus 2,000, lasting for 60 seconds. Consumption, 1,500 mana. Cooldown time, 160 seconds. Berserk type, active skill rank, 7th rank LV24, 60/16800. Effect 1. Enter Berserk state, removing end
becoming immune to control effects such as slow, stun, confinement, freeze, paralysis, silence, etc., lasting for 180 seconds. Effect 2. During the duration, abnormal resistance plus 10,000, tenacity plus 10,000. Consumption, 1,500 mana. Cooldown time, 180 seconds. Instant cooldown. Guardian of the Night type, active skill rank, 7th rank LV24, 110/16800, Effect 1, gain the power of the Night to protect oneself, able to withstand a total damage value of 1.2 million, lasting until the shield disappears. Effect 2. Can choose to distribute shield value to allied units. Consumption, 1,500 mana. Cooldown time, 180 seconds. Disguise technique. Type, active skill rank, 6th rank LV29, 150/17400, Effect 1, arbitrarily change one's appearance, voice, clothing, body shape, scent, name, red name status, etc., lasting for 110 minutes. Effect 2, in disguise state, adding friends or trading with others will not reveal real name. After removing disguise, you will appear offline in the other party's friend list. Effect 3. Possesses camouflage function, allowing you to disguise as others, including NPCs, to deceive certain detection methods. Consumption, 1,000 mana. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Pharmacy technique type, active skill rank, 5th rank LV74, 210/37,000, Effect 1. Can create potions according to potion formulas. Effect 2, when creating potions of the same rank as the skill, success rate plus 140%. Effect 3, when creating potions that exceed the skill rank, success rate plus 80%. Consumption, herbal materials. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Clone technique type, active skill rank, 5th rank LV57, 20/28500, Effect 1, condense into 7 identical clones using mana lasting for 620 seconds, can actively make clones disappear. Effect 2, clones possess 100% of the main body's attributes. Share vision with the main body, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills of the main body. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by clones can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, clones cannot use clone technique. Effect 5, when the main body takes damage, can choose to have clones bear the damage instead. Effect 6, when condensing clones, can freely control the number of clones. The number of unlaunched clones will be retained and can be released at any time after the skill cooldown is completed. The retained number of clones will be cleared. Consumption, 800 mana. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. After continuous practice for several days, each skill has undergone many changes. The most surprising thing for Zhou Chen is stealth. As the skill level increases, it has mutated to have an instant cooldown effect. This means he can now achieve infinite stealth. Becoming a thief, no, it's much more convenient to be the old 6. Indeed, practicing skills is the fastest way to improve. Strength. Zhou Chen satisfactorily closed the skill panel. It must be said that the peak skill bracelet combined with talent and clone technique significantly boosts skill training speed. Zhou Chen's many skill levels are already quite high, and leveling up once requires thousands or even tens of thousands of proficiency, yet his skill leveling speed has not fallen behind. I need to find a way to inquire about the other parts of the peak skill set. Unfortunately, so far, Zhou Chen has no information in this regard. At the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, he had inquired about it, but there was none for sale. Shaking his head, he took out a piece of equipment and attempted to use theft on it. That's right, he was trying to steal from the equipment. Ever since successfully stealing a scroll skill last time, Zhou Chen had a sudden idea. Since the skill of the scroll could be stolen, could the attributes and additional skills of the equipment be stolen as well? Failure. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was not satisfactory. For the past few days, he had been trying to steal equipment, but had not succeeded even once. Zhou Chen had previously attempted to use theft on lucky chests, mysterious chests, and other items, and without exception, all had ended in failure. Especially when trying to steal from chests, he could clearly feel an indescribable force neutralizing his theft skill. It seemed that the game's power did not allow him to do so. The same was true when he attempted to steal from equipment, but the obstructive force emanating from the equipment was clearly weaker than that from the chests. Yet he still couldn't steal. That obstructive force felt quite unpleasant. Every time he did this, it was as if he could hear a merciless system notification echoing in his mind, restriction card BUG. Restriction card BUG. Humph, just wait, sooner or later I will break your rule of power. Zhou Chen sneered coldly and put the equipment away. He continued to level up. That was the noise just now. Hurry and check.
If there are other players, drive them away quickly. Manhwa Town does not allow other players to approach. Sounds came from behind.
Zhou Chen, possessing the eye of insight, had already noticed someone approaching.
He originally did not want to pay attention. But upon hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. Manhwa Town? Have I unknowingly approached an NPC town under the jurisdiction of the main city? Within the main city area, there are many NPC towns. These towns are a
certain distance from the main city, and not all of them have established teleportation arrays with the main city, only a few
important towns do.
Some players have already explored some high-level wild areas, and sometimes need to rest so they can choose to take a break in NPC towns, which is more convenient than returning to the main city to buy supplies and then going back to the wild
areas. But what did those two mean by saying Manhwa Town does not allow players to approach? What, am I not worthy? Zhou Chen immediately got angry and turned around.
A hurried sound of footsteps approached, and a player team of 10 came over.
Hey, which guild are you from? The leading player questioned Zhou Chen.
Zhou Chen did not reveal his true appearance. He looked like a rugged warrior with the ID, I am not the hammer god.
Damn it, I'm from the Overbearing Guild. Zhou Chen responded with bravado. Overbearing unmatched as my son, how dare you speak to me like that? Nonsense. This group of people decisively did not believe him. No matter who you are, leave immediately.
We, the Starry Night Guild, accept tasks from the Lord's Mansion and the NPCs of Manhwa
Town to expel all outsiders, including players, nearby. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Interesting, NPC towns should be common resting places for players adventuring in the wild, right? Why drive away players? Zhou Chen sensed something was off.
Why not share what you know, and I'll reward you handsomely? As he spoke, several gold coins appeared in Zhou Chen's hand, which
he kept playing with. You're looking for death.
The players from the Starry Night Guild felt insulted and immediately drew their
weapons.
Several warriors and swordsmen charged at Zhou Chen. Mages and archers cast ranged attack skills.
Wind Flash. With the flow of wind activated,
Zhou Chen used Wind Flash for the first time in battle.
Whoosh! The charging players only felt a flash before the person had vanished. In an instant, Zhou Chen appeared behind the enemy, wielding a golden-level heavy hammer. This game
had a high degree of freedom, and equipment had basically no class restrictions. However, wearing weapons or armor that do not match
one's profession will create a feeling of being constrained and extremely uncoordinated.
Even so, Zhou Chen had no problem dealing with these minor foes using his hammer. Before the opponents could react, his large hammer had already smashed fiercely into a priest's head.
80. Bang!
With a loud crash and a splash of blood, the priest was instantly killed.
He's behind us. So fast, everyone be careful. A group quickly turned to attack.
These people were not experts, and Zhou Chen handled them easily. He didn't even use the dragon shadow disappearance technique, he just relied on the flowing wind to move quickly, taking down one little guy with each swing, having a blast.
What the hell, where did you come from, expert? Do you know that doing this will make you our enemy in the Starry Night Guild?
Soon, only the last person remained, the team leader. This was intentional on Zhou Chen's part. He stepped on the opponent, pinning him to the ground, and asked, "Tell me, why are you driving away players?"
"If you want me to say it, then I'll lose face." Boom!
Before he could finish, Zhou Chen smashed him to death.
After killing the last person,
Zhou Chen first lifted his disguise, waited for the cooldown to finish, then disguised himself again and used disguise.
Disguise function activated, you are now an NPC with some NPC abilities. With a change in appearance, Zhou Chen transformed into a slightly plump merchant dressed in luxurious clothing named Wandering Merchant Wang Paohu. He summoned the character interface to
check and found that some NPC abilities had been added to his character functions. For example, he could issue quests to players. In the eyes of NPCs, he was an NPC template, not an adventurer, while in the eyes of players, he had become an NPC, not a player.
Interesting, fun. Zhou Chen chuckled and strode away. He wanted to go to the ephemeral flower town to see what was going on.
After walking through several wild areas, Zhou Chen saw a bustling little town in the distance. That must be Manhwa Town.
He swaggered over. Wait, you can't get close.
At that moment, players from the Xingye Guild who were patrolling nearby blocked his path.
Adventurer, hello, I am a wandering merchant. Do you have any business?
Zhou Chen smiled broadly, looking quite friendly.
So it's an NPC. The players from the Xingye Guild then realized that the other party was an NPC, thinking he was a player. The leaders
Tone softened, since you're not an adventurer, please leave.
Manhwa Town has not welcomed any outsiders lately.
Oh, why is that? Jochin spread his hands, pretending to be helpless. I plan to do business in the town, and this will affect my income.
As he spoke, Jochin used his NPC function to issue a quest to the group of players. Wandering merchant Wang Pao who has issued
you the quest release, do you accept? The group simultaneously declined, but seeing that Jochin was an NPC, they patiently
explained, it's useless. Even if we let you in, the guards will kick you out. That's right, Manhwa Town is not accepting any outsiders right now. If you don't leave, we won't be polite.
Jochin maintained his smile and changed the quest content.
Wandering
merchant Wang Pao who has issued you the quest, inquire for information. He is willing to pay 500 gold coins just to know why the town refuses outsiders. Do you accept?
You've piqued my curiosity. If you can answer my question, I promise you won't be disappointed.
As he spoke, Jochin shook the gold coins in his hand.
Damn, NPCs are really rich.
The team leader was immediately
attracted by the gold coins.
As players developed in the main city, gold coins not only did not depreciate but actually increased
in value.
500 gold coins, he wouldn't believe it if he said he wasn't tempted.
Alright, I'll tell you.
He immediately accepted the quest. After all, the other party was an NPC, not a player, so it should be fine to speak.
The reason is quite simple. Ever since adventurers arrived, the Holy Church has accelerated its missionary activities in the areas surrounding the main city. Jochin quickly learned the ins and outs of the matter.
It turned out that the Holy Church was conducting missionary activities in the towns
near the main city.
Most mortals held a sense of reverence towards the gods, especially since the Holy Church always regarded itself as the spokesperson of the gods, making their missionary activities quite successful.
However, there were exceptions. The Empire
was unwilling to see the church expand its influence, so it had been secretly obstructing them.
After all, the town nominally belonged to the Empire's jurisdiction, with the town mayor, guards, and others being part of the Empire.
Therefore, as the Lord's office
secretly exerted pressure, many towns began to show resistance to the church. The church also had a countermeasure, which was to use adventurers to enhance its image.
Adventurers were protected by the rules of heaven and earth, enjoyed privileges, and were
more likely to gain the favor of NPC residents.
Many adventurers accepted church missions to spread the church's teachings or helped
residents to gain favor for the church. Thus, some towns that resisted the church also began to dislike adventurers who got close to the church. Manhwa Town was one of the more vehement towns resisting the church. Recently, the town mayor even issued an order prohibiting outsiders, including adventurers, from entering. As for why the Xingye Guild members could come here, it was because Manhwa Town requested assistance from the Lord's office, and the Xingye Guild happened to take on a task from the Lord's office to help the town expel outsiders, thus gaining the mayor's trust. Moreover, the mayor seemed to feel that there weren't enough people, and still hoped the Lord's office would continue to send reliable adventurers, even planning to recruit people himself to counter the church.
I see, it seems I came at the wrong time.
Thank you all. Jochin generously paid the task reward in turn to leave.
Interesting, the conflict between the Lord's mansion and the church is starting to show.
Jochin pondered. He suddenly remembered something.
It had been a long time since he raided the adventurer's town. Why had the Lord's mansion not taken any action
against him yet? Jochin did not believe that the Lord's mansion had not received reports of his misdeeds. That was impossible. Knowing full well, why was there no action?
Could it be that the Lord's mansion knew he had offended the Empire while also offending the church, so they wanted to use him against the church, watching the tigers fight from the mountain?
Especially in the current situation.
If he were the Lord of Dawn City, he certainly wouldn't target a powerful adventurer with grievances against the church. It would be better to watch the situation unfold and see others fight with the church.
Good fellow, you have quite the plan, Joe.
Chen said as he walked to a secluded area, entered stealth mode, and restored his appearance.
He looked at the town with a sly smile. However, I, Joe, will not let myself be used for free.
He returned to the vicinity of the town in stealth mode, entering
without obstruction.
That's right, he wanted to talk to the town mayor. Since the town needed the help of adventurers, he should be able to learn the location of the nearby Holy Church personnel by demonstrating his strength, right?
Most importantly, Jochin wanted to use the mayor to probe the Lord's mansion's specific attitude.
If he wanted to use the brother, that was fine, but it had
to come with a price.
Even if his guess was wrong and the Lord's mansion actually wanted to target him, he was not afraid.
Because
This was not the main city, the defensive power was weak, even if someone from the main city quickly came over, he was confident
he could handle it.
Unlike the adventurer's town, the town near the main city had an administrative hall, where the mayor handled
official business.
Zhou Chen swaggered into the place and saw guards at the entrance.
He walked straight in without being noticed.
In the hall, several secretaries were reporting to the mayor. The adventurers sent by the Lord's mansion are very reliable. Recently, all suspicious individuals around the town have been driven away, and those church lackeys have temporarily not come here to incite the people, one of them said. The mayor of Manhwa town, named Anderson, was a portly middle-aged man. Hearing his subordinates report, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "We must be vigilant against those charlatans. What divine favor, what blessings. It's all fake, they just want to make me contribute my property and manpower for free, a bunch of cannibals."
Anderson lounged in a
comfortable armchair, his eyes sneaking glances at the secretary's collar. In his view, everything in the town belonged to him. Those
dog charlatans wanted to get involved? In their dreams. By the way, if other adventurers come, and you confirm they are not church lackeys,
you can issue tasks to them and have them stay to help fight against those church dogs.
Anderson took a sip of fine
wine and said grandly, "This is a critical time, don't be stingy with this little financial expenditure, we must make those dog charlatans
give up completely." Great, it seems we will have a common language.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen revealed himself directly.
An assassin.
Anderson was so frightened that he jumped up from his chair.
Several subordinates also panicked and retreated. "Calm down, you fat pig."
Zhou Chen shot a sharp glance at the mayor. "I mean no harm, I heard you were looking for someone to deal with the Holy Church, and I happen to have a grudge against them, so
someone come. Help. There's an assassin. That fat pig of a mayor completely ignored any explanation from Zhou Chen. He was terrified, shrinking behind his subordinates while loudly calling
for help, as if he would drop dead at any moment.
How afraid of death can you be? Zhou Chen was speechless. Although fear of death is a common ailment among most high-ranking individuals or the wealthy, was this fat pig being a bit too exaggerated? Bang bang bang.
Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the hall. A group of guards rushed in, led by a man named Captain Richard.
"How dare you? Adventurers are not allowed to enter Manhwa town at will. If you dare
to sneak in, you must have ulterior motives."
With that, Richard attacked with his sword. Perhaps fearing to cause damage to the place, he didn't use any wide area skills, but instead, he quickly and fiercely lunged at Zhou Chen with a single sword strike. Faster than speed? Zhou Chen executed a backstab, instantly appearing behind him. Boom!
Although Richard was surprised by Zhou Chen's skills, he remained calm under pressure and unleashed a swordsman's sword chi.
Eruption skill.
This skill was similar to a mage's fire ring of rejection, both having the effect of repelling enemies.
But Zhou Chen's body remained completely still.
His resistance and toughness were far beyond that of current players.
This skill couldn't budge him at all. Be honest. Bang! Zhou Chen used his foot instead of a weapon, delivering a backstab that shattered all of Richard's protective light.
Richard felt as if he had lost control, crashing into the office desk and smashing it, causing chaos in the room.
"Now, can you hear me?" Zhou Chen said coldly. Mayor Anderson and several subordinates immediately showed signs of fear. To easily defeat the captain of the guards, there was no doubt about Zhou Chen's strength. "You?"
Captain Richard stood up with a pained expression but did not attack recklessly again.
Zhou
Chen, who was about to speak with the mayor, paused for a moment. Just then, as Richard was injured,
Zhou Chen noticed that the name above Richard's head seemed to flicker for a moment before quickly returning to normal. What is this situation? Zhou Chen wondered internally. He certainly wouldn't think he had seen it wrong, nor would he let it go. Eye of insight.
In an instant, a golden light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in a blink.
This time, he saw clearly. The true name of the opponent was completely revealed under the Eye of Insight. Cultist of the Night. Richard, this was his true name.
Beneath his true name, there was a line of hidden information. Description: a spy of the night cult embedded in Manhwa town, unknown intentions.
However, in just a second, the true name and hidden information vanished from the Eye of Insight. It seemed that there was some kind of power on him resisting the probe. What was going on? How could there be members of the night cult here? Wait.
In that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly thought of another matter. The Starry Night Guild had specifically taken a quest from the Lord's mansion to appear here. And as the president, Starry Night Pearl happened to be a member of the night cult, with other members of the night cult appearing here.
Could it be a coincidence? Definitely not. Could this town have some connection to the night cult? Interesting. Zhou Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless, not exposing the other party. The night cult, the Lord's mansion, the church. The main city seemed calm on the surface, but in reality there were undercurrents. How should he take advantage of this? You are a powerful adventurer, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Richard, still unaware that his true identity had been exposed, continued to play the role of a loyal captain, sword in hand, standing before the mayor and facing Zhou Chen. But please be mindful, even adventurers cannot be so reckless. Otherwise, the Lord's mansion will surely put a bounty on you. Yes, that's right. Mayor Anderson shouted hoarsely, the Lord's mansion is filled with experts. If they catch you and throw you into prison, even if you are an adventurer, you will lose your freedom forever. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's eyes turned cold, and he vanished in an instant. Wind flash. Whoosh. Caught off guard, he had already appeared next to Anderson and slapped him. Noisy. Slap. Anderson was struck. Blood flowing from his mouth and nose, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Chen stepped forward and placed a foot on his chest. Stop, Richard wanted to stop him, but he was afraid of the other party's strength and feared that the other might kill the mayor in a fit of rage, so he dared not act rashly. You fat pig, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you right now. Upon hearing this, Anderson, who had intended to curse, suddenly shut his mouth. Tell me, are there any members of the Holy Order nearby? Where are they stationed? Don't you need someone to counter them? I'll take on this task. Zhou Chen said loudly. Adventurer, I can hire you to protect the town and resist the Order's encroachment, but without the Lord's permission, I can't take any action against the Order. So you're not giving me face, huh? Zhou Chen blared, smiling in a frightening way. Do you know what happened to the last mayor who didn't give me face? Now. He jumps in fear whenever he sees an adventurer. Anderson was at a loss for words. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Just now, Zhou Chen had appeared so suddenly that he, who is usually afraid of death, didn't react in time. Now, upon closer inspection, this person looked very much like someone who had been sent by the Lord. The reports sent from above instructed each town's mayor to secretly look for an adventurer. He quickly glanced at the ID above Zhou Chen's head. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. Anderson quickly changed his expression from sorrow to joy. Mr. Zhou, you are Mr. Zhou, right? Oh, we've been looking for you. In an instant, Anderson's demeanor changed, becoming obsequious. Looking for me? Zhou Chen moved his foot, allowing him to get up. Yes, to be precise, it is the Lord who is looking for you. Anderson hurriedly got up. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He cupped his hands in apology to Zhou Chen. And said to the others, you all can disperse, this is no longer your business. Mayor. Richard was still a bit confused. Anderson snorted coldly, and his official authority immediately came into play. What, can't I command you? Dare not, dare not. Richard quickly lowered his head and turned to leave with the others. Interesting. Once the others had left, Zhou Chen said to the mayor, from what you said, it seems the Lord has wanted to meet me for a long time. You have a way to arrange a meeting, right? Exactly, Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. Anderson took out a communication jade talisman and infused it with magic. Buzz. A light curtain suddenly appeared, revealing a figure. Zhou Chen looked over and saw a person dressed in noble attire, with a handsome face, gentle and calm eyes, and an extraordinary demeanor. Lord, I believe the person you are looking for has been found, this is him. Before Lord Morgan could speak, Anderson hurriedly stepped aside, allowing Morgan to face Zhou Chen. Morgan's expression immediately became serious. It really is you. Lord Morgan smiled gently. Mr. Zhou, I've long heard of your name, we finally meet. You're too polite. Not wanting to offend someone who was so tolerant despite Zhou Chen's chaotic actions, Zhou Chen couldn't help but admire this lord he was meeting for the first time. Let's get straight to the point, what is it that you specifically wanted to see me about? Zhou Chen cut to the chase. Just to be clear, the spoils from raiding the treasury are not to be returned. My first iron rule is to only take in and not give out, please be aware. Morgan. Regarding that matter, I am already aware. It's just some things prepared for novice adventurers, so I will give them to you, sir. Morgan didn't think much of it and acted generously. Let's just let this matter pass. Mr. Zhou need not take it to heart. Oh? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Not bad, this person is quite savvy. Then why did you specifically send someone to find me? Zhou Chen looked at him. Don't tell me you just wanted to meet me and get to know me. Of course not, Mr. Zhou. Are you interested in joining the Imperial forces and becoming an Imperial guest? Morgan stated his purpose. If you join, the Tianyu Empire will be your backing, and the Holy Church would not dare to lay a hand on you. With your potential, the Empire will definitely not treat you poorly.
Not to mention, as long as you agree, I can grant you the Empire's unique Sky Dome class right now.
Morgan looked at Zhou Chen expectantly. Not interested. Zhou Chen replied disinterestedly. Tempting him with a special class? What a joke, does he even care? His skills could grow infinitely, already transcending common sense, far stronger than those hidden classes. Why would he care? Of course, hidden classes could provide extra attribute bonuses. But so what?
Zhou Chen had a 7-star bloodline gaining health, resistance, and toughness bonuses with each level up, and the power of his bloodline had yet to be fully unlocked. So, special classes were irrelevant to him. Becoming an Imperial guest is a prestigious identity. You will receive a fixed monthly stipend, along with a large supply of equipment, skill books, special items, and other resources.
I guarantee the Empire
will not interfere with your freedom.
Are you really not considering it? Morgan was clearly unwilling to give up.
He had tempted many adventurers with resources and had never failed before.
I'm not interested in being someone's dog, Zhou Chen said bluntly. Morgan. Alright, if you change your mind, you can find me anytime.
Seeing this, Morgan had to temporarily give up and change the subject. Then let's talk about other matters. Mr. Zhou, the Holy Church is
currently hunting you down with all their might. How do you plan to deal with it?
As soon as he said this, he laughed first.
Zhou Chen also laughed. You have a good plan, trying to use me to deal with them, right? I just think our interests align.
Morgan's expression was like a fox slowly saying, recently, the Holy Church has been preaching everywhere, and I happen to know some of their action routes and some preaching strongholds.
Mr. Zhou, are you interested? Faced with this question, Zhou Chen answered immediately, not interested. Morgan's expression stiffened. Are you sure?
This is a good opportunity for revenge against them.
Forget it. You want me to work for free? No way. Zhou Chen grinned mischievously. Actually, I don't mind mutual exploitation, but there has to be something in it for me, right? Morgan said, weakening the power of the Holy Church's branches would benefit you as well, wouldn't it?
That's true.
Zhou Chen did not deny it, but it's still not enough.
I want 50,000 pieces of level 20 or above silver equipment, and all parts of the peak skill set except for the bracelet, as well as 3 types of legendary elixirs, 7 color.
Lotus, Ice Jade Flower, and Qinglan Grass.
Morgan's pupils involuntarily widened at his words. You're asking for a lot.
Think what you want. Zhou Chen shrugged indifferently. We have a common enemy, why be like this? I haven't pursued the matter of you looting the town's treasury. Isn't that enough sincerity?
Even with Morgan's good temper, he was somewhat displeased at this moment. Besides, the Holy Church is your enemy. Sooner or later, you will confront them.
Isn't it better for you and me to cooperate and benefit each other? Zhou Chen chuckled. You're wrong.
If I wanted to, I could easily hide for a lifetime. They would never be able to catch me.
Otherwise, how could I stand here negotiating with you?
Upon hearing this, Morgan fell silent for a moment. Zhou Chen was not in a hurry, calmly waiting. After a while, when the other party still did not respond, Zhou Chen turned to leave.
Wait.
Morgan finally lost his composure and
called out to him. I can offer you 20,000 pieces of silver equipment as payment. I only have 2 of the 3 types of spirit herbs, so I can't complete the set for you. As for the peak skill set, I only have 1 piece. This thing isn't of high grade, but it's quite rare. What do you want it for? Morgan asked, puzzled. That's none of your business. Zhou Chen replied irritably, this little bit isn't enough. Know your limits. Morgan was vaguely angry. You've already offended the Holy Church. If I report what you've done to the Imperial capital, think about the consequences. Ha! Zhou Chen was completely unafraid. Do you think I didn't consider this when I looted the town's treasury? And what was the result? You. Morgan suddenly realized that for the first time in his life, he felt at a loss against someone. As he pondered, Zhou Chen turned to leave. I can give you 30,000 pieces of equipment, 1 of each of the 2 spirit herbs, and 1 piece of the peak skill set. Additionally, I'll tell you a piece of information. Morgan took a deep breath. This is my biggest concession. 30,000, that's acceptable. Zhou Chen turned back, the atmosphere easing a bit. Go on, what's the information? Seeing his insatiable demeanor, even the usually composed Morgan felt a bit uncomfortable and, suppressing his displeasure, said, recently, my people discovered a place that seems to be a secret realm. It may pose great risks, but it could also have unimaginable benefits, or it might be nothing at all. It's too dangerous there, and my people are afraid to investigate further. You're an adventurer, unafraid of death. You can go take a look when the time comes. If it really is a secret realm, it will naturally benefit you. If not, you won't lose anything. Zhou Chen immediately became interested and asked, where is that place? That's the final payment. Morgan finally lost his temper. You need to show at least a little sincerity before you can ask me for anything. Fine, what about the other things? Jo-chin extended his hand, gently waving it, the meaning clear, hand it over. I can't give you everything at once. You're too ruthless, and your credibility is lacking. I can only give you part of it first. Morgan said, I'll give you 5,000 pieces of equipment, 1 spirit herb, and 1 piece of the peak skill. Set. How about that? All right. Jo-chin agreed. In the future, when you talk to me, you'd better be careful. I have a bad temper, and also. He shifted his tone, his voice turning cold. Remember, no one can threaten me. This person is definitely a disaster. At that moment, Morgan clearly recognized this. Fortunately, he hadn't actually reported this person's crimes, otherwise, this person would surely retaliate against him in the future. I'll send the items to you right away. Morgan suddenly thought of something and quickly added, also, you are not allowed to make things difficult for any residents in the towns under my jurisdiction. The looting of the town's treasury must not happen again. This is the foundation of our cooperation. Fine, I'll give you face. Jo-chin agreed without a second thought. After all, I'm not a devil. I believe you, my foot. Morgan secretly warned himself to be cautious of this unrepentant thief. The town of Ephemeral Flower just happens to have a teleportation array connected to the main city. Soon, Morgan sent over 5,000 pieces of equipment, a legendary-grade spiritual herb, and a necklace from the peak skill set. With this, Jo-chin's skill training speed could be further enhanced. I've given you the items, I hope you can accomplish what I've entrusted to you and do your best to stop the Holy Church from encroaching on the surrounding areas. Morgan urged. Fearing that Jo-chin might not follow through, Jo-chin gave him an okay gesture. Relax, you should know my ability to cause destruction, right? You seem quite proud of it? Morgan felt speechless inside. If there's nothing else, then. By the way, do you know about the organization called the Nightshade Cult? Jo-chin suddenly mentioned the Nightshade Cult. What? Morgan, who intended to end the conversation, was suddenly startled. The minions of the Dark Alliance have appeared in the main city too? Where did you find them? Morgan hurriedly asked. Judging by his expression, he seemed quite wary of this Nightshade Cult. It seems he doesn't know about the Nightshade Cult's infiltration into the town, nor the relationship between the Starry Night Pearl and the Nightshade Cult, so I don't need to mention it. Jo-chin quickly thought to himself and said, I encountered an adventurer connected to the Nightshade Cult, and learned of their existence. From her. First the Holy Church, now the Nightshade Cult. It seems that with the arrival of adventurers, all factions are getting restless, truly a time of troubles. Morgan thought of the various possible situations, looking uneasy. The Nightshade Cult belongs to the Dark Alliance, which is composed of many evil forces. They have been in conflict with the Holy Church and the Empire for years and are extremely dangerous. At this point, Morgan's tone became serious. If you know any information about the Nightshade Cult, please be sure to tell me, there will be rewards. The Dark Alliance is the public enemy of the continent, there's no need to be polite to them. Once their stronghold is discovered, I will immediately report it to the Empire, and powerful individuals will come to eradicate them. Understood, I will keep an eye out. Jo-chin agreed verbally, but had his own calculations in mind. With that, the negotiations concluded. This time, both parties reached an agreement. Jo-chin accepted Morgan's task of sabotaging the preaching, and he would obstruct the church's attempts to deceive NPCs based on the intelligence provided by Morgan, as well as destroy their preaching strongholds. Morgan prepared the items he needed. After all, Jo-chin had a grudge against the Holy Church. He could gain benefits while also taking revenge, a win-win situation he greatly enjoyed. He was full of enthusiasm. Mr. Zhou, do you have any other matters? At this moment, the mayor of Ephemeral Flower Town, Anderson, who had been silent, asked nervously as Jo-chin lingered. I have a question for you. Jo-chin grabbed the mayor. How long has that captain of the guard, Richard, been in office? His skills are quite impressive. He managed to withstand a kick from me without dying. Is this guy really that thick-skinned? Finding ways to praise himself? Anderson thought to himself. He considered himself shameless enough, but compared to the person in front of him, he seemed to fall short. Richard has served for many years and has always been loyal, with exceptional strength. Anderson responded cautiously, of course, compared to Mr. Zhou. He is indeed far behind. Jo-chin stared into his eyes, calculating whether this guy truly didn't know Richard's real identity or was just playing dumb. Do you have anything else? The mayor, under Jo-chin's gaze, was already sweating profusely. Nothing else, Jo-chin said, but did not release the mayor. However, since it's rare for me to visit you, and you let someone attack me, you haven't fulfilled your host's duty, so shouldn't you compensate me for some emotional distress? Anderson was taken aback. Adventurer, the Lord said. I only promised Morgan not to loot the town's treasury. Zhou Chen interrupted him with an evil smile. But if you voluntarily give a gift as compensation, how could I refuse? So, my dear mayor, you should be quite willing, right? Zhou Chen winked at him. Anderson's scalp tingled instantly. Soon, accompanied by the mayor's wails, Zhou Chen left satisfied. After a round of loving education, Mayor Anderson,
grateful to tears, personally handed over 500,000 gold coins and various equipment and potions as compensation for mental distress to Zhou Chen.
Not bad, this fat pig has probably been pocketing a lot over the years, so let's consider this a lesson for him.
As soon as Zhou Chen stepped out, he activated his stealth, humming a tune as he strolled leisurely. He could become invisible indefinitely and wasn't afraid of being seen by others, wandering around the entire town. It seems there's nothing suspicious here. But that captain of the guards is undoubtedly a member of the Night of the Dead. Hiding his identity here must have some ulterior motive. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chen took action again and headed to the town's security hall. This was where the guards trained and stood by. Zhou Chen sneaked in and saw the guards practicing in a regular manner, resting or chatting together. Richard was inside, occasionally patrolling and supervising or giving pointers to the guards. Zhou Chen observed for a long time but felt he was acting normally. What if I just kidnap him? A thought crossed his mind. But in the end, he gave up. He could indeed use the illusion. I skill to try to control him and take him to a secluded place for questioning. However, he had already tried this while leveling up. The illusion I could only issue simple commands like attack, defend, or evade. He had commanded wild monsters to drop all their items or harm themselves, but as soon as the monsters heard such sensitive commands, they showed signs of wanting to break free from control. Therefore, using the illusion I would likely not yield the information he wanted. Once the illusion I ended, the target would regain their senses, and if he didn't kill them, it would definitely alert others. But if he did kill them, it would lead to a break in the clues. After thinking for a while, Zhou Chen decided to leave him alone for now. Next, he planned to settle accounts with the Holy Church. As for the situation in Manhwa town, he could occasionally send a clone back to check. Zhou Chen left the town. The information Morgan provided shows that there's still a missionary team nearby that is intent on invading Manhwa town, so let's go have some fun with them. With that, he activated all his speed skills and flew away. In less than half an hour, he came across a camp filled with religious atmosphere. Simple tents and preaching altars were set up inside, various statues were displayed, incense was burned, and hymns were sung, creating a holy ambience. Zhou Chen saw many NPCs coming to receive the brainwashing from the charlatans inside, leaving with satisfied expressions. The sound of praising the gods is still as unpleasant as ever. After observing for a while, he sent out a clone to swagger towards the preaching site while he retreated and hid at a distance. Welcome, adventurer. A missionary holding a scripture approached him with a pious demeanor. You've come to listen to the teachings, right? No. Zhou Chen flashed him a friendly smile. Hello, I'm here to claim compensation. What? The missionary monk, hearing Zhou Chen's words, was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Zhou Chen ignored him and shouted loudly, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. The Holy Church owes me compensation for mental distress. And I'm here to collect. Those who are unrelated, hurry and run, or don't blame me if you die. His strength was formidable, and his voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. The ordinary monks who were preaching and singing, as well as the higher-ranking priests, were all startled, and the peaceful atmosphere was shattered. Wait, you are the wanted criminal Zhou. At that moment, the missionary monk who had just spoken to Zhou Chen widened his eyes, recognizing the newcomer. Ever since Zhou had killed several priests, the church had issued a wanted order for him, and anyone who spotted him could provide information to the church for a reward. The church had also dispatched many forces to search for his whereabouts. The missionary monk didn't recognize Zhou Chen at first, not because he was blind, but because he never expected someone would dare to appear so boldly. Quick, evacuate the believers. You scoundrel, you have some nerve. Instantly, chaos erupted in the missionary stronghold. The NPC believers hurriedly fled. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind the stronghold, and several priests appeared, staring intently at Zhou Chen. Scoundrel, you truly don't know how to die. The leader, whose displayed name was Mid-Level Priest Jack, commanded, let's attack together and capture him alive. As soon as they met, several of them struck simultaneously. Light prison. Jack, as a mid-level priest, was powerful and immediately unleashed a 7th-tier skill specifically designed to imprison targets. He didn't dare use an attack skill, fearing that some NPC residents in the stronghold might not have evacuated in time, which could harm innocents and damage the church's reputation. Boom! A massive prison, entwined with countless runes of light, emerged from the ground, immediately trapping Zhou Chen. Inside the prison, a mysterious power of light poured down.
And Zhou Chen realized he could hardly move.
In his skill bar, many attack skills were imprisoned, turning gray and unusable.
Holy resonance.
Several lower-level priests used a unique skill from the lineage of the god of light, injecting
the power of light into Jack's body.
In this state, all skills released by Jack would be greatly enhanced.
What are you so nervous about? Am I that terrifying? Zhou Chen, trapped, looked indifferent, as it was just a clone. Scoundrel.
You killed our church's priests, and today you will face divine punishment. Jack had never fought Zhou Chen before and still thought the other party was nothing special.
Why are you so agitated? Can we talk reasonably? I'm here with sincerity to reconcile, okay?
Zhou Chen ignored their anger and said slowly, "Let me say it again, I'm just here to claim compensation. The Holy Church sent people to assassinate me, causing me to lose sleep and become haggard.
I urgently
need 50,000 pieces of silver equipment to soothe my wounded spirit.
If you don't give it to me, I can kill." As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. 1 second later. Shameless scoundrel. You are delusional. Jack cursed loudly.
To be honest, due to his long years of preaching, he was quite adept at maintaining his image and rarely cursed at others. But the shamelessness of the person before him was truly unprecedented, and
Jack couldn't control himself.
Lord Jack, why waste words with him? First, beat him to near death, then put on the prisoner's shackles to completely control him and see how he struggles, a priest suggested.
Sigh, I clearly came with sincerity, but you just won't listen. Being a good person is indeed troublesome. Zhou Chen saw that the unrelated NPC residents had already fled and activated his body enhancement.
Buzz. The unique radiance of the tyrant body emerged, and he immediately felt the pressure from the void disappear. The numerous skills in the skill bar returned to normal.
Be careful. Jack and the others hurriedly attacked. Zhou Chen was trapped in a cage and unable to evade. He activated his
defensive skills: Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Night Guardian, and Blood of Sin.
Boom! Boom!
After a barrage of attacks from the opponent, all of Zhou Chen's shields shattered, and he still lost over 100,000 health points.
It should
be noted that Zhou Chen's shields, when stacked, could withstand over 2 million damage. This showed just how powerful their combined attack was.
How is this possible?
The holy priests, including Jack, were astonished.
They had thought that
with a mid-level holy priest present, this person wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble, but the reality was completely beyond their expectations.
Righteousness. Power of fury.
While the opponents were still in shock, Zhou Chen activated a buff to increase his attack power, and the Evil Dragon's Tooth slashed forward. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Deathmark plus Life Devour plus 500,000 health points damage increase.
The diamond level Evil Dragon's Tooth, with its accompanying skill
Evil Dragon's Fury, was even more terrifying, with 1 point of health equating to 1.5 attack power.
The attack power of this strike had already exceeded 1.5 million.
Suddenly, a black dragon appeared, blood-red light mingling with endless blade light, tearing apart everything in front of it.
Boom!
The light cage trembled violently, and Zhou Chen detonated the death mark again, immediately blasting a large hole in the cage. Zhou Chen dashed out with a wind flash, blood-colored
energy swirling around him. You're strong, but if I choose not to live, how will you respond? Boom!
The clone exploded violently, blood-colored energy surged, mercilessly devouring the surrounding life.
Ah!
Several holy priests raised their defensive shields, but the ordinary cultivators who couldn't reach the strength of holy priests suffered terribly, with a large group being killed on the spot.
That's his clone. Jack was furious. He suddenly remembered that according
to the church's intelligence, that person had mastered an extremely advanced cloning technique. He never expected that just one clone would have such power.
Whoosh!
Jack transformed into a stream of light and rushed outside the stronghold. His intuition told him that the person's main body must be nearby, watching them make fools of themselves.
He was right.
Zhou Chen was far away, hiding in the shadows, happily savoring the fine wine he had extorted from Mayor Anderson,
comfortably watching the show.
Before the first clone had even self-destructed, he had already released the remaining 6 clones, rushing swiftly towards the stronghold. So when Jack burst out, he saw 6 figures flying towards him without
concealment, stopping right in front of him. Hello, we are here to claim compensation.
The 6 clones spoke in unison.
What the hell? At that moment, Jack's blood pressure skyrocketed.
He had worked in the church for many years and had never encountered such a ridiculous situation.
Domain of light.
Golden light surged, and a golden light curtain accompanied by light runes descended from the sky, enveloping the area.
the skill that Main and the others needed to use a scroll. To release, Jack could unleash with a wave of his hand, showcasing the power of a mid-level holy priest. Oh? It seems you really don't want to compensate? The clones of Zhou-Chan raised their eyebrows. Brothers, let's take him down. Your Excellency Jack, we have come to assist you. Together, we will surely capture this thief. In the realm of light, 5 lower-level holy priests burst forth from the missionary stronghold. Among them, one held a prisoner's shackle, clearly intending to trap the enemy. Very well, you help me hold him off. At this point, Jack's eyelid twitched as he suddenly remembered something. Not good, you must leave quickly. Phantom Eye. At that moment, Zhou-Chan's 6 avatars simultaneously launched a mental attack, and 6 Phantom Eye skills landed on them. Boom! This group felt a sharp mental pain. Jack, with his profound strength, radiated a holy golden light, and using some skill, he immediately steadied his mind. However, the lower level holy priests did not have this ability. 3 fell into an illusion, and 2 became puppets, immediately grabbing their crosses to strike at Jack. Jack dodged in time with a displacement skill and was unharmed. Zhou-Chan's avatars quickly moved closer to Jack, extending their small hands from several dozen meters away. Steel times 6. You have gained gold times 211. You have gained a golden level equipment times 1. You have gained a high level life potion times 1. You have obtained a mid-level holy priest exclusive pendant times 1. Ha! Zhou-Chan was a bit surprised. Each of the 6 thefts managed to acquire quite a bit, but ultimately only one piece of equipment worn by Jack was stolen. The mid-level holy priest indeed had some strength. Jack did not mind the loss of one piece of equipment. He transformed into a golden stream of light and used a light-based displacement skill to appear behind the 3 who were trapped in the illusion, revealing a golden sword in his hand. 7th tier skill. Sword of Repentance. Awaken. With 3 sword strikes, the 3 immediately regained consciousness. What just happened? Be careful not to fall under mental control again. Jack warned, pointing his hand. Holy purification. Boom. A brilliant golden light descended from the sky, locking onto one of the puppets, immediately restoring his awareness. Ordinary purification cannot dispel mental attacks, but the unique holy purification skill of the church can. As Jack acted, one of the awakened holy priests also threw out a scroll, using the holy purification skill as well. Instantly, another holy priest regained his senses. Interesting, this cult really has many tricks. Seeing this, Zhou-Chan commanded, attack. Justice is righteous. Power of fury. The 6 avatars struck simultaneously. Roar! The roar of a black dragon echoed in the realm of light. 6 dragon shadows appeared, transforming into endless blade light. Fury of the evil dragon plus Deathmark plus Life Devour plus 800,000. Life value damage increase. Zhou-Chan had now reached level 34, and Life Devour provided an additional 185,000 life value, bringing his total life value close to 1 million, making his avatars even more formidable in battle. In the moment of striking, the terrifying might was heart-stopping. Holy Codex. In an instant, an ancient book radiating holy light appeared beside Jack, floating in the air. It was a functional equipment exclusive to holy priests. With this book, a holy priest could cast the skills within, but only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation could it be used. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Light's Protection, Absolute Defense. Buzz. The Holy Codex flipped rapidly, mysterious runes dancing around. Boundless Holy Light flew out, forming a defensive barrier to protect everyone. Boom! The blade light ravaged through, and even the 8th tier absolute defense barrier was on the verge of collapse under the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the back, within the stronghold, statues of angels, celestial maidens, and auspicious beasts radiated holy light, and facilities like the missionary platform and altar also had defensive arrays appearing. Boom! Countless lights shattered. The blade light surged in, destroying some statues, and the missionary platform was also left with deep cracks. Stop! Realizing the opponent's intentions, Jack was furious. The missionary stronghold is not merely a simple garrison. Inside, there are numerous facilities that create a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. Over time, it gradually gathers an invisible aura, continuously influencing the surrounding NPCs and attracting people to come and pay their respects, to listen and learn. Building a stronghold is not easy, the other party is clearly trying to make things difficult for him. You want me to stop just like that? What about my compensation for mental distress? Zhou-Chan ignored him. The clone spread out, transforming into a magic dragon, flashing several times, and attacked the layers of defensive light outside the stronghold. Phantom Flash. Backstab. Chisel Strike. Flying flowers and plucking leaves. Bang bang bang. Under Zhou Chen's attacks, the defensive light of many buildings swayed precariously. Jack and the others watched in horror from behind, hurriedly casting various protective skills on themselves before rushing over. Zhou Chen's clones did not evade, each faced off against one, showcasing their skills. Holy Seal Judgment. The cross in Jack's hand swelled. In the wind, golden light seals floating above it, crashing down heavily. Wind Flash. One of Zhou Chen's clones dodged with a wind flash. With high movement speed and Shadow Dragon Flash, even Jack, a mid-tier holy priest, could not outmatch him in close combat, and instead, he was occasionally hit. During the fight, the clones were busy stealing. They couldn't steal the equipment Jack was wearing, but the others were not as capable as Jack. In the midst of the battle, these people either found their weapons missing or their pants inexplicably gone, cursing in anger. Soon, Zhou Chen's Phantom Ice skill recovered. 6 mental attacks struck simultaneously. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Holy Light Shines. The Golden Codex flipped again. Holy light shimmering, pouring into the bodies of the 6. Zhou Chen's mental impact came, but it had no effect whatsoever. What a good thing, I can use it as compensation, I might let you off the hook. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled as he stared at the Codex. You wish. Hee, this is your choice, don't regret it. Zhou Chen sneered, Wrath of the Evil Dragon. After a bout of fighting, the Wrath of the Evil Dragon skill had already recovered. The clones had used life recovery twice during the battle, their health fully restored. Now, it was time for a powerful combined attack that consumed health to increase damage. Not good. Jack was startled. They had left the absolute defensive light shield to protect the church facilities, and the Codex's skill cooldown was extremely long. Facing this terrifying combined attack, the pressure was immense. Light of Protection. Divine Will Crystal Wall. Body of Holy Light. Waves of defensive skills were released from the 6, their bodies transforming into golden forms. That was a powerful single-target defensive skill used by Martin, whom Zhou Chen had killed. Boom! Boom! Under the powerful combined attack of the 6 clones, only Jack could still stand. The 5 lower-tier holy priests were blasted away by the intense attack. If it weren't for the strong defense provided by Body of Holy Light, they would have suffered severe injuries. The defensive light within the stronghold was once again damaged, several altars shattered, and even a statue was crushed by the blade's light. But that wasn't the end. After one strike, Zhou Chen's clone surged with blood-red light, charging towards the stronghold. Self-detonation. Boom! 6 blood-red pillars shot into the sky, violent energy spilling out wildly. Death Mark, detonate. Boom! 3 layers of death marks appeared on each of the 2 holy priests. One of them had no defensive skills left, relying solely on Body of Holy Light to hold on, and was instantly blown to pieces. You have killed the lower-level Holy Priest Kabage LV-44, experience points plus 180,000, reputation plus 8,000. The 6 clones self-destructed, causing immense damage to the missionary stronghold and inadvertently killing a holy priest. The others, including Jack, were not in perfect condition. Jack was fine, with many means at his disposal, and he was not afraid of Zhou Chen. His health was also quite safe. The few surviving holy priests were all at low health, hurriedly using healing skills to recover their health, quickly running towards the absolute defense barrier. Once inside, they were even more horrified. They saw that under the 6 terrifying explosions, the absolute defense barrier had actually developed shocking cracks. He actually has this kind of strength? Jack looked at the devastated stronghold and the surrounding ground, unable to hide his shock. Does he possess SSS Level Talent? Is SSS Level Talent really that terrifying? Jack had encountered high-talent adventurers before. It was said that the adventurer young Master Wanyue, favored by Priest Krull, possessed SS Level Talent and was currently in seclusion under Krull's guidance. But even that young Master Wanyue probably couldn't grow to this extent in such a short time. Is 3S Level Talent really that much stronger than double S Talent? It's simply against the heavens. He must be dragged out quickly. Jack's thoughts raced as he sped towards the realm of light. That person should still be nearby. If he continued to use clones to harass and bombard, this stronghold would definitely not be able to hold. Jack burst out of the realm of light, and the floating codex beside him shone brightly. Holy Codex, Light Chapter. Light of the Void. Instantly, a stream of light flew out from the codex, rapidly expanding. This was a large-scale manifestation field skill that could be moved. As Jack moved quickly, everything within the light of the void field was laid bare, all reflected in his mind through the field's power. However, there was no trace of Zhou. This guy really has many tricks. Zhou Chen, while stealthy, was watching from a distance. He guessed that the other party must have used a detection skill, and out of curiosity, a shadow dragon flashed into that range. Sure enough, the other party did not discover him. With the skill upgrade, the concealment of stealth was even stronger. At least he was now sure that the mid-level holy priest should not be able to deal with him. In that case, let the game continue. Zhou Chen's main body quickly left, leaving behind 7 clones. While the other party searched, his clone technique had already recovered. How could this be? After a search, not finding Zhou's trace, Jack couldn't help but feel anxious. Could that guy have already left? Damn it. Just as he had this thought, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and was instantly startled. He saw 7 figures flying towards him. Jack could clearly see that they were Zhou's 7 clones. What is this? What the hell? Jack was stunned. Are you kidding me? You just self-destructed 6 clones, and now you bring 7 more? This is outrageous. In an instant, Jack cast numerous defensive skills on himself, and the mana from the cross surged wildly as he launched an attack. Universal Light Rain. Whoosh! Golden magical runes appeared in the sky, and golden arrows flew like rain, blocking out the sun as they attacked the clones. Wind Flash. Shadow Dragon Flash. The clones activated multiple shields and used displacement skills to charge through. The same scene played out again. 7 black dragons roared out, transforming into endless blades of light, attacking together with other skills. Boom! Even someone as strong as Jack was sent flying by the violent impact, his multiple shields shattered to pieces. Death Mark, detonate! Boom! 7 death marks detonated simultaneously. A holy halo appeared above Jack's head, and his health rapidly recovered at a terrifying speed. So hard to kill. Seeing this, Zhou Chen ordered his clones to ignore him and rushed towards the domain of light. The strength of a mid-level holy prayer master should not be underestimated. If Jack was determined to escape, Zhou Chen estimated he wouldn't be able to stop him. At that moment, the clones took the opportunity to charge in front of the domain of light and continued their attack. Phantom Flash. Backstab. Piercing Strike. Flying Flowers, Plucking Leaves. Minus 325,690. Phantom Flash damage, minus 325,690. Minus 641,545. Backstab damage, minus 378,046. Dart damage, critical hit. With the upgrade of the Evil Dragon's Tooth, Zhou Chen's attack reached just over 30,000, and combined with skills and critical damage bonuses, the damage was incredibly terrifying. Under his assault, the shield value of the domain of light's barrier plummeted. Such large-scale barrier skills have a common point: if a certain point suffers an excessively strong attack, it may be breached. Stop! Jack saw through his intentions and hurried back. At the same time, the holy prayer masters in the domain did not sit idly by and also launched attacks. Golden giant swords, massive light spears, dense rain of arrows. Various spells came crashing in. Zhou Chen's clones, supported by shields and invulnerability, ignored control, dodging while bombarding the domain of light. 2 minutes later, the clones had fully restored their health through life recovery spell, and the evil dragon's fury skill was also ready. Roar! The black dragon roared, and a powerful combined attack was unleashed again. The clones consumed 800,000 health points, combined with Deathmark and Life Devour, striking the barrier of the domain of light. Crack! The top-tier 7th level skill, known for its strong defense to trap enemies, was ruthlessly torn apart, creating a large breach. Not good. Jack's eyes widened in anger, but he could not stop it. Zhou Chen's clones transformed into a magic dragon, flashing rapidly, and with Wind Flash, quickly approached that absolute defense light shield that the holy prayer masters were trying to evade. Flying Flowers, Plucking Leaves. Phantom Flash. Backstab. With 7 people attacking together, the already cracked absolute defense light shield shattered with a loud bang. No! At that moment, the shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Zhou Chen's clones did not care about them and immediately manifested blood-colored energy, casting the self-detonation technique. Boom! Boom! 7 blood-colored light pillars shot into the sky, and the violent force engulfed several holy prayer masters. You have killed the lower-level holy prayer master Mark LV43, experience plus 160,000, reputation plus 7,200. 3 consecutive prompts came through, as 3 holy prayer masters exhausted all means but still died at Zhou Chen's hands. Demon, you will surely face divine punishment. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Jack completely broke down, roaring in anger. No one responded to his fury. Zhou Chen was just waiting for the clone technique to cool down before launching another wave. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Wings of Light. Jack flipped through the codex, and 2 streams of light flew out, transforming into wings of light behind him. Whoosh! With the wings of light, his speed reached its peak, and he gained the ability to fly, quickly returning to the stronghold. He saw that 3 colleagues had turned into corpses, and the other 2 were severely injured. He cast healing spells while grabbing the 2 survivors, flying rapidly into the air to escape. A dignified mid-level holy prayer master was forced to flee in disgrace. This guy is quite decisive. In the distance, Zhou Chen enhanced his vision with the Eye of Insight and saw Jack leaving without making a move to intercept him. The clone technique had not yet cooled down, and it would be a bit difficult for him to deal with a mid-level holy priest alone. To be cautious, Zhou Chen did not rush over immediately. After waiting a few minutes for the clone technique to cool down, he revealed his true self and swiftly flew towards the stronghold. As he approached, he saw the stronghold in disarray, with many altars, platforms, and statues destroyed. The sacred atmosphere that once filled the missionary stronghold was completely gone. Of course, some buildings still emitted magical brilliance, releasing light shields for protection. Seeing this, Zhou Chen unleashed his clones, wreaking havoc like a bandit in a village. Boom! Boom! One building, statue, and magic array after another was shattered by him. In the end, the stronghold was almost reduced to ruins. You have destroyed a missionary stronghold of the Holy Church. Mission: destroy the mission. Completion 20%. A prompt sounded. Let's go to the next one. Songlin Town. This is an NPC town quite far from the main city. Recently, a group of people from the Holy Church arrived outside the town and set up camp here. They were preaching, and both adventurers and NPCs had received help from the missionaries. However, with the orders issued by the Lord's office, the mayors of various towns urged the guards to expel the missionaries, not allowing them to step near the town. However, the church's methods were extraordinary. A portion of the NPC residents had already become their followers, subtly expressing dissatisfaction with the mayor's arrangements. The mayor was quite troubled by this. Those missionaries were extremely cunning. Seeing that they couldn't force their way in, they simply began to recruit adventurers. The adventurers were favored by the powers of heaven and earth, so the mayor dared not offend them easily. The adventurers recruited by the church wandered around the town, completing various tasks, and occasionally promoted the church's doctrines, effectively helping the church with its missionary work without realizing it. This was not just the case for Songlin Town. This missionary stronghold sent out missionaries and adventurers daily to move between multiple towns, continuously increasing their influence. Due to the smooth progress of their work, the stronghold had been quite lively lately, with many adventurers and NPCs coming and going every day. This must be the place? Zhou Chen arrived outside Songlin Town based on the information given by Morgan. He stood on a hillside, gazing into the distance, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Eye of Insight. In an instant, the scenery in the distance drew closer. This was one of the effects of the Eye of Insight. As long as Zhou Chen concentrated slightly, he could gain a 360-degree field of vision, and the range of his sight would be enhanced to 200 meters times his level. There are quite a few players and NPCs. After observing, Zhou Chen released his clones while playing with a plum blossom dart in his hand. At that moment, at the entrance of the missionary stronghold, a group of players was leisurely stepping inside. Boss, the rewards for the tasks from the church are generous, and the difficulty is low, much more generous than the Lord's office. Said a player with the ID Eternal Sunshine. The boss he referred to was the leader of the Eternal Guild, I Am Eternal, whom Zhou Chen had killed once. Yeah. Leader, why don't we switch to the church? Another member suggested. I Am Eternal remained unmoved and said, although the church is more generous than the Lord's office, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's better to be cautious. Moreover, the Sky Series professions from the Lord's office can be promoted. Once we join the church, we won't be able to receive support from the Empire. It's better to observe the situation and take tasks back and forth between the Empire and the church. It's not bad to eat from both sides, so don't rush to make a decision. Hearing this, the other members felt it made sense. Eternal Sunshine immediately changed his mind and agreed. The boss makes a good point. I heard the church is at odds with that Joe guy. If we join the church, we might get targeted by him. Staying neutral is indeed more rational right now. The leader sees things clearly. As they spoke, everyone had already entered the stronghold, looking for the cultivators to claim their task rewards. That Joe person, hearing his subordinate mention this name, Eternal Heart, was secretly alarmed. The news of Zhou Chen's victory over the cult had already exploded on the forums. Unless they were some gaming maniacs. There were hardly any people in Dawn City who didn't know of Joe's infamous reputation. I, Eternal Heart, had once been robbed of a boss by him and had been brooding over it. But now, if I encountered Joe, I would run faster than the boss. Soon, a few found the cultivator who was issuing the task. Hello, we have completed the missionary task, I, Eternal Heart, said to the cultivator. Thank you, adventurers, the cultivator said, performing a religious gesture, and was about to proceed with the task handover process. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air. Dozens of black streaks shot through the void, targeting the missionary cultivators who were speaking with people. Put! Blood splattered, and terrifying damage erupted. The cultivator in front of me, Eternal Heart, fell first, turning into a corpse. Following that, several more cultivators fell. This was Zhou Chen's handiwork, using the eye of insight combined with the technique of plucking flowers and leaves, delivering a show of force first. The ones hit were all ordinary cultivators, weak in strength, and were killed on the spot. What the hell? What's going on? Oh no! Someone is killing the cult NPCs. Damn it, I haven't even handed in my task yet, and the NPC is dead? The sudden turn of events startled many players, including me, Eternal Heart. The NPC residents who were listening to the doctrine screamed in terror, and the scene went out of control. Which madman dares to cause trouble in my cult stronghold? Several angry shouts came, and the sound of something slicing through the air rang out as 6 holy priests appeared. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the stronghold. Attention! People inside! Attention, people inside! Zhou Chen's 7 avatars had arrived, with the frontmost avatar holding a strange trumpet-like object, announcing loudly. It was a little gadget extorted from Anderson, a fun functional equipment with no other purpose than to amplify sound, probably used by that fat pig Anderson for speeches. At that moment, Zhou Chen loudly warned from outside the stronghold, the holy cult owes me compensation for mental distress. I, Shou, have come to claim it. Unrelated people, leave quickly. If there are casualties, I will not be responsible. I can kill but not bury, please be aware. Listen up, cult members, immediately compensate me with 50,000 pieces of silver equipment as mental distress compensation, or the consequences will be severe. Upon hearing this, everyone inside had remarkable expressions. Zhou, one holy priest, was furious upon hearing this. What audacity! Already wanted by the cult, and still dare to appear openly. No way, is it that Zhou? Not good, run! The infamous Zhou caused a large group of players to flee in panic towards the outside of the stronghold. It's him! I, Eternal Heart, was also taken aback and immediately said, we need to leave. Boss, is it really necessary? Eternal Sunshine was a bit reluctant. We haven't even claimed our task rewards yet. This place should have plenty of defensive formations. Why should we be afraid of him? Damn it, stop talking, we're leaving. I, Eternal Heart, scolded angrily. The group dared not speak further and hurriedly left. Once outside, they saw 7 Zhou avatars, which should be the legendary high-level avatar technique. I, Eternal Heart, did not dare to linger and quickly left. At the same time, defensive lights rose within the stronghold, and the holy priests activated the defensive formations. Evil spirits, die! Several holy priests rushed forward, raising their hands to unleash various skills targeting Zhou Chen's avatars. Zhou Chen was no stranger to battling holy priests, becoming increasingly skilled, and immediately activated multiple shields and his invulnerability, charging forward. After a brief skirmish, Zhou Chen used the illusionary eye. The same scene played out once again. The leading mid-level saint, Qi, was thrown into chaos as his subordinates suddenly attacked him. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Chen arrived at the stronghold and launched a full-scale assault. 7 powerful combined attacks struck down. Boom! Under the terrifying assault, multiple defensive barriers within the stronghold shattered, blades of light penetrated, and countless deaths ensued. Among them were missionary monks and players. Anyone caught in the attack met their demise. Zhou Chen was unsure if there were any NPC residents inside, but he had already warned them and given them enough time to escape. If they chose not to leave, that was not his fault. Whoosh! Whoosh! Numerous players transformed into white light and disappeared, returning to the main city's resurrection point. Then, the regional chat channel exploded. Zhou, are you crazy? Did I provoke you? Why did you kill me? Does anyone understand? I just completed a quest and was about to turn it in, but the quest NPC died, and I died too. Zhou is the public enemy. Everyone, take on the church's bounty quest and resist him. At absolutely not working, Zhou, you demon, wait to be sent to the stake by the church. The complaints from players in the regional channel were completely ignored by Zhou Chen. After the combined attack of the evil dragon's fury, he directly ordered his 7 clones to self-destruct. Boom! Boom! The entire stronghold shook violently. Zhou Chen controlled the explosion's range very well, affecting only the missionary stronghold and not attacking other places. Of course, if any brainless NPC residents were still lingering around at this point, they had no one to blame but themselves. The damage from the 7 clone self-destruction was significant instantly, killing a lower-level holy priest on the spot. "My lord, what should we do?" the lower-level holy priest who had survived by a stroke of luck asked, trembling with fear. The leading mid-level holy priest felt a headache coming on, no longer displaying his previous tough demeanor. That adventurer was truly disgusting. If he continued using this clone plus self-destruction bombing tactic, how many times could they withstand it? "The enemy is too cunning and ruthless, we must leave quickly and report to the Yeg monk." The leading mid-level holy priest had no other options, setting up a light domain barrier and hurriedly leading his people away. Of course, a mere light domain barrier could not stop Zhou Chen. Not long after these people left, Zhou Chen's clone technique recovered, and after some effort, he destroyed the stronghold. "Perhaps I should change my name to the Demolition Team Leader," Zhou Chen chuckled and continued his actions. In the Holy Church's branch, the Hall of Light. What a rampant thief! Yeg stood in the hall, listening to the reports from Jack and others, his anger causing his magical power to surge, his robes moving without wind. "Since the establishment of our holy church, who dares to be so disrespectful?" Boom! Yeg's long cross struck the ground heavily. Defensive runes immediately appeared in the hall, radiating light, showcasing Yeg's strength and his current furious mood. "My lord, Zhou is too vicious, he will definitely become an enemy of the church in the future. We should eliminate him while he is still weak." Jack suggested, "My lord, why not take action personally, or even ask Lord Krull to crush this threat in its cradle?" Yeg vented his anger but gradually calmed down, replying, "No." Jack immediately became anxious. "My lord, I do want to take action," Yeg said with a serious face, "but the church has already made the greatest concession by establishing the branch in a secondary main city. If I act at this critical moment, Morgan will definitely take advantage of it and might lead the city guards to attack." Mentioning Morgan, his gaze turned colder. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou has likely met with Morgan. That person suddenly targeting our missionary actions is definitely related to the Lord's mansion. So we just let them run wild?" Jack said unwillingly. Although the others remained silent, their expressions were not good. Yeg was also quite helpless right now. "If I don't take action, you truly cannot do anything to him. That adventurer is too extraordinary, his growth rate is simply astonishing." However, Yeg changed the subject. "After some time, Wang Yue will emerge from seclusion. I believe he won't disappoint me." "Are you talking about that adventurer with the SS level holy body of light?" Jack's eyes lit up at the mention of Wang Yue. "I see, you want Wang Yue to deal with him. After all, Wang Yue is also an adventurer, so having an adventurer deal with an adventurer leaves the Lord's mansion with nothing to say." Yeg seemed very satisfied with Wang Yue, smiling. "The holy body of light is extremely compatible with the inheritance of my lineage of the God of Light. Lord Krull is fully assisting Wang Yue. He even hopes to use the holy body of light to communicate with my God directly." "What?" Jack and the others were astonished, all revealing envious expressions. As followers of the God of Light, they had continuously shown their reverence for the God of Light since joining the church. Every day, they would take time to convey their faith to the God in their hearts or sincerely pray and praise the statue of the God. In return, they could feel their connection with the God gradually strengthening, and their power was being enhanced in the unseen. However, they had never truly communicated with the God of Light. That great deity was like the heavens, indifferent, ruthless, and majestic, unattainable. They could sense the presence of the God, but the God would not spare a glance for any believer, no matter how devout. It was unimaginable how much benefit one could gain from directly conversing with the God. But the recent missionary work. Let's slow down for now, and instead of establishing strongholds, shift to a more dispersed form of preaching. Yeg interrupted Jack. "Once Wang Yue emerges, it will shock the world. All adventurers will know how exceptional he is, and they will understand that only the church can cultivate such outstanding warriors." At this point, Yeg's tone became excited. "By then, the prestige of the church will reach its peak among adventurers with Wang Yue's rise." Outside Dawn City. Boom! Accompanied by a series of violent roars, yet another missionary stronghold was destroyed under the onslaught of Zhou Chen and his clone. "You have destroyed a branch stronghold of the Holy Church, destruction of missionary. Work task completion, 100%. Task completed." Zhou Chen stretched comfortably, "But what's going on here?" He was a bit confused. Because this last stronghold had no one in it, not a single guard, and he had destroyed it without any obstacles. Could it be that those people had given up? Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. Before taking action, he had already consulted with Morgan. Currently, the strongest person in the church branch in Dawn City was the Divine Will Priest Krull. Below him was the upper-level Holy Priest Yeg. As long as one of them dared to act, Morgan would definitely seize the opportunity to make trouble. Of course, Morgan said that, but Jochen couldn't fully trust it. He wouldn't joke about his own safety. So every time, he had his clone do the work while he hid to prevent being captured by the opponent's experts. Now it seemed that Morgan's assurance was likely true. The church branch indeed feared the Lord's mansion, or rather, feared the imperial high-ups behind the Lord's mansion. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly, and those lower and mid-level holy priests could do nothing to Jochen, so they simply slacked off and temporarily abandoned their plans for missionary work. Whatever, anyway, my task is completed, time to collect my reward. Jochen entered stealth mode and happily left. In fact, the information Morgan provided indicated that there were more than 5 missionary strongholds. But was Jochen such an easy person to deal with? He only agreed to destroy 5 strongholds first. Whether to destroy the remaining ones depended on his mood. Of course, Morgan could refuse to pay the reward, but Jochen felt he wouldn't do something so foolish. Soon, Jochen found a nearby NPC town and headed straight for the town hall. Upon seeing the mayor, who was another fat pig, probably having swallowed a lot of oil, Jochen went up and gave him a good beating, feeling refreshed before asking him to contact Morgan. As for why he didn't go directly back to the Lord's mansion, one must be cautious. Who knows what other intentions Morgan might have? What if he returned to the city and was ambushed by the city guards? Moreover, besides the city guards, the main city had many magical formations and defensive facilities, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Soon, the mayor activated the communication talisman, and Morgan's figure appeared. I've received the information on my end. I didn't expect your actions to be so quick and effective. Upon seeing Jochen again, Morgan looked at him as if he were a monster. You have worked hard. It was clear that the Lord was feeling a bit of pressure. You have completed the task, destroy the missionary, and received experience plus 500,000, reputation plus 20,000, and several other rewards. Upon task completion, Jochen immediately gained 500,000 experience points. The experience required to level up after reaching level 30 was absurdly high. He needed 2.7 million experience points to reach level 35, and even with the task rewards, it was still insufficient. Of course, experience points and reputation were secondary. What mattered were the other rewards, including 25,000 pieces of equipment, another legendary grade spirit herb, and intelligence on a suspected secret realm location. Due to the sheer volume of items, it would take Morgan some effort to transport them. Is it true that the Holy Church is backed by deities? During the wait, Jochen inquired about intelligence from Morgan. This was the question he cared about the most. As long as the other party still belonged to the realm of humans, he had no fear. But if there were unimaginable beings among them, his situation would be dire. Even though Jochen was confident in himself, he did not believe he could contend with deities at his current level. That was impossible. The Holy Church is an organization established on the faith of revering the God of light, encompassing various divine beliefs. They indeed possess divine inheritance, without a doubt, Morgan replied with a slight smile. So, are you afraid? Why not join the Empire? Get lost. Jochen decisively rejected the offer and continued to ask, is it because of some reason that the deities have not appeared in a long time? Otherwise, not just me, but even your empire would have been swallowed by the church long ago, right? You guessed correctly, Morgan confirmed. Legend has it that long ago, the demon race from beyond the heavens invaded all worlds, including the divine realm. The deities led the human race and many other races to fight against them. In that cataclysmic war, countless worlds were destroyed, and the deities paid a heavy price to fend off the invasion of the demon race, but they could not completely eradicate them. Since then, for reasons unknown, no deities have descended to the mortal realm, and they have almost become legends. Only the ancient texts of the Empire and the Church clearly record the existence of deities. At this point, he joked with Jochen, so you don't need to worry too much about the Holy Church suddenly summoning a deity to eliminate you. If they really had that ability, they would have unified the continent long ago and wouldn't have allowed you to run around. The demon race, the missing deities. Jochen pondered silently. At least for now, he could be sure that he didn't have to worry about being hunted by deities. With that, he felt relieved and decided he must visit the church when the opportunity arose. Before long, Morgan sent people to deliver the items one after another. The 25,000 pieces of Equipment were all of silver quality, with levels ranging from 20 to 30. With so many items, Zhou Chen's storage bag naturally couldn't hold them all.
So, he requisitioned the town's administrative hall, and the equipment piled up like a mountain. These pieces of equipment, plus the previous 5,000, even if they are all level 20, the total growth value would reach 4.8 million.
Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the mountain of equipment.
This meant that once he consumed all these items, his 2 growth equipment would reach mythic level. At that moment, Zhou Chen summoned his clones to act together, frantically consuming the equipment to feed them.
The equipment on the ground disappeared at a visible speed. Evil Dragon's Tooth.
Growth value is full, meeting upgrade conditions, upgraded to legendary level.
Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots growth value is full,
meeting upgrade conditions, upgraded to legendary level.
Zhou Chen quickly took the equipment to consume, enjoying himself immensely.
He didn't know how much time had passed, but when there were only a few pieces of equipment left, he heard the exciting notification sound.
Evil Dragon's Tooth growth value is full,
meeting upgrade conditions, upgraded to
Mythic level 1 star.
Evil Dragon's Fury Scale Boots growth value is full, meeting upgrade conditions, upgraded to Mythic level 1 star.
Finally reached Mythic level. Zhou Chen consumed the remaining equipment and opened the equipment panel to check.
He noticed that both the weapon and the battle boots had changed, shimmering with a noble, colorful glow. Evil Dragon's Tooth type, growth type, bound equipment rank, mythical level 1 star, 80/1000000. Attributes, attack power plus 105,000, spell power plus 100,000, attack speed plus 300%, critical hit rate plus 100%, critical hit damage plus 50% additional effect. When attacking, absorb 40% of the damage to restore own health.
Additional skill, Evil Dragon's Fury, Effect 1, release a slash.
Filled with the power of the Evil Dragon, dealing 400,000 plus 800% attack power damage to targets within a range of 3,500 meters times 3,500 meters, cooldown time 120 seconds.
Effect 2, can consume own health to enhance this skill's power, 1 health point. Equals 3 attack power.
Required level, none status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description: a weapon forged from the dragon's tooth shed by the shadow evil dragon, possessing growth characteristics, rare in the world.
Tip: upon
reaching mythical level, the growth value required for leveling up changes to 1 million. For each subsequent star level, the required growth value equals original growth value plus current star level times 1000000.
Evil Dragon's Fury Boots type, growth type.
Bound equipment rank, mythical level 1 star, 150 to 1000000. Attributes: movement speed plus 4,500, evasion plus 10,000, critical hit immunity rate plus 50%, agility plus 3,000, constitution plus 4,000, spirit plus 5,000. Additional skill, Dragon Shadow Misdirection.
Effect 1, movement like a swimming dragon, movement speed and evasion plus 350%, lasts 500 seconds, cooldown time 180 seconds, instant cooldown.
Effect 2, during the duration, can trigger 8 times Shadow Dragon Flash, each leap 2,000 meters, with a minus 100%
chance of being controlled while leaping.
Required level, non-status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description: boots made from mixed evil dragon scales, with endless uses.
Tip: upon reaching mythical level, the growth value
required for leveling up changes to 1 million. For each subsequent star level, the required growth value equals original growth value plus current star level times 1000000.
I can't believe it, this is incredible. Zhou Chen was super excited. The attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment skyrocketed, and now, his panel attack power reached an astonishing 111,317, while his movement speed surged to 6,064. If he faced the mid-tier holy priest of the guild now, Zhou Chen could definitely take him down. After being happy for a few seconds, Zhou Chen closed the equipment panel. As usual, he gave the town mayor a round of loving education, received a batch of rewards, and left happily. He planned to investigate the suspected secret realm location, based on the information provided by Morgan. If there were no gains, he would return to find the invincible ones or the guild to catch up. Leaving the town, Zhou Chen released a clone in a deserted area. The clone immediately disguised itself, used a return scroll to go back to Dawn City, and then teleported to Twilight Town through the main city, using stealth to monitor the town's guard captain, Richard. This was Zhou Chen's plan moving forward. His main body would explore the secret realm, while occasionally sending the clone to keep an eye on the movements in Twilight Town. That guard captain Richard was a follower of the Nightshade Church, and there must be some conspiracy lurking in the town that Zhou Chen would not let slip by. Leaving the town, Zhou Chen entered stealth mode, activating all his speed skills. At this moment, an indescribable lightness filled his entire body.
Before he made any move, he felt as if he had merged with the wind, as if he could vanish into thin
air at any moment.
Opening the character panel, he was astonished to see that with the enhancements of stealth, flowing wind, and dragon shadow, his movement speed had skyrocketed to over 50,000. Whoosh! As he dashed out, he was already a kilometer
away, moving at an incredible speed.
If it weren't for his insight eye and high mental attributes, it would have been nearly impossible to grasp his surroundings while moving at such high speed.
Boom!
He transformed into a dragon, leaping
continuously.
A dragon shadow flashed across the sky,
unmatched in might.
Fortunately, stealth concealed the sound of his impact and his figure, otherwise, people would surely think a powerful dragon had descended upon this place.
Speaking of which,
players can purchase mounts from NPCs after reaching the main city, with horses being the most common type. Zhou Chen had always known this, but he didn't buy one because, compared to his speed, mounts were simply too weak.
While moving at high speed, Zhou Chen soon left the small town area surrounding the main city and entered deeper wilderness.
Gradually, he stepped into a high-level wild area, where the monsters he encountered were all above level 40. He ignored them and slowly searched. According to the information Morgan had provided, after an unknown amount of time, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Ahead, a blood-red mist floated and swirled. Within the blood mist, shadowy beast figures could be faintly seen.
The
blood mist is floating. It seems this is the bloody polluted land Morgan mentioned. Seeing this, Zhou Chen deactivated Dragon Shadow and Flowing Wind, slowed his pace, and stepped into the mist to explore.
You have entered the bloody polluted
land, which is filled with the aura of slaughter and blood, reducing your health by 500 points per second. Please be careful.
A prompt sounded.
As Zhou Chen stepped inside, he indeed felt the blood-red malevolence eroding his body.
Damage numbers
popped up above his head, but they were not 500, they were only 1 or 200. His own resistance allowed him to withstand the blood aura's erosion, and this amount of health loss was nothing to Zhou Chen.
He continued to explore in infinite
stealth, occasionally casting life recovery, feeling no pressure at all. The bloody polluted land was a desolate area shrouded in the aura of slaughter, with the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. The surrounding blood-red mist obstructed visibility, even interfering with Zhou Chen's inside eye, making it difficult to see how large this area truly was, but he guessed the blood mist's range must be extensive. The monsters appearing here were all above level 40, each with extremely high attributes. The monster descriptions mentioned that due to the aura of slaughter, the monsters were extremely violent and bloodthirsty, with their attributes greatly increased by this aura, making them quite dangerous.
However, this was of no concern to Zhou Chen. He could stealth indefinitely, and no matter how frenzied and bloodthirsty the monsters were, they couldn't hit him. He explored freely without any obstacles.
Half a day passed.
How big is this damn place? Zhou Chen looked
at the vast, boundless floating malevolence, feeling a bit dazed. He wandered around slowly, and after half a day, he hadn't gained any benefits. Morgan had said that this place was only suspected to have a secret realm, and there might be other treasures, but there might also be nothing at all.
Could his luck really be this bad?
No, something feels off about this place, there must be something hidden.
Zhou Chen did not give up.
That day, he wandered around the bloody polluted land. He logged off to rest once and then logged back on to continue. Sometimes feeling bored, he would stop to find monsters to level up. With Zhou Chen's attack power exceeding 100,000 and various means at his disposal, killing these level 40 special monsters posed no pressure at all.
Time passed in the alternating rhythm of leveling and exploration. Soon, Zhou Chen reached level 35 and continued to explore. Boom! Just as he was feeling bored, a violent rumble echoed from a distance. Zhou Chen had
a very high spiritual attribute and naturally sensed the subtle movement. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed in that direction. As he got closer, he saw flashes of skill light in the blood mist in the distance, as if someone was fighting.
Eye of insight.
Zhou Chen concentrated, and a stream of light flickered in his eyes. His vision penetrated layer upon layer of blood mist, revealing the situation over there.
So it's you guys, what a narrow road for enemies, hee. At a glance,
Zhou Chen was quite surprised, then revealed a wicked smile. Just in time, it's time to settle the score. At this moment, 2 kilometers away from Zhou Chen, a group of people was surrounding and beating a boss.
It was none other than the likes of
Dominance, Blood Rose, and the Flying Sky siblings. Not only them, but there was also a member of the guild assisting, none other than the mid-tier holy priest Jack, who had previously clashed with Zhou Chen. He wore a long robe of a cultivator, with a sacred codex floating beside him and a long cross in his hand radiating light.
Radiant Cage. Holy Judgment Sword. Jack first used the Radiant Cage skill to trap the boss, then unleashed a thunderous attack. Dominance charged out with a
Large knife, embodying the indomitable battle spirit, slashing with a knife light, momentum like a rainbow. Blood Rose held a staff, releasing support skills, occasionally launching holy attribute attack skills in coordination. The Flying Prince, Fireworks Sword Dance, and others also unleashed their skills to deal damage. With Jack's assistance, the boss's health steadily decreased. Zhou Chen shifted his gaze to the boss. Inside the radiant cage, a tall humanoid monster was entangled in a blood-red aura, its expression ferocious as it swung a large knife to attack the cage binding it. Bloodthirsty Guardian of Slaughter, LV50 type, Diamond level health, 31, 294, 875/42 for 30,000 attack power, 21,077 physical defense, 27,412 magic defense. 23,890 status, Bloodthirsty, Lost, Violent skills, Blood Fury / Whirlwind / War Trample, Bloodthirsty Domain, Frenzied Charge, Will to Kill, Blood Shield, Life Recovery, Frenzy, Dominance, Self-Heal, Damage Reduction, Defense Enhancement. Life Enhancement, Attack Enhancement. Description: a giant troll whose mind has been lost due to the killing aura of this place, completely controlled by the blood crystal, becoming the guardian of the crystal. Its death will cause the blood crystal to lose its protection. Blood crystal? Zhou Chen noticed a blood-red crystal embedded in the ground behind the troll, its flowing blood aura faintly connected to the troll. He concentrated again, extending his vision, and saw lines of information appearing on the blood crystal type, dungeon entrance description. The entrance to blood slaughter, only activated when the guardian is killed. So it's a special dungeon entrance, and that troll has become the guardian. In a controlled manner. Zhou Chen immediately understood everything. In other words, whoever kills the troll will be the first to discover the dungeon, right? According to the game's conventions, as the discoverer of the dungeon, there would definitely be special rewards. It seems that Blood Rose and the others had somehow learned about the bloody contaminated land and came to explore, discovering the blood crystal and preparing to kill the boss. Very good, another reason to kill you. Zhou Chen revealed the tooth of the evil dragon, waiting for the right moment to strike. At this time, Baki Wuxuan and the others were still unaware of the impending danger. After a fierce battle, the boss finally broke free from the cage's confinement and swung its blade at the crowd. A massive blood-red blade light slashed fiercely. Holy Codex, Light's Protection, Absolute Defense. Holy Priest Jack unfolded the Codex and a powerful light force surged forth, transforming into a light barrier to protect everyone. Ice Pillar. The little prince waved his staff to unleash a high-level spell. 2. Enormous ice-light pillars appeared, frantically pulling at the troll, while the ice power continuously froze the troll's entire body. Even when the troll activated its berserk body, it couldn't shatter all the overwhelming ice and struggled to move towards the crowd in the snowstorm. Zhou Chen watched quietly until the troll's health dropped to 30%. The time has come. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes as he first activated the damage increasing buff, followed by the clone technique. 7 clones appeared, wielding the tooth of the evil dragon, striking alongside the main body. Roar! 8 black dragons suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blade lights, their might shaking the heavens and the earth. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Death. Mark plus Life Devour plus 800,000 health damage increase. Boom! In an instant, the blade light engulfed everyone. Not good. Baki Wuxuan and the others were completely unprepared for the sudden devastating blow. They all fell victim, instantly killed, and returned to the main city to respawn. The boss, meanwhile, roared and released a thick blood-red shield, firmly protecting itself within, though the shield was already covered in cracks. Holy light! Body! Among the enemies, only Jack managed to respawn in time, but it was merely a hasty defensive enhancement skill. -1,845,054 -3,690,108 critical hit, -1,845,054. The 8 blade lights rampaged through, and even with Jack's holy light body enhancing his defense, he suffered severe damage. A mid-level holy priest is so much stronger than a low-level holy priest. During the battle, even NPCs would reveal their health bars and levels. From the changes in the opponent's health, Zhou Chen estimated that Jack had at least 30 million health, which was terrifying. It's you! Seeing Zhou Chen, Jack's expression changed drastically. On one hand, some skills from the Holy Codex, including Absolute Defense, were on cooldown. On the other hand, he was filled with immense dread. The last time they fought, they felt evenly matched. But now, he sensed that the opponent's strength had surpassed his. Just a day had passed, and his strength had changed so much? Guardian of Light. Life's Tribute. Holy Radiance Shield. At this moment, Jack truly felt fear and hurriedly cast various defensive and healing skills.
His health quickly recovered, and he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. Phantom Eye. Zhou Chen would not let him have his way. As soon as Jack moved, 8 Phantom Eye skills struck him. Ah! Even someone as strong as Jack felt a sharp pain in his head at that moment. Holy purification! A pure radiance burst forth from Jack, freeing him from mental interference. The phantom flickered. Zhou Chen and the clone struck simultaneously, 24 phantoms flying out, dazzling to behold. Bang bang bang! Jack was struck, and a layer of his shield shattered on the spot. He dared not retaliate and continued to flee, while a stream of light flew out from the codex and entered his body. Holy Codex, Light Volume, Holy Dispersion. This was a skill that could dispel negative effects and marks inflicted by enemies. Just moments ago, when Jack was attacked by the blade light, he could clearly feel that he had been hit by several dark tricks. Holy Dispersion cannot remove Death Mark. However, a prompt entered his ears, intensifying the fear in Jack's heart. Impossible! He roared, his mind shaken with dread. Zhou Chen. And his clone took the opportunity to launch a backstab, and Jack's defensive shield shattered another layer. Get away! Jack swung the cross in his hands, sending a holy seal judgment towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen easily dodged with a wind flash. Seeing this, Jack transformed into a stream of light, attempting to escape. Flying flowers, plucking leaves. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhou Chen threw out plum blossom darts, racing through the air. As soon as Jack moved, a barrage of hidden weapons came flying. Clang! 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 This time, his defensive shield was completely shattered, and the remaining darts hit him, knocking him to the ground. Wings of light! Jack rolled on the ground and immediately got up, trying to escape with his flying skill. Shadow! Dragon Flash! Zhou Chen transformed into a magic dragon, reaching peak speed and immediately catching up. Piercing Strike! Zhou Chen and his clone revealed their true forms in the air, unleashing 8 piercing skills, and Jack was not down again. The continuous effect of the Holy Purification skill was still active. He wasn't stunned, but he felt a life and death crisis. The opponent's speed surpassed his, and he couldn't escape at all. You can't kill me! Jack retreated in terror. My holy church's influence spans the continent. Not to mention that there are divine priests in the branches. There are also bishop-level powerhouses in the headquarters, and the Pope's strength is unmatched. You'd better know when to stop. In this life and death moment, he invoked the name of the church, hoping to intimidate Zhou Chen. Idiot! Zhou Chen sneered, your threat only excites me more. Ah! The fear of death surged, and Jack roared, fleeing for his life. Go! Zhou Chen commanded, and 7 clones chased after him, their bodies radiating blood red light. Self-explosion technique. Boom! Boom! -1163436-2908590, critical hit, -116343661 after another, terrifying damage exceeding 1,000,000 erupted from Jack's body. Immediately, Zhou Chen clenched his right hand, death mark, detonate. Boom! A scream came from ahead, and black evil energy erupted, mercilessly engulfing Jack. Zhou Chen forcibly killed him even while the opponent activated Holy Light Body. You have killed mid-level Holy Priest. Jack LV52, experience plus 420,000, reputation plus 25,000. At this moment, the blood-red shield of the boss had disappeared, and it gazed at Zhou Chen with a bloodthirsty look. Zhou Chen ignored it and instead moved to collect Jack's drops. NPCs are different from monsters, they drop all the items they possess upon death. Zhou Chen picked up everything Jack had and indeed found that Holy Codex. Unfortunately, this was equipment that only holy priests could use. Moreover, this item was essentially a book recording various skills, similar to a skill book, but it could assist holy priests in casting skills they normally couldn't use. In other words, Zhou Chen couldn't steal the skills inside. I'll keep it for now, it will be useful eventually. He tossed everything into his backpack. Boom! A massive blood-red blade light slashed down. The blood-colored Guardian of Slaughter had made its move. Buzz! Various shields appeared around Zhou Chen, the Light Blessing Talisman, Earth Shield, Ice Shield, Night Guardian, and Sinful Blood Shield all manifested. Crackle! Many shields shattered, leaving only the Night Guardian and Blood Shield intact. In such a hurry to die? Zhou Chen withstood the opponents Blood Fury slash and looked towards the blood-colored crystal. His figure slowly disappeared, entering stealth. Generally speaking, if a monster is not attacked within a minute, it will start to heal faster. The higher the tier, the quicker the healing. If not attacked within 3 minutes, the healing speed will increase dramatically. If not attacked within 5 minutes, it is considered to have exited combat, and the boss's state will recover at a visibly rapid pace. Zhou Chen had already poisoned the boss when he attacked with the fury of the evil dragon. Although the damage dealt was not ideal due to the boss's high resistance, it effectively prevented the boss from healing and did not cause it to disengage. At the moment, the clone technique was still on cooldown, so Zhou Chen needed to use stealth to buy some time. Soon, the poison effect ended, and Zhou Chen revealed himself for a surprise attack. Roar! The troll angrily turned to attack, but Zhou Chen dodged with a displacement and entered stealth again. Using infinite stealth, Zhou Chen occasionally harassed the boss, which could not disengage to heal. Soon, the clone technique was ready again, and 7 clones along with the main body attacked together. The boss, already low on health, could not withstand even a full combo before turning into a corpse. You have killed the diamond level boss. Bloodthirsty Guardian, experience plus 600,000, reputation plus 25,000. You are the first to complete the diamond level boss first kill, receiving a special reward, free attribute points plus 100, diamond level treasure chest times 1. You have killed Bloodthirsty Guardian. The regional dungeon Bloodthirsty Slaughter is about to be released. Hearing the notification, Zhou Chen was unexpectedly surprised. Regional dungeon? This thing is actually a large-scale regional dungeon? He had thought it was just a regular dungeon, but it turned out to be a regional one. Interesting. It seems that Dawn City is going to become the focus of the Dragon Country region. At this moment, in Zhou Chen's view, the blood-colored crystal suddenly changed. Boom! The blood-colored crystal burst forth with a crimson radiance, as if melting, transforming into a red light gate that shot straight into the sky, resembling a pillar of heaven. The blood-colored crystal has become the entrance to Blood Slaughter. In 3 days, the regional dungeon Blood Slaughter will open on time. You are the first discoverer and opener of the regional dungeon, receiving a special reward, Secret Scroll of the Essence of Slaughter times 1. After the personal reward notification for Zhou Chen, the server-wide announcement followed. Server announcement: congratulations to player absolutely not working Zhou for being the first to complete the diamond level boss first kill, receiving a special reward. Server announcement: congratulations to player absolutely not working Zhou for discovering the entrance to the Blood Slaughter dungeon, receiving a special reward. Server announcement: in 3 days, the regional dungeon Blood Slaughter will open in the bloody contaminated land. All players reaching level 30 in this server can enter. The announcement rang out, shaking the Dragon Kingdom region. As the game progressed, many had discovered dungeons, but very few could trigger an announcement. Dungeons that could trigger announcements were definitely extraordinary. The server chat channel in the Dragon Kingdom region immediately became lively. What the hell is a regional dungeon? Does it mean all players in the Dragon Kingdom can enter? Don't be silly, bro, didn't you hear the requirement is level 30? Oh my god, I'm only level 23, I feel like I'm running out of time, missing out on a fortune. I'm level 28, 3 days time, there's still hope if I give it a shot. It's Joe again, I heard he was at odds with the guild before, now he's got the first kill of the diamond level boss and discovered the regional dungeon, he's stealing all the limelight. The first kill of the diamond level boss was secondary, the news of the regional dungeon sparked heated discussions among players. Resurrection point in Dawn City. Not long after Baki Wushwang and others resurrected, they heard the announcement. He killed that boss? Baki Wushwang said with a serious face. It's probably not that simple. Blood Rose's expression was grave, the damage he caused during the ambush was terrifying. I suspect that Priest Jack is already dead. No way? Though little Prince couldn't believe it, Priest Jack is a mid-level holy priest, he wasn't even a match for him before. He must be an SSS Level Talent awakener without a doubt, you can't measure him by common sense. Blood Rose's tone was serious, if Priest Jack isn't dead, how could he let him kill the Dungeon Guardian? This matter must be reported to Priest Yega. Show is becoming more and more terrifying. Blackstone City. In a dark hall deep within a dangerous wilderness far from the main city. A regional dungeon, huh? Interesting. In the hall, a young man with strange black patterns on his face sat cross-legged in a magic array, revealing an interested smile upon hearing the announcement. Poisonous insects and snakes continuously invaded the magic array but were melted into pure toxins by the array's power, flowing into the young man's body. Just right, after completing the Yin Ning Poison Sovereign class change, I'll go play there, I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Silver Moon City. Deep in the wilderness. Suddenly, a shooting star-like streak of light flew through the void, hitting a diamond-level boss. Boom!
The streak of light dealt massive damage to the boss, and at the point of impact, a meteor fell from the sky, causing significant damage.
The President's star arrow is breathtaking no matter how many times you see it, a player exclaimed in admiration.
A long-haired beauty calmly directed her team under the worshipful gazes of those around her as they systematically trap the boss. Then, the woman drew her bow and unleashed another powerful skill of the hidden class.
Elf Ranger, Nature's Wrath. Boom!
The arrow hit, unleashing a burst of various natural elemental powers: ice, wind, wood, fire, and thunder.
The frost froze.
The boss, flames burned within its body, and wooden elements transformed into thick vines that reached up from the ground, firmly restraining the boss.
With the woman's powerful output and her companion's cooperation, the health of the diamond-level boss steadily decreased. As long as they maintained this, they could definitely defeat it in 1 or 2 hours. Just then, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang out. The long-haired lady couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this for real? It's that person again this week. I thought that by changing to Elf Ranger I could get the diamond level first kill ahead of everyone. At the same time, in other main cities, many experts and teams turned their attention to Dawn City due to the district-wide dungeon event. One could imagine that 3 days later, Dawn City would surely be bustling with activity. Countless strong players would undoubtedly arrive to enter the dungeon and engage in fierce competition. In the blood pollution land, as Zhou Chen expected, opening the dungeon indeed came with rewards. However, he didn't expect that the dungeon would only be accessible 3 days later. Zhou Chen examined the spatial entrance formed by the blood-red radiance and saw lines of information emerge: blood slaughter type, large-scale district dungeon entry level, LV30 entry limit, unlimited entry restriction, adventurers only. Rewards: equipment, items, skill books, experience points, money, treasure chests, etc., above level 30. Description: a place filled with bloody slaughter, a trial ground for the strong, a grave for the weak. Do you have the courage to step in? Tip: the dungeon will open in 72 hours. Blood slaughter, truly something to look forward to. Zhou Chen was quite interested. He withdrew his gaze and opened his backpack. A diamond-level treasure chest lay within. There was also an ancient book radiating blood-red light. Secret Scroll of the Essence of Slaughter Type. Essence Secret Scroll Effect 1. Use the scroll and comprehend it with your heart, with a certain chance to grasp the essence of slaughter. Effect 2. If you have already mastered the essence of slaughter, there is a certain chance to enhance the level of the essence. Description: an ancient book recording a certain essence, a priceless treasure. The essence of slaughter seems to be some kind of combat-related technique. Zhou Chen attempted to steal it, but as expected, he received a prompt that stealing was impossible and could only choose to use it. The scroll in his backpack transformed into a stream of blood-red light and entered Zhou Chen's body. In an instant, scenes of slaughter appeared in his mind. He found himself in an ancient battlefield, fighting bloodily against enemies of various races. One by one, enemies fell under his slaughter, rivers of blood flowed, mountains of corpses rose, and an unprecedented desire for slaughter filled his heart. Kill! 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 Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be killed. I will conquer the world through slaughter. An endless desire for killing inexplicably surged within him, and Zhou Chen almost lost himself in it. What is called slaughter is merely for my use, to pave my way. Don't think you can tempt me. Suddenly, Zhou Chen opened his eyes in realization. The eye of insight glimmered with golden light, and his mind became clear for a moment. The thrill of slaughter still lingered in his heart, but the thought of wanting to destroy everything had vanished. Your understanding of essence of slaughter has deepened, and the chance to master the essence has doubled. You have acquired Essence of Slaughter, Level 1. As the prompt sounded, the scenes of slaughter in his mind slowly faded away. Zhou Chen opened the skill bar and found a blood-red icon appearing above all skills, towering over them. Essence of Slaughter Type, Essence Grade, Level 1. Effect 1. If an attack reduces the target's health to below 5%, it will directly execute, can be freely controlled. Effect 2. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to inflict blood fear on the target, reducing attack power, spell strength, defense, and speed by 30%, lasting 10 seconds. Effect 3. For each target killed, attack power and spell strength permanently increase by 1, only effective once per target, with a maximum of 50,000. The essence of slaughter is indeed related to combat, but it feels like the values are a bit low. Zhou Chen's guess was not far from the truth. This thing has levels, and it should be possible to enhance its effects by increasing the level. With this thought, he had a flash of inspiration and tried to use his talent to designate the essence of slaughter to see if he could achieve infinite growth. The essence of slaughter cannot achieve infinite growth. This disappointing prompt was as jarring as the prohibition card bug.
Zhou Chen closed the skill bar and took out the diamond-level treasure chest obtained from the first kill of the boss to open it. Unfortunately, it seemed that his luck had run out, as he only received a skill book for mages, which he directly tossed into his backpack. Dawn City. The central square was as lively as ever. Zhou Chen returned to the main city, and due to his disguise, no one recognized him. He left the square and, after a few teleports, arrived outside the north gate. Have you found the spiritual herbs I mentioned? As soon as he exited the city, Zhou Chen returned to his original appearance and opened his friend list to contact Iron Horse Ice River. Boss, there's still no news, but in terms of equipment, we've collected another 3,000 pieces of level 20 silver gear. Should I send them over to you? Iron Horse Ice River replied. Wait a bit longer before sending them over. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen instructed, as for the spiritual herbs, don't worry about the 7-color lotus and Qinglan grass for now, just focus on finding the ice jade flower. Currently, Zhou Chen had obtained the 7-color lotus and Qinglan grass from Morgan, but he still needed the ice jade flower. Understood, I'll notify them right away. The call ended. Zhou Chen entered stealth mode and leisurely made his way through the nearby leveling area. Before long, a guild base came into view. Players had been in the main city for some time, and there were quite a few groups capable of killing dark gold level bosses. Nowadays, there were more than just the Dragon Guild in Dawn City. The guild base in front of him belonged to the Overbearing Guild. That's right, the Overbearing. Fireworks and Flying Sky Guilds had officially established themselves. Moreover, the three leaders, Overbearing Wushwang, Blood Rose, and Little Prince, had all set their guild bases outside the North Gate, not far from each other. Their purpose was simple, to facilitate cooperation and support each other. Not to mention, Zhou Chen had hardly seen any solo players leveling in the nearby areas of the three guild bases. This area had clearly become the private domain of the three guilds, and any outsiders discovered would be expelled so they could enjoy all the resources for themselves. In addition to expelling solo players, some groups would even drive away guilds that weren't well known if they appeared here. It must be said that Overbearing Wushwang and the others truly couldn't change their arrogant ways. They remained boastful even after arriving in the main city. Especially now that the three guilds had united, with the support of the church behind them, they seemed to look down on other guilds. It seems you all are living quite well. Zhou Chen looked towards the base of the Overbearing Guild, his eyes filled with amusement. Speaking of which, we all come from the same adventurer town and have ventured together in dungeons. You established a guild, and I didn't come to congratulate you. That seems a bit unreasonable. The more Zhou Chen thought about it, the more he felt he should not let it go. As fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they were all brothers and sisters. How could he not go and offer his congratulations? To comfort his compatriots, Zhou Chen felt it was his duty. Clone technique. Zhou Chen immediately took action, first releasing 7 clones, then separating the clones from his main body to search for targets everywhere. Brother Jingtu, a rogue brother, has discovered a level 30 gold boss. At a leveling point outside the base, Overbearing Jingtu heard the report from his subordinates. Very good, lead the way, let's go. Kill the boss. Overbearing Jingtu, carrying a giant shield, immediately took action with a group of people. Ever since our three guilds united, the resources in the nearby wild areas have almost been monopolized by us. We've killed many gold-level bosses these past few days. A guild member followed closely beside Overbearing Jingtu, laughing happily. Now that the news of the district dungeon opening in 3 days has been announced, all the guilds are leveling up with all their might. Compared to other guilds, their leveling situation is much more comfortable. Target discovered. This group of people, however, did not know that an invisible thief had unknowingly found them. A clone of Zhou Chen quietly approached and, from a distance, used his stealing skill on Ba Daozheng Tuesday Whoosh. What the hell? Ba Daozheng too, who was walking with a shield, suddenly felt a lightness in his hand and the shield vanished. Not only that, he realized he felt cool all over, with only a pair of shorts left. Not good. It's that Zhou guy. Ba Daozheng too, frightened, took out a spare shield to be on guard and angrily shouted at the surroundings, Zhou guy, when will you stop? You stole the rewards for discovering the district dungeon and still won't back off? That's right, when Zhou Chen launched his sneak attack, Ba Daozheng too was also present and was killed by Zhou Chen in an instant. Later, Ba Daozheng too followed his boss to seek support from the guild, but Yi Gu was always wary of the Lord's mansion and refused to take action, only advising them to avoid trouble and level up as much as possible to prepare for the district dungeon. Thus, they could only swallow their anger and urge their subordinates to level up to level 30 before the dungeon opened. This is also why Ba Daozheng too was not with Ba Chi Wu Shuang at this moment. He had to lead and supervise other members in leveling up these days. In the face of his furious roar, Zhou Chen's clone showed
No reaction. Everyone attack. This group of people couldn't see the enemy and could only attack randomly.
For a moment, spells flew everywhere, and sword energy crisscrossed.
But Jochin didn't even use a movement skill and calmly dodged all attacks.
There's no way around it. A fast man who can go invisible can do whatever he wants.
After 8 seconds, the clone stole again. What the hell? A small leader beside Ba Daozheng 2 was instantly stripped of everything. Damn, how perverse. Why? Is this guy's stealing skill so strong? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but panic.
Normally, if a player dies, as long as they aren't red named, they would only drop 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, and if lucky, they might even just lose a
level without dropping gear.
But this Joe guy, stealing everything in one go, is truly perverse.
Brothers, split up and run. Seeing this, Ba Daozheng 2 took off first. Damn it, they couldn't see him, couldn't defend against him, what else could they do but run? Boom! But at that moment, the black dragon roared out, transforming into endless blades of light, killing everyone in an instant. Humph, still want to level up to prepare for the dungeon? Zhou Chen's clone revealed itself and collected all the equipment dropped by those people. The range of the evil dragon's fury was vast, and with one strike, many nearby monsters were also killed. Unfortunately, those monsters were lower level than Zhou Chen, so the experience he gained was greatly reduced. But it didn't matter, Zhou Chen's strength was not heavily reliant on level. He wasn't in a hurry to level up, tormenting this group of people was the priority. At that moment, the clone went stealth again to find other targets. In another place, a clone discovered the situation and immediately chased after it. Soon, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. He saw the 2 wealthy young ladies firework sword dance and flying princess, teaming up to lead their guild members to level up in one spot. The 2 young ladies, having previously experienced a beating from a certain Zhou, were in a particularly bad mood, often scolding their subordinates. They seemed to have grown accustomed to this way of venting their frustrations. Since those around them were employees of their respective family businesses, they naturally looked down on them. These 2 little girls are still as unruly as ever. I must contribute to the education of Manhwa. Seeing this, Zhou Chen reached out his hand towards firework sword dance from a distance. Ah! The next second, a high-pitched scream echoed through the wild area. Zhou is coming. Firework sword dance, who had been acting arrogantly towards her employees, suddenly turned pale and hurriedly took out her spare equipment to put on. My equipment has bound items, the only one who can steal them is definitely him, no one else. Attack quickly. Boom! Boom! The others immediately attacked in all directions, but it had no effect. Moreover, taking advantage of this moment, a few bold young men were attacking while stealing glances at their superiors. Figure. What are you looking at? Want a beating? Flying princess scolded firework sword dance. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Chen's clone waved his hand at her while dodging. A similar scene played out again, and the princess's scream filled the air. Surround me quickly. That damn Zhou. The Yage mage will definitely not let you go. With the help of others, they attempted to escape. Seeing this, Zhou Chen unleashed the wrath of the evil dragon, sending these people back to their respawn points. Meanwhile, in the wild areas surrounding the 3 guilds, members leveling up in different locations were experiencing brutal thefts and ambushes. Zhou is too much. Brothers, what the hell? I didn't even see who killed me. Quick, tell the president, how are we supposed to reach level 30 like this? They lamented in their respective guild channels. The leaders of the 3 guilds quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and contacted their respective bosses. President, come back quickly. This is bad, Zhou is attacking. Far from Dawn City, at a high-level leveling spot. Dominance was leveling up with Blood Rose and the Little Prince, each leading their subordinates. Not good, Zhou is causing trouble near our guild base. Dominance's friend's communication device rang, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! Blood Rose's gaze was chillingly cold. She and the Little Prince had also received the relevant news. What should we do? The Little Prince asked. Should we go back? Go back? Blood Rose replied irritably, can we even beat him if we go back? The 3 fell into silence. The Yage mage had clearly stated that he would wait until Wan Yue came out before taking action against Zhou. During this time, the church would halt a series of missionary activities, hoping that they could level up peacefully without causing trouble. This meant that, at least for now, they could not expect the church to deal with Zhou. Forget it, the district dungeon is about to open, that guy is probably deliberately interfering with our leveling. Just to annoy us. Let the subordinates change places to level up and avoid him. That damn Zhou, I really hope the Yage mage takes him down soon. The three helplessly conceded and made the necessary arrangements. On the other side, Zhou Chen was stealing and killing, slaughtering countless enemy guild members, his name turning a deep crimson. So satisfying, haha. Letting you target me. Boom. Another wrath of the evil dragon went down, resulting in a massive death toll. After the massacre, Zhou Chen felt genuinely pleased, releasing a pent-up frustration, exhilarated beyond measure. Soon, he noticed that those people seemed to have wised up. They either huddled inside the guild base, refusing to come out, or ran off to other places to level up, avoiding the area around the guild base. Heh, do they think hiding will keep them safe? Zhou Chen looked towards the base of the overbearing guild, his smile gradually turning sinister. Shadow Dragon Flash. Boom! Zhou Chen leaped several times, arriving in front of the guild base. He saw that the guild base was enveloped by a semi-transparent energy barrier. This was a unique protective barrier for the guild, known as the War Barrier. Zhou Chen had seen information about this when he helped Iron Horse Ice River create the guild. This thing had a shield value of a staggering 10 billion. Moreover, unlike ordinary barriers, it not only had a shield value but also a defense value, both in the millions, along with bonuses for critical hit resistance and damage reduction. In other words, any attack damage inflicted on it must exceed 1 million to weaken its shield value, and only after depleting the entire 10 billion shield value could one break through this barrier. Blood rose and the others knew Zhou Chen was near the guild base but didn't even glance back, confident in the war barrier. At least in the eyes of the three. Unless someone of Jaeger's caliber intervened, which player currently had the ability to break through the barrier and invade the guild? Normal people didn't even have the concept of breaking through this barrier in their minds. But I, Zhou Chen, am neither ordinary nor normal. Today, I must break through your shell. Zhou Chen gazed at the base barrier, his eyes shining with excitement, as if he had discovered a super fun toy. Shadow Clone Technique. Swish. Swish. 7 clones appeared simultaneously. Justice is righteous. Power of fury. Zhou Chen had previously slaughtered members of 3 guilds, and during that process his wide area skills had also affected many wild monsters. Therefore, the effect of killing essence. Stacking attack power had reached its maximum, increasing his attack power by 50,000. Now, with 2 attack buffs activated, his panel attack power reached an astonishing 274,238. In the next moment, the black dragon roared. Endless blade light obscured the sky, slashing towards the overbearing guild's protective barrier. Fury of the Evil Dragon plus Life Devour plus Deathmark plus Breaking Stealth Strike plus 800,000 life value damage increase. This was Zhou Chen's full power strike in his current state, roughly estimated to deal nearly 7 million damage. To be honest, feeling the terrifying might of the skill as it was unleashed, he was a bit scared himself. What the hell? Is it getting dark? Oh my god, it's Zhou Chen attacking our guild. The members of the overbearing guild, who were hiding inside the base, felt their eyelids twitch at this scene. Boom! The blade light surged and struck. The war barrier immediately reacted, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, fully resisting. Minus 5,996,823 minus 11,993,646 minus 5,996,823. 8 terrifying damage numbers exceeding 5 million appeared in succession. My heavens! Inside the base, watching the protective barrier shake violently, the members of the overbearing guild were terrified. This was the war barrier, with a defense power of up to 1 million. And yet, it was actually being breached by Zhou Chen? Overbearing Journey looked at the screen that appeared through the guild's monitoring function, clearly seeing Zhou Chen and his clones standing outside the guild base. The next second, he opened his friend list and trembled as he called his guild leader. Boss, you need to come back quickly, Zhou Chen is demolishing our home. The combined attack damage exploded, but Zhou Chen's other skills, such as backstab and gouge, could not break the war barrier defense. Now the duration of the death mark had reached 400 seconds, so Zhou Chen was not in a hurry to let his clone self-destruct. He casually tossed skills at the barrier. Although they didn't break the defense, it didn't matter, it was just a way to practice skills and pass the time. After 2 minutes, both he and his clone's health had fully recovered under the effect of life recovery spell. The black dragon reappeared, the blade light surged, and another wave of combined attacks struck. Boom! The war barrier shook violently. This guy is simply inhuman. Damn it, I'm leaving the guild first. If he breaks in, I'll lose levels. At that moment, a wave of members, frightened, used their return scrolls to leave. Soon, another wave of combined attacks came. Immediately after, the clone self-destructed. Death mark, detonate.
After experiencing 3 waves of skill combinations, Zhou Chen finally detonated the death
mark.
8 streams of black energy filled with a destructive aura emerged on the war barrier, exploding violently. 169904692395682-1795999. One after another, damage numbers exceeding 10 million popped up, and the shield value of the war barrier plummeted.
No.
In the base's teleportation array, the likes of Dominant and others just returned and saw this scene, with Dominant's eyes nearly bursting with rage. Blood Rose and the little prince were equally shaken. It hadn't been long since they last saw him, and Zhou's strength had increased again. This guy is really
arrogant.
The little prince waved his staff, and large spells rained down. Blood Rose immediately stepped in to increase the damage. The 3 guilds had a cooperative relationship, and each had their own guilds.
Teleportation symbols, so the 2 followed Dominant back to check. Ice Pillar. Meteor Fire.
The little prince's spells came crashing down.
Zhou Chen easily dodged with Shadow Dragon Flash.
Now, his skills were on cooldown, and he temporarily refrained from attacking, just guarding outside the base. At the same time, he opened the regional chat channel and spent gold to post a regional announcement that all players in Dawn City could hear. Absolutely not working, Zhou. Listen up. The 3 guilds of Dominant, Fireworks, and Flying Sky, you colluded with the Holy Church intending to harm me, which has caused me serious psychological trauma. I urgently need 150,000 pieces of silver-grade equipment as compensation for mental damages. If you don't give it, I'll tear down your broken guild.
As soon as the message was sent, the chat channel in Dawn City fell eerily silent for a moment. Then, public opinion erupted like a landslide. What's going on? Boss Zhou is going to attack a guild base? Are you kidding?
The guild barrier has 1,000,000 defense points. Where does
he get the confidence to say that? What a big face, saying whatever he wants.
If he really can break into the guild base, I'll eat shit upside down. Stimulated by Zhou Chen's remarks, players expressed their opinions. And most thought he was joking. That was a guild base. If it were so easy to attack, who would still establish a guild? Build it just to let others destroy it?
Damn.
Brothers, don't say it, but you really can't say
it. Boss Zhou isn't joking.
Then someone jumped out to prove. I was just at the North Gate and saw a lot of commotion over at the Dominant Guild. It seems someone is really attacking the base.
Is that true? Can he really affect the barrier?
Others might not dare to say, but Zhou is someone who even dares to kill holy priests. Maybe he can really do it.
Then isn't the Dominant Guild finished? Ha ha, this is good, let them be arrogant.
For a moment, many players became excited. Some even started heading towards the North Gate, planning to observe from a distance. After playing the game for so long, they had heard of monsters attacking cities, but they had never seen a player dare to bomb a guild base alone. They had to go take a look. Brothers, I'm at the North Gate right now. One person V me 500, and I'll immediately post the video in
the chat channel. Wow, why the hell didn't you say you're Qin Shi Huan? I won't go look myself. Do I still need to pay you?
As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately presented the video.
It was exactly the scene of Zhou Chen dodging attacks outside the base, waiting for his skills to cool down.
Thanks to the big shots for the rewards, here's the video, said the player who released the footage.
What the hell? Inside the Dominant Guild's base. Damn your ancestors, were you a robber in your last life?
No, robbers are more moral than you, you're just a demon, damn. As soon as the regional announcement sounded, Dominant's leader broke down 150,000 pieces
of silver gear? Are we each going to offer 50,000 pieces of silver gear to him?
This madman really thought of that. This guy is too difficult to deal with.
The little prince helplessly withdrew. He and the members of the Dominant Guild had already exhausted all their means and could do nothing against Zhou.
That person's speed was unbelievable, and he had many skills like crowd
control, immunity, and defense.
To be honest, as long as he didn't actively seek out fights, he was already invincible. At this moment, after some back and forth, Zhou Chen's clone technique was restored. He now had a 25% cooldown reduction, and the clone technique would cool down in less than 4 minutes.
Immediately, the 7 clones reappeared and unleashed a barrage. What the hell, what damage is this? Damn, a critical hit of 10 million damage?
No wonder he dares to say he can destroy the guild base.
He's not just ragging.
Many people had already gathered near the North Gate, using various means to witness this astonishing
scene. Well done.
These bastards from Dominant Guild occupy the North Gate wild area and bully the casual players. They deserve this outcome.
Zhou is awesome. The broadcast in the chat channel continued, and seeing Zhou Chen take action, the players were filled with excitement. No way.
Inside the base, Blood Rose felt her scalp tingle at the terrifying damage emerging from the blade light. If he keeps attacking, the war barrier will collapse sooner or later.
A jade talisman appeared in her hand, infused with mana to activate. Yeg Joe is going too far.
Zhou Chen once again summoned a combined attack, immediately using life recovery to heal himself while waiting for his skills to recover. Suddenly, boundless holy light enveloped
the area. What the hell? Where did this blinding light come from? Damn, don't block my view of the big shot showing off. The suddenly descending light sealed off a large area, cutting off everyone's line of sight.
And within the light, Zhou Chen suddenly
sensed a heavy pressure coming. Run! He immediately went into stealth, instantly activating multiple shields to retreat. Whoosh!
A streak of light fell from the sky, incredibly swift.
Just as Zhou Chen sensed something unusual, a golden light filled with boundless holy might pierced through his body. Bang bang bang!
At that moment, all 7 clones, including the shields on Zhou Chen, shattered. Immediately after, all the clones collapsed and disappeared, and Zhou Chen himself was left with almost
no health.
His clones could take damage for him, and each clone had multiple shields, but still, at the moment of taking damage, they died.
Just how high was the damage from that strike?
Madman, your sins are unforgivable. A cold voice came from the
sky. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked up at the sky.
He saw an old man with a pair of light wings on his back, holy light flowing all over his body, and eyes filled with authority descending from the heavens.
It was the high-ranking holy priest. Yeg. Heh, summoning people, huh? Is that all you can do?
A jade talisman appeared in Zhou Chen's hand. This was given to him by Morgan earlier. As long as Yeg dared to appear, he would use this item.
Zhou Chen immediately infused it with mana, and the
jade talisman transformed into a teleportation array that floated beside him.
Boom!
A massive sword light suddenly burst forth from the teleportation array, breaking through the light barrier in the sky and slashing towards Yeg.
Poof! Yeg raised a hand, and boundless holy light gathered, striking out with a palm. Boom! The sword energy and holy light violently clashed, and the mana went berserk. The holy order, you have crossed the line.
A cold voice rang out, filled with boundless killing intent.
With a single sword strike, Yeg's might was immediately suppressed. Zhou Chen turned his head to look. He saw a middle-aged man in
battle armor, wielding a sharp sword, stepping out from the teleportation array. He was tall and robust, and the name displayed above his head was none other than Commander Parker of the City Guard. Morgan is quite thorough in his arrangements. This man should be a strong opponent who can contend with Yeg, Zhou Chen speculated to himself.
Transgress? Upon seeing Commander Parker appear, Yeg was not surprised and coldly said, if I truly transgressed, would I only be a projection? It turned out that Yeg was not his true self.
Old man, I don't care if you're real or fake, the conflict between adventurers is none of your business, so
get lost.
Zhou Chen thought about how he had almost died at the hands of this old man and felt extremely displeased. One day, I'll come to your house for a visit.
Impudent.
Yeg's eyes glimmered with golden light, faintly filled with anger.
Humph. Parker stepped forward, an overwhelming sword aura pressing forward without yielding an inch. Yeg the scholar, high-ranking holy
prayer masters and above are not allowed to act against adventurers, nor can they appear at will.
This was the agreement you made with Lord Morgan.
Parker stared at Yeg, his tone growing colder.
I remind you to be cautious with your words and actions. This matter cannot happen again.
Upon hearing this, Yeg's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with frost, but in the end, he did
not make a move. Kid, you'd better know your limits. My holy order has absolute power outside the second main city. Unless you stay holed up in Dawn City, you'll eventually face divine punishment. With that, Yeg waved his hand, and a stream of light flew out, transforming into a teleportation array.
The likes of Dominance and Blood Rose quickly disappeared with him.
In the end, he
did not dare to tear his face with the Imperial forces, only taking Dominance and the others away to avoid being killed by Zhou
Chen. As Yeg left, the light that enveloped the area immediately vanished.
In the distance, the players who had started recording could see the situation clearly again.
What just happened? I don't know. Did the Dominance Guild use some kind of trick?
Probably, but from the looks of it, it seems they couldn't do anything to Big Brother Zhou.
Is there someone next to Big Brother? Who is that? When the players recognized Commander Parker's name, they were all taken aback. In the City Guard, there is a commander, with Commander Parker being the highest. How did such a figure suddenly appear? Moreover, he seemed quite courteous to Big Brother Zhou.
Mr. Zhou, you were able to force Yeg to appear, your strength is truly terrifying. At this moment, Parker retracted his aura and spoke politely to Zhou Chen, his tone filled with envy. Though adventurers are favored by the heavens, the growth rate of this one before him was indeed frightening. You're still a bit lacking, Zhou Chen casually replied. Parker smiled wryly upon hearing this. His strength was the result of years of fighting and hard training. He could still be proud when compared to others, but there was nothing to boast about in front of Zhou Chen. Rest assured, sir, Yeg would not dare to act again. Otherwise, my city guard will immediately storm the order. After exchanging pleasantries, Parker took his leave. We're doomed. The powerful beings of the order can't do anything to Zhou. Even the president has run away. Is our base still going to be okay? Originally, when Yeg appeared, the guild members thought they would be saved, but it turned out to be a false alarm, and now Zhou, this demon, was coming to kill again. Let's continue. Soon, skills recovered, and Zhou Chen grinned wickedly as he struck. Again. It must be said that the war barrier was indeed sturdy. But every time Zhou Chen released his clone technique, he could unleash 3 waves of skill combos plus 1 deathmark explosion, causing total damage exceeding 300 million. The clone technique now had a cooldown of less than 4 minutes, even if this barrier had 10 billion shield points, so what? It had to be broken. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions roared like a demon's roar. With each attack, the war barrier visibly weakened. This damage is truly terrifying. I refuse to accept this. Aren't we all playing the same game? Why is he so powerful? Even if he has a high level talent, it shouldn't be this outrageous. It's like a dimensional strike. This is unbelievable. At this rate, in about 2 hours, he will be able to storm the guild base. As the video broadcast continued, players shifted from anticipation and excitement to panic. Yes, panic. Because the strength displayed by Zhou Chen was overwhelmingly strong, even compared to top players. If he can dismantle the Overlord Guild's base, what will happen next? Who will be next? No way, I need to file a complaint. This is too ridiculous, it's unfair to us. Someone suddenly said in the chat channel. Damn it, while I was still struggling to get the guild order, others have already established their guilds. Now that I finally have the ability to establish a guild, you tell me someone can dismantle guilds? A player who had just gotten lucky and obtained a guild order was on the verge of tears. What the hell? Should I build this guild or not? Hey, instead of worrying about whether to build a guild, shouldn't we be asking why he is so outrageous? My heart is eternal, brother Zhou, let's talk. After you dismantle the Overlord Guild, please don't come for our guild, we beg for mercy. Suddenly, a regional announcement rang out. It was the president of the Eternal Guild, my heart is eternal. Directly softening towards Zhou. Brother Zhou, our fatty guild will never be enemies with you, please spare us. Dawn. Guild echoes this, we ask the Great One to spare us. With one, there was another, and soon other guild leaders began to speak up. Ha! I've truly seen it all. In all my time playing games, this is the first time I've seen someone force so many guilds to bow down with just their own strength. Invincible. This is true invincibility. Players were stunned. Some began to worship Zhou Chen, while others started to spread theories about his threats. But it was undeniable, at this moment, Zhou Chen dominated the entire Dawn City. No one dared to challenge his brilliance. These people are clever, but thinking they can make me let go is not that easy. Zhou Chen, who was attacking, smiled lightly and immediately responded with a regional announcement, absolutely not working for Zhou. Attention all players in Dawn City. Attention all players in Dawn City. Every guild and future guild establishment in the city must pay me 5,000 pieces of level 20 or above silver equipment, which can be handed over to the Dragon Guild for transfer. I solemnly promise, this is a one-time permanent fee, and I will never charge any additional fees for any reason in the future. If you refuse, you can choose not to pay, but the consequences are yours to bear. As soon as this announcement was made, the once lively chat channel suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became incredibly strange. 1 second later. What the hell? What the hell? A flood of questions filled the channel, expressing the players' speechless and shocked emotions. What the hell? Every guild has to pay you 5,000 pieces of equipment? Do you think you're the king of heaven? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one will agree. Is there still any law? Is there still any justice? I've truly seen it all. I've seen people collect protection fees from random players in games, but this is the first time I've seen a random player collect protection fees from a bunch of guilds. What an eye-opener. What an eye-opener.
With Zhou Chen's announcement, the chat channel completely exploded. My heart is eternal, great one, we will arrange it immediately, preparing the equipment takes time, don't rush. I love Fatty Happy Water, the Fatty Guild sends greetings to the great one, equipment is being prepared, don't rush. A series of regional announcements rang out, all responding to Zhou Chen's words. All players? I can't take it anymore. This game is unplayable. I seem to have lost the meaning of life. Mom, I'm currently level 33, ranked 10th on the leaderboard. But I still want to say, I'm sorry, your son is a waste. Bro, don't be discouraged, compared to him, we're all wastes. It is said that on that day, strange phenomena occurred throughout Dawn City. Some people were fighting monsters when suddenly, as if struck by a strong stimulus, they threw down their weapons and let the monsters kill them. Some suddenly laughed, then cried, not knowing why. Even more extreme, some walked down the street and suddenly screamed, banging their heads on the ground, their emotions incredibly agitated, alarming the guards to come and investigate. This incident was posted on the forum, causing a strong public reaction. Some even continuously complained to the authorities, but received no response. In short, because of the protection fee incident, Dawn City was in an uproar. Many people continuously flocked to the North Gate, just to catch a glimpse of the impressive display of Zhou Daolao attacking the guild. They dared not approach, merely looking from a distance was enough to instill fear. Mr. Zhou, can I say a few words to you? To be honest, I'm a bit scared even messaging you right now. At this moment, Zhou Chen's friend communication rang, coming from Iron Horse Ice River. One could sense that Iron Horse Ice River seemed to be sweating profusely. Don't worry, I need you to collect the protection fee for me, so your guild is free this time. Thank you, big boss. Iron Horse Ice River breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, the spiritual herb you asked for has been found. Very good. Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy. Iron Horse Ice River continued, there's one more thing. Just now, Heart Eternal asked me to convey to you that he hopes to use a special piece of equipment to replace the protection fee. Do you agree? Saying this, Iron Horse Ice River sent Zhou Chen the information graphic of a piece of equipment, void hand type, functional equipment, no need to wear, grade, diamond effect 1, when killing monsters, there is a 10% chance to randomly double the quantity of one type of loot. Effect 2, items dropped by targets you kill will automatically fall into your backpack or a storable space. Effect 3, when there are pickable items within 1000 meters, you can choose to release the void hand to automatically collect them into your backpack or a special storable space. Description, things on the ground disappear? No need to doubt, it's me. What a good item. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. Now, his ultimate attack range was getting wider, affecting many targets with one move, making drops hard to collect. Now, the problem was easily solved. Tell Heart Eternal it's approved. Zhou Chen's mood instantly brightened. You can keep the item for now, I'll come to get it after I finish my business. Understood. After the call ended, Zhou Chen continued to dismantle the base. At some point, Zhou Chen detonated the death mark again. 169904699-1795999-99999999999 killing essence slaughter effect, boom. With a thunderous roar, the war barrier completely collapsed. Countless fragments of magical power melted away like snow, disappearing rapidly. He really did it. I can't find words to describe this monster anymore. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhou Chen and his clone charged into the guild base. The players of the overbearing guild were already scared out of their wits, fleeing in all directions. As Zhou Chen stepped in, the defensive arrow towers and attack magic formations of the base activated simultaneously. Whoosh! Boom! Various attacks came at him. But with Zhou Chen's high movement speed and high evasion, these attacks were either dodged, missed, or blocked by shields. Zhou Chen first arrived at the guild equipment shop, launched an attack, and broke in. The guild equipment shop refreshes many pieces of equipment daily, either consuming gold or guild contribution points to exchange. Zhou Chen was not someone who liked to spend money, so he and his clone unleashed a barrage on the equipment display case, breaking through the defenses and directly plundering. You have obtained golden level equipment times 7. You have obtained golden level equipment times 6. You have obtained silver level equipment times 12. A whole bunch of notifications came in. Soon, old Zhou walked out with a smile. As soon as he emerged, sharp arrows shot towards him. Old Zhou didn't hold back, dodging with a swift movement, and then 8 black dragons roared out, striking the nearest arrow tower. Boom! The surface of the arrow tower shimmered with defensive runes, trembling violently. Whoosh whoosh, 8 people attacked together, a total of 80 flying darts simultaneously swept through the air, a spectacular sight, all striking the arrow tower. Deathmark, explode. Boom!
Zhou Chen detonated the death mark, and with a loud bang, the surface of the arrow tower actually cracked open, clearly suffering severe damage.
Zhou Chen continued to loot.
After finishing with the equipment shop, he went to the potion shop, the grocery store, and didn't spare the guild warehouse either. The warehouse contained a huge guild treasury, storing numerous items and money. Some items were regularly refreshed by the guild, while others were placed there by high-ranking members as public rewards, available for members to freely exchange for guild contributions. The money inside was a public fund accumulated from the money dropped by guild members when defeating monsters. For every 1,000 gold coins, one would be taken and placed there. Of course, guild members could also contribute to it, using it as common property for the guild. Therefore, even the president had no right to misappropriate it privately, and it could only be used for guild upgrades and purchasing buildings from the system. The guild treasury was extraordinary, and breaking in would require a lot of time. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had a shortcut, directly sending in 8 thieves.
Theft failed. You have obtained dark gold level equipment times 1.
You have obtained gold coins times 744. You have obtained gold coins times 518.
Theft failed.
What a joy! Notifications kept ringing in his ears, and Zhou Chen looked thoroughly pleased. Although the treasury was hard to
break into and could weaken many special attacks, it still couldn't withstand Zhou Chen's abnormal stealing ability.
The success rate exceeded 100%, and every 8 seconds, actually 7.5 seconds, roughly calculated, resulted in 8 thefts. Even the ironclad treasury couldn't hold out.
One theft after another, the treasury of the domineering guild was soon emptied. Zhou Chen reaped over 200,000 gold coins along with a pile of equipment.
After coming out, he headed to the guild hall. Without any suspense, the metal door of the hall was soon violently smashed open by old Zhou.
Zhou Chen leisurely stepped in, and a tall,
crystal clear core crystal caught his eye. It was the guild's core crystal, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, clearly containing formidable defensive power.
Go!
Zhou Chen waved his hand, and the plum blossom dart shot out.
Ding! Ding! -1 miss. The guild's core crystal, its power is indeed terrifying.
But today, I must destroy this broken guild.
Wrath of the evil dragon.
8 combined attacks struck down together.
The crystal trembled violently, finally showing normal damage numbers.
Only a combined attack could break its defenses.
Self-destruct. Death mark, detonate. Intense attacks fell one after another.
During this time, Zhou Chen kept using theft. Even the war barrier could be destroyed by him, so he didn't believe the
protective power of this guild crystal couldn't be shattered. 20 minutes passed.
The theft skill has leveled up, triggering mutation. The theft skill upgraded due to repeated use, even triggering a mutation, yet he still hadn't stolen from the
crystal.
Zhou Chen was feeling utterly bored and opened the skill panel to check. Steel type, active skill rank, level 1 LV 133, 0/13300. Effect 1, when activated on a target, there is a 120% chance to steal 1 to 15 random items from the target,
including bound items. Effect 2, skill activation distance plus 80 meters.
Effect 3, if the stolen item is a stackable type, such as gold coins, potions, etc., the quantity stolen is significantly increased, counted as 1 item.
Effect 4, 10% chance to
steal unconventional items such as attributes, skills, etc., which can be freely integrated into oneself, discarded, or gifted. Cost, 20 mana cooldown, 20 seconds. Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel speechless.
The level of the stealing skill was too
high. Leveling up once didn't change the values much. The newly added effect allowed him to gift stolen unconventional items to others. The problem was, how could a selfish person like him possibly do such a foolish thing? This mutated effect was
indeed useless, at least for now.
Zhou Chen ignored it and focused on attacking and stealing. At one moment, just as Zhou Chen was feeling bored and considering whether to give up, a prompt suddenly came: you have obtained Guild Core Crystal ×1.
Has the big boss been inside for so long and still hasn't come out? Is it because the Guild Crystal is too sturdy for him to break? Zhou Chen entered the guild hall and started fiddling around. Since the interior
of the hall was quite solid, the noise was much quieter than before, making the onlookers a bit bored.
If the guild crystal can't be destroyed, wouldn't dismantling the guild become a joke? Will those guild leaders who said they would send him equipment regret it? Just as the players were waiting to see the excitement, an unbelievable announcement suddenly rang out. Regional announcement: the core crystal of the
overbearing guild's base has been stolen by player absolutely not working Joe someone, and due to the loss of the core crystal, the overbearing guild automatically disbands.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wait, did I hear that right? The guild crystal was stolen? Stolen? Can that thing even be stolen? The chat channel, which had calmed down a bit, exploded once again. No way. Everyone thought you would violently destroy it, but you stole it? Stole? How is that possible? Someone immediately questioned. I'm also a thief, damn it, stealing from small monsters is already tough, let alone stealing a guild crystal. A heavyweight treasure. There must be something fishy here. Stop guessing, Big Boss Joe must have a talent that enhances skills, and it must be SSS level. His stealing has long surpassed imagination. He was chased by NPCs back then because he stole from the mayor. SSS level talent? No wonder it's Big Boss Joe. I bow to him. What Big Boss Joe? That's Joe the Skinner. If you mess with him, he'll skin you alive. The announcement rang out, and Jochin didn't need to think to know that those players must be extremely envious. Hee, I wonder what overbearing and invincible will think when they hear this news. Jochin exhaled lightly. After all the fuss, he was indeed a bit tired. However, the rewards were plentiful. He opened his backpack, and sure enough, there lay a large crystal. Guild Core Crystal. Type, Guild Item Grade, Level 1 Effect 1. When placed in a guild hall lacking a core crystal, that guild will immediately recover, only effective for guilds that lost their crystal within 3 days. Effect 2. Sacrificing to another guild crystal a certain number of times can upgrade the guild crystal. Effect 3. Contains pure and rich energy, can be used as energy material. Description. The guild core crystal, once destroyed or lost, will cause the guild to disband. Feels like it's of no use to me. Jochin couldn't think of any use for this thing, so he temporarily ignored it and tossed it into his storage bag. Now, it's time to go to the other guild bases. Jochin walked out of the hall and saw that all the facilities in the overbearing guild's base had stopped operating, losing their original functions. No more attacks came, and Jochin leisurely walked out of the base and entered stealth mode. The bases of the fireworks and flying sky guilds were nearby. The fun wasn't over yet. After just a few steps, Jochin suddenly stopped, his expression stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. Finally can't hold back anymore? I've finally caught you. In Blooming Flower Town. Outside the town, in a dense jungle. Captain Richard of the guard squad arrived under a towering tree, glancing left and right as if waiting for someone. Not far away, a clone of Jochin stood on the tree in stealth mode, watching his every move. Earlier, while having fun at the overbearing guild's base, Jochin almost forgot to send a clone to monitor Richard. It wasn't until he entered the guild hall and couldn't steal the crystal, which made him a bit bored, that he suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly sent a clone to monitor. Hard work pays off. Richard had been quiet for a long time but eventually made a move, allowing Jochin to notice something unusual. Soon, a figure in a black robe appeared and met with Richard. As expected. There's something fishy. A golden light flickered in Jochin's eyes. Under the gaze of his insight, the black robe that concealed the person's appearance was rendered ineffective. Jochin could see the person's face and name clearly. Is it her? Jochin was a bit surprised. The person was indeed the Starry Night Pearl he had killed before. Yes, she is an adventurer trained by the Knight of Darkness. It's not surprising that she would come here to resist the encroachment of the cult, especially since she deliberately sent guild members to take on the Lord's Mansion task. Let me see what you are up to. Jochin quietly moved a bit closer. Did you bring the items? At that moment, Richard asked Starry Night Pearl. Starry Night Pearl took out a bag-like object and handed it to him. Soul crystals are hard to collect. I want to know when the plan will start? I have not yet accepted the baptism of night. Richard took it and looked it over, his expression brightening. The messenger of the night will arrive shortly. That lord said he would bring a batch of soul crystals, and with your batch, it will definitely be enough. Thank you for your hard work. Richard expressed his gratitude to Starry Night Pearl. Don't worry, although our Knight of Darkness has lost the goddess's protection for many years, the Dark Lord has never abandoned us. The Church has its ways to have the Dark Lord perform the baptism of night on our behalf, and there is also the hidden profession of Witch of the Night, which will allow you to fully change jobs and gain all the professional skills. Upon hearing this, Starry Night Pearl finally showed a satisfied expression. In that case, we can set off as soon as the messenger arrives, right? This is a serious matter. We need to discuss it with the messenger before we can act. Hearing this, Starry Night Pearl couldn't help but be curious. Who exactly is that messenger? They have never shown themselves. Isn't that too cautious? Do we even need to be on guard against them? Richard showed a look of reverence. The headquarters instructed us to fully assist the messenger and not to question that lord. Be cautious with your words. Calculating the time, the lord should. I'm here. Just as Richard raised his head to look around, he heard a strange voice. The voice was quite peculiar, seemingly masked by some means, giving a half-male, half-female impression that sent chills down the spine.
Richard and Starry Night Pearl saw a shadow in front of them begin to twist, and a figure in a black robe slowly stood up from the shadow.
"Welcome, messenger."
Richard hurriedly bowed. Starry Night Pearl, being a person from modern society, looked down on such formalities and
simply gazed at the person quietly.
Zhou Chen also curiously examined the newcomer. The person was completely shrouded in a black robe, with a faint black mist floating around them as if covered
by a veil of night. Zhou Chen was surprised to find that his insight could not see the person's true appearance or name. Interesting.
He did not act rashly and continued to watch quietly.
"You have done well."
Starry Night Pearl did not bow, but the messenger of the night did not blame her. Instead, they spoke in an appreciative tone. "Thanks to your assistance during this time, the soul crystals are now fully prepared, and you have made significant contributions."
"You're too kind." Starry Night Pearl replied indifferently.
Richard reported to the messenger, "My lord, during this time I have recruited quite a few townspeople to become believers.
Unfortunately, I still haven't dared to take action against Mayor Anderson."
"Your judgment is correct,"
the messenger said. "Anderson is the mayor of the town and has direct connections to the Lord's mansion.
If you succeed in seducing him, it will be convenient to act. If you fail, it may alert the Lord's mansion and
be detrimental. You have done well. Thank you for the praise, my lord. So when do we act?" Starry Night Pearl asked.
"When night falls," the messenger replied. "The ancient texts of the church record that the goddess of night fell to the mortal realm during the war between gods and demons and once stayed in this world. According to my investigation, Manhwa town was established by past believers, symbolizing the fleeting nature of the night blooming Sirius, hinting that the secret realm of illusory night where the goddess once resided only appears at night."
As he spoke,
the envoy seemed a bit melancholic. "I hope there will be clues left by the goddess in the secret realm. A deity does not fall easily. Even if we only find the remnants of the goddess, there is still a possibility of her revival."
"I see." Starry Night Pearl finally understood. Richard said, "Rest assured, my lord.
The town's guards are now under my control, and the adventurers are under
Miss Pearl's control.
No one will step into that place, and there is also the dreaming night veil set up by past believers to cover it, so there should be no problem."
The envoy nodded slightly
and looked at Starry Night Pearl. "During this time, come with me. I will preside over your baptism of night."
Upon hearing this, Starry Night Pearl's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement.
The baptism that gathers the power of faith from the deity can bring her immense benefits.
"We need to wait until night."
In the shadows, Zhou Chen noted this in his heart.
"Then let's wait." Elsewhere, Zhou Chen's main body was wreaking havoc. Although he was certain that the other party would act at night when he would know what they were up to, Zhou Chen remained cautious.
As soon as his clone technique was ready, he immediately sent a clone
to stealthily monitor them.
Morgan had said that the Knight of the Underworld sect belonged to the Dark Alliance and was the public
enemy of the continent.
As long as Zhou Chen informed Morgan, these people would be captured immediately, and their intentions
would be made clear.
However, Zhou Chen had no thoughts of saving the world. He didn't care about their motives, he only cared about
whether there was profit to be made.
Therefore, he wouldn't tell anyone, let alone the Lord's mansion. For now, he continued
the bombardment.
Having had experience dismantling a guild before, he was clearly more skilled this time.
Regional announcement.
The core crystal of the Flying Sky Guild's base was stolen by player absolutely not working Zhou, and due to the loss of the
core crystal, the Flying Sky Guild automatically disbanded.
Soon, the protective barrier of the Flying Sky Guild was breached, and the base was plundered, the crystal stolen.
Regional announcement. The core crystal of the Fireworks Guild's base was stolen by player absolutely not working Zhou, and due to the loss of the core crystal, the Fireworks Guild automatically disbanded.
2 hours later, the Fireworks Guild followed suit. But Zhou Chen's revenge was not over.
Back then, outside the Tower of Sin,
the vice president of the Manhwa Pavilion, within reach of heaven, along with Lud Rose and others, had attacked him. Although they were merely ants and posed no harm or threat to him, Zhou Chen believed in repaying grudges, and he would never let them go just because they were not a significant threat. He wanted the world to know that when he was angry, not only could they not attack him, but even looking at him was forbidden. If your gaze made him feel danger, it was already a path to death. Regardless of whether within reach of heaven was the president or vice president, since they had offended him, he would make them repay with
their entire guild.
Soon, Zhou Chen arrived at the west gate of Dawn City through the teleportation array.
The Manhwa Pavilion
was just outside the west gate, only a few kilometers from the main city. At that moment, inside the guild base, within reach of heaven and others gathered, each brandishing their weapons, on high alert, their expressions extremely tense.
Brother Tianya. I don't think that guy dares to come. We don't need to be nervous, a high-ranking guild member comforted, seeing within reach of heaven's unease. That's right, our president is a chosen one.
Although he hasn't appeared for a long time, his level has
been skyrocketing, and he has now reached level 36, surpassing Zhou Chen.
Even if Zhou Chen had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to trouble us.
Another person said.
I hope so. Within reach of heaven was clearly still a bit anxious. After all, Zhou Chen had a notorious reputation. Just earlier, he had dismantled 3 guilds. Destroying guilds wasn't unheard of in other games, but it usually happened during monster sieges or similar guild wars. How could Zhou Chen achieve such a level so soon after
the game started?
If within reach of heaven said he wasn't worried, that was definitely a lie. He could only hope that Zhou Chen would take a step back because of his cousin's reputation. After all, the higher-ups of the church couldn't act against Zhou Chen due to the interference of the Lord's mansion, but his cousin, Wang Yue, had no such restrictions.
Once Wang Yue emerged, upon
learning that Zhou Chen had destroyed the guild base, he would definitely confront him.
Not good, he's really coming. At that moment, through the base's surveillance function, a figure swaggered onto the virtual screen in front of everyone. It was none other than old Zhou.
Damn, Brother Zhou really came to the West Gate to settle accounts with Manhwa Pavilion.
Many players, upon seeing Zhou Chen, hurriedly left, hiding far away.
When within reach of heaven had attacked Zhou Chen outside the Tower of Sin. With Blood Rose and others, many had speculated that Zhou Chen would come looking for trouble with Manhwa Pavilion. But it was
just speculation.
After all, the president of Manhwa Pavilion, Wang Yue, was too mysterious and his level had always been on par with Zhou Chen. Therefore, some people believed that Zhou would choose to spare the Manhwa Pavilion out of fear of Wang Yue.
The facts prove they were wrong.
Zhou was a thorough madman, a synonym for lawlessness, who did not regard anyone at all.
Zhou. Know when to stop.
The voice from a distance echoed through the guild base's broadcasting system.
Our president has become a chosen one and is about to emerge. If you dare to touch the Manhwa Pavilion, you will bear the consequences.
Leave now, and there is still a chance to turn back. Otherwise, when our president emerges, we will surely kill you to level 0 and capture
you to receive divine punishment from the church. Other threatening voices came from within. Chosen one? Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. Soon, a regional announcement rang out.
Absolutely not working, Zhou. Trash. Even the so-called divine spokesperson, the holy priest, was killed by me, so what if you are a chosen one? Dare to appear before me, and you will be refined in an instant. After saying this, a murderous intent appeared in Zhou Chen's eyes.
Any threat will only excite me more. Although you haven't threatened me at all, at least you can bring me a bit of fun. With that, 6 avatars appeared. The terrifying black dragon reappeared, roaring as it transformed into endless blades of light, filling the air with blood-red brilliance. Blades of light surged from above and below. Boom! At this moment, Zakitianya finally felt the fear experienced by the unparalleled dominance.
The terrifying blades seemed to strike not at the war barrier, but at him directly.
Boom!
The war barrier, with 1,000,000
defense points, began to tremble. Quick, attack! The guild members unwillingly launched their attacks. As the vice president,
Zakitianya immediately used his authority to activate the guild's defensive facilities. Members unleashed various ranged skills. The base's arrow towers, rune pillars, and magic arrays all activated, bombarding the area around the base. As a result, this group of people saw a scene that nearly drove them to despair. Through the virtual light screen, Zhou Chen appeared like a phantom, moving at an incredible speed, effortlessly dodging various skills. Occasionally, when a skill hit, it either missed due to evasion, or was blocked by his shield, having no effect at all.
Such speed! Damn it, we can't hit him! This scene left the Manhwa Pavilion members horrified. Cousin, can we really defeat this guy?
Personally feeling Zhou's terror, Zakitianya even lost confidence in his cousin, who had already become a chosen one.
Meanwhile, Zhou Chen's bombardment continued, and 2 minutes
later, another wave of combined attacks came. It was easy to imagine that if this continued, the war barrier would surely be breached.
Stop. What will it take for you to relent?
Perhaps sensing his own feelings of regret and anger, or feeling humiliated
by such oppression, Zakitianya was clearly losing control. It's just a small grudge. Do you really want to go to extremes?
Why not propose a condition that both sides can accept and take a step back?
Ridiculous. Zhou Chen replied through the regional
announcement. Amirant has no right to negotiate conditions with me. I will destroy your guild, and your proud chosen president will be annihilated.
Zakitianya, Zhou, I will not share the heavens with you. After releasing this announcement, Zakitianya's eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness as he led his members away. Soon, Zhou Chen invaded and looted everything, taking the guild's crystal as well. In one day, the 4 major guilds of Dawn City were destroyed by Zhou Chen alone. Comfortable in the empty, chaotic guild base, Zhou Chen took a deep breath. The thrill of doing as one pleased, stepping on enemies, and venting freely was truly addictive. Time to wrap up. Old Zhou, satisfied and in high spirits, vanished from the spot. Soon, he met with Iron Horse at the agreed location. Mr. Zhou, the items you requested are here. Iron Horse presented the Void Hand and the elixir. With the transaction complete, Zhou Chen placed the Void Hand into a Shumi backpack and the equipment activated automatically. Zhou Chen deliberately threw some gear on the ground to test the effect. He saw a translucent little hand, visible only to him, reaching out from the void to take all the equipment. This kid from My Heart is Eternal knows how to do things. I like this gear. He had to admit that the Void Hand perfectly matched old Zhou's temperament and he was quite pleased. Have any other guilds sent equipment over? Yes, but the quantity from each guild is still small. They said they would gather more quickly. I can leave those items in the guild hall. Do you need to collect them? Just leave them for now, we'll talk when the quantity builds up. Zhou Chen then asked, Are there any guilds that are dissatisfied? Iron Horse hesitated and said, Currently, the upper echelons of the guilds in Dawn City have all spoken with me. Some haven't sent equipment yet but expressed willingness to pay, they just need time. The ones that haven't contacted me are the few guilds you destroyed, along with the Starry Night Guild. Starry Night. Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall the unknown schemes of the Nightshade cult. Boss, the Starry Night Guild has been low-key lately, perhaps they still don't know. You don't need to worry about that. Zhou Chen interrupted him, don't slack on collecting protection fees. If anyone is dissatisfied, just let me know. After saying this, Zhou Chen vanished and left. He didn't seek trouble with the Starry Night Guild. Considering the Starry Night Guild's plans with the Nightshade cult, Zhou Chen didn't want to alert them and create more issues. It would be better to wait until he understood the intentions of the Starry Night Pearl and the Nightshade cult before taking action. After a period of fighting, old Zhou felt a heavy aura of death around him and needed to find a quiet place to cultivate and nurture himself. The so-called balance of work and rest meant that taking a proper break would allow him to be a better thief, an adventurer. He left the main city and ventured deep into the wilderness, finding a sparsely populated area to leisurely practice his skills. Zhou Chen now possessed 2 pieces of peak skill set equipment, a bracelet and a necklace. He equipped them, used a skill once, and gained at least 3 points of proficiency, which, under the influence of his talents, became 30 points. With the super infinite growth clone technique, using it once granted plus 300 proficiency. However, in reality, the speed of skill upgrades was slower than before. There was no helping it, upgrading. His skills now required tens of thousands of proficiency points. Moreover, with skill levels being so high, upgrading once didn't necessarily improve the skill values. Some skills needed several upgrades before showing any change. Of course, triggering mutations was a different story. Zhou Chen wasn't in a hurry. After practicing for a long time, he was somewhat tired of it. Now, he treated it as pure entertainment, mainly focusing his energy on pharmacy to prepare for crafting legendary potions. Other skills were whatever he could practice if he wanted or just let them be. When bored, he browsed forums, watched streams, and checked chat channels. Sipping the fine wine he extorted, he observed the myriad of life, relaxed and carefree, unrestrained. Before he knew it, night fell. The in-game time was similar to reality, and nightfall meant a day was about to pass. There were actually less than 3 days until the district dungeon opened. Zhou Chen stopped his work, used a disguise technique to change his appearance, returned to Dawn City, and then teleported to Blooming Flower Town. Now, Manhwa Town only accepts adventurers who take on tasks from the Lord's Mansion. Anyone else found will be expelled. So as soon as he entered, Zhou Chen immediately went into stealth mode. His clone had been monitoring Richard, so Zhou Chen quickly caught up to Richard's vicinity. At this moment, Richard had already arrived in the dense forest behind the town. Zhou Chen arrived and made his clone disappear. Next, he would personally track him down to see what these people were up to. Before long, the Starry Night Pearl appeared. The eerie night messenger also emerged from the shadows. My lord, Richard greeted respectfully. The time has come, follow me. The night messenger led the 2 away from the town. Due to the vigilance against the encroachment of the cult, there were guards or adventurers patrolling around Manhwa Town day and night. However, the movements and routes of both the adventurers and The guards had already been controlled by the Starry Night Pearl and Richard. The three of them naturally passed through the patrol line, without alarming anyone, gradually heading towards the nearby wilderness. Zhou Chen silently followed. The three moved continuously in the wilderness, occasionally changing their route, and eventually arrived at a desolate valley. Is this the destination? The Starry Night Pearl asked curiously. Why don't I see the secret realm appearing? Dreaming nightfall has covered this place, you cannot see the entrance to the secret realm. Outsiders coming here will only see a desolate scene and will be confused by the illusion, never able to find the hidden entrance to the secret realm. The messenger stepped forward first. Follow my footsteps. The three walked through the valley. Zhou Chen followed. In his eyes, this valley was different. Layers of illusions were pierced by his insightful eye. Even without these people leading the way, Zhou Chen would easily find the entrance. Soon, the figures of the three passed through an invisible nightfall and vanished into thin air. But in Zhou Chen's eyes, they still existed, as the illusion could not confuse him. He also passed through that layer of nightfall. Before him, the view suddenly opened up. He saw a clearing ahead where 6 men dressed in the robes of the night cult were sitting on the ground. In the center was a huge hexagram magic array, swirling with dark purple light. Its purpose unknown. Thank you for guarding the entrance to the secret realm, the night messenger said as he approached. We dare not. The 6 night cult members replied in unison. These 6 were arranged by the messenger to guard the entrance and oversee the illusion. Although dreaming nightfall had the effect of confusing others, unexpected situations could still arise, so the messenger naturally had to arrange personnel to keep watch, leaving nothing to chance. The soul crystals are here, this time it should be enough. The messenger stepped into the magic array and threw out a large pile of soul crystals. So many soul crystals. With these soul crystals to assist, the soul control technique will surely succeed. We can finally deal with that aberrant demon. That damned aberrant demon is occupying the entrance under the influence of the sleeping curse. If we don't deal with it, we can't enter. It's really a nuisance. Several night cult members couldn't help but feel delighted. Aberrant demon, soul control technique? Zhou Chen observed quietly, his curiosity growing. Why hasn't the secret realm appeared yet? The Starry Night Pearl looked around, quite curious. The messenger looked up at the sky and said, the fleeting moment of the Manhwa, the entrance to the illusionary night secret realm only appears at night. Soon, the night deepened. Whoosh! A dark purple stream of light suddenly appeared above the magic array. The stream of light immediately extended, and the surrounding space began to distort. Zhou Chen looked up and saw a dark purple crystal pillar slowly extending from the distorted space, descending to the center of the magic array. Around the crystal pillar, the space vibrated like ripples, extremely unstable. The top of the pillar delved into the distorted space waves, as if connecting to another world. But this was not the most surprising part. When the crystal pillar descended, Zhou Chen noticed that a peculiar monster was actually bound to it. Before him stood a humanoid monster, bound to a pillar by dark purple magical chains. The creature was tall and muscular, with long blood-red hair in disarray, dark red skin, and a single horn on its head. Its eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in a state of slumber due to the sleep curse spoken of by the followers of the Night of Darkness. Nevertheless, the moment Zhou Chen laid eyes on the strange demon, he felt a jolt of fear. The creature's aura was incredibly powerful, far from ordinary, and the sense of danger it exuded was even greater than that of Jaeger. Blood Demon Daikel LV65 Type, Blood Demon Clan, Otherworldly Demon Clan, Rank, Lord Level, Lower Tier, Health. Description: a prince of the Blood Demon Clan, a branch of the Otherworldly Demon Clan, who discovered this secret realm long ago and attempted to enter, only to trigger the sleep curse and be trapped ever since. Indeed, it is an otherworldly demon. Zhou Chen recalled hearing information about them from Lord Morgan. This race was quite dangerous. Now that Zhou Chen finally saw his insight, I could not discern the creature's specific attributes and skills, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the Otherworldly Demon Clan. This damned demon. If it weren't for him triggering the entrance's defensive power, we would have already entered the secret realm, and we wouldn't be delayed like this. It doesn't matter. We have enough soul crystals. As long as we take advantage of his confusion from the sleep curse and use soul control to completely dominate him, we can not only enter the secret realm but also gain a powerful ally. Seeing the scene before them, everyone showed signs of excitement. The entrance's defensive power is weakening. We must control this demon before that happens, otherwise if he breaks free and goes wild, it will surely alert the church and the Lord's mansion, which would be detrimental to us. The Messenger of the Night of Darkness said solemnly, "Everyone, activate the formation." Yes. The 6 of them took their places at the 6 corners of the hexagram, fully focusing on the formation. The runes of the formation burst forth with brilliance, and the soul crystals were absorbed, transforming into streams of mental power that flowed into Blood Demon Daikel's body. Zhou Chen could clearly see a hint of pain appearing on the demon's face, as if it wanted to resist, but was powerless due to the influence of the sleep. Curse! This demon is getting weaker, it used to resist a bit. At this rate, in about 7 or 8 days, we will be able to completely control him. Everyone was delighted at this. Very well, you all keep a close watch. I will go prepare some more soul crystals, just in case. The messenger of the Night of Darkness seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to Starry Night Pearl and Richard, saying, "Next, you two must be careful not to let any adventurers or locals discover anything." "I will do my best. I will not disappoint the messenger's expectations." The two made their promises. The messenger left first. Inside As soon as he left, a golden light flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes as he gazed at the formation on the ground. Soul Control Formation Effect 1. The first stage of soul control, invading the enemy's soul with mental power to achieve control. Effect 2. Can refine objects rich in mental energy to enhance the power of soul control. It seemed that this group was using this formation to achieve their goal of controlling the otherworldly demon. Now, Zhou Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. These followers of the Night of Darkness had come to Manhwa town to learn based on the records in their ancient texts, and had finally discovered the Phantom Knight's secret realm left by the Goddess of Night. Unexpectedly, there was an otherworldly demon blocking the entrance. If they did not deal with the demon, the entrance's defensive mechanism would not disappear, and they would be unable to enter. As long as they could control the demon, they would not only gain a powerful ally but also smoothly enter the Phantom Knight's secret realm, which surely held benefits and might even provide information related to the Goddess of Night. How should I make use of all this? Zhou Chen stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with intrigue, deep in thought. First of all, he certainly would not sabotage their actions, as he was very interested in the Phantom Knight's secret realm. They spoke of the secret realm space built by the Goddess of the Night. What treasures or secrets might be inside? Just thinking about it made Zhou Chen extremely excited. He couldn't wait for these people to open the entrance. Why would he want to sabotage their actions? But returning empty-handed was not his style. So, Zhou Chen's gaze fell on the Blood Demon Prince, Dekar, trapped in the crystal pillar. "Sorry, buddy, the others can't move, so you'll have to take one for the team." Zhou Chen quietly moved away from everyone. Then, he reached out to Dekar from a distance. A prince of the alien demon race must be quite wealthy, right? Steal. Failure. Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. To be honest, unless it was against some special targets, like a guild crystal, his thefts almost never failed. At worst, he would just steal something of low value. The alien demon race is indeed extraordinary. The city lord, Morgan, had said that the alien demon race had previously invaded multiple worlds, including the divine realm. They are outsiders. Even their ranks are not classified by monster tiers like gold or dark gold. Just now, when he saw Dekar's information, it showed his rank as a low-level lord. Although he was unclear about the rank classification of the alien demon race, a lord rank felt significant. Perhaps, as an alien demon lord, he had some unknown bonuses that could resist special attacks? It must be my posture that's wrong. Let's try again. Steal. Failure. Zhou Chen sneered. If his enemies saw this, they would surely feel a chill. The last time he laughed like this, a wicked dragon left home in tears. He didn't continue trying and left directly. After ensuring no one was around, Zhou Chen released his clones. "Brothers, let's get to work." With his command, 7 clones stealthily moved with him, quickly returning to the entrance of the Phantom Knight's secret realm. Steal X8. 8 little hands reached out simultaneously. Failure. You have gained power attribute. Points X30. Zhou Chen's spirit lifted immediately. That's more like it. This is a theft with over 100% success rate. How could he not reap some benefits? Thus, Zhou Chen became interested in this alien demon prince and persisted in stealing, gradually acquiring quite a few items. Among them were attribute points, equipment, and gold. But none of them were enough to catch Zhou Chen's eye. The other party might have treasures, but there were surely plenty of junk items as well. With the high difficulty of stealing, 2 hours passed, and Zhou Chen still hadn't stolen anything satisfactory. What a letdown. He began to feel bored and prepared to leave. After all, these people had said it would take about 7 or 8 days to completely control the alien demons. He had plenty of time to operate, so he decided to practice pharmacy first. If practicing skills became boring, he could come back to take a look or level up. Alternating between the three would avoid monotony. Thus, in the following days, Zhou Chen alternated between practicing pharmacy, leveling up, and checking on the alien demon prince. During this time, he didn't steal any treasures, but Zhou Chen noticed that using theft on these special beings seemed to have a slightly higher probability of stealing attributes. He occasionally stole a bit of attributes from the alien demon prince. After 2 days, Zhou Chen reached level 38. Because he suddenly became Loki, the atmosphere in Dawn City became much calmer, making many players feel a bit unaccustomed. One day, Zhou Chen logged in as usual. He checked the system time and found that there were less than 10 hours left until the district dungeon opened. Okay, first, let's check on the poor alien demon, then come back to refine the potions. Perfect. Zhou Chen comfortably stretched and released his clones, heading towards the entrance of the secret realm outside Manhwa town. Upon arriving at the entrance, those few Night of the Dead cultists and the Starry Night Pearl were present. Even the Night of the Dead messenger was there. Zhou Chen didn't take it seriously and, as usual, reached out with his clone. Steal times 8. Steal failed. Steal successful, you have obtained Dark Gold level equipment times 1. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal successful, you have obtained SS Level Talent, Blood Abyss Sacred Contract. Tip, you can choose to integrate Blood Abyss Sacred Contract as a secondary talent into yourself, or discard it, or give it away. At that moment, Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. Talent? I stole his talent? So outrageous? Zhou Chen knew he could steal unconventional items, but he had only stolen skills and attributes. As for stealing talent, he had always thought it was beyond his current level of thievery and required improvement. It turned out it was just a low probability, not that it was impossible to steal. Awesome! Zhou Chen was ecstatic. This meant he would have many secondary talents in the future, right? Roar, you filthy thing, what have you done to me? It seemed that the talent had been taken, and the Blood Demon Prince was exceptionally furious, managing to break free from the sleep spell and awaken. His eyes were blood red, roaring like an enraged beast. Despicable bastards, you have such audacity. Waves of blood-colored energy erupted from his body, clashing with the power of the crystal pillar, shaking incessantly. What's going on? The people from the Dark Knight sect were shocked. Why did this guy awaken? Has the defensive power at the entrance weakened? Again? Quick, increase the power of the magic array and control him. Seeing this, the one in charge of the magic array hurriedly activated it, accelerating the transformation of the soul crystal. No, it seems he has been stimulated by something? The Dark Knight messenger suddenly turned around, vigilantly looking around. He seemed suspicious, gathering magical power in his hands, ready to cast a skill. Run! Whoosh! Zhou Chen reacted extremely quickly, making all his clones disappear in an instant. While he himself used Shadow Dragon Flash plus Wind Flash, as soon as the other party had a suspicion, he had already left. Once outside, he did not linger and quickly departed. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of these people, he just felt it was unnecessary to conflict with them. Now the other side was in the light while he was in the dark. If used well, it might yield unexpected gains. Moreover, he still needed these people to open the entrance. What if they discovered they were being watched and gave up? Leaving? Just as he left, the Dark Knight messenger raised his hand and released a skill targeting invisibility. Ghostly Night Vision. A dark purple light appeared in the air, transforming into a purple demonic flower, its petals opening to reveal a huge eye that constantly swayed, monitoring the area. Am I being overly suspicious? The Dark Knight messenger muttered to himself. Beneath the black robe, he showed a look of confusion. At this moment, the blood demon Daikel struggled desperately but triggered the backlash of the crystal pillar's power. Coupled with the Dark Knight sect activating the magic array, the power of soul control continuously eroded his soul, making his mind increasingly dazed. With his original strength, he could not break free now that his talent had been taken. His power was naturally diminished, and how could he stir up any waves? Soon, amidst his unwilling roars, he fell back into a deep sleep. The people from the Dark Knight sect did not notice anything unusual, thinking it was just a stroke of luck for the foreign demon to break free from the spell. Their actions continued. On the other side, Zhou Chen fled all the way to an uninhabited wilderness. He did not deactivate his stealth but stopped in stealth to summon the skill bar to check. At this moment, there was an additional secondary talent icon in the skill bar. However, since Zhou Chen had not yet chosen to integrate the talent into himself, this talent icon appeared semi-transparent. Zhou Chen clicked the icon and all the talent information was revealed. Secondary talent, Blood Abyss Holy Contract, type, trait talent rank, SS level effect 1-4.
Every level gained, permanent plus 100,000 health points.
Effect 2, for every 50 health points, permanent plus 1 attack power and spell. Strength, with no upper limit.
Effect 3, can condense Holy Blood Crystal Armor, consuming health points to replenish shield value for the armor, with a limit of 10 times his maximum health points.
Description, the top-tier talent of the Blood Demon Clan, extremely rare even among the Blood Demon race. So strong.
Zhou Chen looked at the talent interface, his eyes filled with
excitement.
The strength of this talent completely exceeded his expectations. It is easy to imagine that after the fusion, his
health, attack power, and spell strength would skyrocket due to the talent effects.
The regional dungeon is about to open, just in time to boost my strength and enjoy the dungeon even more.
Zhou Chen suddenly remembered that when Iron Horse Ice River was
trying to get close to him, he had shown him a talent called Blood Attack.
Blood Attack was clearly a weakened version of
Blood Abyss Sacred Contract, which could permanently increase attack power based on the maximum health.
However, Iron Horse Ice
River's talent was only A grade, and the increase in attack power had a limit, capping at 10,000. Zhou Chen's talent not only increased attack power but also spell strength, and most importantly, there was no limit.
Fusion Talent. Zhou Chen chose to fuse. Boom!
As the talent merged into his body, he immediately felt his strength surging.
You have fused the SS grade talent. Blood Abyss Sacred Contract attributes have been corrected. The prompt sounded, and Zhou Chen found his health, attack power, and spell strength skyrocketing.
The most exaggerated was his health, which increased by 3.7 million, while attack power and spell strength each increased by 94,999.
Awesome! Zhou Chen felt extremely pleased.
With a thought, his health bar immediately
dropped by 4 million.
This was one of the effects of the Blood Abyss Sacred Contract talent, Holy Blood Crystal Armor, which
could consume health to charge itself. As long as it was fully charged, the crystal armor could withstand damage equivalent
to 10 times the maximum health.
Zhou Chen's current maximum health was 4,749,970.
This meant that as soon as he used the talent ability, he could withstand over 40 million damage.
Simply terrifying.
The only pity was that this was a talent ability, and his clone could not use it. His clone could independently use skills, but not talents. The clone could help practice skills, because those skills had already achieved infinite growth, thus triggering the talent effects, but Holy Blood Crystal Armor was
not included.
At that moment, with a thought, a layer of blood-colored crystalline substance covered his body, resembling armor. This was a talent ability, with no cooldown. As long as there was enough charge, it could be used infinitely, which was extremely
convenient.
Zhou Chen then released his clone to cast Life Recovery on himself to regain health, continuously consuming health, and soon filled the shield value of Holy Blood Crystal Armor. This feeling was like his actual health bar had reached tens of millions, and the sense of security was simply overwhelming. Comfortable.
Zhou Chen looked very content.
Originally, he just wanted to try and see if there were any special treasures from the demon race on DKR.
Unexpectedly, he didn't steal
any treasures but instead obtained the other party's talent, far exceeding his expectations, directly satisfying him.
After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen did not return.
He had already made a commotion earlier, and that Dark Knight messenger seemed to be
no ordinary person. If he came again, the other party would definitely become suspicious.
Next, he would first refine legendary level elixirs to cleanse the stolen wings. As for the Illusion Knight secret realm, he could just send his clone to monitor
it from time to time. After all, those people would take several days to open the entrance, so he wasn't in a hurry. Zhou Chen left stealthily.
He arrived outside the north gate of Dawn City, contacted Iron Horse Ice River, and entered the guild base.
Next,
he needed to refine potions and did not want to be disturbed, so he requisitioned the alchemy workshop within the base. Iron Horse Ice River didn't dare to breathe, immediately making arrangements and notifying everyone not to disturb this plague god. In the past 2 days, Zhou Chen focused most of his energy on pharmaceutical arts, and while he was also distracted by monitoring the movements of the underworld church, his pharmaceutical arts improved significantly, though other skills did not change
much.
Pharmaceutical arts, binding type, active skill rank, level 5 LV111, 60/55500, effect 1, can create potions according to
the potion formula.
Effect 2, when creating potions of the same rank as the skill, success rate plus 230%.
Effect 3, when creating potions that exceed the skill rank, success rate plus 160%. Effect 4, when creating potions, there is a 20% chance to obtain an additional identical potion.
Consumption, spiritual medicine materials cooldown, 30 seconds after 2 days of intense practice. The
level of pharmaceutical arts had already exceeded 100. When refining potions that exceed the skill rank, the success rate is plus 160%. Moreover, a new effect had mutated, granting a 20% chance to obtain an additional identical potion. This is quite nice.
Pharmaceutical arts is a level 5 skill, corresponding to rare grade potions. He aimed to create legendary grade potions, which are just 2 ranks higher than rare, and with a 160% success rate, even if reduced due to the rank difference, the success rate remains very high. Preparing his tools, Zhou Chen began the refining process. With 3 types of spiritual medicine as the main ingredients, he had only 1 of each, which meant he could only refine once. But don't forget, his talent can reduce skill consumption by 80%. So, in reality, he could refine 5 times. High-grade potions require a much more complicated process than low-grade ones.
Zhou Chen was very patient, proceeding leisurely and at ease. Before long, a prompt sounded. Refinement successful.
You have obtained Jade Du Clear Spirit Liquid ×1.
You have additionally obtained an Jade Du Clear Spirit Liquid. Oh? Zhou Chen did not expect the additional potion chance to trigger so quickly. He continued. Time passed, and soon, the spiritual medicine in his backpack was completely consumed.
In front of him were 7 bottles of light green potion. The additional chance had triggered twice, and he had obtained a total of 7 bottles, which was quite good luck.
Zhou Chen exhaled
lightly, his expression becoming serious as he took out the pair of black wings from his storage bag. With a flash of black light, a pair of wings, covered in filth and exuding an extremely uncomfortable aura, stood on the ground.
Zhou Chen took 1
bottle of potion and poured it directly onto one of the wings.
Hiss! Immediately, there was a reaction.
The spiritual liquid flowed
over the wing, continuously dissolving the black filth.
However, the liquid was also gradually consumed in the process.
After 1 bottle, a portion of the wing's surface was revealed. Zhou Chen's eyes sharpened. The color of the feathers on the wing was not the pure white he had imagined, but a deep blood red. Wings of a fallen angel? Or demonic wings? Zhou Chen's heart was filled with anticipation as he continued to wash with the spiritual liquid. Hiss! Hiss! The filth continued to fade away. Gradually,
the entire wing was fully revealed, displaying an eerie blood red, emanating an inexplicable aura of evil and corruption.
But,
to Zhou Chen's surprise, the other wing also revealed a bit due to the effect of the spiritual liquid, and that was a pure white wing.
Wings of an angel interwoven with both corruption and purity? Zhou Chen had 1 last bottle of spiritual liquid left, and he immediately poured it on. Hiss!
The white wing was only slightly cleaned and then fell silent, with a large area still not revealing its original appearance.
Prompt: Jade Du Clear Spirit Liquid can no longer take effect on the target. As
expected, legendary grade potions still fall short, unable to reveal its full form.
Zhou Chen was not too surprised, his gaze falling on the wings.
At this moment, the mysterious wings had undergone a significant transformation. One side was a blood red wing filled with fallen evil energy, while the other was a pure white wing still tainted with large areas of pollution. Fallen Angel, wings of Griffith type, cloak, growth type rank, mythical level 1 star, 0/500W, attributes, divine power plus 10,000.
Health plus 100% double defense plus 50% evasion plus 50% movement speed plus 50% additional skills, divine power amplification, active skill.
Strength plus 100%, damage dealt to targets below divine level converted to true damage, consuming 10 divine power per second, lasting
until divine power is 0, no cooldown.
Aerial flight, unfold the wings of the fallen angel, granting flight ability, no consumption.
No cooldown.
Exclusive traits of the fallen wings, critical hit rate plus 100% critical damage plus 100% exclusive skills of the fallen wings, free will, awakens the free will of the fallen angel, ignoring control and barrier effects, lasting 120 seconds, consuming 500 divine power, cooldown time 180 seconds, instant cooldown.
Fallen will, the fallen evil of the fallen angel. Prevents the killed target from being resurrected, players revived by the system are not included and can be controlled freely.
Evil will, the fallen evil power of the fallen angel reduces any negative damage you receive, such as poison, curse, burning,
damage, etc., by 50%. Exclusive traits of the Holy Wings? Exclusive skills of the Holy Wings? Required level, none status.
Bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Description: Griffith was originally one of the strongest angels under the command of the God of Light, but fell due to the temptation of the Undyed in the war between gods and demons. His wings were forged by the into the wings of Griffith with both fallen and holy dual characteristics.
Tip: divine power is unique and will not increase due to the existence of clones. Tip: the wings of Griffith have not yet revealed their full form. Wow, divine power has come out. Am I going to become a god ahead of time? Although he had long known that this equipment was extraordinary, old Joe couldn't help but be surprised. The effects of this equipment are indeed formidable. Divine power amplification.
Plus 100% skill strength, and it even converts attacks into true damage.
Although it only works on targets below divine level, it is definitely domineering.
The attached free will skill is even more divine, and he will no longer have to worry about those barrier seals from the cult's old leaders.
Moreover, this equipment is also a growth-type equipment, with room for growth, and has not yet revealed its full form. The only regret is that divine power is unique.
This means that the clone shares his divine
power, rather than calculating consumption independently. Alright, it was worth the risk I took to steal you out. Overall, Zhou Chen was quite satisfied and equipped the gear.
Cloak equipment can be hidden. As long as Zhou Chen does not unfold his wings to fly, it will not be exposed.
As soon as he put it on, Zhou Chen immediately felt a drastic change in his attributes.
At the same time, there was an indescribable wonderful feeling.
Fly.
The passive skill attached to the equipment took effect, and mysterious wings unfolded.
Whoosh!
As soon as the effect was activated, Zhou Chen's feet left the ground, hovering in the
void.
At the same time, he was surprised to find that the wings of Griffith revealed their true form. Originally a pair of wings, they now transformed into 9 pairs of 18 wings.
This Griffith actually has 18 wings. Zhou Chen hovered in the
void, and with a thought, he immediately flew to another place. At first, he was a bit unfamiliar, but he quickly adapted.
Great! It will be much more convenient for adventures in the future.
He satisfactorily retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Next, Zhou Chen did not engage in anything, left the Dragon Guardian Guild base, and found a deserted place to casually practice skills to pass the time. In a few hours, the district dungeon would open, and Zhou Chen was filled with anticipation.
Today's Dawn City is extraordinary. Due to the district's dungeon, players from the Dragon Kingdom area who have reached level 30 are flocking to this city.
Since morning, the teleportation arrays connecting the city to others have been in constant use.
Almost every few seconds, someone emerges from the teleportation array. Their common goal is the bloody contaminated land outside the city.
Since the entrance appeared, a blood-red pillar of light has shot up into the sky.
Even from within the
city, one can see that blood-red pillar, so there's no worry about getting lost. All the major guilds and hidden masters from the Dragon Kingdom area have shown up today, heading straight for the dungeon entrance.
Look, that's Qing Jiao, a master
from Black Cloud City, the president of the Poison Overlord Guild.
I've heard his talent is related to poison, quite terrifying.
At one moment, a young man wrapped in purple-black mist stepped out of the teleportation array, drawing the attention
of those around him. Not long after, the teleportation array shifted, and a group of people emerged. The leader was a female player, stunningly beautiful, with silver hair and pointed ears, resembling an elf. The Firefly Guild from Silver Moon City. Isn't that Summer Firefly?
Just as mentioned in the forum, she has integrated elven blood, and she's so beautiful. Summer Firefly seemed accustomed to such scenes, not paying much attention, leading her guild members away leisurely. Subsequently, the light from the teleportation array continued unabated, with well-known masters or groups emerging from it from time to time.
Today, Dawn City is really lively. Players couldn't help but feel excited. The Holy Church, the Hall of Light.
Ever since Yiga took Blood Rose and others away, he had kept a few people in the Hall of Light for their baptism. As a believer in the divine and a high-ranking holy priest, Yiga could request the gods to bestow a baptism.
The Holy
Church, led by the God of Light, is a polytheistic organization, so the baptisms are of various types, such as baptism of light, baptism of life, baptism of thunder, etc.
Each type of baptism can greatly enhance the recipient's attributes.
Additionally, depending on the type, the focus of the attribute growth varies.
For example, the baptism of life not only enhances all attributes but also further strengthens life-related attributes and skills.
The same goes for other baptisms.
At this
moment, a magic array appeared in the hall with Blood Rose, Fire Dance, Unmatched Dominance, and the Flying Sky siblings sitting cross-legged within it. Various illusory forms of deities had already appeared above the hall, descending the light of
baptism, slowly infusing it into everyone's bodies. After a long while, Unmatched Dominance showed signs of pain as the baptismal radiance on him gradually faded. I've reached my limit, I can't bear anymore. He let out a breath, a look of joy
flashing in his eyes. I've endured 7 thunder baptisms, 5 life baptisms, and 4 light baptisms.
Saying this, he opened his character panel to check, my health has actually reached 3 million?
Haha, the baptism of the gods is indeed
powerful. At this time, others gradually finished their baptisms, each gaining rewards, with their attributes significantly enhanced. Is my sister still not done? At this moment, Fire Dance noticed that Blood Rose was still undergoing baptism, and it was the church's most esteemed baptism of light. It seemed that Blood Rose was particularly compatible with the baptism of light. She could no longer accept the power of other baptisms, but the baptism of light continued. Not bad. Yi Gu presided over the magic array, very satisfied with Blood Rose's performance. Being able to accept 15 baptisms of light shows that you are fully qualified to become a holy priest. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Unmatched dominance even felt a bit envious. Within the church, there are many professions such as light knights, light priests, thunder warriors, etc. Among them, the holy priest is the most special. It is said that the god of light is particularly fond of the believers of this profession. For this reason, the church even established a position for holy priests, with Yigu being a high-ranking holy priest. The bishop of the first main city, and even the pope at headquarters, are all holy priests, just differing in rank. YEG said that once the baptism is complete, they will gain new professions. If all goes well, Baki Wuxuan will obtain the profession of Thunder Warrior, while Blood Rose should become a lower-tier holy priest. In the end, Blood Rose completed the 16th light baptism. By the end, her attributes made everyone envious, with her health points reaching a staggering 8 million. Additionally, the light baptism would grant her a light element enhancement bonus, as well as an increase in the strength of light-based skills. It's easy to imagine how powerful she would be once she became a holy priest. After the baptism was completed, YEG facilitated the job changes for several people. Baki Wuxuan indeed became a Thunder Warrior. Flying Little Prince and Little Princess became Elemental Mage and Elemental Archer, respectively. Firework Sword Dance became a Light Swordsman. Blood Rose, on the other hand, became a lower-tier Holy Priest, gaining the Holy Priest profession and the specialized functional equipment Holy Codex. She also received a unique tier bonus for lower-tier Holy Priests, enhancing her attributes even further. Thank you, Lord YEG. Blood Rose felt the change in her strength and was immensely delighted. YEG looked at her with appreciation and said, "In the future, when the planes merge, you will need to help gather followers for our church. Do not be negligent." Yes, everyone replied in unison. By the way, today is the day the district dungeons open. Why hasn't Wanyue come out yet? Blood Rose suddenly thought. Young Master Wanyue, she had only seen him once in the church, and then he was taken away by Priest Krull, and he had not appeared since. YEG looked up, his gaze directed outside the main hall. I have already informed Lord Krull, calculating the time, it should be. Boom! Before he could finish, a powerful wave of energy surged in. The force was immense, even YEG was taken aback. Is my god descending with a miracle? His eyes were filled with disbelief as he rushed out of the hall. Blood Rose and the others immediately followed. Outside the bright hall, a divine phantom appeared in the air for some unknown reason. Everyone in the church was overwhelmed by the aura of that sacred phantom, kneeling and praying. YEG hurriedly flew towards that direction. Soon, he arrived at a certain area within the church. It was filled with divine statues, with regularly distributed rune pillars standing at the edges, forming a complement with the magic circle on the ground. My god! As he got closer and saw the cold and majestic phantom, YEG excitedly knelt down. Blood Rose and the others arrived and were similarly affected by the divine aura in this place, their hearts shaken, unable to resist an inexplicable thrill, and knelt down with YEG. Sorry to scare you. At that moment, the holy light enveloping the area suddenly dissipated, the phantom of the light god vanished, and a young man's voice echoed in everyone's ears. They looked up. All the strange phenomena and the brilliance of the magic circle disappeared. In the magic circle, two people were watching them. One was an elderly man in priest robes, Priest Krull. The other was tall and handsome, dressed in a white robe, with a halo of holy light floating above his head, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was none other than the president of the Manhwa Pavilion, the SS Level Talent, Holy Body of Light, young Master Wanyue. Moonlight? Blood Rose and the others were taken aback. It turned out that Moonlight had been here all along. Could it be that the god of light descended? A miracle because of him? Thinking of this, everyone felt an immense surprise in their hearts. How outstanding must Moonlight be to have the god of light bestow a miracle? At this moment, a strong sense of envy and jealousy arose within them. My god? Yeg was still immersed in the influence of the divine aura. Yeg, the rules of heaven and earth have changed. My god cannot descend, only a miracle can be bestowed. You are losing your composure. Priest Krull said with a light laugh. In fact, he wasn't much better off. Just a moment ago, when the miracle was bestowed, he was equally shocked. and worshipped it, not daring to be negligent. I see, so you're saying my god descended a miracle because of moonlight? Yeg stood up, sizing up. Moonlight.
Exactly, Krull confirmed, his tone filled with amazement.
Do you know?
He has endured no less than 100 baptisms of light.
What?
Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief.
100 baptisms of light?
Blood Rose had only endured 16, and her attributes were already vastly
different from the others. Yet Moonlight could endure 100?
The talent of the holy body of light was astonishingly strong.
This guy. The jealousy
in the eyes of the overbearing one was almost palpable.
Moonlight, what are your current attributes? Yeg asked excitedly. Moonlight smiled.
Lightly, full of confidence. My health has exceeded 70 million, and my defense is nearly 1 million, but that's just because of the divine gaze.
What did you say? Yeg's body trembled. Divine gaze?
Only then did he notice the holy halo floating above Moonlight's head.
Is this the legendary divine gaze? Indeed. Krull pointed at the halo.
This is a gift from my god to Moonlight, which can double all attributes and has many wonderful uses, such as immunity to control, mental attacks, and negative damage. Most importantly, he can borrow a portion of divine power from it to cast divine
power amplification. Krull couldn't help but exclaim, if I remember correctly, the current pope once received the divine gaze. Upon hearing
this, Blood Rose and the others felt even more envious.
Moonlight could actually be compared to the former pope,
although they had mentally prepared themselves and knew that Moonlight would definitely be stronger than them. The gap was indeed too great, leaving them with no motivation to catch up,
because that would be futile. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeg was overjoyed. Moonlight, well done. You truly did not disappoint me. Now, please let
Priest Krull help you change your class to Holy Prayer Master. Then, under Krull's guidance, Moonlight completed his class change.
Moreover, at the
moment he completed the class change, he became a mid-tier Holy Prayer Master and his attributes were further enhanced.
This is the Holy Codex.
Specifically for our church's Holy Prayer Masters, Yeg took out a codex and handed it to Moonlight, smiling.
With the blessing of the divine gaze. You can also utilize some 9th-tier skills with the help of the codex.
At this point, he remembered something and reminded, during the time you were
away, an adventurer claiming to be someone named Zhou repeatedly offended the church. If you encounter him in the district's dungeons, do not hold back.
I will definitely slay him, Moonlight replied confidently. Additionally, here is a complete set of level 35 legendary equipment that I specially
retrieved from the treasury for you. Krull handed a complete set of equipment to Moonlight.
Instantly, Moonlight's entire appearance changed dramatically. Holding a long cross, he was enveloped in a holy aura, resembling a divine child descending to the mortal realm.
So handsome. The little princess,
Hua Jianwu, couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart.
To be honest, I want to test my current strength. Moonlight glanced at everyone, his gaze landing on the overbearing one.
So, I'll trouble you to be a punching bag for a moment. His words were casual, as if it were only natural. As the words fell, with his left hand forming a sword gesture, a streak of light shot out in an instant.
You, the invincible Ba Chi Wu Shuang, never expected Wang Yu to strike suddenly. His body was enveloped in a layer of demon thunder crystal armor, yet he couldn't even withstand a moment. Sizzle! The streak of light pierced through his body, killing him on the spot. Instant kill. So strong, the little prince exclaimed. Well, I didn't
expect him to be so fragile, Wang Yu said indifferently, as if he had just crushed an ant. Seeing the scene, Yi Gu and Kolu'er were not angry. They had long noticed the thoughts of Ba Chi Wu Shuang and his companions, who seemed quite jealous. Wang Yu's actions were clearly meant to establish authority. At that moment, Kolu'er waved his hand casually, using the life resurrection skill to revive Ba Chi Wu Shuang. From now on, you shall respect Wang Yu and must not go against him, he said in a deep voice. Ba Chi Wu Shuang initially wanted to curse but, sensing Kolu'er's tone, immediately
shut his mouth.
The others were convinced and nodded in submission. This district-wide dungeon is of great importance.
Wang Yu, you must not disappoint me, Kolu'er continued.
If you encounter any adventurers or followers from other main cities, you must unite against them and not fight among
yourselves.
After a round of admonitions, Kolu'er, along with Yi Gu, personally escorted the group to the bloodied slaughtered dungeon. A place of bloody corruption. The once quiet wilderness was now bustling with activity. Players arrived in groups, defeating monsters along the way. For a time, near the blood column, no monsters could be seen moving. Instead, players were loudly communicating, creating a lively atmosphere. Some people hadn't even reached level 30 but followed the team just to join in the fun.
With so many players, a mix of talents, there was no outbreak of chaos. Because the city guard commander, Parker, had already arrived. He set up a magic array with skill scrolls, forming a safe zone, personally stationed in the center, and no one dared to act recklessly. The first district-wide dungeon was taken very seriously, even by the Lord's mansion. What a lively scene. Half an hour before the dungeon opened, Jo-chan arrived leisurely. Of course, he had changed his appearance, showing up as bossly, all meals included. At this moment, he was hiding in the crowd, observing casually as if nothing were amiss. The district-wide dungeon allowed all players in the Dragon Kingdom area who had reached level 30 to enter. This meant that all the experts from the Dragon Kingdom area would come. After a round of observation, Jo-chan indeed discovered many characters with deep auras. Looks like it won't be lonely inside. Seeing so many opponents, Jo-chan felt no fear, instead, he was even happier. The more people, the more fun. Caw! Suddenly, a loud bird call echoed from the sky, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. What is that? Everyone looked up. They saw a sacred light shadow, spreading its wings, flames dancing, breaking through the blood mist clouds, and flying towards them. Church dogs, Commander Parker, stationed in the center, snorted coldly. That is the flying mount of the Holy Church, the Radiant Fire Phoenix. Wow, so cool. Under everyone's gaze, a phoenix filled with a holy aura slowly descended. Wang Yu, Ba Chi Wu Shuang, and others walked over accompanied by Ko Lu Air and Yi Gu. The imposing presence of Ko Lu Air and Yi Gu made everyone feel inexplicably fearful, parting to make way. Thus, Wang Yu, walking at the front, immediately became the focus. Cousin. In front of the blood-red light column, seeing Wang Yu so close, he was incredibly excited. His backing had finally arrived. If Jo-chan dared to show up this time, he would definitely make him pay. Is that Wang Yu? People immediately noticed Wang Yu, who was radiating an extraordinary aura. Not to mention, just the halo floating behind Wang Yu made those with wavering wills feel an impulse to worship. So cool. I heard Wang Yu has been in seclusion in the church. Now that he has appeared, he feels unfathomable. In an instant, various exclamations arose. The president of Minuet Pavilion has finally appeared. If that Joe person disrupts his guild, it will be quite a show if these two meet in the dungeon. Someone suddenly thought. By the way, hasn't Big Brother Joe come? I don't know. Maybe he's using some method to hide himself? After all, he's offended too many people. People looked around, but where could they see Jo-chan's figure? Is he the one called Wang Yu? Jo-chan finally saw the person he had been competing with for the top of the leaderboard. The other party was indeed extraordinary. Jo-chan's inside eye fell on the buff halo above the other's head, and he could only see the name, but no specific information. It feels like discovering a new toy. In the crowd, Jo-chan licked his lips, thinking to himself. Soon, with a burst of light, the blood-red pillar changed dramatically, transforming into a massive light gate descending. Server-wide announcement, players in the Dragon Country region, please note, the regional dungeon Blood-Red Slaughter is officially open. The announcement echoed throughout the server. Blood-Red Slaughter activated. Finally opened. Brothers, charge. I don't know what the situation is inside. Once we go in, try to gather together as quickly as possible. The portal to the dungeon appeared, and the players were incredibly excited, rushing towards the entrance. Jo-chan mixed in with the crowd, not teaming up with anyone, entering alone. That rogue must have used some means to conceal himself, blending in with the crowd. Yi Gu looked at the crowd, hesitating whether to use his abilities to drag Joe out. But in the end, he did not take action. The commander of the city guard, Parker, appeared here, naturally targeting the cult. If he took action, the other side would definitely take advantage of it. Soon, the players disappeared one by one into the portal. You have entered Crimson Slaughter, in the number 10 slaughter zone, where danger lurks everywhere. Please be careful. You have obtained Heart of Slaughter ×1. You have obtained Slaughter Survival Manual ×1. The chat channel for this survival zone is now open. Feel free to speak. Accompanied by the prompt sound, a flash of light appeared, and Jo-chan found himself in a desolate area. He immediately entered stealth, restored his appearance, and observed his surroundings. Looking down, he saw a large teleportation array beneath his feet, which also served as a resurrection point. The area was extremely spacious. The ground outside the teleportation array was dark brown, and a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Light flashed continuously as other players arrived, appearing near Jo-chan. They were on high alert, quickly checking if anyone they recognized was in the same area. Jo-chan opened his backpack to check the Heart of Slaughter and Slaughter Survival Manual. Heart of Slaughter, type, exclusive item 4. Crimson Slaughter rarity, level 1, 0/10,000, attributes, none effect 1, absorb slaughter crystals dropped by monsters or other hearts of slaughter to level up and gain attribute bonuses. Effect 2, after the third phase ends, you can choose to comprehend the Heart of Slaughter. With a certain probability of grasping the essence of slaughter, the higher the level, the greater the success rate. Effect 3, if you already possess the essence of slaughter, comprehending the Heart of Slaughter will enhance the level of the essence. Description, a core item. For bloody slaughter, death has a certain chance to drop it, please be careful. Tip, when multiple hearts of slaughter are present, only the highest level one takes effect. Clearly, this Heart of Slaughter is the focus of the dungeon. The Slaughter Survival Manual serves as the dungeon's instruction manual, detailing the rules for players' actions. The main points are as follows. 1. The Heart of Slaughter can grow. Killing players has a certain chance to drop their Heart of Slaughter. 2. The dungeon will spawn monsters, which will drop slaughter crystals. Absorbing these crystals can help the Heart of Slaughter grow. 3. There are penalties for death in the dungeon. Death will result in a loss of level, but players will not be sent out of the dungeon. As long as they are willing, they can remain even if killed to level 0. Of course, they can also choose to leave voluntarily. 4. The dungeon lasts for a total of 36 hours. According to the manual, the dungeon terrain is a super large double-layer circular area. The first phase takes place in the outer layer survival area of the first circular zone, divided into 18 slaughter survival zones lasting 12 hours. Players must cultivate the Heart of Slaughter to a certain level in the first phase to enter the second phase, otherwise, they will be eliminated. The second phase also lasts 12 hours, taking place in the inner layer survival area of the second circular zone, divided into 6 slaughter survival zones. Finally, players whose Hearts of Slaughter meet the level requirements will face off in the center zone, the final survival area, during the third phase. The dungeon has a long duration, and players can log off to rest in between. However, in the final phase, all players who entered the dungeon must be online. If players are not online, their game characters will automatically appear, forced to participate in the final level. Lastly, there are 2 criteria for dungeon rewards. First is survival time. The longer you survive in the blood-soaked slaughter, the higher the rewards you receive upon elimination. Second is the level of the killing heart. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. Interesting. Zhou Chen quickly finished reading the instructions. At this moment, more and more players were arriving, already numbering in the hundreds. This was just one arrival point. The survival area was vast, and there were certainly more players in other locations. Players were on high alert with each other while using the chat channel to find teammates. Brothers of the Fatty Guild, gather here. I'm a level 32 solo priest with plenty of healing, looking for strong teammates, no noobs. The chat channel became lively. Although the dungeon allowed for mutual slaughter, the situation was still unclear, and killing monsters could also yield items to upgrade the killing heart, so many players chose to team up. Soon, groups began to form. Everyone be careful, monsters are spawning. As players arrived, the dungeon rules began to take effect. Not far away, flashes of blood-red light appeared in succession, and the first batch of monsters emerged. Zhou Chen curiously looked over. Blood Abyss Hellhound? Blood Abyss Flame Demon? Were these not the monsters he had seen in the dangerous area outside Maple Leaf Town, Cold Glass Plain? That place was an ancient battlefield, and the monsters there were no joke. Could this blood slaughter dungeon be related to the ancient races? While Zhou Chen pondered, players had already engaged the monsters. He didn't rush to act but observed under stealth. Blood Abyss Flame Demon LV30, type, Special Dungeon Monster Health, 1,794,000 attack power, 3,785 spell power, 3,948 physical defense, 4,479 magic defense, 4,860 skills, Flame Whip, Fire Resistance Ring, Flame Breath, Fireball Barrage, Flowing Fire Shield, Damage Reduction, Life Enhancement. Description: an evil creature brought to this world by the very dangerous. A minor monster, yet its attributes are comparable to the golden level bosses outside. Zhou Chen calculated the difficulty of the dungeon. At this moment, more than 20 monsters charged toward them, engaging in fierce battle with the players. The players immediately sensed the strength of the monsters. Fortunately, the blood slaughter required level 30 to enter, so the players who made it in were well equipped. As everyone attacked, the monster's charge was contained. Zhou Chen raised his hand to attempt to steal from a flame demon. Steal failed. A cold prompt sounded. Is the dungeon mechanism targeting me? Zhou Chen was not too surprised. This was a full-area dungeon, not comparable to the small skirmishes of the adventurer's town. The power of the mechanism was naturally stronger. Of course, it was too hasty to judge that stealing was completely ineffective in the dungeon. Subsequently, Zhou Chen took turns trying to steal from different monsters. Steal failed. Steal successful, you gained 5 silver coins. Steal failed. The attempts had both successes and failures. Indeed, the dungeon's power only reduced the success rate of stealing. It did not render the skill completely ineffective. Understanding this, Zhou Chen revealed a smile and waited a moment before continuing to try. Steal successful, you gained killing crystal ×1. The sudden prompt surprised Zhou Chen. These monsters were quite poor, and the items stolen were quite trashy. However, the dungeon instructions mentioned that monsters could drop killing crystals, so Zhou Chen wondered if he could steal them directly, and he indeed succeeded. He opened his backpack to check. Killing crystal, type, dungeon exclusive. Item grade, first grade LV30 effect 1, integrating into the killing heart grants growth value equals crystal level times crystal. Grade. Effect 2, can be used for transactions related to the survival shop. Description, an important item for blood slaughter can be used to enhance the killing heart. Tip, this item is a dungeon exclusive item, and once you die it will drop 100%, please be careful. A level 30 killing crystal can increase growth points by 30, not bad. Zhou Chen closed his backpack and looked at the intense battle scene deep in thought. Now, as long as he wanted, he could immediately take action and kill all these people and monsters. But after thinking it over, Zhou Chen did not attack these people. Because he had come up with an interesting idea, a plan called pig farming was officially launched. Boom! At this moment, as the players launched their attack, an inferno demon was killed. Coincidentally, it was the very one that Zhou Chen had just stolen from. Ha, we took down one first. Brother Tianya is right, let's send others to hold the monsters. While we elite fighters concentrate our strength to kill one, taking them down one by one for maximum efficiency. Hearing these praises, Zhou Chen's heart stirred, and he looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a familiar face, the vice president of the Manhwa Pavilion, Jiqi Tianya. Jiqi Tianya had already collaborated with other groups to be the first to kill an inferno demon. Everyone is too kind, but please maintain the spirit of teamwork. We must not fight among ourselves, we all need to strive to reach the 3rd stage. Exactly. As he spoke, Jiqi Tianya ordered someone to collect the loot. Brother Tianya, it's strange. The person sent to collect the loot returned dejectedly, that inferno demon only dropped some silver equipment. And gold, no killing crystals. What? Jiqi Tianya was taken aback. Impossible. He was clearly displeased. The survival manual states clearly that monsters drop crystals. Did you guys keep them for yourselves? Brother Tianya, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. The person hurriedly defended himself, and others corroborated that they indeed did not see any crystals. Could it be that the crystal drop rate isn't 100%? Someone speculated. Forget it, let's kill a few more and see. For some reason, Jiqi Tianya had a bad premonition. Could it be that he would run into that guy right after entering? He quickly dismissed his own speculation. Nonsense, if Zhou Chen were present, with that fierce nature, he would have already gone on a killing spree, leaving no room for him to act. Boom! Just as Jiqi Tianya hesitated, another monster fell. Brothers, we got killing crystals, 2 of them. A player quickly picked up the monster's loot and shouted happily to his companions. Whoosh! Just as the words left his mouth, several rogues emerged from stealth, launching a surprise attack and immediately killing that player. Following that, the rogues snatched the crystals that had fallen to the ground and quickly fled. In the blood-soaked chaos, players could harm each other, and someone finally couldn't hold back. Damn, some bastard stole the crystals. Damn it, stop them. However, there were still monsters interfering, and the rogue players acted swiftly, ultimately managing to escape. What a bold move, daring to steal from me, Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen watched the scene unfold and quietly pursued. As for Jiqi Tianya and the other players? No rush, let them fatten up first before slaughtering them, let them show off. For a while, Zhou Chen left under stealth. It really is fastest to just grab it directly. The rogues fled and stopped in a deserted place, feeling elated. Brothers, let's split up first. If we see someone killing monsters, use friend messages to notify everyone to gather. If the other side has many people, just grab the crystals and run. If they have few, not only grab the crystals but also take them down. Boss, that's a good idea, brilliant. Clever, really clever, let's do it this way. The group chuckled mischievously and was about to split up. Whoosh! A sound of air braking suddenly rang out, and plum blossom darts shot towards them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The group was completely caught off guard, all hit before they could even use their defensive skills and were instantly killed. 2 blood-red crystals rolled to the ground. The one who struck was Zhou Chen. He collected the crystals, focused his mind, and used Eye of Insight to look into the distance. His vision was quickly drawn closer. Upon observation, Zhou Chen discovered that with the arrival of players, the entire killing survival zone became restless. At regular intervals, monsters would spawn continuously.
These monsters were highly aggressive, constantly searching for players.
Under the influence of the dungeon's mechanics, the survival zone was filled with relentless fighting. Do your best to fight. In the end, all your achievements will be mine.
Zhou Chen did not help those players, nor did he compete for monsters.
He entered
stealth, exploring along the way, and finally found a place where no players could be seen.
The slaughter begins. Zhou Chen created a clone, revealing himself and attracting the surrounding monsters.
The Blood Abyss Flame Demon, Blood Abyss Hellhound,
and the Petrified Siren immediately called over upon seeing the sudden appearance of a human. Justice is righteous, the power of fury. Roar! 8 black dragons suddenly appeared, transforming into endless blades of light. Evil Dragon's Wrath plus Life. Devour. Due to the SS Level Demon Race Talent's Blood Abyss Holy Contract and Fallen Angel's Wings, Zhou Chen's attack power and health skyrocketed.
Especially his health, which was nearly 10 million. Therefore, the damage from Life Devour underwent
a super qualitative change.
With this strike, he couldn't be bothered to consume health for increased damage.
Boom! The blade light slashed through, shattering all the defensive blows on the monsters, killing them instantly. You killed Blood Abyss Hellhound. LV30, experience plus 2040. You killed Blood Abyss Flame Demon LV30, experience plus 2140. You obtained Silver Grade Equipment times 1. You obtained Slaughter Crystal times 1. You obtained Slaughter Crystal times 1. In the moment of the monster's death, Void Hand immediately activated, collecting all the drops, feeling quite comfortable. Zhou Chen simply spread out with his clone, violently attacking any monster he saw, facing almost no obstacles. Time passed joyfully in the hunt. 5 hours later. In a
canyon, the ground was littered with monster corpses, and traces of raging energy were rampant.
Okay, upgrade the Heart of Slaughter. Zhou Chen exhaled lightly and opened his backpack.
He was now level 38, and the experience required for leveling up was
very high.
Even though the dungeon monsters were strengthened, the experience he received was pitiful due to the level difference. However, after a few hours, he had accumulated a pile of slaughter crystals in his Sumi backpack.
Consume a first tier
LV30 Slaughter Crystal, your Heart of Slaughter growth value plus 30.
Consume a second tier LV35 Slaughter Crystal, your Heart of Slaughter growth value plus 70. Your Heart of Slaughter growth value is full, level up. Zhou Chen split off a clone to
operate with him and quickly consumed all the slaughter crystals. The upgraded Heart of Slaughter glowed faintly with bloodlight, clearly different from before. Heart of Slaughter, type, blood-colored slaughter-specific item grade, level 12, 50/1200000. Attributes, health plus 120,000, effective only in dungeons, same below, attack power plus 1,200, spell power plus 1,200, dual defense plus 1,200, additional effect, chance type skill success rate plus 2%. Effect 1, absorb monster drops of slaughter crystals or other hearts of slaughter to level up and gain attribute bonuses. Effect 2, after the third stage ends, you can comprehend the Heart of Slaughter with a certain chance to grasp the essence of slaughter. The higher the level, the greater the success rate of comprehension. Effect 3, if you already possess the essence of slaughter, comprehending the Heart of Slaughter will enhance the level of the essence. Description: a core item for bloody slaughter, with a certain chance of dropping upon death. Please be careful. It actually adds so many attributes and can enhance chance effects, too bad it only works in dungeons. One must admit, the Heart of Slaughter is indeed a core item for dungeons, and the attributes after upgrading are quite good. Very well, it's been several hours, my free laborers should have fattened up by now? Zhou Chen let his clone out of the canyon, spreading his form and swiftly darting away. The wild wind brushed against his face, and a smile crept onto his wickedly charming face. Let's slaughter. In the outer survival zone, somewhere in Area 10. Boom! With a loud roar, a flame demon fell under the player's attack. Silver gun bro. Another one down. A member of the Overbearing Guild exclaimed with joy upon seeing the flame demon collapse. Collect the crystals well. Let's go kill the next one. Overbearing Little Silver Gun was enveloped by a golden figure, exuding great power, and immediately led a dozen
people to attack a blood-hell demon dog.
Thanks to the influence of the overbearing guild, Little Silver Gun had acquired the special
class of Divine Warrior, greatly enhancing his strength.
After entering, he gathered a group of former guild companions, nearly 100 people. The group worked together, with others holding off the encountered monsters while Little Silver Gun, as the Divine Warrior, led the elite fighters to take them down one by one. The tactics were very effective, as the collected killing crystals increased. Little Silver Gun gathered resources to prioritize upgrading his and the elite fighters' killing hearts. Their combat power grew higher, and the efficiency of killing monsters improved accordingly, gradually forming a virtuous cycle.
As long as they maintained this, before the end of the first phase, he and the elite members' killing hearts should qualify to enter the inner survival zone. Before long, the last monster also fell under the group's attack.
Ha, Silver Gun bro, this wave yielded 38 soul crystals, with 3 being second tier.
After the battle, a member reported the results.
Hand all the soul crystals to me for review. Little Silver Gun revealed a satisfied smile, stating matter-of-factly,
at this rate, we should be able to bring a group into the inner zone. If we encounter the boss there,
we can hand over all our killing hearts to him, and his strength will surely increase. Little Silver Gun thought to himself.
However, they did not notice that several stealthy figures had already appeared behind them. Overbearing people? Zhou Chen did not expect to encounter
familiar faces so soon.
Although these people no longer bore the guild emblem due to the destruction of the overbearing guild, he recognized Little Silver Gun's lackey.
What a coincidence, meeting a thief to settle old scores. You all better brace yourselves.
Zhou
Chen and his clone immediately closed in, targeting Little Silver Gun and the elite members beside him.
However, at the moment of attack, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zhou Chen and his clone. Divine power amplification. An indescribable strength filled their bodies. At that moment, Zhou Chen seemed like a deity descending to the world, his momentum astonishing. Under the divine power amplification skill intensity plus 100%, theoretically, the success rate of stealing would also double.
Of course, in theory, but whether it could be achieved in practice was uncertain, but Zhou Chen was sure that the success rate would undoubtedly soar.
Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the theft was executed, Little Silver Gun and the others felt a peculiar force descend, and something on them was taken away. Theft successful. You have obtained Killing Heart LV 6 times 1.
Theft successful. You have obtained Killing Heart LV 4 times 1.
Theft successful. You have obtained Killing Crystal times 21. Theft successful. You have obtained Dark Gold level equipment times 1. After 8 successful thefts, a series of success prompts rang out. Divine power amplification is amazing. Zhou Chen was ecstatic.
In this wave, he directly stole several people's
killing hearts from the opposite side.
It should be noted that the drop rate of this item is not as high as that of killing crystals, and
defeating the opponent might not even yield it. Stealing it directly was simply exhilarating. Bastard! Ah, my killing heart! Damn!
My killing heart and the crystals on me are gone.
Where's my 40-meter great sword?
At this moment, Little Silver Gun and the others
went crazy.
Especially Little Silver Gun, whose previously smug expression turned incredibly ferocious. It was no joke, their killing hearts had almost consumed all the crystals of the entire team, and being stolen was equivalent to all their hard work over several hours
going to waste.
There's a thief! Little Silver Gun roared in anger, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Wait, can
a thief steal the Heart of Slaughter? Not good, everyone run.
Thinking of that possibility, the overbearing Little Silver Gun was startled.
Zhou is nearby, run.
This statement fell like a bombshell, leaving everyone terrified.
Die. As soon as they moved, Zhou Chen's evil dragon's fury immediately descended, and white light flickered in the arena.
With just one move, the overbearing ones died cleanly. Scattered on the ground were the hearts of slaughter and slaughter crystals, along with some equipment, which immediately entered Zhou Chen's backpack under the effect of the void hand.
Comfortable Zhou Chen felt a wave of satisfaction inside. The development of events was just as he had anticipated.
Those with teams indeed chose to prioritize concentrating resources to cultivate the elite combat powers.
Hearts of Slaughter.
This made him very pleased. Next, just like before, he would find those powerful groups and directly steal the Hearts of Slaughter from elite members. If others wanted to run, he would just kill them. He could take as many Hearts of Slaughter and crystals as he wanted, as long as he got the Hearts of Slaughter from the elite members. In this wave, Zhou Chen collected a total of 23 Hearts of Slaughter and over 100 slaughter crystals. Among them, there was one Heart of Slaughter that reached level 6.
No need to.
Say, it must belong to that unfortunate overbearing little silver gun.
No wonder capitalists love to rob, this really is an unchanging way to get rich.
Overbearing little silver gun. Brothers and sisters of Survival Zone 10, be careful, Joe is in this area. I have already had my heart of slaughter stolen by him. Everyone should hide if you can. Just as Joe Chen was counting his spoils, overbearing little
silver gun issued a warning to everyone in the area chat channel. What the hell? That plague god appeared in this area? Damn. How did I end up in the same area as him? How can I protect the heart of slaughter I worked so hard to level up? Woo woo. Everyone unite to resist him.
At this moment, the area chat channel was filled with cries of despair, showing Joe's notorious reputation.
Hee, exposing me? Just right, saves me the trouble. Joe Chen was about to continue his actions when he noticed the changes in the chat channel. An idea
formed in his mind, and he immediately spoke up. Absolutely not working, Joe. Attention players of Survival Zone 10. Attention players
of Survival Zone 10.
All guild groups must gather at the coordinates 7845-8654 near the arrival point within half an hour and contribute hearts of slaughter containing 80% of the team's slaughter crystals to me, otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Individual players can form groups to pay. I will record for your leader to ensure there are no misfires.
I promise, this is a one-time fee for this stage, and I will not raise the price for any reason.
Additionally, the 4 guilds of overbearing, fireworks, flying sky, and bright moon pavilion are not included. I prefer to rob you directly. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence
in the chat channel. What the hell, are you dreaming? You son of a dog, you are Joe, right? Don't think just because you're arrogant in Dawn City that no one can deal with you. I'm a well-known boss in Skywind City. You think you can scare me? Here we go again? Joe, are you addicted to extortion?
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Blood Slaughter is a regional dungeon, so there are naturally
players from outside Dawn City in Survival Zone 10. These people had not experienced Joe Chen's beatings and were somewhat unconvinced. Of course, those who had experienced the beatings had a different opinion. I love Fat House Happy Water. Hello, big brother Joe. Didn't expect to meet you here. We will arrive at the arrival point soon to offer the Heart of Slaughter. My heart is eternal. Greetings.
To big brother, I will prepare the Heart of Slaughter for you right away. Please wait. Where there is one, there is another, and immediately many guild groups softened. They are all from Dawn City and know the power of Zhou.
As the saying goes, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Since they can't win, it's better to pay the protection fee early to avoid more terrifying torment later. Are you all sick? How can you agree to such ridiculous demands? You are all big shots in the guild, prominent figures. Are you really willing to be exploited like this?
Outside the resurrection point, Xiao Xiang stared at the chat channel, completely baffled.
Are you kidding me?
Others see you as sheep to be slaughtered, and you still happily step
forward? Where's your dignity? Where's your backbone?
Not just Xiao Xiang, many players in the channel scoffed at those who were being submissive.
Faced with the ridicule of these people, those who back down had their reasons. I love Fat, what do you know?
Jode is someone who can even dismantle the guild base. I can't provoke him if you're not afraid
of death. Go ahead.
Besides, the first phase hasn't even reached halfway yet. Handing over 80% of the gains to the big shot means you can rest easy, and with the remaining
time, you can sprint for a chance to enter the second phase.
My heart is eternal. What Fat said is very true. You outsiders have never experienced the beatings from the big shots. Just wait and see how you regret it later.
You bunch of cowards.
Joe is probably just bullying you colorful pens to feel inflated. Damn it, I've decided to come to Dawn City to develop and bully you trash players. Those outsiders still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and continued to look down on My Heart is Eternal and others.
Meanwhile, My Heart is Eternal and the others seemed too lazy to argue and didn't reply. Looks like there are still some sensible people.
Joe Chen revealed a satisfied smile.
He temporarily stopped searching for targets and headed towards his designated arrival point.
First, he would collect the protection fee, then he would visit others later.
Ever since equipping the Fallen Angel wings,
Joe Chen's speed increased again.
Even though the survival area was vast, he only took about 20 minutes to return to the original arrival point.
At this moment, a crowd had gathered here, representatives from various groups coming to pay Joe Chen the protection fee.
Welcome, everyone. Joe Chen appeared outside the arrival point. Smiled at the crowd. You all brought the killing hearts, right? The big shot is here. We brought them.
The representatives gathered around.
This includes 80% of our
Guilds killing crystals, a total of 3 pieces, with the highest level reaching level 8. A chubby player with the ID I love fat smiled as he handed the killing heart to Zhou. Chun. Joda, long time no see, please accept the killing heart. My heart is eternal also didn't dare to be verbose and handed over the killing heart. Soon, various groups, including some casual players, presented their killing hearts. Zhou Chen recorded the faces of all the representatives. He had the eye of insight, with powerful mental attributes. When the time came, he would only need to take a glance to know whether the target group had paid the protection fee, ensuring no mistakes. Rest assured, I will definitely not harm any of you. With that, Zhou Chen was about to leave. Zhou! Dare to openly threaten us, you will die today. Suddenly, loud shouts erupted outside the arrival point. A group of players charged over with great momentum. What a bold move, really daring to come collect protection fees. The guilds of Dawn City are a bunch of cowards, being ridden on by a casual player. This is good, that guy must have collected quite a few killing hearts, let him hand them over. The group stopped outside the arrival point, their eyes fixed on Zhou Chen at the front, their expressions unfriendly. What are these guys doing? They seem to be players from Tianfeng City? I've seen them on the forum, they wouldn't want to take action against Joda, would they? Indeed, Joda currently possesses a frightening amount of dungeon resources, no wonder these people are tempted. As the crowd spoke, that group had already formed a stance. No way? They came to cause me trouble? What a nice surprise. Zhou Chen squinted his eyes, leisurely watching without stopping them. Boss, they are players from outside Dawn City, they're probably coming for you, be careful. The chubby gamer hurriedly said to Zhou Chen, that guy is Ri Tianwei Hao from Tianfeng City, the president of the Hao Yen Guild. Just now, he and others were cursing you in the chat channel. At this moment, Ri Tianwei Hao walked out with 3 high-level players, all of whom displayed their levels, reaching level 34. Are you Zhou someone? Ri Tianwei Hao immediately recognized Zhou Chen, who stood out in the crowd. Hand over the dungeon resources immediately, or I'll kill you at this resurrection point until you reach level 0, until you give up the dungeon. Are you really here to rob me? Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile. Interesting, don't rush, I have a lot of stuff, I'll call someone to give it to you in batches. Zhou Chen's mana flowed, creating 7 clones, and he used divine power to amplify. He wants to make a move. Beat him until he submits. Boom! Ri Tianwei Hao and the others had long been ready, and seeing Zhou Chen create clones, they immediately launched their attack. The mana energy in the arena fluctuated violently, and countless skill lights poured down. Knight's Guardian, Earth Shield, Evil Blood, Ice Body Protection. Zhou Chen and his clones line up, simultaneously casting multiple defensive skills, standing in front of everyone. The opponent's attacks fell, but for a moment, they couldn't break through. He and his clones aimed at the few people in front and used theft. You have obtained Heart of Slaughter LV7 times 1. You have obtained Slaughter Crystal times 34. You have obtained Dark Gold level equipment times 1. A series of prompts came in succession. In an instant, Ri Tianwei Hao and the others' expressions changed dramatically. My Heart of Slaughter? No way, he can steal from this. Far away? You're looking for death. Quickly return our Heart of Slaughter. Although they already knew someone's stealing ability was strong, experiencing it firsthand made them realize what was going on. Damn it, just a mere thief, really thinks highly of himself? Ri Tianwei Hao suddenly charged out. He swung hard, and the diamond-level shield in his hand transformed into a golden stream of light, smashing towards Zhou Chen and the others. Brother Hao is making a move. He is a special class granted by the Guild Holy Shield Mountain. With both offense and defense, his defense and attack power are astonishing. Let someone spit out all the resources he took. Seeing Ri Tianwei Hao unleash a powerful strike, his companions were filled with anticipation. The golden stream of light from the shield instantly descended above Zhou Chen, transforming into a small mountain entwined with light runes, crashing down heavily. Roar! But at that moment, Zhou Chen made his move. The black dragon roared and struck. Endless blade light swept out. Above and below, there was black blade light, flashing with blood-red brilliance. Wrath of the evil dragon plus life devour. Boom! The blade light surged past, mercilessly shattering the golden mountain peak. In the next moment, all the defensive shields hastily constructed by Ri Tianwei Hao and the others shattered, and white light flickered in the arena. Ri Tianwei Hao felt the black blades sweep past like a storm. All the people around him died cleanly, leaving only him. Moreover, he was also at low health. It's Should be noted that he was a shield guard possessing the advanced class Holy Shield Mountain granted by the guild, with astonishing defense from top-notch equipment and the defensive skills of Holy Shield Mountain.
And yet, he was almost killed in an instant? Not bad, you actually didn't get killed instantly.
Zhou Chen saw Ri Tianwei Hao and wasn't too surprised. Because the divine power amplification was not on cooldown and could be turned off at any time, he only used it to amplify theft to reduce divine power consumption.
Otherwise, this kid would have died long ago.
Immediately, the plum blossom dart flew through the air, hitting the opponent.
Swish! Ri Tianwei Hao transformed into white light and instantly appeared at the resurrection point of the summoning array. Run!
Fat and the others quickly distanced themselves from the group of newly revived people.
Then, Zhou Chen smiled at them and said, "It seems you all said you wanted to kill me and bring me back to level 0, right?" With that, a clone summoned the wrath of the evil dragon. "Stop! Let's talk."
Faced with the wrath of the evil dragon, Ri Tianwei Hao and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly used
their skills to escape.
However, the range of the evil dragon's wrath was too large. As soon as these people ran out of the resurrection point, they were immediately hit and killed again.
When they revived, another clone released the evil dragon's wrath. "Zhou, are you satisfied now? Just stop, or I won't let you off."
Ri Tianwei Hao, did you really lead us to seek this kind of perverse trouble?
Damn your ancestors. Boss, we were wrong, please let us go. This group finally understood why Zhou, a mere essayist, could dominate Dawn City. No way, everyone?
Seeing this, Fei Zhai Kuai Lishui's chubby face smiled so much that the flesh piled together.
What happened to your dignity? What happened to your backbone? Ixa and Yonghong also added fuel to the fire. Didn't you all think Dawn City was weak? Why are you begging for mercy now?
Boss, it was all Ri Tianwei Hao's instigation. Just kill him, and we'll admit defeat. You guys are such bastards, so ungrateful. Ri Tianwei Hao cried out in despair. He really wanted to leave the dungeon, but once he did, he would be cut off from this entire district's dungeon.
Begging for mercy is useless. Die. Zhou Chen disregarded everything and once again ordered his clone to release the evil dragon's wrath. I can't take it anymore. Finally, when the fifth evil dragon's wrath fell, someone chose to give up and leave the dungeon. After dying 5 times and losing 5 levels and not knowing how Zhou would retaliate next, it was better to leave quickly to minimize losses. "Zhou, I will definitely get back at you." Leaving this harsh remark, Ri Tianwei Hao reluctantly disappeared from the spot, also choosing to give up and leave the dungeon. Is this how it ends? Am I really that terrifying? Zhou Chen was speechless. In fact, he just wanted to kill them a few times for fun. After all, he had other things to do and wouldn't waste time on them forever.
If they had held on a little longer, Zhou might have gotten bored.
If Ri
Tianwei Hao knew his thoughts, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood.
After all, there were still a few hours left in the
first phase, and if Ri Tianwei Hao didn't leave, he still had a chance to enter the second phase.
After dealing with these small karami, Zhou Chen stealthily left.
He and his clones spread out, searching for targets everywhere.
Anyone who hadn't paid the protection fee would be ambushed first, then directly killed. Thus, similar scenes began to appear in Survival Zone 10. Players were killing monsters
when the leaders suddenly noticed that their killing intent or killing crystal had disappeared. While they were still puzzled, a black blade light fell like a rainstorm, instantly killing a large group.
Damn, my killing intent. Zhou, if you keep making enemies like this, you'll definitely face retribution. Damn it, everyone unite to fight against him. In the chat channel, calls for retaliation were incessant.
At this time, those who had already paid the protection fee, like Ixa and Yonghong, simply banded together to kill
monsters, increasing efficiency. They killed monsters while watching with glee as the boss tormented those untested outsiders, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction.
At a monster spawn point in the survival zone, the overbearing little silver gun had just led
his subordinates to finish off a batch of monsters.
He had already received a new killing intent from other members.
It must be said that the big guild members were indeed powerful. In just a short time, Little Silvergun's killing intent had reached level 2, not far from level 3. Your killing intent has been stolen.
Suddenly, a prompt sounded, and Little Silvergun felt his liver tremble.
Zhou, I curse you. Boom.
He hadn't finished speaking when the black dragon roared, drowning out his voice, and this group was killed.
Again.
One of Zhou Chen's clones emerged from stealth, activating the void hand, and all the items dropped by these people were picked
up. Continue. The clone disappeared and left. Brothers, Zhou is in the same area as us. From now on, the thief group must not rest. And must always monitor the perimeter of the team. If any suspicious situation arises, everyone must evacuate immediately. At another location, a young man set his shield on the ground and spoke to the guild members in front of him. This guy looks a bit familiar? A clone of Jochin searched this place and felt that he seemed to have seen that person before. After a moment of thought, he remembered. That person was named Huahua Qingyu, a high-ranking member of the Huahua Guild who had entered the Gate of Good and Evil dungeon. Together with Lud Rose. So, these people are from the Huahua Guild? Zhou Chen immediately reached out towards Huahua Qingyu from a distance. Whoosh! The shield beside Huahua Qingyu inexplicably disappeared, and he also noticed that the killing crystal he had just received from his subordinate had vanished by more than half. Not good, Zhou is here, run! Huahua Qingyu shouted loudly and took off. Running. But his actions were destined to be in vain. Zhou Chen unleashed the wrath of the evil dragon, and no one survived the scene. Boom! Boom! The roar of the black dragon echoed from various positions in Survival Zone 10, each time representing the death of many. Damn it, all my killing crystals were taken by him. So arrogant, simply a beast. What to do? Are we just going to let him slaughter us? In the chat channel, the outsiders who had originally gathered with great momentum to prepare to attack Zhou Chen were all defeated. Hee, I told you to admit defeat early, but you didn't listen. How do you feel now? Hee, I'm watching you, keep being tough, don't back down. Noticing this, those who had already paid the protection fee seized the opportunity to counterattack. These outsiders, full of themselves, had previously claimed that no one from Dawn City was here. Now let's see how long they can stay tough. Don't be smug, do you think everyone is as spineless as you Dawn City people? I, Wang Jinza, would rather die than bow my head, even if I get killed to level 0 and can't enter the second phase. You up there, don't drag me into your iron bone nonsense, I'm scared. I want to pay the protection fee. I take back what I said before, there are no cowards in Dawn City. When faced with such a freak, I admit defeat. Damn, count me in, let's form a group to pay. No way? You guys? The expressions of those who had previously vowed to fight to the end were quite something. Thus, Zhou Chen continued to steal and violently kill, intimidating the entire survival Zone 10. During this time, many accepted reality and joined the ranks of those paying protection fees. Others, with their iron bones, insisted on fighting him to the end, but ultimately were scared into paying the protection fee. There was no choice, Zhou Chen was too fast and had the eye of insight to expand his vision. As long as he was willing to spend time, most people in the survival zone would be found by him. The only difference was the time it took. Therefore, only a small number of people could miraculously escape a calamity. Additionally, many outsiders were unwilling to admit defeat to Zhou Chen but lacked the strength to resist, ultimately cursing and retreating from the dungeon, exposing the matter in the server-wide chat channel to denounce Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen didn't care at all and continued to do as he pleased. Time passed, and with an hour left until the second phase, an announcement suddenly rang out. Dungeon announcement, congratulations to the players who have persisted until now, the first phase is coming to an end. In 5 minutes, a Shura Elite will spawn at a random location. Killing it will yield high-level killing hearts and a large number of killing crystals. Shura Elite? It must be a special boss. The boss spawns at a random location, we still have a chance, let's kill it if we encounter it. Just as the players were filled with anticipation for the upcoming Shura Elite, Zhou Chen's voice echoed in the chat channel. Absolutely no working. Zhou players in Survival Zone 10, please note that the Azura Elite has been reserved by me, do not touch it. Anyone who discovers the Azura Elite must report immediately, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Bandit. Robber. In the Survival Zone number 10, somewhere on the edge, Jiqi Tianya led a team of about 300 people, just finishing a battle. They had been operating in the border area, aiming to avoid a certain Zhou brother. Tianya, don't worry, if that Zhou dares to come, we won't be pushovers, we'll make him suffer a great loss. A young man approached Jiqi Tianya to comfort him during the team's rest. The name displayed above the young man's head was Gufan Yuanying, from the main city outside Dawn City, belonging to the same faction as Jiqi Tianya. Gufan Yuanying possessed the powerful support class Wheel of Fate Saint, inherited from the Goddess of Life. He had originally been an arrogant person, but after seeing Wang Yue's appearance before entering the dungeon, he realized that the other party was the main character of their faction. Therefore, when he met Jiqi Tianya, Gufan Yuanying immediately sought to cooperate with him, hoping to ride on Wang Yue's coattails. Yes, why be polite? If he dares to come, we will take him down together. A woman in a luxurious robe beside Gufan Yuanying. At code. She was Gufan Yuanying's girlfriend, with the game name Shunlun.
That guy is quite terrifying. Even if we carry the faction skill scrolls, it's best not to confront him.
Jiqi Tianya pretended to show a calm
expression and smiled. As long as we enter the second or third phase and meet my cousin, that will be his end.
Wan Yue is indeed strong, but I'm no pushover either. With the faction skills in play, if Zhou dares to cause trouble, I'll make him know his own weight. Gufan Yuanying declared proudly. Dungeon announcement: congratulations to the players who have persevered until now, the first phase is coming to an end. In 5 minutes, an
Azura Elite will spawn at a random location. Killing it will yield high-level killing hearts and a large number of killing crystals.
We need to farm the boss. Upon hearing the announcement, Gufan Yuanying was instantly
delighted. Everyone, quickly send out thieves to spread out. As soon as the boss spawns, find it as soon as possible. Jiqi Tianya was also very interested in this boss and was about to make arrangements.
Do not work.
For Zhou players in the survival zone number 10, please note that the Azura Elite has been reserved by me. Do not act recklessly, report immediately if you find the Azura Elite, or bear the consequences.
Zhou Chen's voice rang out at that moment. Jiqi Tianya, who was about to act, froze like a mouse encountering a cat. Ha! Directly reserving the boss? This guy has some nerve. Hearing Zhou Chen's robber declaration, Gufan Yuanying, who had been somewhat hopeful, couldn't help but curse.
Originally, Zhou Chen's rampant plundering had made them feel like they were fleeing everywhere. Wandering in the border area felt very humiliating, and now even the boss was going to be taken by this guy. It seemed as if all resources in the survival zone number 10 had become Zhou's private property. Did this guy think he was playing a private server?
Should we go fight for it?
Because Gufan Yuanying had previously made bold claims, Jiqi Tianya asked this.
The announcement said the boss's location was randomly refreshed, and if they were lucky enough to find it first, they might really be able to kill it.
Unexpectedly, Gufan Yuanying closed his eyes, assumed a deep and profound demeanor, then slowly opened his eyes and said leisurely, sometimes avoiding the sharp edge is also a brilliant tactic.
Jiqi Tianya.
Okay, continue upgrading the killing hearts. As the boss was about to spawn, Zhou Chen stopped plundering.
After a search, it could
be said that 90% of those still resisting in the survival zone number 10 had already been beaten by him. Among them, a large number had their will to fight collapse and chose to leave the dungeon.
At that moment, Zhou Chen sank his consciousness into the Shumi backpack.
Inside, there lay a mountain of killing hearts and a large number of killing crystals.
Killing hearts differ from killing crystals in that their contribution to growth value is 1/5 of the current level cap. Zhou Chen roughly estimated that he had collected about 2,000 killing hearts. Of course, most of these were level 1 or level 2 killing hearts, with higher levels being relatively rare. As for the crystals, there were so many that they were countless. Consume 1 killing heart LV2, growth value plus 4,000. Consume 1 killing heart LV5, growth value plus 10,000. Consume 1 second stage LV35 killing crystal, growth value plus 70. The avatars and the main body operated together, and the secondary items in the backpack were consumed frantically. The prompts for upgrading the killing hearts kept ringing in Zhou Chen's ears. Level 13, Level 14, Level 15. With a wealth of resources, Zhou Chen's killing hearts upgraded at a speed akin to riding a rocket. Soon, all resources were exhausted, and Zhou Chen opened his backpack to check. Killing heart type, blood red killing exclusive item quality, level 54, 845/540000, attributes, health plus 540,000, effective only in dungeons, same below, attack power plus 5,400 spell power plus 5,400 dual defense plus 5,400 additional effect, chance-based skill success rate plus 10%. Effect 1, absorbing killing crystals or other killing hearts dropped by monsters can increase level and gain attribute bonuses. Effect 2, after the third stage ends, one can comprehend the killing heart, with a certain chance to grasp the killing essence. The higher the level, the greater the success rate of comprehension. Effect 3, if one already possesses the killing essence, comprehending the killing heart will enhance the essence level. Description: a core item for bloody slaughter, death has a certain chance to drop, please be careful. Level 54, barely acceptable. Zhou Chen closed the backpack. At this moment, the time was up, and the announcement rang out. Dungeon announcement: the Azura Elite in this area has respawned. Zhou Chen did not go looking, he opened the regional chat channel and directly asked those who had paid the protection fee, like Fatty and Eternal, to search. They had a lot of people, so they should be able to find it quickly. Sure enough, not long after, a message came through the regional channel. I love Fatty's happy water. Boss, the Azura Elite has been found. I'll add you as a friend to discuss in detail. Zhou Chen replied, no need, just tell me the location directly, and I'll see which little brat has the guts to snatch it. Damn, so arrogant. Those outsiders who had been beaten by Zhou Chen gritted their teeth in hatred upon seeing his message. Of course, they cursed privately and didn't dare to say it in the channel. Fatty's happy water then revealed the location. Zhou Chen entered stealth mode, activated all speed buffs, transformed into a magic dragon, and swiftly headed towards the location. Soon, he arrived near a landing point and revealed his true form. Boss. Fatty's happy water had specially come to this area and approached Zhou Chen upon seeing him appear. I've been watching around here, no one dared to come. Zhou Chen nodded slightly, good, you're very considerate. If I encounter you in the second stage, I'll waive your protection fee once, now leave. Thank you, boss. Fatty's happy water was delighted to hear this and hurriedly led his people away. Zhou Chen walked forward. He saw a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall standing with a knife on the open ground. The monster had solid muscles, exuding a sense of power, with dark brown skin, a hideous and ugly face, and blood-red eyes, resembling the legendary Azura demon. Azura Elite LV40 type, Azura Clan, branch of the Special Dungeon Monster rank, Elite, one of the rank classifications, Health. 68,518,000 attack power, 28,233 spell power, 27,115 physical defense, 38,652 magic defense, 37,986 skills, annihilation / blood fury / elite soldier summon, Azura battle body, Azura battle soul, blood shield, will to kill, dominance, instant flash, gale step, life enhancement, attack enhancement, defense enhancement, critical hit resistance bonus. Description: an elite warrior of the Azura clan, bound here by the rules of bloodshed, unable to escape. Another monster from the, it seems there are quite a few branches. In the observation room, Zhou Chen had already appeared in the Azura Elite's line of sight. The monster was quite irritable and aggressive immediately. Swinging its large blade, the blood-colored magic surging violently, transforming into a massive blade light that slashed down. Shadow Dragon. Flash. Zhou Chen instantly flew away, appearing behind the Azura Elite. At the same time, 7 clones emerged. Illusion Eye. 8. Mental attack skills were unleashed. The Azura Elite was just turning to continue its attack when suddenly a sharp pain struck its head. And it felt a blood-colored aura erupt from its body, furiously shaking off the mental attack. Divine Power Amplification. Righteous. Justice. Fury of Rage. Zhou Chen unleashed all his firepower, activating buffs and executing a combo, Fury of the Evil Dragon plus Life. Devour plus Deathmark plus 8 million life value damage increase. He now had tens of millions of shield value, completely disregarding his health. Moreover, the attack from Fury of the Evil Dragon had a lifesteal effect, allowing him to freely consume health and fight recklessly. 8. Black dragons roared out, turning the area into an infernal hell, with blade light rampaging. A look of horror flashed in the Azura Elite's eyes, frightened into activating all defensive and life enhancement skills, attempting to escape through displacement. Azura Battle. Soul. Azura Battle Body. Blood Shield. Instant Flash. Although the Azura Elite's reaction was already at its peak, the range of fury of the evil dragon was simply too vast. A mere instant flash could only evade a few hundred meters, how could it escape? Boom! A loud rumble echoed. And the shadow of the Azura Battle Soul covering it shattered instantly, the blood shield unable to withstand even a moment. Minus 12,877,890. Plus 5,151,156, lifesteal effect, minus 25,755,780, critical hit. 8 incredibly terrifying damage numbers erupted above the Azura Elite's head. Even though the Azura Elite still had a defensive enhancement skill, Azura Battle Body, Zhou Chen's consumption of 8 million life value damage increase could provide 24 million attack power. How could the Azura Elite withstand that? The blade light rampaged through. And with a loud bang, the monster's towering body fell powerless, turning into a corpse. Instant kill. You have killed Azura Elite. LV40, experience plus 200,000. A flash of light passed, and Zhou Chen's experience finally filled up, reaching level 39. The monsters in the killing dungeon gave very low experience, but Zhou Chen's high efficiency in killing monsters allowed him to steadily level up. The void hand activated, and everything dropped by the Azura Elite entered his backpack. Zhou Chen opened it and indeed found a level 15 killing heart. And over 100 second-tier killing crystals. The Killing Survival Manual stated that once the killing heart reached level 10, one
Could enter the second stage, so a level 15 killing heart was indeed quite good.
There's still about 40 minutes before I can enter the second stage. I can't just sit here and be bored to death. Joe Chen, feeling bored, opened his friend list and sent a friend request. To I Love Fat. Big shot, what can I do for you? Fat was taken aback and immediately asked. I've been unable to find that guy Ji. Chi Tianya, you have more people, help me spread out and look for him. Chi Tianya? Fat replied, my people have encountered them before and were killed once. They should be hiding at the edge of the western part of the map. I'll send someone over right away. No need, even if you find them, it will probably alert them.
Since we know their general location, I'll go personally.
With that, Zhou Chen ended the communication and flew towards the western part of the map with all his might. With his speed, he arrived at the western edge in less than 20 minutes.
Then, he created 7 clones, spreading them out to conduct a carpet search.
The results were even smoother than Zhou Chen had anticipated. The group of Chi Tianya was moving in multiple directions, making quite a noise while hunting monsters. Zhou Chen sensed movement in a certain direction and used his insight eye to vaguely see the silhouettes of players. He stealthily approached and indeed found the people he was looking for. Chi Tianya and his group were leisurely hunting monsters here.
Seeing their calm demeanor, it seemed many of them had already reached the second stage of their killing intent.
Want to level up without paying taxes? Zhou won't agree.
Zhou Chen waited a moment, created 7 clones in the shadows, and activated stealth to slowly get closer. When the distance was right, he and his clones reached out towards Chi Tianya and the people around him.
Based on Zhou Chen's experience in snatching, these guild groups would generally prioritize upgrading the killing crystals for their leaders. So, it was definitely correct to target those few leaders directly. Divine Power Amplification. Steal times 8.
Steal successful, you have obtained killing intent.
LV 15 foot times 1.
Steal successful, you have obtained killing intent LV 13 times 1. Steal successful, you have obtained killing crystal times 143. Under the amplification of divine power, the success rate of stealing skyrocketed, and a flood of notifications came in.
What the hell? What's going on?
In an instant, among those who were stolen from, some noticed their killing intent had vanished, while others
found their equipment had inexplicably disappeared, their expressions extremely vivid. Not good, it's Zhou. Chi Tianya, having a psychological shadow of Zhou Chen, immediately realized the key. Bingo, it's me.
Zhou Chen revealed himself, a cat and mouse smile on his face.
I said I would destroy you, and I keep my word. Seal the demon array.
Chi Tianya hurriedly gathered runes and unleashed a
powerful skill from the exorcist class.
A law array filled with talismans protected him and Gufan Yuaning and the others.
This law array could trap enemies and, when used on allies, provided defensive capabilities and could weaken certain special attacks. You are Zhou? Just as disgusting as the rumors say. At this moment, Gufan Yuaning personally experienced the feelings of the players from Dawn City.
His reaction was not slow. As soon as Chi Tianya's skill was released, he threw out a scroll. Buzz! A massive light curtain descended from the sky, enveloping this group of people.
8th tier skill, Light's Protection Absolute Defense. Another layer of turtle shell.
Zhou Chen was no stranger to this skill, having dealt with the cult more than once. Of course, this skill was nothing to Zhou Chen now. He just wasn't done playing yet. Killing this group might not guarantee the killing intent would drop, so stealing was faster.
A few seconds
later, Zhou Chen, through the void and a layer of defensive barrier, reached out towards the others.
Divine Power Amplification. Steal. Swish. Swish.
One by one, killing intents, crystals, and equipment were stolen by him.
My killing intent. No way he can steal. Even through the defensive barrier, that's just too disgusting.
The people who were stolen from gasped sharply.
These outsiders finally deeply understood the value of the leader of Dawn City. Comfortable Zhou Chen looked quite pleased. It must be said that the divine power amplification was a tremendous boost to the stealing skill.
Although the recovery speed of divine power is several times slower than that of mana, the divine power enhancement skill has no cooldown and can be turned on and off at any time.
Therefore, Zhou Chen only uses
divine power when releasing the theft, greatly saving on divine power consumption. 10,000 points of divine power is more than enough.
Even absolute defense can't stop his theft? Hearing the complaints of his subordinates, Gufan Yuaning could hardly believe it. This is an 8th tier skill. If even this skill can't be defended against, what level of thief is Zhou someone? Is he a god of thieves?
In an instant, the group led by close at hand, far away found themselves in a dilemma.
If they ran, leaving the absolute defense would likely mean death.
If they stayed, that guy's thievery was terrifying, he could almost steal the heart of Slaughter every time he struck. Ultimately, they couldn't stand the feeling of being treated like sheep to the slaughter, and with the mindset of trying to escape as
many as possible, they decided to scatter in different directions. Seal the demon dragon spirit roar. Blessing of the goddess of life. Elemental storm.
Having made their decision, close at hand, far away acted, unleashing a massive dragon filled with exorcism.
Talismans roaring as it charged towards Zhou Chen.
Lonely Sail, distant shadow cast a life-based skill from the Wheel of Fate.
Class.
His girlfriend, Deep Blue, as an elemental mage, conjured a storm composed of various elemental powers to strike at Zhou Chen. Once the skills were released, they didn't care about the outcome and ran for their lives.
Want to escape? Dream on. Zhou Chen saw
through their intentions and immediately struck.
Divine power amplification. Wrath of the evil dragon. As the evil dragon roared,
the world dimmed and only the blade light rampaged.
The talisman dragon charging with a roar was sliced into nothingness by the blade light. The elemental storm exploded violently. Ah!
As the blade light swept through, everyone in the arena turned into white light, and
even the absolute defense barrier was ruthlessly shattered.
Just as Zhou Chen thought everyone was dead, he saw 3 streams of life.
Energy manifest in the arena.
Lonely Sail, distant shadow, Deep Blue, and close at hand, far away all appeared from the streams of
light. Revival skill?
Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. Indeed, Lonely Sail, distant shadow possessed the special class Wheel of Fate,
inherited from the goddess of life.
The skill he had just cast, Blessing of the Goddess of Life, was a group revival skill that could
bring multiple targets back to life, including himself. Run! As soon as they revived, the 3 separated, attempting to escape. Whoosh!
Zhou Chen and his clones struck simultaneously, using the technique of plucking flowers and leaves to launch plum blossom darts,
hitting the 3.
Their shield skills had long been used and had not yet recovered, and they were instantly killed by Zhou Chen.
They will revive at the nearby summoning array. Continue. Zhou Chen opened the map and rushed to the nearest summoning point. In the air,
the shadow of the magic dragon flashed 8 times, and Zhou Chen and his clones were already over 20 miles away.
At the summoning
point, close at hand, far away, and the others had just revived.
Zhou Chen's strength actually crushes us this much. Lonely Sail, distant shadow, still bore a look of shock. That guy shouldn't be a believer of the gods, right? How can he be this strong? Even if he has S level talent or above, isn't that too exaggerated? He had thought that no matter how strong the opponent was, he could at least exchange a few blows. But the result?
The 2 sides were completely worlds apart.
My cousin will definitely not let him go. We should leave. Oh no! Before close at hand, far away could finish speaking, a figure quickly approached, and it was Zhou Chen, the one he hated the most. Sure enough, he's here.
Seeing this, Zhou Chen and his clones launched an attack.
Phantom Flash. Backstab. He moved
at lightning speed, and although the 3 tried to dodge, they couldn't shake him off and died once again.
Enough! Upon reviving,
close at hand, far away said angrily, all our hearts of slaughter have been stolen by you. What more do you want?
Are you suffering from amnesia?
Zhou Chen sneered. I said, your guild, and your proud guild leader cousin, I will destroy all of you.
You are too much. Yeah, go ahead and bite me.
Zhou Chen and his clones raised their hands, and the plum blossom dart shot out.
Swoosh! Swoosh!
The sound of hidden weapons hitting their bodies rang out, and the few died once more.
Zhou Chen, I'm waiting to see the day you get annihilated by the cult.
Leaving this parting shot, close at hand, far away chose to exit the dungeon in extreme rage.
Having
lost the heart of slaughter and leaving before even the first phase was completely over, it was clear he wouldn't receive any good rewards. The lone sail faded into the distance, and his girlfriend knew well the power of that certain Zhou, so they could only accept their
misfortune and also gave up the dungeon to leave. The Holy Order?
I will destroy those fanatics sooner or later.
Zhou Chen didn't take
the threat from the departing group seriously. With these few people driven away, there was still a bit of time left before the second
phase began.
Zhou Chen casually hunted monsters nearby, and if he encountered any that hadn't paid the protection fee, he would easily
take them down.
Soon, an announcement came, dungeon announcement, congratulations to all players, the second phase of Bloodshed has
officially begun. Players with Killing Heart at level 10 should go to the teleportation array at the arrival point and choose to enter the inner survival zone. If you do not enter the inner zone within 20 minutes, it will be considered a forfeit. Finally here. Woohoo, I hope I don't run into that bandit in the second phase. Too many tiers, we originally had 3 people who could enter the inner zone, now only I can go. Damn, keep it down. If that plague god hears us, don't drag us down with you. At each arrival point, players bid farewell to their companions who could enter the second phase, expressing their feelings, often mentioning a guy named Zhou. Zhou Chen also found an arrival point, entered it, and chose to head to the inner zone. A flash of teleportation light passed. You are currently in the inner survival zone number 6. The survival shop has been opened, you can exchange killing crystals for resources. The inner survival zone has survival bases, occupying a survival base is beneficial for survival. As the prompts sounded in his ears, Zhou Chen realized he had entered the inner zone. He immediately went into stealth mode, observing his surroundings. The inner survival zone was completely different from the outer zone. In the distance, there were rumbling sounds, and the ground trembled slightly. Zhou Chen used his inside eye to look, and saw that monsters were densely packed in the distance, seemingly searching for targets to hunt. Each monster's aura was stronger than those in the outer zone, with significant increases in attributes and levels. Moreover, the types of monsters had increased. In addition to the blood-hell demon dogs and flame demons seen in the outer zone, there were also large Azura earth dragons and killing vanguards here. Wow, so many monsters. Everyone, get into formation, the monsters are coming. While Zhou Chen was observing, other players arrived, and the distant monsters seemed to sense them, charging this way. Zhou Chen ignored them and quietly left in stealth. The gameplay of the second phase was a bit special. First, there was the survival shop, where killing crystals could be exchanged for items that increased attributes. For example, 21st level killing crystals could be exchanged for a bottle of life essence potion, which could increase the maximum health by 1000 after consumption. Additionally, there were items to enhance attack power and spell strength limits. However, these effects only worked in the inner zone and would disappear upon entering the final survival zone. Besides the survival shop, there was also the setting of survival bases. Survival bases were randomly distributed in the inner zone, and players could enter them and choose to leave their names at the core of the base for a period of time. As long as no one came to compete for it, the base core would belong to the one who left their name. Next, players could cultivate the base core by sacrificing monster corpses, killing hearts, or killing crystals to it, allowing the base to grow continuously. When the second phase ended, the base core would transform into a killing heart. Moreover, the more resources the base core absorbed, the higher the level of the killing heart it would transform into. Therefore, Zhou Chen needed to scout out the locations of the bases in advance. He wasn't particularly interested in the bases themselves, but he was very interested in the base cores cultivated by others. Is this the base? Zhou Chen explored everywhere while sneaking around and soon found a base. The initial base was very simple, only about 100 square meters in size, with an altar in the center and 4 arrow towers at the edges. In the altar, there was a floating purple crystal which was the core of the base. The core crystal in front of Zhou Chen appeared semi-transparent and illusory. At this moment, if he clicked on the crystal and chose to leave his name on it, the base would be activated, allowing the use of the defensive arrow towers. However, the base core had a strong attraction for monsters. Once activated, monsters would come to attack. Players needed to protect the base and offer monster corpses or secondary items as sacrifices to the core crystal. As the base grew stronger, they could use the protective barrier. At the same time, the base needed to be guarded at all times because if there was no one to protect it, any outsider could enter and leave their name on the crystal, causing the base to change ownership. Right now, Zhou Chen had not left his name. Not only that, he even opened the chat channel and anonymously posted a message. A certain player, there is an unoccupied base at coordinates 3659-2756, those with strength should rush to occupy it. Don't ask me why I'm saying this, and don't ask me who I am. I do good deeds without leaving a name. What? You guys couldn't enter the second stage? In the 6th survival zone of the inner layer, Dominance learned through friend communication that Xiao Inxiang and others had been forced to leave the dungeon by Zhou Chen. Not just Dominance, but also Huahua, Feitian, and Mingyue Pavilion members, anyone who was in the same area as Zhou Chen had been tormented by him. After ending the communication, Dominance's expression darkened. He had originally thought that since there was no limit on the number of players in the district dungeon, he could let his guild members enter to gain an advantage. However, things did not go smoothly. Xiao Inxiang's side was completely wiped out. The situation for the others was not much better. In the end, he only saw
Over 400 guild members in the inner layer, and after absorbing their killing intent and killing crystals, his killing intent level only reached level 32.
How's the situation behind
him? A blood rose dressed as a holy priest asked. Hearing the voice, Dominance felt slightly better. Meeting blood rose in this area at least increased their chances.
Not too good. Most of my people have been eliminated.
Even those who haven't been eliminated probably can't enter the final survival zone if they weren't in the same area as us.
Upon hearing this, Blood Rose
was not too surprised. As expected, after all, it's a district dungeon and the competition is fierce.
It's already lucky that we have so many people meeting in the same area. Now we have about 900 people combined.
Let's first send a group of thieves to scout the base location. We can lead the members to kill monsters and exchange the dropped killing crystals for
items to enhance their strength.
As long as we find the base, we can rely on it to grow stronger. After some discussion, the two took action, leading their members to kill monsters and
collect killing crystals. Suddenly, Dominance noticed an anonymous message in the chat channel.
Someone revealed the location of a base, he said in surprise.
Could it be a trap?
Blood Rose was a bit skeptical.
That place isn't too far from us. Let the thieves check it out.
Whether it's a trap or not, if there really is a base, we'll take it,
Dominance said arrogantly and immediately made arrangements. Not long after, the scouting thieves reported back, "Boss, there really is an unoccupied base here and there's no one nearby."
Really?
Dominance
was delighted to hear this, but then hesitated.
Could there really be such a kind person? Could there be a conspiracy? He couldn't help but think.
But clearly developing through the base
core was a good thing. What kind of fool would reveal the news of the base? The news has come back, the base information is true. What do you think?
Bocce felt it was better to ask Blood Rose.
I don't understand either, Blood Rose replied, equally puzzled.
Maybe some bored solo player discovered the base, realized they couldn't defend it, and just decided to announce it.
Bocce Wu Shuang felt there was some truth to this and was immediately intrigued. Should we go and take it over?
Blood Rose pondered for a moment and said, let's go.
As the instance progresses, the monsters will definitely increase. It won't be easy without a base.
Once the base grows stronger, its protective barrier will be more solid than the war barrier.
Even if the other side has a scheme, we won't be afraid.
I think the same. The two settled on their plan and quickly led their members out, soon occupying the survival base that Zhou Chen had visited. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was still on the move. To increase efficiency, he separated from his clone and explored everywhere. His speed was unmatched, and with the advantage of infinite stealth,
exploration was quite convenient.
Every time he discovered a base, he would announce it anonymously.
Thus, strange phenomena began to appear in the inner layer of the 6th survival zone.
Player, a base with no unfounded coordinates 1899-3266, strong players hurry to occupy. Player, a base with no unfounded coordinates 3345-4966, strong players hurry to occupy.
What's going on with this little brother? Why does he keep reporting base locations? Wouldn't it be better to trade them with other groups? Probably thinks he can't defend it and is too lazy to bother. What a good person.
Finally, players began to discuss Zhou Chen's strange actions. Seeing this, Zhou Chen immediately replied anonymously, everyone, don't be surprised.
I'm just a warm-hearted person.
My mom taught me to help others since I was little, and helping others gives me an inexplicable sense of satisfaction.
Wow, what a good guy. Thanks, man. We just occupied a base.
If you need a base for protection, just contact me directly.
Woo, there are still good people in the world.
I was disgusted by that Zhou guy in the outer layer.
Finally got lucky this time. The chat channel was lively. Zhou Chen ignored it and continued exploring, occasionally reporting locations.
He reported a total of 10 base locations, almost
covering the entire survival zone.
At this moment, he was in an edge area where he could hardly see anyone besides himself.
He stopped exploring and began leveling up nearby. The monsters
in the inner layer survival zone were of a high level, providing more experience than those in the outer layer. He was already level 39, and the last time he reached level 30, his bloodline
had changed.
He estimated that there would be another change at level 40, which would increase his combat power again.
In stealth mode, Zhou Chen didn't walk far before noticing a wave of monsters.
Most of the monsters in the inner layer acted in groups, and sometimes there would be a Shura Earth Dragon or Slaughter Vanguard among them, resembling a leader.
The wave of
monsters before him was led by a Shura Earth Dragon.
It was a stout creature, resembling a large worm, with countless pitch-black spikes on its surface, exuding a dangerous and evil aura.
Azura Earth Dragon Type, Otherworldly Demon Race Creature, Special Boss in Dungeon Rank, Elite Level Health, 84,518,000 Attack Power, 30,233 Spell Power, 23,174 Physical Defense, 46,312 Magic Defense, 43,986 Skills, Azura Battle Body, Will to Kill, Dominance, Earth Escape, Quicksand, Poison Needle Dance, Spiked Forest, Falling Boulders, Gravity Confinement, Defense Enhancement, Life Enhancement, Critical Damage Immunity, Damage Reduction, Self-Healing. Description: an evil creature raised by the Azura clan, possessing some bloodline of the Azura race. The attributes of this monster reveal the difficulty difference between the inner and outer zones. In the outer zone, an Azura elite only spawns near the end. However, the Azura Earth Dragon can occasionally be seen in the inner zone, with attributes even higher than the Azura elite. Of course, this is still a piece of cake for Zhou Chen. Shadow Clone Technique. 7 streams of light flew out from his body, transforming into clones. Divine Power Amplification. Justice is Righteous. Fury of Power. With the buffs applied, Zhou Chen and his clones consumed 8 million health points to deal increased damage, launching a combined attack. Boom! It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The evil dragon roared out, transforming into endless blades of light, and all the affected monsters, including the Azura Earth Dragon, perished. You have killed Azura Earth Dragon LV40, experience plus 300,000. You have killed Blood Prison Hellhound LV40, experience plus 4,000. A large number of monsters turned into Zhou Chen's experience points. After finishing this wave, Zhou Chen continued to search. With the discovery of the survival base, some monsters had already been drawn by the mechanism, heading towards the activated base. Therefore, Zhou Chen needed to spend some time looking for monsters. After dealing with this wave, he immediately separated from his clones to search for other groups of monsters. By now, he had revealed the location of the base entirely. Those people wanting to cultivate the core of the base would likely need several hours. Of course, Zhou Chen could also directly reveal his identity and extort them as he did in the outer zone. However, who among those who could enter the inner zone lacked some skills? These people probably wouldn't easily back down. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they might choose to leave in anger. Such examples were not uncommon in the outer zone. Therefore, Zhou Chen decided to hold back for now, waiting for them to cultivate the base core before making a move to seize it. In the meantime, he focused on leveling up. Time passed little by little, and Zhou Chen, like a merciless harvester, reaped the lives of one monster after another, turning them into his own experience points. Boom! At a certain moment, a thunderous combined attack struck again, shaking the ground. You have killed Killing Vanguard LV40, experience plus 300,000. You have killed Petrified Siren LV40, experience plus 5,000. Your level has increased to level 40. Finally, the light of leveling up flashed from Zhou Chen. You have reached level 40, the Shadow Evil Dragon Bloodline effect has been enhanced. Just as Zhou Chen expected, the Shadow Evil Dragon Bloodline indeed had changes. He was about to check when an unexpected prompt followed. Congratulations on reaching level 40, you meet the awakening conditions. You cannot level up until you awaken. Would you like to choose the awakening difficulty? Awakening? Zhou Chen was taken aback. It turned out that this game had this setting: reaching level 40 required completing an awakening, or else one could not level up. Choose awakening difficulty. Since he couldn't level up without awakening, Zhou Chen naturally couldn't back down. Starting the awakening qualification assessment, you can choose the awakening difficulty after the assessment is complete. Tip: the awakening qualification assessment will consider your game experience, talent, attributes, equipment, skills, and other factors to list the corresponding difficulties for selection. Immediately, a beam of spiritual light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Zhou Chen. In an instant, Zhou Chen felt a strange sensation, as if this light was scanning him. In the next moment, a virtual light screen appeared before him, vividly displaying all his experiences since entering the game, vigorously hunting rabbits in the small woods outside Maple Leaf Town, stealthily stealing from the boss for the first time, daringly entering Lonely Windcliff, and taking advantage of the chaos to steal from the Flame-Winged Tiger. Then causing a ruckus in Maple Leaf Town, being chased into the cold glass plains. A series of adventurous experiences flashed by one after another. Soon the screen ended, and a system prompt echoed in his mind: your game experiences, talents, attributes, skills, and equipment are all among the top tier of current players. Congratulations, your overall qualifications meet the hidden requirements, granting you the qualification to receive the hidden unique awakening difficulty. Superstar level difficulty. Hidden difficulty? While Zhou Chen was still in shock, a light curtain displayed before him.
1 star.
Awakening. Randomly receive an awakening task, with relatively low difficulty, generally achievable by those who reach level 40.
2 star awakening, randomly.
Receive an awakening task, with slightly higher difficulty, requiring level 40 and full silver grade equipment as the passing standard.
3 star awakening.
The light curtain listed multiple awakening difficulty information, the last one being the superstar level difficulty.
Superstar level awakening, task difficulty is unimaginably high, divided into multiple stages, considered nearly
impossible for anyone among billions to pass, possessing uniqueness. Tip 1. Awakening failure allows you to reselect a lower difficulty awakening task, except for 1 star level.
Tip 2. If awakening fails, the attribute gains obtained during the awakening period will disappear. Is it really true that not even 1 in a billion can pass? Is it that exaggerated? Zhou Chen immediately became excited.
High difficulty means unimaginable benefits after awakening.
Moreover, this is a unique awakening, only he meets the requirements, how could he not choose it?
I choose the superstar level awakening difficulty.
Zhou Chen extended his hand and gently tapped on the light curtain.
You have received the superstar level awakening task, current first stage. Congratulations, you have received the unique superstar level awakening task, triggering hidden reward attribute manifestation, 30%.
Tip: this attribute manifestation
will trigger when you log off, and your physical body in reality will gain 30% of your current game attributes.
What?
The suddenly arriving hidden reward exploded in Lao Zhou's mind like a bomb.
Attribute manifestation? Game. Attributes merging with the physical body in reality? I can't be hearing this wrong, can I?
Even though Zhou Chen had seen many storms in the game, he felt it was unbelievable at this moment.
Is it true that game attributes can be brought into reality? Wouldn't that make him a superhuman? With his current attributes, even if only 30% were brought into reality, that would absolutely belong to the superhuman level, an invincible existence. This is too incredible. After the shock, Zhou Chen fell into deep thought. He had long felt that this game was off, but it was merely a guess. He never expected this game to be so explosive, capable of bringing attributes into reality. Does this mean that in the future, the game world will merge with the real world? Zhou Chen seemed to see a vision of the future world. At that time, the old order would be overthrown, and the world would welcome an era ruled by the strong.
Moreover, as the game develops, those legendary gods might break through the limitations of the heavenly rules and descend into this world. By then, Zhou Chen, who had offended the Holy Church, would surely find himself targeted by the gods, hunted down by countless divine followers and even the gods themselves. This really, just thinking about it feels thrilling.
Damn it, getting me all excited. In the desolate outskirts, amidst the scattered monster corpses, a certain pervert's muttering echoed.
Suddenly receiving explosive information, even someone as strong as Zhou Chen was stirred for a moment. He exhaled lightly, calmed his emotions, and then remembered that he still didn't know what the first phase of the awakening task was. He opened the taskbar to check. Superstar level awakening task, first phase task content: accumulate 10 billion experience points to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to refine the body. Task deadline 90 days. Task reward unknown. For a few seconds, there was silence all around until the sound of angry curses broke out.
Are you kidding me? 3 months to gather 10 billion experience? Zhou Chen almost thought he was seeing things.
He confirmed again and found that he wasn't mistaken. This damn task required him to accumulate 10 billion experience
points. What kind of ridiculous thing is this?
His mindset instantly shattered.
10 billion experience points was no joke. Taking a diamond level boss as an example, he could get about 500,000 experience points for killing a diamond level boss around level 40. Moreover,
it had to be a true diamond level boss. The fake diamond level fox in the Tower of Sin dungeon couldn't provide him with that much
experience.
This meant he had to maintain a level 40 status and kill over 16,000 diamond level bosses to complete the first phase of the
awakening task.
And he had to do it within 90 days, averaging over 100 million experience points per day.
This was simply absurd. Diamond level bosses weren't common. Where would he find over 16,000 of them so easily?
Of course, he could go kill ordinary monsters.
But that would take even longer. Showing off is fun for a moment, but then it leads to a funeral. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. What else could he do?
He had to keep up the act, even if it meant doing it with tears in his eyes. Anyway, if he failed the awakening task, he could reduce the difficulty and choose again. At worst, it would just be a wasted effort. Although it was a bit frustrating, with such a high task difficulty, the reward surely wouldn't be bad, right?
Thinking this way, Jochen stopped dwelling on it. He opened the skill bar to check the changes in his bloodline. Bloodline Shadow Evil Dragon rank, 7 stars effect 1 4. Each level up, health plus 50,000, abnormal resistance, toughness plus 5,000. Effect 2, for each level up, all attribute points plus 50. Effect 3. Not unlocked. Tip: bloodline effects will be enhanced and unlocked as levels increase. I unlocked the second effect, no wonder I felt a strong change in attributes just now. Jochen was very satisfied, closed the skill bar, opened his backpack and took out a skill book. Skill book: Evil Heart Demon Flame Skill Preview. Type: active skill rank, 9 stage LV1, 0 out of 900. Effect 1, condenses the Evil Heart Demon Flame with mana lasting 300 seconds, allowing the flame to attach to weapons or other attacks, dealing an additional 400,000 plus 900% spell power damage to enemies. Effect 2, enemies hit by the flame have a 20% chance to fall into a state of mental confusion for 20 seconds. Effect 3, during the duration, every 60 seconds, the flame can be released in dragon form, dealing 600,000 plus 900% spell power damage to targets within a 3,000 meter range. Effect 4, during the duration, if the flame circulates throughout the body, it grants immunity to freezing and mental type abnormal attacks. Cost: 3000 mana cooldown, 450 seconds learning requirement LV40. Shadow Evil Dragon Bloodline description: a fire skill that requires the Shadow Evil Dragon Bloodline as a foundation to master, with immense power. This skill book was stolen from the Shadow Evil Dragon. The skill required level 40 to learn, and Jochen now met the conditions. He clicked to learn, and the book transformed into a stream of light that surged into his body, quickly adding a black flame icon to his skill bar. Jochen first designated the skill for unlimited growth and then tried to use it. Boom! A black flame filled with an evil aura ignited at his fingertips. His mind stirred, and flames immediately coursed through his body. In this state, he was immune to freezing and mental control effects, which was quite powerful. Let's test the strength. He spread his form and swept across a large area, spotting a wave of monsters in the distance. Go! Jochen pointed with his hand. Roar! Black flames surged from Jochen's body, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that flew past in an instant. Boom! The black fire dragon charged through, suddenly exploding. The monsters within 3,000 meters ahead were immediately engulfed by the black flames. No matter how they struggled and wailed, they could not extinguish the terrifying evil fire, turning into charred corpses, which became Jochen's experience points. What overwhelming power, I like it. Jochen satisfiedly extinguished the black flames coursing through his body. Then, his expression turned serious. He needed to verify whether the attribute manifestation reward he had just obtained was real, and whether game attributes could truly be brought into reality. He opened the game system and chose to log off. Logging off required him to exit combat mode and wait a few seconds. Soon, Jochen's figure vanished. Hint: detected that you have 1 chance for attribute manifestation. 30% activating now. At the moment he officially logged off, Jochen heard the system's prompt. He was surprised to find that, although he had logged off, he had not returned to the real world. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be sent into a pitch-black world. At the same time, he sensed a peculiar force entering his body, a feeling like an electric current penetrating him without the pain he had imagined. Is my body being transformed? Jochen immediately realized this. It seemed that the process of game attributes manifesting into the real world was like this. With that thought, Jochen felt relieved. Now he could just wait patiently. He didn't know how long it had been. In the real world, in the rental room where Jochen was staying. At a certain moment, accompanied by the sound of a hatch opening, the game pod slowly opened. Jochen opened his eyes. He immediately felt something was off. There was an indescribable power coursing through him. Ha! Jochen had been mentally prepared, exhaling lightly to calm himself. First, he noticed that his 5 senses had been greatly enhanced. The moment he opened his eyes, he could even see the tiny cracks on the ceiling. Outside, various noisy sounds came in, and he could even faintly hear the sound of car tires rubbing against the ground in the distance. Jochen did not act recklessly, he tried to control his abilities. Gradually, the background noise became less clear. He intentionally suppressed his hearing, otherwise it would be too annoying. At this point, he slowly got up. So dirty. Suddenly, Jochen realized that his body was quite filthy. Various flakes of skin and foul-smelling black solid particles were piled up on his clothes and In the game pod, Jo-chan speculated that these must be impurities expelled during the body transformation process. He stepped out of the game pod, and the moment his feet hit the ground, he suddenly felt the floor sink. He shifted his foot and found that he hadn't controlled his strength well, leaving a shallow footprint on the floor. I've been reborn. Jo-chan felt it was incredible. Now, he could clearly sense the surging power within him. He tried to throw a punch. Boom! The sound of an explosion immediately rang out. What the heck? Jo-chan was slightly surprised. If this punch hit an ordinary person, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands. Out of curiosity, he slowly walked to the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife from the cutting board, and lightly ran his finger across the blade. No feeling. Jo-chan's courage suddenly grew, and he took the kitchen knife and struck it against his thigh. Still no feeling. Not to mention bleeding, there wasn't even a hint of pain. Let's try cutting deeper. He increased the force a bit and struck. Down. Crack. The kitchen knife actually broke. Wow, I'm a superhero now. Jo-chan was overjoyed. Everything was real. He truly possessed the attributes from the game. With his strength in the game, even if it was only 30%, he would absolutely be a non-human existence. In reality, he couldn't say anything about the Great Ivan, but bullets or ordinary missiles would definitely be unable to harm him. By the way, can I use skills? Jo-chan suddenly thought of this. He extended his finger, trying to summon the power within him. Evil heart. Demon flame. Bang! A flicker of black flame danced at Jo-chan's fingertip. Sure enough, I can use it, but it feels much weaker than in the game. Jo-chan realized that it was probably because he only had 30% of his attributes. He dispersed the flame and tried using stealth, flowing wind, knight's protection, and many other skills, discovering that he could use them all, just with reduced intensity. After a series of attempts, Jo-chan gradually calmed down. He could confirm that the game Divine Awakening was a real, vast world. As for why this world was presented in the form of a game, and why it was connected to the world he was in, it remained unknown. However, it was certain that in the future, as the game progressed, the two worlds would definitely intersect and even merge into one. Interesting, it seems my future life won't be boring. Jo-chan felt no fear in his heart, but rather filled with anticipation. By the way, how long did it take me to convert my attributes? Once the excitement passed, Jo-chan suddenly remembered that the Crimson Slaughtered dungeon hadn't ended yet. He quickly took out his phone to check. 5 hours? Not bad, the second phase hasn't ended yet. He felt relieved, rushed into the bathroom, and thoroughly washed himself, feeling refreshed. Okay, time to get online and cause some trouble. Jo-chan cleaned out the game pod and lay back down. Everything went dark, then a flash of light, and he returned to the game, still in the Crimson Slaughter dungeon. He had spent 5 hours converting attributes, and considering the previous time, there were still about 3 hours left in the second phase. For Jo-chan, that was more than enough time. Let's start with the nearest base. Jo-chan opened the map and headed towards the closest base based on his previous exploration. So many monsters. As he got closer to the base, the number of monsters he encountered clearly increased. When he was almost at his destination, Jo-chan slowed down. In the distance, a base was shrouded in a faint red light shield, with arrow towers and rune pillars, all activated, working together with players' attacks to fend off the invading monsters. Besides the monsters attacking head-on, there was actually a group of players on the side also bombarding the base. What a bold move, daring to steal my business. Jo-chan couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't surprising to see players attacking a base. In the second phase, for guild groups, developing bases was of utmost importance. If a base developed well with strong arrow towers, rune pillars, and protective barriers, they could leave some people to guard the base, while attacking others' bases, reducing competition. The group in front of him was doing just that. Familiar faces. Jo-chan looked through his inside eye and immediately understood the situation. Both sides were acquaintances. The side defending the base was the Dragon Guard Guild led by Iron Horse Ice River. The attacking side was the team led by Unmatched Dominance and Blood Rose. The Unmatched Dominance and Blood Rose Guild base must have developed quite well, otherwise, they wouldn't have the spare capacity to leave their base and attack competitors. Dominance fireworks. Do you know what it means to take action against the Dragon Guard Guild? Inside the base's barrier, Iron Horse Ice River coldly questioned. Unmatched Dominance was enveloped in a shadow of lightning, resembling a thunder god, and said loudly, "Stop using your background to pressure me, it's just competition in a dungeon, not really hindering your development." He and Blood Rose were not intimidated at all.
Their respective families had connections in the military and political circles, so they wouldn't avoid the Dragon Guard Guild. Why waste words with him? Break the barrier and leave our mark at the core of the base, we'll have another survival base. Blood Rose held a long cross radiating holy light, exuding a somewhat sacred aura. Light's punishment, Holy Judgment Light Gun. She waved the cross and unleashed a large area skill. Golden light surged in the void, and a massive light gun filled with runes of light was hurled towards the base's barrier. Falling petals, plucking leaves. Zhou Chen immediately took action. Whoosh! 10 throwing darts whistled through the air, carrying the damage of Life Devour, striking that light gun. Crackle! In an instant, the light gun trembled violently, shattering into pieces and dissipating as magical energy in the air. Who? Your father. Zhou Chen appeared, flashing in front of the base's barrier, and laughed. Little twin, it's been a while. You've grown bold enough to attack those under my protection? It's you. The overbearing Unmatched had a psychological shadow over Zhou Chen and instinctively took a step back upon seeing him. Mr. Zhou? Taima Binghe and the others were taken aback, then filled with joy. You are actually in this area. Blood Rose showed a look of fear upon seeing Zhou Chen. With only 3 hours left until the end of the second phase, what had this certain someone been doing? According to his personality, he should have been causing trouble long ago. Could it be? Not good, let's go. Blood Rose felt something was off and wanted to escape. Stay. Zhou Chen created a clone and cast the illusion eye skill from a distance. Holy purification. Thunder will. Blood Rose and overbearing Unmatched felt a mental shockwave hit them, and both immediately used corresponding skills to counter it. Holy Light Enhancement. Holy Light Body. Delayed by this, the two knew they were doomed. Blood Rose immediately boosted overbearing Unmatched's damage while releasing defensive shields and other support skills. Everyone, attack. Overbearing Unmatched gritted his teeth and roared the order. At the same time, he charged out at high speed, lightning jumping on his battle knife, exuding great power. Thunder Urgency, Demon Sealing Slash. He unleashed the powerful skill of the Thunder Warrior. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, slashing down towards Zhou Chen and the base's barrier. What flashy nonsense, I'll refine it all. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Boom! 8 wraths of the Evil Dragon merged with Evil Heart Demon Flame and were unleashed. The sky and ground were covered with dense blade light, each blade light attached with Evil Heart Demon Flame. The terrifying blade light eroded everything. In the opposing camp, white light flickered continuously, leaving them utterly wiped out. Their attacks were also drowned by the dense blade light, with only the lightning slash released by overbearing Unmatched breaking through the blade light blockade, but its power was greatly reduced as a result. Zhou Chen proactively met it, and the lightning slash broke his earth shield before vanishing. Mr. Zhou, please come in to talk. Taima Binghe manipulated the permissions, causing the barrier to create a passage. No need, I originally wanted to take the base crystal, but since this base belongs to you, I'll let it go and just rob someone else's. Zhou Chen did not enter. Mr. Zhou, are you serious? Taima Binghe advised, when we discovered the base, many people came to compete, so it hasn't developed well, but the barrier of this layer of the base is stronger than the war barrier, so it might not be easy for you to act, especially since there's not much time left in the second phase. If I were to break the barrier, time would indeed be tight, but I never said I wanted to break it. Zhou Chen smiled confidently and vanished into stealth. To be honest, Zhou Chen really wanted to seize the crystal of this base. However, the Dragon Control Guild had a cooperative relationship with him and had been diligently collecting equipment for him. One must have some principles. So Zhou Chen chose to let them off the hook. You all self-destruct. Not only that, before leaving, he ordered his clone to self-destruct right in front of the base, exterminating the monsters attacking the base, treating it as a small gift for Taima Binghe. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by terrifying explosions, 7 blood-red light pillars wreaked havoc among the monster horde. Holy crap! His self-destruct technique has become even more terrifying. After the bombing, the monsters lay dead and clean, leaving Iron Horse, Ice River, and the others dumbfounded. Meanwhile, under the cover of stealth, a pair of wings appeared behind Zhou Chen, slowly unfolding, with a total of 9 pairs. And 18 wings. Evil, corruption, and ominous auras surrounded him, making him resemble a demonic deity at that moment. Ba Dao, Hua Hua. Hurry home, or it will be too late. After leaving this message in the chat channel, Zhou Chen flapped his wings and swiftly departed. Goodness, how could that person Zhou be here? Damn it!
Because Zhou Chang was speaking openly in the channel, without anonymity, the players in Survival Zone 6 immediately realized they were in the same area as Zhou, causing a wave of panic. Did he just call for the people from Ba Dao and Huahua to return to the base? Does he want to dismantle the base? Is this guy crazy? The barrier of the survival base is much stronger than that of the guild base, and with so little time left, how could he dismantle it? Some people caught the meaning in Zhou Chang's words. I almost forgot, we can run into the survival base, as long as we hide inside. What can he do no matter how powerful he is? Ha ha ha, the person upstairs makes a good point. I was scared silly by this plague of Zhou, almost forgetting that I still have the survival base to rely on. Ha? What about those of us without a base? A flurry of discussion ensued, and the players finally remembered the role of the survival base. Those who already had a base were all smiles, while those without a place to stay were seeking refuge in the channel. Everyone, don't panic. Our super brave guild's survival base currently has space available. Brothers who want to take shelter only need to pay 100 first-tier killing crystals to enter. 100? Damn, I'll pay. It's better than being robbed by Zhou. Immediately, some players took the initiative to contact the leader of the Super Brave Guild. Way good, you are truly wise and powerful. In just this short time, hundreds of people have contacted us, and the number is still increasing. Inside a survival base, Super Braves. Away smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the report from his subordinate. Zhou was daydreaming, thinking this is the outer zone? He probably doesn't even know how powerful the survival base is. At that moment, a member named Jia, the one who removes seals, approached, looking a bit worried. Away, I heard Zhou has dismantled guild bases before. What if he really has the ability to dismantle our base when we go against him? Their conversation suggested they were quite familiar with each other. Jia, why are you so timid? That's so lame. Just kidding, our base's barrier already has nearly 3 million defense points, okay? The shield value exceeds 300 billion. Away completely dismissed the concern, arrogantly stating, even if Zhou's damage can break through the barrier, how much time would it take him to dismantle it? Besides, he clearly wants to find trouble with Ba Dao and Huahua first. Even if he really has the ability to break the base, by then the second phase will probably be over. Don't worry. That's true. Jia felt it made sense, realizing his worries were a bit excessive. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang, heading towards Ba Dao and Huahua's base, noticed many guilds taking the opportunity to do business in the chat channel, narrowing his eyes. Looks like it's necessary to let you outsiders see some reality. To catch the leader of the Super Brave Guild, who was the first to oppose him, he directly initiated a conversation. Zhou, who never works at Super Brave's Away, who gave you the guts to compete with me for business? Unexpectedly, Away was not intimidated at all. Zhou, who are you trying to scare? I'm not from Dawn City. If you have the guts, come try to dismantle my base. Oh? So you're quite brave, huh? Just kidding, you should look at my name. Away was genuinely brave, not backing down at all. We'll see. After Zhou Chang said this, he no longer paid attention to the channel. Soon, a base shrouded in a semi-transparent blood-red barrier came into Zhou Chang's view. This base was developed jointly by Ba Chi Wu Shuang and Shui Mei Gue, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Inside the base stood hundreds of arrow towers, along with rune arrays, rune cannons, and other defensive facilities. A base of this scale basically had no chance of being destroyed by monsters. At this moment, the base had just eliminated a wave of monsters, and the surroundings appeared calm and peaceful. Everyone, get your act together. Zhou will definitely come to stir up trouble, don't let your guard down. Inside the base, various small leaders shouted and urged, while the members remained on high alert, not daring to relax. That guy can't really dismantle our base, can he? Inside the base, the imposing figure showed signs of worry. To be honest, they were the first group to seize the base, and it had developed quite well, with a strong defensive barrier. But the imposing figure had been tormented by Zhou too many times. He felt that person could not be measured by common sense. Don't worry, he can't do it. Blood Rose reassured, our base's shield value is nearly 40 billion. Even if he can break through, there won't be enough time left for him to bring the shield to zero. That's true, the imposing figure sighed in relief, secretly thinking he was too tense. Little did he know, at that moment, Zhou Chen had already set his sights on his base. Shadow Clone Technique. Zhou Chen first created a clone in the shadows, then activated his divine power enhancement and entered stealth with the clone. Whoosh! With various acceleration buffs activated, Zhou Chen soared through the sky, reaching above the base's barrier in just a few moments. The rune pillars inside the base not only had attack functions but also a revealing function against invisibility effects. As long as there was an invisible unit nearby, it would be exposed. However, Zhou Chen's stealth was exceptionally powerful, and with the divine power enhancement strengthening the invisibility effect, the revealing function of the rune pillars was rendered useless before him. The show is about to begin. Zhou Chen flew in the air, looking down at the barrier with a slight smile. Then, with a gentle flap of his wings, a wave of evil energy circulated around Zhou Chen, giving his body a somewhat ethereal feeling. The skill attached to the fallen angel's wings, free will activated. In this state, Zhou Chen ignored control and the barrier's ceiling effects. The angelic wings behind him gently flapped, and Zhou Chen slowly descended, silently weaving in without anyone noticing. He hovered above the base, with people constantly passing below, yet no one could perceive his presence. Zhou Chen quickly observed with his inside eye, there it is. He flew towards the altar of the base. The imposing figure had no idea that Zhou Chen possessed such a heaven-defying skill as free will, and could silently infiltrate the base. Therefore, the imposing figure only symbolically arranged a few people to guard near the altar, while most members were stationed at the edge of the barrier, ready to fend off Zhou's attack. When Zhou Chen arrived, he saw the guards idly chatting. He flew behind them, hovering in the air, and both his main body and clone simultaneously targeted the base's crystal core. Divine power enhancement plus steel times 8. Failure. 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 Welcome to the 8 consecutive failures. As expected of the districts, the power of this mechanism is indeed formidable. Zhou Chen had anticipated this and remained calm. In an instant, it was evident that the surface of the base's crystal was slightly shaking. After a few more attempts, it should be fine. After a while, Zhou Chen made another attempt. Divine power enhancement plus steel times 8. Failure. Failure. Steel successful, you have obtained survival base core crystal times 1. The prompt sounded, and the core crystal of the base disappeared from the altar in front of Zhou Chen, already tucked away in his backpack. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire base underwent a tremendous change. The rune pillars lost their brilliance, the arrow towers ceased operation, and the protective barrier vanished. What's going on? Damn, the barrier is gone? As everyone was puzzled, an announcement rang out. Instance announcement: the core crystal of the base, named by player Overbearing Invincible, has been stolen and the base is stopped operating. Ha! What the hell, the core of the base has been stolen. This announcement quickly turned the crowd's confusion into panic. My base core. Overbearing Invincible instinctively shouted. Impossible. Blood Rose, no longer calm, exclaimed. The protective barrier was clearly still there just now. How could he steal the core of the base? Did he steal it from thousands of meters away? The two couldn't understand it no matter how hard they tried. Hey, nice to see you again. With the base now inoperative, Zhou Chen revealed himself. He had already retracted his wings and stood on the altar, greeting Overbearing Invincible and Blood Rose. It really is you. Overbearing Invincible was about to go mad. You persistent ghost, I will definitely kill you. Boom! Knowing he couldn't escape, Overbearing Invincible activated Thunder Battle Soul, revealing a tragic emotion as he charged madly at Zhou Chen. Courageous, but unfortunately useless. Zhou Chen wouldn't feel pity just because of the opponent's fearless demeanor. Such trivialities had nothing to do with him. He and his clone summoned the wrath of the evil dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared, transforming into endless blades of light. Throughout the base, black blades, mixed with blood-red brilliance and sinister flames, descended. Boom! As the blades slashed through, Blood Rose, Overbearing Invincible, and the other base members turned into white light and vanished. The now ineffective rune pillars and rune cannons shattered under the onslaught of the blades. The black blades disappeared, leaving the entire base in ruins, almost like a wasteland. Meanwhile, due to the instance announcement, the entire survival zone number 6 was in an uproar. Damn it! Who just said it was impossible to dismantle the base within the remaining time? Holy crap, it's been less than 10 minutes, and he slapped them in the face. No doubt about it, the person who revealed the base's location must be him. I wondered why he was so kind. Turns out he wanted others to cultivate the base core for him for free. I just paid the entrance fee to the base, and you tell me it can already be dismantled? Damn it, refund. The entire chat channel was in chaos. No way? At this moment, inside the Super Brave Guild's base, the president, Away, trembled upon hearing the announcement. Are you kidding me? He could directly steal the core of the base? The protective barrier of the base has a vast range. Could that person steal the core from so far away? It was simply absurd. Impossible, I can't accept this. Away was completely panicked. Brother Jia, what should we do? Brother Jia had a dark expression. What can we do? If he really is that outrageous, we can only accept it. Absolutely not working. Joe at Super Brave away, brave? At this moment, Joe Chen teased in the chat channel. Big shot, I was wrong. Too late. After saying that, Joe Chen ignored them, accelerating at full speed towards the next survival base. Then, the announcements rang out from time to time. Instance announcement: the core crystal of the base, named by player Super Braveaway, has been stolen and the base is stopped operating. Damn it. Joe, you will definitely face retribution. Chatter, let's all die here together. After stealing the crystal, Joe Chen conveniently wiped out the opponent, earning a large pile of slaughter hearts and crystals. Instance announcement: the core crystal of the base, named by player Thieving Scoundrel, has been stolen and the base has stopped operating. Dungeon announcement: the core crystal of the base, named by player A Line of Wild Geese Flying South, has been stolen and the base has ceased operations. Dungeon announcement: the core crystal of the base, named by player Two Roasted Ducks Going North, has been stolen and the base has ceased operations. One by one, the base crystals were taken by Joe Chen. However, there were exceptions. During the stealing process, Joe Chen encountered the base of the Fat House Happy Water, and this guy was quite lucky, being in the same area as him. Joe Chen had previously promised to spare him once, so this time he let him off the hook. Thus, the Dragon Riding Guild and the Fat House Guild became the two big lucky ones in this area. Meanwhile, the guilds that Joe Chen targeted were in an uproar. We strongly demand the officials to ban Joe. So disgusting. Joe, once we get out, we will definitely gather in Dawn City to get back at you. Lawless, those who anger the masses will die. The chat channel of Survival Zone 6 was filled with various calls for retribution. Ban me? Joe Chen looked at the chat screen in front of him and chuckled. If it were before, he might have been a bit worried about being too outrageous in facing official sanctions. But now, he was certain that there was no such thing as an official in this game. A game that can bring game attributes into reality cannot be created even with the combined technology of the entire Blue Star. Therefore, Joe Chen completely disregarded those threats and said in the chat channel, "You don't think this is the end, do you? Just a reminder. I'm known as Joe the Skinner." After saying that, Joe Chen created a clone, and with the clone dispersed, he began searching for players everywhere. As long as they weren't from the Fat House Guild or the Dragon Riding Guild, he would steal from them first and then take them down. With little time left before the end of the second phase, he was too lazy to collect protection fees, so he acted directly, treating it as entertainment. While waiting for the third phase, the Bloody Slaughter Dungeon was all about competition, a life and death struggle, and Joe Chen didn't think he was doing anything wrong. Moreover, those who had managed to survive until now were either guild groups or somewhat capable lone players. The truly weak had long been eliminated, so he felt no psychological burden in taking action. Boom! Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed throughout the survival zone. Wherever old Joe passed, not a blade of grass grew. I'm done playing. Damn Joe, he will definitely face retribution. Under Joe Chen's hunting, a large number of players chose to leave the dungeon. The population of the entire Survival Zone 6 plummeted, even giving off a somewhat desolate feeling, no longer the previous hustle and bustle. Ah, the world has quieted down. In an abandoned base, Joe Chen stopped his actions, leaning against a dilapidated rune pillar, leisurely enjoying his time. After a round of plundering and slaughter, the rewards were incredibly rich. First, there were 8 base cores. He just needed to wait for the second phase to end, and these 8 base cores could be converted into high-level Hearts of Slaughter. Additionally, his backpack contained thousands of Hearts of Slaughter, all above level 10. The slaughter crystals had piled up into small mountains. However, Joe Chen temporarily did not plan to use these resources, because he was unsure of the level of the Hearts of Slaughter converted from the base cores. If the Hearts of Slaughter converted from the base cores were of high level, he would replace his original Heart of Slaughter and fully nourish the highest level Heart of Slaughter. For now, he just needed to wait patiently. In reality, Longwei, Shangjing. In a luxurious villa room, the gaming pod slowly opened. Show someone. Wang Moba crawled out of the gaming pod, his face dark and terrifying. He was one of the young masters of the Wang family, a financial tycoon in the capital. Because of Joe Someone, he had lost all interest in competing for dungeon runs. Since he couldn't win anyway, he simply left the game to catch his breath. He walked to the balcony, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Yo, Bagu, what can I do for you? A polite voice from a man came through the phone. Damn it, how long has it been? Why is that person still alive? Wang Muba roared at the person on the other end. Do you know how much trouble this is causing me? I paid you 10 million just as a deposit and you still haven't brought him out? The other party quickly replied politely, "Ba Ge, please calm down, this matter is really not easy to handle." Not easy to handle? Wang Yuba shouted angrily, "That person is most likely surnamed Zhou, and recently his bank account probably received millions. I even provided his gaming appearance, and you still tell me it's not easy to handle?" The person on the other end sighed, "Ba Ge, the gaming appearance can be modified. Just because he receives millions from you doesn't mean he will withdraw it all into his card. We must continuously narrow down the financial scope for investigation. As for the surname, there are countless people with the surname Zhou in the country. The workload for investigation is enormous, and he might not even be surnamed Zhou. It will probably take more time to get results. You can't even handle such a small matter. I'll give you another month. If you can't do it, return my deposit." Wang Muba hung up the phone in anger, looking into the distance with a fierce expression. "Zhou someone, I will definitely drag you out and make you kneel before me, torturing you until you break." In the game world of Divine Awakening. In the Blood Red Slaughter Dungeon, Inner Layer Survival Zone Number 1. "Wang Yue, you are too much." An angry voice echoed within a base shrouded in a blood-red barrier. Outside the barrier, in the sky, a handsome young man with wings of light floated in the air, radiating a faint holy glow. It was Wang Yue. Immediately, the magical energy within the base surged violently, and rune cannons shot out beams of light, attacking Wang Yue in conjunction with the player's skills. Divine Power Amplification. Multiple Divine Will Crystal Walls. Golden light surged in the air, and the power of holy light formed crystal walls in front of Wang Yue, intercepting the attacks. Light's Protection, Absolute Defense. Wang Yue gathered light runes in his hand, which instantly transformed into a light curtain enveloping him. Boom! The opponent's attack broke through the Divine Will crystal walls but could not penetrate the absolute defense. "It's time to end this." Wang Yue raised his left hand in a sword gesture, and the Holy Codex floating beside him immediately reacted. Holy Codex, Book of Light, Great Sunlight Sword. Mysterious runes surged from the Codex, coalescing into a heart-stopping sword light at Wang Yue's fingertips. Then, he slashed down. Boom! A dazzling golden swordlight, like a judgment sword from the divine realm, filled with boundless holy might, instantly struck the blood-red barrier. Crack! The barrier, already battered by multiple attacks, shattered like glass. "I'll fight you to the end." A player charged out recklessly. He was the owner of the base, and seeing the second phase about to end, he lost his reason in anger when Wang Yue broke through the barrier. A grain of rice can shine. Wang Yue's expression was cold as he gently waved the long cross in his hand. Universal Light Rain. A massive light magic array appeared behind Wang Yue, revealing countless light circles from which golden arrows flew out, racing through the air. Accompanied by a roar, the charging players continuously transformed into white light. Soon, everyone in the base was wiped out clean. Wang Yue entered the base and left his name again at the core of the base. This was the fourth base he had plundered. If it weren't for the lack of time, the other bases would have also met their fate. Brother Wang Yue is so amazing. Behind him, a group followed, and a sweet-looking girl spoke with an admiring tone. It was the Flying Princess. In addition, there was the Flying Prince and the Firework Sword Rain. They were quite lucky to encounter Wang Yue in the second phase. Wang Yue turned around and said to everyone, "In the third phase, I won't be able to focus on taking care of you. Since that's the case, hand over your killing intent to me and leave first." No one had any objections. Priest Krull had said that they should respect Wang Yue, and besides, his strength had already convinced them. Soon, an announcement rang out. Instance announcement: the second phase has ended. Players with a killing intent level of 50 or above must enter the final survival zone through the teleportation array within 20 minutes, or they will be considered to have forfeited. Finally, it's the third phase. I hope that guy named Zhou doesn't bore me. Wang Yue rarely showed a smile, as if he was quite looking forward to it. Survival Zone Number 6. Finally here, I've been so bored waiting. Zhou Chen heard the prompt and opened his backpack. He saw that the core crystal of the base was emitting light, quickly transforming into killing intent. Such a high level. Zhou Chen looked over the killing intent transformed from the base core and was indeed a bit surprised. The highest level of killing intent was actually level 62, higher than his own killing intent. This was quite satisfying. He directly kept that killing intent, using the others and the crystals to feed. He operated simultaneously with his clone, moving at an incredible speed, and the secondary items in his backpack were rapidly consumed until only one killing intent remained. Killing intent, type, Blood Red Killing Special Item Grade, Level 95, 16/950000, Attributes, Health plus 950,000, effective only within the Instance same below. Attack power plus 9500, spell power plus 9500, dual defense plus 9500, additional effect, chance-based skill success rate plus 18%. Effect 1, absorbing killing crystals or other killing intent dropped by monsters can increase level and gain attribute bonuses. Effect 2, at the end of the third phase, one can comprehend the killing intent, with a certain chance to grasp the killing essence. The higher the level, the greater the success rate. Effect 3, if one already possesses the killing essence, comprehending the killing intent will enhance the essence level. Description: a core item for bloody slaughter, with a certain chance of dropping upon death, please be careful. Level 95. Zhou Chen was very satisfied. Although he didn't lack the attribute bonuses from killing intent, the level of this item was related to the final rewards, so naturally, the higher, the better. After finishing all this, Zhou Chen went to a nearby arrival point and stepped into the teleportation array to the final survival zone. A flash of light passed, and his figure disappeared from the spot. You are currently in the final survival zone. Final phase, the chance of dropping killing intent and killing crystals upon death is doubled, cannot be resurrected, and will be directly eliminated. Please be careful. All players' real-time movements will be marked with red dots on the map. When only one person remains in the final survival zone or time runs out, the last survivor will receive the final reward. The prompt sound came. Zhou Chen entered stealth as usual and found that there were no other players at the arrival point. In the third phase, only those with killing intent reaching level 50 could enter, and very few could meet the requirements. Moreover, in this phase, once dead, one would be directly eliminated. This meant that the next would be the most intense final showdown. Few people can enter the third stage, and most have been eliminated due to insufficient levels of killing intent. Zhou Chen waited in place for more than 10 minutes, but not a single person came. He estimated that everyone had been dispersed to various locations within the area. Zhou Chen opened the map and indeed saw that the red dots on it were quite scattered. Due to the invisibility effect, Zhou Chen's red dot had already disappeared from the map, which meant that his infinite stealth was still effective, giving him a certain advantage. Time to kill. Since he couldn't wait for someone to make a move, Zhou Chen followed the map's instructions to look for a target. Perhaps to allow players entering the third stage to encounter each other and compete quickly. The area of the final survival zone had been greatly reduced, to less than half of any inner zone. After flying at full speed for about 10 minutes, Zhou Chen noticed movement in the distance. He stopped and used his insight eye to look. He saw a massive black poisonous cloud enveloping the sky and earth several thousand meters away. Within that poisonous cloud, various winged poisonous insects flitted back and forth, and wherever the poisonous mist passed, even the ground was eroded and corrupted. That poisonous mist is disgusting. No way, my health is dropping rapidly. A group of players rushed out of the poisonous mist, but were caught up by the black mist and poisonous insects. Their defensive auras shattered in an instant, and their health plummeted. You think you can run after I've set my sights on you? The poisonous mist surged, revealing a sinister man in a black robe, holding a poisonous snake staff. Qingjiu, a poison expert from Blackstone City. He had used some skill that had already mystified his upper body, floating in the air connected to the poisonous cloud. As he spoke, the targeted players were killed by the terrifying poisonous gas and insects. Your poison is indeed powerful. From below, a woman emerged from the poisonous mist, complimenting Qingjiu while picking up the killing intent of those players. Is it her? Zhou Chen had approached stealthily and was slightly surprised to see her. The newcomer was indeed the Starry Night Pearl. It seemed she was in cahoots with Qingjiu. Zhou Chen speculated that Qingjiu must have some connection to the Nightshade cult, otherwise, they wouldn't be together. After all, Qingjiu's techniques were clearly extremely evil, definitely special class skills, and he was most likely part of the dark faction. Whoosh! Just as Starry Night Pearl and Qingjiu were preparing to search for other survivors to hunt, they heard a sound cutting through the air, and a sharp arrow flew towards them. Looking for death. Qingjiu and Starry Night Pearl reacted quickly, each defending themselves. One summoned the Guardian of Night, while the other slipped into the poisonous cloud, where poisonous insects gathered, radiating an evil light to protect them. Boom! As the arrow fell, a meteor followed closely, stirring up a violent energy storm. Anyone who dares to touch my people, you too will pay with your lives. A cold voice rang out, and a man and a woman appeared gracefully. The woman wore leather armor, held a longbow, and was extremely beautiful, possessing the characteristics of the elf race. She was Summer Firefly, who had elven blood. The man's name displayed above his head was Sword Moves Mountains and Rivers, tall and slender, holding a 3-foot green peak, his sharp gaze fixed on the poisonous cloud ahead. Elven archery? Qingjiu's figure reappeared in the poisonous cloud, sizing up the newcomers, and the first swordsman of Star River City. Sword moves mountains and rivers? He revealed a sinister smile. Interesting, let me have a go at you. Poison spirit summon 10,000 calamities poison python. Qingjiu's staff emitted a strange dark green glow, and his mana coalesced into a fierce evil python that flew out, dancing above the poisonous mist. The lapdog of the Dark Alliance, how disgusting. Due to her elven blood, Summer Firefly was extremely averse to these sinister beings. She immediately took shape and retreated while unleashing the Elven Rangers. Archery skills to attack Qingjiu and the poisonous python.
Sword moves mountains and rivers, meanwhile, was filled with sword energy, ready to unleash his sword techniques. Suddenly, a black shadow silently emerged from the darkness behind him, and the moon blade slashed towards the opponent.
Sword chi explosion. Boom.
Sword movement of mountains and rivers reacted quickly, attempting to repel the opponent with sword chi while a protective sword light appeared around him.
However, the moon blade still broke through the barrier and struck him. The attacker was none other than the Starry Night Pearl.
She had become the true Dark Moon Witch, and after multiple night baptisms, her strength was vastly different from before.
Night Barrier.
A skill that once required a scroll to unleash, she now casted with a mere wave of her hand, trapping sword movement of mountains and rivers within, while her figure blended into the darkness.
In the blink of an eye, the two sides engaged in fierce combat. What a tedious fight. Zhou Chen had originally planned to wait until they both suffered heavy losses before making his move.
He didn't expect these few to be of similar strength, making it hard to determine a victor.
The poison of the blue
dove was indeed formidable. Once it stuck, the blood loss reached 20 to 30,000 per second. However, Summer Firefly's movements were agile, with a long attack range, and by pulling the blue dove and the poisonous python, he surprisingly did
not show signs of defeat immediately.
As for the Starry Night Pearl and sword movement of mountains and rivers, it was even harder to tell who would win.
Relying on the Night Barrier and her Night Walker talent, the Starry Night Pearl continuously ambushed sword movement of mountains and rivers.
Sword movement of mountains and rivers was enveloped by a golden phantom formed by sword chi. The phantom, named Six-Armed Sword Soul, was a skill effect of the Empire's Sky Vault Advanced Class Heavenly Sword Sovereign, with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding weapons to defend from all sides. Although the Starry Night Pearl's attacks were strange, he could block them all with the Six-Armed Sword Soul.
Seeing the stalemate, old Zhou was immediately displeased. No way was he patient enough to wait.
Thus, Zhou Chen flew towards the battlefield, and as he approached, he suddenly created 7 clones.
Phantom flashed. Zhou Chen's main body and 1 clone rushed into the blue dove's poisonous mist,
and the poison instantly surged, causing him very little damage.
Zhou Chen had the passive effect of the Fallen Angel's wings, which reduced negative damage by 50%, along with terrifying resistances and toughness that surpassed even a boss. This little poison was nothing to him. In the poisonous mist, he locked onto the blue dove's figure with his insightful eye. The remaining 6 clones each sent out 2, attacking the other 3. Divine Power Amplification. Steal. Steal successful. You have obtained Heart of Slaughter LV 67 times 1. Steal successful. You have obtained Slaughter Crystal times 282. A series of notifications came through. Zhou Chen's backpack now contained several Heart of Slaughter and a large pile of Slaughter Crystals. The extra Heart of Slaughter must have been obtained by these people after killing other players upon entering, and they hadn't had time to consume them. The 4 fighting suddenly froze in shock. So comfortable due to rushing into the poisonous mist, Zhou Chen's main body was exposed, and he flew up with his clones, smiling down at the people below. What are you guys fighting so hard for? It can't compare to me stealing this.
As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon roared out.
He is that Zhou person.
Starry Night Pearl shouted, the first to react, transforming into a mass of black light to reduce damage. Although the others were surprised, those who could enter the final stage were all experts, instantly using their respective methods to defend. 3 black dragons roared, transforming into endless blade light mixed with blood-red brilliance and sinister flames surging down. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Deathmark plus Life Devour plus Evil Heart Demon Flame plus 10 million life value damage. Increase. Zhou Chen commanded 3 avatars to attack, and with the enhancement of Divine Power, Righteous Might, and Fury, each avatar's skill combo reached an astonishing total attack power of over 87 million. Nearly 100 million damage, and it was still 3 attacks. Boom! Ah! As the blade light struck, the 4 affected felt an incomparably terrifying force surge in, simultaneously letting out cries of pain. The massive Sword Soul Phantom on sword-moving mountains burst forth with boundless sword energy, but was slashed into nothingness by the blade light, all defensive skills disappearing in that moment, and he himself transformed into white light.
Summer Firefly's body erupted with a majestic spirit's holy image, also ruthlessly shattered by the blade light. Starry Night Pearl's Night Barrier and Qingzhou's Poison Cloud were all obliterated under this strike. Dungeon announcement: player sword moving mountains has been killed and eliminated. Killer, absolutely not working. Joe person. Just one? Zhou Chen was puzzled, seeing 3 brilliant lights below radiating strong magical fluctuations. It was Starry Night Pearl, Qingzhou, and Summer Firefly, barely surviving by using all their defenses, healing, and damage reduction methods. What kind of monster are you? Qingzhou roared, his whole body erupting with poisonous gas, accompanied by countless poisonous insects flying towards Zhou Chen, darkening the entire sky. But as he made his move, he himself transformed into poisonous mist and fled rapidly. Not just him, Starry Night Pearl and Summer Firefly also fled separately. Zhou Chen's displayed strength left the 3 with no thought of resisting. Stay. Zhou Chen and his avatars ignited black flames, incinerating all the incoming poisonous insects, and he and his avatars burst out of the poisonous mist, each pursuing their targets. Roar! The Black Dragon roared again, and before the avatar that had not unleashed evil dragon's fury could release a wide area skill, the Blade Light struck down, and Summer Firefly and Starry Night Pearl immediately perished. Poison Spirit Possession. Roar! Amidst the rampant blade light, a strange roar was heard. It was Qingzhou, his body entwined with poisonous gas, the gas twisting and rolling, transforming into a pitch-black humanoid monster covered in crystalline scales, merging with him. As the blade light descended, the monster roared in anger, either releasing poisonous gas to corrode the blade light or fiercely attacking in resistance. Surprisingly not killed. Interesting. Zhou Chen observed, and together with his avatars, he made his move, black flames dancing in his palm. Evil Heart Demon Flame, Fire Dragon Strike. The black flames transformed into a fire dragon roaring, 8 fire dragons instantly descending upon Qingzhou's head. Field of 10,000 poisons. The surrounding void was enveloped in dark purple poisonous gas, and Zhou Chen felt his life value rapidly decreasing, losing 30,000 life points per second. However, he activated multiple shields, immediately isolating the poisonous gas, merely reducing the shield value. 10,000 Calamities Poison Blade. Within the field of 10,000 poisons, Qingzhou's combat power surged, embracing with both hands. In his poison spirit form, gathering 10,000 poisons in his hands, slashing out a towering purple blade light. Boom! The blade light collided with the fire dragon suddenly exploding, black flames surging wildly. Crack! In his poison spirit state, Qingzhou's surface scales appeared with countless cracks. He was like a lone boat battered by giant waves in the sea, being violently knocked away by the strong impact. As soon as he landed, he immediately dashed away using a displacement skill, not daring to stop for a moment. Dragon Shadow Disappearance, Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen activated the flowing wind, and with his avatars transforming into magic dragons, they instantly caught up to the fleeing Qingzhou. Whoosh! He and his clone attacked together, the plum blossom dart cutting through the air. Flying flowers, plucking leaves plus evil heart demon flame. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, and the poison spirit on Qingzhou's body exploded, revealing his true form. I'm quite interested in you, so I won't kill you for now. Don't struggle, little brother. Zhou Chen reached out to Qingzhou from across the void together with his clone. Divine Power Amplification plus Theft times 8. Theft successful. You have obtained High-Level Life Potion times 5. Theft successful, you have obtained Gold Coins times 256. Theft successful, you have gained 180,000 experience points. Ha! Zhou Chen almost didn't react in time. Wait, I can even steal experience points with my theft? He was startled himself. It turns out the effect of stealing unconventional items is so outrageous. What did you do to me? At that moment, the victim himself shouted in panic and anger. Just a moment ago, Qingzhou's level was 38, but inexplicably dropped to 37. He checked the prompt and found that it was because the other party had stolen a portion of his experience points, causing his level to decrease. What kind of monster are you? You can even steal experience points. Ever since becoming a follower of the Poison God and obtaining the profession of Underworld Poison Sovereign, Qingzhou's rapidly increasing power had led him to believe he was like a monster. But now he understood that the real monster was this guy in front of him. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, just be at ease and contribute to me. Zhou Chen noticed the fear in the other party's eyes and immediately used his means. Illusion Eye. He and a clone simultaneously cast Illusion Eye. Ah! A mental shock hit, and Qingzhou suddenly felt a headache, wanting to use corresponding means to resist. But Zhou Chen had anticipated this and ordered 2 clones to cast Illusion Eye. Boom! Boom! Xingqiu suddenly lost the ability to resist, staring blankly at Zhou Chen. He was controlled by the Illusion Eye, turning into a puppet. Put him in shackles. One clone approached Xingqiu and took out a pair of shackles to put on him. This was a functional equipment obtained by Zhou Chen when he killed the cult's Holy Prayer Master, called Prisoner Shackles. As long as the opponent loses the ability to resist, it can be put on, sealing skills and greatly reducing the opponent's resistance. Unfortunately, this item is a one-time use. Once used, the effect will disappear when removed. At that moment, the clone put the shackles on Xingqiu, and under the effect of the shackles, his state continuously weakened. Theft. During this time, Zhou Chen frantically stole. Unfortunately, the chance of unconventional items still proved difficult to trigger, and he only managed to steal some small trinkets. Moreover, for some reason, Zhou Chen felt a force seemingly obstructing his theft of the equipment Xingqiu was wearing. After a round of stealing, he only obtained 1 diamond-level equipment, while the others were trash. This guy is a follower of the poison god. He probably used god-related means to strengthen the connection between his equipment and himself, so I'll just steal slowly. Zhou Chen continued his efforts. As long as the control time of Illusion Eye was about to pass, he immediately had the clone supplement it. Poor Xingqiu, due to the prisoner shackles, became extremely weak and could not resist at all, only allowing Zhou Chen to butcher him at will. During this time, Zhou Chen could occasionally hear news of other players being killed. Most of these people were killed by the same individual, who was Mochizuki from the Holy Church faction. That's fine, let him finish killing everyone, and then I'll take him down, perfectly ending this dungeon. Zhou Chen ignored the announcement messages and continued to experiment with the stealing effect on Xingqiu. It must be said that even under the enhancement of divine power, the chance of stealing unconventional items was still not promising. In the blink of an eye, the duration of the clone technique was about to expire. Once the clone technique ended, he wouldn't be able to control Xingqiu with the Illusion Eye anymore, because those controlled by the prisoners shackles had no ability to resist. After a long time, they would be considered to have exited combat. Xingqiu would likely choose to leave the dungeon, and then he could kill him with another theft. After all, he was already tired of playing. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen and his clone casually made their move. Divine Power Enhancement plus Stealing times 8. Steal successful, you gain 100,000 experience points. Steal successful, you gain Dark Gold level equipment times 1. Steal successful, you gain SS Level Talent Toxic Body. Zhou Chen was stunned for a moment. I stole his talent? This guy is so unlucky. Zhou Chen never expected to have such an unexpected gain. Perhaps because the talent was stolen, a look of pain appeared on Xingqiu's face, and he actually broke free from the mental control. What's going on? My body. Xingqiu sensed an indescribable pain surging in, and his originally sinister expression was replaced by terror. Zhou, what have you done to me? Why has my talent disappeared? What exactly did you do? With the disappearance of his talent, Xingqiu was experiencing a pain similar to having his bloodline extracted. But compared to the physical pain, the mental anguish was even harder to bear. His profession, Phantom Poison Lord, relied on the toxic body talent as a foundation to complete the job change. Now that the talent was gone, his profession was greatly affected, and many powerful skills had turned into unusable gray states. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Zhou, what means did you use to steal my talent? Lord Poison God will definitely shut up. Zhou Chen punched him in the forehead, killing this toy that had almost been drained of value. The whole world became quiet. Zhou Chen entered stealth, sat down, and waited calmly. He had decided that since only one person could survive in the end, there was no need to mess around. With Mochizuki's abilities, the others would definitely be killed, and then he could take down Mochizuki. So, while everyone else was busy fighting Mochizuki or each other, Zhou Chen sat down in a secluded spot, chewing on a blade of grass, and opened his skill bar out of boredom. A new icon representing the toxic body talent appeared in the skill bar, still in a semi-transparent state, as Zhou Chen had not yet integrated it. Toxic body type, poison talent rank, SS. Effect 1 possesses poison damage and immunity to poison attacks and effects, can permanently enhance its own poison damage by absorbing toxic substances, current poison damage 0, effect 2. Can control skills, normal attacks carry poison damage, causing additional damage. Effect 3, when absorbing toxic substances, can choose to retain the properties of the toxins, adding them to its own poison damage, current poison damage properties, none. Description, a talent that manipulates extreme poison, extremely malicious. A talent that can infinitely stack poison damage, no. Wonder that guy was a bit arrogant. After reading the description of the toxic talent, Zhou Chen decided to integrate it into his body. You are integrating the SS Level Talent Toxic Body. Integration successful, you have gained the talent Toxic Body. As the prompt sounded, Zhou Chen felt a special power added to his body. Let's test the talent effect. He took out a poison he had concocted, deadly powder, and said, absorb. A dark purple light rose from Zhou Chen's palm, enveloping the poison in his hand and drawing it into his body. You have absorbed the deadly powder. Poison, your permanent poison damage increases by plus 100. Do you choose to add the deadly powder toxicity to your own poison damage? Characteristics? Click to view details. Zhou Chen clicked to view and discovered that the so-called deadly powder characteristics were actually just the two effects that the poison originally possessed. Characteristic 1, when applied to a weapon, it grants an additional 10,000 points of poison damage, with a 50% chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 1,000 health points per second for 180 seconds. Characteristic 2, the poison target has a 20% chance to enter a toxin paralysis state, lasting for 10 seconds. In other words, as long as he chooses to retain it, even without this poison in the future, he can still apply poison to his weapon using his toxic body, and he can also trigger the effects of the poisoning skill. This way, it is equivalent to the toxic body and the poisoning skill complementing each other, with the toxic body providing the poison and the poisoning skill enhancing the poison damage. Moreover, the poison damage added to the weapon by the poisoning skill and the poison damage from the toxic body are independent of each other, allowing for even greater damage. By the way, is there a limit to how much poison I can absorb? Thinking of this, he immediately took out more deadly powder and continued to absorb it. You have absorbed the deadly powder poison, your permanent poison damage increases by plus 100. You have already added the deadly powder characteristics to your own poison damage characteristics. No need to add again. You have absorbed the deadly powder poison, your permanent poison damage increases by plus 100. The absorption of deadly powder by the toxic body has reached its limit, unable to continue absorbing. After absorbing a total of 30 times, Zhou Chen heard the limit prompt. It seems that while poison damage can be infinitely increased, there is a limit to the absorption of each type of poison. In other words, he needs to collect poisons to enhance his talent damage. I'll get to it when I have time. Zhou Chen leaned against a large rock, closing his eyes to rest. From time to time, he opened the map and found that only a dozen players remained in the final survival zone, and the number was still decreasing. From the dungeon announcement that rang out, it seemed these people had all died at the hands of Wang Yue. It appears that guy has some skills, he should be able to bring me some fun. Outside the blood-red slaughter dungeon. Show someone. A streak of light flew out from the light gate and landed, and before it touched the ground, a voice filled with resentment was heard. It's Qing Jiu. Many eliminated players, either out of curiosity or unwillingness, were gathered outside the dungeon, and they were shocked to see the eliminated player. Qing Jiu actually has an SS level toxic talent, and he was eliminated so quickly. He just mentioned Zhou someone, could it be that Zhou the Great killed him? The players couldn't help but be curious. Qing Jiu, disregarding everything, rushed madly towards the light gate, trying to re-enter the dungeon, but it was a futile wish. Zhou someone, you disgusting ghost thing, give back my talent. Qing Jiu appeared to be mad, pounding on the light gate with all his might, but it had no effect. What? Zhou someone stole his talent? Are you kidding? Can talents even be stolen? Qing Jiu's frenzied words startled the players. This is ridiculous, he can't have stolen Qing Jiu's talent, right? It's really possible, he previously stole the guild crystal, and even took the core of the survival base inside the dungeon, so stealing a talent isn't that strange. So terrifying, he's simply a human-shaped bug. The players realized the key point and were filled with fear. Who wouldn't be afraid of a thief who could even steal talents? Lord Krull. Originally full of confidence in Wang Yue, Yi Ge couldn't help but worry upon seeing this scene and looked towards Krull. Kruer was also somewhat surprised, but still said calmly, that person is indeed an anomaly. In terms of true strength, Wang Yue is probably a bit weaker than him, but unfortunately, Wang Yue has the blessing of the Divine Gaze buff to assist him, so that person is definitely not a match. Upon hearing this, Yega finally felt relieved. Another person has come out. The crowd gasped at the terror of a certain Zhou when several streaks of light flew out from the light gate. That is a master from Tianfeng City, the president of the War Guild, Conquer the World. I heard he has already advanced to the imperial profession and become a heavenly guardian warrior. Who eliminated him? As people were curious, the members of the War Guild had already approached. Sigh, I
Was killed by Wanyue. Conquer the world knew the doubts in everyone's hearts, shaking his head and sighing, there are always stronger people. Wanyue's strength is unimaginable, I couldn't even withstand a single move from him. What? The crowd was filled with fear upon hearing this.
Wanyue, that strong?
Heavens, Joe is one thing, but now there's another Wanyue, we probably have no chance of rising.
Although they had anticipated
it, hearing Conquer the World's words still surprised the players. Conquer the World was also a figure on the level leaderboard, being taken out by Wanyue in one move indicated that Wanyue, like Joe, was completely beyond common measure. In just a short while, several more people were eliminated from the dungeon, and from their mouths, it was learned that it was all Wanyue's doing.
Joe is still inside, right? Did he face off against Wanyue? I'm really curious which of these two monsters is more abnormal. Someone said this. No one answered, but everyone was clearly very curious, and they couldn't help but cast their gaze toward the dungeon's light gate. It's finally time to end. In the bloody slaughter, at a certain moment, Jochen opened the map and found that there was only one red dot left. It seemed that because of his invisibility, the opponent couldn't find him and was moving quickly. Seeing this, Jochen and his red dot symbol immediately appeared on the map. The other red dot quickly sensed it and rushed over. A few minutes later, boom! Before the opponent arrived, the attack fell first, and endless light enveloped the area. You are in the light forbidden domain barrier, speed minus 80%, cannot log off, cannot leave until the barrier disappears. A heavy pressure surged, but Chen didn't care. He stood up and saw a figure flying from afar, stopping only about 100 meters away from him. It was Wanyue, radiating a holy aura. You came all this way to deliver a gift to me, how considerate of you. Upon meeting, Chen revealed a kind smile to the man in the sky. In the game, a player's voice and hearing would strengthen with their power, so Wanyue heard him clearly. He looked coldly at the person below and said, as expected, you are a complete madman, just as the rumors say. Lowly wretch, submit under the might of the gods. Divine power. Amplification. Wanyue pointed with the cross, and countless golden arrows flew out from the glowing circles that appeared behind him. 8th tier skill. Universal light rain. Whoosh. Chen activated Dragon Shadow Displacement, Flowing Wind, and Invisibility. Although the light forbidden domain barrier would reduce his movement speed by 80%, the Dragon Shadow Displacement alone could increase his speed by 350%, so what did it matter if it was reduced by 80%? Even without the divine power amplification, Chen's speed was still frighteningly high. Under the suppression of the light forbidden domain, his movement speed actually surged to over 90,000. Whoosh! Chen spread his wings while invisible, moving as fast as light, easily dodging the opponent's attack and arriving at his side. Invisibility? Wanyue frowned slightly. Because the light forbidden domain was a 9th tier skill he cast using the Holy Codex, it had a revealing effect. Although this effect didn't reach the level of a 9th tier skill, it was indeed a bit surprising that it couldn't reveal the opponent. Just as he was about to cast another skill, Chen approached while invisible and punched him squarely in his fair, handsome face. Bang! Wanyue was caught off guard and flew backward. Shadow clone technique. As soon as Chen made his move, he released his clone while reaching out as the opponent flew away. Divine power amplification plus theft times 8. Failure. Failure. Theft successful, you have obtained slaughter crystal times 12. Failure. 8 attempts at theft, 7 failures. Even someone as strong as Chen was a bit surprised at this. This was theft performed with divine power amplification, not against special items like base crystals. Why had it failed so many times? Is it because of that strange thing? Chen immediately thought of the special halo above Wanyu's head, from which he sensed divine power. Wanyu was sent flying by a punch, his wings of light flaring to stabilize his form. When he looked up, his pupils suddenly constricted. Angel's wings. How do you have something like that? Chen unfurled a pair of wicked angel wings from his back, resembling a fallen angel descending to earth, looking down at him. I see, this is the divine artifact you stole, I underestimated you. Upon seeing the angel wings, Wanyue immediately flew back, while the codex beside him flipped rapidly. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Indestructible Golden Body. Holy Codex, Life Chapter, Raphael's Gaze. His body transformed into gold, radiating a sense of sanctity. This was an advanced skill of the Holy Light Body, capable of increasing defense by millions. At the same time, an angelic phantom appeared behind him, exuding a life force. What of divine power? I want to see how many times you can withstand this. Zhou Chen's attack fell at that moment. 8 black dragons roared out, transforming into endless blades of light, carrying evil flames and life-devouring attacks. The sky and the ground were filled with blade light. Lights. Protection, absolute defense. Holy Codex, Great Sunlight Sword. Boom! The blade light surged through, and the absolute defense barrier shattered. Instantly. Impossible. Wang Yu's mind was shaken in an instant. This was an absolute defense capable of withstanding tens of millions of damage. Yet it was so easily destroyed? As the blade light approached, he desperately tried to escape, but was instantly covered by the blade light. He possessed the gaze of the god and could use divine power amplification, but divine power amplification only increased the intensity of skills, not the range. The range of the evil dragon's fury was too vast, Wang Yu couldn't escape at all. The blade light surged forth, and even with the protection of the indestructible golden body and the damage reduction from the gaze of the god, he still suffered heavy injuries. The golden sword light he unleashed was formidable, but as it broke through the blade light, Zhou Chen easily dodged it with super high speed combined with Shadow Dragon. Flash! At that moment, he saw that under the onslaught of the blade light, the angelic phantom behind Wang Yu continuously released life force, actually allowing his health to be replenished constantly. The guy was still at full health. Super precise health replenishment? Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. Just now, he noticed the opponent's health bar was strange, dropping and then immediately filling up continuously. Logically speaking, even if his attack couldn't kill Wang Yu, it should have left him with low health. What he didn't know was that Wang Yu was even more surprised. Because Raphael's gaze could indeed achieve extremely precise, almost microscopic control over health. Theoretically, as long as the opponent's damage did not exceed the health value limit that Raphael's gaze could replenish, he would not die. But the opponent's last move had consumed more than half of what Raphael's gaze could provide. You monster! Wang Yu could no longer maintain his previous composure and once again distanced himself, while desperately attacking. Radiant Cage. Light of Annihilation. A golden cage descended from the sky, instantly enveloping Zhou Chen. Immediately after, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, chasing Zhou Chen. Boom! Inside the cage, Zhou Chen threw a punch, and black flames transformed into a fire dragon, striking the cage and violently destroying it. The stream of light immediately attacked, and Zhou Chen dodged, but the light relentlessly pursued him. Tracking skill? Can it still recognize my true form? Seeing this, Zhou Chen simply stopped, a clone blocking the front, releasing a fire dragon to devour the stream of light. It was then he remembered that Jaeger had almost killed him with this move back then. While Zhou Chen was dodging, Wang Yu sensed a strange hidden attack on himself. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately used divine power amplification plus purification skills from the Holy Codex to eliminate all those hidden attacks. Whoosh! Taking the opportunity, Zhou Chen separated from the clone and approached from all directions surrounding him. Divine power amplification plus theft times 8. However, this time it was indeed 8 consecutive failures, not a single success. Useless, I have divine gaze, your theft is useless against me. Surrounded, Wang Yu, though a bit flustered, still spoke with pride, raising the cross in his hand, gathering boundless holy power. Holy Codex, Book of Light, Holy Judgment Pillar. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and endless might accompanied by a beam of light from the heavens instantly cast down, enveloping this area. Zhou Chen felt a powerful force descend upon his body, an overwhelming weight. Bang bang bang! All the multiple shields he and his clones had conjured shattered. 7845620-7844561. Zhou Chen's main body and clones suffered heavy blows. A layer of holy blood crystal armor emerged on him, his health remained intact, but the health of his clones plummeted. Self-destruct. With a thought, Zhou Chen ordered his 7 clones to explode. The crimson energy erupted within the Holy Judgment Pillar, shattering the light of the pillar with the violent energy. The Holy Judgment Pillar was actually destroyed. Like this. Taking advantage of the Holy Judgment Pillar trapping Zhou Chen, Wang Yu attempted to escape, but the next second saw Zhou Chen break free, his eyes filled with jealousy almost turning tangible. He was a chosen one, a candidate for the priesthood, and when the divine realm descended, he would be a favored one before the God of Light, basking in glory, second only to none. The protagonist of this game should have been him, he should have been invincible in this world. But how could this monster before him repeatedly put him in crisis? Despite his unwillingness, Wang Yu frantically flapped the golden wings on his back, transforming into a streak of golden light, fleeing rapidly. Divine power amplification, Shadow Dragon Flash. Zhou Chen activated his divine power amplification, increasing his speed again. The figure of the demon dragon flickered and immediately caught up to Wang Yu, stabbing him in the back. Strike plus life devour plus evil heart. Demon flame. Clang.
Wang Yu was protected by the indestructible golden body, and Zhou Chen's blade struck against it, producing a sound
of metal clashing. Under the immense force, Wang Yu was thrown into disarray, rushing downward. Zhou Chen immediately pursued. Phantom. A mental attack struck down.
As expected, it had no effect. That gaze of the god's halo was incredibly powerful, immune to all control.
Good, so you're protecting him, huh?
Zhou Chen sneered inwardly. That I won't steal from him, I'll steal from you.
Divine power amplification. Theft. Zhou Chen reached out toward that halo.
The halo trembled slightly, but nothing was stolen.
There's hope. The halo's vibration indicated that the power of the theft had some effect on it. It was not without weaknesses. Zhou Chen remained calm, locking onto Wang Yu tightly, engaging in close combat. Wang Yu had the gaze of Raphael, and his health remained quite healthy. However, the skills he possessed could do nothing against Zhou Chen, and the cooldown of the skills released through the Holy Codex was extremely long. Thus, in close combat, Wang Yu kept suffering losses. If it weren't for Zhou Chen's fear of killing him and not triggering the killing heart, he would have been dead long ago. Holy Light's wrath.
Being bullied in close quarters, Wang Yu could no longer contain his anger. Finally seizing the opportunity to counterattack, releasing a high-level skill similar to the effect of a resistance fire ring.
Holy Light
erupted from Wang Yu's body, rippling like waves, shaking continuously.
Zhou Chen disregarded it and continued to attack. The Holy Light struck, and a dominating radiance emerged on Zhou Chen's body. Combined with his resistance and toughness, he was unaffected. His attacks
were simple and brutal, purely entangling Wang Yu, not allowing him to create distance.
Occasionally stabbing with his knife, sometimes slapping Wang Yu. He was having a great time. Of course, he did not forget to steal. Divine power amplification, theft. Amidst the entanglement, Zhou Chen activated theft for the 4th time. Theft successful, you gain divine power times 72. At that moment, Zhou Chen's movements involuntarily slowed down. Wang Yu was left stunned. Wow! Bastard, what did you do? One was overjoyed, the other furious. Wang Yu appeared almost mad.
Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed that the power of the gaze of the god's buff had weakened slightly.
Although that
change was very subtle, even negligible, as its holder, he distinctly felt the change.
This person can actually steal divine power? Although
he had always been called a monster before, that was just casual talk. Now, Wang Yu truly felt that he had provoked a terrifying monster.
Not bad, you useless one actually have some use, Zhou Chen said with great satisfaction, continuing to entangle him. Wang Yu began to panic.
The gaze of the gods was his greatest reliance, and he could not afford to lose it. He wanted to leave, but the other party clung
tightly, unable to escape the battle state, and could not leave the instance at all. His situation was quite awkward. He couldn't fight back, couldn't escape, a dignified chosen one, yet like a fish on a chopping board.
However, his nightmare was just beginning.
A few minutes
later, Zhou Chen's clone technique recovered, and 8 strong men attacked the halo above his head together.
Divine power amplification plus stealing times 8. Failure. Steal successful, you gain divine power value times 53. Steal successful, you gain divine power value times 49. Failure. 8 successful steals twice.
Moreover, as the divine power drained, Zhou Chen vaguely felt that the halo's resistance to stealing
was slowly weakening. Interesting. His eyes sparkled, looking at Wang Yu as if he had found an unattended ATM. I'll fight you to the end.
Wang Yu lunged at Zhou Chen like a madman, the cross in his hand bursting with golden light, transforming into a light imprint that
struck down. Want to die? No way. Zhou Chen moved quickly, dodging while spinning, delivering a kick to the back of Wang Yu, causing him to fall to the ground. Afraid of accidentally killing Wang Yu, Zhou Chen simply put away his weapon. He and his clone entangled the opponent,
raining down punches and slaps, the dignified chosen one continuously taking hits.
Steal failed. Steal successful. While fighting and stealing, Zhou Chen was having a great time. Until Wang Yu's powerful skill recovered. Holy Codex, Light Chapter, Holy Judgment Pillar.
That beam of light, seemingly carrying heavenly might, descended instantly, once again injuring Zhou Chen and his clone, pressing them
down with an inexplicable force. At this moment, however, Wang Yu acted out of character, actively lifting the effects of the immortal golden body and Raphael's gaze, and did not take the opportunity to escape. You wish. Zhou Chen immediately saw through the other parties. Thoughts. This kid thought he would let the clone self-destruct to destroy the pillar, conveniently blowing himself up to escape? Wang Yu's thoughts were just that, but Zhou Chen had other means. Wings of the fallen angel, free will. The wings of the fallen angel behind Zhou Chen flapped, an evil power spreading out, making Zhou Chen's whole being become ethereal. The free will skill ignored control, barrier ceiling, confinement, and other effects. Zhou Chen instantly broke free from the pressure and flew towards Wang Yu. You freak! Despair appeared in Wang Yu's eyes, instinctively retreating to escape. Where do you think you're going, darling? Zhou Chen, like a cat toying with a mouse, transformed into a magic dragon and swooped past. A scream echoed in the air. Wang Yu was struck by immense force and fell hard to the ground. Zhou Chen and his clone descended, stealing again with 8 more attempts, the halo's tremor becoming even more apparent. Stop!
Wang Yu, disheveled and furious, roared, no longer maintaining his previous graceful demeanor as a divine son.
Think carefully, this is a gift from the God of Light. You are so blasphemous to the divine, the future divine realm. Shut up! Slap! Zhou Chen's thought moved, and a clone immediately slapped him. Wang Yu, facing 8 opponents, found it hard to defend and was instantly hit. You madman, you will definitely regret this. Zhou Chen sneered at his words, not taking them to heart, continuing to steal. Wang Yu became increasingly anxious. There were still several hours until the instance ended, and if this continued, the power of the gaze of the gods would surely diminish. But the developments exceeded Wang Yu's expectations and caught Zhou Chen completely off guard. At a certain moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, no longer stealing from the gaze of the gods, but instead switching to stealing from Wang Yu. The halo has been weakened a bit, so the difficulty of stealing should have decreased, right? Divine power enhancement plus stealing times 8. Failure. Failure. Steal. Successful, you have obtained Heart of Slaughter LV 93 times 1. Failure. Failure. Steal successful, you have obtained God's Gaze times 1. At this moment, both Zhou Chen and Wang Yu instinctively stopped their actions. Wait, is there an unexpected gain? The scene fell silent for a second until Zhou Chen's voice broke the quiet. For heaven's sake, he just wanted to steal the other person's Heart of Slaughter. What have you done? Wang Yu completely lost his sanity and lunged at Zhou Chen. That is something bestowed upon me by the God of Light, not something you can touch. Oh, another one gone mad. Facing an opponent who had lost his mind, Zhou Chen found it too easy to deal with. With a backstab skill, he appeared behind him and kicked him away. Wang Yu clumsily got back up, having suffered repeated blows. His demeanor was already a bit abnormal as he babbled, how could I, a dignified chosen one, lose to someone as lowly as you? Slap! Before he could finish, a clone taught him a lesson and sent him flying. This kid has a big mouth. Brothers, take good care of him and let him enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by big men. Got it! With Zhou Chen's command, several clones surrounded the demoralized Wang Yu, punching and kicking him while also stealing from him. My slaughter crystal! My legendary equipment! Wang Yu cried out in despair. Although his equipment had been enhanced by Yi Gu using special means to strengthen its connection to him, making it difficult to steal, Zhou Chen possessed divine power amplification. Plus, Wang Yu no longer had the protection of God's gaze, so stealing from him was only a bit of a hassle. The slaughter hearts, slaughter crystals, and his cherished equipment that Wang Yu had not yet absorbed were continuously stolen by the clones. Zhou Chen leisurely opened his backpack to check his gains. He saw a halo filled with a sacred aura quietly lying in his backpack. God's Gaze type, buff. Halo Effect 1 doubles all attributes of the bearer. Effect 2 grants the bearer immunity to control mental attacks, negative damage, and other special attack effects, along with significant damage reduction and immunity to critical hits. Effect 3 grants the bearer the divine power amplification skill. Description: a precious gift bestowed by the deity to their followers, with endless uses. Tip: you are not a follower of the God of Light and cannot use this buff halo. If you become a follower, the restriction will disappear. Speechless, I have to become a god's follower to use it. Zhou Chen felt a bit disappointed. Did he have to keep stealing the divine power of this thing? That felt far from the direct enjoyment of the buff effect. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chen decided to put the buff halo into the Shumi space for now. At this moment, Wang Yu was forcing himself to fight against the clones, but it was clear he was at the end of his rope. Phantom Eye. Zhou Chen joined the battle, unleashing 8 mental attacks simultaneously. Holy purification.
Wang Yu roared, his body radiating holy light, not succumbing to mental control.
Boring, just kill him. Zhou Chen ordered.
This dungeon trip had yielded decent rewards, but it had taken too long. He was getting
a bit tired of it and wanted to end it. In the next moment, 7 black dragons roared out, transforming into endless blades of
light that surged down.
You, Zhou, have blasphemed the divine. When the divine realm descends, you will undoubtedly die. At the
last moment, Wang Yu gave up resisting, stubbornly facing the blade light as his body turned into white light and vanished.
Zhou
Chen naturally wouldn't take his words seriously.
What gods and ghosts? Anything that obstructed his freedom would be refined. As
soon as Wang Yu died, an announcement rang out. Dungeon announcement, congratulations, you have become the sole victor of this bloody slaughter. You will have 10 minutes to handle the dungeon items, which will determine your final rewards.
Hearing the
prompt, Zhou Chen opened his backpack and, along with his clones, selected the large pile of slaughter hearts and slaughter crystals,
quickly feeding them.
In the end, his slaughter heart reached level 100. Level 100 was the highest level and
could not be further increased.
Thus, Zhou Chen waited for a while, and the prompt sounded.
Congratulations, you have become the
sole victor of bloody slaughter, and the reward assessment is about to begin.
Survival time assessment. As the sole victor,
your survival time is assessed at the highest level. Killing heart assessment. Your killing heart has reached level 100.
Assessed as the highest level.
Congratulations, you have achieved the highest level in both assessments, and the dungeon rewards
are classified as top tier, receiving double rewards.
Congratulations, you have received the final reward for this district's
dungeon, intermediate mysterious treasure chest times 2.
This dungeon is about to end. In 10 minutes, you will be sent out of the dungeon, or you can choose to leave at any time. As the prompt sounded, Zhou Chen saw 2 beams of light appear before him,
revealing the long-awaited mysterious treasure chests. And there were 2 of them. It's been a while since I've seen a mysterious treasure chest, and I get 2 at once. This dungeon trip was truly worth it.
Zhou Chen placed his hand on one of the chests and chose
to open it.
You have opened the intermediate mysterious treasure chest and obtained primordial lotus times 1.
Is it really this thing?
The chest vanished and a pure blue lotus appeared in Zhou Chen's hand, which was the talent treasure he had previously
obtained.
This was a good item to enhance his talent. Compared to equipment, Zhou Chen preferred such treasures.
Today's luck is indeed great. Let's continue. Zhou Chen was quite satisfied and opened the other chest. You have opened the intermediate mysterious treasure chest and obtained primordial spirit essence times 1. The chest disappeared and a peculiar spirit jade appeared in Zhou Chen's hand.
The jade was wrapped in swirling spiritual energy, exuding a fragrant aroma.
It seems to be something extraordinary. Zhou Chen focused his gaze.
Primordial spirit essence type, ancient spirit item rarity, mythical level 9 stars effect.
1. Consuming it increases bloodline star level by +1. Effect 2. If the bloodline can no longer be upgraded, it enhances the bloodline. Effect.
Description: a bloodline treasure that appeared in ancient times, now nearly extinct.
Another peculiar treasure?
Zhou Chen was overjoyed. Awesome, the mysterious treasure chest is indeed impressive. 1 bloodline treasure and 1 talent treasure.
Simply perfect. This dungeon trip was truly profitable. Although Zhou Chen had already guessed that once he exited, the people from the holy church outside would definitely come after him, he didn't care. The rewards from the district dungeon were as rich as he had imagined. Even if time were to rewind 100 times, he wouldn't be timid. When he saw benefits, he would grab them with all his might. Taking a bit of risk was thrilling, and that was the joy of being alive. At that moment, Zhou Chen consumed both treasures. First was the primordial lotus. Prompt: please choose the talent you want to enhance or strengthen. Infinite potential. Blood abyss sacred contract, toxic body. Infinite potential. Zhou Chen naturally chose to enhance his main talent. You have consumed primordial lotus, your talent infinite potential has been enhanced. Zhou Chen once again experienced that feeling of soul sublimation. After a while, the wonderful feeling faded, and he opened the talent interface to check. Upon looking, he felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps it was because his talent was already quite powerful, the enhancement was not obvious. The other effects of the talent remained unchanged, only Effect 2 was enhanced. Effect 2, for each level you increase, you can specify the number of skills gained with infinite growth +1. That's not bad, at least the number of specified skills has greatly increased. So I won't have to worry about the number of skills in the future. Zhou Chen didn't dwell on it too much, time was pressing, and he chose to consume the primordial spirit essence. Instantly, the blood within him seemed to awaken. Zhou Chen's complexion flushed, feeling his blood boiling.
You have consumed primordial spirit essence, your shadow evil dragon bloodline star level +1.
After a brief moment, the bloodline change was complete, and the shadow evil dragon bloodline was upgraded by 1 star.
Outside the blood-red slaughter dungeon, the once lively scene had turned strangely quiet.
The entrance to the dungeon had been silent for quite some time. The players were well aware that, most likely, only 2 people remained inside. One was the notorious Zhou. The other was the highly regarded Chosen One, the president of the Manhwa Pavilion, Prince Wang Yue. Given the strength and personalities of these two,
along with their past grievances, it was impossible for them to compromise or coexist peacefully until the dungeon time ended. They would definitely come to blows, with one of them either dead or victorious.
Would the Chosen One Wang Yue prove to be superior, or could Zhou remain rampant until the end? An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area. The players stared intently at the dungeon entrance, waiting for the moment the answer would be revealed.
Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up as they saw a streak of light fly out from the portal
and land on the ground. Someone's coming out. Who is it? Wang Yue? Or Zhou?
At that moment, everyone, including Parker, Krull, and
Yega, fixed their eyes on that streak of light.
As the blood-red glow faded, a figure half kneeling on the ground staggered to their feet.
Disheveled and looking disheartened, they appeared to be a defeated soul. Wang Yue? Shock flickered in Yega's eyes, unable to believe. If Wang Yue was the first to come out, did that mean Zhou had achieved ultimate victory? Even the Chosen One, favored by the god of light, was no match for that person? Impossible.
Seeing the disheveled Wang Yue, Ji Qi instinctively exclaimed, unwilling to believe
his eyes. His cousin was the Chosen One, someone chosen by the god of light. How could he possibly lose? It really is Wang Yue. Oh my god. Zhou is so abnormal. If even Wang Yue can't defeat him, who can stop him? This is bad. How are we going to live from now on? No, I should leave Dawn City and go somewhere else to survive. With the answer revealed, the players' fear of Zhou escalated, and a wave of lament filled the air. Wang Yue actually lost.
The flying princess and fire dance covered their mouths, their eyes filled with disbelief.
In
the blood-red slaughter, they had followed Wang Yue, witnessing him annihilate many powerful foes and forcibly dismantle survival bases.
The 2 girls had once admired him, even idolizing him, believing he was an invincible war god. But at this moment, the image of their idol shattered. Wang Yue! Krull roared. He angrily flashed in front of Wang Yue, looking at his disheveled state and demanding, how could you lose? And why has your divine gaze disappeared? Hearing the harsh words, Wang Yue's gaze gradually regained its calm, filled with resentment. As he said, that guy stole my equipment, even my divine gaze was taken by him. What? Wang Yue's words sent shockwaves through Krull, Yega, and the others. This is impossible.
Krull, the priest, lost his composure on the spot. The divine gaze bestowed upon you by the
gods is a manifestation of divine power. How could a mere mortal touch it? I can't believe it either.
Wang Yue recalled the scene at that time, his eyes filled with even more hatred, shamelessly stating, if it weren't for his despicable means to steal the divine gaze, I
would have definitely killed him. Shameless thief. Boom.
Krull's entire body surged with magical power, his gaze turning somewhat ferocious.
To desecrate the divine is a crime deserving of death. Light's forbidden domain.
A surge of holy light erupted, shooting into the
sky.
In the blink of an eye, Krull had enveloped the area with the light's forbidden domain, its meaning unmistakable.
Holy Church, what do you mean by this?
The commander Parker drew his sword and questioned.
Krull coldly replied, Zhou stole the treasures bestowed upon the Chosen One by the gods. It is an act of desecration. How can we let him go?
Not only is it the gaze of the gods, but he also has an
equipment resembling angel wings.
I can feel the divine power emanating from that equipment. It must be the sacred artifact of my church
that he is rumored to have stolen. What a wicked thief, utterly lawless.
Krull was even angrier. That truly is a sacred object.
Unforgivable. High-ranking holy priests are not allowed to act against adventurers. This is get lost. With a wave of his hand, a strange holy light appeared before Parker.
He hurriedly defended himself, but his protective sword aura shattered in an instant, forcing him back
several feet before he could stop.
This matter is serious. My church will never tolerate it.
Not to mention you, a mere lord of Dawn City. Even if the Imperial high-ups intervene, we will never compromise. After Krull's strike, Jaeger stepped forward to confront Parker. Clearly, he was prepared to personally intervene to stop Parker. He was of equal strength to Parker, so blocking him would not be a problem. And with Priest Krull personally capturing that certain someone, it would surely be foolproof. Seeing this scene, Parker's expression darkened. And a jade talisman appeared in his hand. But as he infused it with mana, the talisman remained unresponsive. What's going on? Where is the Lord? Parker tried to contact Lord Morgan but received no response. He wouldn't be in seclusion at this time, would he? Parker suddenly thought. As the Lord, Morgan had his own training grounds. Even without hunting monsters, he could enhance his strength through special methods. This was a privilege of being a lord. In fact, not just him, many nobles within the imperial high ranks had similar means. After all, only adventurers had the privilege of unlimited resurrection. The high-ranking individuals would not joke with their lives. They certainly wouldn't recklessly take risks to level up. Using training rooms and similar methods to enhance their strength was the most reliable approach. Why does it have to be at this critical moment? Parker found himself in a dilemma. With Krull from the church present, he couldn't handle the situation alone. Great, the church's priest is taking action. This time, that certain someone is bound to meet their doom. Hurry up and punish him, otherwise, we really won't be able to play. Players who initially planned to leave, seeing that Priest Krull seemed ready to personally capture that certain someone, couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, inside the dungeon, Zhou Qin continuously consumed talent and bloodline treasures, and his strength had improved. He opened his skill panel to check the changes in his bloodline, Shadow Evil Dragon, rank, 8 stars, effect 1, for each level gained, health plus 100, abnormal resistance. Toughness plus 10,000. Effect 2, for each level gained, all attribute points plus 100. Effect 3, not unlocked. Tip, the effects of the bloodline will be enhanced and unlocked as the level increases. I've reached the 8-star level. As I continue to level up, the effects of the bloodline should become stronger. Zhou Qin closed the skill panel and took out the fully leveled Killing Heart. Now, with the third stage completed, this Killing Heart had been unlocked and could be comprehended. Zhou Qin clicked to use it. The Killing Heart transformed into a stream of blood-red light, surging into his body. In an instant, scenes of slaughter filled his mind, and boundless killing intent flooded his heart. This was not the first time Zhou Qin had encountered such a situation. His heart turned cold as he focused on feeling the killing intent, yet he did not succumb to it. Soon, a prompt sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully comprehended the Killing Heart. Your level of killing essence has increased by 1. Killing essence, type, essence rank, second layer, effect 1, if an attack reduces the target's health to below 7%, it will directly kill, can be freely controlled. Effect 2, when attacking, there is a 12% chance to inflict blood fear on the target, reducing attack power, spell strength, defense, and speed by 30%, lasting for 10 seconds. Effect 3, for each target killed, attack power and spell strength permanently increase by 1, only effective once per target, with a maximum of 150,000. The essence of slaughter reached 2 layers. Zhou Qin opened his backpack again to check the legendary equipment he had stolen from Wang Yue. The result was disappointing. Wang Yue's equipment was all for the Holy Prayer Master, with class restrictions, so he couldn't use it at all. A bunch of mage gear that boosts intelligence. If I can't use it, then I can't use it. Seeing this, Zhou Qin waited with peace of mind. Soon, the teleportation array lit up. Time was up, and Zhou Qin's figure disappeared within the dungeon. Blood-colored slaughter entrance. The commander of the city guard, Parker, has drawn his weapon, pointing his sword at Yi Gu. Yi Ji's expression is cold, completely disregarding Parker. Krull, on the other hand, remains silent, standing guard outside the entrance with Wang Yu and others. The players no longer communicate with each other, their eyes fixed on the entrance. What happens next is closely related to their future in the game. If Krull the priest truly captures a certain Zhou and takes him back to the cult for imprisonment, it would naturally be a joyous occasion for all. The cult would lose an obstacle, and they would no longer have to worry about being targeted by some lawless bandit. But if Krull fails, with Zhou's growth rate, he would undoubtedly turn the cult upside down in the future. The atmosphere on site is unprecedentedly tense. The players dare not breathe, and no one speaks. Suddenly, the blood-colored slaughter entrance trembles, and a stream of light flies out from within. In an instant, the entrance's light gate disappears, transforming back into a sealed blood-colored crystal embedded in the ground. This means the dungeon will be closed, and when it will reopen is uncertain. But no one cares about that now. He's out, the players exclaim, their eyes glued to the scene. Wang Yu, Blood Rose, the Little Prince, and others all stare intently at the stream of light. Thief! Perish! Before the stream of light even lands, Krull has already made his move. A powerful wave of magical energy sweeps across the area, shocking everyone present. Illuminate the world. A holy light radiates from Krull, as if a divine messenger has descended to the mortal realm. The cross in his hand releases holy light, soaring into the sky and illuminating all directions. This area is immediately bathed in light, rendering all stealth and concealment skills ineffective. Moreover, the light domain he previously set up has already sealed off a radius of several kilometers. You are within the range of illuminate the world. Stealth and other concealment methods are greatly weakened. You have been marked with a light mark, please be careful. Zhou Chen had long been mentally prepared, showing no signs of panic. He immediately activated Stealth, Flowing Wind, and Dragon Shadow to fly towards the crowd. Indeed, it's a divine artifact made from angel wings, leave it to me. Within the range of illuminate the world, Zhou Chen has nowhere to hide. As soon as he moves, Krull and Yi Gu attempt to block him. But just as Yi Gu makes a move, Parker's sharp sword has already broken through his shield, striking down. In the blink of an eye, the two confront each other. Great Sunlight Sword. Wings of light appear behind Krull as he chases after Zhou Chen, simultaneously unleashing a golden sword light filled with boundless holy might. Oh my, terrifying. The boundless holy might surges out for thousands of meters, and all players feel the extremely intense magical fluctuations, their hearts filled with dread. If that sword strikes them, they would die 1,000 times, and the damage would never be fully deducted. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Dragon Flash. Knight's Guardian. Earth Shield. Zhou Chen, in midair, creates clones while dodging with Shadow Dragon Flash. But that sword light speed is truly as fast as flowing light, and its range is extremely wide. Boom! Despite Zhou Chen's desperate attempts to evade, he is still struck by the sword light. In an instant, all the shields released by him and his clones shatter, leaving every clone with low health. Zhou Chen himself uses Holy Blood Crystal Armor to defend, losing nearly 10 million shield points. Life Recovery Spell. He immediately commands his clones to heal and lets them unleash Evil Dragon's fury, while he desperately tries to escape. Roar. 7 Black Dragons roar out, transforming into endless blades of light, slashing towards Krull. Evil Dragon's Fury plus Deathmark plus Life Devour plus Evil Heartflame plus 5 million. Health damage increase. With the combined attack of the 7, Krull remains unafraid, still pursuing Zhou Chen. Indestructible Golden Body. Absolute Defense. Holy Radiance Protection. As a cult priest, Krull's strength is extremely formidable, and with a wave of his hand, he sets up multiple layers of defense. Boom! As the blades of light strike down, the defensive radiance on him trembles violently but does not shatter. The already weakened clones immediately chose to self-destruct. Boom! Boom! Blood-red pillars of light shot up into the sky, sweeping across the area. Ah! When gods fight, mortals suffer. Players who were close behind were instantly killed. But Krull's body burst forth from the explosion unscathed. You thief, today you cannot escape. His wings of light flapped behind him, and using some unknown means, his figure transformed into a flickering golden light. With each flicker, he leaped at least 1,000 meters, and in the blink of an eye, he was about to catch up to Zhou Chen. At this moment, Zhou Chen had already rushed to the edge of the domain of light, blocked by the barrier. Free will. His body emanated a sinister aura, becoming ethereal and ignoring the barrier's confinement, immediately passing through and desperately flying away into the distance. What? Krull, chasing from behind, was taken aback. The domain of light was a 9th-tier confinement skill. Why could Zhou disregard the confinement? It must be the effect of that divine artifact. Realizing this, Krull's determination to capture him strengthened. This person must not be allowed to escape. Whoosh! His speed was only slightly inferior to Zhou Chen's full speed, and he immediately flew out of the barrier, closely pursuing Zhou Chen. This old man is so fast. Zhou Chen desperately flew in the air, sensing that the other was relentlessly pursuing him. The reason was that he had a strange light mark on him. This thing had a tracking effect. As long as it didn't disappear, the other party could always grasp his whereabouts, even if he entered stealth mode. These dog-like divine tricksters are truly formidable. With no choice, Zhou Chen could only keep fleeing, while Krull relentlessly pursued him, both sides momentarily locked in a stalemate, unable to do anything to each other. During this time, Zhou Chen tried to use clone techniques to confuse the other, but it was of no use. The light mark could identify real and false bodies, and his plans fell through. The chase began, with both sides occasionally flying and fighting, relying on his speed advantage and other means. Zhou Chen escaped from the other's attacks more than once. Don't struggle in vain, you cannot escape from my hands. Surrender, and if you are willing to serve my cult, there is still a chance for you to live. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Kroll still pursued him closely, even attempting to undermine Zhou Chen's psychological defenses with words. "I believe you, old ghost, you're up to no good." Zhou Chen certainly wouldn't believe his nonsense and flapped his angelic wings with all his might to escape. At the same time, his mind raced, thinking about how to resolve the current crisis. From the previous encounters, Zhou Chen could confirm that he was definitely not Kroll's opponent. The only reason he could escape from him was that his speed was superior, and the other party was not familiar with his abilities before. But after several exchanges, Zhou Chen could clearly feel that Kroll had become familiar with his skills. If this continued, once he made a mistake, it could trigger a chain reaction leading to his capture. The other party could make many mistakes, but he could not. Since arriving in the main city, Zhou Chen had never felt such a strong sense of crisis. The cult had many means. Once captured by Kroll, the other party would definitely have a way to confine him. His gaming career would end here, and with the future merging of games and reality, he would only be at the mercy of others. "Old man, do you really think I can't kill you?" Being chased, Zhou Chen inevitably felt a surge of anger. In fact, he still had a trump card he hadn't used. That was a precious item stolen from the Shadow Evil Dragon in the Cold Glass Plains, the Shadow Evil Dragon's summoning scroll. No, using this scroll on him would be a complete waste. Zhou Chen's thoughts raced, suppressing the impulse within. To be honest, Kroll was indeed very strong. But Zhou Chen still felt that he was far inferior to the Shadow Evil Dragon. Even among dragons, the Shadow Evil Dragon was a top-tier existence, and to this day, Zhou Chen still vividly remembered the powerful aura of that dragon. He had previously attempted to use the scroll for theft multiple times, but the prompts he received were the same as those for stealing skill books, and they were ineffective. In other words, once he used this trump card, he would truly have no means to resist the church. Calm down, there's no need to use a cannon to kill a mosquito, there must be other ways. I need to stay calm. Faced with the crisis, Zhou Chen pushed his potential to the limit, instinctively using various displacement and acceleration skills to escape, while his mind kept racing. The howling wind around him added a sense of danger. Zhou Chen forced himself to stay calm, using his inside eye to pay attention to the situation behind him to prevent being ambushed by Kroll, while continuously analyzing the information he had. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened, and the night in the game was about to fall. Perhaps stimulated by the crisis, Zhou Chen's mind raced, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes, I can do it this way. Realizing that nightfall was approaching, Zhou Chen thought of a good idea. I almost forgot about the people from the night church, I can lead them away. A bold idea quickly formed in his mind, feeling highly feasible. He had wasted quite a bit of time in the dungeon, and the situation on the night church's side was still unknown. According to the information Zhou Chen had previously gathered, those people should still be unable to control the aberrant demons bound by the entrances. Power. Right now, he could lead Kroll over. The Night Church belonged to the Dark Alliance, and they were arch-enemies of the Holy Church. When the two sides met, they would definitely fight, and he could take the opportunity to escape. Although doing so would allow the Holy Church to discover the goddess's secret realm, it didn't matter, they were mutually hostile, and as someone who could stealth indefinitely, Zhou Chen could take advantage of the chaos more easily. Moreover, if the Night Church attempted to control the aberrant demons, it would be difficult for him to deal with them if they succeeded. By letting the Holy Church get involved, he could use them to eliminate the aberrant demons and the Night Church's people, reaping the benefits himself. In this way, he could not only escape but also save a summoning scroll for the evil dragon as a trump card. Perfect. So you want to hunt me down? Then I'll create chaos and see how you respond. With that thought, Zhou Chen created a clone to entangle with Kroll. He himself changed direction, no longer charging forward, but instead flying towards the direction of Manhwa town according to the map's indications. Ha! Kroll noticed this and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why was this person running towards the main city? Did he think the Lord's mansion could protect him? Naive. Kroll sneered, then immediately used his abilities to battle the clone. To call it a battle was an exaggeration, it was just 2 rounds. Kroll's strength was too overwhelming, and the clone couldn't compete, first launching a wave of combined attacks before self-destructing. The two continued their game of chase. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chen finally saw the outline of Manhwa town in the distance. Look, what is that? An angel? A devil? The NPCs in Manhwa town were terrified upon seeing the shadow passing through the sky. Zhou Chen ignored everything and flew past, with Kroll hot on his heels. The two quickly flew out of the town's range, escaping into the wild area outside. What is this thief really up to? Kroll gazed at Zhou Chen's retreating figure, feeling puzzled. He thought the sudden detour was an attempt to seek refuge in the main city. But now that they had reached Manhwa town, he was running towards the wild area. This direction was all wrong. No matter what tricks you play, I will never let you go. Kruer relentlessly pursued Zhou Chen. Both had the ability to fly, unhindered by ground obstacles, and their speed was incredible, quickly crossing through dense wilderness to reach the desolate valley. Zhou Chen took the lead, rushing into the valley first, his inside eye piercing through the illusions, heading straight for the entrance. This place is strange. As soon as Kruer entered the valley, he immediately sensed something was off. The valley was shrouded in some peculiar power, hiding its true nature. Light vision. As expected of a cult priest, golden light surged in his eyes, instantly unraveling the illusion, revealing the hidden night veil. The aura of night? The methods of the underworld church? What audacity! The scum of the Dark Alliance dares to plot under my nose. Kruer was taken aback. The people of the Dark Alliance were hiding here, surely with some scheme. Did Zhou Chen already know about this place? Was he one of the Dark Alliance? Kruer didn't expect things to suddenly become complicated. There was no time to think further as he hurried towards the end of the valley. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already taken the lead, arriving before the final layer of night veil. Not good. At that moment, before the entrance to the secret realm concealed by the dream night veil, the underworld messenger suddenly opened his eyes, his voice tinged with fear. Ghostly night vision. He immediately unleashed his skill to break the concealment. Whoosh! A figure rushed in while stealthing, but was revealed by the illusory giant eye in the air. Zhou Chen! The starry night pearl exclaimed. Indeed, she had been eliminated in the district dungeon and had no interest in staying there, so she returned to this place. But she never expected Zhou Chen to appear here. The underworld messenger and others were equally shocked. Zhou Chen moved extremely quickly, as soon as he entered, without a word, he swung his knife down. Roar! The black dragon roared, transforming into endless blade light, flashing with blood and sinister flames surging forward. Be careful! The underworld messenger shouted. Angrily, rushing to the front of the formation, a black aura erupting from him, fully protecting everyone. But Zhou Chen's target was not them, it was the bound to the dark purple crystal pillar. Boom! The blade light struck shaking the golden chains that bound him, startling him as well. After the strike, Zhou Chen immediately used Shadow Dragon Flash to dart to the side. The next second, the night veil obscuring the entrance violently fluctuated, and Kruer burst in. Upon entering, he was stunned by the sight before him. Roar! Though on the crystal pillar was stirred, roaring with all his might, an ominous blood-red aura bursting from his body, eroding the golden chains. The defensive power of the entrance had persisted for many years but had long since weakened. Zhou Chen's attack combined with the struggle caused the chains to shatter inch by inch, and the was about to break free. Kruer's pupils widened as he surveyed the others. You all carry the aura of night, you are indeed from the underworld church. In an instant, Kruer could no longer care about Zhou Chen, warily watching them and the people of the underworld church. How could they come here? The messenger of the night felt a sudden headache. Everything happened too suddenly, and he quickly thought in his heart, shouting, I will stop him. You all activate the great formation and control but the soul control technique is still a bit lacking. Do as I say. The messenger of the night shouted angrily, a moon blade appearing in his hand, slashing out a dark purple blade of light towards Krull. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The members of the Night Church obeyed the command and activated the Great Formation. In the six-pointed star magic array, purple streams of light flew up, protecting the 6 members of the Night Church and the starry night pearl within the entrance range. At the same time, as the soul control technique was activated, the prince, who had just broken free from the golden chains, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, letting out a series of furious roars. You lowly bastards, what have you done to me? Ah! He held his head with both hands, cold sweat pouring down, as a strange voice that confused his mind echoed in his head, almost causing him to lose consciousness. They want to control this. Zhou Chen looked at the situation in the Great Formation and couldn't help but ponder. Should he intervene? He looked towards the front of the formation, where Krull was already clashing with the Messenger of the Night. The Messenger of the Night seemed to be only slightly stronger than a high-ranking holy priest, gradually falling into a disadvantage. But he knew the situation was urgent and held on tightly. No, without this, they are no match for the church and cannot help me restrain Krull. In the end, Zhou Chen decided not to stop the actions of the Night Church. He turned his gaze towards the crystal pillar. At this moment, the had escaped and a spatial entrance sealed by the barriers. Light appeared above the crystal pillar. It goes without saying that the entrance must be the illusionary night secret realm. When the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who benefits. The development of events was just as Zhou Chen had anticipated, successfully diverting the disaster, and now he was temporarily safe. It was time to make a move. Free will. Boom. An ominous and evil aura enveloped Zhou Chen's entire body, his figure becoming ethereal, wings unfurling as he flew towards the Night Church's defensive formation. Be careful of Zhou, the Starry Night Pearl hurriedly reminded, her tone filled with fear. Don't worry, he can't break the defensive formation. Damn. A member of the Night Church beside the Starry Night Pearl initially wanted to reassure everyone, but then saw Zhou Chen ignore the formations. Obstruction and slip in, scaring him into shouting. Why you? How did you get in? Everyone was taken aback. Because to use the formation to activate the soul control technique, the 6 members of the Night Church were seated at various positions of the 6-pointed star, not daring to move. Continue with your business, anyone who dares to act recklessly will die. After saying that, Zhou Chen demonstrated his power. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out as 10 hidden weapons covered in black flames shot towards the Starry Night Pearl. Flying flowers and plucking leaves plus evil heart demon flame. This was a powerful combination. Zhou Chen had recently discovered. The evil heart demon flame could attach to any weapon, dealing an additional 400,000 plus 900% spell power damage. He could launch 10 hidden weapons at once, each carrying flame damage, which was quite terrifying. You are too much. The Starry Night Pearl felt so wronged. You come in and don't kill anyone else, just me, what does that mean? But she had no choice but to defend with all her might. The flying flowers and plucking leaves technique was extremely exquisite. At close range, she simply couldn't dodge. Bang bang. -99999999999 Slaughter's essence execution effect, accompanied by the sound of the shield shattering. The Starry Night Pearl was instantly killed, unable to fight back at all. What exactly is your purpose? A member of the Night Church broke out in a cold sweat, mustering the courage to ask. From the results of the opponent's attack, none of them were a match for this person, perhaps only the messenger could suppress him. Don't be nervous. Zhou Chen showed a kind smile to the few of them. Just so happens I have a grudge against the church's charlatans, and our interests align, so I won't stop you from controlling the relax. He walked past these people and casually patted the shoulder of a member of the Night of the Dead. The members of the Night of the Dead were skeptical, but they had no choice. If they let go now, the soul control technique would fail, and all their previous efforts would be in vain. Outside, a fierce battle raged, and the situation inside the formation was also quite tense. Only Zhou Chen appeared unfazed, calmly making his way to the crystal pillar. Then, he folded his wings and leaned against the pillar, looking like he was watching a show. Seeing this, the members of the Night of the Dead secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that what this person said was true. He indeed wanted to use the Night of the Dead to deal with the church, and at least for now, he would not stop their actions. At this moment, the prince of the otherworldly demons, Decal, appeared with runes glowing on his body, filled with spiritual power. These were the spiritual marks previously implanted in him, transformed from soul crystals. At this moment, all the spiritual marks activated, and waves of mental attacks invaded his mind. He fell to the ground, rolling and howling in agony, enduring the pain of his soul being torn apart. This guy is really unfortunate, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Decal had first lost his talents to himself, and now he was suffering from mental assaults. He was indeed pitiful. Therefore, Zhou Chen decided to intensify his efforts and completely take everything from Decal. In this way, if Decal broke free from control, he would find himself with nothing, and naturally, he would not suffer from the pain of gain and loss, which was truly a great kindness. Clone technique. Immediately, Zhou, the great benefactor, created 7 clones. This action startled the members of the Night of the Dead. But they quickly realized that Zhou Chen was not attacking, he was just reaching out from time to time for some unknown reason. Divine power. Amplification plus theft times 8. Theft failed. Theft successful, you gain gold coins times 254. Theft successful, you gain constitution attribute points times 18. Theft successful, you gain high-level life potions times 7. Using divine power amplification really increases the success rate a lot. Stealing 18 attribute points is not bad. Just like that, as long as the theft was successful, Zhou Chen immediately took action. Theft successful, you gain legendary equipment Blood Demon Noble's upper garment times 1. Theft failed. Theft successful, you gain gold coins times 188. Another wave of 8 consecutive thefts. Zhou Chen stole a legendary piece of equipment. He opened his backpack to check, but unfortunately, it required level 65 to use. Continue. Theft successful, you gain mythic level 3-star equipment Blood Demon Ultimate Overclocked Heart times 1. Zhou Chen was taken aback. Mythic level equipment? This guy is indeed of royal descent. He really has treasures. Zhou Chen was overjoyed and was about to check. Suddenly, the previously howling prince of the otherworldly demons fell silent. Zhou Chen became alert and quickly looked over. As expected, Decal no longer resisted and had become a puppet of the Night of the Dead. Kill him. With the soul control technique successful, the members of the Night of the Dead immediately turned hostile, controlling the otherworldly demon to attack Zhou Chen. Decal suddenly raised his head, his eyes hollow, his expression twisted, and he threw a punch. Boom! Boundless blood energy surged toward Zhou Chen. Strong. The boundless blood energy instantly pressed down, and Zhou Chen faced unprecedented pressure. Roar! He and his clones struck together, unleashing the wrath of the evil dragon. The black dragon roared, and endless blade light slashed with multiple attacks. Boom! The blade light collided with the blood energy, and the magical power fluctuated violently, stirring up a raging storm within the magic array. The blood demon Prince Daikel was shaken back. Zhou Chen was also knocked back by the intense impact, crashing into the purple crystal pillar behind him. The 7 clones were left with residual health. In the previous clash, that strange blood energy infiltrated everywhere, still penetrating through the blade light blockade. Coming to kill. Self-destruct. Zhou Chen commanded, and several clones surged towards the blood-colored light, simultaneously flying forward. Be careful. The followers of the Dark Knight noticed the terrifying energy contained within the clones and immediately used their means to defend. The Blood Demon Prince abandoned his attack and released a massive blood-colored light shield to protect everyone. Boom! Boom! The self-destruction of the clones triggered a violent energy storm, shaking the entire magic array. You all go play with the cult charlatans, I'll take my leave first. Zhou Chen spread his fallen angel wings, activated his free will skill, and waved gently at these people. Good luck, take care of yourselves. He soared into the air, climbing up the crystal pillar, diving into the secret realm. That layer of barrier couldn't stop him at all, it was directly ignored. What? This is impossible. This scene left the Dark Knight followers dumbfounded. That was the barrier at the entrance of the goddess's secret realm. Even they, the Dark Knight cultists, had to use the right method to it. This guy just charged in? He also came through the magic array directly just now. Someone recalled the previous situation. This person must have equipment or treasures that counteract barrier blockades. Not good, his strength is so great. What if he gets the treasures in the secret realm first? Forget it, let's go help the envoy. Seeing that they couldn't get in for the time being, they had no choice but to rush out of the magic array and control the alien demon prince to battle with Krull. With Daikel joining, Krull suddenly felt the pressure increase. But not long after, a loud roar echoed in the sky, and a fire-bathed phoenix rushed in. Yigo, Wang Yu, Blood Rose, and others all jumped off the back of the fire phoenix, joining the battle. It turned out that Krull had used a communication jade talisman to notify them to come. In an instant, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The Illusion Knight's secret realm. Zhou Chen passed through the barrier blockade and arrived at a strange place. Beneath his feet was a vast plain, with scattered glowing crystal giant stones around. Some crystals were firmly embedded in the ground, while others were haphazardly placed, appearing chaotic. The sky was a starry night, but due to the presence of the crystal giant stones, visibility was not low. The secret realm was quiet, with no one in sight. You are in the Illusion Knight's secret realm, please be careful. The system prompt sounded. Zhou Chen steadied himself and opened the map. As expected, the map was completely black. This was an unknown area. Only by personally exploring could he gradually complete the map information, otherwise, he could only know the general direction. Seeing this, Zhou Chen entered stealth and moved away from the entrance. As he walked, he didn't encounter any monsters. Zhou Chen then stopped, opened his backpack, and took out the myth-level equipment he had stolen from Daikel. A diamond-shaped blood crystal appeared in Zhou Chen's hand. Blood Demon Ultimate Heart of Overclocking, Type, Heart Mirror. Bound Equipment Rank, Myth Level 3 Stars Attributes, Divine Power plus 30,000 Double Defense plus 300,000 Constitution plus 30,000 Stamina plus 30,000 Spirit plus 30,000 Critical Hit Avoidance Rate plus 80% Additional Skill 1, Overclocking Rhythm, Effect 1, Enter. Overclocking Rhythm Mode lasting 300 seconds, consuming 1000 Divine Power, cooldown time 450 seconds, instant cooldown. Effect 2, in the Overclocking Rhythm Mode, other skills can be released in an overclocking manner at will, with skill effects and cooldown times enhanced by 5 times, only effective for skills with cooldown times. Additional Skill 2, Limit Overclocking, Effect 1, enter Limit Overclocking Mode lasting 300 seconds, consuming 2000 Divine Power, with a cooldown time of 500 seconds, instant cooldown.
Effect 2. In limit overclocking mode, other skills can be released in a limit overclocking manner at will, with skill effects enhanced by 10 times, after which the corresponding skill will enter a seal state for 10 days, becoming unusable, only effective for skills with cooldown times. Sealed skills cannot be used by either the main body or clones. Status, bound, cannot be traded, does not drop upon death. Required level, LV40. Description. A powerful being with a heart of strange abilities once appeared among the Blood Demon clan. After his death in battle, his clansmen extracted his heart and forged this equipment. Even though Jochen already possessed many powerful items, he still held his breath the moment he read the equipment description. Wow, incredible! Who else? After a few seconds of silence, Jochen was extremely excited. This equipment was truly amazing. Ordinary overclocking enhances skill effects by 5 times, while limit overclocking enhances them by 10 times. NB+. Although the overclocking skill has side effects, causing the cooldown time of skills released in overclocking mode to become 5 times the original, this was not a big problem for Jochen. His talent could reduce cooldown times by 50%, greatly mitigating the side effects. The heart of overclocking was still a god among gods for him. Wonderful, so wonderful. Jochen licked his lips, excited to the point of nearly losing control of his perverse instincts. He could already imagine how perverse the steal skill would be when released in overclocking mode. Moreover, he had clones. If multiple clones entered overclocking mode and simultaneously used steal on a target. My god, the scene was too beautiful to imagine. After a moment of excitement, Jochen gradually calmed down. I don't know if those people will fight to the death, but they will definitely come in. I need to explore. First, Jochen equipped the Heart of Overclocking. Although it was a heart-protecting mirror, this equipment was quite strange. After wearing it, it did not appear outside Jochen's heart. It transformed into a beam of bloodlight drilling into Jochen's body and merging with his heart. Truly marvelous. Jochen felt great and began to explore in this vast secret realm. The most common sight here was the glowing crystal giant stones. They were scattered throughout the secret realm, serving as a source of illumination. Jochen tried to use steal on these crystals, but unfortunately, he couldn't steal anything. These things only served a simple lighting purpose and had no other value. Additionally, Jochen occasionally came across some dilapidated or destroyed altars. They seemed to be devices used by the Night of the Dead cultists for preaching long ago, also losing their value. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Jochen had already distanced himself from the entrance of the secret realm. He suddenly stopped, and his eye of insight detected movement ahead. He saw a figure seemingly sensing the presence of a living being, quickly flying towards Jochen under the starry night. Nightmare Cultist Ghost LV43 Type, Soul Body Health, 274450 Attack Power, 15223 Spell Power, 13720 Physical Defense, 14500 Magical Defense, 14232. Skills: Night Shield, Moon Slash, Binding of Night, Shadow Step, Instant Flash, Ghostly Physique, reduces damage, immune to control effects, physical damage resistance, reduces physical damage. Description: followers who sought the goddess of night long ago, voluntarily transformed into soul bodies to protect the illusory night secret realm for eternity, attacking intruders who enter the realm without permission. Before the shadow arrived, Jochen had already seen her appearance through the eye of insight. She was a ghostly figure, quite frightening under the night sky. So it's just a soul body, die. As the ghost rushed into attack range, her weapon not yet raised, Jochen dashed behind her with a swift lunge and stabbed down. Swoosh. Instant kill. The ghost let out a mournful scream, and the ethereal soul body vanished. You have killed Nightmare Cultist Ghost LV43, experience plus 7200. A small loot was left on the ground, picked up by the Void Hand. You have obtained Broken Soul Crystal ×1. You have obtained Gold Coins ×13. Hearing the prompt, Jochen opened his backpack to check. He remembered that before, Xingye Mingzhu and others used the so-called soul crystals to activate soul control techniques to control foreign demons. It seemed that soul crystals were a special item. Indeed, a small crystal chip lay in his backpack. Broken Soul Crystal Type, Soul Material Grade, Primary Effect, a special crystal containing spiritual power. Can be absorbed through certain methods. It seems to be a special material. Jochen didn't understand the specific uses of these items, so he temporarily set it aside in his backpack. He continued to explore the vast secret realm. As he delved deeper, the number of monsters began to increase. Most of these monsters were soul bodies transformed from followers, and for Jochen, they were basically one-hit kills, including elite monsters. To Jochen's surprise, besides the follower soul bodies, he also encountered blood hell demon hounds and flame demons, among other foreign demon creatures. It seemed the goddess Of night was either dead or not present here, otherwise she wouldn't allow her dwelling to be invaded by evil beings. Combining the various battle traces he had seen before, Zhou Chen speculated that this secret realm had been invaded by foreign demons long ago. To protect the realm, some followers even voluntarily transformed into ghostly soul bodies. They sealed the entrance to the secret realm and fought a great battle against the foreign demons, ultimately leading to the realm's current desolate state. As for the unfortunate foreign demon prince at the entrance, he was either trying to escape the secret realm back then or had learned of its existence through some means and attempted to enter, only to trigger the sealing power of the entrance and be imprisoned. The secret realm was vast, and Zhou Chen could only estimate his general location based on the map. He knew he wasn't going in circles, but he had no idea when he would reach an important position in the secret realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling of the unknown. After all, he couldn't defeat Krull and Yigu if he went out now, so he took this opportunity to practice his skills and stack the passive killing essence to enhance his attack power and spell strength. In the blood-red killing instance, Zhou Chen had elevated the killing essence to the second level through his understanding of the Heart of Slaughter, which could stack an increase of 100,000 in attack power and spell strength, and he hadn't maxed it out yet. He equipped the peak skill bracelet and necklace, leisurely practicing skills in the secret realm. Feeling bored, he connected to the live streaming platform and forum. As expected, the forum was buzzing with discussions about his being hunted. Especially in the Dawn City section, the discussion was extremely heated. To be precise, it wasn't a discussion, but rather the players huddling together for warmth, finding an outlet to express their strong desires. Lord Krull, please make sure to deliver. Come on, you zealots, we must capture that Zhou person and restore a clear sky to Dawn City. The players knew that the church led by Krull was fully committed to hunting Zhou Chen, and they all hoped he would be caught. There was no helping it. Zhou Chen's notorious reputation had caused many psychological shadows for the people of Dawn City, and they naturally welcomed the sight of him falling from grace. Zhou Chen carefully read through the forum and couldn't help but sneer. That Morgan guy talks a good game, but when I'm being hunted by the church, I don't see him making any moves. From the information on the forum, Zhou Chen learned that the Lord's mansion had not taken any action due to the church's pursuit of him. It wasn't surprising, after all, Zhou Chen's actions had seriously crossed the line, to the extent of dancing on the heads of the sacred church. Just stealing the divine gaze halo and desecrating the gods was enough for the church to have ample reason to confront the empire, not to mention his repeated killings of holy priests and destruction of missionary outposts. He was, after all, just an adventurer. If things escalated, the empire would not go to war with the sacred church for his sake. This was probably why Morgan chose to play dumb at this time. Indeed, one must rely on oneself. Zhou Chen was glad he had always held this belief, and now he was even more resolute. Exiting the Dawn City section, Zhou Chen entered the international section of the forum. He rarely browsed the forum and paid almost no attention to the international forum. This time, he mainly came to see if there were any full region dungeons in other countries. After browsing, as Zhou Chen expected, countries like Mika, Sakura, and Kimchi had discovered full region dungeons one after another. However, they discovered them relatively late, and as of now, they had not yet completed the dungeons. From the various posts, it seemed that clearing the full region dungeons in other countries was only a matter of time, but the rewards would likely not compare to Zhou Chen's. There was no doubt about it, Zhou Chen's strength was currently absolutely the best among global players. If it weren't for Wang Yue having divine favor for special reasons, they wouldn't even qualify to battle him. Zhou Chen browsed through the recent game news, gathering the information he wanted, and then stopped paying attention, exiting the forum to focus on skill training. The originally tranquil Phantom Knight's secret realm began to stir with Zhou Chen's arrival. Wherever he went, there were either dragon roars or intense explosions, creating an extremely frightening scene. You have killed Blood Prison Flame Demon LV-45, experience plus 8100. You have killed Midnight Cultist Phantom LV-44, experience plus 8500. Under Zhou Chen's massive area attacks, all the monsters affected perished and experience points rapidly accumulated. However, the distance to the 100 billion experience points required for awakening was still a long way off. After this crisis, I need to find a way to complete my awakening. Zhou Chen made up his mind. The exploration continued. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chen felt something was off. Ahead, the darkness was incredibly thick. There were glowing crystals within the secret realm, and there seemed to be a special power, so visibility wasn't poor. But ahead lay a sea of darkness, as if it were a world of night. Zhou Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately moved forward. Hint, you have discovered the maze of night, please be careful. Outside the illusory night's secret realm,
This is the end. After a fierce battle with Krull's roar, both sides stopped fighting, remaining on guard against each other. Stop this aberrant demon. With a holy seal judgment, Krull repelled the blood demon Prince Daikel, and seeing Daikel about to strike again, he coldly shouted, "Let the aberrant demon cease." The messenger of the Dark Knight warily stared at Jaeger and the others while issuing orders. Under the manipulator's control, the aberrant demon Prince Daikel halted his attack. "If we continue fighting, it will only benefit that thief. He probably can't wait for us to fight to the death," Krull said to the messenger of the Dark Knight. After the battle, he knew that the people of the Dark Knight sect were led by this elusive fellow. "What do you want?" The strange voice of the messenger of the Dark Knight, indistinguishable in gender, came from the black robe. "Your scheme should be related to the secret realm, right? We happen to be hunting down a certain Joe. You just need to lift the barrier at the entrance of the secret realm. We'll catch our person, and you do your thing, without interfering with each other." Upon hearing this, the messenger of the Dark Knight fell silent. Krull knew the other party was considering and did not urge waiting quietly. He believed the other side would make the right choice. Originally, Krull and his group had an absolute advantage. But with the aberrant demon Daikel joining the battle, the situation changed immediately. That aberrant demon was powerful, not at a disadvantage when fighting Krull alone. Meanwhile, the messenger of the Dark Knight led other members to battle Jaeger and the others, equally locked in a fierce struggle. Continuing to stalemate would only allow Zhou to benefit as a fisherman. All right. After a while, the messenger of the Dark Knight gave the expected reply. There was no choice, although they knew Krull would not just capture people after entering, but would definitely take action against them. It truly made no sense to continue the stalemate. Soon, the people of the Dark Knight sect performed a series of actions, and the barrier at the entrance of the Illusory Knight's secret realm indeed disappeared. "I will enter first, and the others will follow." With that, Krull set off. The messenger of the Dark Knight immediately followed. The others entered afterward. Once inside, both sides immediately distanced themselves, remaining vigilant. However, they did not attack but instead focused on the surrounding movements. "Is this the Illusory Knight's secret realm?" The messenger of the Dark Knight and others observed quietly. "There is a divine aura here." Krull sensed something was off. This was likely a secret realm related to the divine. Since the people of the Dark Knight sect appeared here, could it be that this secret realm was left by the goddess of the night? The ancient texts of the sect record that during the Divine Demon War, many deities fell to the mortal realm, and the goddess of the night was one of them. There might be divine treasures left here. Thinking of this, a glimmer of greed passed through Krull's eyes. "Let's go!" The people of the Dark Knight sect quickly left. Krull did not pursue but said to everyone, "Follow me to search for that thief, do not scatter." "Wang Yue, come here." Wang Yue walked to him as instructed. Krull took out an item and handed it to Wang Yue, instructing, "This item can only be used by you, at a critical moment, listen to my orders." "Yes." Wang Yue accepted the item. "Very well, let me sense the location of the light mark, we will go now." Krull's voice suddenly stopped, his expression showing surprise. "Strange, I can't sense the light mark, it shouldn't disappear so quickly?" On the other side, Zhou Chen had already rushed into that world of darkness. Before him appeared a teleportation point glowing with dark purple light. Night Maze Teleportation Array, type Teleportation Array Effect, can enter the Night Maze through this teleportation array. This Night Maze is probably the work of the goddess of the night. It seems this is the core of the secret realm. Zhou Chen did not hesitate and stepped directly into it. He came here for adventure, how could he pass by a treasure mountain without entering? As for danger? It's just death, after all, this is still a game, what's there to fear? As soon as he entered, the teleportation array activated on its own, and Zhou Chen's figure disappeared. "You have entered the first layer of the Night Maze, please be careful." Upon landing again, Zhou Chen suddenly realized he was in a massive corridor. Over 10 jang wide, with towering black stone walls about 100 meters high on either side. Embedded in the walls were glowing ores and scattered throughout the wide corridor were crystal stones that served as illumination. Zhou Chen scanned his surroundings but found no monsters, nor did he see a teleportation point. This meant that the previous teleportation array was only responsible for bringing him in, and whether he could get out depended entirely on himself. So that's how it is, no wonder it's called a maze, Zhou Chen thought to himself. He also noticed that the light mark on his body seemed to have lost its effect. Previously, he could sense a monitoring force from the mark. However, now that force seemed to have fallen silent.
Zhou Chen speculated that it was due to his entry into the maze. Perhaps the maze had a barrier against the outside world. This meant that unless Krull and the others could find their way into the maze, he didn't have to worry about being found for the time being. With this in mind, Zhou Chen began to explore. Roar! Just a few steps in, a beast suddenly lunged out from a shadow where the light couldn't reach, roaring as it pounced on Zhou Chen. At the sound of the roar, Zhou Chen immediately felt an inexplicable force trying to erode his soul. Mental attack? In a flash, Zhou Chen used the wind flash of the flowing wind to evade. Although the opponent had a mental attack, his mental attribute was extremely high, and with the Eye of Insight, he was immune to mental control, completely unaffected. The monster missed its strike and turned around. Zhou Chen also caught a glimpse of its appearance. It was a somewhat ethereal four-legged beast floating in the air. Zhou Chen could sense that it was filled with mental energy, similar to the subtle energy fluctuations emitted by the soul crystal. Nightmare Beast LV-45 type mental energy. Entity, Special Monster, Health, 587,652 Attack Power, 18,842 Spell Power, 17,210 Physical Defense, 21,200 Magical Defense, 18,654 Skills, Mental Perception, Nightmare Magic Sound, Soundwave Shock, Mental Fury Strike, Shadow Stealth, Soul Power Shield, Physical Damage Resistance, Damage Reduction, Critical Hit Immunity Bonus, Control Immunity Bonus. Description: a mental energy entity created by the goddess of night, responsible for guarding the maze. So it's a creation of the divine. Could this mental perception skill detect my presence? Zhou Chen couldn't help but think. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. It seemed his stealth was not perfect enough, and he needed to improve further. He saw the nightmare beast shaking its head in the empty space before it, seemingly sensing Zhou Chen's presence, and released a beam of mental energy towards him. Zhou Chen easily dodged and raised his hand to launch a plum blossom dart. At the same time, he executed a backstab from behind. Sizzle! Sizzle! Boom! The body of the nightmare beast exploded, dissipating into mental energy, leaving behind a few soul crystals. Zhou Chen continued to explore. He exited the initial corridor and found that the corridors within the maze seemed endless and intricately intertwined. Fortunately, the map could mark the places he had traversed, so at least Zhou Chen knew he wasn't going in circles. As long as he spent some time, he would eventually explore the area completely. During the process, Zhou Chen did not forget to practice skills with his clones. He kept his important skills ready at all times in case of danger, while the clones used skills without hesitation, activating them as soon as they cooled down. After a long time, Zhou Chen turned a corner and arrived at a spacious hall. "You have entered the Dark Knight Temple, please be careful," Zhou Chen carefully observed. The interior of the hall was incredibly vast, with scattered stones in the center, and in the distance, he could see nightmare beasts wandering. Zhou Chen noticed that the stones on the ground were the severed limbs of humans or monsters, petrified for some unknown reason. Some stones remain relatively intact, resembling incomplete statues. This should have been the place where the statue of the goddess of night was worshipped. But now the statue seems to have been destroyed. Suddenly, Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened, and he was secretly astonished. An aberrant demon. Indeed, he had seen an aberrant demon. Not a creature of the aberrant race, but a true aberrant demon, just like Daikel. It was a strange statue of a female demon hidden among other broken statues, appearing motionless. But under the Eye of Insight, Zhou Chen knew she was a living being. The moment Zhou Chen discovered the female demon statue also moved, suddenly raising its head and shooting out a silver beam from its eyes. The beam flashed and arrived in an instant, catching him off guard, and as it traversed through space, a faint silver light radiated out, covering a wide attack range. Zhou Chen immediately dodged. Although he was not directly hit by the silver beam, he was affected by the radiating light. Crack! His stealth was broken, and he felt his limbs become extremely stiff, his body beginning to petrify. Due to the bloodline of the Shadow Evil Dragon, Zhou Chen's resistance and resilience reached a terrifying 400,000 plus, and the fact that the opponent could petrify him showed their strength. Super Frequency Rhythm Dominance. Zhou Chen activated his dominance in super frequency mode, and the petrification phenomenon on him immediately receded. He could feel that without activating super frequency mode, he would definitely be unable to break free from control. Hiss! Accompanied by a strange hissing sound, a shadow rushed towards him. Wind Flash! Just as Zhou Chen broke free from control, he used Wind Flash to dodge and caught a glimpse of the monster's true form. The female demon had removed her petrification
Disguise: she was tall, with a human upper body and a serpent tail, her face pale, and instead of hair, there were snakes with fierce fangs. Medusa Demon LV45 type Medusa, branch of the rank, elite level health, 545,350,000 attack power, 84,620 spell power, 102,000. Physical defense, 204,210 magic defense, 222,453 skills, petrification disguise, petrification attack, venomous attack, petrification beam. Mental perception, giant earth shield, stone defense, quicksand trap, stone cage, dominance, life recovery spell, critical hit bonus. Description: the Medusa clan is a branch of the, with a low status but possessing powerful control abilities that should not be underestimated. Such high attributes. Zhou Chen couldn't help but be astonished. The attributes of this were even a dimensional blow compared to diamond level bosses of the same level. Zhou Chen remembered that had appeared in the blood-red slaughter dungeon, but they were far from the true before him. The was indeed formidable, no wonder they could contend with the gods back in the day. Divine power amplification. Super frequency, theft. At that moment, Zhou Chen created a clone, and 8 thefts fell simultaneously. Theft successful, you have obtained diamond level equipment times 1. Theft successful, you have gained 100,000 experience points. The combination of divine power amplification and super frequency greatly increased Zhou Chen's chances of stealing unconventional items. In fact, he had already noticed this along his journey. From entering the secret realm until now, he had accumulated hundreds of attribute points and millions of experience points. However, the chance of stealing talent skills remained very low, but Zhou Chen was still very satisfied. Super frequency theft was the best. Hiss. The female demon noticed her belongings were missing, and the snakes on her head hissed angrily, launching a skill. Boom! The area where Zhou Chen stood turned into quicksand, caused by the female demon's quicksand trap. Zhou Chen spread his fallen angel wings and escaped the trap's range. But he saw a spell pattern appear above, and a stone cage suddenly smashed down, attempting to trap him. Super frequency, righteous fury. Super frequency, rage power. The 2 attack buffs were released in super frequency mode under the divine power amplification, enhancing the effect tenfold, and Zhou Chen's attack power at that moment reached an astonishing 4,150,000 plus. Wrath of the Evil Dragon. 8. Black dragons appeared, transforming into endless blades of light. Divine power amplification plus super frequency, Wrath of the Evil Dragon. Plus Deathmark plus Life Devour plus Evil Heart Demon Flame. This was Zhou Chen's first time releasing a combination of attack buffs and attack skills in super frequency mode, and the power was unimaginable. The moment the skills were unleashed, a strong wave of mana almost distorted the space. Boom! The petrifying cage falling from the sky immediately shattered, and the blades of light overwhelmed the female demon. Bang bang! Bang! The various defensive blows released by the female demon couldn't even block for a moment, all shattered. 38252420-42252450. Ah! Before the damage from the 8 attacks could fully trigger, the female demon let out a scream, cut to pieces by the blade's light, turning into a corpse. You have killed Medusa LV45, experience plus 1,500,000, reputation plus 50,000. Such a high experience value. It was expected to kill this aberration easily, but Zhou Chen didn't anticipate receiving such a generous amount of experience, and even the reputation reached 50,000. Immediately, another prompt arrived. Congratulations, you have killed an aberration for the first time, unlocking the reputation store, where you can exchange reputation for store items. Congratulations, you are the first player to unlock the reputation store, gaining a privilege. The reputation required to exchange for items in the store is reduced by 50%. Tip: players can unlock the reputation store by killing any aberration. After the prompt, Zhou Chen noticed a new reputation store option in his game system menu. He had always been curious about the use of reputation in the game, and now he finally understood it was related to aberrations. This game seems to intentionally encourage players to kill aberrations. The experience and reputation rewards are so generous. Thinking back to the ancient legends about the war between gods and demons he heard from Morgan, Zhou Chen suddenly had a guess. Could it be that this world is presented in a game format related to aberrations? Of course, this was just Zhou Chen's speculation, with no way to verify it. He set aside his doubts and clicked on the reputation store to see if there were any good items inside. A virtual light screen appeared before him, displaying a variety of items such as equipment, props, potions, and skill books, all categorized in dazzling. There are so many good items. Zhou Chen casually browsed and found that the items listed had decent values.
In the skill book section, there were even 9th tier skills, but the quantity was limited and the required reputation for exchange was frighteningly
high, far beyond what Zhou Chen could afford. Can I steal?
A bold thought sprouted in his mind. Acting on impulse, Zhou Chen immediately attempted to steal from the virtual light screen.
Tip: invalid operation. The stealing skill cannot take effect. Unfortunately, the game system clearly anticipated this and had taken precautions so Zhou Chen couldn't steal.
It made sense, after all, it was just a virtual light screen, not a real store, so stealing was impossible.
Zhou
Chen felt a bit disappointed and continued browsing. He didn't lack offensive means, and he wasn't particularly interested in the 9th tier skills listed in the skill book section, so he switched to the props section to see if there were any interesting items. To his surprise, he actually found something good.
Awakening.
Experience pill type. Awakening specific item effect after consumption increases 100,000 awakening specific experience points. This experience can only be used
to complete awakening, no other effect. Description: insufficient experience to awaken? No problem, have a pill. Exchange reputation 500. According to the
item description, this was a type of item that provided experience points specifically for awakening.
This was great for Zhou Chen, as he needed a whopping 10 billion experience points to complete a superstar level awakening. Zhou Chen looked at his personal panel. From playing the game to now, he had accumulated 284,000 reputation points.
Exchanging for one experience pill required 500 points, but since Zhou Chen was the first to open the store, he had a privilege discount and only needed 250 points to exchange. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chen immediately spent all his reputation to exchange for the awakening experience pill.
Do you want to spend 284,000 reputation points to exchange for awakening experience pill? Yes. Exchange successful. You have obtained awakening experience pill times 1136.
After a series of operations, Zhou Chen's reputation points were cleared, and his bag was filled with a large number of experience pills, 100 pieces per set.
He consumed them all, and his experience points skyrocketed by over 100 million. Awakening progress plus 1%. Feeling great.
Zhou Chen smiled with satisfaction. With his abilities, gaining reputation points was not difficult. Once he passed this crisis, by combining leveling up and exchanging experience pills with reputation points, he still had hope of completing the awakening.
In terms of damage, my full force strike is already above Krull.
Recalling the attack just now, Zhou Chen was a bit surprised himself. The combination of divine power amplification and overclocking brought about a qualitative change in his combat power. However, the drawbacks were quite obvious. In terms of damage, he felt he was already stronger than Krull, but using the overclocking
mode to unleash the Dragon of Fury had a cooldown time of up to 10 minutes.
As for Krull's methods, Zhou Chen did not believe he could kill him with a sneak attack. The other party, as a priest, had many tricks up his sleeve. In terms of the strongest strike, Zhou Chen surpassed him, but in other aspects, he fell far short. Not to mention Krull, even that Jaeger, in a one-on-one situation, Zhou Chen might not be able to secure a win. If the other party was determined to escape, he certainly wouldn't be able to stop them. For now, it was best to continue practicing skills and bide his time.
Zhou Chen opened his bag and found a suitable piece of equipment he had just stolen from the Medusa.
Magic Stone Ring rarity, diamond level attributes, strength plus 1800 spirit plus 2000 hit rate plus 2500 mana plus 5000 critical hit immunity rate plus 30% additional effects, immune to
petrification attacks and effects.
Required level LV40. Zhou Chen had previously been wearing the Echo of Dark Whispers ring, which, although it had a mental attack skill, was of too low a rarity and level to be of any use to him, so it was just right to replace it. He then began to explore the Night Temple. Crossing over many broken statues, he discovered a teleportation array at the back of the hall.
This should be a teleportation array leading to another layer of the maze, possibly an exit. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and did not rashly enter the teleportation array. If it was an exit, it would be fine.
But if it led to another layer of the maze, he would have to be cautious.
After all, there were alien demons present here. What if he teleported over and found a bunch of alien demons waiting for him? Zhou Chen would not underestimate the alien demons just because
he had killed an elite-level Medusa. In fact, if it weren't for the power left behind by the alien demon Prince Daikel being bound and controlled by the soul control technique, Zhou Chen probably wouldn't have been able to steal the precious heart of overclocking from him. The strength of the alien demons was beyond doubt. After a brief thought, Zhou Chen sent out a clone to go to the other side of the teleportation array. Sure enough, just as Zhou Chen had guessed, the teleportation array led to the second layer.
Zhou Chen controlled the clone to move around near the entrance and did not see any danger. Thus, he brought the remaining clones and entered the second layer. In the second layer, he practiced skills while exploring, and a few hours later, he encountered a dark night temple similar to the one on the first layer. At this point, Zhou Chen basically concluded that there would be a temple on each layer of the night maze. However, this layer's temple was still severely damaged, with the statues completely destroyed. Zhou Chen successfully entered the third layer. Roar! As soon as he entered the third layer, Zhou Chen heard an angry roar. He had already entered stealth mode, and his stealth had been upgraded multiple times through diligent practice during this period. Zhou Chen had previously conducted experiments, and those monsters with mental perception, such as nightmare beasts and medusas, could no longer detect his presence. The roar just now was clearly not directed at him. Zhou Chen immediately cast a shield on himself and quickly observed. In the vast maze, a monster towering over 10 meters swung its fists, unleashing wave after wave of attacks. It was indeed a giant. Beside the giant stood a ghostly female warrior, one hand holding a shield and the other a sword. The common enemies of the warrior and the giant were the An. Zhou Chen did not intervene immediately, instead, he observed carefully. Comprehending all the information about these monsters. Barbaric Giant LV50 Type, Giant Race, Divine Servant, Health, 572,230,000 Attack Power, 113,575 Spell Power, 71,250 Physical Defense, 187,562 Magical Defense. 175,622 skills, Barbaric Punch, Barbaric Charge, Ultimate Strike, Berserker Storm, Unyielding Battle Soul, Frenzy, Dominance, Instant Flash, Damage Reduction, Defense Boost, Critical Hit Immunity, Divine Resurrection. Description: a giant who follows the deity, having undergone the baptism of divine power, responsible for the safety of the Night Temple. Celestial Warrior Ghost LV50 Type, Celestial Race Soul, Divine Servant, Health. 475,680,000 Attack Power, 107,526 Spell Power, 98,654 Physical Defense, 0 Magical Defense, 124,530 Skills, Light Sword Shadow, Void Sword Chi Surge, Shield Block, Divine Shield Strike, Unyielding Battle Soul. Damage Reduction, Critical Hit Immunity, Mental Perception, Mental Attack, Divine Resurrection, Ghostly Physique, Physical Damage Resistance. Description: a member of the celestial race serving the deity voluntarily transformed into a soul body to protect the Night Temple for eternity. This ghost and giant were indeed the servants who followed the goddess of night long ago. Their opponents were the Azura warriors and Azura Earth dragons that Zhou Chen had seen in the Bloodshed dungeon. However, their attributes were significantly higher than those in the dungeon. At that moment, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. The information seen by the Eye of Insight should be correct. This giant and the Celestial Soul are responsible for guarding the Night Temple on this level. Zhou Chen pondered, choosing not to join the battle and remaining invisible. He did not want to disturb the giant and the Celestial Warrior. However, the Azura warriors fighting against the giant and the Celestial Soul were in for a rough time. Divine Power Amplification. Overclocking Steel ×8. Zhou Chen cast Steel on the Azura warrior and Earth Dragon. Steel successful, you gain 170,000 experience points. Steel successful, you gained Azura Warrior Heavy Armor ×1. Steel successful, you gained Gold ×62. After 8 successful steals, the rewards were quite good. The Azura Warrior who was battling the giant suddenly felt a shock. His level inexplicably dropped by 1. Damn it, the Azura Warrior roared, fighting desperately. The giant and the Celestial Soul remained silent, working together seamlessly, continuously attacking. Zhou Chen continued to watch. As soon as he had a good opportunity to steal, he would act. Soon, the Azura warrior suddenly realized that the blood-colored greatsword in his hand had vanished. The giant seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce heavy punch to his chest, sending him flying. Berserker Storm. Immediately, the giant's body unleashed a raging wind. He transformed into a storm, charging at the Azura warrior, the power of the wind continuously slicing through the opponent's body. Before long, due to Zhou Chen's interference, the side was defeated and perished. The giant and the Celestial Warrior did not linger and continued their patrol. Zhou Chen followed closely behind. About half an hour later, the giant and the Celestial Warrior simultaneously changed direction and turned back. As expected, they will return to the temple. Zhou Chen revealed a smile while hidden. He followed these two monsters all the way, ultimately reaching the Night Temple on the 3rd level without any effort. Go die! Upon finding the temple, Zhou Chen immediately appeared, creating a clone to attack alongside him. Roar! The black dragon roared, transforming into endless blade light that slashed down. Divine power amplification plus super frequency combined. Attack! Who are you? The barbaric giant immediately recognized that Zhou Chen was not a foreign demon. He and the celestial warrior hurriedly cast their defenses. Boom! The range of the blade light was vast, and the two had no chance to evade. Their shields shattered completely, and they were left with residual health from the blade light's assault. It was unclear whether it was due to the influence of divine power, but these two brutes, undeterred by death, used skills to heal and then charged at Zhou Chen. Death mark, detonate. Boom! A death aura appeared on both the giant and the celestial warrior, consuming them. Just as they were about to fall, a revival light of life energy rose from their bodies. Revival skill? Zhou Chen thought, realizing that both of them possessed a divine favor resurrection skill. Could it be that death could be reversed? As he pondered, he saw an evil aura emerge from the two corpses, and the phantom of a fallen angel appeared, tearing the revival light apart. The giant and the celestial warrior were completely dead. This effect was precisely the passive skill Fallen will attach to Zhou Chen's fallen angel wings, preventing the slain from being resurrected, perfectly countering them. You have killed the barbaric giant, divine servant LV50, experience plus 1,050,000, reputation plus 30,000. You have killed the celestial warrior phantom, divine servant LV50, experience plus 1,050,000, reputation plus 30,000. Invaders die. Just as Zhou Chen heard the kill notification, a large number of Nightshade cultist phantoms and various celestial warriors and giant divine servants rushed out from the Night Temple. This is great. Zhou Chen was even more excited upon seeing this. These were all living experience points. He immediately released the remaining clones, a total of 7. After this period of leveling up, the number of clones that could be formed by the clone technique had increased to 9. 7 black dragons roared out, and blade light swept across this area. Boom! In the terrifying sound waves, many Nightshade cultist phantoms perished. Only a few giants and celestial divine servants were strong enough to hold on, but even they could only last a moment longer. Self-destruct. Zhou Chen commanded, and all the clones self-destructed. Boom! A blood-red pillar of light rampaged through the maze, and the explosive damage surged toward the temple's entrance. Buzz! A dark purple light appeared at the temple's entrance, isolating the explosive force outside the temple. Zhou Chen noticed this. Does that temple still have residual power? Or have I already touched the core area of this maze? He couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, as the self-destruct energy dissipated, there were no living beings left in front of Zhou Chen, they were all dead. A large wave of experience and reputation points surged in. This place is truly wonderful, even killing diamond-level bosses outside might not yield this much experience. Zhou Chen checked his personal panel and found that his experience had surged by over 20 million, taking another small step closer to 1 billion experience points. Then, he turned his gaze to the temple's entrance and saw a semi-transparent light curtain there, clearly a protective barrier. This temple is well preserved, unlike the previous 2 layers that had already been destroyed. Zhou Chen focused his mind, using his insight eye to peer through the barrier, seeing the situation inside. The hall remained vast, with a black crystal altar placed in the center, prominently featuring a statue of a goddess. The statue was intact, with no signs of wear on its surface. When Zhou Chen's gaze fell upon the statue, an inexplicable pressure surged toward him, as if he were facing a deity. Just a mere statue trying to scare me? Old Zhou was completely unfazed. When he was initially monitoring the Nightfall cult, Richard, a cultist lurking in the town of Twilight Bloom, had said that the goddess of night could no longer protect her followers, and the cult could not even conduct the baptism of night for its believers. It had to be performed by the god of darkness instead. It was evident that even if the goddess of night was not dead, she was likely on her last breath. How could he fear someone who was half a foot in the grave? At that moment, Zhou Chen continued to observe under the pressure of the statue. He noticed a flickering purple light behind the altar and deduced it must be the essential teleportation array in the temple. Besides that, there was nothing else. Wait a minute. Just when Zhou Chen thought there were no treasures, he suddenly noticed a detail, a dark purple glowing earring on one of the goddess statue's ears. Zhou Chen focused his gaze but could not see any information about the earring. However, he could feel that the pressure emanating from the goddess statue came from this earring. Treasure. Old Zhou's eyes lit up. He guessed correctly. This maze was filled with various monsters, ghosts, and divine servants, and there must be treasures to be found. Clone technique. After waiting for a while, the clone technique was restored, and he immediately released 9 clones. You go in and deliver. Zhou Chen sent 1 clone rushing in. Boom!
As expected, the moment it entered, the originally empty hall immediately changed. The earring on the goddess statue trembled, circulating mysterious power.
The entire hall seemed to be activated,
with magical patterns appearing on the ground, the altar rumbling, and 8 columns of runes rising to protect the altar.
Immediately, dazzling and fierce attacks surged toward the clone.
Despite the clone dodging at full speed, it was still hit, its shield disappearing in succession, and before it could reach the altar, it was already gone.
So fierce? Zhou Chen couldn't help but frown.
No wonder it was a deity, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse.
Zhou Chen continued to send
clones to try, but all were killed without exception.
This won't do, it's just wasting time. After several attempts, Zhou Chen decided to take the risk himself.
He had the clones wait outside while he activated multiple shields and the talent effect.
Holy Blood Crystal Armor, charging in personally. The Flowing Wind, Stealth, and Dragon Shadow all activated. Whoosh!
Waves of black light blades came at him, too numerous to evade. Zhou Chen's shield quickly shattered, and he transformed into a magic
dragon to dart away.
At that moment, the rune columns shone brightly, revealing spell patterns, and dense black light spears rained down from above the hall, enveloping him.
The moment he was hit, the clones outside automatically helped Zhou Chen
share the damage, and their shields all disappeared. Zhou Chen finally reached the altar and reached out to the earring on the goddess statue.
Power amplification plus overclocking, theft. Failed. A prompt sounded. Boom.
Suddenly, flowing runic symbols appeared on the goddess statue, and a tall black silhouette emerged, attaching itself to the statue, its features indistinct, vaguely resembling a woman.
You are not my believer.
A cold voice rang out, die. The cold moon blade in the figure's hand swung swiftly, and a purple light appeared out of nowhere, striking Zhou Chen.
Bang bang bang.
Outside, Zhou Chen's clones all died while bearing the damage for him.
Zhou Chen's Holy Blood Crystal Armor lost several million shield points. Run!
Realizing the terrifying power of the opponent, Zhou Chen decisively turned and transformed into a magic dragon, dashing toward the entrance. He narrowly escaped the hall before all the shields of the Holy Blood Crystal Armor were completely consumed.
The Maze of Night, Level 1.
A flash of light swirled, and Krull and the others entered the maze.
Not good, can't see the exit? As soon as they entered, Jaeger looked around, a bit worried.
Where there is an entrance, there will naturally be an
exit.
No need to panic, just search slowly, Krull replied calmly, unhurried.
My lord, can you sense the light mark now? Mochizuki asked.
He was unwilling, eager to find that certain someone soon so Krull could capture him. But Krull shook his head. The time has come, the mark has disappeared. Otherwise, if he were also in the maze, I would definitely be able to sense him. The others felt regret upon hearing this, and then began to explore under Krull's guidance.
Soon, the people from the night church also entered the Maze of Night from another direction.
Although they were from the Night Church, the ancient texts in the church had little description of this secret realm, so they had no significant information advantage.
Like Krull and
the others, they struggled for a long time before finding the core area of the maze.
The Maze of Night, Level 3.
In front of the Dark Night Temple.
Speechless, this old hag is clearly half dead yet still so fierce. Zhou Chen stumbled out of
the temple's main door, the Holy Blood Crystal Armor covering him nearly disappearing. If he had been even a moment later, he might have really been done for. Fortunately, it was a close call, it was just that the statue clearly bore the power of a deity, causing his theft to fail.
Zhou Chen thought for a moment and decided not to go back in.
Unless he killed that shadow, he wouldn't be able to act. But with his current strength, he was not a match for that shadow, which was quite frustrating. However, there was good news. As soon as Zhou Chen came out, he noticed that the light mark on him had finally disappeared. He didn't know what level of skill that old charlatan had used, but it had taken so long to lose its effect, and he finally
didn't have to worry about being tracked.
In the end, Zhou Chen decided to leave first, to practice his skills, occasionally sending a clone back to check the situation, and to observe the changes for now.
He left a clone behind and departed. The map
would mark the positions he had walked, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost, he could easily return whenever he wanted. Soon, Zhou Chen found a spot quite far from the temple and began to focus on practicing his skills.
Hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Zhou Chen had a gaming pod, allowing him to play for several days continuously. Moreover, his body had already reached a superhuman level, so even if he played for a month straight, he wouldn't feel tired. The only downside was that, perhaps due to the skills being too advanced, the 20% mutation chance seemed a bit low. The actual mutation probability was clearly not as high as theorized.
However, the improvements from skill upgrades were decent. Disguise skill proficiency is full. Skill upgrade, mutation triggered. While practicing, a mutation prompt sounded.
Now, whenever Zhou Chen heard the skill mutation prompt, he would immediately stop to check. Habitually, he opened the skill bar, his gaze landing on the disguise skill. Upon seeing it, Zhou Chen was taken aback. Disguise skill, type, active skill rank, 6th rank LV37, 10/22200, effect 1, change your appearance, voice, clothing, shape, scent, name, and red name status at will, lasting 200 minutes. Effect 2. While in disguise, adding friends or trading with others will not reveal your real name. After removing the disguise, you will appear offline in the other party's friend list. Effect 3 possesses a transformation function allowing you to become any target, with a corresponding template that can deceive many detection methods. In transformation state, temporarily gain the target's profession or other characteristics, with the transformation effect related to your understanding of the target and skill level. Effect 4, instant cooldown, no need to wait for the skill effect to end before entering cooldown. Consumption, 1000 mana points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. This transformation ability should have mutated from the disguise function. Zhou Chen couldn't help but be curious. Since it's a transformation, could it be like the 72 transformations of Sun Wukong? He couldn't resist trying it out. Disguise technique transformation. Zhou Chen's body was filled with twisting light, as if it could change into other forms at any moment. Tip, please imagine the target you want to transform into. The system prompt sounded. Zhou Chen wanted to test the limits of this function, and a picture of an eagle soaring in the sky flashed in his mind. Bang! His body twisted and changed, immediately transforming. What the hell is this? Coming back to his senses, Zhou Chen was dumbfounded. He had indeed turned into an eagle. However, perhaps the transformation function wasn't sharp enough. His eagle form was a half-finished product. Now his two hands had turned into wings. His upper body resembled that of an eagle, but his lower body was still human, making it a rather awkward combination. Cancel transformation. Bang! Zhou Chen immediately returned to his original state. It seems this transformation isn't perfect. You can't just turn into whatever you want. After a while, the skill cooldown was over, and Zhou Chen continued to try. This time, he chose to transform into someone else. A burst of flowing light changed his appearance, body shape, and clothing, and he suddenly transformed into Wang Yu. He opened his personal panel and saw that his name and profession had changed. His name became Young Master Wang Yu, and his profession changed to Holy Priest. This is fun. Zhou Chen felt it was super interesting. He opened the skill bar to check but frowned. His thief skills had disappeared. However, other non-thief skills such as disguise, technique, self-detonation, and body dominance were still there. It should be because he transformed into another profession that caused the thief skills to vanish. Additionally, there was one thing that made Zhou Chen unhappy: the Holy Priest skills. In the skill bar were a bit few, only 6 in total. He remembered that Wang Yu had used no less than 10 skills to deal with him. He thought of something and opened his backpack to take out a book. This was the Holy Codex, an equipment that only holy priests of the Holy Order could use. Just as Zhou Chen expected, this codex was still close to him, and he couldn't use it. Could it be that the transformation level isn't enough? Zhou Chen pondered after canceling the transformation. I've seen many skills of Wang Yu and others from the Holy Order, and my understanding should be sufficient. Perhaps it's because the skill level isn't high enough, so the transformation effect is discounted. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhou Chen came up with another idea. Once the disguise technique cooled down, he immediately implemented it. Divine Power Amplification plus Overclocking Disguise Technique Transformation. Bang! Zhou Chen transformed into Wang Yu again, but this time there was a significant difference. Previously, he only resembled him, but now he even had the same aura, along with a faint divine presence. Zhou Chen opened the skill bar. As expected. Sure enough, the additional skills inside were more complete. He took out the codex and found that its status had changed from closed gray to normal color. He could use it now. Awesome! Zhou Chen became excited. The Holy Priest was a quite powerful profession, possessing numerous attack methods and strong support skills. Since he could transform into Wang Yu, his clone could naturally do the same. At that time, he just needed to let the clone transform into Wang Yu to apply various buffs for himself and other clones, greatly enhancing their combat power. The auxiliary ability of the Holy Priest combined with divine power amplification and overclocking is truly immense. Zhou Chen thought through it in his mind and realized that he no longer needed to fear Krull. He felt almost invincible. In fact, if Krull were careless and allowed him to launch a surprise attack, he might even be able to severely injure him and eliminate him while holding a significant advantage. The only downside was that even after transforming into Wang Yu, he still couldn't enjoy the divine gaze aura. The power of the gods was indeed not simple. It wasn't so easy to deceive.
No rush, even if those people come in, it should still take them quite some time to reach the third level of the night maze. I should continue to practice. Considering the presence of the goddess's phantom, Zhou Chen wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to monitor the movements at the temple. As soon as his clone technique was ready, he would immediately send a clone to sneak over. Nowadays, stealth wouldn't be detected by the monsters here using spiritual perception, and at full speed, it would only take a few minutes to reach the temple. Time passed little by little. Other skills also mutated, producing results that Zhou Chen was quite satisfied with. For example, life recovery reached level 62, mutating into an ultimate dispersion effect that could dispel negative and mark type effects on him. Night Guardian reached level 50, mutating into an effect that provided an 80% evasion rate, with a total shield value of 5 million. For the opponents Zhou Chen was currently facing, a shield value of 5 million was indeed insignificant. However, if released using both overclocking and divine power amplification, the shield value would soar to 50 million. Additionally, Phantom Dash reached level 94, mutating into a new effect that allowed him to release phantoms to attack without having to dash himself. The stealing skill reached level 155, not mutating into a new effect, but the distance for initiating a theft had mutated to an astonishing 500 meters. Flying flowers and plucking leaves mutated to have a tracking effect, causing the thrown darts to automatically pursue the target. The clone technique mutated to have the instant cooldown effect that Zhou Chen had always wanted. Each skill had undergone changes, big or small. However, overall, the transformation effect of the disguise technique was still the most powerful. Clone technique skill proficiency is full skill upgrade, triggering mutation effect. The clone technique truly deserved its reputation for super unlimited growth. Even with Zhou Chen practicing skills using multiple clones, its upgrade speed remained fast. Zhou Chen immediately stopped to check. Clone technique, type, active skill rank, tier 5 LV74, 20/37000, effect 1, condenses 9 clones identical to oneself using mana, lasting 20 minutes, can actively make clones disappear. Effect 2, clones possess 100% of the main body's attributes, share vision with the main body, and can independently use equipment skills and other skills of the main body. Effect 3, all controllable skills released by clones can be controlled by the main body. Effect 4, clones cannot use the clone technique. Effect 5, when the main body takes damage, it can choose to have the clone bear the damage instead. Effect 6, when condensing clones, the number of clones can be freely controlled, the number of unlaunched clones will be retained and can be released at any time. After the skill cooldown is complete, the retained number of clones will be cleared. Effect 7, has the true clone function, allowing clones to transform into a permanently existing true clone, which can be named. The existence of the true clone does not affect skill cooldown, and it can be generated again upon death, with only one identical true clone allowed at a time. Current true clone limit: 1. Consumption, 800 mana points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Instant cooldown. The clone technique had many effects. And as Zhou Chen continued to read, he thought there were no particularly special changes. Until he saw the newly added mutation effect, he was momentarily stunned. He himself could hardly believe it. A permanently existing clone? Is this really that outrageous? With an excited heart, Zhou Chen waited for a few minutes before casting the clone technique again. Tip: you can currently transform one clone into a real clone. Do you want to transform? Yes. Please name the real clone. Number 1 real clone. Zhou Chen's naming was simple and straightforward. Whoosh! As the naming ended, 9 streams of light appeared around Zhou Chen, transforming into 9 clones. The default names of Zhou Chen's clones matched his own, and there would be a remaining existence time visible only to him. However, among these clones, one had the label number 1 real clone in parentheses next to its name. This clone did not have a marked existence time, clearly indicating it could exist permanently. This is convenient. Zhou Chen commanded the real clone to stealthily monitor the entrance of the temple, while he and the other clones focused on practicing skills, no longer needing to send clones over from time to time as before. Time passed quickly. About 2 hours later, Zhou Chen received news from the real clone: someone is approaching the temple. From the perspective of the real clone, Zhou Chen saw members of the Nightshade cult appearing outside the temple. They've finally arrived. Zhou Chen revealed a twisted smile. What I'm after is not something you can touch. He ordered the clones to wait for an opportunity to attack, while he quickly made his way toward the temple. Unlike the Holy Order, the Nightshade cult surely had some understanding of the Night Temple. If they were to take the treasures inside, Zhou Chen would not allow it.
Thus, when the Nightshade cult members reached the temple, Zhou Chen's clone decisively launched a surprise attack.
There's movement over there. In a maze corridor in another direction from the temple, Krull keenly sensed the disturbance. Follow me. He quickly rushed toward the temple. One of Zhou Chen's clones attacked in hyper mode, and one member of the Nightshade cult reacted a beat too late, getting their defenses broken and killed instantly. The others survived under the protection of the Night Envoy and the otherworldly demons. The clone fought fiercely against them, but in just 2 or 3 minutes, it began to show signs of defeat. Boom! In the end, the clone self-destructed, giving them a nasty surprise. At that moment, Zhou Chen turned a corner and entered another maze corridor, at the end of which was the temple. Just as he turned in, Zhou Chen saw an unexpected group. The Holy Order. They had indeed entered the maze and arrived here. Perfect, I'll catch you all in one go right here. Zhou Chen slowed his pace, slowly following behind. Nightshade cultists. This temple has a strong divine aura, could it be that you came for this? Krull flew to the outside of the temple, looking at the barrier at the entrance in surprise. He could feel that this temple was different from the previous ones, preserved extremely well, and there were likely treasures inside. Damn! The Night Envoy cursed Zhou Chen in his heart. It was obvious that the commotion from the earlier fight had alerted the Holy Order. Go! At that moment, the Night Envoy took the lead and charged into the temple. The others immediately followed. Not so fast. Seeing this, Krull's suspicions were further confirmed, and he raised his hand to unleash an attack. Buzz! The defensive barrier of the temple's entrance erupted with light, blocking his attack. Just that delay allowed the Nightshade cult members to enter, and they did not trigger the internal attack formation of the temple. Attack together. YEG and the others arrived and immediately bombarded the entrance. The barrier shattered, and Krull and the others rushed in urgently. Inside, a thunderous roar erupted, as if a fierce battle had begun. Zhou Chen did not rush in immediately but remained invisible, using his inside eye to observe the Great Hall. Inside, a fierce battle had already broken out. As soon as Krull entered, he withstood the attacks of the magic array, seizing the teleportation point behind the statue of the goddess to prevent the members of the Night of the Underworld from escaping. Additionally, he was engaged in a fierce struggle against the otherworldly demons and the goddess's phantom that Zhou Chen had encountered earlier. At this moment, Zhou Chen realized he had somewhat underestimated him. During the previous chase, this old man had clearly not unleashed his full power due to insufficient speed. Now, he was single-handedly battling the otherworldly demons and the goddess's phantom, continuously releasing various powerful skills, barely holding his ground. Jaeger and the others were simultaneously defending against the attacks of the magic array while advancing from the front towards the cultists gathered around the statue of the goddess. The two sides were locked in a fierce fight. However, Zhou Chen gradually began